Year 300 of the revival calendar, Victoria City, night. The dim glow of incandescent lights reflected off the waterlogged cement roads, with rats occasionally dashing across the street. Inside an urban village, in a dilapidated residential building, on the third-floor living room, 18-year-old Zachariah was holding 3 joss sticks, following his mother, Giselle, in paying homage to his father's spirit tablet. In front of the spirit tablet lay an exquisitely crafted longsword, emitting a faint aura of menace even before it was drawn. Old man, you've been missing for 10 years. Who knows if you're dead or alive? Tomorrow, your son is going to participate in the citywide spirit resonance ceremony. You should tell your peerless sword to resonate with your son. After all, they are both from the old Jiang family. Who contracts it is the same, right? You know that awakening as a spirit master is the most important thing for your son. I'm worried about his weapon spirit. 300 years ago, when a farmer uncle dug down with one hoe, a thick fog spewed out. Soon after, similar events occurred all over the world, quickly enveloping the globe in dense mist. Countless never-before-seen demonic beasts emerged from the mist, attacking humans. In just 2 years, the global population plummeted by 60%. Fortunately, humans found a way to survive in the crisis. Some people with heightened senses began to awaken their weapon spirits. With the immense power granted by these weapon spirits, humans continuously fought back against the demonic beasts, rebuilding shelters in the ruins. As the number of spirit masters increased, humans ultimately reached a delicate balance with the demonic beasts. Giselle looked back at Zachariah beside her, her face pale, but retaining the beauty of her youth. Tai'e, pay respects to your father, and try once again to establish a connection with the peerless sword. Zachariah nodded. Father, as my spirit awakens tomorrow, I hope your soul can bless us. Before he could finish, Zachariah's head received a heavy smack. Speak again. Who told you that your father is dead? How many times have I told you? This is an immortal tablet, not a mortal tablet. Zachariah's father had gone missing 10 years ago. Apart from finding his weapon spirit, the City Patrol Bureau had no other information. Many people speculated that he was already dead. However, Giselle maintained her stance. She wanted to see him alive or find his body if he were dead. Seeing his angry mother, Zachariah hurriedly changed his words. Father, I'm participating in the spirit awakening ceremony tomorrow. Talk to the peerless sword and let it bond with me. Incense slowly rose, and under his mother's expectant gaze, Zachariah gradually extended his hand towards the peerless sword in front of the spirit tablet. A faint blue light bloomed from Zachariah's palm. After a long while. Still, there was no change in the sword. Giselle sighed. It's still not working. Zachariah helplessly withdrew his spirit energy, looking at his mother with some shame in his eyes. Giselle smiled gently. It's okay, Tai'e. If you can't awaken a weapon spirit, then so be it. We'll work harder in the future, as long as we're alive. After the demonic beast invasion, the human world underwent massive changes. Many professions had to be taken up by spirit masters. Ordinary people who couldn't awaken weapon spirits could only do exhausting, low-paying jobs. Their lives were extremely miserable. Suddenly, Giselle's legs gave way, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, Zachariah caught her in time. Mom, are you alright? Giselle gave a bitter smile. Just an old problem. You know this. Help me rest in the bedroom. 5 years ago, Zachariah's mother mysteriously contracted a strange illness, leaving her extremely weak, often falling into unconsciousness unexpectedly. The hospital couldn't detect any cause, and the only remedy was taking extremely expensive medication to suppress it. After settling his mother down, Zachariah planned to return to his room. But Giselle suddenly held on to him. Tai'e, Mom doesn't ask you to become someone extraordinary. I just hope you don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zachariah nodded, waiting until Giselle fell into deep sleep before quietly returning to his room. Lying on his bed, hands behind his head, and legs crossed, Zachariah stared blankly at the moths fluttering around the incandescent lamp. A moment later, he reached toward the lamp, and a faint blue light gradually appeared in his palm. A rusty, blood-stained broken sword appeared in his hand. The broken sword, less than a foot long, was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter like glass with any more force. He secretly channeled his spirit energy, pouring it into the broken sword in his hand. But after only a few moments, the broken sword could no longer absorb any more. He couldn't help but sigh. This weapon spirit still won't resonate. After tomorrow's ceremony, it looks like I'll be expelled from school. For a moment, Zachariah fell silent. In this era, all resources were prioritized for spirit masters. Out of 10 ordinary people, 3 might have children who possess companion weapon spirits. However, among those with companion weapon spirits, only half would awaken successfully at most. After turning 18, those who possessed and awakened their weapon spirits would become the elite. Those who possessed but failed to awaken their weapon spirits would revert to ordinary lives. Zachariah wasn't upset because he couldn't accept the shift in his identity. He was simply worried. If he truly became an ordinary person, how would he gather the money for his mother's expensive medication? If the peerless sword were my weapon spirit, at least there wouldn't be a problem with paying for mom's medicine. Weapon spirits range from F to SSS rank, corresponding to spirit masters from 1st to 9th tier. The higher the rank of the weapon spirit, the higher the tier of the spirit master, and the more subsidies they could enjoy. It was rumored that there were even higher tier weapon spirits beyond SSS, but no one had seen them in 300 years. The peerless sword left behind by Zachariah's father was an A-ranked weapon spirit. Even if an ordinary person somehow contracted it, they would instantly rise to prominence, achieving life's peak. But clearly, Zachariah was not that lucky person. Zachariah's thoughts grew increasingly restless. He thought back and forth, unsure how he would gather money for his mother's medicine if he became an ordinary person. Arg, why am I not a high-tier weapon spirit owner? Why can't I awaken when I clearly have a weapon spirit? Dad, tell me, what should I do? Detecting eligible host, weapon spirit cultivation system binding. Please wait. A cold, mechanical voice abruptly sounded in Zachariah's ear. Zachariah abruptly sat up, alert. Oh my god, did Dad really come? System binding successful. Zachariah immediately stood up, scanning his small room. Dad, don't joke around. You're my real dad. Detecting host weapon spirit, please wait. The familiar voice rang out again. This time, Zachariah finally heard it clearly. It seemed to be originating from within his mind. Detected host weapon spirit as Garner. Mission triggered. Please participate in the weapon spirit awakening ceremony. Complete the mission for a random reward. Chapter 2, Hurley Awakens. Chapter 2. Morning light bathed the athletic field of Victoria City's 3rd high school. 15 classes of the senior year were lined up in 3 columns, whispering and discussing the events unfolding ahead. At the front of each column stood a sophisticated instrument. As each student stepped forward, their equipment spirit would manifest a shadowy figure under the resonance of the instrument. Some appeared human-like, others as monstrous beasts. The higher the rank, the more brilliant the radiance emitted. Beside each device stood a teacher recording the data generated by the students' awakening processes. Memphis Ming, Equipment Spirit Cleaver, Successful Awakening, Grade E. Alessio, Equipment Spirit Linked Crossbow, Successful Awakening, Grade E. Tiger, Equipment Spirit Yellow Flower Red-Eyed Chicken, Failed to Awaken. Zachariah quietly stood midway in the queue, staring at a faint blue screen visible only to him. Equipment Spirit, Garner, not awakened. Quality, unknown. Effect, unknown. Experience, unknown. Compatibility, unknown. Refinement times, 0. Zachariah propped his chin with one hand, murmuring silently. The Equipment Spirit Cultivation System, by the literal meaning, it's about nurturing an equipment spirit like raising a child. If all this is true, then no matter how weak my equipment spirit may be now, it can eventually achieve good quality. Then with a thought, the screen before him changed to show another set of data. Host, Zachariah. Level, Zeroth Tier, 3 stars. Experience, 0%. Ability, none. Martial techniques, none. Physique, 5. Another thought from Zachariah caused the data to transform into new imagery. It was 18 sword boxes bound by a heavy iron chain rusted with age, floating and undulating in endless darkness. Zachariah's gaze lingered on each box, directly sensing either defiance, contempt, or indifference within them. The number 1 equipment spirit finds you unworthy due to your low strength. The number 2 equipment spirit gives you a disdainful glance for lacking the will to dominate the world. Your appearance greatly pleases the number 13 equipment spirit. It wishes to cultivate with you intensely until your death. Your gaze offends the number 18 equipment spirit, which attempts to break free and tear you apart. Zachariah felt speechless. Who knows if this lousy system is reliable? With a shift of focus, he exited the interface. A refreshing fragrance wafted over, accompanied by a pleasant voice beside Zachariah's ear. Zachariah, do you have confidence? Turning back, he saw the school beauty, Alicia. Her large eyes exuded innocence, her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, emitting a heart-soothing fragrance, irresistible not to admire more. Zachariah smiled wryly. Let's leave it to fate. Alicia blinked her eyes. So little faith? Zachariah shrugged just as someone called out from the front row. Fawn, come line up in front of me. Following the voice, Zachariah saw Ian, a young master from the neighboring class. Alicia nodded at him, then gently patted Zachariah's shoulder. Zachariah, don't feel down. Trust me, you can do it. She quickly walked ahead, but suddenly turned back, sticking her tongue out playfully at Zachariah. Don't report my cutting in line to the teachers. Her playful gesture left Zachariah touched. When she reached Ian, Zachariah noticed a flicker of disdain in Ian's eyes toward him, seeming to imply, unsharp swords and scrawny horses, what do you have to fight me with? The equipment spirit awakening continued. Soon, it was Alicia's turn. Everyone fell silent unanimously. All wanted to know what kind of equipment spirit the genius Teresa of 3rd High would awaken. She lightly lifted her hand, and a blood-red rose appeared in her grasp. Next, her spiritual energy flowed, making her long hair move despite the lack of wind, emanating a powerful aura from her equipment spirit. In an instant, a shadow emerged from the blood-colored rose, a cold gaze, adorned in splendid armor, hugging a graceful longsword. Alicia, A-class equipment spirit Kira, successful awakening. For a moment, the entire crowd was stunned. An A-class equipment spirit is 1 in 1,000. Perhaps not even 10 such spirits exist throughout Victoria City. Moreover, the Jasper family is an elite in Victoria City. If cultivated properly, this A-class equipment spirit could eventually break through to S-class, possibly even SS class. A flicker of envy passed through Zachariah's eyes. But he quickly adjusted his expression. No need to envy others, I must rise to the sky on my own. After a brief moment of excitement, another round of exclamations arose. Ian, B-class equipment spirit Serpent Man, successful awakening. Though B-class equipment spirits are less rare than A-class ones, they are still rare treasures in the city. A B-class equipment spirit master would mostly become a core member of some organization. Zachariah looked at the testing platform. On it, Ian's equipment spirit was a large emerald green broadsword with a robust shadow on it. It had a snake head and human body, hands crossed over its chest, the tongue flicking in and out. Ian, standing in front of the snake man, had a smug look on his face. That's unfair. Ian relies on his family's wealth. I've never seen him study seriously. Why did he awaken a B-class equipment spirit? Yeah, he never attends martial arts classes and sleeps through theoretical lectures. It's so unfair. Stop complaining. With his wealthy family, how do you know he doesn't have private tutors? We rely on fate, but he relies on money. Even if he only has a B-class equipment spirit, or even no equipment spirit, his father can get one for him. The queue moved slowly forward. After a long while, it was Zachariah's turn. Following the teacher's instructions, Zachariah materialized his broken saber and placed it in the instrument, continuously channeling spiritual energy. He could clearly sense a similarly massive spiritual energy within the instrument, resonating with him and trying to awaken the broken saber. Who is this guy? Anyone know why his awakening process is different from ours? Based on past experience, a non-awakened equipment spirit never emits light. If it does, it must be awakened. What's going on with him? Right. Maybe the instrument is malfunctioning. On the platform, Zachariah's broken saber flickered on and off, emitting faint glimmers whenever it was about to fade completely. The teacher beside the platform frowned, contemplating whether to ask Zachariah to stop and check the instrument first. Zachariah's brows were also furrowed due to the system message in his mind. Detected host awakening equipment spirit. Task completed. Garner experience +10, compatibility +1. Reward, mutual progress. Host will gain experience along with the equipment spirit when completing tasks or defeating opponents. Reward, stealth martial technique. Concealing breath and focus. The host's movements will always be unpredictable. Reward, 100% awakening opportunity, already used for Garner. Garner is awakening. Please wait. In an instant, the testing instrument emitted brilliant light, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 3 Trial Puppet. A man, clad in rough linen clothes and hiding his figure under a tattered straw hat, appeared before everyone, holding a broken sword. The brim of the hat hung low, obscuring his face. Only his deep-set eyes were visible, shining like stars in the night sky. However, those eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and heavy dark circles enveloped them tightly. An overwhelming aura of exhaustion permeated his entire body. In his hand, he held another nearly shattered broken sword. Zachariah, F-rank device Spirit Hurley. Activation successful. For a moment, fragmented murmurs rose among the crowd. Making such a big fuss, I thought it was another activation of a C-rank or higher device spirit. Don't say that. At least it activated successfully. There's some subsidy every month. What use is an F-rank device spirit? To be cannon fodder in the Great Fog. Speaking of rarity, F-rank spirits are just as rare as S-rank or above. Ignoring the cold ridicule behind him, Zachariah was inwardly thrilled. At least he had confirmed that the system really worked. Based on his understanding of the system, to grow stronger, others had to either continuously absorb spiritual energy to refine themselves and their device spirits, or spend money on potions. However, for him to become stronger, there were only two things he needed to do: complete missions and defeat opponents. With enough time, he could even become the strongest Ling Master in human history. Just as he was about to check the system panel, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Hey, Zachariah. Congratulations. Turning around, Zachariah saw Alicia standing there. Congratulate me for what? It's just an F-rank. If anything, I should be congratulating you, Miss A-rank talent. Alicia lightly punched Zachariah on the chest. If you keep teasing me, I won't talk to you anymore. Pausing, she then said worriedly, Zachariah, you need to work hard. In 2 months, there will be the school recruitment. Your device spirit needs to reach at least E-rank to have any chance of being recruited by a company or organization. In this new era, all students who turned 18 would directly enter society. After all, schools taught far too little in this age. Zachariah smiled faintly. It's fine. Worst case, I'll stay in Rainbow City for life. With your device spirit quality, you should get into a good unit, right? Alicia shot him a glare but nodded nonetheless. Entering Yi-clan shouldn't be a problem, but I want to join their core team. Zachariah was taken aback. This was the first time he realized that this pure-hearted school beauty harbored such ambitions. Yi-clan was the largest mercenary group within the borders of Daxia, its development momentum even surpassing the officially sanctioned demon suppression army. They covered various industries, including mercenaries, water, electricity, potions, real estate, healthcare, and mission guilds. There was even a saying that every person in Daxia would inevitably encounter Yi-clan from birth to death. Their core team consisted of 12 units, forming the backbone of the Yi-clan. Each member entering the core team was considered the pinnacle of talent. Zachariah smiled. Keep going. You definitely can make it. As they teased each other, neither noticed Ian's envious gaze from the crowd. Suddenly, the crowd was in uproar. 40 to 50 strange figures approached the student group from all directions, leaving trails of stench. What the hell is that? How many are there? Beasts. They're ghost-faced men, second rank. How did they get into the city? Call the city patrol quickly. Don't panic. Aren't the teachers here? As long as the teachers protect us, we have nothing to fear. The teachers responsible for maintaining order immediately shielded the students behind them, activating their device spirits to deal with the incoming ghost-faced men. However, for some reason, the teachers who usually spoke confidently were being suppressed by the ghost-faced men, along with their device spirits. Some bold students with high-rank device spirits, seeing this, also activated their spirits and joined the battle. But these students, lacking practical combat experience, were quickly killed by the ghost-faced men. The bloody scene caused even more chaos on the athletic field. Some teachers, concerned about their students, were injured by the ghost-faced men due to distraction. However, Zachariah looked puzzled. According to what he read in textbooks, ghost-faced men were nocturnal beasts. Why would they appear during the day? Moreover, Rainbow City had strict defenses. Even if some beasts managed to sneak in, there wouldn't be more than a few scattered ones. How did so many appear all at once? Furthermore, although second-rank beasts were formidable, every teacher had extensive combat experience. Why were they being suppressed so badly? Suddenly, a ghost-faced man lunged at Zachariah and Alicia. Alicia immediately shielded Zachariah behind her. Zachariah, stay back. A slender long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and an imposing shadow flashed behind Alicia before disappearing into her body. Her gaze became extremely sharp. Zachariah could clearly sense that Alicia's aura had significantly increased in an instant. Just as Alicia was about to charge forward to fight, Ian's figure appeared in front of her. He swung his large saber, blocking the ghost-faced man's claws. Fawn, these beasts aren't worthy for you to deal with. Then he glanced at Zachariah, the disdain in his eyes evident. I won't be like some useless people who only hide behind women. Alicia ignored him and whispered to Zachariah, take care of yourself. Then she ran towards another group of classmates who were struggling. Triggered mission, please kill the trial puppets. In an instant, Zachariah understood everything. These so-called ghost-faced men were just trial puppets used by large organizations to train new members. If so, the sharp claws on the puppets should be special fake death training devices. Those hit would fall into a state of apparent death. Ian spat at Zachariah. Waste. Stay away from Fawn. The gap between you and us was determined from the moment we awakened our device spirits. With that, he again charged at the ghost-faced men with his large saber. However, a confident smile spread across Zachariah's lips. Since it was just a trial, those organizing it must be hiding somewhere, observing them. Their purpose was certainly to see who could perform best amid chaos. As for who was really waste, it would soon be revealed. A shadow surged from Hurley, then it merged into Zachariah's body. Suddenly, Zachariah felt much stronger, his gaze becoming sharper. Zachariah moved silently. Stealth. Activate. He quickly walked through the crowd. The students around him and the ghost-faced men rushing towards him seemed not to notice him at all, letting him get closer to Ian. At this moment, Ian was continuously swinging his large saber at the ghost-faced men. Although he had the upper hand, he couldn't completely defeat the ghost-faced men. He clenched his teeth, pouring all his spiritual energy into his saber, and struck down hard. One could faintly see a giant snake opening its bloody mouth within the saber. The ghost-faced man, panicking, rolled to the side. But before he could stand up, a broken sword pierced through its chest, bloodstained. A cold voice rang in Zachariah's mind. Killed one trial puppet. Hurley experience +5. Mutual progress activation. Host experience +5. Indeed, these were all trial puppets. They only had the appearance of ghost-faced men, but their strength was limited to first-rank beasts. Ian roared angrily. Zachariah, why are you here causing trouble? As the child of the city's elite, he had already known this was a trial, and the top 3 performers would receive rewards from the school. By snatching the kill, Zachariah was no different from stealing the reward that should have belonged to him. Zachariah smiled at the stunned Ian. We're all classmates. Helping each other is natural. No need to thank me. With that, he leaped toward another ghost-faced man surrounded by others. Chapter 4 Jealousy. Ian glared at Zachariah's retreating back, angrily stomping his foot before once again swinging his large blade and charging at the puppet. The rewards for being in the top 5 of this trial were incredibly generous. First place would even receive a bottle of spirit purifying liquid, the best choice for increasing compatibility with one's spirit artifact. It was important to know that only when the compatibility with a spirit artifact was high enough could a spiritual master unleash its full potential. Moreover, in encounters with some special opponents, sufficiently high compatibility could ensure that the spirit artifact wouldn't betray. To improve efficiency, Ian directly jumped between 2 trial puppets, wielding his large blade against both. Bursts of martial techniques made the 2 puppets barely able to defend themselves. He seemed to see Zachariah's detestable face on the puppets' faces. Die. He seized the opportunity, aiming his large blade at the neck of the puppet on the left. Before the blade struck, under his puzzled gaze, the left puppet collapsed limply. A broken blade was prominently lodged in the puppet's chest. Then, Zachariah reappeared in front of him like a ghost once more. His face still wore that annoying grin. Hey, Ian, let me help you. Killed a trial puppet. Hurley experience +5. Common progress triggered. Host experience +5. Ian looked stunned. His momentum with the blade didn't slow down, but lost balance due to the sudden lack of resistance. At this moment, the other puppet behind him took advantage of the situation. Its claws sliced through his back almost instantly. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him. His eyelids felt heavy, wanting to close, and his body uncontrollably wanted to lie down. Suddenly, he felt like someone had scooped him into their arms. Ian, are you alright? Through blurry vision, he saw Zachariah's smug expression. Hey, you there, catch. With that said, Zachariah tossed Ian towards the safety of the crowd. Immediately, Ian felt a sensation of weightlessness, as if he were floating in the air. Bang! He landed. Sharp pain surged through him, but quickly subsided into dizziness from the wounds. Zachariah, you really deserve to die. His curses went unheard by Zachariah. Zachariah once again plunged the broken blade into the chest of another beast next to him. Killed a trial puppet. Hurley experience +5. Common progress triggered. Host experience +5. Zachariah smiled slightly as he heard the system notification. The broken blade in his hand swung more fiercely, ostensibly helping fellow students relieve pressure, moving among them. Killed a trial puppet. Hurley experience +5. Common progress triggered. Host experience +5. Killed a trial puppet. Hurley experience +10. Common progress triggered. Host experience +10. Killed a trial puppet. Hurley experience +5. Sufficient experience. Do you wish to undergo artifact refinement? Sufficient experience. Do you wish to advance? After a long time, on the entire track field, fallen puppets and students littered the ground, along with medics tending to injured students. The portly principal slowly ascended the podium, hands resting on his cane, watching everything with no expression. He adjusted his glasses and only spoke after everyone had woken up. Now awake, please line up according to your class formations. Confused, everyone still found their respective positions quickly. What happened? Didn't I get killed by a beast? But isn't the principal so calm? Shouldn't they be rushing me to the hospital now? Am I in hell? Damn, why do we have to go to school here too? Shit, I forgot to delete my browsing history. The noisy chatter irritated the principal. He thumped his cane hard, and the entire track field fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, none of you died. The whole thing was merely a live-action trial. Those masked figures were just trial puppets. The field erupted in fragmented discussion once again, prompting another cane thump from the principal. Silence all of you. How can you be talking nonsense here? There's the recruitment in 2 months. Whether it's a large organization like E Corporation or our city's mercenary guild, which doesn't focus on practical compatibility. I'm telling you, most of these trial puppets, I set their combat strength below level 1. They don't even have martial skills. And most people fainted without even trying to fight back. Your performance makes me very disappointed. For a moment, the majority of people lowered their heads in shame. At the back of Class 6 formation, Zachariah stared at the light blue screen in front of him, lost in thought. Spirit artifact, Hurley. Quality, F. Effect, none. Experience, 103%. Compatibility, 25. Refinement times, 0. Experience is sufficient. Do you wish to undergo spirit artifact refinement? I didn't expect that I could refine my spirit artifact. If others knew about this, who knows how jealous they would be. Every successful spirit artificer can refine their spirit artifact, gradually improving its quality and thereby enhancing their own strength. However, refining a spirit artifact is not easy. Regardless of whether one can find the precious materials required for refinement, ordinary people must have substantial financial resources just to locate these materials. If a refinement fails, the same materials must be prepared again. Should I refine it now? Zachariah pondered for a while, but then abandoned the idea. If the commotion during the refinement process were too loud, wouldn't the entire school know his secret? Zachariah brought up his interface again, which, like Hurley's interface, had also reached 103% experience. He was eligible for advancement as well. The principal's speech was coming to an end. However, some students performed exceptionally well. As encouragement, the school will reward them. Below, I will announce the list of names, and those whose names are called should come forward to receive their awards. He pulled out a piece of paper from his neatly pressed suit and began reading names. Class 2, Ferguson, B-grade spirit artifact Roaring Tiger, killed 6 enemies. Reward, 1 plate of spirit gathering capsules. Class 11, Memphis C-High, C-grade spirit artifact Insane Nurse, killed 8 enemies. Reward, 2 plates of spirit gathering capsules. Class 5, Zachariah, F-grade spirit artifact Hurley, killed 13 enemies. Reward, 1 bottle of spirit purifying liquid, 10,000 yuan bonus. Class 5, Alicia, A-grade spirit artifact Astrid, killed 15 enemies. Reward, 1 bottle of spirit purifying liquid, 20,000 yuan bonus. These outstanding students, starting tomorrow, please give them extra attention. After all, they are key to our school's recruitment. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on Zachariah. There were 5 awardees in total, with the lowest grade being C-level spirit artifacts, making Zachariah's F-level spirit artifact stand out oddly. Damn, how did this guy manage to do it? When did F-level spirit artifacts become so powerful? I remember now. When I was killing puppets earlier, he suddenly rushed out shouting that he'd help me finish the kill. He must have known this was a trial from the start. Is there something behind this? Does Zachariah's family have connections with the school leadership? Impossible. I know his family's situation. They're quite poor. Maybe he genuinely wanted to help and ended up winning by chance. Zachariah brushed off these comments as if they were nothing. He felt somewhat depressed inside. Using martial skill stealth to take advantage of opportunities only earned him 2nd place. Indeed, A-grade spirit artifacts deserve their status. He needs to work harder to improve Hurley's quality as soon as possible. Hey Zachariah, you got pretty lucky today, so you owe me a meal. Alicia, standing in position C, tapped Zachariah's shoulder lightly, her face beaming with laughter. Zachariah nodded and smiled slightly. Whatever you say. Their light-hearted interaction caught Ian's eye, who stood at the back of Class 5. His expression turned grim, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails seemed about to embed into his skin. Before fainting, he only managed to kill 2 puppets. Zachariah's repeated actions of intercepting him kept flashing through his mind. Damn, that bastard Zachariah. He must have done it intentionally. All those rewards should have been mine. The person standing next to Fawn should have been me. Chapter 5, A New Life. The bloody sunset lingered in the west, elongating shadows. Zachariah sat cross-legged on the bedroom floor. With a thought, his spirit weapon Hurley materialized in his hand. The blade was marred with cracks and covered in rust. The handle, made of some unknown leather, was stained with dust and blood. Frowning, Zachariah scrutinized his spirit weapon. Why does my spirit weapon always feel like it's secondhand? This wasn't the first time he had examined Hurley, but as far as he knew, other people's spirit weapons, even those at the F rank, were never as tattered as his. Hey, Hurley, shouldn't you show yourself? As if in response, a shadowy figure appeared slowly from the broken sword, a man wearing a straw hat and rough linen clothes. Just like before, his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Moreover, Zachariah could sense a trace of coldness in his gaze, not just towards him as a spirit master, but also a general coldness towards life. It seems the affinity is still a bit low. Zachariah pulled over a plastic basin filled with water and some other materials that were already prepared. Hurley glanced at Zachariah before once again retreating into the broken sword. Zachariah gently placed the broken sword into the basin and retrieved the school-rewarded purification liquid from his system. He had discovered this function accidentally. The space where 18 sword boxes floated could be used as storage. The light blue purification liquid flowed slowly into the basin. Soon, gentle energy began seeping into the broken sword. Bloodstains and rust gradually loosened and fell away. Zachariah could clearly feel Hurley being nourished, and the bond between them was slowly strengthening. The spirit weapon Hurley is being nourished, affinity +1. The spirit weapon Hurley is being nourished, affinity +1. The spirit weapon Hurley is being nourished, affinity +1. The system voice continued to sound intermittently, while the originally light blue liquid in the basin gradually turned red with bloodstains and rust. After half an hour, the system stopped announcing, and Zachariah took out the broken sword, wiping it clean with a soft cloth he had prepared. There were still rust and blood stains left on the sword, but at least its sharp edge was now visible. Hurley senses your care, affinity +1. This sudden increase in affinity surprised Zachariah. He immediately checked Hurley's attribute page. Spirit weapon, Hurley. Quality, F. Effect, none. Experience, 103%. Affinity, 36. Refinement times, 0. Experience sufficient. Would you like to refine the spirit weapon? The purification increased the affinity by 10 points, and just cleaning the sword added another point. It seems that as long as I make the spirit weapon feel cared for, the affinity will increase. Zachariah focused on the last line of text. It's time to refine the spirit weapon. With that thought, Zachariah chose yes. A powerful energy surged unexpectedly into the broken sword. In Zachariah's eyes, the remaining rust and bloodstains on the sword faded away. The broken sword seemed reborn, revealing a chilling aura. The F-grade spirit weapon Hurley has been refined to E-grade, affinity +10. Hurley awakens effect 1, chilling blade, which concentrates spiritual energy on the blade, extending the blade glow and significantly increasing damage. Having just refined the spirit weapon, Zachariah immediately chose to level up himself. Experience sufficient. Host leveling up. Host level upgraded from 0 level 3 stars to 0 level 7 stars. Physical strength greatly enhanced. A mysterious energy flooded into Zachariah's body. Moments later, he heard 3 or 4 faint cracking sounds, followed by several dull thuds from his body. Zachariah slowly opened his eyes and noticed that the shadow of Hurley had already appeared on the broken sword. His expression remained cold, but the fatigue was gone. When he looked at Zachariah, there seemed to be a hint of complexity in his eyes. He met Zachariah's gaze and nodded slightly, seemingly expressing gratitude. Zachariah noticed that Hurley's shadow seemed more substantial than before. Apparently, after upgrading, Hurley's form has become more solid. I wonder when it will be able to manifest physically like Father's spirit weapon, without needing any spiritual energy infusion. Spirit weapons initially exist only within the Spirit Master and can only manifest outside when powered by spiritual energy. However, as long as the spirit weapon's quality is high enough and the Spirit Master nurtures it wholeheartedly, it can exist in the real world just like a real tool. Zachariah thought for a moment, then opened the system page. Host, Zachariah. Level, 0 rank 7 stars. Experience, 3%. Ability, common progress. Martial skill, stealth. Physique, 85. So I've advanced to 0 rank 7 stars. It feels like the last advancement was last year. Zachariah's eyes scanned each line. When he noticed the physique at the bottom, his eyes widened. Damn, 85 at 0 rank 7 stars. Physique is a comprehensive index that includes spiritual energy, physical strength, mental power, endurance, and many other metrics. Generally, every time a Spirit Master advances in rank, their physique will improve. Though everyone's constitution varies, leading to different enhancements. Breaking through to first rank usually results in a physique around 100. But Zachariah had reached 85 while still at 0 rank 7 stars, which left him astonished. Zachariah then brought up the interface for his spirit weapon, Hurley, and examined it carefully. Spirit weapon, Hurley. Quality E. Effect 1, chilling blade. Experience, 3%. Affinity, 47. Refinement times, 1. It seems once the spirit weapon completes refinement, it can advance in rank, which in turn improves its quality. And because of the common progress ability, I gained enough experience to also advance. Zachariah unconsciously walked to the window, gazing at the towering walls of Victoria City. A sudden thought surged in his heart. Maybe I should go out and explore the city. With this thought, he bent down and pulled a box from under the bed. Inside the box were some protective gear, covered with dust on top. These were prepared by his father as his coming-of-age gift when he was very young. He never thought that it would take him until now to have the courage to wear them. After Zachariah wiped each piece of protective gear clean, night had already fallen. He tried putting the gear on. It fit perfectly. Mom really has a knack for it. She got my size right. He quietly approached his mother's room, where she was still sleeping deeply. Leaving a note, Zachariah gently closed the door. In the darkness, a lithe figure moved briskly towards the city gate. It seemed as though he wasn't stepping into danger, but was instead embarking on a new life. Chapter 6, The Hunt. Under the hazy moonlight, Zachariah's figure appeared at the city gate. At the city gate guard's post, 2 men dressed in the patrol uniforms of the city yard stopped him. Hey, what are you doing? Leaving the city at this hour? Zachariah smiled. I'm going out to hunt some beast monsters and make some extra money. Beast monster materials had various uses in this era, and without exception, they were mostly very valuable. Many spirit masters with some power but temporarily not having missions would regard hunting as a transitional job. This was an excellent excuse. The man who looked rather rugged among the guards, evidently the captain, scrutinized Zachariah up and down. Are you already rank 1? After the rampage of beast monsters, every shelter city in Great Xia had a common rule. Spirit masters under rank 1 were not allowed to leave the city on principle. Beast monsters lurked invisibly in the thick fog, and the outside world was unregulated. However, compared to beast monsters, some malicious spirit masters were more dangerous. This rule was naturally meant to protect low-rank spirit masters. In the past, Zachariah was not strong enough and never left the city in his 18 years. But tonight, Zachariah realized he must leave the city if he wanted to boost his strength faster. He shook his head. 0 rank, 7 stars. The man frowned. You want to leave the city with such little power? Don't you cherish your life? Zachariah shrugged. My family is really short of money. There's nothing I can do about it. The man nodded and then instructed one of his subordinates nearby. Give him an application for leaving the city. Soon, the application form was brought over. Zachariah skimmed through it. Its contents were straightforward. It basically stated that the applicant understood the shelter city rules, but chose to leave willingly. All matters occurring outside the city were unrelated to the city patrol yard. Zachariah filled in his information quickly and handed it over to the man. The man scanned it briefly. You're a student from number 3 middle school. Zachariah nodded. Do you know teacher Edna? Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but glance at the man's nameplate, which read Zoran. She's my homeroom teacher. Zoran nodded and said to someone inside the guard room, let him pass. Thank you, Captain Zhang. A smirk tugged at Zoran's lips as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Amidst the clouds of smoke, he said, stay safe. Thick fog enveloped the outskirts of the city, and the sky grew darker. Zachariah's shadow gradually disappeared into the fog. A young recruit of the city patrol yard asked Zoran beside him. Captain, do you think this kid will come back? It's the first time I've seen someone dare to leave the city alone without reaching a rank. Zoran shrugged. Hopefully he won't die. Otherwise, his homeroom teacher will kill me. The young recruit teased. Since that's the case, how could you let him go? Zoran exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a sigh, "Respect other people's fate and don't have a savior complex. Going out is his choice, getting disciplined is just my bad luck." In the fog, Zachariah walked along the broken cement road. On both sides were collapsed steel and concrete structures, as well as shops abandoned for who knows how long. Behind him, Victoria City loomed like a huge beast lying down, watching as Zachariah ventured into the dense fog. Occasionally, unknown creatures darted out, making Zachariah wary. Zachariah carried a long sword, cautiously walking swiftly through the ruins. His agile figure, with eyes sharp as stars, was incredibly keen in the darkness. Soon he reached deeper into the outskirts of the ruins. In the distance, a bright green serpent, moving slowly using its head and tail, stretched out like a bridge, proceeded unhurriedly. "It's a rank 2 bridge snake. Can't fight it. Retreat." Zachariah turned and vanished into the night. He was no fool to attempt a hopeless fight without assurance. Even though he now possessed a system, it still required time to grow stronger. Before long, Zachariah arrived at a collapsed gas station. The rustling sound was quite obvious in the silent night. Zachariah hid behind a pillar exposed with steel bars and peered toward the source of the sound. Inside the dilapidated rest area of the gas station, 2 lion-like yellow dogs were enjoying themselves. "These are rank 1 heavenly dogs. It's your misfortune to encounter me." The heavenly dog was one of the stronger types of rank 1 beast monsters with a strong territorial sense. Wherever it was, there usually weren't other beast monsters lurking around. For Zachariah, this meant he didn't have to worry about other dangers popping up unexpectedly. He crept silently to the door and picked up a rock nearby, throwing it forcefully towards a distance. Click. Though the sound wasn't loud, the 2 heavenly dogs inside instantly quieted down. Moments later, a regal head topped with a pair of emerald green eyes peeked out from behind the door, scanning the surroundings warily. Zachariah held his breath, tightly gripping the long sword in his hands. The heavenly dog did not notice the anomaly behind the door. It took a few more steps forward, trying to investigate the source of the sound. Yet it still found nothing unusual. Just as it was about to return to its den to continue what it left unfinished, a sudden surge of intense danger filled its heart. It swiftly turned around, only to see a slender figure already standing behind it. It tried to roar and pounce at him. However, it unexpectedly found itself unable to make any sound. Its head spun in midair, and it could even see its body collapsing helplessly on the ground with a dull thud. Garner has defeated a rank 1 heavenly dog, gaining plus 75 experience. Co-progression triggered. Host gains plus 75 experience. Looking at the severed body of the heavenly dog, Zachariah's lips curled up slightly. He glanced back at the restroom behind him and hid once again by the door. The scent of blood from the dead heavenly dog spread through the air, and Zachariah was certain that the other one inside would come out. After a moment, Zachariah's brows involuntarily knitted together. What's going on? Why hasn't it come out yet? A strong sense of unease enveloped Zachariah. His heightened senses made him particularly alert. Something seemed to be coming at him from behind. Without hesitation, Zachariah rolled to the side. A slightly slimmer figure lunged at where Zachariah had just been. Its fangs bared, eyes gleaming fiercely, and its face contorted into a vicious snarl, as if eager to tear the intruder to shreds. Before Zachariah could stand up, it pounced at him again. Clang. The foul-smelling canine teeth collided directly with Zachariah's long sword. Zachariah tried to pull the sword out, but the heavenly dog's powerful bite force kept it firmly in place. Zachariah let go of the sword with both hands and kicked hard at its abdomen. Garner flew backward along with the heavenly dog. At the same time, he moved closer. As Garner was about to land, it seemed to have gained a mind of its own, flashing past as a shadow before returning to Zachariah's hand. Thanks, Garner. At the moment the heavenly dog landed, Zachariah sat down on its body. Puncture. Garner struck accurately into its neck, dark red blood gushing out continuously. The heavenly dog struggled more fiercely, opening its mouth in attempts to bite Zachariah off its back. Its 2 front paws clawed at Zachariah desperately while its body writhed, nearly throwing him off. Zachariah didn't stop for a second, repeatedly stabbing and pulling Garner in and out of the heavenly dog's body. Until it finally expired. Chapter 7, Ever-Changing. Qilin, Artifact Spirit, defeated a rank 1 heavenly dog. Experience plus 75. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 75. Not until the system's voice sounded did Zachariah finally let out a breath of relief. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air in large gulps. Sweat drenched his hair, and the blood of the heavenly dog splattered all over his body and face. At this moment, he resembled a blood-soaked Azura. Only he knew how perilous the scene had been just now. After a long while, he finally managed to stand up. Looking at the uneven wrist guard on his arm, he couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. It seems even a relatively strong rank 1 monster is too much for me to provoke right now. Zachariah rested for a moment before getting up and preparing to cut off the canine teeth, spine, and fur from the heavenly dog. These were valuable items that he couldn't afford to miss. Just as he was about to make the cut, Zachariah looked at the heavenly dog in front of him and suddenly realized something. This heavenly dog seems weaker than the previous one. Moreover, it appears more emaciated. Zachariah immediately turned it over, pressing lightly on its chest, causing a spray of milky white liquid to shoot out. Milk producing. Subconsciously, Zachariah glanced towards the abandoned resting room behind him, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. With his long knife in hand, he slowly walked towards the resting room. In the corner of the restroom, 4 heavenly dog pups were hidden under weeds. Without hesitation, Zachariah thrust his long knife downwards. Qilin, Artifact Spirit, defeated a rank 1 heavenly dog pup. Experience plus 35. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 35. A short while later, the 4 heavenly dog pups met their demise under Zachariah's blade. Zachariah's gaze involuntarily focused once again on the Artifact Spirit interface. Now both Qilin and his own experience had risen to 30%. Seems like with just a few more monsters hunted, both the Artifact Spirit and I will advance to the next level. Having efficiently gathered materials from the 6 heavenly dogs, Zachariah dove back into the ruins shortly after. Instead of going deeper into the ruins, Zachariah chose to roam around the outskirts. Through his battle with the heavenly dog, he became more aware of his own combat abilities. Direct confrontation with a rank 1 monster was too risky for him at this time, even if he could kill them. The unranked monsters that spirit masters despised the most were, in fact, his best choice. While the materials they provided might not be very valuable, they were the best option for Zachariah to quickly advance. At the edge of Victoria City, near the ruins, the unranked monsters that rarely encountered spirit master sweeps were now facing their disaster. Qilin, Artifact Spirit, defeated an unranked bloodthirsty rat. Experience, plus 15. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 15. Qilin, Artifact Spirit, defeated an unranked long-tongued frog. Experience, plus 10. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 10. Qilin, Artifact Spirit, defeated an unranked green-tailed eagle. Experience, plus 20. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 20. This disaster seemed endless, and Qilin's experience was growing rapidly. As dawn broke, many spirit masters emerging from deep within the ruins were astonished to see monster corpses every 5 steps and pools of blood every 10 steps around the perimeter. Wow, what happened to these unranked monsters? How did they all die together? Was it a high-rank monster coming out from the depths to slaughter here? No, this looks more like someone's doing. Who would be so bored as to spend the whole night killing trash monsters? What's the point in killing them? That day, the hottest topic in Victoria City was about the insane person who slaughtered countless unranked monsters. However, the instigator, Zachariah, continued hunting monsters at the edge of the ruins far from Victoria City. Qilin, Artifact Spirit, defeated a red-eyed unicorn. Rank 1 monster. Experience, plus 85. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 85. When another rank 1 red-eyed unicorn fell under Zachariah's blade, the familiar system voice rang in his ears again. Sufficient experience. Do you wish to refine the Artifact Spirit? Sufficient experience. Do you choose to advance in level? Zachariah chose, yes, without hesitation. A subtle yet powerful force surged from within Zachariah, flowing through his hands into the broken sword in his grasp. Qilin rose into the air without warning, and Zachariah could feel it like parched land crazily devouring the energy pouring out from him. During the refining process, amidst the powerful spiritual energy, some unknown substances continuously fused into the broken sword. Under the influence of this abundant spiritual energy, the broken sword gradually extended beyond 3 feet. In just a moment, the sword, which had been only 1 foot long, instantly grew to over 4 feet. Refinement successful. E-Class Artifact Spirit, Garner, successfully advanced to D-Class Artifact Spirit, compatibility plus 10. Artifact Spirit, Garner, awakened effect 2, ever-changing. The blade will transform into any shape according to the host's will. The moment Garner was refined, Zachariah fell into a self-forgetful state. His advancement began once again. The surging spiritual energy continuously refined his body, and Zachariah seemed to hear something breaking within him. Host level increased from 0 rank 7 stars to first rank 2 stars. Physical strength greatly enhanced. Congratulations on advancing to the first rank. Reward with martial skill, backstab, allowing the host to instantly appear behind the opponent after completing an attack to perform a second strike. The surging spiritual energy in Zachariah's body gradually calmed down. He subconsciously clenched his fists. Physical strength has been enhanced again. I wonder how strong I am now. With a thought, Zachariah called up his data panel. Host, Zachariah. Level, first rank 2 stars. Experience, 1%. Ability, mutual progress. Martial skills, concealment, backstab. Physical strength, 395. Zachariah widened his eyes, looking at the data before him in disbelief. 395? Almost matching that of a third-rank spirit master. In Zachariah's understanding, excluding some special physiques, the standard for reaching third rank was generally set at a physical strength of 500. Yet, he was only at first rank 2 stars. And just yesterday, he had been a common spirit master with a physical strength of 5. Calming himself, Zachariah noticed a faint blue light orb dancing around freely. Perhaps sensing Zachariah's gaze, the orb swiftly floated to his face. Only then did Zachariah realize it was his artifact spirit, Garner. The change in the broken sword was too dramatic. The damaged blade had been fully restored, not showing even a hint of wear. The only thing unchanged was the pattern of cracks all over the blade like shining starlight. Those irregular patterns gave it a unique beauty. A shadow emerged from the long sword, lifting its head slowly. Beneath the faded yellow bamboo hat were resolute eyes. This time, Zachariah clearly saw his face. The fatigue had completely disappeared. His face wasn't particularly handsome, but covered with stubble. The previously solid figure now appeared more substantial. But Zachariah also sensed a strong aura of the martial world. It might have been Zachariah's illusion, but he could read gratitude in that calm face. Artifact Spirit, Garner. Quality D. Effect 1, Sudden Cold Glow. Effect 2, Ever-Changing. Experience, 1%. Compatibility, 57. Refinement times, 2. The shadow of Garner gradually faded away, eventually returning to the long sword and slowly falling back into Zachariah's hand. This time, Zachariah felt a sharp killing intent from the blade, unhidden. An indescribable excitement filled Zachariah's heart. This was his fastest day of progress in years. Suddenly, a soft footstep caught Zachariah's attention. He furrowed his brows, quickly hiding in the nearby bushes, holding his breath and silently observing the source of the sound. Chapter 8. The Irritable Teacher. The enhancement of his physique made his 5 senses sharper. Zachariah unconsciously tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Before long, 3 first-stage red-eyed unicorn demons appeared where Zachariah had just been. When they saw their companion lying dead at Zachariah's hand, they started howling to the sky. Then they began circling around the corpse of their companion in a dance. Zachariah stared intently at them, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. When the 3 demons coincidentally lined up, Zachariah's figure darted out from the bushes. Just one slash. A pale blue blade glow lunged fiercely towards the three demonic beasts in an instant. Thud thud thud. The three demonic beasts were gravely injured in the blink of an eye. However, before they could react, Zachariah vanished. Backstab. Activated. A long sword composed of fragments pierced through the chest of the middle demon. The two outer demons had not yet recovered from their shock when they saw the blade's edge gradually fade away. The next moment, two flashes of cold light pierced through from the shoulders of the middle demon, heading straight for the heads of the other two demons. Thud thud. All three red-eyed unicorns were wiped out. Weapon Spirit. Hurley. Killed red-eyed unicorn demon. First stage demonic beast. Experience, plus 85. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 85. Weapon Spirit. Hurley. Killed red-eyed unicorn demon. First stage demonic beast. Experience, plus 85. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 85. Weapon Spirit. Hurley. Killed red-eyed unicorn demon. First stage demonic beast. Experience, plus 85. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience, plus 85. Zachariah muttered. I didn't expect the new martial technique and effects to work together so powerfully. As he spoke, Zachariah already envisioned many potential uses in different scenarios. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm abruptly rang out. Zachariah pulled out his phone and found it was his reminder alarm. Don't forget Nate's live combat class at 2 p.m. Instantly, Zachariah's face turned ashen. This is bad. After the campus recruitment, Sanjong High School adopted a laissez-faire approach to teaching all senior students. Students could choose to self-study any course without attending classes. However, the only exception was Nate's live combat class. Although every lesson was always unoriginal, consisting of physical training or student-to-student combat drills, he strictly required that no student miss the class for no reason. Anyone who skipped would face endless criticism and scolding. In a rush, Zachariah was about to sprint toward Victoria City, but hesitated when he saw the demons he had just killed, feeling some reluctance. Never mind, let him scold. This is money. As he spoke, he swung his long sword and chopped off the unicorn's horns. These were valuable goods, each worth about 500 on the market. After harvesting all materials from the four red-eyed unicorns, Zachariah turned and ran toward Victoria City. At Victoria 3rd High School's track field, under the scorching midday sun, more than 50 students from Class 6, Grade 3 were using their weapon spirits for live combat drills. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, slightly overweight with a bald spot on his head, wandered among them. His stern gaze swept over every student, and the ruler in his hand would occasionally strike students. Keep your hands straight. Use force from your waist. Speed, accuracy, and power must not be forgotten. How do you look? Limp and sluggish. I've said this countless times. Essence energy is limited. Use every bit of it for the crucial output points. Combat isn't street fighting. Don't just rely on brute force. You need to think. Analyze your opponent's weaknesses during the fight. I know some of you have high-quality weapon spirits, but don't make your weapon spirits manifest right away to fight alongside you. With your current essence energy level, how long can you maintain manifestation? Abdur roared loudly. Even Alicia, who had the highest talent, dared not say much and could only continue fighting her opponent silently. Ding! The joyful bell rang again, and these students who had been sweating for 2 consecutive periods looked at Abdur furtively, sighing inwardly when they saw he showed no sign of dismissing the class and continued engaging with their opponents. Ding! Not until the bell rang again did Abdur announce loudly. Your monster appreciation teacher is sick, so we'll continue the live combat class for the next 2 periods. Keep practicing until I tell you to stop. The students exchanged glances. Despite being utterly exhausted, none dared to complain. Obviously, this wasn't the first time Abdur did this. All of you give me your best. Don't look so listless and sluggish. Let me tell you, after the campus recruitment, most of you will face real combat. Your opponents won't show any mercy just because you're running out of strength. Most students could only force themselves to continue practicing despite being half-hearted. Abdur scanned the crowd over and over again, seemingly noticing something. His already stern face grew even angrier. Class president. Where's that good-for-nothing Zachariah? Memphis, a short-haired Teresa who was sparring with Alicia, replied loudly while continuing her practice. Nate. I don't know. Abdur grunted coldly and didn't dwell on Zachariah. After a moment's thought, he suddenly bellowed. Everyone, gather around me. The students, who were already exhausted, all let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they could rest for a bit. At least, Bede wasn't being too harsh today. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Everyone, turn left. Start jogging. They looked at each other, utterly drained after 3 straight periods of live combat practice. Now, asking them to run felt like it was going to kill them. A few brave boys gathered their courage and asked, Nate, can we rest for a bit? The strongest among us only has 280 physical stats, and our essence energy is all gone. Abdur shot him a cold glance. Want to rest? Sure. Whenever Zachariah shows up, you can rest. In an instant, everyone felt resentful. So they were being punished because Zachariah skipped class. Now, everyone, start running. Otherwise, I don't mind inviting your parents to school as guests. With no choice, they gritted their teeth and trudged forward in a heavy jog. Amidst the crowd, curses against Zachariah echoed constantly. That bastard Zachariah, why isn't he here for class? Doesn't he know Bede's temper? Maybe something came up. I don't believe it. He probably thinks he's all high and mighty after getting 2nd place in the awakening ceremony. Damn, when I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Count me in. I'm in too. Hey, look, isn't that Zachariah? Everyone turned their heads and saw a lean figure dashing towards the track field along the school path. Chapter 9 Homeroom Teacher. Ring. The bell signaling the end of class rang again. Students, who were exhausted from their exertions, now sat listlessly on the plastic track. Most of them watched the unfolding drama with a mix of schadenfreude. At this moment, Zachariah was hanging his head, listening to Abdur vent his full fury. Zachariah, have you gotten too cocky? Do you know what the purpose of practical combat classes is? You're only an F-class device spirit. More training will do you good. How did you manage to place 2nd in the last puppet combat? Others may not know, but aren't you aware yourself? You just took advantage of others' mistakes. At this point, you're only a 0 level rank 4. Sometimes I really wonder if the past 3 years have been wasted on you. Do you know that most freshmen are already at least 0 level rank 3? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zachariah wanted to explain that he had already advanced to level 1, but an enraged Bede didn't give him a chance to respond. Zachariah, people may be poor, but they can still aim high. You're poor and lack ambition. Wasting your youth like this. Can you face your parents? The whole class burst into laughter. The sensitive pride of the young man was trampled mercilessly. Zachariah's body shook with anger, the fists under his shirt clenched so tightly that his round nails seemed about to embed into the flesh. Bede looked at Zachariah disdainfully. What? Do you want to lay a hand on me? Come on. If you can beat me, I won't interfere with anything you do in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the classroom reached its peak. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Zachariah, don't chicken out. Jay, stop bullying him. There's nearly a 3-rank difference between you two. Zachariah, be a man and don't be afraid. At worst, you'll stay in the hospital for a few days. Abdur stood with his hands behind his back, still holding the ruler in his hand, scanning the crowd with bulging eyes. Whoever talks nonsense should come up here and practice with me first. A teacher at Victoria No. 3 High School would at least be a level 2 rank 5 existence. Moreover, it was rumored that Abdur was a retired soldier from the demon-subduing army. In a real fight, the aura of killing intent surrounding him wasn't something these students, who had never seen real combat, could handle. The entire scene fell silent instantly as Abdur stared coldly at Zachariah. Being from a military background, he despised those who disobeyed superior orders the most. If Zachariah had some strength, Abdur wouldn't have been so angry. However, Zachariah's strength was truly concerning. Soon, he saw Zachariah slowly lift his lowered head. For a moment, Abdur was taken aback. In those clear eyes, he saw a resolve that didn't belong to someone his age. Zachariah pointed at Abdur. Che, I wish to learn from you. No one expected such words to come from Zachariah's mouth. But the next moment, the crowd erupted. Is Zachariah crazy? To take on Bede head on? Holy crap, this kid is really brave. What do you think? How many moves can Zachariah survive against Bede? Zachariah ignored the ridicule from the crowd. He didn't want to tear things apart with his teacher, but it didn't mean the teacher could trample on his dignity. He didn't know if he could win Bede in combat, but at least physically, he far exceeded any level 2 spirit handler. A clear system prompt sounded in Zachariah's mind. Your challenge of authority has caught the attention of device Spirit No. 9. He has started to develop a tiny bit of interest in you. However, Zachariah didn't notice the system notification at the moment. Abdur looked at Zachariah in shock, but then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly upward. Zachariah, you've got guts. But do you know who I am? My cultivation may not be the strongest in the demon-subduing army, but among peers, I'm definitely the best. As he spoke, he unbuttoned 2 buttons at his neck, revealing through the collar a few terrifying scars. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully. Do you really want to challenge me? Zachariah met his gaze without fear. I hope Che will not withhold your teachings. Just as tensions escalated, a voice as clear as a silver bell broke the silence. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to be the monster appreciation class now? Why are you all still here? A beautiful figure walked between Zachariah and Abdur. The crowd shouted in unison. Teacher Amaze. Her shoulder-length golden hair shone like a waterfall, while her rimless gold glasses added a touch of gentleness. The newcomer was none other than Class 5's homeroom teacher, Edna. She smiled at Abdur. Che, why are you so upset? Who provoked you? Abdur harumphed. Edna then looked at Zachariah in the crowd. Brat, did you provoke Che again? Zachariah remained silent. Edna shrugged, laughing helplessly. Then let me take charge. Zachariah, run laps for me until school ends. Abdur's brows furrowed slightly. There was less than half an hour before school ended. This was not a punishment at all. It was clear that Edna was covering for Zachariah. He snorted coldly and said, 100 pounds of weight. Edna nodded slightly toward Zachariah. Zachariah nodded in response, turned around, and put on the weighted vest used for training that was placed beside him. Then he started jogging around the track field. He could disregard Bede, but he couldn't ignore Edna. Over these years, he remembered every bit of care she had given him. Abdur buttoned up his shirt again and walked towards the office. Edna clapped her hands and smiled at everyone. What are you all standing around for? Get back to class. Everyone had no choice. Those who intended to cause trouble for Zachariah also returned to the classroom reluctantly. As students gradually headed back to the classroom, Memphis E. winked at Edna, then hugged Alicia's shoulders. XR, let's go. A moment later, Edna returned to her office. She found that Abdur was already waiting inside. Nate, is there something? Abdur nodded. It was that Memphis E. Teresa sneaking to find you again, wasn't it? Edna gave a light smile. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have really wanted to beat up Zachariah, would you? Abdur shook his head. Not exactly. I just wanted to give him a lesson. You know, this kid's device spirit isn't good. If I don't help him face reality, he might be ruined for life. Edna nodded. You're right. But I've always thought Zachariah is a good kid. Did you think about the possibility that he wasn't intentionally late? Abdur looked puzzled. Not intentionally? Edna adjusted her glasses. Nate, did you notice that what you said might hurt someone under certain circumstances? Abdur's expression turned serious. Hurt? I don't think so. As a man, shouldn't one be mentally tougher? Edna didn't say more, but picked up a pen and paper from her desk, quickly writing down an address and number. Nate, I need to tell you something. One of my orders is to subtly assist the Jiang family. This is the address and phone number of Zachariah's home. When you have time, you can visit. Abdur took the note, pondered for a while, then stood up to leave. Just as he reached the door, Edna suddenly spoke to him. Bede, be careful in your actions and don't expose yourself. According to E, people from the Yi family have already entered Victoria City. Abdur looked back at Edna. Wasn't the campus recruitment still 2 months away? Why are the Yi family here so early? Edna shrugged. According to E, they pretend to liaise with the Jasper family, hoping to recruit Alicia early. But you know the Yi family, who knows what else they're planning? Abdur acknowledged with a nod and left Edna's office without turning back. After sitting for a while, perhaps feeling bored, Edna walked out into the corridor and looked toward the track field. Though she wore glasses, they were merely for decoration. Her eyesight was excellent. Even from a distance, she could clearly see Zachariah running with the weighted vest. His speed wasn't fast, but was very steady, with no sign of reducing the weight. TSK, nobody's watching him. Yet he runs so seriously, such a stubborn kid. She watched Zachariah run aimlessly. Gradually, she felt something was off. I remember his physique being only 5. How can he last this long? Chapter 10. Affinity with the artifact spirit. At this moment, Zachariah was completely unaware of Edna's doubts about him. He was running with weights on, sweat pouring from his forehead. It wasn't that he loved running. Rather, every time he completed a lap, a system notification would echo in his mind. The weight-bearing run triggered number 9 artifact spirit's memories. He seems to have quite an affinity for you. The host, undaunted by the scorching sun and persistently running without faltering, has piqued the interest of the number 9 artifact spirit. Your teeth-gritting persistence has sparked more curiosity from the number 9 artifact spirit. He wants to know where your limits lie. While running with weights, a thought crossed Zachariah's mind, and a large screen appeared before his eyes. 18 sword cases hung bound by thick iron chains, rising and falling in the endless void. Zachariah could clearly perceive the varying emotions each spirit within the sword cases felt toward him. Zachariah's gaze immediately fell upon the 9th sword case. I remember last time, he seemed utterly indifferent. This time, it feels like he's not so opposed. Zachariah felt as if there were profound eyes behind this sword case, watching him all along. System, what's going on here? A clear system prompt sounded in Zachariah's mind. Powerful artifact spirits slumber within these sword cases. When the host gains full recognition from an artifact spirit, it will open the case to welcome you voluntarily. Only then did Zachariah realize something. So, system, those iron chains aren't meant to prevent the artifact spirits from harming me, but to avoid disturbing them, right? The host is correct. For a moment, Zachariah didn't know what to say. He felt somewhat deceived by the system. Ring. The bell signaling the end of school rang. Zachariah took off his weighted vest, wiped the sweat off his face, and headed toward the school gate. Earlier, in a rush to return to school, he had left a pile of demon beast materials unsold in the system space. Just as he was approaching the school gate, a familiar voice stopped him. Hey Zachariah, wait up. Zachariah turned around to see Alicia and Memphis E quickly walking towards him. Though Memphis E was already very beautiful, standing next to Alicia, she seemed to lose her shine, like stars dimming beside the moon. Alicia's hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the evening breeze disheveled it, making one feel an irresistible urge to protect her. Zachariah couldn't help but smile. Fawn, what's up? Alicia handed him a bottle of water. Zachariah, Bede is just unreasonable. Don't mind him. Zachariah nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Alicia smiled gently, her innocent expression clearing away Zachariah's previously troubled mood. That's good. By the way, make sure to take another route home today. Zachariah was puzzled. Why? Memphis E interjected, putting her hands on her chest. Are you stupid or what? Because you were late today, everyone in class got reprimanded by Bede. Besides, Ailby and his gang haven't been happy with you since you came in second. Just be careful when you go home. Alicia asked with some concern. Zachariah, shall we escort you home? Zachariah chuckled. No need, go home safely. Whether I'll meet them or not is uncertain. In fact, Zachariah hoped to encounter them on the road to test his abilities. Memphis E laughed jokingly. Zachariah, are you so afraid of us accompanying you? You must be planning to do something sneaky. Alicia's face flushed red, like a ripe apple. Such a bold joke was something she had never heard before. Zachariah retorted without yielding. Yes, the heroine is you. In an instant, Memphis E, who had been nonchalant just now, revealed a rare embarrassed look. Pervert. Alicia pinched Memphis E's arm, signaling her not to bicker with Zachariah. Zachariah, be careful on your way home. If you need any help, remember to call me. Zachariah nodded. Thanks, Fawn, but don't worry about me. Then he strode briskly toward the city center. Watching Zachariah gradually walk away, Memphis E nudged Alicia's shoulder and mimicked her tone. Remember to call me. Alicia pinched her again. You're so annoying, stop imitating me. After some playful banter, Memphis E laughed. Hey, Jasper Shear, the rich Kidian from class 5 has always liked you. His artifact spirit may not match yours, but it's still a B-grade spirit. He's stronger than Zachariah, isn't he? Alicia gave Memphis E a glance, but said nothing more. Memphis E laughed again. Hey, I hear Ian has been after you. Isn't it that he can't compare to you in terms of artifact spirits, but he's still a B-grade spirit, better than Zachariah? Alicia pushed Memphis E towards the school gate. Alright, I'll treat you to some snacks at the snack street later. Please close your mouth and stop talking. Neither of them noticed, on the wide school road, not far away behind the bulletin board. Ian, wearing school uniform and a pair of exquisitely crafted shoes, was watching the two figures walking further and further away with resentful eyes. Bang! He slammed a heavy punch on the bulletin board, and the thunderous sound echoed in the campus. In the city center, at Duobao Building. This is the largest trading store in Victoria City, with exquisite decoration and first-class service. Not only does it recycle all kinds of demon beast materials, but it also sells various rare equipment. As long as you can afford it, you can even buy some low-level unowned artifact spirits. In front of the huge counter, Zachariah was negotiating with the staff. Mr. Jiang, we have collected a total of 38 Class 1 Demon Beast materials and 248 non-classified Demon Beast materials from you, amounting to a total of 98,000 yuan. The detailed list is on this receipt, please check it. While speaking, the pretty staff handed a receipt to Zachariah. If you have no objections, we will transfer the money to your account. Zachariah quickly scanned the receipt and then nodded. No problem. Soon, Zachariah's phone received a notification of the money being credited. With this new addition, his total assets reached exactly 100,000 yuan. The staff smiled. If you don't have anything else, feel free to browse around the store. I need to attend to other matters. Zachariah nodded and began to stroll around the store. Tonight, he might end up fighting with his classmates, so buying some useful items would be a good idea. His eyes swept over each item in the store. There were battle-enhancing equipment, various potions, and some items that could strengthen artifact spirits. His mind continuously pondered how to allocate these 100,000 yuan. My mom's medicine seems to be running out. Let me spend 50,000 for half a month's supply. Rent seems to be due soon too. I need to save some for living expenses. So, I still have about 30,000 yuan left to spend. Zachariah slowly walked past every display cabinet, and soon his eyes were drawn to a ring. Chapter 11, The Beast Incident. In an exquisite display cabinet, a ring carved entirely in white sat, featuring an exquisitely lifelike depiction of a white snake. Below it was its description. Viper Fang, an E-grade ornament crafted from the fangs of a second-stage beast, the beautiful serpent, providing the wearer with a certain degree of paralysis effect. Price, 28,000. This thing seems pretty suitable for me. Fights between spirit masters were strictly prohibited within the shelter city, but the city patrol corps had limited capability and couldn't possibly monitor every street. Therefore, many places still experienced brawls from time to time. However, as long as no fatalities occurred, the city patrol corps generally turned a blind eye. After buying this ring, Zachariah could choose to enhance his power by attaching the ability to the spirit artifact or to his fists, avoiding accidents that could result in casualties due to a misstep. At that moment, Zachariah looked forward to encountering those classmates who wanted to pick a fight with him. With his physique rating of 395 and a ring that caused paralysis, he was confident that he could punch these malicious guys into submission with each strike. Zachariah decisively bought the ring. As he toyed with the ring while walking out of the store, a sudden news alert played inside the shop. Attention all citizens, unidentified individuals have appeared near the third steel factory in the western suburbs. The possibility of humanoid beast involvement is not ruled out. Please reduce travel and report any suspicious activity to the city patrol corps immediately. Zachariah's brows furrowed slightly. Come on, how unlucky. Although his home wasn't close to the third steel factory, it was less than 2 kilometers away in a straight line. If a high-level beast had sneaked in, his family might also be at risk. With this thought, Zachariah decided to return home quickly. He hastened his pace towards home, noticing that along the way some shops had lowered their steel defenses. The closer he got to the western part of the city, the fewer pedestrians there were on the road. Occasionally, he saw some city patrol corps members hurriedly heading towards the vicinity of the third steel factory. TSK. Looks like if they don't catch this suspect soon, the patrol team won't escape the mayor's scolding. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zachariah chose an alley he rarely took. However, after walking only a short distance, he heard a familiar voice. Hey, Zachariah, you're quite something. If we hadn't kept tabs on you, we wouldn't have caught up with you tonight. 5 boys blocked Zachariah's path ahead. All of them were his classmates, led by Ilby. Move aside, I'm in a hurry to get home. Ilby and the other 4 seemed to have heard a joke. He turned to look at a squint-eyed, chubby boy beside him. Drake, go keep watch at the intersection. If anyone from the patrol corps comes this way, tell us immediately. Drake ran off towards the crossroad without another word, leaving behind a meaningful smile for Zachariah. It was as if he already envisioned Zachariah unable to walk properly after being beaten. Ilby slowly approached Zachariah, shaking his head as he muttered, Zachariah, do you know what I hate most? Zachariah ignored him, but Ilby continued speaking regardless. I hate those weaklings who love to seek attention. He placed a hand on Zachariah's shoulder, tilting his head with a smirk. Why did someone with an F-grade scrap spirit weapon rank second in the puppet trial? You were supposed to attend class, but instead, you showed up last, making B give us a hard time. Why does a poor kid from the urban village think he deserves to be so close to Alicia? As he spoke, he suddenly increased the pressure on his hand, slamming heavily onto Zachariah's shoulder. His spirit weapon was a B-grade meteor hammer, renowned for its immense strength. Despite only being a 3-star first-stage spirit user, he had a physical rating of 140. If enhanced by spirit energy, even a 1-star 5th-rank spirit master would find it difficult to match him. He didn't believe that a waste like Zachariah could withstand a single slap from him. However, the smile on his face froze midway. Hey, are you done slapping? If you're done, it's my turn. First, he saw Zachariah's eyes, dark like black gems, then a fist adorned with a white ring came flying towards his cheek. Boom. The tremendous force spun Ilby's body 720 degrees in the air. Dizzy and disoriented, he tried to stand up but found himself losing direction. 3 lackeys rushed to support him. Boss Tongue, are you okay? Ilby's mouth twitched. Damn, what the hell you hit me? He felt a numbness on his left cheek, making it difficult for him to speak clearly. In order to speak clearly, he slapped himself twice. Then he pointed at Zachariah angrily. Damn it, how dare you hit me? My father said that I have the potential of a 9th-rank spirit controller. How dare you hit me? Brothers, attack him, kill him. The 4 individuals each activated their spirit artifacts, producing a meteor hammer, a broadsword, a long staff, and even an iron shovel. Their attacks were chaotic, as if the martial techniques they practiced in school had no relation to actual combat. Zachariah showed disdain for their moves. He didn't even materialize his own spirit artifact, but merely danced around them using the agility granted by stealth. Occasionally, he would counterattack with punches. The narrow alley made it difficult for Ilby's group to take advantage of their numbers. They resembled moving punching bags, only able to endure Zachariah's relentless beating. Host fighting multiple opponents has triggered memories within number 9 spirit artifact. His interest in you is growing. Number 9 spirit artifact thinks a stab to the chest would be more effective than your punch. Number 13 and number 5 spirit artifacts agree with this suggestion and look down on you. Zachariah found this quite speechless, putting aside whether or not they could injure him. If I really wanted to kill them, I wouldn't stay in colorful Cloud City, but escape with my mom at night. The spirit artifact's comments irked Zachariah, and Zachariah's irritation soon vented through his fists toward the 4 people. With the paralyzing effect, some dragged their arms, some lay on the ground, constantly clutching their legs in agony. As for Ilby, who received special attention from Zachariah, his face was now swollen like a pig's head, drooling uncontrollably. Moments later, only the breathing of Ilby and the others echoed through the alley. Zachariah slowly approached Ilby, who, terrified, kept backing away until he fell onto the ground. Don't come closer, he cried out fearfully. Zachariah chuckled. You're right. Those weaklings who love to show off are indeed very annoying. The screams continued to ring out from the alley. Outside, watching and smoking, Drake smiled smugly. Serve you right, Zachariah. Enjoy your spotlight. What a pity I couldn't join in. Otherwise, I would have shown you what mountain pressure feels like. I hope Ailbe remembered to record this. Drake really wanted to participate, but, as an E-grade talent, he could only act as Ailbe's underling. The cries inside the alley persisted. He could already imagine Zachariah lying on the ground, begging for mercy. Serves you right. With low-quality spirit artifacts, one should be as low profile as me. Stop showing off. Leaning against the wall, Drake felt satisfied with his usual behavior. Suddenly, he saw a figure approaching him, neither human nor beast. In the dark night, it moved abnormally fast. Its blood-red eyes stood out eerily in the darkness. Drake's eyes widened in horror, feeling a wave of panic rush through his legs. Then, he turned and fled into the alley. Run, there's a monster. Chapter 12 The Dog God. In the middle of the main road near the urban village on the west side of the city, Abdur, who had never been here before, looked up at the chaotic wires and the garbage piles everywhere around him. Occasionally, some pungent and strange smells would intrude into his nostrils, causing his brows to furrow tightly. Next to the main road, there was a dark alley leading to various corners of the urban village every 7 or 8 meters. This was the first time in his 40s that he didn't know which direction to go. After much deliberation, he still decided to ask the nearby residents. He quickly walked towards a convenience store that was about to close for the night. The owner was an elderly man with glasses and graying hair. "Uncle, give me a pack of Z and cigarettes." The old man seemed uneasy, tossing the cigarettes to Abdur while warning him. "Sir, you should head home quickly. There's a beast invasion in our area." After work, Abdur did not go home immediately, but stayed at school to study teaching methods. He hoped to improve his students' abilities as much as possible before the upcoming campus recruitment, so that at least most students with poor spirit affinity could secure a decent future. When he saw Zachariah's file again, he inadvertently recalled the address Edna wrote for him and the words she said. Almost by chance, he decided to visit Zachariah's home. Therefore, he was unaware of the beast invasion. He asked in confusion, "Beast invasion?" The old man nodded repeatedly, then lowered his voice to warn. It's said to be a humanoid beast. Beasts were categorized into different levels, but this was only from the perspective of spirit tamers. Ordinary people didn't fully understand beasts, but they knew that humanoid beasts were generally more dangerous than other forms. They often possessed some degree of intelligence. Abdur's frown deepened, and he asked, "Uncle, I'm looking for a friend. Could you tell me how to get to Shishan-ing North District number 128? The old man paused briefly. "You've taken a wrong turn. You've added 10 minutes to your journey." As he spoke, the old man poked his head out of the convenience store and pointed at a large tree ahead. "Do you see that tree? After you reach it, take the alley on your left and follow it all the way through. Once you see a yellow 3-story building, turn right. Ask someone around there." After thanking the old man, Abdur hurried away. The old man watched Abdur's back and muttered, "Another odd one. He's still heading over there at a time like this. What if he runs into a beast?" After saying that, he pulled down the custom-made roller shutter and closed the store door. Abdur followed the old man's instructions, but due to the complex layout of the urban village, he kept getting lost. Fortunately, although there were fewer pedestrians on the streets, he could still encounter a few. After hastily pointing the way for Abdur, they rushed home even faster. When Abdur emerged from the alley onto a small square, he stared at the empty square and lit a cigarette in frustration. Damn it! How do I even get to Zachariah's house? He wasn't counting on his phone's navigation. It had become useless once he entered the urban village. One moment the destination was on the left, the next it was on the right. Suddenly, he thought he heard rapid footsteps, accompanied occasionally by metallic clashes. His former military instincts surged. He quickly ducked back into the alley, summoning a 3-foot-long ruler into his hand. Before long, a familiar figure darted out from the alley opposite the square. "Zachariah? Why is he running so fast?" Before he finished speaking, 5 more figures came running out of the alley in quick succession. However, unlike Zachariah, who remained calm and unharmed, their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with panic. "Zachariah, don't run. Chop that beast like you did just now. Yeah, beat that beast like you beat us. Wait for me. Are you really brothers?" Abdur's confusion deepened. Zachariah beat them? What a joke. He remembered clearly that even the weakest among them, Neil, had a physical strength of 25. What could Zachariah possibly use to beat them? Zachariah's roar echoed across the square. "Damn it. Are you idiots? I said scatter. Why are you following me?" But his words had no effect. Ailbe and the others kept chasing after him. Suddenly, a pitch-black giant dog appeared behind them, standing upright on its hind legs, towering over a person. Its blood-red eyes stood out starkly in the night, and droplets of saliva dripped from its mouth. Abdur's pupils constricted sharply. A stage 4 beast, the dog god. This was not a demon beast within the boundaries of Daxia. It was definitely not a demon beast that Zachariah and the others could handle, nor was it a demon beast that he could deal with. His mind raced, pondering how to resolve the impending crisis. Suddenly, the dog god pushed off with its hind legs. Its entire body leaped over Ailbe and the others, landing steadily in front of Zachariah. However, before it could make any move, a streak of white light flashed by. The dog god was sliced into 2 halves. Abdur's confusion deepened even further. What was happening? A 4th-stage demon beast killed with 1 strike by Zachariah? Yet, despite being cut in half, Zachariah and the other 5 ran even faster. In the next moment, to Abdur's astonished gaze, the lower half of the dog god walked towards its upper half. Then, the upper half merged into the lower half like writhing black liquid, regenerating within the blink of an eye. It sprinted after Zachariah and the others once again. Zachariah lamented his plight. From the moment the demon beast appeared until now, his classmates had not only failed to help him, but also insisted on following him, preventing him from escaping the danger. What made him even more frustrated was that although he had clearly chopped the dog god into several pieces multiple times, it always recovered, as if his attacks were ineffective. In an instant, Abdur figured out the mystery. This was not a real 4th-stage demon beast, the dog god. It was a Shikigami. The true threat came from its hidden manipulator. Instantly, his tensed nerves relaxed. He shouted loudly to Zachariah and the others. "Its weakness is in the chest. Zachariah, Ailbe, all 6 of you together can handle it." Ailbe and the others seemed to hear a familiar voice. Turning back, they saw Abdur's figure. They urgently called out, "Che, save us quickly." Abdur only said, "Channel your spirit energy into your artifact spirit and attack its chest with all your might. I have something else to do." Then he sprinted in another direction, as if he hadn't seen them at all. Ailbe was stunned, forgetting even to run for his life, neglecting the lives of students. How could anyone be such a teacher? However, what they didn't know was that, in Abdur's view, with such a Shikigami, the 6 students should still be able to defeat it together, and he needed to find and expose the original culprit lurking nearby. Suddenly, the dog god clawed forward fiercely, releasing a blast of aura toward Ailbe. Ailbe instinctively closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the entire square. Chapter 13. My student. Ailbe kept his eyes tightly shut, but the expected pain did not come. Instead, he heard Zachariah shout in anger beside him. "Still fucking closing your eyes? Didn't you hear what Beat said? Hurry up and help." Ailbe opened his eyes and saw Zachariah wielding a long sword, struggling against the Inagami. He swallowed hard, then immediately urged his spiritual power, and a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to attack, the Inagami roared again, shattering the courage he had just mustered. Fear welled up from within. He suddenly realized that the Inagami was too fast. If he wanted to escape, he had to be ruthless. A reckless thought emerged in his heart, and he recalled how Zachariah had beaten him earlier. Maybe, while the Inagami was busy devouring this annoying guy, not only would he survive, but he would never have to see this guy again. In the next moment, the meteor hammer in his hand struck Zachariah's back. Boom. Zachariah, along with the Inagami, were thrown out heavily. The sudden blow made Zachariah's internal organs churn violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. If not for his robust physique, this blow might have cost him half his life. However, he had no time to hate Ailbe, because the Inagami, pinned under him, was about to bite at his neck. Zachariah hesitated not a moment, raising his fist and smashing it into its gaping maw. The ring on his fist had a paralyzing effect, preventing the Inagami's open mouth from shutting tight. Seizing the opportunity, Zachariah gripped the long sword firmly, ready to stab it into the heart. But the blade was held firmly in its palm. Now, Zachariah was on top, the Inagami below. Another struggle began between man and beast. Veins bulged from Zachariah's neck, filled only with murderous intent. Initially, the Inagami used one hand to hold the approaching long sword, but gradually it needed both hands to resist the advancing blade. Bang! The long sword seemed to pierce through something, and the Inagami looked at its chest in confusion. There, the long sword that was once an arm's length away from its heart, somehow stabbed right into it. It seemed that the sword had grown longer. Artifact Spirit, Garner, killed Inagami Puppet at level 2. Experience plus 105. Joint progression activated. Host experience plus 105. The black shadow of the Inagami faded instantly, leaving only a yellow paper pierced by Garner beneath Zachariah's blade. Zachariah slowly rose to his feet, his chest heaving uncontrollably. Only Zachariah knew the peril of that fleeting moment. Had it not been for the new effect of Garner, 1,000 changes, extending and thinning the blade, perhaps it would have been him lying there soon. He turned back to look. Where were Ailbe and the other 4 now? He spat. What a bunch of bastards. At this moment, Zachariah finally understood why his mother always told him that sometimes humans were more terrifying than beasts. He silently vowed never to do such foolish things again. Detected intense hatred in the host. Great men take revenge. Congratulations. Host has triggered mission. Kill Ailbe. Zachariah was momentarily stunned. Then a strange smile spread across his face. Wait for it. Ailbe, we will settle this score. He picked up the long sword, retrieving the yellow paper stuck in it. The paper was folded into the shape of an Inagami, with vermilion script written on it, which Zachariah couldn't understand. As he intended to discard the paper casually, the system voice came again. Detected Inagami Puppet, please find and kill its controller. Zachariah muttered to himself, looking at the paper in his hand. Puppet? What the hell is that? But he didn't dwell on the question, thinking instead of how to find the person controlling it. Instinctively, he thought of Abdur. Bede could pinpoint this thing's weakness, which means he definitely knows what it is. He turned east after telling us the weakness, which means the controller is in the east. With this thought, Zachariah immediately ran in the direction Abdur disappeared. After all, everyone had seen Abdur's strength. If he arrived too late, the mission might not be completed. At this moment, atop a 6-story building not far from the square, Abdur kicked open the iron door on the roof, scanning around but seeing no one. He murmured, they were just here, how did they disappear? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Looking down quickly, he saw a man in a suit holding onto a downspout, sliding rapidly to the ground, then turning to run out of the alley. Abdur didn't have time to think, flipping off the roof. Relying on his exceptional balance and strength, he landed swiftly and steadily, using several air conditioning units to chase after the man in the suit. Though the man in the suit was fast, Abdur was faster. They chased each other through alley after alley. The man in the suit seemed eager to get rid of Abdur, so he continuously made various hand signs and threw one yellow paper after another at Abdur. The yellow papers instantly transformed into bats, flying toward Abdur. The ruler in Abdur's hand spun like a high-frequency fan, deflecting his attacks. Every time a bat hit the ruler, an explosion erupted near Abdur, and then the bats turned back into burned yellow papers, falling to either side of him. However, Abdur, at the center of these explosions, continued chasing the man in the suit as if unaffected, making the latter's face grow increasingly pale. As the distance between them shortened, the man in the suit stopped running and turned to face Abdur. With a thought, a samurai sword appeared in his hand. I have never met you before. Why are you so aggressive? His broken Chinese was infuriating to hear. Abdur's face was cold as ice. What nonsense. The spirit masters of Japan are truly shameless. The man in the suit looked puzzled. What do you mean? I don't understand. Abdur watched him with cold eyes. Shikigami. A decade ago, Japan developed combat puppets based on spiritual power, using the essence of magical artifacts or the blood of demon beasts as intermediaries. Even ordinary people without artifact spirits can activate them by taking special medications, achieving their goal of arming all citizens. A flicker of emotion crossed the previously calm face of the man in the suit. Are you from the demon suppression army? Abdur faced that ghastly and sordid face. I used to be. Hearing this, the man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief. If you let me go, I'll give you 5 million. Abdur slowly raised the ruler in his hand, pointing it at him, and calmly said 2 words. Not possible. Why not? Are you willing to risk your life for that small monthly pension? Abdur shook his head. Not for that. Because now I'm a teacher. The confusion on the man's face deepened. He couldn't understand the connection. Abdur continued to look at him coldly and said, And you almost hurt my student just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Abdur moved like lightning, raising the ruler and rushing toward the man in the suit. Chapter 14. Thank you. Under the night sky, Zachariah groped his way through the village in the city. He didn't know where Abdur had gone. All he could do was search in a general direction, relying on intuition, until he heard repeated explosions. The shops along the way were already closed, and residents had tightly shut their specially designed windows and doors. In the entire village, it seemed only Zachariah remained, along with faint sounds carried by the wind from afar. What is this? Zachariah picked up a burnt bat yellow paper. He instinctively thought of the Shinto yellow paper from earlier. Following the traces of the bat yellow paper, he soon saw Abdur fighting a man in a suit in an alley. This was Zachariah's first time seeing Abdur unleash his full strength. Abdur's originally somewhat bloated body was now extremely robust. The ruler in his hand seemed like a 3-foot-long sword, each swing carrying a sense of reprimand. Facing him, the suited man gripped a katana with both hands, but could only barely defend. Beside the suited man was the phantom of a Ronin, holding a similar long blade. They attacked Abdur together, but were suppressed by him. Abdur's attacks were clean and decisive, and occasionally, the silhouette of a scholar would appear behind him, striking the suited man and the Ronin unexpectedly. Zachariah was somewhat surprised. To be able to use every bit of spirit energy on the edge of the blade, no wonder Bede is so arrogant. Ordinary spirit weapons can only assist spirit masters in combat, in weapon form. When a spirit weapon reaches C grade or above and the spirit master achieves level 3 or higher, they can make the spirit weapon manifest, allowing it to fight alongside the spirit master, greatly increasing combat power. If the quality of the spirit weapon is high enough, even a first-stage spirit master can make it manifest. However, manifesting a spirit weapon consumes a lot of spirit energy, so low-tier spirit masters don't easily manifest them. But Abdur's manifestation method truly amazed Zachariah. For most of the time, Abdur dealt with the suited man and the spirit Ronin alone. Only at critical moments did his spirit scholar suddenly appear, sending either the suited man or the spirit Ronin flying with a single strike. This method not only significantly reduced the loss of spirit energy, but also showed Zachariah that Abdur's control over spirit energy far exceeded that of ordinary people. He appears in the open while his spirit weapon stays hidden. This isn't like a scholar at all, more like an assassin. No wonder Bede was once in the demon-suppressing army. The suited man's face grew paler, his neatly pressed suit now torn and tattered. Blood seeped from the holes, revealing battered flesh. Behind him, his spirit Ronin also fared no better, its form flickering as if about to dissipate. He raised his hand to stop the battle. Sir, you are impressive. Today I admit defeat. I'll give you 10 million. Let me go for the sake of the Amaterasu Society. How about it? Abdur shook his head. The suited man gritted his teeth. To save his life, he continued. Sir, are you really going to fight to the death? Don't you think I can infiltrate Rainbow City? Do you think I have no backers? If I die here today, your days in Rainbow City won't be easy either. Abdur snorted coldly. You mean Yi clan? Don't worry. Even without you, there will always be disputes between the demon-suppressing army and the Yi clan. Abdur paused and added. Besides, our great Xia sage once said, if one has come, one must remain calm. The suited man asked through clenched teeth. What does that mean? Abdur looked at him disdainfully. Since you've come, you might as well rest here. Unable to contain his anger any longer, the suited man, as a third-tier spirit master, never imagined suffering such humiliation. Since peace was impossible, then let it be a fight to the death. He and his spirit swung their katanas together, their figures turning into blurs as they lunged at Abdur. Abdur, however, showed no sign of tension, instead looking at the approaching suited man coldly. In an instant, the spirit George, behind Abdur, stretched its arms, filling its loose robe with muscle-like dragons. In the next moment, the George's ruler expanded several times, and with just a wave, the spirit Ronin was shattered, and the suited man was heavily struck and thrown aside. Zachariah, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but whistle. Good thing I didn't fight Bede today. Focusing spirit energy in one burst like that, I wouldn't last 3 moves against him now. Abdur slowly walked towards the suited man, seemingly in no hurry. Suddenly realizing something, Zachariah thought, shit, if Bede keeps this up, I won't need to complete my mission. Zachariah vanished from his spot, using stealth to move through the darkness and quickly approached the suited man. The suited man stood up, his body drenched in blood. His gait was unsteady, but his smile grew increasingly grotesque. You forced me to this. Let's go to hell together. He suddenly grabbed his katana and prepared to slice toward his abdomen. Up until this point, Abdur had remained calm, but now a look of panic flashed across his face. With all his strength, he hurled the ruler at the suited man. The ruler struck the suited man heavily, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet he still stood firm. The katana got closer and closer to the suited man's abdomen, his smile growing more grotesque. His lips moved silently, forming the words, Long live Amaterasu. PFFF. The sound of the long blade piercing through flesh resonated quietly under the night sky. The suited man's grotesque smile froze on his face as he looked down at his chest in confusion. A long sword made of fragmented pieces jutted out prominently from his chest. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw a youthful face emerging from the shadows behind him. Thank you. The suited man was utterly bewildered. Why would someone thank him after stabbing him? In the next moment, the long blade in his heart was dragged horizontally, shredding his chest cavity, severing his right arm, and completely ending his life. The suited man fell weakly into the pool of blood, followed by the mechanical voice of the system. Weapon Spirit Garner has killed a third-tier Spirit Master, experience plus 345 to. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 345. Congratulations, host has completed the mission. Weapon Spirit Garner, experience plus 500, affinity plus 5 to. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 500 to. Rewarding host with ability, Calm Mind. The world is full of temptations. Only a pure mind can break them. Zachariah, what are you doing here? Before Zachariah could properly examine the system reward, Abdur's voice sounded. Zachariah gave an awkward smile. Good evening, Nate. Don't dodge the question. I asked you, what are you doing here? Zachariah shrugged and lied. Wasn't I worried you might be in danger? So I came to check. Though Abdur was skeptical, the excuse seemed plausible enough, so he didn't push further. You were worried about me? Do you know how dangerous your actions just now were? Zachariah scratched his head. Dangerous? He was just standing there dumbly, so I came over and stabbed him. Abdur rolled his eyes. He was from the Amaterasu Society of Japan. He was about to ignite his essence blood to trigger his weapon spirit's berserk mode. Once it went berserk, even I would have to retreat temporarily. Zachariah finally realized the gravity of the situation, looking at the suited man lying in the blood with lingering fear. Nate, what exactly is this Amaterasu Society? Abdur shrugged. It's a spirit master organization from Japan. They've sent many spies into Great Xia in recent years, apparently looking for something. As he spoke, Abdur noticed the long blade in Zachariah's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. Zachariah, did your weapon spirit upgrade? Chapter 15. Who's home to visit? Abdur clearly remembered that Zachariah's device spirit was a broken sword covered in rust and bloodstains. But how could it change so quickly after just a few days? Zachariah seemed not as incompetent as he had imagined. Zachariah nodded, grinned, and continued to make up stories casually. Yeah, I sold the school-awarded purifying essence liquid and added some savings to buy materials for refining my device spirit. Luckily, it advanced on the first try. On the first try? Hearing this, Abdur couldn't help but be moved. His device spirit started at grade D, and during his youth, he spent many years saving up, undergoing 5 refinements before finally reaching grade C. In recent years, the money he earned also went into enhancing his device spirit's quality, but after more than 10 refinements, each one failed. Although his device spirit's quality improved somewhat, it never reached grade B. He calmed himself down and asked further. So your device spirit has been upgraded to grade E? That's good. At least you can join some small mercenary groups in our Tai'e City. Abdur habitually lit a cigarette and started puffing away. Jay, it's grade D. Zachariah didn't intend to hide this information, as it would be registered on his graduation certificate in 2 months anyway. Cough, cough, cough. Surprised by Zachariah's answer, Abdur accidentally choked on the smoke. Say that again, what level? Grade D. How many refinements? 1. Abdur fell silent. At this moment, envy and jealousy filled his heart, recalling all the effort he had invested over the years in improving his device spirit's quality. He could only ask the heavens what he had done wrong to have such extraordinary luck. Seeing Abdur speechless, Zachariah didn't say anything more. By saying he refined it only once, Zachariah avoided too much explanation. After all, if he said he had refined it multiple times, given his family's background, no one would believe him. Since Zachariah had nothing better to do, he picked up the fallen samurai sword from the ground and started playing with it. A clear system voice followed. A severely weakened grade D device spirit, Ronin, has been detected and will dissipate within 2 hours. Please choose between binding or smelting. Zachariah was puzzled. Binding? Fusion. Binding. When the compatibility of a device spirit is below 60%, the system will forcibly bind it to the host, making it the host's device spirit. Smelting. For device spirits unable to be bound, the system will melt them down and convert them into experience points, which will be added to the host's existing device spirit. Zachariah froze, realizing he might have found a quick way to boost his own power. Just as Zachariah was thinking about how to persuade Abdur to leave the device spirit, Ronin, to him, a deep voice suddenly called out. Hey, what are you two doing there? The deep voice interrupted Zachariah's thoughts. A squad of 5 men from the city patrol came striding towards them. Bede, what are you doing here? The leader slapped Abdur's shoulder. They seemed to be close acquaintances. Zachariah felt the voice was familiar, but couldn't recall where he had heard it. The leader's gaze shifted to Zachariah. Hey, aren't you the kid who left the city that night? Your name is Zachariah, right? Zachariah nodded, sighing inwardly, knowing he'd have to hand over the device spirit. According to the rules of Daxia's protected city, members of Daxia Yuling Masters must not privately keep items belonging to enemy organizations. All items must be surrendered, and any violation would result in severe punishment. Captain Zhang, didn't expect to meet you here. As the smell of blood gradually spread, Benicio noticed the suit man's corpse hidden in the shadows. He frowned. Bede, what's going on here? You know it's a serious crime to kill in the protected city, don't you? Abdur shrugged. Jawan, this guy belongs to the Tenno-kai. Hearing this, Benicio didn't press further but approached the suit man to examine him while signaling his subordinates to search the body. Soon, they found items confirming his identity. Captain, this guy indeed belongs to the Tenno-kai, but his device spirit. The city patrol member glanced meaningfully at Zachariah. Benicio's eyes were sharp, naturally noticing Zachariah's concealed device spirit. But he just nodded, signaling the man to stop talking. He then turned to Abdur and smiled. Didn't expect you to be so strong, even breaking their device spirit. Don't worry, I'll apply for rewards for you from the city lord's residence. After saying this, he turned and led his team away, dragging the corpse of the suit man with them. Abdur watched the city patrol leave, then cast a complicated glance at Zachariah. Brat, you're quite familiar with Benicio. Zachariah looked bewildered. I only met him once when I left the city a couple of days ago. That's strange. That slick fox Benicio actually helped you. He paused for a moment, then asked, why did you go out of the city? Zachariah smiled awkwardly. I spent all my money on refining my device spirit. Hunting for some extra cash to support myself was just a means. Upon hearing this, Abdur felt somewhat out of Fuja, complicated. This kid didn't seem as unmotivated as he had thought. A faint sense of regret welled up within him. He glanced at the device Spirit Zachariah hid behind his back, his stern face softening slightly. All right, stop hiding it. If you like that device, Spirit, take it. But let me remind you, whether you plan to use it or sell it, you need to nourish it with essence fluid right away. Otherwise, this low-grade device Spirit will dissipate quickly without the infusion of spirit power. As he spoke, he fished out a bottle of pale yellow liquid from his storage ring and tossed it to Zachariah. Zachariah thanked Abdur and quickly stored the device Spirit, Ronin, and the essence fluid in his system space. However, what Abdur saw was Zachariah putting these items into a white snakebone ring on his hand. He couldn't help muttering, "Your storage ring has a rather distinctive design." Storage rings came in various styles, each workshop having its own aesthetic. Zachariah chuckled but didn't explain, instead asking, "Che, why are you here at Shishan camp? Home visit. Home visit? Whose home? Yours." Zachariah froze. "Che, are you kidding me? What's there to visit at my place? It's getting late. You should go home." Zachariah's family situation was one of the poorest among the students at 3rd Middle School. Even though he was strong-willed, he didn't want his teacher or classmates to see his humble living conditions. However, Abdur ignored his protest, lighting another cigarette, and saying casually, "Lead the way." Chapter 16, Vastly Different Attitudes. In the Western Division office of the City Patrol Corps in Victoria City, Benicio was still busy organizing reports on tonight's events, while the team members around him were getting up to leave one by one. "Captain, we finished our work for tonight. We're heading back." Benicio nodded. "Everyone worked hard tonight. Take a rest in the morning tomorrow and return to work in the afternoon." "Thanks, Captain, you go back early too." After bidding farewell to Benicio, 2 Patrol Corps members took the elevator downstairs together. The heavier-set man asked, "What's the relationship between that guy and the captain?" Even with something like hiding a spirit artifact, the captain acted as if he didn't see it. A younger member beside him chuckled. "Brother Vinny, you don't understand. That kid has no relation to the captain at all." "No relation?" The young man nodded. "If I have to say there is a connection, then there's just a slight one. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me." The young man gave a mischievous smile. "That kid's homeroom teacher is called Edna." "Edna. Right, the Amaze from Mayor Amaze." The heavy-set man suddenly realized something. "It's not just because of this, right?" The young man hooked an arm over the heavy-set man's shoulder, whispering into his ear, "Brother Vinny, you're smart. Let me tell you frankly, I suspect the captain likes Edna, and this kid seems quite favored by her." The heavy-set man was incredulous. "How do you know that?" The young man said meaningfully. "The other day, this kid left the city in the middle of the night. Coincidentally, the captain and I were on duty at the gate. The captain told me to respect people's choices and not meddle, then turned around and called Edna with this as an excuse. You don't know, when Edna found out the captain let him out, she scolded the captain to high heaven. Our captain, as you know, has never tolerated being wronged. Yet, he was scolded by Edna for half an hour without a single retort. Afterward, worried that she might be tired from scolding, he even ordered her a cup of milk tea. As they grew more engrossed in their conversation, they decided to continue chatting over drinks at a bar. However, in contrast to their lightheartedness, Zachariah was receiving Abdur at home with a complex expression. Abdur sipped his tea and surveyed the simple yet tidy room, feeling rather conflicted. He recalled the harsh words he had said earlier, accusing Zachariah of having a poor family and poor ambitions. Those were words spoken in anger. Someone from an average family might not mind. But on Zachariah, those words felt like a stinging needle. Zachariah, where's your mother? My mom is sick and sleeping. Oh, what about your father? Hearing this, Zachariah turned his head to look at the memorial tablet in the corner of the living room. Following his gaze, Abdur noticed the memorial tablet standing there. The atmosphere grew tense, both tacitly choosing not to speak further. At this moment, Abdur's heart was in turmoil. He vaguely remembered that he might have yelled at Zachariah this morning, asking if he could face his parents. Such casual words were akin to stabbing his dignity. He finally understood why Zachariah had challenged him during such an occasion. Previously, he pitted Zachariah's unfortunate circumstances and resented his lack of striving. But tonight, Zachariah's performance far exceeded his expectations. How much effort would such a poor teenager need to gather enough resources to refine a spirit artifact once? Guilt flooded his heart. Feeling helpless, he reached for the teacup again, sipping it continuously. It seemed only this action could ease his uneasy heart slightly. At this moment, the master bedroom door opened. A woman with a pale complexion walked out. Tiana, we have guests. Who is this? Zachariah hurried up and helped Giselle to the sofa. Mom, this is my practical class teacher, Nate, here for a home visit. Giselle forced a smile. Hello, Che. It's so late for a home visit. Did Zachariah make any mistakes at school? If he did, feel free to scold him. I won't have any objections. Upon hearing this, Abdur felt even more guilty and quickly explained, No misunderstandings. Zachariah's performance at school is excellent. This is just a regular home visit. Zachariah was full of confusion. When did Bede change his ways? Not only wasn't he scolding, but also spoke well of him. However, Giselle assumed Abdur was saving Zachariah's face. Tiana, go back to your room. I'll chat with your teacher alone. Zachariah understood his mother's intention and nodded, returning to his room. He quietly pressed his ear against the door, wanting to hear what Abdur would say to his mother. Yet, moments later, he became even more confused. Why is Bede rambling nonsense tonight? Zachariah clearly heard that most of the topics Abdur inquired about were daily trivial matters, with no signs of reporting him. After pondering for a while and still unable to find an answer, he simply decided not to dwell on this matter anymore. A thought crossed his mind, and the system panel appeared before him. Host, Zachariah. Level, rank 1, 2 stars. Experience, 93%. Abilities, mutual progress, purifying heart. Martial skills, stealth, backstab. Physique, 395. He then switched to the interface of the Artifact Spirit Garner. Artifact Spirit, Garner. Quality, D. Effect 1, Flash of Cold Light. Effect 2, Transformative Changes. Experience, 93%. Compatibility, 62. Tempering times, 2. It seems like Garner is about to advance again. However, this time, it appears to require much more experience than the previous times. Zachariah switched to the system space. Currently, apart from 18 sword boxes floating continuously, there was also the artifact spirit Ronin inside. However, he could clearly see that Ronin seemed to be trembling. The primary artifact spirit strongly protested against the host placing Ronin inside the space. The 18th artifact spirit believed that Ronin was too low-grade and unworthy to stay with them. The third artifact spirit was somewhat curious about Ronin. After a glance, it felt the host had poor taste. Zachariah muttered. They seemed to really disdain Ronin. In the next moment, Ronin appeared in his hand. Zachariah could sense that Ronin seemed grateful for escaping that space. System, what's going on? There is a hierarchy among artifact spirits. Ronin sensed endless pressure from the 18 artifact spirits and trembled out of fear. Zachariah murmured, hierarchy? It seems these 18 artifact spirits have quite an extraordinary status. I wonder how they would view Garner. With a thought, Garner appeared in his hand, and then Zachariah placed it into the system space. In an instant, Zachariah could clearly feel that 18 gazes were sizing up Garner. These gazes contained curiosity, confusion, and surprise, but there was none of the disdain that Ronin received. And Zachariah sensed a calm and composed attitude from Garner, as if it did not regard the 18 artifact spirits before it. Garner and Ronin are both D-grade artifact spirits, yet their attitudes are completely different. Zachariah tried to seek answers from the system, but the system seemed to have frozen, giving no response. He sighed. Forget it. Maybe I'll know the answer in the future. He cast his gaze back at the Ronin in his hand and decided to enter into another contract with an artifact spirit. Although Ronin could not match his other artifact spirits, as long as the contract succeeded, Zachariah could impersonate an artifact spirit body and claim another allowance. Chapter 17. I really deserve it. The so-called vessel body refers to those spirit tamers who can make contracts with multiple spirit weapons. Each vessel body is an extremely rare existence. Even a vessel body that can only contract 2 spirit weapons is a 1 in 1,000 find. Therefore, anyone who has a vessel body enjoys a chingxie of resources from their organization. Zachariah infused spiritual power into Ronin and carefully sensed its state. Although Ronin was still weak, it showed no signs of dissipating. What's going on here? The nourishing essence liquid given by Abdur hadn't been used yet and was still properly stored in the system space. Inside the system space, unclaimed spirit weapons will maintain their original state. In an instant, Zachariah fell into deep thought. Ordinary spirit weapons need the host's spiritual power to be nurtured in order to continue existing. Only unusual spirit weapons like his father's could autonomously draw spiritual power from the heavens and earth to sustain their existence. Once ordinary spirit weapons lose the nurturing spiritual power, they gradually dissipate, while their compatibility with the original host also decreases. When the compatibility drops to a certain level, if someone tries to contract it, the success rate of the contract increases, but the risk of dissipation also rises. However, as long as they are placed in the system space, not only does their compatibility with the original host continuously decrease, but this decrease also avoids the risk of dissipation. Invisibly, this raises the probability of successful contracting. Thus, if Zachariah wanted, he could contract countless spirit weapons. Even if he didn't want to contract them, he could reduce the compatibility between the spirit weapons and their original owners through this method, sell the spirit weapons, and thus make substantial profits. At this thought, Zachariah felt his heart race. System, begin the contract with Ronin. Contracting is in progress. Please infuse spiritual power, host. Following the system's instructions, Zachariah began to infuse spiritual power into Ronin. Under the guidance of the system, the spiritual power began to travel along a specific path. Suddenly, Zachariah felt a strong repulsion against the just infused spiritual power. A mechanical voice followed. The spirit weapon, Ronin, has too high compatibility with its original owner. It is recommended that the host wait for the compatibility to decrease before attempting to contract or melt it. It actually failed. Buzz. Ronin began emitting a knife-like moaning sound, seemingly furious at Zachariah's impudence. Zachariah even felt its disdain, not just towards himself, but towards all the great Xia spirit tamers. Zachariah murmured, truly doesn't know how lucky it is. Zachariah looked at the system panel. System, melt it down and give it to Garner. As a meal. Melting process and execution. Target chosen. Garner, please stand by. In the next moment, a powerful surge of spiritual power emerged from Zachariah's palm, enveloping Ronin's blade. Ronin emitted knife-like wailing sounds, but Zachariah remained unmoved. Within this powerful spiritual power, Ronin gradually transformed into the purest spiritual body and was finally drawn into Garner. Melting successful. The spirit weapon, Garner, gained plus 872 experience. Join improvement triggered. Host gained plus 872 experience. Sufficient experience. Would you like to proceed with the spirit weapon tempering? Sufficient experience. Would the host like to choose advancement? Oh, another chance to advance. Without hesitation, Zachariah chose yes. A subtle and powerful force surged from within Zachariah, passing through his hands into Garner. Around Garner, cold light flickered. Zachariah could feel that every thread of spiritual power flowing into it transformed into pure killing intent. On the blade's surface, one piece after another seemed like physical entities formed from killing intent. Amidst the cold light, a blood-red hue gradually coalesced. Tempering successful. D-class spirit weapon, Garner, successfully advanced to C-class spirit weapon. Compatibility increased by plus 10. The spirit weapon Garner, awakened effect 3, shattered edge. The blade turns into countless fragments, delivering wide-area strikes against opponents. Just as Garner completed the tempering, Zachariah fell into a familiar mysterious sensation. Powerful spiritual power continuously refined his body, and Zachariah seemed to hear something inside him shattering. Host level upgraded from first rank 2 stars to first rank 5 stars, physique greatly enhanced. While Zachariah was immersed in the process of improving his strength, in the living room, Abdur and Zachariah's mother's conversation entered the main topic. I wonder what arrangements you have for Zachariah's future. As for Zachariah, I know about his spirit weapon. It's not much. So, I don't have many demands. I just hope he can stay in Rainbow Cloud City after graduation. Upon hearing this, Abdur nodded. The guilt he felt towards Zachariah made him consider how to compensate him. If there were a better path for Zachariah, would you oppose it? Giselle was somewhat taken aback. A better path? What do you mean, Che? Abdur straightened his posture. Join the Demon Suppression Army. A flicker of displeasure flashed across Giselle's face, but she quickly concealed it. Are you joking, Che? I remember the minimum requirement for the Demon Suppression Army is that a spirit weapon must be at least D-class, and one must reach the level of second rank 3 stars by the age of 18. Our Zachariah doesn't have that capability. Abdur smiled wryly. Under normal circumstances, yes. But what you don't know is that I retired from the Demon Suppression Army 15 years ago. The Army has quotas where any retired personnel can recommend a young person to join. The entry requirements are simpler compared to regular enlistment. Over these 15 years, I've kept my quota and used. Abdur met Giselle's weary gaze. This year, I plan to give this quota to Zachariah. Giselle forced a smile. Don't joke around, Che. With Zachariah's abilities, he would just hold everyone back if he joined the Demon Suppression Army. You should give the quota to someone else. Though she was smiling, it was clearly forced. Abdur didn't understand why she reacted this way, assuming she thought he was joking. He emphasized again, Mrs. Su, I'm not joking. Although the benefits of the Demon Suppression Army may not match those of top-tier mercenary groups like the Yi family, it's absolutely the best choice for Zachariah. You must. Before he finished, Giselle, who had always been polite, suddenly shouted, Enough. Che, I told you, Zachariah is not suitable, and that won't change. Don't bring it up again. The sudden change made Abdur involuntarily swallow hard. He couldn't figure out what he had said wrong. Carefully glancing at Giselle, he noticed that tears were welling up in her eyes. There was a heavy silence. After a long pause, Giselle spoke again. Back then, Zachariah's father was also a member of the Demon Suppression Army. At this moment, Abdur finally understood why Giselle had suddenly lost control of her emotions. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. Giselle wiped away the tear from the corner of her eye and forced another smile. Che, it's getting late. Before Giselle could finish, Abdur stood up guiltily and replied. Sorry, I didn't notice the time. I should leave now. Please don't take anything I said tonight to heart. As he spoke, he walked to the door. Let Zachariah see you out. Abdur waved his hands. No need. Let him rest early. Kids at this age are growing fast. Goodbye, Mrs. Su. With that, he closed the door and hurriedly left the Jiang household. Soon after Abdur left, Zachariah came out of his room. Seeing his mother sitting alone on the sofa, he asked curiously, Mom, are you okay? Giselle looked at Zachariah, and her gloom instantly turned into gentleness. She smiled. I'm fine, dear. I'm just a bit hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of noodles? Zachariah nodded. Sure. In the night, Abdur walked alone toward the outskirts of the urban village. As he walked, he muttered to himself, What a fool I am. Especially thinking about what he had once said to Zachariah made him want to slap himself. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly took out his phone to dial a number. After a moment, a gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Bede, why are you calling me? Teacher Amaze, you've really put me through it. Chapter 18, Give me some advice. Under the dim streetlights, Abdur was on the phone with Edna. Teacher Amaze, do you mean that you don't know who Zachariah's father is in the Demon Suppression Army, but one of your tasks is to secretly take care of them? Yes, Zachariah's father has a very high position in the Demon Suppression Army, and my clearance isn't enough to find out. Do you know how his father was martyred? No, the public records only mention that he went missing in the line of duty, but it's clear that the higher-ups are hiding something. Abdur sighed. Edna smiled and said, What's wrong? Feeling guilty. Abdur did not deny it and told Edna all of his discoveries tonight. After a moment, Edna muttered, It turns out the artifact's spirit has advanced. Looks like his strength has improved as well. No wonder I felt something was off this morning during jogging. Teacher Amaze, I plan to make up for Zachariah, but her mother doesn't allow him to join the military. Can you give me some advice? Edna pondered for a while and then smiled. I can give you advice, but how do you plan to thank me? This year's investigation report for the secret team of the Demon Suppression Army. I'll give you a perfect score. Edna chuckled, seemingly very satisfied with the answer. She laughed. Zachariah has a strong sense of self-respect, so if you want to help him, you can't do it openly. And what should I do? Well, you must have noticed tonight that Zachariah's mother suffers from a strange illness that requires a lot of money, so their family is short on cash. But according to regulations, an artifact handler cannot join mercenary teams before getting a diploma. But among us teachers here, you're one of the few who have the qualification to take students out for practical training to complete mercenary tasks. At this point, Abdur suddenly understood. In the past, he had obtained a certification for training mercenaries to earn more money to cultivate his artifact spirit. He didn't expect it would be useful today. He thanked Edna repeatedly. After hanging up, his heavy heart seemed to lighten instantly. The next morning, Zachariah was woken up by Abdur's call. Despite his body's resistance, he reluctantly dragged his sleepy body to school to wait for Abdur under Abdur's insistence. While waiting for Abdur to arrive, he checked his panel since he had nothing better to do. Host, Zachariah. Level, rank 1, star 5. Experience, 2%. Abilities, co-progression, purity of heart. Martial skills, concealment, backstab. Physique, 473. A smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his lips when his gaze swept over the physique row at the bottom. Already 473 at rank 1, star 5. If I remember correctly, the standard for rank 3, star 0, is around 500. Zachariah, you got here pretty early. Abdur patted Zachariah on the shoulder and handed him a breakfast bag. Have some breakfast, the teacher needs your help today. Abdur, who usually didn't talk much, forced a smile onto his face which he thought was warm and amiable. But this smile gave Zachariah the creeps somewhat. Zachariah nervously took the breakfast, but he didn't dare to eat it. From last night to now, he always felt that Abdur was acting strangely, but he couldn't figure out why. Teacher, what do you need me to help with? Abdur put a hand on Zachariah's shoulder, laughing while eating breakfast. Nothing serious, just that the teacher is short on cash lately, so I've taken on a few mercenary tasks and need someone to help me. Can you give me a hand? Afraid that Zachariah might refuse, he added. Don't worry, I won't accept any dangerous tasks. Teacher will protect your safety outside, and we split the bounty 50-50. Zachariah looked at Abdur suspiciously, seeing nothing but sincerity in his eyes, seeming really to be short of help. Thinking about his mother's medical expenses which were a black hole, after much consideration, Zachariah nodded. All right. When do we set off, Nate? At this moment, Abdur felt like he had been redeemed, the burden in his heart slightly lifted. Now, behind them stood towering city walls, and a powerful motorcycle was riding on the cracked national road. Rugged motorcycle style, thick tires, roaring exhaust pipes. The fierce wind swept past Abdur's sturdy body, leaving only a gentle breeze on Zachariah's cheeks. He watched the motorcycle beneath him enviously. Motorcycles in this era had undergone special modifications, not only incredibly fast, but also extremely durable, able to handle most terrains. The only drawback was their high price. Just Abdur's motorcycle alone cost several million, far beyond what he, a poor kid, could afford. Even so, Zachariah made up his mind to get a better car than Abdur's once his strength increased. Nate, what task are we going to execute? It's an E-class mission. A merchant's supplies were intercepted by beastmen on the road. Our goal is to find these supplies, then send the coordinates to the mission assigner. Once they send people to retrieve the goods, the mission is completed. The commission is about 200,000. Soon, the two arrived at a ruin. It seemed to have once been a small town. Abdur put away his motorcycle into his storage ring and smiled. Zachariah, do you know where we are? Zachariah shook his head. Abdur laughed. Gong County. This place was once a fairly large county town. Decades ago, a beast tide destroyed it. You need to be careful here. What you encounter will basically be second-stage beastmen. Abdur led Zachariah along the main street of the county town, and on the way, Zachariah learned what it meant to be a professional soldier. Zachariah, see this? This seemingly chaotic path is actually the footprint of a second-stage beastman, the Clearwind Wolf. They are very cunning, sweeping their tracks away as they move forward. This is worth learning from. When you want to get rid of someone tracking you, remember to destroy your own traces. Of course, determining their direction isn't hard. It just requires 4 actions: observation, smell, inquiry, and deduction. Observation means checking for signs around you. Smell because any creature that passes by must leave a scent. Zachariah, there are some feathers here. But upon closer inspection, you can tell they seem to come in 3 separate groups. Generally, the female ones are duller, while the males are brighter. Beastmen have behaviors similar to animals, called mating displays. From this, we can infer that these were 2 male bird-type beastmen fighting over mating rights, one of which got seriously injured and fled in panic. Zachariah, look here, there are clear signs of a fight. Judging by the marks left on the walls, there seem to have been 2 parties involved in the conflict. One party had about 5 people, the other had 3. Although I don't know why they fought. It could be greed or desire or conflicts. So remember, if you become a mercenary in the future, trust no one but yourself. Especially in the ruins outside Protection City. While searching for the supplies, Abdur acted more like a caring elder than just a teacher. He constantly imparted knowledge to Zachariah on how to survive in the ruins and hunt beastmen, even sharing some social experiences without reservation. Though Zachariah had doubts, he absorbed all the information like a sponge. Suddenly, Abdur stopped in front of a pile of ruins. In the silent ruins, faint mooing sounds approached from far away. We seem to have found them. He gave Zachariah a glance, indicating him not to make any noise. Chapter 19, The Stone Bull. The two crept quietly up a small hill made of rubble, crouching as they looked ahead. About 10 meters ahead lay a 2-story building that had collapsed on one side. Beside the building, 4 or 5 second-stage monsters were playing. Abdur murmured, looks like it's a medium-sized group of stone bulls, including those inside the building. There should be around 17 or 18. Do you have the confidence, Zachariah? Zachariah did not reply but coldly surveyed the group of stone bulls. Seeing his expression, Abdur chuckled. Stone bulls are fearsome creatures. What we fear most is their trampling. Once someone fails to retreat in time, less powerful spirit masters will fall into a brief coma. But this is also their weakness. As long as we move quickly and leave the range of their attack or kill them before they can trample us, we'll be fine. So, no need to be nervous. Without lifting his head, Zachariah replied, Teacher, I'm not nervous. Then what are you thinking about? I was wondering if stewed stone bull brisket with potatoes would smell better than that of an ordinary ox. Abdur was speechless for a moment. Zachariah suddenly asked, Teacher, what do I need to do? Simple, just like last night. Zachariah was a little puzzled. Abdur explained, I'll attract the monster's attention from the front, and you sneak up quietly and strike. Zachariah nodded, not objecting to this arrangement. After all, with his stealth skill, he was perfect for surprise attacks. And this was an excellent opportunity to enhance Hurley. After exchanging glances, the two acted separately. Abdur casually appeared within the sight of the stone bull group. His sudden appearance put the stone bulls on alert. They started frantically stamping their hooves and breathing heavily, trying to warn the intruder, Abdur. However, Abdur seemed unaware, still strutting towards them. The bulls began to gather, with some that were hiding inside the building joining as well. As Abdur approached, he suddenly lunged forward, swinging his ruler forcefully while muttering, A gentleman is not feared unless he carries weight. In an instant, a large stone bull was sent flying by Abdur's strike. The group of bulls pounced at Abdur simultaneously. Abdur turned and ran, though not very fast, seemingly baiting the bulls on purpose. Whenever a bull neared him, he would shout. 30 means standing firm. 40 means free from confusion. 50 means knowing the mandate of heaven. With each phrase, another stone bull would suffer. The bulls tried to stun him. But cunning as he was, Abdur dodged to another direction every time, evading the bulls' trampling attempts. Zachariah wondered aloud. These phrases from Bede seemed to carry some different meaning. I should ask him when I have time. Having said that, Zachariah's figure emerged stealthily behind the stone bulls. Artifact Spirit. Hurley defeated a second-stage stone bull. Experience plus 175. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 175. Artifact Spirit. Hurley defeated a second-stage stone bull. Experience plus 175. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 175. Artifact Spirit. Hurley defeated a second stage Stone Bull. Experience plus 175. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 175. Every Stone Bull flung by Abdur, even before hitting the ground, would be pierced through the chest by Zachariah's long sword, meeting its end. Moments later, the entire area where the Stone Bulls gathered was littered with their bodies. Abdur was panting hard from exhaustion. He spat secretly, cursing in his heart. Damn, being a good teacher is tiring. But when Zachariah walked over, he managed to flash what he thought was a kind smile. How was it? Zachariah, are you getting used to it? Zachariah looked at him and handed over the water he had prepared, saying, not bad. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Abdur laughed heartily, as if all his efforts had been worth it. Not tired at all, not tired at all. Who am I if not your teacher? Zachariah then asked. Teacher, what were those phrases you recited earlier? Startled for a moment, Abdur laughed. When I used to surf the internet, I came across an ancient text, something like the Luinyu, Analects, and memorized it. It was quite interesting, so I renamed the artifact Spirit's effects. For instance, a gentleman is not feared unless he carries weight, means a gentleman must use heavy hands to establish authority. This corresponds to strength enhancement. 30 means standing firm, means gathering 30 people to let me stand up and fight. This effect doubles damage. 40 means free from confusion, means fighting 40 people won't confuse me. It's an advanced version of 30 standing firm. 50 means knowing the mandate of heaven, which means gathering 50 people to beat, so they will know I am a son of heaven. This is also an advanced version of 30 standing firm. Zachariah listened to these explanations with a look of astonishment. Though he felt something was off, he silently memorized them. He always had this feeling that these phrases might come in handy during fights. It was like calling out airplane or bomb while playing Do Di Ju. It would give him a special buff. While listening to Abdur talk confidently, Zachariah scanned through the Stone Bulls one by one. Gradually, he noticed something strange. Teacher, isn't there missing a leader among this group of Stone Bulls? Abdur was stunned for a moment, then swept his gaze over the fallen Stone Bulls. His expression turned increasingly grave. Indeed, the leader is missing. Every group has its own leader, whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary creatures. The two looked at the two-story building before them simultaneously, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Suddenly, stomping sounds echoed from within the building. The Stone Bulls that were lying on the ground started getting up again. Their eyes were hollow, and as stomping sounds from inside the building intensified, they began stamping their hooves continuously. Each wave of stomping was stronger than the last. The small hill made of rubble began to slide away. The thunderous stomping sounds assaulted Zachariah and Abdur's hearts. The resurrected Stone Bulls approached them step by step, moving exceptionally slowly. Zachariah tried to knock them down again, but no matter how many times he did so, there was no more system notification sound in his head, as if they were now just manipulated corpses. Abdur's pupils contracted sharply. He shouted at Zachariah, who was fighting the resurrected Stone Bulls. Zachariah, it's a nearly 4th stage Stone Bull leader. It has already glimpsed into the realm. Don't bother with these dead bulls. We must find it immediately. Otherwise, both of us will end up here. Hearing this, Zachariah was startled. He knew what a realm was, a unique ability belonging to artifact spirits and monsters. Artifact spirits B-level and above, as well as 4th stage monsters and above, have a chance to awaken realms. Realms are methods that greatly enhance strength. High-level spirit masters often fight using realms. Clearly, the Stone Bull leader discovered them from the start. It didn't appear because it hadn't yet reached the 4th stage, spending time nurturing its realm. Both rushed resolutely into the 2-story building. Due to the narrow space inside, the stomping sounds were even more piercing. Countless stomping sounds resonated within the empty building, forming a unique wall of echoes. It shook them to the core. Abdur roared, Zachariah, manifest your artifact spirit. In the next moment, the figure of the scholar floated in the air behind Abdur. 2 sturdy hands tightly covered his ears. But Zachariah, being slightly slower, instantly fell into a state of extreme confusion. The crisis continued. 7 or 8 humanoid monsters with bull heads suddenly appeared. 3rd stage leader guards. They lunged at Zachariah and Abdur from all directions. The two were in mortal danger. Chapter 20. The Bull Beast Leader. Seeing the situation, Abdur couldn't afford to deal with the leader's guard alone and turned to rush towards Zachariah. Zachariah, don't you dare faint now. While protecting Zachariah from behind, Abdur struggled to hold on under the overwhelming attacks of the leader's guards. But at this moment, Zachariah knew nothing of this. He seemed to be in a world that was only white, as if he were about to drown in an endless sea of white. Suddenly, Hurley appeared before his eyes. The usually calm face now showed some worry. He kept hovering in front of Zachariah, seemingly trying hard to wake him up. Finally, Zachariah's eyes regained a hint of spirit. In an instant, a cool sensation surged from within Zachariah and spread throughout his body. The trampling sounds echoing in his ears were suddenly blocked out by Zachariah. Zachariah finally regained consciousness. He murmured silently, it seems, Hurley, and the new ability, Calm Heart, saved me. Facing him, Abdur was still dealing with the beast attacks alone. Through gritted teeth, he said, Zachariah, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, we'll both end up buried here. Zachariah smiled faintly, walked beside Abdur, and fought side by side with him. Teacher, thank you for your effort just now. Now, it's time for us to reclaim what's owed. Abdur was stunned for a moment, then nodded. An invincible momentum burst from his body. Just now, because of some concerns, he had no choice but to take the beating passively. Now, he would make these arrogant fools pay. He rushed like a speeding heavy truck, constantly waving the Jaeshur in his hand, fighting 2 leader guards alone. His moves were extremely simple, horizontal slashes and vertical chops. But it was these 2 simple moves that left the 2 guards in a sorry state. Suddenly, he leaped up. The Jaeshur in his hand slashed across their heads like a 3-foot-long knife. As the 2 halves of their heads hit the ground, so did he. Blood dripped down from the Jaeshur. This was a set of actions he deliberately designed after brief thinking. He believed this move was enough to fascinate young men like Zachariah. He wanted to use this cool move. to improve his relationship with Zachariah to a higher level. Confidently, he looked toward Zachariah, and the next moment, he was stunned. In the dim building, Zachariah's figure flickered between visible and invisible. He moved among the remaining 6 beasts alone, continuously striking them with his long knife, causing constant damage. The beasts tried to resist, but could only catch glimpses of Zachariah. Zachariah's agile steps suddenly stopped in the middle. Hurley transformed into countless fragments of stars, launching relentless attacks on the 6 beasts. They tried to defend, but the countless star fragments launched a second wave of attacks. In an instant, there was not a single spot of intact skin on each of the leader guards' bodies. Blood flowed continuously from their wounds, and life gradually slipped away. System Spirit. Hurley killed Tier 3 Beast Donyo Yayard. Experience plus 245. Joint growth triggered. Host experience plus 245. System Spirit. Hurley killed Tier 3 Beast Donyo Yayard. Experience plus 245. Joint growth triggered. Host experience plus 245. System Spirit. Hurley killed Tier 3 Beast Donyo Yayard. Experience plus 245. Joint growth triggered. Host experience plus 245. After a while, inside the small building, all the Donyo guards lay in pools of blood. Abdur stared blankly at the scene. Is this the awakening effect of a D-grade system spirit? A notion of recruiting Zachariah into the beast-suppressing army instantly rekindled in his heart. Such a powerful system spirit is worth cultivating no matter how low its starting point is. Boom. A loud noise suddenly came from outside the building. It was as if something jumped from the second floor. Abdur immediately reacted. No good. The Donyo leader is escaping. Before his words faded, he turned and chased out. But Zachariah was faster. Holy crap. Zachariah, don't rush. It's a beast nearly reaching Tier 4. Before he finished speaking, Zachariah had already vanished. Abdur was burning with anxiety. He didn't blame Zachariah for being rash. He only regretted using too much spiritual power to protect Zachariah, which now prevented him from catching up. Outside the building, a humanoid, bull-headed Donyo leader, leaning on a bone staff, ran desperately. Compared to previous Dunias, his figure was more petite, but his eyes revealed intense hatred. His face was pale, seemingly suffering from severe internal injuries. The urgent footsteps behind made his heart even more anxious. Whoosh! A whistling sound from behind made the Donyo leader hurriedly turn and lift his bone staff in defense. Clang! The long knife hit the bone staff. It chipped off several fragments of bone. A flash of surprise flickered in Zachariah's eyes. He hadn't expected that the Donyo leader's bone staff was so hard. However, the Donyo leader was even more surprised, because Zachariah had vanished right before his eyes. Puff! The long knife pierced into him from behind, going through his entire heart. His life rapidly drained away. Struggling with all his might, he turned to look backward. There was a young and resolute face staring back at him. Strong unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he was about to break through to Tier 4. Why did he fall short at this final moment? Encountering this demon star. Thump! The bone staff fell on the ground. He kneeled weakly, blood gushing out from his chest, staining the cracked cement road red. System Spirit. Hurley killed Tier 3 Monster Donyo leader. Experience plus 595. Joint growth triggered. Host experience plus 595. Experience sufficient. Choose whether to undergo System Spirit tempering. Experience sufficient. Choose whether to advance. Can I improve my strength again? Zachariah made no choice, as Abdur would be coming out soon. At this moment, Abdur's voice echoed. Zachariah, be careful. His voice grew smaller and eventually faded away. Abdur's eyes were full of disbelief. A monster nearly reaching Tier 4, dead at Zachariah's hands? Zachariah, you killed it? Abdur looked between Zachariah and the fallen Donyo leader in the pool of blood. His gaze shifted back and forth between them, almost saying, I don't believe it. Zachariah chuckled. Teacher, you don't have to doubt me. After all, there are only the 2 of us here. And this Donyo leader doesn't seem as strong as you said. Not that strong. Abdur wanted to refute this, because every monster capable of using a field wasn't something an ordinary beast tamer could handle. But the words stopped on his lips, not knowing how to refute it. After all, the Donyo leader was indeed killed by Zachariah. Yet, seeing Zachariah's indifferent attitude worried him. He feared Zachariah would suffer huge losses in the future due to arrogance. His mind raced, flashing through all his experiences and knowledge from the first half of his life. A report he once read surfaced in his mind, and he finally found an answer. He gave a cold snort and resumed his stern face. Not that strong? Zachariah, do you know why you were able to kill it? It's because it is only a monster nearing Tier 4. It barely glimpsed into the realm, but hasn't fully mastered it. Forcing the use of a field ability that can only be grasped at Tier 4 caused it to suffer backlash. That's how you got lucky. No more showing off. If the sky falls, there will always be taller ones to hold it up. Understand? Zachariah nodded, without anger. From Abdur's stern tone, he felt concern. I understand, Che, it won't happen again. Seeing Zachariah's attitude, Abdur nodded, adding more appreciation for him. To recognize and correct mistakes shows maturity. Such temperament left peers far behind. Teacher, look, what's this? Zachariah suddenly pointed to one side and asked. Following Zachariah's finger, Abdur's face instantly lit up with a smile. Chapter 21, Spirit Embryo. Beneath the Torana leader's body, the originally crimson blood that had pooled on the ground now faded. The Torana leader's body gradually became withered. The ghastly white bone club slowly turned dark red. The original gashes inflicted by Zachariah were also gradually healing. When the bone club turned so dark red it seemed like blood would drip from it, all the darkness quickly faded away. Moments later, the bone club returned to its previously pale appearance. Abdur stepped forward and picked it up, a smile on his face. Brat, you've got some real luck. This is a spirit embryo. One might not even encounter one among 3,000 demon beasts. Zachariah was somewhat taken aback. A spirit embryo, a special type of demon beast material. It absorbs the essence blood of demon beasts and carries their will. Through special refining methods, the spirit embryo can be made into a spirit weapon soul. Unlike spirits like Ronin, which have lost their hosts. Once a spirit embryo is refined into a spirit weapon soul, it only needs a brief time to bond with its intended host, ensuring nearly 100% success rate for the contract. After all, it has never formed a bond with a human before. Ordinary people who are born without innate spirit weapon souls can certainly become spirit tamers if they happen to obtain a spirit embryo. This is one of the fastest ways for ordinary people to rise. 4 high-rank spirit tamers. If they have a spirit weapon body, the spirit embryo can become their new spirit weapon soul. If they do not have a spirit weapon body, the spirit embryo can still be one of the best materials for tempering their existing spirit weapon soul. Because of this, spirit embryos are extremely valuable in the market. Abdur gritted his teeth, seemingly making a decision. What are you standing there for? Quickly put it away. After it's refined, it's at least a D-rank spirit weapon soul. Zachariah was somewhat surprised. Abdur's intention was clear. He wanted to give the spirit embryo to him willingly. He had seen Abdur's delighted expression earlier. Che, can you really part with it? Abdur shrugged. What parting or not? This spirit embryo was obtained because you killed the Torna leader. What does it have to do with me? Zachariah remained silent, then smiled. Since that's the case, Che, why don't you give me some money and I'll sell it to you? A flash of excitement crossed Abdur's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Years of failed tempering had given him a sense of intuition that C rank was likely the limit for his spirit weapon soul. Why waste effort on this? Rather than wasting resources, he thought it better to give the opportunity to younger people with potential. With this thought in mind, he gave Zachariah a hard knock on the head. Sell what? Don't think about money all day long. Enhancing your strength is far more important than money. Keep this spirit embryo. What if you turn out to have a spirit weapon body? Even if you don't, the spirit embryo can still be used for tempering a spirit weapon soul. Who knows? Maybe one day your spirit weapon soul will advance to C rank. Zachariah did not refuse, because he saw both reluctance and determination in Abdur's eyes, revealing a clear attitude. A teacher transmits knowledge and guides students. Abdur always acted like this. Though he was stricter than other teachers, he truly wanted every student to become talented. After thanking him, Zachariah stored it in the system space. To be honest, he wasn't too concerned about the spirit embryo. Especially after seeing the 18 spirit weapon souls' attitude towards Ronin, Zachariah understood that few spirit weapon souls could match those. However, he needed an excuse for the spirit weapon soul advancement. Seeing that he had accepted it, Abdur's face showed satisfaction. Zachariah pointed to the dead Tornas. Teacher, the mission is completed. Shouldn't we send the coordinates to the mission provider? Upon hearing this, Abdur's face immediately turned dark. Damn it. The moment you mention this, I get angry. A nearly 4th rank demon beast here, and 8 3rd-rank guards. They dared to rate this as an E-rank mission. Zachariah frowned. Teacher, you mean this isn't an E-rank mission? Abdur cursed. Of course not. Such a difficult task. At minimum, it should be rated D-rank. Even close to C-rank. Zachariah felt tricked. Teacher, what do we do then? Abdur scoffed. What to do? Given the difficulty of this mission, if they want their goods back, they'll have to pay more. For a while, as the setting sun cast a red glow through the fog over the ruins, the mission provider arrived according to the coordinates provided by Abdur. For the first time, Zachariah witnessed a completely different demeanor in Abdur. He was like a tough soldier, slamming the ruler into the ground heavily, arguing passionately with the mission provider with flushed cheeks. His posture clearly suggested that unless they received enough money, he would fight the mission provider tooth and nail. In the end, the mission provider had no choice but to concede. They raised the price to 500,000 before retrieving their goods from the 2-story building. When the mission provider left, Abdur displayed the payment page on his phone to Zachariah like a child who was thrilled. Zachariah, see this? 500,000. Count the zeros, there are 5 of them. Hurry, give me your account details, and I'll transfer half to you. Soon, the confirmation of receipt arrived. Seeing the amount change from 200,000 to 500,000, Zachariah couldn't help but praise. Teacher, you're really good. Where am I good? I almost had to fight them just now. But they did concede to you, didn't they? Abdur shook his head. They weren't conceding to me. They were conceding to the beast-taming army. Under Abdur's explanation, Zachariah finally learned that the beast-taming army differed from other large organizations. Every retired soldier, if they encountered insurmountable problems in life, could seek help from the beast-taming army. Facing the beast-taming army, these unscrupulous merchants could only bow their heads. Abdur chuckled and asked, Hey, Zachariah, have you thought about joining the beast-taming army? Your teacher can write you a recommendation letter. Zachariah shook his head. No, why not? The benefits are much better than those of small organizations. Moreover, having a strong background is important when living in society. My mom doesn't allow it. Abdur was instantly speechless. He remembered that night when Giselle lost control. He understood Giselle's worries, but he felt that for someone as powerful as Zachariah's spirit weapon soul, joining the beast-taming army would ensure a brighter future. Zachariah continued. Besides, the beast-taming army is too dangerous. I want to live a few more years. Abdur sighed. Compared to other mercenary groups, the tasks executed by the beast-taming army were often riskier with fewer rewards or even no rewards at all. He didn't say anything more but patted Zachariah's shoulder. Come on, let's do the next task. Accompanied by the roar of the motorcycle, under the bloody sunset, Zachariah and Abdur headed towards their next destination. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Victoria City, Shanshai No. 1 residential area. This was where the elites of Victoria City lived. Unlike the decay in the western part of the city, here everything exuded nobility and elegance. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove up and stopped outside a luxuriously decorated villa. Alicia got out of the car and bowed respectfully to the man inside. Sonny, thank you. The man in the car nodded. Practice the martial arts and methods I taught you well. It will help you awaken the effects of your spirit weapon soul faster. The car slowly drove away, and Alicia's face showed a complex expression. She slowly opened the villa door and walked straight into the living room. On the sofa, a middle-aged man was smoking tongxia while reading a newspaper. After much deliberation, she decided to speak up. Dad, Mitchell is dead. Chapter 22, Maeve's Choice. The person sitting on the sofa was none other than Maeve's father, Ridge, the president of Victoria City Chamber of Commerce. Ridge put down the newspaper upon hearing this and exhaled a long puff of smoke. What did Langston say? Sonny said, if he died, then let him be. We should just focus on completing the tasks assigned to us. Ridge nodded. Understood. Hurry up and work on enhancing your cultivation. He picked up the newspaper again, intending to continue reading. However, Maeve didn't move. A trace of confusion flashed in Ridge's eyes. Sheener, what's wrong? Maeve bit her lower lip, hesitating, but finally spoke up. Dad, I don't understand. Hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Ridge's face as he put down the newspaper once more. What don't you understand? Not understanding why you were asked to give tainted water to Zachariah, so the Japanese on Myoji could hunt him down? Or not understanding why you were asked to befriend Fernando? Maeve shook her head. Dad, I don't understand either. Ridge placed the newspaper on the coffee table in front of him. Everything is for the sake of Aristide Chuang. Maeve widened her eyes. Zachariah's family's sword. Aristide Chuang? Ridge nodded and patted the empty space beside him, gesturing for Maeve to sit next to him. Sheener, do you know who Fernando is? The sole heir of the Yi family. Do you understand him? Maeve shook her head. I only know that his weapon spirit is an S-class sword spirit, nothing else. It's normal not to know. This is a secret of the Yi family, and I only found out last year when I connected with them. Maeve looked at Ridge somewhat bewilderedly, waiting quietly for the answer. Ridge fondly stroked her beautiful hair. Sword spirit, although it's an S-class weapon spirit, is more like an auxiliary spirit. It can slowly enhance the quality of other sword spirits, similar to a slow refining process. However, when it comes to combat power, it might even be weaker than your Kira. Maeve's eyes widened, looking at Ridge in disbelief. She immediately understood why there had never been any reports of Fernando participating in battles online. Ridge continued explaining. So, he desperately needs a powerful sword spirit. Maeve was puzzled, but Dad. Ridge interrupted her. I know what you're going to say. You're wondering why they need to target Aristide Chuang, when there are many sword spirits available, and the Yi family could easily obtain an S-class or higher level spirit. Why single out Aristide Chuang? Maeve nodded. Ridge smiled. Aristide Chuang is renowned as the most powerful A-class sword spirit. It has a little-known characteristic. No matter which quality it is enhanced to, it remains the most powerful sword spirit at that quality level. Maeve gasped. Dad, you mean if Aristide Chuang reaches S-class, it would be the most powerful S-class sword spirit? Ridge took a sip of the red wine already poured on the table. Exactly. So now you understand why you were asked to give that bottle of water to Zachariah? Only if Zachariah is seriously injured will his family consider selling Aristide Chuang. But even if that's the case, the Yi family could just get Aristide Chuang themselves. Why involve us? Why make us their proxy? Maeve argued. Ridge sighed. My foolish daughter, haven't you realized why you were pre-selected as a potential member of the core team of the Yi family? And why the strongest on Myoji among the 12 core teams, Langston, traveled all this way to be your mentor? Maeve was stunned. She had always thought it was because her weapon spirit was exceptional. Dad, what do you mean? Sheener, I admit your weapon spirit is the best our Jasper family has seen in years. But that's only within our family. Compared to all known A-class spirits in Daxia, your spirit is considered one of the weaker ones in the A-class. Ridge slowly stood up. Daughter, before we have absolute strength, we can only be proxies for others. Even this opportunity to be a proxy is highly sought after by many. If you don't want to be a proxy, then work hard to improve your strength and bring our Jasper family to the same level as the Yi family. Until then, remember, you are the daughter of the Jasper family, and the interests of the Jasper family must always come first. Maeve fell silent. She faintly sensed that her father, who had never scolded her before, was truly angry this time. I remember Oliver's son, seems to be called Ian. He is also your classmate, right? Maeve hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Zachariah's mother goes to their family hospital for follow-ups at regular intervals. I don't need to elaborate on that, right? A terrifying thought flashed through Maeve's mind, and she tried to struggle. Dad, Ridge glared at her. I know you have some feelings for that young boy. But what does it matter? You're young and don't understand that emotions are the most useless things in the world. And if you think our Jasper family can withstand the wrath of the Yi family, then you don't have to follow my orders. Having said that, Ridge got up and walked upstairs. In the living room, only Maeve was left sitting there in a daze. Her eyes were vacant, as if her thoughts had frozen. Suddenly, tears began to fall from her eyes. What could she do? In Victoria City, she was the daughter of the president of the Chamber of Commerce, and the Jasper family was among the elite of the city. But what could they do against a behemoth like the Yi family? The words of Ridge echoed in her ears again. If you don't want to be a proxy, then work hard to improve your strength and bring our Jasper family to the same level as the Yi family. Her tears gradually stopped. Her eyes revealed a resolve she had never shown before. Since the Yi family could use their family, why couldn't she use the Yi family? As for Zachariah, it was just a bit of affection, which meant nothing compared to the interests of the family. At this thought, her face resumed its usual sweet smile. She took out her phone and dialed a number she had never called before. Hello, Ian? It's me, Maeve. Amidst the endless ruins, remnants of the technological era still stood as proof. In the silent night, occasional rustling sounds could be heard. Suddenly, the sleeping flock of birds took off in panic. In the distance, the sound of rapid pursuit could be heard. A large second-stage Qingfeng wolf, with its body glowing faintly, was fleeing desperately. Zachariah and Abdur chased after it from both sides. Teacher, let's finish it with one strike. We've been chasing for so long. I'm exhausted. Bullshit. The client wants its intact fur. If you cut wrong, our efforts tonight will be wasted. But, there's no but. This isn't just a Qingfeng wolf. This is a running pile of 300,000 cash. Zachariah was speechless. He had another understanding of Abdur. Money first, life second. The Qingfeng wolf was the fastest running beast among second-stage monsters. They had been chasing it at full speed for 2 hours. Even with his physique far surpassing that of his peers, Zachariah was starting to feel the strain. This won't do. If we keep chasing, who knows if we'll even catch the Qingfeng wolf. Don't end up exhausting ourselves without catching it. I need to think of a plan fast. An idea flashed in his mind. Teacher, do you still have any strength left? Abdur was taken aback, then immediately cursed. Brat, who are you looking down on? I'm 3rd stage 5-star, with a physique score of 650. I can chase for another 2 hours easily. Zachariah knew he had misunderstood but didn't have time to explain. Teacher, please help me. Chapter 23, quietly advancing. Under the cover of night, Zachariah swiftly darted to Abdur. Clenching his teeth, Abdur then swept him up at the waist. In the next moment, Zachariah was thrown by Abdur like a cannonball. The clear-wind wolf was still running wildly. There was still a distance between Zachariah and it. As Zachariah was about to hit the ground, at this critical juncture, Abdur shouted loudly, George. The George materialized instantly behind Zachariah, once again scooping him up at the waist. A massive force came from the George's arms, throwing Zachariah forward once more. He landed steadily, but found himself alarmingly close to the clear-wind wolf. So close that the wolf couldn't make a turn in time. Zachariah held the hurley tightly in both hands, staring intently at the rapidly approaching clear-wind wolf, yet making no move. Abdur, who was right behind, couldn't help but feel his heart leap into his throat. This kid isn't scared stiff, is he? The clear-wind wolf roared. A dense and pungent stench spewed out of its mouth as it raised its front paw to strike at Zachariah. The wind brought on by its movement blew Zachariah's black hair backward. Still, Zachariah did not move, muttering only 2 words under his breath, seemingly speaking to Hurley. Transform. In an instant, Hurley became thinner and longer. Before the clear-wind wolf's sharp claws fell, it pierced through its pupils into its brain. Its front paw finally stopped less than 2 centimeters away from Zachariah's head. Bang! The body of the clear-wind wolf hit the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hurley, the artifact spirit, has killed a level 2 demonic beast, the clear-wind wolf. Experience plus 178. Joint advancement triggered. Host experience plus 178. The audacious action of the host has caught the attention of the 18 artifact spirits. They are all showing interest. Abdur gradually halted his swift strides. Through the smoke, that figure had once again performed a daring act. But now he felt nothing but admiration. Such courage and judgment. Probably not even the most excellent spirit masters of the demon-suppressing army could match him. As the dust settled, Zachariah collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Only he knew how much pressure he had borne during that moment. Any sooner, and perhaps the wolf's skin would be damaged. Any later, and he might suffer serious injury. While Abdur was cutting the wolf's skin, he laughed and scolded. Brat, you're truly a natural-born fighter. What a waste that you won't join the demon-suppressing army. Zachariah simply ignored him. After a while, Abdur got up, looking at Zachariah. Come on, next mission. Zachariah shot him a glance. Teacher, we've completed 4 tasks in one day. Even if I were made of iron, I'd need some rest. Abdur shrugged. All right then, take your rest slowly. I'll handle them alone. When it comes to settling the commissions, don't be envious when I earn hundreds of thousands more than you. With that said, without caring whether Zachariah got up or not, he headed for the next destination on his own. Helpless, Zachariah cursed under his breath, Zhang Bapi. Then he quickly got up and caught up with Abdur. The corner of Abdur's mouth curved almost uncontrollably. What Zachariah didn't know was that this high-intensity task completion was actually Abdur's way of testing him. To be noted, endurance and tenacity were among the standards for evaluating candidates in the demon-suppressing army. Though Zachariah repeatedly stated he wouldn't join the army, Abdur always believed that given the right timing, he would change his mind. Time seemed to speed up. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Under the night sky, Abdur sat by the campfire, roasting what looked like a leg of some demonic beast over the flames. Golden yellow fat dripped down from the beast's leg into the fire, creating crackling sounds. Abdur held a small knife, occasionally slicing into the meat, wearing an expression of enjoyment. Beside him, Zachariah stared into the flickering flames, lost in thought, unsure of what was on his mind. Zachariah, over these 3 days, we've completed 18 tasks, earning nearly 3 million in commission. We are still quite slow though. Upon hearing this, Zachariah pouted. Teacher, do you really treat me as a machine? These days, Zachariah worked nonstop every day after waking up. He hadn't even spent any time alone. Abdur chuckled. Making money is hard work, but it's essential to enhance our strength. Too tired to argue, Zachariah browsed through his phone. Soon, his eyes were caught by a news article from 2 days ago. A 4th-level demonic beast appeared outside Victoria City in the ruins, and 3 mercenary squads have already been killed. Zachariah frowned, recalling the days he experienced during the fight with the bison leader. Feeling uneasy, he asked, Teacher, with our current strength, can we handle a 4th-level demonic beast if we face it head-on? Abdur fished out a handful of seasonings from his pocket and sprinkled it over the beast leg in front of him. You must be joking. A genuine 4th-stage demonic beast would possess domain control abilities. Beast forms are relatively easier to deal with, as their strength is lower. But if we encounter a humanoid form, we should flee immediately. Zachariah handed his phone to Abdur. After glancing at the news, Abdur laughed and said, I saw this news. It's in the ruins near Luxian County, over 100 miles away. We just need to avoid that area. Seeing how easily he brushed it off, Zachariah felt relieved. He slowly stood up and walked into the dense fog. Teacher, I'm going to the bathroom. Remember to save some of the beast leg for me. Initially, Zachariah strolled leisurely until he was certain that Abdur couldn't see him through the thick fog. Then he suddenly accelerated. Twisting and turning, he arrived at the 2nd floor of an abandoned hotel. After ensuring no one was around by looking left and right, he leaned against the wall and sat down. Finally got some time. Abdur's craziness for completing missions far exceeded his expectations. With a thought, Hurley appeared in his hand, and he then brought up the system interface. Artifact Spirit, Hurley. Quality C. Effect 1, Chilling Glow. Effect 2, Transformation. Effect 3, Breaking Edge. Experience, 131%. Compatibility, 72. Refinement times, 3. Adequate experience. Do you want to refine the Artifact Spirit? Without hesitation, Zachariah chose yes. A mysterious energy, not belonging to him, began surging into Hurley. Hurley seemed to respond to some call, humming resonantly with this energy. The faint red thread on the blade began spreading widely. It flared like fire, engulfing most of Hurley's body. Refinement successful. C-grade artifact Spirit, Hurley, has successfully advanced to B-grade, compatibility +5. Immediately after, Zachariah checked his personal page. Host, Zachariah. Level, first stage 5 stars. Experience, 131%. Abilities, joint progression, tranquil heart. Martial skills, concealment, backstab. Physique, 473. Vast spiritual power continuously refined his body, and Zachariah seemed to hear something inside him cracking. Host level upgraded from first stage 5 stars to first stage 8 stars, physique greatly enhanced. The mysterious sensation gradually faded, and Zachariah slowly opened his eyes. The longsword, Hurley, had the man in the bamboo hat appear again before his eyes. This time, Zachariah could see no trace of hostility in his eyes, as if all his killing intent had been absorbed within him. In those deep eyes, other emotions were now present. All that remained was loyalty, even a hint of indulgence, like the kind of indulgence an elder might show towards a junior. Looking at the figure solidified as real, Zachariah inadvertently felt a sense of illusion. Hurley seemed like a truly existing person. Perhaps after a few more refinements, he will be able to communicate with me actively. Supporting his chin, Zachariah suddenly realized a problem. This refinement didn't seem to awaken any new effects. System, what's going on? Chapter 24, 4th rank beast. Effect awakening occurs randomly and is not guaranteed with each tempering. Zachariah, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and understood immediately. For ordinary people, having 2 or 3 effects on their weapon spirit is already quite good. Even for an average genius, they might only awaken 4 or 5 effects. Most still rely on different martial techniques for combinations to enhance combat power. Like him, having tempered his weapon spirit to level B with 3 effects was already considered lucky. After realizing this, Zachariah reached out toward the system space once again. The spirit embryo obtained from the leader of the buffalo beasts appeared in his hand. Detected spirit embryo, bullhead sacrifice, can be refined into a D-level weapon spirit, bullhead sacrifice. Would the host like to choose to contract or refine it? Only able to refine it to a D-level spirit seems a bit too low. Thinking this, Zachariah immediately chose refinement. Executing refinement. Target chosen, Garner. Please wait. In the next moment, a vast surge of spiritual energy burst forth from Zachariah's palm, splitting into 2 parts, covering both the spirit embryo and the weapon spirit. The spirit embryo let out a few mournful cries before turning into a pool of liquid, being enveloped by the spiritual energy and merging into Garner. At this point, Garner was emitting a delighted hum. Refinement successful. Weapon spirit. Garner gained plus 981 experience points and plus 5 compatibility. Joint progress triggered. Host gains plus 981 experience points. Weapon spirit. Garner. Awakened 4th effect. Chaotic mind. Disrupts enemies' will and distracts thoughts, attacking when they are unprepared. Another effect awakened? It seems similar to the domain effect of the buffalo beast leader. Zachariah picked up Garner and examined it closely, noticing a bone-colored drill appearing at the hilt. System. How did it awaken another effect without advancing in level? Spirit embryos are formed from the essence blood of beast creatures. When refined with the weapon spirit, there is a probability to awaken new effects related to the characteristics of the beast creature. The corners of Zachariah's mouth couldn't help but turn upward. With only a B-level rank and him being a 1-star 8th rank individual, owning 4 effects was undeniably exhilarating. Zachariah cast another glance at the system interface. Weapon spirit. Garner. Quality, B. Effect 1, sudden cold radiance. Effect 2, 1000 transformations. Effect 3, shattering edge. Effect 4, chaotic mind. Experience, 35%. Compatibility, 82. Tempering times, 4. Moved by thought. Zachariah also retrieved his personal page. Host, Zachariah. Rank, 1-star 8th rank. Experience, 35%. Abilities, joint progress, purifying mind. Martial skills, concealment, backstab. Stamina, 550. Not bad. This level of stamina equates to a 3rd rank soul summoner. But compared to Bede, I'm still lacking. Need to put more effort. Right then, a woman's scream pierced through the ruins. Alertly crouching by the windowsill, Zachariah gazed towards the direction of the sound. Thick fog impeded his vision. However, Zachariah could clearly hear numerous beasts frantically fleeing from the origin of the noise. Intense curiosity compelled Zachariah to want to know what was happening within the mist. He flipped off the hotel building, heading in the direction of the sound. On his way, he saw groups of beasts escaping frenetically, including some 3rd rank ones. Furrowing his brows, Zachariah silently activated concealment, cautiously sneaking through the mist. As he neared the front, an increasing sense of unease grew in his heart. He could even faintly hear strange murmurs. Soon, in front of a shopping mall, Zachariah spotted 5 figures fleeing frantically. 4 men and 1 woman. Looks like a mercenary team. Wonder what they're running from. Hiding in the shadows, Zachariah quietly observed the scene. Before long, a group emerged behind the 5 individuals. They wore white robes, indistinguishable from regular people except for the hook-tipped tails behind them. In the middle was a moderate-sized shoulder-carried palanquin. Seated high atop was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a friendly appearance. Behind him stood a large cross as if bearing countless hopes. The followers accompanying him varied widely in appearance, differing in height, weight, age, and gender. But one thing remained the same. They had blank expressions and were mumbling words Zachariah couldn't understand. Despite not understanding, Zachariah felt an urge to prostrate and worship. He quickly activated Purifying Mind, instantly sweeping away that impulse. At the same time, Zachariah witnessed a shocking scene. 2 male mercenaries, exhausted, fell while trying to flee. In an instant, the group behind them caught up. A towering Gothic cathedral suddenly emerged, encompassing the entire group and the 2 stragglers. The church emitted a sanctified white light, and murmuring voices within it swelled. It was as if the congregation was offering their most devout prayers. But Zachariah's brows knitted tightly. He seemed to hear beneath the pious prayer, a hidden wail, and gnawing sounds. However, he did not intend to intervene. The incident of saving Ian and being manipulated still haunted his mind. Weapon Spirit number 9 is becoming violent. It seems he has recalled some memories he'd rather forget. The violence of Weapon Spirit number 9 has attracted the attention of other spirits. Some spirits are comforting number 9, some are mocking him, while others choose to watch from the sidelines. The system is trying to suppress Weapon Spirit number 9. Please leave this place immediately. This scene is driving Weapon Spirit number 9 mad. Please leave this place now. Urgent prompts kept sounding in Zachariah's mind. What's going on? Zachariah's confusion grew deeper. Before he could think more, sudden hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Immediately after, a powerful hand grabbed the collar of his shirt and dragged him away, the ruins flashing by rapidly on both sides. Zachariah had intended to resist, but the voice in his ear made him resign himself to being carried. Zachariah, what were you doing here? Don't you know how dangerous that was? Abdur caught up from the side, and it was the weapon spirit, George, who had been dragging Zachariah by the collar. Zachariah's body swayed like a kite in George's swift hands. He shrugged and laughed sheepishly. Teacher, I didn't feel it was very dangerous. Abdur glared at him, pointing back as he ran and scolded. Look for yourself. Ahead of them all, the white light vanished instantly, and the tall cathedral disappeared in a blink. The group continued to chase the remaining 3 people. All that was left at the original spot were 2 completely picked clean skeletons. Zachariah's face turned grim as he swallowed hard and remarked, quite a thorough job. Abdur snorted coldly. Youth knows no fear. Do you know what that thing was? Chapter 25, Call from the Hospital. After Abdur's explanation, Zachariah finally understood what he had encountered. A Tier 4 monster Danny. A special type of monster that enjoys traveling around and preaching after the Great Fog appeared. They like to transform into human form and educate all directions. The stronger their power, the more followers they attract. When the number of followers reaches a certain quantity, they can advance to a higher level. And their domain is the church. It appears sacred and untouchable, but inside, it is bone-chilling. Anyone who inadvertently enters will be converted and eventually become nourishment for him and his followers. Abdur said solemnly. Do you know that if you had listened to their hymns any longer, you might have walked into his domain by yourself in the next moment? Zachariah didn't take it seriously. After all, the monster's hymns had no effect on him. He murmured to himself. That's why those 2 people didn't get up and run for their lives. They were brainwashed. Seeing this, Abdur hit Zachariah's head hard. You damn kid. Why did you go over there? Zachariah scratched his head and chuckled. I heard someone screaming, so I got curious and went to check. He paused for a moment and then asked, Teacher, how did you find me? Zachariah was very confused. Logically speaking, he had activated concealment. Unless the area was small, like last time when he was cornered in an alley by Ailby and others, how could anyone find him instantly? Hearing this, Abdur gave him a look. I smelled the barbecue on you. Smelled. I experienced something when I was young, which unexpectedly enhanced my sense of smell. Zachariah felt speechless. It seemed that concealment still had loopholes, and he would have to find a martial skill that could truly hide him. The 2 ran far away until they were sure they wouldn't be caught by the priest before they stopped to rest. Zachariah seemed to think of something. Teacher, do you think the Tier 4 monster mentioned in the news is that priest? Abdur nodded. Probably. Most monsters stay within their own territory and don't wander around randomly. So what should we do next? Go back to the city. Abdur glanced at him. Why go back? Have you earned enough money? Zachariah pointed behind him. Teacher, aren't you worried about encountering the priest again? Abdur shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, I'm worried. But danger is everywhere outside the city. This is what you'll face in the future. And besides, he has already passed through our area. He won't come back anytime soon. So we just need to be careful. At this moment, Zachariah felt he knew Abdur better. He was cautious, yet daring and meticulous. While talking, Abdur took out a plastic bag from his storage ring and handed it to Zachariah. Inside was half a roasted beast leg. Zachariah smiled gratefully. Thank you, teacher. Abdur scolded with a laugh. Eat quickly. After finishing, we'll do the next task tonight. Zachariah tore off a piece of meat, swallowed it with oil dripping from his mouth, and said, Teacher, shouldn't we rest now? Abdur looked at his watch. Rest? I just accepted a task, to catch 2 night owls for the research institute. 30 million. They will come out for food in 1 or 2 hours. Zachariah sighed, feeling unfortunate to have such a workaholic teacher. However, he didn't know that Abdur simply wanted to earn as much money as possible for Zachariah within these 2 months. Simultaneously, he hoped Zachariah would improve his strength through practice. After devouring the half-beast leg, Zachariah fetched a bottle of water from the system space to wash his hands when his thigh vibrated. He mumbled, Who would call me in the middle of the night? As he spoke, he answered the phone, holding it between his head and shoulder while crouching down to wash his hands. Who's this? Are you the relative of Sue Jaspersiong? This is Fashion City Fawn's hospital. Hearing this, Zachariah's heart tightened instantly. He clearly remembered this was the hospital where his mother went for regular checkups. Is something wrong? This is what happened. Patient Sue Jaspersiong fainted during her routine checkup yesterday and has been in a coma for a day and a night. When our doctor checked her just now, we found she was critically ill. She has been sent to the emergency room. The patient's condition is critical, and we need a family member to sign a critical condition notice. Are you in Fashion City? If so, please come over and sign it as soon as possible. Zachariah felt dizzy and couldn't speak for a long time. Over the years, he and his mother relied on each other. She was practically his whole world. Hello? Can you hear me? Coming back to his senses, Zachariah hurriedly replied. Sorry, I'm currently outside the city. I'll head back immediately. Please do your best to treat my mother. I beg of you. According to regulations, we cannot act on our own without a family member's signature. Currently, we can only take measures to prevent the condition from worsening. So, please return to the city as soon as possible to sign, or have a relative come to sign on your behalf. After hanging up the phone, Zachariah looked anxiously at Abdur behind him. Teacher, I need to get back to the city immediately. Though Abdur wasn't sure what had happened, he vaguely sensed it was something serious and immediately took out the motorcycle from his storage ring without hesitation. Let's go. We're heading back to the city. Deep into the night, The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the entire wasteland, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards colorful Cloud City. At 3 a.m, the speeding motorcycle stopped at the entrance of Fong's hospital. Zachariah didn't wait for Abdur and rushed straight toward the emergency room. Keanu, dressed simply, hurried to stop him. Teacher Moyong, how is my mom? Keanu shook her head. We don't know yet. The doctors are still working on her inside. To avoid delaying his mother's treatment, Zachariah had called Keanu while still outside the city, entrusting her to sign on his behalf. Zachariah sat helplessly on the bench outside the emergency room. He was anxious but helpless. At this moment, Abdur also rushed in, exchanging a look with Keanu. Both understood the gravity of the situation and remained silent. Time ticked by slowly, each minute feeling like an eternity for Zachariah. Half an hour later, a doctor wearing green surgical scrubs emerged. Who here is the patient's family? Zachariah stood up immediately. I am. Doctor, how is my mom? The doctor sighed. Her condition is stable for now, but as you know, your mother suffers from spirit power allergy. Zachariah nodded. The doctor continued. There's no specific medication to cure spirit power allergy. Typically, patients would occasionally fall into a deep sleep, which, though inconvenient, isn't fatal. The most worrying part is if the condition worsens. If it does, the patient will slip into a deep coma, leading to a state of self-deception in the brain. Zachariah looked at the doctor puzzled, while Keanu and Abdur's expressions changed upon hearing this diagnosis. Doctor, what do you mean by self-deception in the brain? Chapter 26, Exorbitant Medical Bills. The doctor looked at Zachariah with a hint of pity. To put it simply, the brain thinks it's dead and sends death orders to all organs. The patient will die in due course from organ failure. Zachariah found it hard to control himself. Anxiously, he sought help from the doctor. Doctor, is there no way to cure her? The doctor shook his head. Currently, there's no cure. The only thing we can do is constantly stimulate the patient's nerves to prevent the brain from deceiving itself. However, Zachariah looked at the doctor blankly. However what? The doctor answered helplessly. This method can only maintain basic vital signs, and it's extremely expensive. For ordinary families like yours, my advice is to give up on treatment. Continued investment will only increase your burden. Zachariah refused to give up. Doctor, no. If there's a way to treat her, then we must do it. I don't mind working hard. I'm a spirit handler. I can earn a lot of money in the future. The doctor gazed at him for a long time without saying anything, as if there were unspoken secrets. But eventually, he only said, the patient's condition has stabilized temporarily. You can go see her in the ICU in a while. Zachariah thanked the doctor. The doctor nodded slightly and was about to leave, but he seemed to think of something. Before leaving, he patted Zachariah's shoulder lightly. You're young, kid. You still have a long way to go. In the ICU, Giselle lay quietly on the bed, her face as pale as ever. Connected to her body were various tubes and medical devices. Zachariah felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, yet he could only sit beside her quietly, holding her hand tightly. Edna and Abdur watched this scene with sympathy, especially Abdur, who felt full of guilt. If he hadn't taken Zachariah out for mercenary missions, perhaps Giselle wouldn't be in such a state. At this moment, a nurse came in. She handed Zachariah the bill in her hand. Mr. Jiang, please go to the payment counter to pay the medical fee first. Zachariah took the bill blankly. As his eyes scanned it, a sense of powerlessness welled up from deep within him. Emergency fees plus treatment fees totaled 50 million yuan. The ongoing monthly treatment cost 4 million. He walked out of the ICU dazedly, looking at the nurses and doctors scattered in the hospital lobby, as well as family members guarding outside the ward. For the first time, Zachariah felt truly helpless. Even though he became a mercenary, let alone considering the peaks and troughs of mercenary tasks. Even those high-reward tasks were difficult to secure. And even if he hunted in his spare time, hunting was inherently random. He couldn't guarantee earning 4 million every month. His mind was chaotic, not knowing what to do. He had never been the type to ask for help. Whenever he could handle things himself, he would always take on the responsibility. But now, he didn't know how to bear this burden. The minute hand on the wall moved tick by tick. At 4 a.m, Zachariah stood outside the ward, at a loss. Seeing that he hadn't returned for a long time, Abdur and Edna came out of the ward. When they saw the exhausted Zachariah, they felt pity for him. Edna whispered softly, Zachariah, what's wrong? Though Abdur didn't speak, his eyes were filled with concern. Zachariah laughed bitterly, staring at the string of numbers at the bottom of the bill, murmuring weakly, Teacher, what should I do? Edna and Abdur followed Zachariah's gaze, and when they saw the string of zeros on the bill, they couldn't help but gasp. For an ordinary spirit handler, a monthly expenditure of 5 million was indeed a huge pressure, especially since Zachariah was still a student who hadn't graduated. The three fell silent for a long time before Abdur spoke up first. Zachariah, the commission from this mission plus some savings I have equals 23 million yuan. Send me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you first. Zachariah seemed not to hear him, and continued staring at the bill in his hand. It was Edna's melodious voice that finally brought Zachariah back to reality. Zachariah, don't be afraid. Teacher will cover you. Then she reached out to take the bill from Zachariah. But Zachariah didn't let go. He knew Edna had money, but he didn't want to owe anyone anything. Abdur gave him a glare and scolded sternly. Zachariah, I know you're proud, but inside there's your mother. You can't refuse her medical expenses just because of your pride. Zachariah still didn't let go. Abdur's explosive temper, which had been absent for days, surged up instantly. Just as he was about to shout, Edna stopped him. Murintong looked at Zachariah with concern. Zachariah, this isn't sympathy from your teacher. It's money I'm lending you. You will have to pay me back in the future, with interest. Finally, Zachariah loosened his grip on the bill, and Edna took it to the payment counter. When Edna returned to the ICU, Zachariah was still standing by Giselle's window, eyes filled with endless self-reproach and care. Seeing Edna come back, he took the receipt from her. Besides paying off the current medical bills, Edna had prepaid for 2 months of hospitalization, totaling 60 million yuan. Zachariah bowed deeply to them both. Teacher Amaze, Che, thank you. I'll repay the money as soon as possible. Murintong quickly helped him up. Let's talk about repayment later. But you should know that there are 4th stage demons wandering outside the city recently. Don't leave the city just to earn money. After advising Zachariah for a while and staying with him for a short period, seeing how low-spirited he was, they decided he needed some time alone and left the hospital. As they walked out of the hospital, golden dawn light spread across the horizon. Mir and Tong watched the rising sun, breathing in the fresh morning air, and asked Abdur beside her, "Che, didn't you notice something odd too?" Abdur nodded. That doctor. Normally, experienced doctors like him would be used to life and death situations and wouldn't show much sympathy to family members of patients. Yet he said so much to Zachariah. Mir and Tong's eyes gleamed as if full of depth. Yes, and I feel like that last sentence of his had hidden meaning. Abdur fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Teacher Amaze, what do you think? Mir and Tong smiled helplessly. What can I think? We aren't stationed near their home. Abdur subconsciously lit a cigarette, but Edna immediately extinguished it after he took one puff. Jay, hasn't anyone told you that smoking next to a lady is impolite, especially when speaking with a superior? Abdur had no choice but to put the lighter back in his bag. Teacher Amaze, what do you think Zachariah will do next? Mir and Tong shook her head. Hunt? Take on tasks? Strive to make money? I don't know. Abdur couldn't help but exclaim. For $1,000,000 per month for hospital fees. He's going to risk his life to earn that. He paused for a moment, curious. Teacher Amaze, we don't know about his father's situation, but since he went missing, shouldn't the government provide them with some compensation? Mir and Tong crossed her arms and answered quietly. How could they? From the information I have so far, after Zachariah's father incident, the top brass planned to give the Jiang family special attention, even intending to station guards around the clock. But after the incident, Zachariah's mother grew to hate the demon-suppressing army. Not only did she refuse their protection, but she also returned all the annual subsidies sent by the demon-suppressing army without touching a cent. Abdur sighed, saying no more. Back in the ICU, Zachariah sat dumbly beside Giselle. Giselle's eyes were tightly shut, and a gentle breeze rustled her yellowed hair. Zachariah's face was heavy. He felt extremely distressed. Distressed over his mother's condition and the astronomical cost of her treatment. Mom, you always tell me that the hardest debt to repay is the debt of gratitude. It's better if others owe us rather than us owing others. But this time, your son owes a huge debt of gratitude. What should I do? Mom, it's not that I have no way. It's just that I'm afraid you'll scold me when you wake up. The ICU was utterly quiet, save for the occasional beep of the machines beside him. Suddenly, Zachariah seemed to have made up his mind. Mom, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. He gently pulled the blanket over Giselle, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Then, he tiptoed out of the ICU, slowly closing the door behind him. Chapter 27 Ailbe's Wicked Thoughts. In the residential building of Shishan Camp, in Zachariah's living room at home. At this moment, Zachariah knelt upright before his father's memorial tablet, 3 incense sticks slowly burning, with wisps of blue smoke curling around. The name on the memorial tablet was glaringly bright. However, the long sword before the tablet seemed quite ordinary, as if it were no different from a common long sword. Father, Mother is ill. I have no money and need to discuss something with you. See, can I pawn your weapon spirit, unrivaled? You rest assured, it's only for a while. Once Mother gets through this tough time, I will redeem it immediately. Silence fell over the living room, and Zachariah's head was deeply bowed. It seemed that only like this could he avoid facing his guilt. After a long while, Father, since you're not speaking, I'll take it as your tacit consent. Having said that, he slowly rose, walked to the spirit platform, and picked up, unrivaled. He gently drew the tip, revealing 2 inches of the blade, emitting a piercing cold light. An overwhelming sword intent instantly spread out. Weapon spirit number 1 slowly opened its eyes, scrutinized, unrivaled, for a moment, then closed its eyes again. Weapon spirit number 2 erupted with intense battle intent, wanting to challenge, unrivaled, to see who was sharper. Weapon spirit number 18 believed that this was an opponent worthy of respect. A series of voices rang out in Zachariah's mind, causing him to once again inspect the unrivaled in his hand. Looks like Father's weapon spirit really stands out. Otherwise, ordinary weapon spirits wouldn't catch the eye of these 18 masters. Zachariah attempted once more to channel spiritual energy into it, followed by the system voice. A-class weapon spirit, unrivaled. Please choose to contract or refine. This was the first time Zachariah had interacted with unrivaled after awakening the system. Past failed experiences replayed in his mind, leading him subconsciously to believe it wouldn't succeed. Still, before pawning the unrivaled sword, he wanted to give it one more try. Weapon spirit, unrivaled, has too high of a compatibility rate with the original host. Please wait for some days before attempting again. Father's weapon spirit is truly loyal. With a sigh, he left home with unrivaled in hand. He found a shared electric scooter downstairs and headed toward the city center. The midday sun was dazzling but could not dispel the gloom in his heart. An hour later, he arrived near Duo Baolu. Just as he was looking for a place to park, Ailbe, who was playing with some friends in a bubble tea shop opposite, happened to spot him. This kid is actually still alive? Looks like he didn't even get hurt. Since he had ambushed Zachariah that day, Ailbe had been hiding at home due to unease. He feared that Zachariah would survive. With campus recruitment approaching, if Zachariah suddenly revealed what Ailbe had done, no company would bother to look at him twice. After all, no one wants an employee who enjoys stabbing their colleagues in the back. It wasn't until 2 days ago, when he was certain the city patrol wouldn't come looking for him again, did he feel somewhat relieved and return to his usual life. But he never expected Zachariah to be unharmed. His mood became complicated, and even his originally smiling face fell. Hey, Brother Tongue, what's wrong? Son Clayton was the first to notice Ailbe's abnormality. The others looked over and also noticed, asking him one after another. Ailbe glanced around at the 4 people beside him, then lowered his voice and said, I saw Zachariah. The others didn't take it seriously. So what if you saw him? Brother Tongue, we shouldn't provoke him. Damn it, this bastard is like a cheat. F-class weapon spirit, physique level 5. Yet he beat us up so badly. Ridiculous. Right, this guy is too weird. Let's stay away. Upon hearing this, Ailbe felt a surge of anger in his heart, but patiently explained what had happened between him and Zachariah. Everyone exchanged glances. Brother Tongue, you ambushed him? Brother Tongue, don't get me wrong, but he saved you. Even if we dislike someone, we can't do such things, right? That's right. Hearing everyone criticizing him, Albie's anger could no longer be suppressed. He slammed his hand heavily on the table, causing the bubble tea shop owner to frown. However, considering they were aura masters, the owner could only vent his dissatisfaction on the lemon tea he was preparing. Albie, eyes wide with rage, cursed under his breath. Damn it. You think you're any better? I'm telling you, if this leaks out, none of you will escape. This is called organized and premeditated murder in our city. If he decides to retaliate, our lives are over. Silence enveloped everyone, and only now did they realize that they couldn't shake off their involvement. After a long while, someone finally asked, Brother Tongue, what should we do? Albie scanned them all, then slowly said, cut off the root. The other 4 people's faces instantly turned ashen. They were still students. Bullying was something they could handle, but none of them had the courage to kill. A bespectacled boy muttered under his breath, Brother Tongue, we can't beat him. Upon hearing this, Albie pushed his head hard. Use your brain. Can't you find someone to help? Everyone looked at each other, seeing hesitation and fear in one another's eyes. After much hesitation, son Clayton stood up first. Brother Tongue, as you know, my parents are very strict with me. I won't be involved in this. But I remember I owe you 300,000. Here's the repayment. While speaking, he lowered his head to transfer money. Brother Tongue, my mom calls me home for dinner. I have to go. With that, he got up and was about to leave. Seeing this, the others followed suit immediately. Brother Tongue, I also owe you 100,000. Here it is. I need to attend tutoring, so I can't stay. I seem to owe you 200,000 too. Oh, my relatives are visiting today. I have to go back. Moments later, Albie was left alone at the table with 5 barely touched cups of bubble tea. Looking at the incoming balance notifications on his phone, Albie's face turned ashen. How could he not understand these people? They were simply afraid of being involved and thus used an excuse to give him money as hush money. A bunch of cowards. You don't have the guts. I'll do it myself. When I make it big in the future, don't even think of currying favor with me. He glanced fiercely at Zachariah, who was talking to the sales Teresa inside Duo Baolu, finished the last sip of his bubble tea, and stormed out of the shop. Inside Duo Baolu, Zachariah was following the sales Teresa upstairs to the 2nd floor of Duo Baolu. After walking through an elegantly decorated corridor, she opened a tastefully furnished office for him. Mr. Jiang, our manager will talk to you about the details. I won't disturb you anymore. Chapter 28 Pawning. The general manager of Duo Bao building was a plump man with an astute appearance. The 2 wisps of droopy mustache on his lips made him look exactly like the shopkeeper Zachariah had seen in TV dramas. Mr. Jiang, right? Please sit down, please sit down. The general manager warmly invited Zachariah to sit at a guest table to the side, where 2 steaming cups of tea were already prepared. He placed a cup of clear tea in front of Zachariah, and the rich aroma of tea kept seeping into Zachariah's nostrils. My surname is Jasper. I'm very glad to meet Mr. Jiang. I heard from Cassidy that you want to pawn a spirit weapon, right? Zachariah nodded and then took out a wristite chuang. Manager Jasper took a wristite chuang, slowly drew the long sword out of its scabbard, and his shrewd eyes scanned every inch of the wristite chuang sword. The sharp sword aura spread outwards. Even without infusing it with spiritual energy, one could feel the air of supreme confidence, as if declaring that there is no other like it in the world. A spirit weapon that can autonomously draw spiritual energy and materialize. It's a great spirit weapon. He then tried to infuse his own spiritual energy into it. After just a tiny bit, the sword resonated, emitting a strong sense of resistance. Prideful and aggressive, with a developed self-awareness. This is at least the highest grade A-level spirit weapon. After observing for a long time, he suddenly asked somewhat incredulously, Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to pawn this? This is an extremely rare A-level spirit weapon that can match S-level ones. Zachariah nodded again. Yes, what's your offer? Manager Jasper reluctantly slid a wristite chuang back into its scabbard and, still agitated, asked, How long do you want to pawn it for? And how much do you need? 6 months, 80 million. Zachariah had already calculated it. With his rapidly improving strength, he could take on high-level missions and face high-ranked beasts within 4 or 5 months at most. By then, not only could he afford his mother's medical expenses, but he would also have enough money to redeem a wristite chuang. Manager Jasper resumed his usual shrewd demeanor, and after pondering over Zachariah's request, he finally spoke up. Mr. Jiang, your price and pawning period make it difficult for me, according to industry rules. Before he finished speaking, Zachariah reached out to grab a wristite chuang from the table and stood up to leave. I apologize for the disturbance. I'll check with others. Manager Jasper was stunned. Wasn't business negotiation supposed to involve haggling? Why was someone ready to walk away so easily? He hurriedly stopped Zachariah. Mr. Jiang, let's negotiate further. Generally, pawning can only be for 3 months. After 3 months, if you don't renew, we have the right to sell. But considering your spirit weapon is too high grade, 6 months will be fine. Only then did Zachariah slowly sit down. He sipped the tea and smiled at Manager Jasper. Go on. Manager Jasper breathed a sigh of relief and forced out another professional smile. However, Mr. Jiang, if you want to pawn for 6 months, 80 million is indeed quite high. After all, I'm just a manager. While speaking, he cautiously observed Zachariah's expression, fearing any sentence might upset him. Seeing Zachariah still wearing the same poker face, he tentatively offered, Mr. Jiang, for 6 months, we can only offer you 50 million, with a monthly simple interest of 12%. Oh, then I'll look elsewhere. Zachariah stood up again, knowing price suppression was a trick used by unscrupulous merchants, and he wasn't falling for it. After all, Victoria City had many pawn shops, and he chose Duobao building merely for its large scale and good reputation. Manager Jasper rushed in front of Zachariah, blocking the door with his body. Mr. Jiang, 70 million. 70 million. Monthly simple interest of 10%. If you still refuse, I can't do anything more. This is absolutely the highest price in Victoria City. Zachariah extended his right hand with a smile. Deal. When the message confirming the money transfer appeared on Zachariah's phone, his face finally showed a genuine smile. Before leaving the office, he didn't forget to remind Manager Jasper. Manager Jasper, please take good care of it. I'll definitely come back to redeem the sword within 6 months. Manager Jasper nodded repeatedly and escorted Zachariah downstairs, always wearing a professional smile. Once Zachariah disappeared down the street, the smile vanished from his face. He pulled out his phone and made a call. After some dialing sounds, a gentle female voice came through the receiver. Hanson, what's up? Fawn, you're really something. Just as you said, today a guy surnamed Jiang came here with an A-level spirit weapon to pawn. But that guy is pretty shrewd. To get that spirit weapon, I spent 1 million more than budgeted. He left towards the west of the city after pawning. Not sure if he's going home or leaving the city. Don't worry, I followed your instructions and tampered with the contract stamp. Yeah, it's in my hands now. Okay, I'll send someone over to you right away. 3 p.m. In a secluded pool club suite in Tai'e City, Tamsin, who usually wears floral dresses, was now dressed in a sizzling outfit. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the white ball, her body leaning forward slightly, and her slender fingers firmly gripping the cue. With a gentle strike, the red ball grazed the pocket and collided with the edge of the table, producing a crisp sound. Abdur chuckled while holding the cue. Teacher Tamsin, this isn't like you. Tamsin frowned, angrily throwing down the cue and lazily lying on the pool table. I'm not playing anymore. Not in the mood today. Abdur wasn't upset either. What's up? Still worried about Zachariah? Tamsin nodded. I just feel something's off. I hacked into the Fengshire Hospital's internal system and checked Zachariah's mother's medical records. Logically, her condition shouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. So you're suggesting there's foul play behind this? At this point, that's my guess, but we need to find evidence discreetly. Otherwise, not only might we fail to find any evidence, but our undercover identities could be exposed as well. Just as they were discussing, Tamsin's phone buzzed. She casually picked it up. It was a notification from the bank informing her of a 60 million yuan deposit. Immediately after, she received another message from Zachariah expressing his gratitude. Tamsin stared at the messages, falling silent as if deep in thought. Abdur waved a hand in front of her face. Hey leader, why aren't you talking? Tamsin flipped back up and showed the screen to Abdur. Look for yourself. After reading the message, Abdur couldn't help but mumble. Sure enough, as you said, that kid Zachariah really doesn't like owing favors. Tamsin shot him a glance. Is that the main point? Abdur was stunned for a moment before realizing, damn, where did this kid get all this money? Tamsin shook her head. I don't know, but he probably borrowed it. What do you think he'll do next? Abdur couldn't help cursing. What else can he do? Go earn money in the fog zone, obviously. This damn kid. He's really risking his life. There's a tier 4 Danius there. Tamsin scolded angrily. Then what are you standing around for? Call Finn immediately. Tell him not to let Zachariah leave the city. Abdur nodded repeatedly and hurriedly pulled out his phone to find Finn's number. However, at the same time, Tamsin's phone rang again. Chapter 29. Why haven't you found him yet? Edna looked at the incoming call from Finn. Her expression seemed somewhat displeased, as if she were resisting something. But she ultimately decided to answer it. Hello. Teacher Amaze. I have something to tell you. It's about that child from your class, Zachariah. He has left the city again. I didn't want you to scold me again. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, I called you, didn't I? Edna fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and roared. Finn, don't you know there are stage 4 monsters outside? He's just a child. How could you let him leave the city? I don't care about that. You now, immediately, right now, bring him back. Without waiting for Finn to reply, she hung up the phone directly. Abdur watched Edna, who was clearly fuming with anger, and swallowed unconsciously. Amaze, it's just because Jivan likes you. Isn't it unnecessary? Edna glared at Abdur, and he instantly felt a murderous aura. He hurriedly rushed out of the room and shouted without looking back. I'll go find Zachariah outside the city. At the west gate of Victoria City, Finn looked helplessly at the disconnected phone, a bitter smile playing on the corner of his lips. She's still the same old self, so temperamental. But how truly adorable. Then he got up, stretching lazily. Air, take the tracking dogs. We'll go out of the city shortly. In the dense fog, in a collapsed supermarket, dozens of stage 1 steel claw monkeys were playing on the shelves. Zachariah climbed over the shattered glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows and silently sneaked in. One of the steel claw monkeys, leaning against the corner, was still sound asleep, seemingly having sweet dreams. Its drool couldn't stop dripping from the corner of its mouth. Its dirty yet sharp claws were constantly scratching in the air, as if hugging something. Zachariah thought for a moment, and the hurley condensed in his hand, with one hand aiming at the steel claw monkey's mouth and the other at its heart. The next moment, while covering its mouth, he plunged hurley into its heart forcefully. The steel claw monkey opened its eyes wide, unable to make any sound, and died instantly. This did not alert the other steel claw monkeys. Device Spirit. Hurley killed a stage 1 steel claw monkey. Experience plus 70. Synergy effect activated. Host experience plus 70. Zachariah hid back into the darkness. His cold gaze swept across the group of monkeys, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Steel claw monkeys had 2 razor-sharp claws that could rival steel and agile bodies. A single steel claw monkey might not pose much threat to an ordinary soul summoner. However, these creatures love to act in groups. Even a stage 3 soul summoner would feel some headache when faced with a group of steel claw monkeys. Especially, they had an extremely vengeful nature. Once they realized they couldn't win, they would retreat temporarily and follow their target quietly. Then, they would launch fierce retaliation when an opportunity arose. Under normal circumstances, Zachariah would never bother with them. But now, he had no choice but to actively look for them. Because their 2 claws, which resembled fine steel, were the best choices for low-rank soul summoners to refine device spirits or craft protective gear. A pair of claws could be sold for around 1,000 yuan. The price was good, making them very popular in the market. Soon, Zachariah targeted 2 more steel claw monkeys cuddling in a corner. Using broken walls and scattered shelves, he moved silently toward the 2 monkeys with the stealth technique. Swish. 1 slash. Both monkeys perished before they could even scream. Device Spirit. Hurley killed a stage 1 steel claw monkey. Experience plus 70. Synergy effect activated. Host experience plus 70. Device Spirit. Hurley, killed a stage 1 steel claw monkey. Experience plus 70. Synergy effect activated. Host experience plus 70. However, before Zachariah could hide back into the darkness, a loud monkey cry echoed throughout the entire supermarket. Looking in the direction of the cry, Zachariah saw that the originally sleeping steel claw monkey was roaring crazily. A streak of red blood stood out on its scarred face. Damn, he hadn't noticed controlling the blade. The flying blood woke it up. The next moment, dozens of steel claw monkeys pounced towards Zachariah together, echoing monkey cries reverberating in the dilapidated supermarket. Their towering tails looked like flags of declaration. They intended to tear Zachariah, this invading enemy, into pieces. Zachariah wanted to escape without hesitation. But these steel claw monkeys, living in the fog for years, immediately sealed all exits around him. What cunning little devils. Zachariah couldn't help but complain. A rough-faced steel claw monkey launched the first attack on Zachariah. It pounced fiercely, its two sharp claws locked onto Zachariah's throat. Before Zachariah could react, dozens of steel claw monkeys launched a synchronized attack on him. Helpless, Zachariah could only rely on the agile steps granted by stealth, weaving through and occasionally counterattacking the pack of monkeys. However, against their relentless attacks, it was rare for Zachariah to achieve a one-hit kill. Zachariah frowned, dealing with the pack of monkeys while contemplating how to break the deadlock. Damn, I can't waste too much time here. Within a month, I need to earn at least 5 million yuan to afford my mother's treatment and redeem Aristide Schwan. As his long knife chopped off a steel claw monkey's claw, making a metallic clang, Zachariah's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly leaped, landing on a broken wall behind him. Hurley, give me a hand. A figure, somewhat weathered, somewhat aloof, and somewhat lonely, abruptly appeared behind Zachariah. In his hand was a long knife entirely condensed from spiritual energy, identical to the Hurley in Zachariah's hand. His form had become more substantial, and his gaze towards Zachariah held a touch of tenderness. However, when his eyes swept over the pursuing pack of monkeys, a cold, killing intent surged from them. The pack of monkeys halted in their tracks instantly. This was the first time Zachariah had let Hurley materialize to fight alongside him. If not for not wanting to waste time, he would never have resorted to this method that drained so much spiritual energy. The hesitation of the monkeys lasted but a moment, and soon they readjusted, once again charging at Zachariah with loud cries. Zachariah and Hurley exchanged glances, both plunging their long knives into the ground simultaneously. In an instant, ripples of sound waves spread outwards from them as the epicenter. Upon closer listening, these sound waves sounded like stomping footsteps. Occasionally interspersed were mooing sounds. The pack of monkeys stopped once more before the two. The closest ones were less than 2 steps away from Zachariah. This was the effect 4 of the device Spirit, Hurley, Confusion, Attack. Now, Zachariah had a way to exterminate the pack of monkeys in one move. Chapter 30, Spirit Marrow. As the words faded, Zachariah and Hurley flicked their long knives with one hand and kicked out. The 2 long knives flew out like flashes of lightning. Piercing through the chests of several steel-clawed monkeys blocking their way, they halted in the center of the monkey group, no longer advancing. Zachariah's right hand slowly lifted, and his spread fingers clenched into a fist. Shatter. Starting from the tips, the 2 long knives began to fragment. In the blink of an eye, the 2 long knives turned into thousands of floating shards from tip to hilt. Scatter. In the next moment, thousands of shards transformed into meteors, flying up and down amidst the group of monkeys. The continuous sound of slicing through flesh echoed endlessly, stirring up splashes of blood. Within moments, dozens of steel-clawed monkeys had lost their lives. This was precisely the 4th effect of Hurley's previous awakening, Shattered Blade. Gather. The shards reunited, forming 2 long knives once more. As the last shard gathered, dozens of dead steel-clawed monkeys fell to the ground simultaneously. Thud thud thud. A cloud of dust rose in the dilapidated supermarket. Zachariah brushed off his nose, looking thoroughly disgusted. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a figure stood defiantly. Those green eyes locked onto Zachariah through the haze. As the dust settled, the heavily injured steel-clawed monkey king glared at Zachariah with fierce anger. Dark red blood occasionally dripped from its wounds, its green eyes gradually turning blood red. Zachariah frowned. Has this monkey king broken through to stage 2? Has it mastered Fury? Fury is a commonly mastered skill among monsters. It can dramatically boost combat power for a short time, but leaves the body weak afterward. Like a man with 3 seconds of true strength, blood surged within the steel-clawed monkey king's body, its form gradually swelling. Veins crawled over its body like dragons. Its aura also rapidly intensified. Suddenly, Zachariah dashed forward in just a few strides. He grabbed the suspended long knife midair, and then charged toward the steel-clawed monkey king even faster. The steel-clawed monkey king roared in fury, reaching out to grab Zachariah. Its calloused claws locked onto the long knife in Zachariah's hand, a grim smile spreading across its face. Just as it was about to raise its other hand to smash Zachariah's head, suddenly, its pupils constricted. Zachariah vanished from its sight. Thud! A gleaming long knife pierced through its back, emerging from its chest. It stared incredulously at the blade. Despite being at stage 2, its body much harder than its companions. Why did this blade pierce through it as easily as paper? It tried to turn and take Zachariah down with it. But in the next moment, Zachariah pulled hard. The long knife tore open half its body. The steel-clawed monkey king died instantly. Weapon Spirit, Hurley, killed a stage 2 steel-clawed monkey king. Experience plus 150. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 150. Drops of blood slid off the blade, soon leaving it spotless. The blade, made of fragments, still shone brilliantly, reflecting a cold light. Do you think I'm stupid? I wouldn't wait for you to fully enter Fury mode. At that moment, when the steel-clawed monkey king triggered Fury, Zachariah realized that solving it before it fully entered Fury would be the fastest and easiest way. TSK. After the weapon spirit reached level B, the lethality of cold glow sudden appearance has increased exponentially. Zachariah suddenly fell to gaze and looked up to see the human-like form of Hurley. Hurley's lips curved slightly, seemingly satisfied by its dutiful successor. Its figure gradually faded, as did the spiritual energy. Chen Jun, Lingren Zhongjian, Ye Jian Jian Shiwa, Yi Run Yi Dao, Huawei Wusu Shi Wei Lizu, Fun Biet Yongnu, Jiang Tan Tinai, Yu Chen Jun, Yutrijong, Jiang Tan Sui Ji Dan Kai Lug, Chen Jun, De Shi Tong Yeman. B. 40%. 82. 4. Sabla Sushir Dojer Yao Sok, Jingyang, Taizhongla 5%. Slija Qi Ling Pingzhu De Tishong, Zhe Jingyan, Yishiao Yerlier Dolat, Kanlai Yaoshang Tigal, Wazuji De Shuli, Wayede Jinkernung De Do, Liu Sha Xie Yao So, Taixing. Jiang Tan Yo Xie Xinfan, Dan Dan Ta Kan Dao Man Di De Gangjiao Ho Shui, Nai Se Xinfan Sinjan, Wuchen, Do Shichanya, Jiang Tan Yojo Yu, Gangjiao Ho Zhizhan, Shouzhong, Chen Jun, Bu Dan Wei Chu, Yi Doi Yo Yi Doi De Gangjia Bei Ta So Ru Shi Tong, Kongjian Night, Yi Hao Qi Ling, Zai Yong Yi Zhong Hengshan Qi De Yansen Kan Shang Soju. Weapon Spirit number 5 was filled with disgust towards the host, and strongly demanded that the host discard these materials out of the system space. Weapon Spirit number 13 was quite frustrated. She couldn't understand why the host treated the system space like a dumpster. Weapon Spirit number 9 highly approved of the host's actions in slaying beasts, believing it to be the duty of their kind to eradicate these monsters. A series of system notifications sounded, most expressing dissatisfaction with Zachariah, throwing bloodied steel claws into the system space. Zachariah curled his lip. You guys shut up. The system space belongs to me. I can throw whatever I want in here. It's none of your business. For a moment, the 18 weapon spirits argued fiercely, but Zachariah ignored them completely. System, block all their messages for now. In an instant, peace returned to the world. Zachariah moved swiftly, rapidly collecting the steel claws from the monkeys. When he reached the steel-clawed monkey king, he sliced twice with his long knife, severing the claws. Suddenly, he felt. Hurley seemed to tremble. The next moment, Hurley's translucent figure materialized beside Zachariah again. Hurley, what's wrong? Hurley pointed at the spine of the steel-clawed monkey king, signaling Zachariah to cut it open. Though puzzled, Zachariah still followed Hurley's instructions and split open the back of the steel-clawed monkey king. A bloody spinal column was exposed before Zachariah's eyes. He looked back at Hurley. Hurley lifted her finger toward the spinal column, making a gesture to split it vertically. Zachariah nodded and immediately swung the long knife along the spinal column. As the long knife slid over the irregular spinal column, it made a clinking sound. Despite its original hardness, the spinal column offered no resistance during the cutting process. Zachariah felt as if he was slicing through lard, smooth and effortless. He marveled once again at the increased sharpness brought by the upgrade of Hurley's quality. The spinal column split into 2 halves, and Zachariah's gaze was drawn to a speck of gold at the 17th vertebra. What's this? Unlike the bloody white spinal cord, this tiny spot of gold was strikingly different. Zachariah flicked his wrist, and the long knife precisely picked out the tiny speck of gold. It wasn't solid but also not particularly soft. Compared to the spinal cord, it felt more like a piece of golden jelly. Detected trace amount of spirit marrow. Would the host like to refine it? Chapter 31. Encounter survivors again. The system prompt sounded abruptly, and in that instant, Zachariah finally understood why Hurley had suddenly materialized, instructing him to dissect the steel claw monkey king's spine. Spirit marrow is extremely important for both demon beasts and spirit weapons, and not every demon beast can produce spirit marrow. Typically, the higher-ranked demon beasts and spirit weapons have a greater chance of generating spirit marrow, and the more spirit marrow they possess, the stronger they become. This was also the reason why the steel claw monkey king could withstand Zachariah's attack and still get up to fight with all its might. After obtaining the spirit marrow, Zachariah unhesitatingly chose to refine it. Refining process is being executed. Target selected. Hurley, please wait. In the next moment, a surging spiritual energy burst forth from within Zachariah, enveloping the spirit marrow in his hand. Amidst this powerful spiritual energy, the spirit marrow gradually transformed into the purest form of spirit body, finally being guided by the spiritual energy and infused into Hurley. Refining successful. Spirit weapon. Hurley gained plus 783 experience points. Spirit weapon. Hurley feels an increase in power. Contract affinity increased by plus 2. Mutual progress promoted. Host gained plus 783 experience points. Zachariah's lips curled into a slight smile as he once again brought up Hurley's system interface. Spirit weapon. Hurley. Quality B. Effect 1. Cold glow emerges. Effect 2. 1000 changes. Effect 3. Broken peak. Effect 4. Disordered mind. Experience 41%. Affinity 84. Tempering times 4. A tiny bit of spirit marrow added 1% experience. If I could kill more demon beasts with spirit marrow during future hunts, maybe I could improve faster. Zachariah suddenly recalled how he gained around 700 to 800 experience points when refining the spirit weapon, Ronin, before. They're almost identical, meaning that refining other people's spirit weapons is essentially using their spirit marrow for my own benefit. A crazy idea suddenly emerged in Zachariah's mind. Perhaps, if he simply stole others' spirit weapons, he could advance faster. But he quickly dismissed this thought. Not only did he dislike taking advantage of others, but if he really tried this, what if he accidentally provoked someone with powerful backing behind them? He might be forced to live in the dark forever. Zachariah sighed. In this era where strength reigned supreme, he must remain low-key until he possessed absolute power. He shook his head and decided not to dwell on this question any longer. Yin, are you sure you haven't taken the wrong path? Is Rainbow Cloud City really in this direction? Outside, voices suddenly rang out. Without hesitation, Zachariah immediately activated concealment, hiding himself in the shadows, silently watching beyond the supermarket. In the distance, 2 men and 1 woman slowly emerged from the thick fog, all looking rather disheveled. Brother Xingyang, trust me, this direction is correct. That's not true, Yunyan. Yesterday you said the same thing, and we three almost got killed by a group of third-rank demon beasts. Henley, that was an accident. Who would have thought that buying a map would lead to getting a counterfeit one? The Teresa with her hair tied high, whose dirty face couldn't hide her adorable appearance, was now arguing with a short-haired youth. Standing between the two, the spectacled young man with slightly tanned skin seemed annoyed by their behavior. Enough, stop arguing. Do you want to make things worse? Upon hearing this, Avril and Henley swallowed the words on the tips of their tongues, and a trace of sadness flashed across their eyes simultaneously. Seeing this, Barkley seemed to realize that his tone had been too harsh and continued. Let's rest ahead first. Rainbow Cloud City shouldn't be far. The three of them walked straight to the dilapidated supermarket, found a collapsed wall, blew off some dust, and sat down on the ground. Avril obediently took out food from her storage ring and distributed it to the other two. The three ate silently, no one saying a word. Hiding in the dark, Zachariah frowned slightly. To meet them here again. These three were none other than the survivors of the mercenary team Zachariah encountered at the entrance of a ruined large shopping mall. Their two teammates were devoured entirely by a fourth-rank demon beast right in front of Zachariah. Zachariah was curious why they didn't hurry into the city but instead lingered in the heavy fog. At this moment, Avril, who had been silent while eating, started crying inexplicably. Initially, she only choked back sobs. Gradually, her body began to convulse uncontrollably. Tears mixed with the dry food in her hand were swallowed into her stomach. Barkley and Henley exchanged glances, sighed, and began to comfort Avril. Yin, don't cry. None of us wanted this to happen, but who would have thought we'd encounter a priest here? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Avril's face. But they died such a terrible death. Their bodies were completely devoured, leaving only two skeletons. Yin, they are heroes, martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the greater cause. They are the heroes of our White Tiger camp. Yes, Yin, don't be sad. After a few more years in our demon hunting army, you'll understand that sometimes farewells happen suddenly. You never know when it might be the last time you see someone. Avril's tears gradually subsided, and her crying grew quieter. She looked at Barkley with confusion. Brother Xingyang, are we really going to assassinate Langston? Barkley looked at Avril, his eyes filled with determination. Yes, this is the only chance to wash away the disgrace of our unit. He paused. If you're afraid, you can return to Hansui City first. Avril shook her head stubbornly. Brother Xingyang, that's not what I mean. I'm just wondering if we can beat Langston, who has been a 6th-rank spirit master for many years. Before Barkley could respond, Henley interjected. Yin, you don't understand. According to intelligence, Langston failed in refining his equipment spirit last month. Not only was his spirit severely injured, but he himself was critically hurt. Now, it said he can barely muster 3rd-rank strength. Barkley nodded and continued. So, Yin, this is our only chance. Once he recovers, it may become impossible to cleanse the disgrace of our unit. Avril seemed doubtful, unsure about their chances, but seeing the confident expressions on Barkley and Henley's faces, she finally nodded. The three smiled, but Barkley's expression turned serious. He signaled the others to be quiet, then slowly turned his head towards the dilapidated supermarket, revealing a double-bladed short axe in his palm. Avril and Henley tensed up immediately. In unison, a large syringe appeared in one hand, while a cold, frosty pair of gloves materialized in the other. The three spirits formed a triangular defensive stance, each focusing intently on their surroundings. Their experiences in the heavy fog made them wary and cautious. Avril whispered, Brother Xingyang, what's wrong? Barkley sniffed the air. Do you smell blood? Henley and Avril sniffed too. The previously odorless air now carried a growing scent of blood. Their gazes on the dilapidated supermarket grew more intense. Meanwhile, Zachariah, hidden in the ruins of the supermarket, tightly gripped Hurley. His heart pounded in his throat. Chapter 32, The Survivor's Imagination. Barkley and his two companions cautiously walked into the dilapidated supermarket. Each step was extremely careful. There was even a faint but intense fluctuation of spirit power emanating from the trio, indicating their readiness to activate their domains at any moment. They were indeed from the Demon Suppression Army. As they moved forward, they maintained a consistent distance between each other. In case of an emergency, all three could support one another without interference. Soon, the three entered the interior of the supermarket. Upon entry, their brows furrowed tightly, especially Avril's. The sight of blood everywhere made her involuntarily cover her mouth and nose. My goodness, which mercenary squad did this? She was only a newcomer who had joined the Demon Suppression Army for less than 2 years. Though she had seen bloody scenes before, they were usually small, with the most being the hunting of a dozen or so demon beasts. Never had she seen dozens of demon beasts lying in a pool of blood. Henley, after obtaining Barkley's consent, quickly inspected the perimeter of the supermarket. Moments later, he returned to the two others. I've checked everything. No one is left here. They must have already left. What he didn't know was that several times, he narrowly passed by Zachariah. However, the hidden Zachariah seemed to blend into the darkness completely, remaining undetected. Upon hearing this, Barkley and Avril's tense hearts eased. The three spread out, beginning to examine the steel claw monkeys' corpses. Steel claw monkeys are notoriously difficult to handle. Usually, just a dozen would give even a 2nd-rank spirit master a headache. There are over 40 here. Even a 3rd-rank spirit master would be hard-pressed, if unprepared. Right, but why would a typical 3rd-rank spirit master target such low-level demon beasts? I think it was done by a team composed of 2nd and 1st-rank spirit masters, with at least 5 2nd ranks. Henley and Avril exchanged observations based on the scene, while Barkley remained silent, examining the dead steel claw monkeys one by one. He didn't mind getting blood on his hands, frequently pulling open wounds to inspect them. He stopped in front of the corpse of the steel claw monkey king, his gaze scanning the exposed spine on its back. He carefully observed the wound that pierced through from its back to its chest. Brother Xingyang, why are you staring so intently at a dead body? Curious, Avril and Henley came to Barkley's side. Upon seeing the fully opened back of the monkey king, both instinctively showed a look of disgust. Barkley shot them a stern glance. I told you to study theory with your instructors. Now you're eyeing things beyond your capabilities. A little bit of gore, and you're unwilling to look? Do you think you're still pampered at home? Remember, you're soldiers now. Carefully observe this Monkey King corpse. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. Barkley pointed at the corpse and explained. All the steel claw monkeys have their foreclaws removed. Clearly, the goal was for profit, likely done by mercenaries. Both didn't seem entirely convinced, having reached similar conclusions earlier. Barkley continued. Every corpse has dozens of wounds of varying sizes. You assumed it was a team effort. But I'm telling you, you guessed wrong. From start to finish, this group of steel claw monkeys was killed by only one person. Avril and Henley widened their eyes in disbelief, arguing. Brother Xingyang, don't joke. So many steel claw monkeys. Lower rank spirit masters can't handle them, and higher rank ones wouldn't bother. How could it be just one person? Feeling somewhat helpless with them, Barkley continued. Did you notice the wounds of different sizes on each corpse? Despite varying attack points and wound sizes, the depth of all wounds is the same. Avril and Henley looked puzzled. This means these monkeys were killed by one person, using immense spirit power to control thousands of weapon spirits like flying daggers, all within the same time frame. Avril and Henley couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Brother Xingyang, you're not joking? Controlling thousands simultaneously. They had seen spirit masters who could multitask, controlling 2, 3, or even more weapon spirits. But dispersing spirit power into thousands was too astonishing. Barkley shook his head. No, I'm serious. After a pause, he added. It could also be something like the special weapon spirit, torrential plum rain. Henley couldn't help but exclaim. You mean the opponent might possess an A-class or higher weapon spirit? Barkley nodded. And looked closer. For this steel claw monkey king, the real fatal wound is on its chest. In other words, the opponent used only 2 moves to slaughter all these 40-plus steel claw monkeys. Avril was amazed, asking curiously. 2 moves? How strong must he be? Barkley muttered. If his weapon spirit is an A-class weapon spirit, then he's at least halfway into the 4th rank. If his weapon spirit hasn't reached A-class, then it would be even higher than 4th rank. Henley couldn't help but glance several times at the Monkey King's corpse. Brother Xingyang, aren't we overestimating him? Barkley shook his head again. Absolutely not. Carefully feel around. There's no residual domain fluctuation nearby. This means the opponent didn't use any domain power and still managed to kill all these monkeys with just 2 moves. Hidden in the dark, Zachariah furrowed his brows as if they were tightly knotted. He couldn't help but look at the 1,000 sincerities in his hand, his eyes full of doubt. Am I really that powerful? Unlike Zachariah's confusion, Avril and Henley were alarmed once more. All 3 of them were experts at the 4th rank, especially Barkley, who was nearly a 5th rank expert. They all had some knowledge about domains. If the opponent had indeed used a domain, there would inevitably be some residual spiritual power fluctuations. Avril frowned deeply. But if he's so powerful, why target these low-rank demon beasts? Henley smirked and said, Yin Yin, you can be such a fool sometimes. Even I figured this out, and you haven't realized it yet. Avril mumbled, dissatisfied. Do you know? Then tell me, why did he kill these low-rank demon beasts? Henley smiled wryly, and, seeing that Barkley didn't interrupt him, proudly pointed to the Monkey King's back. Look, the spine is cut open. Yin Yin, you don't mean to tell me you don't know what a cut-open spine in a demon beast means, do you? Avril instantly understood and blurted out, Spirit marrow. But the next moment she became puzzled again. But how did he know there was spirit marrow inside this Monkey King? Look, none of the other demon beast corpses show any signs of being dissected. Henley clicked his tongue. I thought I disliked attending classes enough, but Yin Yin, you hate it even more. Avril pinched his arm hard. Tell me quickly. Don't hold it back. Henley winced in pain. All right, I'll tell you. Chapter 33. Hearing the manual in the morning. Avril finally released her grip. Henley examined his arm, which was already red in a large patch. He rubbed his arm, weighed it into dock. Brother Xingyang deduced that the opponent is at least an A-grade spirit, because only A-grade or higher spirits can perceive what materials are crucial for their refinement. Avril seemed to recall something, and suddenly came to realization. For any spirit to advance, it needs the spirit handler to refine it. However, each spirit requires different materials for refinement. If it's a recorded spirit, one can refer to predecessors' records for refinement. But if it's a newly emerged spirit, one has to experiment to find the suitable materials. Fortunately, A-grade or higher spirits can sense what materials they need. Invisibly, this reduces much loss for the spirit handlers. This is also why spirit handlers with more advanced spirits are often valued by various organizations. Of course, no one would have thought there would be an oddball like Zachariah. He doesn't even need to search for the materials needed for his refinement. He just needs to keep completing missions and slaying demon beasts to advance. Barkley slowly rose, scanned the supermarket interior again, and then said, Let's go. We need to leave here quickly. Henley seemed not rested enough. Brother Xingyang, can we rest a bit more? In the past few days, we've been busy running for our lives and finding directions. We haven't had a good rest. Barkley shook his head. No, it's too dangerous here. We don't know if the expert who killed the monkey group in 2 moves is a friend or foe. If we encounter him again, we might be in grave danger. Henley wanted to say more, but Barkley looked at him. I've already lost 2 comrades. The 3 left the ruined supermarket quickly and soon disappeared into the thick fog. Worried about them returning, Zachariah waited a long time before stepping out from the dark. A-grade or higher can sense things. Looks like Hurley really stands out. Zachariah gazed at the Hurley in his hand with burning passion in his eyes. He glanced towards the direction where the trio had vanished and murmured, I thought they were all like Bede with dog noses. I must have been overthinking it. But they seem to be part of the demon suppressing army, and I wonder if they knew Bede. At this moment, Zachariah's phone vibrated. Pulling out his phone, he saw the caller was Abdur. Zachariah frowned slightly, did not answer, and let it vibrate incessantly. He began erasing the traces he left behind in the ruined supermarket. It was clear that Abdur had come out of the city looking for him. They didn't want Zachariah to leave the city during this sensitive period. However, Zachariah had no choice but to leave. He didn't want to owe anyone too much. When he was sure all traces were wiped clean, a cunning smile appeared on Zachariah's lips. If Bede knew I'm using his methods against him, he'd probably die of anger. Having experienced Abdur's acute sense of smell before, Zachariah copied the Qingfeng wolf's method, clearing away his tracks as he walked. Sometimes, he even found some unranked demon beasts, tied old clothes on them, slashed their buttocks, and let them run in the opposite direction. All these efforts were to prevent Abdur from forcibly bringing him back to the city. Zachariah turned and walked into the mist, heading in a completely different direction from Avril and the others. On the way, he resembled a steamroller. Any demon beast that appeared before him was mercilessly killed. He then removed its most valuable parts and threw them into the system space. Weapon Spirit. Hurley kills a rank 1 heavy bone rabbit, plus 70 experience. Common progression activated. Host experience, plus 70. Weapon Spirit. Hurley kills a rank 2 bridge snake, plus 145 experience. Common progression activated. Host experience, plus 145. Weapon Spirit. Hurley kills a rank 2 crimson flame deer, plus 170 experience. Common progression activated. Host experience, plus 170. Occasionally, he encountered some stubborn third-rank demon beasts. If Zachariah thought he couldn't finish them quickly, he would change targets without hesitation. At this moment, he had only one goal: to make money and advance quickly, then to kill higher-ranked demon beasts faster. Meanwhile, in another direction within the ruins, completely opposite to Zachariah's path, Abdur rode his motorcycle, swiftly crossing one demon beast gathering after another. He occasionally stopped, sniffed carefully, and changed direction again. Sometimes, he took out his phone and called Zachariah. A moment later, when the call wasn't answered, he cursed and continued to find direction through his sense of smell. Damn it, you little stinker Zachariah, wait till I find you. You'll carry 200 caddies of weight from morning till night. Suddenly, he smelled a much stronger scent than before. Brat, you're screwed. He twisted the throttle, speeding off even faster in one direction. After a few breaths, the motorcycle screeched to a halt. An unranked fawn-toothed squirrel clung weakly to a tree trunk, nearly dead, with a ruler still trembling inside its body. Abdur dismounted from the motorcycle, walked briskly to the squirrel, and carefully inspected it. He finally noticed a piece of rag hanging around its neck. He untied the rag and sniffed it closely. It was indeed Zachariah's scent. You little stinker, you're really cunning. Trying to fool me with old clothes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, mixed with helplessness and pride. To confuse me using my strongest skill, you truly are my best student over all these years. He pulled out the ruler, and the fawn-toothed squirrel fell to the ground. Then, he turned around and mounted the motorcycle again. In that case, any trace of Zachariah I find on this road ahead might very well be decoys left by him. He exhaled a long puff of smoke, revealing an unparalleled passion on his face. As the most outstanding soldier of the demon-suppressing army for 7 consecutive years, surveillance and counter-surveillance were his mandatory courses. Years of teaching had almost made him forget this feeling. Zachariah, you better hide well. If your master catches you so quickly, your hide will be flayed. In the next moment, with the throttle twist, George immediately materialized behind him. Old buddy, hearing the Emmanuel in the morning, dying at night, is acceptable. Target, Zachariah. What Abdur didn't tell Zachariah was that he had several effects Zachariah wasn't aware of. Many of these were new abilities gained after integrating spirit embryos. And hearing the Emmanuel in the morning, dying at night, was used for surveillance. It meant to inquire about the opponent's trail from everything around. Once the opponent's position was found, his end would come. Although he didn't plan to kill Zachariah, as a student daring to play tricks on him like this, a lesson was definitely needed. After receiving his command, George immediately dashed forward from behind. Every plant and tree ahead seemed influenced by George. In the absence of wind, they writhed and pointed directions for George continuously. If Zachariah were here, he would have noticed, despite occasional errors in the directions indicated by these plants. They were quickly corrected by other plants. Abdur was relentlessly closing in on him. Chapter 34, Poison Brandan Mercenary Group. In the dense fog, inside a dilapidated factory. At this moment, a man and a woman in their 30s, both bearing injuries and looking like mercenaries, were kneeling before a group of 6 mercenaries, trembling with fear. Not far from them lay 2 ordinary-looking but now shattered weapon spirits on the ground. Clearly, after a fierce battle, the weapon spirits of the couple had been crushed by the combined forces of the 6. Please let us go. We'll give you everything we have. The leader of the group was bald, with a green scorpion tattooed on his head, and a mocking smile played on his sinister face. He squatted in front of the man, holding a dagger and dragging it across the man's face with force. Crimson blood trickled down the man's cheek. No need for all that trouble. Once you're dead, these things, including all the money in your card, will be ours one way or another. The man tried to escape this torment, but his head was held firmly by the scorpion-tattooed man, and his limbs had already been broken. All he could do was cry out helplessly. The woman beside him had lost all color from her face due to fright, tears streaming uncontrollably. Her impressive bosom rose and fell rapidly from fear. A deep, meaningful smile spread across the face of the scorpion-tattooed man. Average looks, but not bad figure. Blessings for my brothers. Immediately, a chorus of lewd laughter erupted behind him, except for one young man, who looked thinner compared to the others and appeared uneasy. Brandan, robbing people along the way doesn't seem to be part of our contract, does it? The scorpion-tattooed man laughed without turning around. What? Prince Wong, feeling sorry for them. The young man was none other than Ailbe, who had been secretly watching Zachariah ever since discovering that he was still alive. He aimed to find an opportunity for Zachariah to leave the city and then eliminate the potential threat once and for all. To achieve this, he even spent a large sum of money in Victoria City's black market to hire a mercenary group specializing in getting rid of nuisances for people. Seeing the provocatively taunting expression of Brandan, the usually prideful Ailbe feigned disdain with a cold snort. TSK feel sorry for them? He's no one to me. Let him die if he must. Hearing this, Brandan burst into laughter. Oh, looks like Prince Wong is pretty brave, huh? Just kidding. I'm super brave, alright. Suddenly standing up, Brandan handed the dagger in his hand to Ailbe. Well then, Prince Wong, show me and my brothers how brave you really are. Instantly, Ailbe felt at a loss. He could pay someone to kill, or even push Zachariah towards a monster. But at only 18 years old, he found it hard to bring himself to commit murder with his own hands. Prince Wong, don't tell me you don't have the guts. Yeah, if you had the courage, why would you need us? Prince Wong, forget it. We can't do this job. Let's head back to the city. Mocking comments swirled around Ailby. He could even sense the ill-intentioned gazes from the others. Prince Wong, you seem to dislike what we do here. Though Brandan spoke politely, his eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam. Ailby understood they were forcing him to spill blood, so they wouldn't worry about him reporting them out of conscience someday. One must die as a comrade rather than oneself. With that thought, Ailby took the dagger. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the man's pleas, he stabbed the man in the chest. Laughter echoed through the decaying factory, led by Brandan and the four behind him. Ailby, mind blank, approached the woman. She kept retreating, begging Ailby for mercy. Spare me, I'll do anything. Unmoved, Ailby grabbed her hair, ready to end her life with one stroke when Brandan's voice sounded again. Hey, Prince Wong, leave the woman for now. My brothers haven't enjoyed yet. Ailby put down the knife obediently. Shouldn't we hurry and find Zachariah? At this moment, Ailby believed that if it weren't for Zachariah refusing to let him beat him up earlier, he wouldn't have gotten blood on his hands. Yes, it's all Zachariah's fault. Like every villain, Ailby always found a self-justifying reason for his actions. That's why he couldn't wait to find Zachariah. Brandan grinned maliciously. Your classmate is quite the cunning fox. We've been out for 2 days now. Each time we think we've found him, we only end up finding his tattered clothes. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't returned to the city and taken any countermeasures, I'd even think we were exposed. Ailby's eyes were complex. His original intention for joining this group of dirty work mercenaries was to witness Zachariah's death firsthand and avoid another mishap like last time. Who would have thought that Zachariah, acting like a madman, would occasionally tie his old clothes to low-ranking demonic beasts and let them run around, causing them to waste several days in the heavy fog. Brandan patted Ailby on the shoulder. Don't worry, Branson and Elwood are out looking for clues. The woman's wails echoed throughout the dilapidated factory, interspersed with the mercenaries' laughter and curses. Ailby stared in shock at the scene before him, which seemed so grown-up. A small voice of conscience told him this was wrong, but instinct gave him an urge to try it out. Just as he was torn between these conflicting thoughts, Brandan's phone rang suddenly. Brandan answered while still enjoying himself. Hey, Elwood. Found him. Good. We'll be right there. He hung up and savored the last moments of pleasure. 2.5 minutes later, the woman who had just been brutalized now had a bloodline across her neck. Ailby was horrified, frozen in place, unsure what to do. Brandan placed a hand on his shoulder. Relax. In our line of work, you have to ensure no one knows your identity. Otherwise, you can't return to Victoria City. The 6 of them headed north for 2 hours. They arrived at a dilapidated supermarket. A pungent stench hit them as they entered, seeing the remains of steel claw monkeys that had been gnawed on by passing demonic beasts. Most of the bones were exposed, and maggots squirmed in the remaining flesh. Brandan's brows knitted tightly, his eyes filled with concern. Branson, are you sure you found Zachariah's clue here? Beside him stood a young man with yellow cropped hair and a lip ring, who nodded. Elwood and I searched in many directions before finally narrowing it down to here. Where's Elwood? Elwood went ahead to scout, and left me here waiting for you. With a nod from Brandan, the others covered their noses and mouths, enduring the stench as they examined the corpses closely. Boss, the wounds penetrate straight to the bone. The steel claws of the steel claw monkey, its toughest part, were cleanly severed in one blow. It's clear the weapon spirit is at least C-grade or higher. Boss, there are dozens of deep cuts visible on the rotting flesh, varying in size and shape. Preliminary judgment suggests the wounds were caused by at least 30 different types of weapon spirits, possibly even including physical forms of weapon spirits. At least one team of more than 10 mercenaries has been here, all of whom are second-rank experts or higher. Boss, the footprints are all destroyed by bloodstains, with only a few barely discernible. But we can tell that every member of this mercenary group excels in agility. As Brandan listened to the reports from his men, his face full of scars showed complex emotions. His bloodshot eyes continuously scanned the ruined supermarket. Boss, found something. Come take a look. Chapter 35. Who sent you here? Upon hearing this, Brandan and the others quickly moved to join their subordinate. The subordinate was seen holding his nose and mouth, crouching beside a monkey larger and more robust than the other steel-clawed monkeys. Boss, this should be the steel-clawed monkey king. It has at least 200 wounds on its body. The fatal wound is this stab that went through its chest from behind. Steel-clawed monkeys are agile. Spirit masters of low realms would hardly manage to circle around them from behind, let alone with a monkey king. This shows how high the realm of the person who stabbed it must have been. The subordinate pointed to the spine that had been severed vertically. Boss, the broken spine indicates that this monkey king possessed a spirit marrow. As you know, a monkey king with spirit marrow is completely different from one without. In theory, such a monkey king should have an even tougher spine. However, see how smooth the sides of the break are? It suggests that either the other party's artifact spirit was extremely advanced, or they were exceptionally high in realm. On comprehensive judgment, I think this was a team of mercenaries with at least 10 people, and their captain must have an artifact spirit no lower than B grade, with cultivation reaching the level of 3-star 3rd stage. Brandan's brow knitted into a knot. The continuous reports from his subordinate left him irritable. He asked Ian, Ian, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Isn't Zachariah just one person? Why did we run into a mercenary group now? Ian shook his head. Boss, as you know, both Brandan's and my artifact spirits excel at tracking. He tracks by smell, and I track by traces. If one of us made a mistake, it might be considered accidental, but how could both of us make mistakes together? Brandan nodded and remained silent. He then turned to look back towards the supermarket entrance. There were 3 sets of footprints leading outwards. He approached and examined them closely. Then he held his breath and closed his eyes, seemingly trying to sense spiritual energy fluctuations carefully. After quite some time, he slowly opened his eyes. His expression became even more solemn. Seeing this, the subordinates immediately asked anxiously, Boss, what did you sense? Brandan did not answer. instead motioning Ailby to come forward. Ailby felt uneasy but under pressure had no choice but to approach. Boss Brandan, wah. Smack. The sound of a slap echoed through the supermarket. Ailby was knocked to the ground by the heavy slap, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Brandan blankly, unable to speak for a long time, still in shock from the sudden slap. Speak. Who exactly sent you here? What did you bring us here for? Ailby was dumbfounded. Boss Brandan, what? What are you saying? I don't understand. Hearing this, Brandan grew even angrier, kicking Ailby several times with all his might. Even without using spiritual power, Ailby screamed in pain. Don't understand. I'll make you understand. Acting like this in front of me right now. Brandan's sudden rage left his subordinates bewildered too. Realizing what was happening, they quickly hugged Brandan to stop him. Boss, don't hit him, don't hit him. No matter what, this guy is still our employer. How can you hit him? Brandan pointed at Ailby and cursed fiercely. Damn it. Do you know? We nearly got killed because of this little brat. Everyone was lost. Boss, what do you mean? Brandan broke free from their hold and shouted at Ailby. In these past few years, we've done plenty of these rotten jobs. Openly or secretly, countless people have wanted to find us, haven't they? Everyone nodded. Brandan continued. Do you know what I sense near those footprints? I sense fluctuations of territorial spiritual power, even though they're about to dissipate completely. But I can confirm they belong to 3 completely different territories. At this, everyone fell silent. These mercenaries, ruthless as they seemed, but among the 7 of them, not a single one's artifact spirit possessed a territory. A spirit master capable of perfectly deploying a territory could easily annihilate their entire mercenary team alone, let alone 3 of them. From the beginning, I thought it was strange. Students having deep-seated grudges against each other, needing to hire us thugs to kill someone. And didn't this kid say? Zachariah isn't even a first-stage spirit master. Where are we? In the middle region outside Victoria City's fog. Where would an unranked person dare venture? Now it makes sense. Perhaps the hidden dangers we left behind accidentally in the past are coming back to haunt us. They lured us into the fog through this kid and arranged for a mercenary group with at least 3 experts to wait for us. Had the pack of monkeys not suddenly appeared and disrupted their plan, we might not have lasted long enough here. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Before anyone knew it, fists and feet rained down on Ailby. Ailby begged for mercy as he was beaten. He was now filled with question marks. He understood every word Brandan said, but put together, they left him completely bewildered. Stop hitting me. I don't know anything. It's not my fault. I just want to kill Zachariah. I beg you stop it. We are business partners. This is all a misunderstanding. Still not confessing. Brothers, hit harder. Beat him till he's smoking. Partners, let me tell you, the cooperation is cancelled. Brothers, hit harder. Don't stop until he tells us who's plotting against us. Even without using any spiritual power, the continuous beating left Ailby bruised and swollen, curled up and wailing in pain. Just as everyone was thoroughly into the beating, Brandan's phone rang again. Brandan walked out of the crowd, frowning at the caller ID, Innes. He then instructed everyone. Don't stop without my order. Beat him relentlessly. After that, he answered the call. Innes, what's up? What? You found Zachariah? In supply town number 27. Don't follow him anymore. It's a trap. There's definitely a mercenary team of no less than 10 people hiding nearby. Once you're exposed, you're done for. Get back here as soon as possible. What? Not following. Are you sure? Did you check thoroughly? You've checked the surroundings thoroughly, haven't you? Apart from Zachariah, there were only normal mercenaries and civilians entering and leaving the supply town. He didn't contact anyone along the way? Wait, how do you know he didn't send a message? He was on the road and killing demons all the time? Didn't even touch his phone. He's moving again? Okay, we'll be there right away. Keep following him closely. See if this kid is up to something. Let's stay in touch via text. After hanging up, Brandan quickly called off the others. Looking at the battered Ailby lying on the ground, he could see both grievance and anger in his eyes. It seemed like he might have been wrong about him. Brandan pulled him up, brushed the dust off his body, and forced out a fake smile. Mr. Wong, are you alright? Our cooperation continues. Chapter 36. Are you looking for me? In the heart of the mist, supply town number 27. Outside every shelter city, there would be several supply towns. Though small, these supply towns were bustling with activity. They welcomed and sent off travelers, providing them with medicine, accommodation, and food. Also, many people here posted temporary missions. Due to the lack of regulation, even someone like Zachariah, who had not obtained a graduation certificate, could accept missions. Zachariah had lived in the mist for several days, passing by many supply towns. His understanding of the world of spirit masters had grown from initial confusion to comprehensive knowledge. Even some unwritten rules that couldn't be openly discussed became familiar to him gradually. Zachariah's clothes were tattered, and there wasn't a single clean spot on him. The continuous travel made him look no better than a homeless person. Zachariah walked briskly into a hotel, where a mature woman stood at the front desk. She wore a light blue body-hugging dress that barely covered her thighs, evoking a desire to explore. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes did not diminish her charm, but added a mature beauty instead. Kinley, I'm back. Little Jiang, you're back less than a day after you left? Was the mission too dangerous? Just yesterday, Zachariah had accepted a mercenary mission from her. Her warehouse at the edge of town had been invaded by beast spirits. Although there were many mercenaries in town, most people thought her offered reward was too low. Only Zachariah found it more profitable than hunting beast spirits and took the mission. Kinley looked at Zachariah with longing eyes. She wasn't unfamiliar with young spirit masters like him, but most required the guidance of elders before daring to enter the mist. Moreover, Zachariah was handsome, far more pleasant to look at than some rough-looking men. Zachariah smiled and took out a black tiger-striped fur from his storage ring. Kinley, I've cleared your warehouse at the edge of town. This is the fur of a second-tier great Yao bull, which is said to help replenish blood. It's suitable for you. A genuine smile appeared on Kinley's face. When she was young, many people gave her gifts. But after aging and losing her youthful appearance, no one pursued her as fervently as before. Kinley quickly settled Zachariah's account, giving him a total of 100,000 credits. Looking at the payment notification on his phone, Zachariah couldn't help but smile. He was one step closer to redeeming his sword. Kinley, can you get me a room? I need to take a shower. Kinley gave Zachariah a flirtatious glance. Get a room? Why waste money? You can use my room. Leaning over the counter, her lingering gaze suggested the room behind her. Zachariah was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. A faint blush appeared beneath the dirt on his face. Kinley laughed aloud. Looks like you're still a rookie. I won't tease you anymore. She reached under the counter and handed him a key. Here, room 301. No charge. Zachariah was about to grab the key and escape upstairs. However, just as he extended his hand, Kinley grabbed it. Instantly, Zachariah felt uneasy. He had heard people say, women in their 30s are like wolves. In their 40s, they're like tigers. If things went wrong, he might end up staying here. Kinley slowly leaned in, her scent intoxicating Zachariah. Fortunately, the pure heart skill quickly calmed his restless heart. What a well-disciplined boy, Kinley whispered in his ear, like a lover's murmur. Zachariah chuckled awkwardly. Kinley, stop teasing me. I smell terrible. I don't want to overwhelm you. Who's teasing you? Boy, tell me, did you offend anyone in the mist? Zachariah's heart skipped a beat. Why do you say that, Kinley? Many guests came and went from the hotel, laughing it off. Kinley, fishing for new ones again? Is this young one tough enough for you? Kinley raised an eyebrow. None of your business. Then she wrapped her hands around Zachariah's head, turning it to the right. In our line of work, it's better to mind our own business. But since you've been nice to me, I can't leave you alone. Yesterday when you came, I noticed a one-eyed man following you. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I saw him again just now. Zachariah was about to turn around, but Kinley held him back. Are you crazy? Turning around now will expose us. Act like you don't know. Hold me tight. Zachariah reluctantly complied, feeling awkward. Kinley pulled his hands up to rest on her waist. The soft touch made Zachariah breathe heavily. Her ample bosom pressed against Zachariah's chest, like a water balloon filled to 8/10, incredibly soft. Damn it. In youth, one doesn't appreciate the elder sisters and mistakenly treasures younger ones. Zachariah, I have a back door. You can leave from there. Zachariah frowned. If I leave, won't he cause trouble for you? Hey, I've been around this supply town for years. What trouble can he possibly bring me? Zachariah remained silent. He didn't like owing others anything. After a moment, Zachariah came up with an idea. Kinley, if you look like this. After hugging for a bit more, Zachariah took the key and went upstairs. When he reached the stair corner, he glanced back. He saw in the opposite store that sells supplies, a burly one-eyed man was staring straight at him. Seeing Zachariah look his way, he hurriedly averted his gaze. In room 301, Zachariah had a wonderful shower, then took out a new set of clothes from his storage ring and changed into them. While drying his hair, he stood behind the curtain peering downstairs. The one-eyed man was still keeping watch, occasionally fiddling with his phone. Seems like he's contacting teammates. Tisk, it's not peaceful outside the city at all. What could he be after? I don't remember exposing anything valuable about myself. Zachariah kept thinking, but couldn't figure out why the man was tracking him. Well, forget it. I'll know once I catch him later. Soon, Zachariah walked downstairs, teased Kinley a bit, and headed towards the back of the hotel. Upon seeing this, the one-eyed man rushed in and followed Zachariah. Kinley quickly blocked him. Hey, what are you doing? The back is private property. The one-eyed man glared at Kinley and asked, where did that kid go? Kinley snorted. What does it matter to you where my little boyfriend is going? The one-eyed man was anxious and pushed Kinley aside, dashing towards the back of the hotel. Ouch, you brute. Do you know how to treat women with respect? However, when the one-eyed man entered the backyard, he only saw a row of 3 small houses and an already open back door. Feeling something was wrong, he dashed out the back door without hesitation. On either side were 2 dim alleys, and he instinctively summoned his artifact spirit to continue tracking Zachariah. A voice sounded behind him. Hey, are you looking for me? Chapter 37, Stella. A sudden yellow glow. A short wolf-tooth club appeared instantly in the hand of the one-eyed man. Behind him, a shadow of a one-eyed wolf also appeared momentarily. However, Zachariah's speed was even faster, his long knife slicing straight toward the one-eyed man. Garner materialized in an instant, severing the head of the one-eyed wolf with a single slash. The one-eyed man spat out blood, and the wolf-tooth club in his hand crumbled immediately. He turned to try and escape. But with a leap, Zachariah pointed the long knife at his neck. Tell me, why were you following me? The one-eyed man sneered, obviously thinking that Zachariah, a naive young boy, could never possibly do something as extreme as killing someone. It was merely meant to scare him. Zachariah frowned, slightly increasing the force on the long knife in his hand, drawing a stream of bright red blood from his neck. Thud. The one-eyed man instantly knelt down. Zachariah, don't kill me. I beg you not to kill me. Zachariah's expression turned serious. This guy actually knew his name, proving that this wasn't some spur-of-the-moment decision to target him. Speak everything you know. Will you let me go if I do? Zachariah raised an eyebrow, adding more pressure with the long knife at the one-eyed man's neck. Blood soaked through the one-eyed man's t-shirt, leaving no room for further negotiation. It was Ilby. Ilby gave us money. He told us to kill you outside the city. Ilby again. I haven't come looking for him, yet here he is, coming after me. Zachariah inwardly scoffed. You all? Who exactly are you? The Poison Brandon mercenary group. Our leader is Tad. Melissa's startled cry came from behind Zachariah. Zachariah looked at her quizzically. Melissa, you know this mercenary group? Melissa nodded. They're considered one of the stronger mercenary groups in our Victoria City, all members being 2nd rank. Their captain, Tad, has reached the 9th level of 2nd rank. She paused, continuing with a concerned tone. But they hold grudges if someone offends them or gets on their radar. Seeing Melissa like this, the courage that had just left the one-eyed man returned. He stuttered towards Zachariah. Boy, it's best for you to release me. I promise, Captain Tad won't make things too difficult for you. Zachariah stared at him, then moments later revealed a sunny smile. All right. Huffed. The long knife cut across the one-eyed man's throat, staining the road with blood. Weapon spirit, Garner. Killed a 2nd rank Aura Master. Experience plus 215. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 215. This abrupt turn of events caused Melissa to gasp in shock. Why did you kill him? He's part of the Poison Brandan mercenary group. Zachariah nodded. I know, which is why I have to kill him. Ever since the one-eyed man implicated Ailby, Zachariah had decided to end his life. He still remembered clearly the very first lesson society gave him. If he had spared the one-eyed man just to please the Poison Brandan mercenary group, then Zachariah's action would be akin to letting a tiger back into the wild, adding more adversaries for himself. Such foolishness Zachariah wouldn't commit. Zachariah crouched down to loot the dead one-eyed man. His weapon Spirit was destroyed by Garner, rendering it worthless for recycling. However, his storage ring contained plenty of materials and monster parts, even some cheap equipment. Zachariah roughly estimated its total value to be about $500,000. Watching Zachariah search the body, Melissa was struck by how unshaken he seemed. A greenhorn student dealing with a human life so calmly. Moreover, it was an experienced old mercenary. What she didn't know was that Zachariah, ever since his first outing to hunt monsters outside the city, frequently found himself in perilous situations. After several brushes with death, his mindset had changed completely. So Zachariah, what rank are you now? First rank. Didn't I tell you yesterday when we talked? Melissa wore an expression that said, impossible. How can you defeat him so easily if you're only first rank? Even his weapon Spirit was destroyed in one move. Zachariah pondered for a moment before giving an answer that wasn't really an answer. Maybe he was just too weak. Melissa fell silent. Perhaps he was indeed too weak. After all, Zachariah alone helped her clear the warehouse of monsters yesterday. Not only did it contain a second-rank monster, but also 4 or 5 first-rank lackeys. Under those circumstances, Zachariah handled it effortlessly. All the more reason to handle a second-rank one-eyed man. Moments later, Zachariah slowly rose, face expressionless, holding the one-eyed man's phone and a wad of cash. Melissa, thank you for your help today. This 1.5 million renminbi is my gratitude. Melissa didn't refuse, instead smiling as she accepted the money. Only, she took 500,000 renminbi. Zachariah, you're really my lucky star. Not only did you complete the task for me, but you also brought this sum of money. Having lived in the supply town for many years, Melissa certainly understood Zachariah's intention. This money was not just a thank you fee. It represented an attitude that Zachariah wanted from her. An attitude that she wouldn't report his killing outside the city to the patrol officers. Only then did Zachariah laugh slightly with some embarrassment. Melissa, sorry, I messed up your place. Melissa shot a glance at Zachariah. If you were really sorry, you wouldn't have taken action in the first place. Zachariah chuckled. Melissa shook her head helplessly. I'll handle the body for you. What do you plan to do next? At this moment, the phone of the one-eyed man vibrated. Zachariah glanced down and saw a message from Tad. Duyan, ni jui sang talamai. Woman da gai hayo langer xiao shi, jiu 27 hao, buji xiao jun. Zachariah's fingers danced over the screen as he quickly replied. Then, he smiled at Melissa. Melissa, I still have matters to attend to. Thanks for your trouble. I'll properly thank you later. Melissa watched as Zachariah left through the back door, then returned to the motel courtyard. Looking at the corpse of the one-eyed man, she couldn't help but recall Zachariah's image. He looks so much like him, especially that carefree smile. They are identical. The next moment, a black shadow moved, and a little Teresa wearing a black Lolita dress, with 2 ponytails, wielding a 6-foot-long scythe appeared behind her. Stella, crush him. Her tone was fierce, and her expression calm, nothing like the gentle figure moments ago. A black shadow flashed past the dead body of the one-eyed man, and countless blade lights flickered. The corpse of the one-eyed man vanished on the spot, the red flesh seemingly absorbed into the side's blade. The courtyard of the motel once again fell silent. In the dense fog, the roar of an engine approached from afar, and a speeding motorcycle gradually slowed, finally stopping in front of the dilapidated supermarket. Beside the motorcycle, there was a scholar-like shadow, staring intently at the supermarket. Abdur got off the motorcycle. George, are you sure Zachariah was here? George nodded. After scanning the surroundings, Abdur followed George cautiously into the ruined supermarket. Upon entering, he was stunned by the scene before him. All the steel-clawed monkeys on the ground were reduced to bones, all missing their hands. Were these 40 or 50 steel-clawed monkeys all killed by a mercenary group? He examined the corpses closely. After a while, he frowned, overturning his initial conclusion. No, despite the varying sizes of the wounds, the depth is nearly the same. These weren't done by a mercenary group. It was one person. Could it be Zachariah? He remembered clearly that one of Zachariah's abilities was to fragment his long knife, launching indiscriminate attacks against opponents. He shook his head, dismissing this thought almost immediately. He had seen Zachariah use this move, which, although fast, lacked enough damage. It might work against fewer, slower targets, but against a swarm of steel-clawed monkeys, such speed would be inadequate, unless Zachariah's strength had drastically improved in just a few days. But was that possible? Abdur shook his head in despair, even doubting his own sanity for making such assumptions. But why were there traces of Zachariah here? His gaze roamed around, and suddenly, sensing something, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 38, Shift in Attack and Defense. He chose a direction and hurriedly walked over. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed 3 faint spiritual power fluctuations that were about to dissipate appeared in his perception. These were the lingering domain traces of at least 3 4th stage experts. Could they be after Zachariah's device spirit? In the chaotic supermarket, he imagined a scenario where Zachariah had been targeted for his device spirit, desperately fleeing into the supermarket, and using the crowd of monkeys to escape. After all, Zachariah's device spirit had already advanced. It was no longer the once unremarkable F-class waste device spirit. Being targeted by some malicious people was quite normal. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. George, quickly, relock on Zachariah's position. His worry stemmed partly from a sense of responsibility as a teacher, and partly from guilt toward Zachariah. The George slowly closed his eyes, seemingly trying to find Zachariah's location again. He faced left for a while, then right, seemingly trying hard to determine the direction Zachariah had gone. A gentle breeze swept through the dilapidated supermarket, causing a whistling sound as if responding to the George. Unlike usual, this time the George took a long time to finally pinpoint the direction. Man and device spirit sped off again. But unlike before, Abdur now wore a serious expression. He didn't think he could defeat 3 4th stage experts. However, living so many years, who hasn't prepared for dire situations? I hope I'm overthinking this. Although I really want to try the power of domains, I truly don't want to use it. Jinlong Temple. Once the largest temple within the boundaries of Victoria City, built against the mountain with complex terrain. Due to its particularly efficacious reputation, many wealthy merchants would travel thousands of miles, generously spending large sums of money, just to stay here for a few days. But now, it had long since fallen into decline. Zachariah hid high up near the entrance of Jinlong Temple, occasionally glancing down, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. The process of waiting is the greatest test of one's patience. Zachariah quietly observed, his sight filled with ruins. Flocks of crows flew past, the bloody sunset dyeing the mist red. Finally, a group of 7 people appeared at the entrance of Jinlong Temple. Boss, One Eye just sent a message saying he accidentally lost track of that Jiang kid in this temple. What should we do now? It's normal to lose him. Tracing was supposed to work best with both of you working together. But if he was just lost, he must still be in the temple. After pondering for a moment, Brandan made arrangements. So, Yellow Hair, you and Big Head form one team, Iron Hand and Scarface form another, and Tiger 2 and I will escort Chandler Wong. We'll split up and help Chandler Wong catch this little fox as soon as possible. Boss, splitting up might not be a good idea. Yellow Hair was somewhat concerned. Why are you afraid? He's just an unbroken 1st stage punk. Brandan dismissed it disdainfully, then chuckled. His scorpion tattoo wriggled, making him look treacherous and sinister. Surely, Chandler Wong won't skimp on extra rewards after the job is done, right? LB felt infuriated. This was blackmail. Blatant blackmail. But he still had bruises from being beaten earlier. He forced a smile. Of course, after everything's done, I'll take everyone out for fun at Red Romantic. The 6 burst out laughing, uncertain whether they were happy about LB's generosity or mocking his weakness. The 7 split up and started searching for Zachariah in 3 directions within the temple. Hiding in the shadows, Zachariah watched the 7 disappear, a sneer curling his lips. This LB, doing things as a client to this extent, there's no one like him. LB, you tried to scheme against me, but you didn't expect I was also scheming against you. Zachariah slowly rose, his eyes cold and distant. Now, the attack and defense have shifted. Zachariah leaped down from the high point, diving into a side path beside the entrance, chasing after the weakest pair, Yellow Hair and Big Head first. He chose to lure them here because he saw the potential in Jinlong Temple's complex terrain. Not counting the 3rd star 1st stage LB, the other 6 were all 2nd stage experts. Zachariah wasn't sure if he could handle all 7 alone. The best approach was to exploit their underestimation of his strength and their blind confidence, using the environment to split them up. To better lay traps, Zachariah even spent time walking around the entire Jinlong Temple 3 times, memorizing every suitable spot for ambushes and hiding. Built along the mountain, the drum tower had lush trees encroaching from both sides due to lack of maintenance, dense branches occasionally blocking Yellow Hair and Big Head's path. Yellow Hair, are you sure we can find that kid here? Big Head, holding a large axe, chopped down a branch obstructing their way. Isn't that obvious? My device spirit is a D-class dog blade, and it has an exceptionally strong ability to sense targets. As he spoke, a curved blade resembling dog teeth in Huang Mao's hand buzzed, as if responding to his words. Huang Mao suddenly made a hushing gesture and pulled Big Head aside. Keep quiet. Dog blade says the target is nearby. In the next moment, with a thought from Huang Mao, a shadow appeared on the curved blade. A completely black, fierce-looking dog leaped out from the blade and rushed towards the front of the drum tower at a fast pace. The dog ran faster and faster, as if it would lose track of Zachariah if it didn't hurry. The mountain path was rugged, and the drum tower was steeply built. To catch up with the dog, they had to continuously increase their speed. At a sharp turn in the drum tower, a huge tree occupied most of the corridor, leaving only a narrow passage for one person to pass through. Huang Mao and Big Head instantly adjusted their formation, changing from side by side to a single-file pursuit. Puff! A sound tore through the air, bursting from within the tree trunk. Thick bark and moss scattered into the air with dust. A long blade composed of fragments abruptly thrust out. Before Huang Mao could react, the long blade pierced through his neck. Initially aiming to strike Big Head, the long blade was thwarted when Big Head decisively kicked Huang Mao's body, using the force to retreat. The tragic Huang Mao, whose neck had been penetrated by the blade, was then decapitated. His head drooped lifelessly on his neck, blood spilling everywhere, utterly devoid of life. Device Spirit, Garner, killed a second-stage device master, plus 275 experience. Common progress activated. Host plus 275 experience. After putting some distance between them, Big Head finally saw clearly who had attacked him. It's you, Zachariah. The attacker was none other than Zachariah, who had been hiding in the shadows all along. His body covered in tree bark and dry grass. He emitted a pungent odor of decay. In an instant, Big Head understood Zachariah's trick. Nice one. Using a demon beast to carry your clothes to attract our attention while you used rotted bark and grass to hide your scent and lay in wait. You took advantage of our pursuit to strike. You little bastard, you're pretty smart. But it ends here. Very soon you will find out that outside the city, intelligence alone is useless. With a thought, a large axe appeared in his hand. Clang. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce battle. Chapter 39, Wanna Leave. The advantages of training with Abdur in the thick fog for days gradually became apparent in the struggle. Bobby was surprised to find that each stab from Zachariah aimed at his vital points, and the angles were extremely cunning, making it hard for him to guard. He suddenly realized that if he compared techniques with Zachariah, it would be a waste of time. As a second-rank spirit wielder, he had an advantage in physique. The contest of spirit energy was the key to victory. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the drum tower. Zachariah's long knife rose from below, blocked by Bobby's huge axe, unable to get any closer. Muscles like twisted dragons bulged. Cold sweat uncontrollably slid from Bobby's forehead. Damn, he seemed to have underestimated this kid's physique. But so what? As long as he could hold on. It came down to who had more spirit energy. What good is this kid, no matter how skilled? Could his spirit energy possibly exceed mine? The rapid consumption of spirit energy must be very painful for him. He looked at Zachariah disdainfully, but the imagined pained expression wasn't there. Zachariah remained calm, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. So focused on spirit energy, you must be in agony, right? Relax, the pain will soon be over. Before Bobby could understand the meaning of these words, an excruciating pain shot into his brain. Instinctively, he tried to look down but found that even a slight movement of his head would intensify the pain piercing into his brain. A glimpse with his peripheral vision sent shockwaves through his heart. He saw that Zachariah's long knife had somehow turned into a scythe. Though the blade was still held back by the huge axe, the front end had transformed into a curved blade, piercing into his skull from his chin. He could clearly feel the tip of the blade was only millimeters away from his brain, and it had cleverly avoided every nerve and blood vessel. He didn't know how Zachariah did it, nor why he felt no pain as the long knife entered his skull. All he knew was that now, Zachariah could take his life in a single thought. No, spare me. The intrusion of the long knife made Bobby's speech slurred. He didn't dare make any big movements, fearing an accidental move might lead to his death. Zachariah looked at Bobby mockingly. Spare you? If I fell into your hands, would you spare me? Bobby's eyes filled with fear, a sense of dread welling up within him. Bang! A sudden burst of spirit energy surged from the blade into Bobby's head, shredding everything inside like a blender, ending with a faint sound. Bobby's head exploded into a spray of blood mist. Hurley has defeated a second-rank spirit wielder, plus 298 experience. Mutual progress triggered. Host gains plus 298 experience. Blood mist spread around, stopping just a step away from Zachariah. Clearly, Zachariah's control of spirit energy far surpassed ordinary people. Zachariah couldn't help but look at the snake bone ring on his right little finger. Versatile transformation, changing shape combined with Poison Fang's paralyzing effect really makes a great combo. Zachariah scanned the two corpses before him again, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Moments later, Zachariah left with 2 storage rings. The drum tower was left with 2 bare corpses. Side hall. After a brief fight, the side hall fell into a deathly silence once more. Zachariah quickly looted all the supplies from Scarface and Ironhand, including their spirit artifacts. There are only ALB and the others left. They should be in the scripture pavilion at the back by now. With that, Zachariah slipped into a secluded alley, heading towards the scripture pavilion. Scripture pavilion. Brandan and the other 2 walked through the collapsed pavilion, searching floor by floor for Zachariah's trail. Occasionally encountering some oblivious demon beasts, they were swiftly killed. Damn it, where the hell is this brat hiding? Searched for half a day and can't find him. Boss, do you think Huang Mao and the others might have found him already? Not possible. If they had found him, they would have contacted us by now. Do you think something might have happened to them? Eru, you're getting senile. What could happen to them? You don't seriously think they can't handle a student, do you? Eru shook his head. Boss, no, it's just strange that nobody has contacted us for so long. Remember, during missions, everyone used to exchange information regularly. Brandan fell silent. After a moment's thought, he called Huang Mao. A busy tone came from the phone. Eru frowned slightly, then hurriedly dialed Scarface's number. Again, a busy tone. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Then, both of them turned their gaze back to ALB. Their previously dispelled doubts about ALB arose once again. A strong sense of unease rose within ALB's heart. Brandan, what do you want to do? Bang. In response to ALB's question, Brandan and Eru attacked with punches and kicks. Speak. Why did you trick us into coming here? I didn't. Don't hit me. I'm wrong. At this moment, ALB deeply regretted his actions. He regretted why he had to retaliate against Zachariah, and even more so for associating with these ruthless thugs. From a distance came a faint sound, and Brandan and Eru looked in the direction of the noise at the same time. Through the thick fog, a figure seemed to be darting towards the distance. Eru was about to chase after it when Brandan immediately held him back. Boss, aren't we going to chase? You're foolish. The enemy is in hiding while we are exposed. Besides, have you forgotten how those steel claw monkeys died? Can we fight them off? Eru's face changed as he recalled the 3 domain experts hidden in the dark. Then what should we do? Let's get out of here first. Brandan gritted his teeth. What about this kid? Eru looked menacingly at ALB. Take him away. If we are caught up by them, this guy can help force them to think twice. ALB watched helplessly as Eru approached step by step, unable to stop retreating. Though he still couldn't understand what the two were talking about, he knew that if he continued staying with them, his end would be miserable. What are you talking about? I belong to nobody. I just wanted to take revenge on Zachariah. I won't take revenge anymore. I'll give you the money right now. Let's call it quits. The wrestler wielding Lu Xingchuri, Meteor Hammer, immediately stood between Eru and ALB. Don't come any closer. Eru didn't want to waste time with him. With a thought, a big man holding 2 red tassel short spears instantly appeared, clashing with the Meteor Hammer wrestler. In just a few moments, the Meteor Hammer wrestler was heavily suppressed by the dual spearmen. Taking advantage of this, Eru moved forward and delivered a chop to the back of ALB's neck, knocking him unconscious. The Meteor Hammer wrestler vanished instantly. Hurry up, don't waste time. Brandan, somewhat dissatisfied, walked briskly ahead. Eru carried ALB and followed closely behind Brandan, heading quickly towards the mountain gate. Zachariah, hidden in the dark, frowned as he watched everything, muttering, what are they afraid of? Initially, when Brandan and Eru called, Zachariah felt some tension. Although he had anticipated this assassination tactic might expose him once they started calling, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Through observation, Zachariah realized that both were about to enter Tier 3 and were far superior to others in strength. Zachariah was unsure if he could easily defeat them, especially if it required a significant cost, which would be unprofitable for him. After all, his time was extremely valuable now. Therefore, he had just deliberately sent Hurley to run far away to attract their attention, hoping to separate them and look for an opportunity. But who would have thought that these two reacted like they had seen ghosts, turning against each other and venting their anger entirely on ALB? Though Zachariah didn't know what they were afraid of, He understood that once fear took root in one's heart, only 70% of one's strength could be utilized even if one originally had full power. Now, all he needed to do was one thing: amplify their inner fear further. Watching Brandan and company gradually disappear into the distance, a sneer flashed across Zachariah's lips. "Wanna leave? Can you really escape?" Chapter 40, An Ambush. Brandan and Trevor were carrying Ailbe as they rushed toward the mountain gate. Zachariah, relying on his familiarity with Jink's long temple and boosted by stealth, silently trailed behind the two men. Wielding Garner in hand, he occasionally waved it to drive out monsters hiding in the bushes of the old temple. "Not good. There's an ambush ahead. Don't run any further. Let's turn around quickly." The two didn't even entertain the thought of investigating ahead, but changed direction and continued their escape toward the mountain gate. However, they were astonished to find that no matter which way they fled, they were soon surrounded. The two stopped at the steps before the Great Hero Hall, extremely frustrated. "Damn, we've run aground. There are too many of our opponents." "Yeah, it feels like there are people everywhere we go. Boss, what do we do now?" Brandan frowned deeply. After a moment, he shouted with all his might. "Fellow brothers, when have I, Brandan, offended you? If there were any offenses in the past, please forgive me. I am willing to compensate you generously. Just ask for mercy and let us live." Brandan's voice echoed in front of the Great Hero Hall, but there was no response. "Boss, they aren't speaking. Does that mean they won't let us go?" Brandan gave him a glare, signaling him to be quiet. "Fellow brothers, there's always room for mercy. You've already killed several of our brothers. Letting us go wouldn't be too much trouble. Besides, a cornered beast will fight back. If my brother and I fight to the death, you won't be unscathed either." Brandan's voice resonated through the old temple, gradually fading. Silence enveloped the entire temple, heavy and oppressive. This oppression felt like a sword hanging over their heads, pushing Trevor, who was already short-tempered, closer to fury. "Damn it, boss, do you think they're just scaring us? If they really had so many people, wouldn't they have come out and taken care of us already? Why hide in the dark and pretend?" Hidden in the shadows, Zachariah's heart tightened upon hearing these words. "Damn it, did I go too far? Am I about to let the tiger return to the mountain, sowing instability for my future?" Just as Zachariah was conflicted, Brandan's words dispelled his concerns. "Trevor, you've followed me for so many years. How can you still be so stupid? Do you know if cats, without worry, rush to eat mice immediately?" "Boss, you mean, they are treating us like rats. The only reason they haven't killed us yet is to toy with us." Brandan looked into the distance with despair. That's probably the case. The evening wind swept through the branches, creating a howling sound. Trevor clenched his fists loudly. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in Victoria City? He threw Ailbe, who was slung over his shoulder, onto the ground and kicked him fiercely twice. "The hell? You bastards don't want me alive? I'll beat this little bastard to death then." Severe pain woke Ailbe up. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a large foot coming straight at him. "Stop hitting. Stop hitting. It really has nothing to do with me." Brandan ignored it, shouting instead. "Fellows can see. This young man's life is still in our hands. You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you?" Zachariah couldn't help but sneer. "He is my beloved friend and relative. I wish something would happen to him right away." Thinking of this, a long knife suddenly appeared in Zachariah's hand, and he plunged it into the ground. Chaos got. Centering on Zachariah, wave after wave of sound waves spread out, echoing around the temple. These sound waves consisted of trampling sounds, intermixed with mooing when listened carefully. "Not good. Trevor, run. Someone can control monsters." Brandan shouted instantly, but Trevor showed no reaction. Looking sideways, he found both Trevor and Ailbe staring blankly. "Wrong. This isn't controlling monsters. This is a mental attack by a spirit." Brandan instantly understood everything. Fortunately, his daily focus on mental training kept him from falling into unconsciousness like the two others, only blinking briefly. A three-pronged steel fork suddenly appeared in his hand, and a graceful shadow instantly materialized behind him, her delicate hands covering his ears. The world instantly became peaceful. Brandan was about to wake Trevor when a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Instinctively, he pulled Trevor in front of him as a shield. Pierce. A fragment-composed longsword penetrated from Trevor's back to his chest. A face he had only seen in photos appeared before him. "It's you." Caught between the two, Trevor's vacant eyes finally regained clarity. The pain in his chest almost made him faint again. Confused, he looked down and realized a long knife had pierced through his chest. "Boss, what's happening to me?" Brandan sneered coldly. "Good brother, rest in peace." In the next moment, the three-pronged steel fork struck out fiercely, piercing through Trevor's chest and stabbing towards Zachariah. Bang! The savage spirit power exploded Trevor's body into pieces as it passed through his chest. Zachariah immediately retreated to the side. "Brat, I will take your life today to honor my dead brothers." The instant Zachariah launched his attack, with no one attacking him, the maddening mental assault vanished immediately. Brandan instantly realized he had been tricked by Zachariah. From start to finish, there was only Zachariah here. The three-pronged steel fork flew from his hand like a torrential storm, relentless and unyielding. In this uninterrupted assault, Zachariah seemed to see a graceful woman attacking alongside Brandan. But in a blink, that woman turned into a giant scorpion, and Brandan's steel fork transformed into the scorpion's tail spike. Clang! A clear sound echoed in front of the Great Hero Hall. Zachariah's figure instantly disappeared before Brandan. Without turning his head, Brandan blocked behind him with the three-pronged steel fork at an odd angle. A hint of surprise flashed across Zachariah's eyes. This was the first time backstab failed to succeed. A sinister smile appeared on Brandan's face. "You are much stronger than Ailbe, but you lack combat experience. My weapon spirit is poison, Brandan, and when it comes to ambushes, I am an expert." In the next moment, the alluring woman who had materialized behind Brandan gradually faded away. A strong sense of unease surged in Zachariah's heart. Zachariah withdrew his blade without hesitation and retreated, but Brandan pressed forward, preventing Zachariah from escaping. "What? Want to hide after just meeting?" Brandan's smile became even more sinister, and he attacked more frequently with the steel fork in his hand. Whoosh! A cold wind swept from behind Zachariah, putting him in mortal danger. Chapter 41, Unthinkable. Clang. Another clear and resonant sound echoed in front of the hall. Behind Zachariah, a man wearing a bamboo hat, holding a long doll, and with a weathered face leaped out suddenly. The long knife blocked a three-pronged steel fork. His eyes were cold, looking at the equipment spirit poison Brandan, who was about to ambush as if he was looking at a dead man. In just a moment, both sides had exchanged dozens of blows. A greedy look flashed across the scorpion's eyes. Brat, it seems you've been hiding quite deep. Even your classmates didn't know you're a B-level equipment spirit. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Not only did he intend to kill Zachariah, but also to strip him of his equipment spirit. The scorpion's attacks became more fierce, but a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. A Parabender who was just one step away from third stage was actually fighting an undistinguished student neck and neck. And as time passed, he had a faint feeling of being suppressed. Moreover, apart from some initial surprise, the opponent always had a calm demeanor. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. Brat, you're using me to train your skills. Zachariah's eyes remained indifferent. Noisy. After a series of exchanges, Zachariah had discovered that he had overestimated these mercenaries' strength. Unless their power far exceeded his, or they had exceptional talent, none of them could be his match in a one-on-one fight. The reason he hadn't fought seriously before was entirely because Zachariah wanted to temper himself in real life and death battles. The scorpion dared not engage Zachariah anymore, turning his head to escape. With agile movements, Zachariah appeared right in front of him, his long knife sweeping towards him. Clang. The three-pronged steel fork caught the long knife directly, forcibly changing its direction parallel to the chest. However, before he could catch his breath, his eyes involuntarily widened in shock. He saw that the blade, once held back, deformed in an instant. The originally smooth side of the blade grew a sharp cone in the blink of an eye, stabbing toward his heart. The trident which was supposed to restrain Zachariah was now restrained by his long knife. Helpless, he had no choice but to let go of the trident. And due to this action, Poison Brandan, who was battling Hurley, vanished instantly because it lost the infusion of spirit power. The scorpion didn't even have the courage to turn back for a look. All he wanted was to flee. Yet when he had barely run down a few steps from the staircase, a man wearing a bamboo hat appeared before him, staring at him coldly. He turned again to escape, only to find Zachariah holding the long knife appearing behind him. Zachariah, classmate Jiang, there is no deep-seated enmity between us. Everything was orchestrated by your classmate Ailby, who bribed us. How about this? I will give you all my savings. Let me go, okay? Zachariah ignored him, and so did the equipment spirit Hurley. Both of them dragged the long knives, inching closer to him step by step. Don't do this, let's talk it out. We are civilized people, why must we resort to violence? You don't force me. I said, don't come near me. The distance between the two gradually closing. The friction sound of the long knife dragging on the ground added immense pressure to the scorpion. He glanced around nervously as they drew nearer, his breathing quickened. The sense of impending doom made him shout uncontrollably. But when he turned around, Zachariah and Hurley, who were originally on both sides, had vanished. As if they never existed. Thud, thud. Before he could react, two long knives pierced through his chest from either side. He looked blankly to his sides, still seeing Zachariah and Hurley. Only, somehow, their positions had switched. Powerless, the scorpion fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Equipment spirit Hurley successfully killed a second stage Parabender. Experience plus 298. Co-progression activated. Host experience plus 298. Host and equipment spirit Hurley's switching tactics impressed Hurley, increasing compatibility plus 1. Unique attack methods left number 3 equipment spirit astounded, developing some expectations towards you. No. 9 equipment spirit was amazed by your teamwork with Hurley, raising its recognition of you. At dusk, Zachariah calmly looked at the scorpion, whose eyes were wide like copper bells, seemingly unable to understand why he had lost to a young man. In dim conditions, cooperating with stealth and agile footwork can achieve the effect of appearing and disappearing without a trace. Zachariah looked at Hurley. Thanks, Hurley. Hurley did not say much, returning to the long knife in a blink. As usual, Zachariah was about to begin searching the body, but just as he removed the storage ring from the scorpion, he realized there was still one matter unresolved. Ailby hadn't been dealt with yet. Earlier, because Ailby had fainted, Zachariah decided to handle the scorpion first. Now that everything was almost settled, it was time to settle accounts with Ailby. The betrayal after receiving kindness was something Zachariah remembered clearly. Zachariah walked in the direction where Ailby had fainted, picking up the equipment spirit trident left by the scorpion along the way. Detected B-level equipment spirit poison Brandan. Please choose to make a contract or smelt it. Ignoring the system's prompt, Zachariah only wanted to kill Ailby at this moment. However, halfway through his journey, Zachariah's expression turned grim. The originally unconscious Ailby was nowhere to be seen. It was clear that during his battle with the scorpion, this guy had suddenly woken up and taken the opportunity to escape. Zachariah squatted down, carefully examining the footprints left by Ailby. There were even a few drops of fresh blood along the way. Zachariah touched the blood. It was still moist. Clearly, Ailby had just escaped not long ago. The game of cat and mouse has begun. Zachariah strode into the bush, deliberately making all kinds of noises, following the occasional bloodstains ahead. At this moment, Ailby, fleeing for his life in the bushes, had blood dripping down his face. These injuries were left by Homer's beating, though it was unknown whether intentional or accidental. Homer targeted his face when beating him. Now, blood kept streaming down his face without stopping. But Ailby had no time to worry about the blood on his face. Heaven knows how terrified he was. Upon regaining consciousness, he saw Homer lying next to him, dead with eyes wide open. Looking in the distance, he just witnessed Zachariah killing the scorpion with one slash. How could this be possible? He told himself countless times that it must be an illusion, but the stinging pain on his face continually reminded him that this was real. Zachariah's cold gaze and swift, ruthless actions made his heart freeze. Without hesitation, he chose to flee, because he knew that they were outside the city, and given their enmity, He didn't believe Zachariah would let him off. All he felt now was regret. If I had known this would happen, why did I provoke him? Night fell, and nocturnal beasts began to appear. Every unusual sound caused Ailbe's heartbeat to quicken, but he dared not stop for a moment. He always felt that Zachariah was watching him from just behind, and he even imagined Zachariah wearing a mocking smile. Vroom! The roar of a motorcycle grew louder as it approached. This familiar engine sound momentarily relaxed Ailbe's taut nerves. Once, in school, he hated hearing this sound the most, but now he found it incredibly comforting. The engine's roar grew louder. Ailbe felt a glimmer of hope rekindled in his heart. Tai'e is here. Chapter 42, Overconfidence. Not far behind Ailbe, Zachariah was watching him with a mocking gaze. He wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Since he had found him, he wanted to let him taste the feeling of turning from a hunter into prey. The familiar engine sound approached gradually, and Zachariah's brows gradually furrowed. It seems that Tai'e has still found this place. Zachariah tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. No more playing around. Once Abdur arrives, I will have no choice but to let him go. With this thought, Zachariah plunged the hurley into the ground forcefully. Waves of sound surged out from the blade and swiftly rushed toward Ailbe, who was not far away. The sound waves formed a small-scale encirclement around Ailbe. Inside the circle, Ailbe stopped, and all the vegetation bent over. Outside the circle, demons played and the weeds remained standing tall. It seemed as if there were two different realms inside and outside the circle. Ailbe seemed to fall into a space full of emptiness. He struggled desperately to escape, but was always struggling in a vast whiteness. Suddenly, countless upright walking demon buffaloes appeared before him. They held war drums in their hands and kept beating them. The back hooves that walked beat the ground rhythmically along with the drum beats. The drum sounds, the mooing, the trampling sounds. They did not stop, continuously hammering at Ailbe's heart. Ailbe felt that all the blood in his body was boiling, as if it wanted to break free from his body. He lunged left and charged right, trying to break through the encirclement of the bulls. But the gradually approaching group of bulls made him feel increasingly suffocated. I found you. A devilish voice rang out behind him. He suddenly turned around. In front of the bulls, Zachariah was slowly walking towards him with a long sword made up of fragments. The long sword glided through the white space, producing a rasping sound, leaving a black fissure in its wake. Zachariah, what do you want to do? This is murder. Don't you want to be wanted? Zachariah ignored it and continued to approach him with the long sword. Ailbe turned and ran. But when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. There was another Zachariah holding a long sword, leading countless demon buffaloes slowly walking towards him. He fled south. Still Zachariah. Fled north. Still Zachariah. All directions were filled with Zachariah and demon buffaloes. He looked back and forth, eyes almost tearing apart. Every Zachariah was so real. He had nowhere to run. Why? Why? You are just a pauper. A worthless weapon spirit. Why do you want to kill me? Huge fear drove Ailbe nearly mad. With a thought, a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The meteor hammer was wielded by him with fierce force, about to smash towards Zachariah in the east. But after swinging a few rounds, the meteor hammer fell helplessly at his feet. The madness in Ailbe's eyes faded, and fear once again took hold of his heart. Zachariah, don't kill me. We are classmates. My parents only have me as a son. Please let me go. Before his eyes, the countless demon buffaloes had already transformed into Zachariah's likeness at some point, and the war drums in their hands also transformed into countless long swords. Thousands of long swords rubbed against this space, producing a continuous rustling sound. Ailbe could no longer muster any resistance. Thousands of people surrounded Ailbe in an instant. Thousands of long swords were raised in an instant. Those fragment-composed long swords reflected the countless terrified faces of Ailbe. No, don't. He hadn't finished speaking, and Ailbe closed his eyes and went silent. The white space quietly faded away. The shrubs were still those shrubs. Weapon Spirit, Hurley, assisted in killing a level 1 Spirit Master, experience plus 128. Mutual progression triggered, host experience plus 128. Zachariah stood in front of Ailbe with a puzzled expression while holding the long sword. I haven't even made my move. How did he die? Zachariah squatted next to Ailbe and pried open his eyelids. His pupils had already dilated. Scared to death. Zachariah couldn't help but find it amusing. It turned out that the bully who always liked to lord over others could be scared to death because of fear. At this moment, a series of system notifications came one after another. Task to kill Ailbe completed. Hurley, experience plus 2,000. Mutual progression triggered. Host experience plus 2,000. Task reward, martial skill stealth breath. Conceal your aura so that it goes unnoticed by the outside world. Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but feel delighted. This stealth breath came just in time. Especially when used with hidden, Zachariah was equivalent to having invisibility. Even the keen-nosed Abdur wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Boom. An engine sound nearby snapped Zachariah out of his thoughts. Damn it. Tai'e came faster than I expected. I have to leave immediately. Zachariah was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped. No, can't leave. Bodies are scattered all over the temple. Tai'e must have used some means to find my location so quickly. If I leave now, Tai'e will definitely suspect me of being involved in their deaths. I don't care about others, but the key is Ailbe. Given Tai'e's personality, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. Only if I stay here will Tai'e not suspect me first. Zachariah's brows were knitted into a frown, his star-like eyes constantly moving. He was thinking about how he could escape suspicion. Soon, he had an idea. A scorpion's 3-pronged steel fork appeared in his hand. He tried to infuse spiritual energy into the 3-pronged steel fork, only to feel a strong repulsion immediately. Gritting his teeth, Zachariah poured more spiritual energy into it. The 3-pronged steel fork slowly floated in the air. Drops of sweat trickled down from Zachariah's forehead. Clearly, forcibly controlling a highly compatible weapon spirit put considerable pressure on Zachariah. He walked briskly to where Ailbe lay, with his back to the 3-pronged steel fork. The cold gleam of the 3-pronged steel fork shone brightly in the night. Zachariah gritted his teeth. The three-pronged steel fork shot out suddenly and firmly embedded itself in Zachariah's back. An intense wave of pain instantly surged through him, but he didn't make a sound. Fortunately, he controlled the weapon spirit properly, and it only penetrated an inch or so. Enduring the pain, Zachariah withdrew the three-pronged steel fork back into the system space, found a comfortable spot, and lay prone. I pretended to be seriously injured to cover Ailbe's escape. The teacher probably won't suspect me anymore. A pale smile spread across Zachariah's ashen face. A streak of dark red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a sudden wave of dizziness. Shit, too careless. I forgot this three-pronged steel fork is called toxic brandan, which has inherent poison. Previously, during the battle with the scorpion, due to his agile movements enhanced by hidden, all the scorpion's attacks missed. Because of this, Zachariah didn't know that the weapon spirit, toxic brandan, carried its own toxins. The feeling of dizziness was like a tidal wave continuously washing over him. Zachariah thought he heard faint footsteps approaching slowly. He couldn't open his eyes, and even his five senses were gradually fading. Suddenly, a wave of fear swept over him. What if the person coming wasn't Abdur? But there was no turning back now. All Zachariah could do was pray inwardly. It has to be Abdur, and Abdur must have antidotes with him. Chapter 43. Improvise or fabricate. When Zachariah opened his eyes again, he saw a dim flame before him. Next to the flame stood a golden Buddha covered in dust, looking down upon all beings. Behind the flame, Abdur was smoking, exhaling smoke rings, with cigarette butts piled at his feet. His face was etched with worry. You're awake. Zachariah slowly got up, wincing from the pain that shot through his back. Teacher, what happened to me? And why are you here? Zachariah asked, though he already knew the answer. Abdur's gaze was fixed on the flickering flames as he spoke slowly. I came here to find you. You were lucky this time. If I had come any later, the poison would have spread through your blood, and even gods couldn't save you. Zachariah scratched his head. Sorry for troubling you, teacher. Now tell me, what did you go through? And how did you end up with Ailbe? Zachariah recounted the story he had prepared. He had gone hunting to raise money to redeem a sword. Coincidentally, he met Ailbe, who exposed his wealth, attracting a group of mercenaries. The two fled in panic, eventually ending up here. To give himself a fighting chance, Zachariah volunteered to be bait so Ailbe could seek help and rescue him. After finishing his story, Zachariah glanced around, feigning confusion. Teacher, where is Ailbe? Did he bring you here? Abdur sighed and pointed to the side. In the dim corner lay a still body. Zachariah seemed struck, stunned for a moment before asking, Teacher, is Ailbe dead? Abdur nodded, filled with self-blame. Silence enveloped them until Abdur finally broke it. Come on, Zachariah, don't be sad. It's not your fault. You did your best. I examined his body. Apart from signs of physical abuse, he died from extreme shock. Zachariah was still dazed, seemingly unable to accept the death of his classmate. Abdur sighed again and continued. Zachariah, do you know who chased you? Zachariah shook his head. I don't know. All I remember is that he had a venomous scorpion tattooed on his head, and his subordinates called him Brandan. Abdur nodded. That makes sense. They're indeed those people. Zachariah pretended to be surprised. Teacher, you know them? Then quickly have the city patrol arrest them. Abdur looked helpless. The city patrol can't catch them now. Maybe only the Grim Reapers can. Hearing this, Zachariah froze for a moment before exclaiming, Teacher, you killed them all. Abdur shrugged. Not me. When I arrived, they were all dead. Zachariah's expression was one of disbelief. Unable to fully accept the answer, he repeatedly confirmed with Abdur, finally standing up in excitement, cheering. The frustration from being hunted and the relief of avenging his classmate were released in that moment. Throughout this process, Abdur quietly observed Zachariah's facial expressions. It was because on the 6 bodies of the Brandan mercenaries, Abdur found various knife wounds from different angles. Although these wounds varied, his experience allowed him to reconstruct the attacker's techniques based on some clues. Some moves were surprisingly similar to the effects of Zachariah's weapon spirit. Zachariah, did you engage in direct combat with them? Zachariah nodded yes. Initially, I could hurt them, but soon my spirit energy drained too fast, and I had to run. Zachariah's half-truth answer left Abdur puzzled. It seemed that the non-fatal injuries on the mercenaries were caused by Zachariah's counterattacks. But who truly killed them remained uncertain. Was there someone else? Zachariah, did you and Ailbe encounter anything unusual or meet anyone special during your escape? Zachariah's mind raced. He wasn't sure what Abdur meant. Within moments, he had considered multiple scenarios. Was it the killings in the supply town or the beast hunting in the fog? Melissa wouldn't betray him after years of trust. Beast hunting was common and didn't warrant Abdur's questioning. Wait, it wasn't just about humans and beasts. Could it be something combining both? Zachariah remembered the incident at the rundown supermarket. There, he had indeed met 3 unusual people. With this thought, Zachariah made up his mind. Yes, to escape, Ailbe and I once hid in a rundown supermarket. Why did you two run in there? Abdur's curiosity was piqued. This was the key to finding the answer. Zachariah, seeing his expression, understood most of it immediately. He promptly gave a half-truth response. Because there were sounds coming from inside. With our low cultivation levels, we had to find people with a sense of justice to survive. Of course, we had to try going in. Who did you meet? 3 young men who were hunting. They should be 7 or 8 years older than me. Did they help you? Not exactly. They just started fighting each other when they met. We took the chance to escape. The host's ability to fabricate earned a disdainful look from the 7th weapon spirit. The 3rd weapon spirit, however, praised the host's quick-witted improvisation and cast an approving glance at him. Zachariah's words left Abdur momentarily silent. Each sentence made perfect sense. It seemed he was overthinking things. But who killed the Brandan mercenaries and took all their items? Could it be those 3 came for revenge? Jay, do you know why they fought? Zachariah's question pulled him out of his thoughts. He exhaled a puff of thick smoke, answering somewhat helplessly. Why else? They feared someone would snatch their prey. Remember what I told you before? The fog is not like Protection City. Anything can happen. Those 3 must have thought the Brandan mercenaries were after them, so they struck first. You 2 got lucky and managed to save yourselves by accident. Otherwise, I might have been collecting more than just Ailbe's body now. They fell into silence again, but for different reasons. One was guilty over a student's death, the other for deceiving Abdur. Zachariah even felt he was taking advantage of an honest person. Can you still move? Abdur flicked the cigarette butt away and stomped on it several times with his toe. A little sore. Shay, what's up? Abdur slowly got up, brushing the dust off his pants. Let's head back to the city. Can't we wait until dawn? Abdur gave Zachariah a sidelong glance. If I don't take you back soon, your homeroom teacher will kill me. Then he strode over to Ailbe's body, hoisting it onto his shoulder. And I need to return Ailbe to his parents as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the more I fear he'll start to stink. Chapter 44. Acquaintances in Peril. Under the cover of night, a speeding motorcycle raced toward Victoria City. The roaring engine echoed through the desolate ruins, startling groups of beasts. Zachariah sat behind Abdur, calculating the gains from this outing in his mind. Suddenly, the deafening roar of the engine faded, though the motorcycle continued to race forward. Zachariah was puzzled. Teacher, why did the engine stop? I switched to silent mode. This thing has a silent mode? I paid for the modifications. Why didn't you use it earlier? Roaring engines are cooler. Why now? I have an ominous feeling. Hearing this, Zachariah immediately became alert. In this fog full of lurking dangers, no one knew what would happen next. Suddenly, Zachariah felt a chill run down his spine, as if someone was staring at him. He took a deep breath and turned around abruptly. Relief washed over him. It turned out that the bumpiness on the road had caused Ailbe's dead eyes to open again. Almost scared me to death. Muttering under his breath, Zachariah closed Ailbe's eyes with his hand. They hadn't left Ailbe in the storage ring because both Zachariah and Abdur felt it was disrespectful to treat a body like cargo. Respecting the dead, even with their past grievances, Zachariah believed he shouldn't just toss the body into the ring. As the motorcycle sped on, intermittent hymns gradually filled their ears. These hymns were filled with truth, goodness, and beauty, evoking a desire to cleanse oneself of sins and start anew. Just as Zachariah was about to be swept away by this, a cooling sensation slowly spread from his heart. The impulse vanished instantly. Zachariah smiled. This, purify heart, skill was indeed impressive. At the same time, Abdur's voice rang out. Zachariah, stay focused. The priest should be ahead. We can't detour. It would add hours to our journey. Yard your mind and don't be lured by its hymns. Shortly after, they dismounted and hid behind a broken wall, peering ahead. Everything around reminded Zachariah of somewhere familiar, but ahead stood a towering Gothic cathedral. It was majestic, old, and rustic, as if weathered by many years. Yet, it stood intact, contrasting sharply with the surrounding ruins. Isn't this place familiar, yet unfamiliar? Zachariah nodded. Try removing the church from your vision and recall. Following Abdur's advice, Zachariah visualized erasing the church from his mind. Familiarity rushed over him. It's the site of the abandoned supermarket. Abdur nodded. To overlay directly on real structures indicates that the beast priest's power has grown significantly. Zachariah, let's go. Remember, don't alarm the beast here. If we do, tonight will be tough. Cautiously using the ruins as cover, they pushed the motorcycle silently through the darkness. Inside the towering cathedral, bright lights illuminated the space, with hymns praising the divine floating over the walls, echoing all around. Occasionally, stray beasts that wandered in would flee upon hearing the melody. From the side wall, they moved to the back wall, then to another side wall. Teacher, with its territory set up here, it must be targeting new prey, Zachariah whispered to Abdur. Likely so, Abdur replied, glancing at the main entrance of the cathedral. Just that glance stopped him in his tracks. Zachariah, push the motorcycle ahead and wait for me. Teacher, what's wrong? We've encountered acquaintances. Unable to resist, Zachariah followed Abdur's gaze. Before the towering cathedral lay a dark red carpet. 6 figures moved toward the cathedral doors, some with blank expressions, others in agony. Their pace was slow, clearly resisting moving forward but compelled by an unseen force into the cathedral. Zachariah frowned, confused. Why are they here? Among the 6, Zachariah recognized 4. Bertrand from Victoria City, and Barkley, Avril, and Henley, whom he had encountered twice before. The other 2 wore city patrol uniforms, clearly Bertrand's subordinates. Teacher, are you going to save them? Abdur nodded. Yes, wait for me ahead. He paused and added, if things go wrong, drive off on the motorcycle without me. Although Zachariah was somewhat puzzled, he had figured out that the relationship between Bertrand and Abdur was not that of ordinary friends. Zachariah quickly took over the motorcycle, found the fastest spot to park it by the roadside, started the engine in advance, and then ran back even faster. He hid behind a withered tree, closely watching Abdur. Zachariah silently made up his mind. If anything unexpected happened, no matter what, he would save Abdur. After all, the priest's domain had no effect on him. At this moment, Abdur had already reached the front of the church's main door. A more magnificent and powerful hymn drifted from inside the church, through the doors, and into Abdur's ears. Abdur's expression turned grave as he brandished the ruler in his hand. The sage said, do not listen to what is improper. In the next moment, Abdur's ears sealed themselves shut, with the earlobes blocking the ear canals completely. And the artifact spirit, George, appeared behind him in an instant. Abdur rushed to Bertrand's back and slapped him on the shoulder. Jaiwan, wake up! But Bertrand seemed not to hear him, continuing to walk forward at a snail's pace. Seeing this, Abdur decided to forcibly drag Bertrand away. Biting his lip, he wrapped his arms around Bertrand's waist and tried to lift him. However, for some reason, the usually strong Abdur couldn't lift Bertrand despite his face turning red. The artifact spirit, George, seeing this, hurriedly lent a hand. One man and one artifact spirit lifted Bertrand by his shoulders, trying to carry him away. But something strange happened. Bertrand seemed rooted to the ground, unmoving. Zachariah frowned. With Che's strength and the help of George, they still can't take Bertrand away? At this moment, the beast priest in the church seemed to sense something amiss. Their hymns became louder, and the pitch became sharper. It seemed to penetrate the flesh, straight to the soul. And Bertrand, who had been resisting Abdur, now seemed to be empowered by some force. Despite his slow steps, he began to pull Abdur and the artifact spirit, George, toward the church. Artifact spirit number 9 is getting agitated. Please leave immediately. Artifact spirit number 9 feels provoked. The system is trying to calm it down. Please leave immediately. Artifact spirit number 9 is shifting from agitation to fury. He seems stimulated. Please leave immediately. The system warnings kept coming, but Abdur was still struggling at the church entrance. How could he just abandon him? Why can't they move him? Why is this happening? Zachariah's mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit him. He suddenly realized something. I know the reason. Chapter 45, Saving Lives and Fleeing. Zachariah's epiphany came from the system prompt. Device spirit number 9 felt provoked from deep within. In other words, after the priest activated his domain, the hymns sung by him and his believers were essentially a control over the target's mind. As the saying goes, where the heart desires, the body follows. That was why even Abdur and George working together found it difficult to budge him an inch. Zachariah's figure moved with agility as he pushed stealth to its limits, rapidly reaching Abdur's side with ghostly steps. Teacher, let me give it a try. Abdur, busy trying to pull Zoran, suddenly heard the voice beside him and was about to strike. But turning his head, he saw Zachariah's youthful face and quickly withdrew his hand. Zachariah, what are you doing here? Get away now, Zachariah said solemnly. Teacher, brute force won't take him away. If we waste more time, once he enters the church, it will be the priest's domain. Then, it will be hard for us to save them. How could Abdur not understand this? It's just that when people have no solution, they often cling to some clumsy methods, hoping for a miracle. I know, but get out of here quickly. Zachariah smiled faintly. Abdur's stern words seemed to lose their usual intimidating power. With a thought, Garner manifested into a human form, appearing behind him. After exchanging glances with the device spirit, Zachariah dashed towards Avril and Barkley. One in each hand, he grabbed their collars, walking slowly towards the church. Zachariah, what are you going to do? At the next moment, a wave of sound erupted from behind him. Countless drum beats, accompanied by trampling sounds and the lowing of oxen, suddenly swept past his body, rushing forward. He turned to look back and saw that Garner had driven a spirit-infused long sword into the ground. Wave after wave of sound rushed out from the sword, forming a barrier in front of everyone. In an instant, the sacred, untouchable hymn of the church collided with the wave of sound filled with murderous intent, like a purifying deity encountering a bloodthirsty demon. The familiar wave of sound made Abdur fall into deep thought. How is the effect of Zachariah's device spirit so similar to that of the buffalo chief? He looked meaningfully at Zachariah ahead, who was exerting both hands as if ready to flee at any moment. Behind the barrier, the bewildered eyes of those present gradually regained their clarity. However, without exception, they all slumped weakly to the ground as if all their strength had been drained by their previous experiences. What happened to me? It seems like we were ambushed by monsters. It was the priest's domain. Zoran's body went limp, about to fall, but was caught by a large hand around the waist. Bede, what are you doing here? Before Abdur could answer, white light blazed inside the church, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Zachariah sensed something wrong. Teacher, take them away quickly. In an instant, Zachariah dashed backward with the two beside him. Abdur also immediately scooped up Zoran and a city patrol member and fled to the rear. George similarly used his arms to carry Barkley and another city patrol member, swiftly chasing after them. The soundwave barrier originally blocking their path was visibly being consumed at an alarming rate. Gradually, the barrier formed by the sound waves was reduced to less than 3 feet. Garner's expression grew serious, as if facing an unprecedented challenge. Without further ado, Zachariah threw the two men onto the motorcycle, Henley below and Avril above. He then jumped on himself and gripped the handlebars. Teacher, hurry, Abdur shouted. Brat, just take care of yourself. He muttered to himself. Move like the wind. His calves suddenly exerted force, the solid muscles tearing his pants apart. His speed and George's instantly reached their peak, leaving Zachariah, who hadn't yet started the motorcycle, far behind. Damn, teacher, you have this trick too. Zachariah was envious. Though he had stealth, it was more of a way to conceal his figure and make his steps more agile. While it increased his speed, it wasn't nearly as fast as Abdur's. Zachariah didn't hesitate, shouting over his shoulder. Garner, who had been struggling to hold on, transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Zachariah. The motorcycle shot forward like a cannonball, covering a considerable distance in just a few breaths. In an instant, the holy hymns echoed throughout the ruins. Dozens of believers poured out of the church, identifying directions before floating like ghosts through the air in pursuit of Zachariah. Their speed was faster. In the blink of an eye, they significantly shortened the distance between themselves and Zachariah. Hey, you there. Can you make it or not? If these believers catch up, the priest will be here soon. Avril's anxious voice rang out behind Zachariah. Zachariah scolded irritably. Do you think I don't know that? I've revved the throttle to the max. If you keep blabbering, I'll kick you off. Henley was somewhat flustered. Keenan, don't take it to heart. Yin didn't mean any harm. She's just worried. Zachariah ignored him and focused on dodging every obstacle ahead. What are you staring at? At a time like this, why are you staring at me? Pervert. Avril angrily cursed, and if not for her exhaustion, she might have taken action already. Zachariah frowned. What's going on? Could it be that Henley is getting lecherous thoughts now? At that moment, Henley spoke again. Keenan, can you tell your friend not to stare at Union? She's beautiful, but not so much that he needs to stare like that. In an instant, Zachariah understood what was happening. Albie's eyelids were flickering open due to the bumps. Oh, you're overthinking it. The person next to you is dead. In that instant, Avril, who had been loudly complaining, fell silent immediately. Hush. Too light. Ethereal figures floated past Zachariah in an instant, their claw-like hands reaching out towards him. Without hesitation, Zachariah activated Garner. A cold glint flashed. In a blink, the two figures chasing Zachariah were sliced into pieces by the blade intent released by Garner. But Zachariah did not relax. Because the system's alert hadn't sounded. Keenan, it's useless. These are the priest's puppets. Unless the priest dies, killing them won't work. As Henley said, the two figures, though cut into pieces, merely paused for a moment before continuing to chase Zachariah again. Do you have any ideas? While speaking, Zachariah once again activated Garner, pushing its sharpness to the limit. The dozens of believers chasing Zachariah were instantly turned into countless fragments. This scene stunned both Henley and Avril. Special device spirit, instantly killing dozens of beast spirits. Could this guy be the same expert who slaughtered the steel claw monkeys in the rundown supermarket? The two of them were left dazed, not even hearing Zachariah's question. Hey, snap out of it. Tell me quickly, do you have any ideas? Chapter 46, Suspicion once again. Avril was the first to react. There's only one impossible solution. What solution? The Danny's effective control distance over these puppets is only 3 kilometers. Considering the effect of the Danny always chasing from behind, as long as we run 8 kilometers, they will never find us again. Zachariah helplessly sighed, thinking it made sense. If they truly had a method, how would they have been relentlessly pursued by the Danny in the first place? At this moment, the believers regained their strength once again and rushed towards Zachariah and the others. And all Zachariah could do was activate Shattered Blade. Once more, shattering them all. Every time they came, he shattered them once more. It was as if both sides were engaged in a tug-of-war of spiritual energy. Frequently activating his spiritual energy over such a wide range left Avril somewhat astonished. She lowered her voice and whispered, Henley, do you think he might be the person we encountered before? Henley fell into deep thought, quietly observing Zachariah. It doesn't seem like it. His aura isn't even as strong as ours. Avril hesitated, remembering Barclay's previous deduction clearly. The opponent was at least a tier 4 expert, and their artifact spirit was at least grade A. But not only was Zachariah's aura not stronger than theirs, even the artifact spirit in his hand was only grade B. Nothing matched their assumptions. Yet, her woman's intuition told her that Zachariah wasn't as simple as he appeared. The distance between Zachariah and the believers grew larger as he continuously crushed them. Several minutes later, the trio finally managed to leave the believers far behind. Zachariah slowly stopped the motorcycle and carried Avril and the other two off the bike. After being controlled by the Danny, they were now no better off than vegetative patients. Let's rest for a bit. It wasn't that Zachariah really wanted to rest. It was just that the high-intensity consumption of spiritual energy had left him slightly exhausted. Moreover, he needed to re-establish contact with Abdur and the others. Zachariah sat aside, taking out a bottle of water from his storage ring and chugging it down. Then, he pulled out his phone, which showed over a dozen missed calls from Abdur. He called back, quickly connecting. Zachariah, where are you? Have you gotten rid of the demon beasts? I got rid of them. I can't quite describe where I am. I'll send you the coordinates in a while. Half an hour later, Abdur and the others arrived at Zachariah's side. Unlike before, Abdur and Zoran were now carried by Barclay, one under each arm, and the device spirit carrying the other two city patrol members transformed into a robust figure wearing dual sabers on his waist. Jay, what happened to you? Barclay gently set him down. Abdur's face was deathly pale, but he forced a smile and said, Nothing. It's just that the after effects of the escape technique I used were a bit severe. Now my whole body feels weak. Zoran interjected. You're telling me, if it weren't for Captain Sue recovering quickly, we probably wouldn't be able to find you right now. At this point, Barclay smiled faintly. Don't say that, Teacher Abdur. If it weren't for you and Captain Zoran saving us, perhaps all three of us would have turned into piles of bones. With some laughter and conversation, Zachariah finally learned the entire story. Zoran was forced by Edna to leave the city to find himself, only to be tricked by Zachariah's little tricks, completely going in the wrong direction. By the time he realized it, several days had already passed. He retraced Zachariah's actions based on the clues left at the scene, eventually tracking him down. However, halfway through, they coincidentally met the lost Barclay trio. Upon communication, they discovered that Barclay and his companions were members of a small foreign mercenary team looking for the direction to Victoria City. Thus, Zoran decided to bring the three along to find Zachariah first, and then return to Victoria City together. Who knew that while investigating the dilapidated supermarket, due to a slip-up, they were affected by the Danny's hymns and nearly walked into its domain. Had they not encountered Abdur and Zachariah, the 6 of them might not have survived. Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but give Avril a few extra glances. This directionally challenged person, it seems she led them astray again. But why did they go to Victoria City? Could they really be planning to assassinate Langston? Zachariah sank into deep thought, his gaze unconsciously lingering on Avril. Such an impolite stare embarrassed Abdur, who suddenly tapped Zachariah's head. Where are you looking? If we dig deeper into this mess, you should take full responsibility. Wincing from the pain, Zachariah muttered, Why me? If you hadn't disappeared, would I have bothered to find you? Would Zoran have gone through all this trouble? Without him finding you, would Captain Sue and the others have endured this hardship? Zachariah wanted to argue back, but felt that it indeed seemed to make sense. At this moment, Zoran spoke up. Bede, stop bullying Zachariah. It's rather embarrassing. We came to find Zachariah, worried that he might encounter some danger in the dense fog. But who would have thought that we all ended up being saved by Zachariah in the end? How shameful. For a moment, everyone showed an awkward expression. Especially when they learned that Zachariah was still just a high school student who hadn't graduated, their shame became even more pronounced. Finally, Abdur broke the silence. Has everyone rested enough? If there's nothing else, let's head back to Victoria City. Everyone nodded in succession. Zoran and his 2 teammates each retrieved stylish cruiser motorcycles from their storage rings. Especially Zoran. His motorcycle looked even more impressive than Abdur's. At one glance, Zachariah couldn't tear his eyes away. Zoran motioned for Avril to sit behind him, noticing Zachariah's gaze. He proudly patted the fuel tank. What do you think? My bike is cool, right? It cost me 5 years' salary and bonuses, plus I borrowed money from the old city lord to buy it. It's modeled after an unearthed motorcycle manual, something like the Night Road. Zachariah's mood instantly fell. He really wanted such a vehicle, but at least until his mother fully recovered, he didn't dare entertain this idea. Abdur keenly noticed Zachariah's melancholy and immediately scolded Zoran and the others away. Off with you. Unambitious things, boasting to a kid. The roar of motorcycles filled the silent ruins, leaving only Abdur and Zachariah. Zachariah, don't envy him. It's just a broken motorcycle. If you want one, I'll give you mine. Zachariah thanked Abdur, but still refused. He didn't like owing favors. Teacher, aren't we going yet? Abdur hesitated for a bit, but finally spoke. Zachariah, I noticed your artifact spirit seems to have gained another effect. Is that effect related to mental influence? Zachariah forced a bitter smile. Sure enough, his teacher had noticed. He suspected again that his connection with Ailbe's death. How could he dispel his teacher's suspicions this time? Chapter 47 Abdur's Inner Thoughts. Zachariah nodded, but did not respond. Ailbe was scared to death. Does this really have nothing to do with you? When speaking, Abdur looked at Zachariah with a smile, as if it were a casual inquiry between friends rather than an interrogation. Zachariah shook his head and met Abdur's gaze. Teacher, I'm not involved. The stubbornness of the youth and the innocence of conscience were fully revealed in that moment. Zachariah did not think he had done anything wrong. If Ailbe hadn't continuously provoked him, would he have gone so far? They locked eyes, both silent for a long time. After a moment, Abdur chuckled and hooked his arm around Zachariah's shoulders. Zachariah, I trust you, teacher. His hearty laughter carried into the distance on the wind. Zachariah was puzzled. Just like that? Too easily. Abdur seemed to read his mind and patted his shoulder firmly. Teacher just feels that a student who would risk their life to save me from a rank 4 demon beast can't be a bad person. A smile crept up the corners of Abdur's mouth, the first natural and kind expression on his usually stern face. He did not press Zachariah further and didn't delve deeper into the matter. Even he felt this wasn't like his usual self. Was it gratitude for saving his life? Or guilt towards Zachariah? In any case, Abdur decided not to pursue it further. Being convinced that Zachariah was not a bad person was enough for him. Oh right, Zachariah, your spirit tool's awakened ability is quite extraordinary this time. Although its quality is still D-grade, it may rival some C-grade spirit tools when considering everything together. In Abdur's understanding, spirit tools that could successfully refine multiple times must originally have decent qualities. So, he assumed Zachariah simply awakened a new ability, not that the refinement was successful again. Zachariah smiled faintly. Teacher, my spirit tool is now B-grade. With only 1 month until the school recruitment, Zachariah saw no need to hide his spirit tool's level from Abdur. However, his words left Abdur momentarily speechless. B-grade, great B-grade. Wait, you just said you're B-grade? You succeeded in refining again. Zachariah nodded. Yeah, I got lucky. But how did you know what materials your spirit tool needed? And even if you knew, how did you gather them so quickly? Zachariah shrugged and smiled meaningfully at Abdur. Isn't it all thanks to you, teacher? Thanks to me? For what? Abdur asked reflexively, but then he recalled that Zachariah's spirit tool effect was similar to the leader of the DUI Nyo. He pointed at Zachariah in astonishment. The spirit embryo last time. Zachariah remained noncommittal. Besides the spirit embryo, did you add any other materials? Abdur asked urgently, as his own spirit tool had been stuck at C-grade for years. While Zachariah's experience might not apply directly, it was still valuable for reference. Zachariah laughed casually. Teacher, I only used the spirit embryo, nothing else. At this, Abdur was flustered. You mean, you didn't add any auxiliary materials? Just the spirit embryo. To elevate your spirit tool from D-grade to B-grade. Zachariah nodded. Exactly. That's not scientific. I've never heard of such a thing. Zachariah shrugged and made up a story. Who knows? Initially, I couldn't afford other materials, so I tried using the spirit embryo directly without wasting anything. To my surprise, it worked immediately. Abdur looked at Zachariah with a complicated expression, full of envy and jealousy. Not scientific. Not scientific. I've never seen a case reported where only a spirit embryo led to successful refinement. Zachariah patted Abdur on the shoulder. Teacher, this is what era are we living in now? Are you still talking about science? Abdur was stunned. Yes, it had been 300 years since the revival of spiritual energy. All kinds of improbable things had happened. What was so strange about using a spirit embryo to refine a D-grade spirit tool into a B-grade? Still, teacher, if we have to find a reason, maybe that particular spirit embryo was special. Maybe any spirit tool refined with it would succeed. Zachariah was just making things up as he went along. After all, the spirit embryo was already absorbed by him, leaving no trace behind. But to Abdur, these words stabbed deep into his heart. He remembered clearly that Zachariah wanted to give him the spirit embryo initially. If he had accepted it, perhaps the George could have become a B-grade spirit tool. He had personally cut off the possibility of upgrading George. Thinking of this, sadness welled up inside him. 2 tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes. Teacher, why are you crying? It's fine, it's fine. I'm just moved after narrowly surviving. The motorcycle started slowly and drove steadily towards Victoria City. By the way, Zachariah, after we return to the city this time, absolutely do not leave the city again. Why? Why else? We intercepted the Danny halfway tonight. This is equivalent to stealing his dinner. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be looking for us everywhere in the coming days. Leaving the city during this time would be courting death. Zachariah responded with a nod, turning around to look far into the direction where the Danny was. His piercing gaze seemed to pierce through the night. A flock of bird-like demon beasts flew up from the woods, scattering in panic. Damn, chasing me so desperately. Just wait. I'll tear down your church sooner or later. Triggered task. A true man stands firm between heaven and earth. How can he be chased by scoundrels? Please eliminate the demon beast, Danny. After completing the task, you will receive a random reward. The corners of Zachariah's mouth curled up slightly. Under the blazing sun, it was the second day since Zachariah returned to Victoria City. Perhaps his previous life had been too busy. After sleeping for 12 hours, Zachariah still looked drowsy. Washing up and getting dressed, Zachariah remained half asleep. After finishing everything, he lay back on the bed again. 5 more minutes of sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Overslept again. Zachariah sat quietly on the bed, lost in thought. After a long while, he pulled out a storage ring from under the pillow. With a mental command, he began to explore the loot from the ruins. 892 pieces of first-tier demon beast materials, 378 pieces of second-tier demon beast materials, 35 third-tier demon beasts. If sold all, it should be worth nearly 2 million. Zachariah showed no signs of joy on his face. Because after this hunt, he deeply realized that relying solely on hunting would never earn enough for his mother's medical expenses. He had been out for 10 days, and although he obtained demon beast materials worth over 2 million, most were taken from the storage rings of the 7 members of the Poison Brandan mercenary team and Ailby. The materials he hunted himself at most accounted for half. He gave another mental command, and instantly 7 weapon spirits appeared on the bed. 1 D-grade weapon spirit, 4 C-grade weapon spirits, 2 B-grade weapon spirits, plus various potions in the storage ring. Combined, these items should be worth no less than 100 million. Indeed, robbery pays much faster than any other work. Finally, a smile appeared on Zachariah's face. Detected multiple weapon spirits. Please choose to form a contract or refine them. Chapter 48, Garner's Domain. Zachariah's gaze immediately fell on a curved blade at the edge. Zachariah clearly remembered that this was the equipment spirit of the guy named Wilfred, a D rank 1, but its effect wasn't inferior to C rank. System melted. Give Garner an extra meal. The refining process is executing. Refining object, Dogblade. Target selected, Garner, please wait. Vast spiritual energy was infused into Dogblade, which began to tremble uncontrollably, with increasing frequency and amplitude. Zachariah could even sense its wailing. Refining succeeded. Equipment spirit, Garner, experience plus 700. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 700. Equipment spirit, Garner, felt the host's care. Compatibility plus 1. After tempering, although the quality of Garner did not improve, Zachariah already sensed the fierce blade intent contained within the long sword. If it strikes, blood must be drawn. With a thought, Garner's data panel appeared before his eyes. Equipment spirit, Garner, quality, B. Effect 1, sudden cold light. Effect 2, 1000 transformations. Effect 3, shattered sharpness. Effect 4, disordered deity. Experience, 81%. Compatibility, 86. Tempered times, 4. Still need 19% experience to level up. Thinking of this, Zachariah cast his gaze on the 2 equipment spirits in the middle. One was Ailby's B-rank meteor hammer, and the other was Brandan's 3-pronged steel fork. Just as Zachariah's hand touched both, they started trembling spontaneously, as if out of fear. B-rank equipment spirits seemed to have developed some instinctive reactions compared to others. Zachariah's lips curled up slightly in amusement. But for Garner to advance, I'll have to ask you to sacrifice yourselves. The refining process is executing. Refining object, Poison Brandan. Target selected, Garner, please wait. The refining process is executing. Refining object, Meteor. Target selected, Garner, please wait. In the next moment, 2 surges of powerful spiritual energy erupted from Zachariah's body, passing through his left and right hands and pouring into the 2 equipment spirits. The 2 equipment spirits attempted to resist, but under the unreasonable suppression by the system, their bodies gradually transformed into liquids of different shapes, beginning to fuse with Garner under the system's guidance. Garner felt an unprecedented comfort. Compatibility plus 1. Garner felt himself gradually becoming stronger and was filled with gratitude towards the host. Compatibility plus 1. Refining succeeded. Equipment spirit, Garner, experience plus 8000. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 8000. Garner seemed to touch a different kind of power, yet there still remained a thin barrier between him and this power to break. Zachariah frowned slightly. Different power? Is Garner about to break through to A rank? Could it be a domain? Zachariah's gaze once again landed on the 4 remaining C rank equipment spirits on the bed. Merging 2 more equipment spirits should be fine. With the rest plus materials and various potions, selling them on the black market should be enough to gather the funds to redeem, unparalleled. Thinking of this, Zachariah set his gaze on a pair of black gloves and a 7-section whip. The refining process is executing. Refining object, Iron Fist. Target selected, Garner, please wait. The refining process is executing. Refining object, Chain Whip. Target selected, Garner, please wait. Spiritual energy poured into them, burning them with intense heat inside and out. They gradually melted into iron water, fusing with Garner under the influence of spiritual energy. Buzz. Garner emitted a delighted whistling sound. Garner has touched the barrier and is ready to break through. He is full of trust in the host. Compatibility plus 1. Refining succeeded. Equipment spirit, Garner, experience plus 2980. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 2980. Experience sufficient. Would you like to perform equipment spirit tempering? Experience sufficient. Does the host wish to choose advancement? Zachariah couldn't stop the upward curve of his lips. After so many days, he can finally advance again. Will I master the power of the domain with this advancement? Zachariah unhesitatingly chose tempering. Unlike previous times when the system pumped spiritual energy, Zachariah could distinctly feel that numerous streams of spiritual energy from around him began to be sucked into Garner. At this moment, Garner resembled a feeding baleen whale, quickly depleting all the spiritual energy around Zachariah. 7 or 8 small vortexes gradually formed on its blade's surface, spinning faster and faster, even emptying distant spiritual energy. Suddenly, the vortexes halted abruptly. The darkness began to spread from the tip of the blade, writhing like living creatures. In an instant, endless darkness covered Zachariah's room and continued to expand outward. What's going on? Why is it getting dark? Is it going to rain? Why can't I feel the spiritual energy in the air anymore? Dad, come help me check why there's no signal on this TV. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter radius around the building where Zachariah lived was shrouded in endless darkness. Most of the civilians were ordinary people who had no knowledge of spirit manipulators' abilities. The sudden change from day to night was simply attributed to weather changes. Occasionally, some low-ranking spirit handlers sensed the anomaly but didn't know what to do, as they could not perceive any spiritual energy and their senses became dulled under the black curtain. Tempering succeeded. B rank Equipment Spirit. Garner, successfully advanced to A rank. Compatibility +5. Equipment Spirit. Garner, awakened domain ability, Fatal Darkness, low grade. Domain coverage can be up to 5 meters in radius, with targets within the range experiencing a 30% reduction in perception. Garner hovered in midair, and a figure emerged from the long knife, transforming from intangible to solid. Garner's body became increasingly substantial. At that moment, he appeared almost like a living person. He smiled, and his long hair beneath the bamboo hat fluttered without wind. Garner, you've become stronger. Zachariah and Garner shared a telepathic connection, so he immediately felt the difference. Garner nodded, and then his body slowly floated into the air. His hands lifted slowly, and Zachariah's body also began to rise with him. As they ascended, Zachariah had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed as if he was gradually merging with this dark space. He could clearly sense every person enveloped by the darkness. For example, downstairs, an elderly woman was trembling in Kevin's embrace. Upstairs, a young man remained oblivious to the situation outside, still immersed in his game. This all-knowing perspective brought immense joy to Zachariah. He finally understood why people often said that an equipment spirit with a domain and one without were two different concepts. Excitedly, he looked at Garner in front of him, but unexpectedly noticed that they were inches away from hitting the ceiling. Garner, stop quickly. We're about to collide. But Garner just smiled, and they continued to rise. Chapter 49 Slow Healing. The imagined collision did not happen. Zachariah, like air, smoothly passed through the ceiling and continued to rise, continuously passing through the apartments of his neighbors upstairs one by one. These ordinary people, devoid of any spiritual power, seemed as if they couldn't see Zachariah at all, busying themselves with their own affairs in the darkness. It seems that the domain indeed can suppress human perception. Even when weakened against spirit masters, it still gives me a certain advantage. Moreover, this domain is currently only in its low-level state. If upgraded to a higher state, it might have even stronger abilities. Before long, under the guidance of Hurley, Zachariah floated above the residential building. He surveyed his surroundings up, down, left, and right. The entire domain took on the shape of an inverted bowl, covering an area of about 10 meters in radius. At this moment, he felt as though he had completely merged with this darkness. With a thought, he instantly disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in a small alley within the domain's coverage. Another thought, and he found himself inside a pink bedroom, greeted by an inviting fragrance. A white, exposed thigh was visible on the bed, and as Zachariah looked upward along the thigh, he saw a large expanse of pale skin before his eyes. It was a pretty Teresa who was taking an afternoon nap. Zachariah immediately felt a bit breathless. With another thought, he returned to Hurley's side. Within the range of the domain, I can freely appear at any corner. Zachariah seemed to have an idea. He slightly moved his mind, and the coverage of the domain instantly shrank several times, finally transforming into a black robe that clung tightly to his body, enveloping him in shadows. Sure enough, the domain can be reduced. This way, unless faced with some special environments, I can infiltrate them. However, these fluctuations of spiritual energy. Having thought this far, Zachariah began to activate the newly acquired martial skill, Suppress Breath. After a moment, he canceled the domain. Damn, as soon as the domain was lifted, his body began to fall. But in an instant, he stopped in midair. Hurley held him firmly in her arms. I was too careless. I forgot that I still can't float. Scratching his head, after thanking Hurley, he carefully sensed the residual spiritual energy fluctuations. Then, his lips curled up unconsciously. As expected, Suppress Breath really is a great martial skill. At the spot he just occupied, there were no traces of residual spiritual energy left. In other words, Zachariah could use the power of the domain, combined with the characteristics of Suppress Breath, to enter and exit any place without special countermeasures at will. If I had a martial skill that could increase speed, maybe I could assassinate America's president. After saying this, Zachariah couldn't help but laugh. Even he found how exaggerated such a thought was. Not to mention how many people would protect the president. Just the fact that someone who could lead a country was far more formidable than he appeared. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and his face turned pale. Hurts. Laughing too hard had tugged at the wound left by the trident still embedded in his back, and the toxins remaining in his body started to torment him again. Time to apply more medicine. After returning to his room and applying some ointment to his back, Zachariah opened his data panel to check it. Sufficient experience points. Does the host wish to advance? Without hesitation, Zachariah chose to advance. A vast surge of spiritual energy welled up from within, passing through every inch of his meridians, flesh, and bones. Wave after wave of inexplicably comfortable sensations came over him. Zachariah seemed to hear faint cracking sounds. Host level has been upgraded from Stage 1 Level 8 to Stage 2 Level 2, significantly enhancing physical strength. Congratulations on breaking through to Stage 2. Reward ability, Slow Healing. When the host is injured, self-healing will occur. It seems like a healing ability. As he spoke, a cool, soothing sensation unexpectedly emerged on Zachariah's back. The wound that had been hurting moments ago ceased causing pain in just a few seconds, replaced instead by a tingling sensation. More effective than applying ointment. Zachariah hurriedly ran to the floor-length mirror to closely examine his back. The originally infected wound was gradually subsiding. Bright red flesh at the wound site produced new tissue, visibly covering the entire injury. Scabbing falling off. Within just a few minutes, the 3 glaring wounds on his back were replaced by tender new skin. This speed? Still slow. System. Do you have some misunderstanding about slow? In Zachariah's understanding, even spirit masters skilled in healing would find it difficult to achieve such healing effects unless they were exceptionally powerful. It seems that as long as I have a breath left, it will be hard for me to die before my spirit energy runs out. Host, Zachariah. Level, Tier 2 Rank 2. Abilities, Mutual Progress, Pure Heart. Martial Skills, Concealment, Backstab, Suppress Breath. Stamina, 870. Stamina has reached 870. I remember the standard for Tier 4 is supposed to be around 1000. Seems like after some time, I'll definitely be able to find a good job at the campus recruitment fair. A faint smile appeared on Zachariah's face, and it seemed his life was getting back on track. The sky gradually darkened. It was now dusk. At this hour, the black market should be getting busy. It's time for me to head out. Zachariah had plenty of items, but they were all taken from people like Brandon. If he sold them through official channels, it would eventually draw attention. Though the black market offered lower prices, it allowed Zachariah to avoid many unnecessary troubles. Moreover, Zachariah had a principle, no more than 50,000 per sale. Selling sporadically, by the time Zachariah had sold all his stolen goods, 5 days had passed. The sun was high in the sky at noon as Zachariah walked out of the bank. Looking at his bank balance on his phone, he couldn't hide his joy. 2 C-class spirit weapons, plus a bunch of demon beast materials, and some potions, sold for 80 million. In total, I pawned for 20 days, with about 10% interest, which is roughly 4.7 million. My current balance is close to 90 million. After deducting the principal and interest, there's still about 15 million left. A month ago, I couldn't even come up with 10,000. Now, I have over 15 million. Truly, fate can be unpredictable. After doing some calculations, Zachariah couldn't help but sigh. If I were just an ordinary person, with this money, I could lie flat for the rest of my life. But I'm a spirit master. This money can only buy me a slightly better C-class spirit weapon. Moreover, this amount is only enough for my mother's hospitalization for 3 months at most. Zachariah shook his head, casting aside these scattered thoughts. Why think so much? As long as I improve my strength, money will never be a worry. Now, I should hurry and redeem Aristide Chuang. Chapter 50, The Evil in Human Nature. In the waiting area of Duobao building, Zachariah sat on a stool, bored and quietly waiting. In front of him was a glass of water. A moment later, an elegant saleswoman led a middle-aged man in a suit with a sharp look to Zachariah. Mr. Jiang, hello. Our manager Jasper has resigned. This is our new manager, Mr. Memphis. You can discuss the redemption matters with him. Manager Memphis greeted Zachariah with a handshake while wearing a professional fake smile. Mr. Jiang, hello. May I know which item you wish to redeem? The enthusiastic attitude made Zachariah somewhat uncomfortable. Zachariah took out the pawn ticket from his bosom and handed it to Manager Memphis. A couple of weeks ago, I pawned a spirit armament. Today, I want to redeem it. Manager Memphis carefully examined the ticket and nodded from time to time. Oh, it's an A-grade spirit armament that has developed self-awareness and can independently draw spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, those in the waiting area cast envious glances at Zachariah. Setting aside the rarity of an A-grade spirit armament, just having enough money to redeem it after pawning for half a month already showed that Zachariah wasn't short of money. Manager Memphis quickly finished reviewing the ticket and smiled at Zachariah. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Then he called the saleswoman. Deanna, could you please fetch file number A231 from my office? I need to verify some information. Moments later, the saleswoman returned with a stack of documents. Manager Memphis began carefully checking the files, while Zachariah waited quietly beside him. Manager Memphis's brows gradually furrowed, and from time to time, he would take the ticket again and examine it closely as if searching for something. Manager Memphis, are you done? Zachariah asked casually. Manager Memphis froze for a moment, but kept smiling. Mr. Jiang, have I offended you before? Is this why you're here to tease me today? Manager Memphis, what do you mean by that? Manager Memphis smiled faintly and pushed the ticket back to Zachariah. Mr. Jiang, let's be frank. Isn't this ticket a forgery? Zachariah felt displeased. Manager Memphis, I don't understand what you mean. People around couldn't help but turn their curious gazes towards Zachariah. Manager Memphis pointed at the ticket. First, your ticket's header reads, Duobao Building, but this is only used for internal document exchange. For formal external documents, we use the header, Jasper Clan Trade Group of Tai'e City. He then pointed to the stamp at the bottom. Second, while your stamp looks flawless, when we stamp official documents at Duobao Building, we also apply a special watermark above it for security purposes. This watermark only appears under specific lighting conditions. Don't believe me? Take a look. He took a genuine ticket from the documents and removed a small lamp from his waist, shining it on the ticket, revealing the Jasper Clan Trade Group watermark. He then shone the light on Zachariah's ticket. As he said, there was no watermark visible. At this moment, Zachariah's expression turned serious. He had already guessed what happened but remained silent. The surrounding crowd's gaze shifted from curiosity to contempt. Seeing this, Manager Memphis smiled faintly. Mr. Jiang, putting all this aside, our Jasper Clan's primary principle is to serve every customer well. Since you request redemption, I checked the warehouse records to see if you really pawned an A-grade spirit armament called Peerless. At this point, he glanced meaningfully at Zachariah. Seeing no reaction, Manager Memphis inwardly despised him. Sure enough, low-level spirit armament masters dare not even make a sound when faced with trouble. Even if they have good items, they will eventually be taken away. Nevertheless, he still maintained a smiling face. Mr. Jiang, unfortunately, the highest grade spirit armaments we received last month were 2 B-grade ones. One was a sword-type spirit armament called Wanderer, and the other was a defensive type called Bone Armor. We didn't receive any Peerless, as you claimed. And generally speaking, people wouldn't pawn an A-grade spirit armament, right? After saying that, he tidied up the documents on the table and made a gesture inviting Zachariah to leave. If you have no other business, please leave the shop without disturbing our work. His professional smile never left his face, as if he wasn't issuing an expulsion order but making another mutually satisfactory deal with Zachariah. Zachariah lowered his head, fists clenched tightly, nails almost digging into his flesh. He hadn't expected that Peerless would be targeted, which was why he chose to pawn it at Duobao Building. After all, this is the largest shop in Tai'e City. It wouldn't do something that would tarnish its own reputation. But he never expected that not only did they want to take Peerless, but also to defame his good name. He had always underestimated human nature. The gazes of the onlookers shifted from contempt to disdain. We thought he was a capable young man, but it turns out he's a fraud. Just as I said, this generation of young people are useless. How dare he even think of scamming Duobao Building? Does he know where he is? Boy, scram quickly. Otherwise, when the city patrol officers come, you'll be eating state-provided meals. The laughter and insults of the onlookers pierced Zachariah's ears like knives and stabbed at his heart. Zachariah abruptly stood up, startling Manager Memphis. He was just an ordinary person who worked at Duobao Building because he had a good business mind. Even the most basic spirit armament master could easily deal with him. Mr. Jiang, I warn you, this is inside the city. Even if you're a spirit armament master, if you dare to cause trouble, the city patrol won't let you off. As he spoke, a second-rank security captain with 5 first-rank guards rushed in swiftly. Boy, wanting to cause trouble. Do you know where this is? Zachariah couldn't help but sneer. The guards reacted so quickly, clearly having prepared to frame him from the start. If there was any disturbance here, given Duobao Building's power, the city patrol officers were likely already bought off. If he acted rashly in front of everyone, endless retribution would inevitably follow. Worse yet, they didn't even need to make things difficult for him. Just keeping him in jail for a few months would mean his mother could end up in danger due to lack of payment for her hospital stay. I have caused quite a stir. Goodbye. After brief contemplation, Zachariah turned and left Duobao Building. The wide eyes of customers and saleswomen were ignored by Zachariah. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Manager Memphis's lips. Thought it would be troublesome, but turns out he's just another coward who dares not cause trouble. Holding the documents on the table, he turned and headed upstairs. With this done, I'll get a hefty bonus this month. Should I go find Karina at Red Romance or Pauline at Fengqin Garden? He pushed open the door to the general manager's office. On the office chair, which should have been empty after Manager Jasper resigned, Manager Jasper sat comfortably with his feet propped up on the desk, puffing on a Cuban cigar. Little Memphis, everything went well? No hitches, right? Manager Jasper, everything is taken care of. That boy was very timid. Just a little scare, and he left without a peep. Manager Jasper's face showed a smirk of self-satisfaction. As he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed an unfathomable darkness spreading in the office. The once bright office was instantly engulfed in pitch-black darkness. Who were you just saying was a coward? A ghostly voice echoed from all directions, leaving them unable to pinpoint its source. Chapter 51 Gratitude for your honesty. The young man's voice was now filled with menace. As the darkness enveloped them, the two men felt as if they were trapped in a viscous space. Not only was their vision obstructed, but all of their senses had drastically declined. Manager Jasper was somewhat panicked. Who's talking? Manager Memphis immediately recognized it was Zachariah's voice. Manager Jasper. It's him. That guy surnamed Jiang. Both being ordinary people, they were powerless to resist against the spirit master. Therefore, their first thought was to escape. But to their surprise, the office door, which was usually within arm's reach, was nowhere to be found. Manager Jasper, what's going on? I remember the door was right here. Manager Jasper, who was more experienced than Manager Memphis, cursed. Damn, it's a domain. The office has been split into 2 spaces. Hurry up and call for help. As he spoke, Manager Jasper reached out toward a teacup next to his desk. Clearly, this teacup was an alarm. However, before his hand could reach the alarm, a long blade made of fragments flew out of the darkness. Bang! The teacup shattered violently. The long blade shook as it stuck into the desk. Manager Jasper involuntarily swallowed hard. His legs turned weak, and he collapsed on the ground. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Manager Memphis was utterly terrified. Mr. Jiang, it's not my fault. Manager Jasper ordered me to do this. The long blade suddenly flew up and disappeared into the darkness. A slim figure holding the long blade slowly emerged from the darkness. After leaving Duobao Tower, Zachariah didn't go far. Instead, he circled around to the back of the shop and used his domain, Deadly Darkness, to sneak into Duobao Tower. Trying to swindle the peerless, left by his father? Dream on. Misunderstanding? Indeed it is. Manager Jasper, weren't you supposed to have resigned? How come you're still sitting in the office? The long blade sliced across the office floor, effortlessly cutting through the expensive carpet like a sheet of paper. An invisible pressure hung over the heads of Manager Jasper and Manager Memphis, causing both to instinctively retreat upon seeing Zachariah. Even though they weren't spirit masters, they knew that in a domain, the opponent was the absolute ruler. Mr. Jiang, I just came back to wrap up some unfinished business. Manager Jasper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile, trying to appear truthful, while discreetly nudging Manager Memphis. Manager Memphis quickly chimed in. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I've only been in charge for a short time. Bang. Before he finished speaking, the long blade swiftly passed over Manager Jasper's neck and stopped 3 inches from Manager Memphis's crotch. Cold sweat poured down both men. Any slight deviation would have sent Manager Jasper to meet his maker, and Manager Memphis would have become a sister. Mr. Jiang, please, let's talk this out. We beg you. Zachariah cracked his neck with a crunching sound. He then walked slowly towards the 2 men, cracking his knuckles loudly in the dark space. Of course, we should talk properly. But before that, I need to collect some interest. Manager Jasper and Manager Memphis had an ominous feeling, but at this moment, they were like fish on a chopping board, powerless to resist. The sound of punches and kicks echoed within the Deadly Darkness domain, accompanied by continuous cries of pain. Mr. Jasper, didn't you resign? Now you're dealing with unfinished business. Do you really think I'm a fool? There's a problem with the ticket. The header is wrong. There's an issue with the seal. You need to add a watermark. Mr. Memphis, aren't you good at calling security? Go ahead. See if anyone will answer your cries. You want to bring in the city patrol to deal with me. Let's see if you have any evidence. Zachariah pummeled the 2 men relentlessly, venting his anger through each punch and kick. Their screams were relentless. Yet, their voices seemed to be blocked. Office workers passed by the door occasionally, completely unaware of the screams inside. Downstairs, customers continued chatting and laughing as usual. An hour later, Zachariah loosened his wrist, a charming smile curving on his lips. So, thank you for your honesty. In front of him, Manager Jasper and Manager Memphis were tied to 2 chairs, their heads wrapped together with ties, their bearded mouths pressed firmly together. Bright red blood stained their heads. You 2 really should be more careful. Look at the bleeding. Bleeding needs to be disinfected, or wounds can easily get infected. Let me help you disinfect. After all, you did tell me the whereabouts of Peerless. From the closet, Manager Jasper's favorite cognac was unceremoniously taken out by Zachariah and poured generously over the two men's heads. The high-proof liquor trickled down their heads, seeping into every wound on their bodies, causing them to wince in pain. At this moment, they regretted immensely. They regretted ever provoking such a demon. Wasn't he supposed to be at the bottom of his class? Why does his spirit tool have a domain? How could he silently infiltrate a shop full of surveillance and people without anyone noticing? And with these tormenting skills, he doesn't look like a student at all. Zachariah wore a smiling face. Gentlemen, keep it down. Otherwise, you might affect the shopping experience of our customers. As he spoke, he forced a wet towel into the small space between their heads. Then, without warning, two quick chops landed on their necks, knocking them unconscious. Finally, Zachariah locked the office door from the inside. By the time those store employees find them, it will probably be a few days later. These few days should be enough for me to retrieve Peerless. After all, within the city, Zachariah couldn't act too recklessly. Otherwise, it would only cause unnecessary trouble for himself. Zachariah picked up a piece of white paper from the desk. Written on it was an address. Sea Hill No. 1 Neighborhood, Building 16. A place where the rich live. Zachariah's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in a small alley behind Duobow Tower. He whistled and hailed a taxi, heading eastward through the city. The moon slowly climbed into the sky, casting its light over the city. Inside Sea Hill No. 1 neighborhood, several well-dressed women and socialites were just beginning their night lives. At Alicia's home, dressed in a custom-tailored suit, the butler Jasper Fu descended from a luxury car carrying a sword case, walking straight toward the living room. Alicia lay half-reclined on the sofa, her elegant figure accentuated by a pale pink silk dress. In her hand, she held half a glass of red wine. Her hazy eyes revealed that she was already somewhat drunk. Her feet, as if carved from white jade, rested lightly on the coffee table. Her toenails were trimmed neatly, painted with a soft pink nail polish that sparkled, perfectly matching her pink arches. Miss, I'm back. Butler Jasper Fu stood tall and graceful despite being in his 40s, exuding undeniable masculine charm. Alicia glanced at Jasper Fu with her hazy eyes. You didn't go along with father to accompany Team Dragon, so why are you back so early? Jasper Fu kept his gaze on the floor, professional decorum preventing him from looking directly at Alicia. Clifton was very pleased with the gift from Sir, so he gave a return gift. As he spoke, he placed the sword case on the coffee table and then pulled out an elaborately decorated brocade box from his coat. Alicia took a sip of her red wine, glancing at the sword case and the brocade box with interest. What is this? Chapter 52. Oh, women. Jasper Fu replied respectfully. Inside the brocade box is an S-grade nailing pill. It's a precious spirit medicine that can help Miss Jasper advance from rank 2-star 8 to at least rank 3-star 1. In the sheath are a pair of A-grade dual-bladed equipment spirits called Wandong Qing. Long Team said it was Chandler Yi congratulating you on awakening your equipment spirit body and sending this gift. Maeve slightly raised her eyebrows. An A-grade equipment spirit, along with an S-grade potion, being given so easily. Quite generous of the Yi family. She smiled charmingly, her eyes alluring. Finley, is this truly just a gift? In recent times, Maeve had grown rapidly, and she naturally understood that in this society, many gifts given under various pretexts were essentially exchanges of favors. Jasper Fu did not answer immediately. Silence enveloped the two of them. A moment later, Jasper Fu spoke up. Miss, perhaps it would be best if you asked Master. I shouldn't overstep my bounds. Maeve did not immediately press Jasper Fu. Instead, she stood up and headed back to her room. Miss, Master hopes you improve your strength as soon as possible and bind a second equipment spirit. Jasper Fu added as he picked up the items from the table and followed her. Maeve gave Jasper Fu a disdainful look and snatched the items from him. I can handle it myself. Jasper Fu nodded slightly. Miss, to avoid any disturbances while you enhance your strength, the entire villa is now on high alert. Not even a mosquito can get in. By now, Maeve had already reached the spiral staircase, her face carrying a hint of cold laughter. Disturbed? With you, a 4th-rank expert, serving as our butler, I doubt anyone in this small city of Victoria could affect me. Jasper Fu bowed slightly. I'm just following Master's orders. The sound of insects chirping filled the area around the villa. A slender figure slipped past patrolling security guards and appeared under the night sky. Zachariah looked at the elegantly decorated villa surrounded by ornamental walls, exuding luxury everywhere. One household occupies 3 acres of land. Sometimes the gap between people is greater than the gap between humans and animals, Zachariah thought with a sigh, recalling how he and his mother still lived in a shabby urban village less than 70 square meters. Activating concealment and breath control, Zachariah silently moved forward. Soon, he noticed something unusual. What's going on? This family has such tight security. The villa was guarded not only by over 10 first-rank spirit masters standing post, but also by several second-rank spirit masters patrolling randomly. Even more, there were hidden sentries in inconspicuous corners, tracking dogs for scent trailing and red-eyed hawks for surveillance. The security here is already top-notch, yet they've arranged so many people to watch over the place. These security measures might work against others, but not against me. Zachariah smirked dismissively. Despite his contempt, he carefully analyzed the situation before him. What exactly are they doing? They're probably doing something that can't be disturbed. Zachariah's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they're selling Peerless? Or using special potions to bind Peerless? Zachariah's breathing became rapid. If the other party transferred Peerless to someone else, Zachariah might never find its whereabouts again. Or if they used specialized potions to bind Peerless, it could cause irreparable damage to Peerless, and Zachariah would find it extremely difficult to reclaim it. Either scenario was one Zachariah did not want to face. Because Peerless was the only proof of his father's existence in his life. With this thought, Zachariah activated his field, Deadly Darkness, enveloping his entire body. Then he overlapped it with martial skills, concealment, and breath control. Under these triple precautions, Zachariah entered the villa openly without being noticed by the patrolling team or beasts. The towering walls and thick glass seemed non-existent as Zachariah moved freely inside. The villa's elegant water garden style, with pavilions and terraces everywhere, made Zachariah lose his way more than once as he first entered. He patiently searched for over half an hour, but found no trace of Peerless. As he walked out of a master bedroom helplessly, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, so many rooms. Does this family really need all of them? Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from a nearby room. Zachariah sensed it carefully and muttered, "This is someone breaking through to third rank." Zachariah hurried towards the source of the aura. Even before entering the room, he caught a scent unique to women. Zachariah frowned slightly. This smell, why does it feel familiar? When Zachariah sneaked into the room, he froze in shock. The woman sitting on the bed, breaking through to the third rank, was someone he recognized. None other than Maeve, whom he had a certain fondness for. How could it be her? Usually, although Zachariah got along well with Maeve, she kept a very low profile. Apart from knowing that she came from a good family, Zachariah didn't know much else about her. Her fair face resembled tung wood, adorned with delicate features and long lashes. With her eyes closed and dressed in a nightgown, she looked incredibly alluring. Suddenly, her aura surged dramatically. Then she slowly opened her beautiful, moon-like eyes. A faint smile appeared on her face. Zachariah knew she had successfully broken through to the third rank. She picked up her phone beside her, walked barefoot to the balcony, letting the evening breeze tousle her long hair. Facing the wind, she dialed a number. Dad, I've broken through to the third rank. I haven't started binding my second equipment spirit yet. I have a question to ask you. Was what Finley brought back really just a gift from the Yi family? The engagement ceremony? Why isn't Peerless enough for them? Maeve's tone was unusually calm, seemingly unsurprised by this decision. I understand. The family comes first. I'll contact Fernando. At this moment, Zachariah seemed to understand something. His feelings were complicated. Once, he thought Maeve was a kind and beautiful Teresa. But tonight, he realized how wrong he was. Polly Treasure Tower, Jasper Group, didn't they belong to Maeve's Jasper? Past pleasant memories turned into unforgettable lessons. Women. He silently watched Maeve's back, unsure whether to reveal himself and confront her. After hanging up the phone, Maeve slowly walked back into the room, stopping in front of the vanity. Only then did Zachariah notice a knife sheath placed on the vanity. Maeve gently laid her hand on it. The sheath slowly opened, revealing two identical twin blades before Zachariah's eyes. The left blade seemed like the sun, exuding warmth and gentleness, with a bright and pleasant aura. The right blade seemed like a cold moon, emitting a sharp and piercing chill. Zachariah couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, this was the exchange between the Jasper family and the Yi family. They traded Peerless for this set of twin blade equipment spirits. Disappointment, sorrow, anger, multiple negative emotions intertwined in Zachariah's heart instantly. In an instant, Zachariah's surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became chaotic. Maeve immediately sensed the fluctuations in the air's spiritual energy. Feel, who's there? A slender long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, thrusting towards where Zachariah was hiding. Chapter 53. You are just that. The slender sword pierced into the thick wall in one stroke. An instant hole appeared before their eyes. Not bad on dodging. Suddenly, Alicia was surprised to find that the spiritual power fluctuations of her opponent had vanished. However, she reacted extremely quickly. A rose garden unfurled behind her, covering her bedroom in a mere moment. A blackness that could not be concealed stood out starkly among it all. What a unique field. Alicia saw for the first time someone use a field to silently infiltrate her home. If the other party hadn't inadvertently exposed their aura, and if she didn't possess a field too, she might have never known how she died. Moreover, from beginning to end, the opponent was hidden under pitch-black darkness. She hadn't even seen his face clearly. With this thought in mind, her long sword carved a cross mark. Cross/. Countless petals followed the sword, flying toward Zachariah like knives, sweeping fiercely at him. Just as Zachariah intended to dodge, he suddenly felt a pause beneath his feet. Zachariah glanced sideways with the corner of his eye. Only then did he notice that, at some point, the roses around him were already entangled near his field. Seeing the approaching rose petals, a smile appeared on Alicia's face. Such dense attacks, there's no way to avoid it. Either die or get injured. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Innumerable fragments shot out from the darkness, clearing all the roses around him and completely shattering the incoming petals. And even, hundreds of pieces attacked her. The opponent could control even more fragments at once. In panic, she continuously swung her longsword. Thorn shield. In the blink of an eye, a large shield made up of countless thorny vines blocked in front of her. Hurley shards were unbearably fierce, constantly slicing through the thorn shields before her. However, the thorn shield showed no fear of consumption. For every inch Hurley broke, the surrounding roses would thicken by a foot. Zachariah's expression turned serious. It looks like I also need to deploy my field. Otherwise, Hurley will struggle to injure her within her field range. With this thought in mind, the darkness that only covered around Zachariah expanded instantly. All the roses originally blooming within the dark area withered away in an instant, turning into ashes. The rose garden, which had originally filled the entire room, instantly reduced to a third of its size. Alicia could clearly sense that her weapon spirit seemed to be notably suppressed at the intersection where the fields clashed. Moreover, even her five senses seemed to have only glimpsed a small part of the opponent's field and could not advance any further. The blades formed by Hurley became even sharper under the cover of the black field. The speed of forming thorn shields gradually couldn't match Hurley's speed in breaking them. Alicia's face turned pale, beads of sweat the size of beans seeped from her forehead. Who is this guy? Every skilled expert in the Victoria City. I know their weapon spirits, but I've never seen this guy's weapon spirit. If this keeps going, my defeat is inevitable. Zachariah's attack became more frantic, fragments in the air forming sharp cones, concentrating on a single point on the thorn shield. At this moment, Zachariah only had one thought. Since this two-faced woman exchanged unparalleled for her family's future, then she should pay the price for it. Suddenly, a hurried sound of someone climbing the stairs came over. Zachariah's frown deepened, while Alicia looked relieved. Clearly, the sounds of their intense fight caught the attention of security personnel. Who are you? If you don't confess now, I guarantee, you will surely die today. Zachariah scoffed coldly. Want to keep me? You're not worthy. In the next moment, Zachariah suddenly sheathed his sword, moving past Alicia in ghost-like steps straight for the sword box placed on her dressing table. Since I can't punish her today, at least make her pay. Alicia suddenly realized Zachariah's intention and darted to block him. However, Zachariah kicked fiercely. Get lost. Boom. Alicia was sent flying to the wall before she could approach Zachariah, the immense force causing cracks to spread across the wall. Who are you? To dare come here and act unruly. A powerful bass resonated behind Zachariah, accompanied by the crackling sound of electric sparks. Without turning back, Zachariah rolled towards the sword box. However, like a dragon, the lightning struck later but arrived first, accurately hitting Zachariah's outstretched hand. Sizzling, numbness, pain, burning. Blood flowed profusely from Zachariah's arm. The darkness covering his arm was shattered in an instant. Miss, are you okay? An elderly servant in a butler's uniform, wearing a monocle over his right eye and holding a dual-head shotgun, slowly entered from the doorway. Finley, I want him dead. Alicia clutched her chest, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The previously pure face was now covered in dust, making her look utterly disheveled. Rest assured, miss, he won't escape today. At the same time, more than 10 second-tier security personnel finally arrived. Without waiting for orders, they spontaneously surrounded Zachariah. Zachariah was now surrounded on all sides. Hidden within his dark field, Zachariah scanned the crowd in front of him coldly. The darkness enveloped his arm once again. Under the effect of slow healing, his scorched arm began to slowly mend itself, emitting an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Keenan, give up resistance if you know what's good for you, and I'll put you out of your misery quickly. Finley glanced at Zachariah disdainfully. Although he couldn't see Zachariah's face clearly, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Even with the field's weakening effects, the thunderous attack would still reduce the opponent's combat effectiveness by 30%. Zachariah sneered and darted towards the sword box once again, proving his choice through action. Arrogant fool. As Finley finished speaking, he hurled his spear forward. Several lightning bolts streaked towards Zachariah. Meanwhile, the over 10 security personnel surrounding Zachariah simultaneously activated their weapon spirits, launching attacks at him. Anyone would instinctively dodge such overwhelming attacks. However, Zachariah advanced even faster. Alicia's pupils constricted sharply. Is this guy insane? Who does he think he is? Just because he's slightly stronger than me? Does he really think he can withstand so many weapon spirits attacks? Amidst the scornful and disdainful gazes of everyone, Zachariah held his long knife and fiercely slashed at the sword box before him. Dozens of weapon spirits attacks were only inches away from Zachariah. Bang! The long knife shattered the sword box, and immediately afterward, countless attacks struck. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed throughout the bedroom. The room that was once filled with Teresa's charm now lay in ruins. Dust filled the air as a large hole appeared abruptly before everyone's eyes. Behind the hole, fragments of the broken sword box littered the ground, along with the twin swords that had narrowly escaped being severed. As the dust settled, a black figure stood behind the remnants of the sword box. Alicia's pupils constricted again. Finley and the others were equally incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone withstand dozens of attacks without a scratch? The shadow slowly turned its gaze to Finley, then swept over the crowd, finally settling on Alicia. Even hidden in darkness, everyone present felt a look of disdain. You're all just mediocre. The contemptuous laughter wasn't loud, but it pierced everyone's ears. Chapter 54. Hurley, I command you. Having said that, Zachariah slowly jumped into the hole in front of him and, like a ghost, went through the wall on the first floor and left. Every person present, without exception, did not make any move to stop him. They all seemed to have been intimidated by Zachariah's aura. Jasper Xinxiao was the first to react. She quickly walked toward the hole and yelled fiercely, Are you all fools? What are you just standing there for? He's run away. Only then did everyone snap out of their trance and were about to chase after Zachariah in the direction he had disappeared. Finley hurriedly stopped them. Wait. Jasper Xinxiao frowned. Finley, what's wrong? Finley walked to where Zachariah had just stood. There was a puddle of dark red blood there, and upon closer inspection, electric arcs could still be seen flickering within it from time to time. Miss, we were all taken aback by him earlier. This boy was struck by at least 8 of my electric arcs just now. Now, static electricity is surging inside his body. If he doesn't go to the hospital within 24 hours to get rid of the static electricity, his organs will fail, and the entire process is unbearably painful. So, we only need to send people to investigate all hospitals and clinics in Victoria City, and he'll have nowhere to run. Jasper Xinxiao nodded. Since that's the case, Finley, arrange for people to do this. Then Jasper Xinxiao stepped around the hole on the floor, walked to the broken scabbard, and picked up the Sylvia, which was almost cut in half. Finley looked a little regretful. Miss, to damage the Sylvia, like this, that man's weapon spirit must have been at least a level, perhaps even higher. Jasper Xinxiao also looked regretful. Yes, even if this weapon spirit is repaired, its quality will likely drop to B level. Finley hesitated for a moment. Miss, are you still going to bond with a B-level weapon spirit? Jasper Xinxiao shrugged. Do I have a choice? Finley fell silent. Yes, this Sylvia was both a gift from the Yi family and a symbol of their attitude towards the Jasper family. If Jasper Xinxiao decided not to bond with this Sylvia, due to its lower quality, the Yi family might think the Jasper family was not determined to stand on the same side as them. In the future, the Jasper family would find it difficult to rise again. What a bastard. Knowing he would face endless pursuit if he took the weapon spirit, he simply chose to destroy it. Jasper Xinxiao sighed. Looks like I can only find materials to refine it and bring it back to a level in the future. She glanced at where Zachariah had stood, feeling a pang of pain in her chest. He really knows how to strike hard. But, that voice seems familiar. Jasper Xinxiao's eyebrows knitted slightly, trying to recall where she had heard this voice before. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be Zachariah? Even though the voice was somewhat rough, its underlying tone was somewhat similar to Zachariah's. Then she took out her phone and quickly dialed Zachariah's number. After a brief ringtone, the call connected. Hello, Xinxiao, what's up? His tone was calm, breathing steady, and there was a faint wind noise near the speaker. Jasper Xinxiao smiled. Zachariah, where are you now? Preparing to go to the hospital to see my mom? Anything else? Not really, just haven't seen you for over half a month, so I called randomly. After some casual chatting on the phone, Jasper Xinxiao hung up. She couldn't help laughing. What am I thinking? How could it possibly be him? He just broke through to stage 1, and his weapon spirit is still F level. At the same time, about 2 kilometers outside the Shanghai No. 1 residential area, deep in the sewer, dirty water mixed with indescribable filth flowed incessantly, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. A few rats with missing fur and ugly faces cautiously watched a figure not far ahead. Moments later, sensing the killing intent emanating from the person, the rats turned and fled into the distance. Zachariah leaned against the wall of the sewer, Hurley discarded beside him. He clenched his teeth, veins protruding on his neck, fists tightly balled until his knuckles cracked, as if enduring immense pain. Hurley's figure emerged from the blade, frowning worriedly at Zachariah. Just as Finley had said, during the attack by more than 10 people, Zachariah didn't dodge, but instead charged forward, taking a gamble. He gambled that the martial skill, backstab, would let him flash behind the scabbard the instant it struck it. Previously, Zachariah had only used this move on living targets. This was the first time using it on a non-living object, and he didn't know the effect. Fortunately, he won the bet. Before the numerous effects from the weapon spirits hit him, he flashed behind the scabbard, destroying the dual blades. The many weapon spirit effects, not yet spent, shattered the bedroom floor and created an escape route for him. Zachariah had planned to escape while the dust was swirling, but he underestimated the power of Finley's weapon spirit. The electric arcs he released were extremely fast. Before Zachariah could react, he was hit by 7 or 8 thick electric arcs. The overbearing electric arcs invaded his bloodstream through his skin, continuously impacting and burning every inch of his meridians. If it weren't for his robust physique and the continuous healing effect of gradual healing, Zachariah would have been unable to stand at that moment. At that time, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. If anyone had been a little braver, Zachariah would have been finished right then. Fortunately, Zachariah managed to frighten them enough to gain a moment's respite, which allowed him to successfully escape from the Jasper family villa. However, during the escape, and especially after Jasper Xinxiao's sudden call, Zachariah was forced to use more spiritual energy to suppress the residual static electricity in his body, making him appear calm and collected. After hanging up the phone, the pain became unbearable, forcing Zachariah to seek temporary refuge in the sewer. The constant pain stimulating his nerves and flesh from inside out made Zachariah wish he could roll around in the sewer. But he couldn't, because he knew that if he didn't find a way to expel the static electricity in his body, even with gradual healing, ensuring his survival, he would lose his combat ability to some extent for the next 1 or 2 months. He couldn't afford to lose his combat ability. Otherwise, how would he make the Jasper family pay? Zachariah gritted his teeth and glared at Hurley. One look, and Hurley understood what he wanted. Zachariah needed Hurley to help him conduct the static electricity out of his body. And to do that, Hurley had to cut open Zachariah's body. Hurley, only you can help me now. At this moment, gradual healing and the destruction caused by the static electricity had reached a dynamic equilibrium. Cold sweat dripped down Zachariah's face. His complexion turned pale, and each word exhausted all his remaining strength. Hurley's gaze wavered slightly. Hurley, I command you now. Do as I say. I have less than a month to make them pay. Zachariah was right. The campus recruitment was approaching. After the recruitment ended, Jasper Xinxiao would leave Victoria City for Fanhua City to join the Yi family. Then, with unparalleled, having been tricked away and his severe injuries tonight, whom could he seek revenge from? Seeing Zachariah's determined eyes, Hurley finally made up his mind. The longsword instantly flew into Hurley's presence. Bang! A soft sound. The longsword shattered into thousands of fragments, scattering before Zachariah. Chapter 55, Exposed. The number 1 spirit was utterly shocked by the host's Feng Zhidong, shouting that the host was a lunatic. The number 3 spirit looked grave, seemingly very worried that the host would play with death. The number 9 spirit began to admire the host somewhat. His recognition of you improved. The number 11 spirit cast an appreciative gaze at the host. She just liked such a wild host. In an instant, the attention of the 18 spirits was all on Zachariah. They all seemed to want to see how long Zachariah could hold out. Plop, 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 plop. Thousands of shards cut through Zachariah's skin in the blink of an eye, slicing into his flesh, reaching his bones. Hundreds of tiny arcs of electricity within Zachariah had their paths blocked, then were dragged away by the ensuing shards. The fresh blood, the blue glowing arcs, and the gleaming edges contrasted beautifully. The entire sewer appeared extremely eerie. The pain pierced his bones, yet Zachariah gritted his teeth, emitting only slight groans. Any loud noise would attract attention. Zachariah didn't know if security personnel had followed nearby. All he could do was stay quiet. He fully activated slow healing. The areas from which static electricity was taken started healing at a visible rate. Hurley was also controlling the flying shards meticulously, not only blocking the path of static electricity inside Zachariah, but also avoiding harming already cleared areas. Despite their utmost care, the blood flowing from Zachariah still stained the sewage red. When all static electricity inside Zachariah was removed, he breathed a sigh of relief before passing out completely. Countless shards were formed into the longsword Hurley, whose surface was covered with jumping arcs. The materialized Hurley frowned slightly, showing a strange expression on his face. Moments later, the arcs gradually faded, and a sapphire blue bead the size of sugar appeared on the hilt of the longsword. Hurley quietly sat beside Zachariah, guarding him. Without the static electricity destroying inside, Zachariah's torn skin and flesh were healing visibly. 2 hours later, the stench of the sewers woke Zachariah up. Opening his eyes slowly, he saw Hurley still watching over him, vigilant of the surroundings. Zachariah smiled. Thanks, Hurley. He slowly got up, testing his body by twisting it a little. Compared to before, though he was still somewhat weak, he had recovered significantly. With slow healing, by dawn, He should be able to jump around as usual. Hurley smiled faintly, his form gradually becoming translucent until disappearing back into the sword. The sword flew back into Zachariah's hand with a whoosh. Upon contact, Zachariah felt something different about Hurley. Inspecting the sword carefully, he found a new sapphire blue gem next to the previously smelted white gem on the hilt. Only the size of a sugar grain compared to the soybean-sized white gem. What is this? Recalling carefully, Zachariah said, it seems some prompts sounded after I passed out. Thinking of this, Zachariah immediately opened the system panel. Host, Zachariah. Level, rank 2, star 2. Abilities, mutual progress, purity of heart, slow healing. Martial arts, concealment, backstab, conceal breath. Experience, 1%. Vitality, 945. Zachariah murmured. Other stats haven't changed, but my vitality has improved a lot. Then he brought up Hurley's data page. Immediately, Zachariah noticed differences from before. Spirit weapon, Hurley. Quality A. Effect 1, chilling flash. Effect 2, 1000 changes. Effect 3, broken edge. Effect 4, confused mind. Effect 5, toughness. Domain, fatal darkness, low level. Within the domain, the host can teleport within the range freely. Targets within the domain have a 30% reduced perception dot. Experience, 1%. Compatibility, 92. Refinement times, 5. One more effect, and the compatibility increased by 2. Zachariah focused on effect 5, and the details immediately showed up. Toughness. Baptism of blood and electricity makes the blade tougher, actively sharing more damage for you. Looks like an auxiliary effect. Zachariah mumbled. But, judging by this, if I encounter that old man again, his electric arcs shouldn't hurt me as much. Turning misfortune into blessing. This thought brought back the painful memory of the previous battle. An arc of electricity suddenly leaped before him, and he instinctively raised his sword to block it. However, no one expected that the electric arc, aided by the long sword, moved even faster, entering his body in a flash. The middle-aged man who looked like a butler appeared again before Zachariah. Then the shadow of the middle-aged man began to fragment and reformed into the handsome appearance of Elisha. Zachariah's fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. It seems I still need to enhance my strength as soon as possible. With that, Zachariah turned and walked toward the ladder not far away. It was getting late, and he needed to go home quickly to rest up before venturing out of the city again to improve his strength. The afternoon sun was exceptionally scorching, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. At the north gate of Victoria City, the patrol guard stood listlessly by the gate, checking each person entering and exiting without much vigor. Zachariah, dressed in a new set of clothes, looked particularly energetic. He stood behind a few others waiting to exit the city, patiently waiting his turn. Because Abdur and Edna did not allow him to leave the city privately during this time, and considering Zhang Jiuzhou's familiarity with Abdur and others, Zachariah did not choose to leave through the west gate closest to his home. Before long, it was his turn. Name and purpose of leaving the city. Zachariah, hunting demonic beasts to supplement household expenses. The patrol guard, who had been looking down, gave Zachariah a meaningful look. Student from 3rd high school, Zachariah vaguely sensed something was amiss and wanted to leave. But the patrol guard grabbed him. Brother, please wait a moment. Then he called out to a companion. Hey, Shaoli, bring our records over. They're in the left drawer of the desk in the duty room. A moment later, a young man not much older than Zachariah came over with a paper featuring Zachariah's large photo against a blue background, similar to a wanted poster. Zachariah's heart tightened. A wanted poster? Did the Jasper family bribe the patrol guards to catch me here? However, the patrol guard who held on to Zachariah scrutinized his face against the photo on the paper repeatedly. You live at number 128, North District, Shishan Camp. Zachariah didn't understand why, but he nodded anyway. Hearing this, the guard immediately told his companion, Shaoli, watch him. I'm going to make a call and get the captain here. Zachariah's expression grew serious. He couldn't figure out how he had been exposed. He even wondered if he should directly deal with the 3 second-rank spirit controllers in front of him and escape the city. Chapter 56, leaving the city once again. It was not even half an hour before the roar of 2 motorcycle engines could be heard approaching. Abdur and Benicio soon appeared in front of Zachariah. The moment he got off the motorcycle, Abdur turned back to give Zachariah a light tap on the head. Brat, I knew you wouldn't stay still. Zachariah looked bewildered at Abdur, who seemed angry, and at Benicio, who was sneaking laughs on the side. Benicio shrugged his hands, feigning innocence. This can't be blamed on me. After we returned to the city last time, he and your class advisor forced me to send someone to watch out for you at the city gates. If I didn't do as they said, they threatened to skin me alive. Zachariah sighed. It seemed that leaving the city openly was not an option. At this moment, Abdur also noticed Zachariah's wanted poster. He pulled a stern face. Joan, this seems inappropriate. If this gets out, people who don't know any better might rough up Zachariah. Benicio chuckled. Didn't you insist that it should be conspicuous enough for the guards at all 4 city gates to notice? Besides, the only way to make people pay attention is with this wanted poster. Abdur rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything more. He reached out to pat Zachariah's shoulder. So, you really want to leave the city? Zachariah met his gaze. There's heavy pressure on my shoulders. I can't afford to slack off. Abdur assumed Zachariah referred to the medical expenses for his mother. Aren't you afraid of the priest? I can just hide. What if you can't hide? Then I'll fight for my life. Their eyes met, and Abdur seemed engaged in some internal struggle. A few moments later, Abdur looked at Benicio. Open the gate. Benicio's face filled with terror. Damn it, old Zhang, don't drag me into this. If Amaze finds out, I'm dead. Abdur glanced at him disdainfully. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Benicio shook his head. Still no way. Abdur sighed. Joan, do you know why Amaze doesn't like you? Why? Because you're too cowardly. Benicio was speechless. Silence filled the night. Suddenly, Benicio pointed at Abdur, roaring, Bede, who did you say was cowardly? Open the gate. Let him go. Zachariah was dumbfounded. What was going on? The captain of the patrol corps was incited by such a simple taunt? A cunning smile appeared on the corner of Abdur's mouth. He then gave Zachariah a pat. Snap out of it. Let's go. And he strode towards the main gate. Confused, Zachariah asked, "Teacher, where are you going?" Abdur shouted without turning back. "Nonsense. I have to ensure your safety. How can I let you go alone?" Zachariah smiled and hurried to catch up with Abdur. In the time he spent with Abdur, he realized that this stern-looking middle-aged man had a heart gentler than anyone else's. Inside an office at Fong Family Hospital, Ian was on the phone while playing on his computer. "Really? Fawn, so Yi family communicated with you? They've reserved a spot for me. That's great. Fawn, you're so good to me." Suddenly, Ian's computer screen went black and the system crashed. "Damn it. What's going on? Wait, Fawn, it's not you. My computer just crashed." Okay, I'll call you back later." After hanging up, Ian pounded on the computer several times, but the screen remained dark. "Bloody computer," he spat, then walked out of the office toward the ward. All along the way, nurses and doctors bowed their heads respectfully to him, addressing him as Chandler. The flattery satisfied Ian greatly. Shortly, he arrived at the intensive care unit. He gazed inside through the glass window meaningfully. On the hospital bed lay Giselle, rosy-faced but slightly frail, lying quietly. Ian chewed on a piece of gum from his bag, staring intently at Giselle. Her beautiful, yet sickly face reminded him of Zachariah's features. "Huh, old bitch." Just as he was about to leave, Zachariah's mother's attending physician came over with a nurse carrying several bottles of medication. "Chandler." As they were about to enter the ward, Ian stopped them. "Hold on a minute." Though displeased, the attending doctor paused. Ian walked up to the nurse, scrutinizing the bottles of medicine. "Which one here can keep her in the lowest viable state?" The doctor remained silent. Ian's lips curled upward as he turned to the nurse. Her heart raced under his intimidating gaze. This bottle." Ian nodded. "Good, Teresa. Tell the finance department I'll give you an extra $500 per month." After saying this, he gave a meaningful glance at the attending doctor. Then he reached out and took away all the other medicines on his plate. Poor people. What do they need so many medicines for? Remember, from now on, if it's not necessary, just give her one shot of this. The attending doctor's hands trembled with anger under his white coat, but he did not say anything more. Understood, Chandler. Ian was very satisfied. He played with 3 or 4 bottles of medicine he had just taken away as he walked by, and when he passed a trash can, he casually threw all the medicines into it. At the same time, in Victoria City 3rd Middle School, in the teacher's dormitory, Edna was tapping furiously on a laptop computer. Various data were flashing on the screen. Finally, she slowly closed the computer. Based on the records of drug intake and release from Fong Family Hospital's pharmacy, as well as the time Zachariah's mother was admitted, it is clear that Giselle's condition worsened due to the manipulation of the hospital staff. But who could be targeting this defenseless, ordinary woman? Edna pondered for a long time, yet still had no answer. It seems I'll have to find a way to contact her attending doctor without being noticed. And her mother needs to be transferred to another hospital as soon as possible. Edna's face showed signs of difficulty, as if there was something troublesome that was hard to resolve. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in an instant. Outside the city, in the ruins, a dilapidated street was strewn with broken-down vehicles and collapsed shops. The sound of intense battle echoed through the streets. A group of about 10 green-skinned lizard men, constantly spitting long tongues, were surrounding and attacking Zachariah. Zachariah did not use any martial techniques, but relied solely on combat skills to engage the lizard men. Abdur, meanwhile, sat cross-legged in a wrecked car nearby. By his feet lay 3 dead green lizard men, their deaths gruesome. "Zachariah, how did I teach you? To synchronize waist and horse stance, gather spirit energy at one point, break the surface with a single point. Your breathing is chaotic. Retreat. When dealing with these near third-rank beasts, learn to find their weak points. Martial techniques and weapon spirits can enhance your fighting power, but these are only auxiliary. Only by honing your combat instinct in pure battles can you react optimally without thinking in different situations." As usual, while Zachariah and Abdur were out, Abdur continuously imparted various experiences and techniques to him, and today, they were practicing combat instinct. Chapter 57, An Old Acquaintance. Abdur's teachings kept entering Zachariah's ears. Zachariah constantly adjusted his attack angles, force, and timing, his steps, speed, and distance. As one lizard man after another was slaughtered by Zachariah with the most basic combat style, he became increasingly admiring of Abdur. Perhaps in spirit power, he could not match some high-ranking spirit masters, but in overall strength, he was absolutely the strongest among peers. When the last lizard man was split in 2 by Zachariah's blade, the back of Zachariah's clothes had been soaked with sweat. He smiled and was just about to show off his performance to Abdur. Suddenly, a barely audible sound of something tearing through the air came from behind. Without thinking, Zachariah swung, hurley, at an unbelievable angle. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the ruins. Just as he was about to stab again, recognizing the attacker, he quickly retracted his sword. "Teacher, why is it you?" Abdur smiled. "Not bad. This unexpected angle shows an instinctive counterattack." "Zachariah, you're really doing well." Abdur was very satisfied with Zachariah's performance. "With your current talent, if you join the demon suppression army, it might take only a few years for you to become one of the best." Zachariah pouted. "Teacher, there you go again." Abdur's hearty laughter rang out in the ruins, grabbing Zachariah's shoulder. "Come on, let's find some other demons." Zachariah nodded, walking beside Abdur. "Teacher, would Jimmy fall for your provocation so easily?" Hearing this, Abdur laughed loudly. "What nonsense are you talking? That kid is pretty cunning. Then, what about leaving the city those days?" Abdur smiled and explained. "That kid didn't intend to stop us anyway. He just needed to give Teacher Amaze some explanation. When Teacher Amaze asks, he can say it was all because of me. What else can Teacher Amaze say then?" Zachariah pouted. "How do you all seem to be full of tricks?" Suddenly, Abdur's gaze turned sharp. He stopped Zachariah abruptly. "Teacher, what's wrong? Our old acquaintance has come knocking." Zachariah frowned slightly, gripping Hurley tightly. Since leaving the city, due to concerns of being retaliated against by Danny, both of them had been cautious. Every time they discovered any footprint that could possibly belong to Danny, they immediately changed direction. But still, they were found. "Teacher, shouldn't we escape?" "We can't, we're surrounded." A gentle breeze blew, stirring up dust. Sacred hymns approached from afar, along with footsteps gradually growing louder. Soon, figures appeared through the thick fog, closing in from all sides, leaving no way out for Zechariah and Abdur. Directly in front of them, 7 or 8 believers with tails slowly walked forward carrying a sedan chair. On the chair stood a priest dressed in black robes, with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking down disdainfully at all. Abdur's expression turned serious as he spat, gripping the ruler tightly. Confucian George instantly appeared behind him. Zechariah, give it your all. Danny's strength has increased. Without Abdur needing to say more, Zechariah also felt Danny's aura much stronger than before. Daring not to be complacent, Hurley's figure appeared behind him. Ninth Armament Spirit is getting restless. Please host, fight decisively, and move away from here. The sacred hymns carried melodies that purified souls, piercing through the rubble-filled ruins, assaulting Zechariah and Abdur. Without hesitation, Zechariah stabbed the long sword into the ground. Chaotic deity. Barrier after barrier formed by overwhelming killing intent gathered in front of Zechariah and Abdur, clashing with the hymns. Perhaps due to the increase in strength. This time, chaotic deity could rival the hymns. Abdur shook the ruler in his hand, releasing a formidable momentum. Teacher will hold him off. You run when the opportunity comes. Abdur shouted loudly. Do not listen to impolite sounds. His ears closed instantly, darting forward like a rocket. Teacher, don't rush in, I'll get you out. Relying on the characteristic of the domain, fatal darkness, as long as Abdur did not step into Danny's domain, Zechariah was confident he could lead him away at the right moment. However, Abdur could not hear Zechariah's shouts. At this moment, Zechariah wanted to curse Abdur as a clumsy teammate. Just as he was about to catch up to Abdur, the surrounding believers of Danny suddenly launched an attack. In an instant, Zechariah was held back and could not move forward, and Abdur had already rushed past the barrier cast by Hurley, the ruler swinging left and right, dispersing over 10 ambushers with one strike. At this moment, he was less than 10 meters away from Danny. A gentle smile appeared on Danny's face, which usually held a disdainful look. He slowly stretched out his hand, as if wanting to pat Abdur's head. Abdur snorted coldly. A superior man does not act without gravity and dignity. 30 to stand firm. 40 with no doubt. 50 knowing the mandate of heaven. With each shout, Abdur's momentum rose by a notch. In an instant, his strength had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Since you are here, settle down. With a swift draw, the ruler struck heavily against Danny's body. Danny's figure immediately dissipated. Abdur's pupils constricted. He felt no sensation of hitting any solid object. It was as if striking at air. White light blazed, as if driving away all darkness. Abdur sensed that things were turning bad. Avoid seeing what is improper. He shut his eyes tightly, but it was too late. It seemed as though a pair of hands embraced him from behind. These hands were warm, firm, giving an especially reassuring feeling. A warmth that aroused no resistance welled up from the depths of his heart. A hollow voice echoed in Abdur's ears. God says that humanity is sinful, and I shall cleanse your sins. Abdur's eyes gradually lost their sparkle, becoming numb and empty. Confucian George saw this and instantly lunged forward, preparing to attack. Danny, behind Abdur. Danny's face revealed a tender smile. God says, let him who asks for it. Come and knock on the door. Abdur's grip on the ruler gradually loosened. Clank. The ruler fell to the ground. Confucian George's strike towards Danny was almost upon him, but in the next moment, due to lack of spiritual energy infusion, his form dissipated instantly. This was hard for Zechariah to believe. A beast actually learned human language. Moreover, his murmured words seemed to carry a powerful, bewitching power. In the next moment, Danny turned around and looked at Zechariah, raising both hands high. God says, those who believe in me shall have eternal life with me. His body emitted intense light, standing out amidst the dense fog. As the light faded, a towering Gothic church stood before Zechariah. Danny gave Zechariah a meaningful look, then turned and entered the church. And those believers fighting with Zechariah withdrew from the battlefield instantly, following Danny into the church. Abdur followed last, moving slowly as if resisting. A strong will clashed with his bodily instincts for control over his body. More and more believers entered the church, and hymns began to sound from within. Initially like mosquitoes, then later like a peal of bells. Instincts started to gain the upper hand, and Abdur was inching toward the church at a snail's pace. Zechariah's pupils constricted, and he rushed forward quickly. He knew, once Abdur entered Danny's domain, he would soon become one of the priest's followers. Thereafter, he would turn into a puppet living by relying on Danny, devoid of any thoughts. Zechariah pushed his speed to the limit. Teacher, hang on. Suddenly, system prompts sounded in his ears one after another. Ninth Armament Spirit feels disrespected. He is losing control of his emotions. Please host, move away immediately. Ninth Armament Spirit recalls painful past. Rage controls his will. The system is trying to soothe. Please host, move away immediately. Chapter 58, giving you a slice. The hymn grew increasingly fervent, and Abdur's steps gradually quickened. His instincts had taken over, and his remaining consciousness was continuously weakening. He was getting closer to entering the realm of the Danny. Zechariah was growing more and more anxious. Yet, the system's warning kept repeating nonstop. Zechariah did not know what he would face if the system failed to suppress the number 9 device spirit. But to abandon Abdur directly when he still had the ability, he couldn't do it. To receive someone's kindness means to repay it with all one's strength. To bear someone's enmity means to destroy it even at the cost of one's life. This was Zechariah's value system. He gritted his teeth and ran frantically toward the church, cursing his inability to grow 2 more legs. However, at this moment, Abdur had already entered the church, and the towering, narrow doors were slowly closing. Zechariah cursed inwardly. Damn. He suddenly threw the long saber in his hand. Hurley flew into the church gates like a meteor. In an instant, Hurley coalesced into human form, both hands firmly preventing the gates from closing. Hurley's usually resolute face showed a serious expression. hindered by the heavy gate. The believers inside the church and the Danny couldn't help but look at Hurley. They remained motionless. The chanting hymn suddenly halted, their faces displaying a disturbing smile. Then, the hymn sounded again, its stirring melody echoing through the entire ruins. The force on the gate surged. The arms Hurley extended bent, slightly under pressure. He looked back at Zachariah, as if saying, "If you don't hurry up, I can't hold it much longer." Seeing this scene, Zachariah gritted his teeth, and his legs erupted with astonishing power. Footsteps left craters wherever they landed. Zachariah used this burst of energy to surge forward. The gate was about to close, and Hurley gritted his teeth alone, fighting for that narrow gap, less than a man wide for Zachariah. Zachariah leaped. His body slid past Hurley's head sideways. Zachariah exhaled in relief. "Thanks, Hurley." In the next moment, Hurley appeared beside Zachariah. Behind them, the great door closed with a loud boom. In an instant, all the monsters within the church focused their gaze on Zachariah. Zachariah and Hurley ignored it all as they scanned the interior of the church, searching tirelessly for Abdur. Strangely, Zachariah felt as if all the believers within the church had their faces covered by a layer of white light. He could not determine which one was Abdur. At the center altar stood a large crucifix catching everyone's attention. Below it, the Danny clad in black spread his arms, smiling. "Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. I will bring you into the kingdom of God." The fervent, serene, mesmerizing hymn sounded again, echoing in Zachariah's ears. After an unknown duration, Zachariah slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to be in a peaceful world filled with plants, livestock, men singing, and women playing. A thought emerged in his mind. Stay here and enjoy this. Even the number 9 device spirit, which had been raging in the system, now became quiet. Brother, this is for you." A chubby 5-year-old Teresa, dressed in white, holding a freshly plucked red flower, came toddling towards Zachariah with an innocent smile. Seeing this, Zachariah couldn't help but laugh too. Reaching out to take the red flower, just as the red flower was about to land in Zachariah's hand, a refreshing chill swept over Zachariah's entire body unexpectedly. Zachariah blinked instinctively. The innocence in the Teresa's eyes vanished without a trace. Her mouth was full of sharp teeth like a shark's, with another gaping mouth opening from the back of her neck, blood-red eyes, and dog ears on her head. The red flower in her hand turned into a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Everyone around him, men and women, were just as hideous as the Teresa. They held knives and forks, staring straight at Zachariah and the Teresa as if looking at a delicious meal. Simultaneously, the number 9 device spirit in Zachariah's system once again became wildly agitated. Brother, you don't like this flower?" The angelic child's voice now rasped unpleasantly, akin to nails scratching a chalkboard. The Teresa blinked her bloody eyes and tilted her head to look at Zachariah. Zachariah smiled. "Of course I like it." Zachariah's hand, which was about to take the red flower, cleverly bypassed it and gently touched the Teresa's head. "But my brother was taught at home that we can't accept things for free, so I must give you something in exchange." Surprise flashed in the Teresa's eyes. It seemed she had never encountered anyone who refused her flower before. Still, she endured, tilting her head and trying to look cute. "What would you give me, brother?" The hushed voice, combined with the hideous appearance, made Zachariah feel a wave of disgust. Yet, Zachariah's face remained plastered with a smile. "I will give you a slice." A flash of white light. The Teresa's head rolled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, still bearing that famed sweet smile. The sudden change left the onlookers, men, women, bull demons, sheep demons, and various beasts, in a stunned silence. But in the next moment, they all lunged at Zachariah with fury. "Heretic! Die! A heathen forsaken by God! Tear him apart! The kingdom of God does not welcome scum." The curses rose in unison, and Zachariah felt as if his body was being suppressed by some unseen force. This force told him that he should submit and wait for redemption from his companions. Zachariah scanned the approaching believers and sneered. "So, these are the true forms of the Danny S followers. The force hinting at me must be the Danny S domain ability." Having this thought, Zachariah's lips curled into a confident smile. "A domain, huh? It's not like only you have one." He gripped Hurley tightly in one hand and slashed horizontally. A dense darkness bloomed from the tip of the blade, spreading along its edge. Before long, an impenetrable darkness appeared within this desolate domain. The enraged believers flew into the darkness, but found themselves unable to locate Zachariah. Their senses were sealed, and they darted about aimlessly like headless flies. A few astute ones vaguely realized something was wrong and attempted to leave the black domain, but it seemed as if they were trapped inside by a barrier. No matter how hard they tried to break out, they could not escape this darkness. Zachariah floated in midair, hidden within the darkness. His gaze swept over the countless beasts above and below, lost in their powerless rage, carefully sensing Abdur's presence. Moments later, Zachariah furrowed his brows. Teacher is not here, so it seems Teacher has not been fully controlled yet. Thus, the Danny cannot bring him here. In that case, Zachariah's eyes turned cold. The long saber in his hand began to shatter into pieces, swirling around him. Hurley, destroy them. Chapter 59, Domain Overlap. The countless fragments of Hurley gathered like a swarm of wasps, their edges sharpened to perfection under the influence of a domain, fatal darkness, making them even more formidable. They streaked through the darkness like meteors in the night sky. Each pass left trails of bloodlight in its wake. Wails, cries of pain, the tearing of skin, and the snapping of bones echoed within this pitch-black domain. Artifact Spirit, Hurley, has killed a second-rank puppet beast. Experience plus 298. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 298. Artifact Spirit, Hurley, has killed a second-rank puppet beast. Experience plus 253. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 253. System notifications continued unabated. Before long, not a single beast remained in the entire domain, leaving an eerie silence. Zachariah frowned, his gaze piercing through fatal darkness to survey the desolate exterior. This area must be a domain within a domain, but Danny hasn't fully mastered it yet. No wonder I was almost hypnotized by it. It seems that this beast has mastered domain overlap. Its overall strength might rival that of a 5th-rank beast. Thankfully, I have Purify Heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I'd die. Both artifact spirits and beasts can harness the power of domains. Those who possess an artifact spirit can overlap domains once they've mastered 2 domain powers completely. Likewise, some fortunate beasts may acquire multiple domain powers through coincidence. Clearly, Danny is one such being. However, given the delay between Zachariah's kill of the believer's original form and Danny's lack of reaction, it's evident that Danny hasn't fully grasped the power of its second domain. Zachariah scanned the area around him. Since you haven't fully mastered it, let's just destroy this domain. With this thought in mind, the darkness around Zachariah spread until it reached its limits. Wherever the darkness covered, not a single ray of light could penetrate. The fragments of Hurley swirled around Zachariah again. Like meteors, they began darting in all directions, as if attempting to slash at something invisible. At first, the space remained tranquil. Gradually, however, cracks appeared. Outside these cracks, rays of sacred light shone through. Sacred hymns resonated within this precarious space via the cracks. Yet, neither the sacred light nor the holy songs could penetrate the black barrier. So, it's a domain overlap. As the second layer was breached, he must have sensed my counterattack. But within my domain, unless Danny is far stronger than me, he can't breach it to harm me. And his strength lies in mental control. With Purify Heart, I'm practically his nemesis. Zachariah sneered. Artifact spirit number 9 has fallen into a rage due to the humiliation of being deceived by a beast. The system is trying to calm it down. Please resolve the battle quickly and leave the scene. Otherwise, the host will face the trials of the artifact spirit. Zachariah's smile faded. Trials of the artifact spirit? System, what nonsense. Only continuous warnings from the system greeted him. Looks like I need to finish off Danny quickly. The attacks of Hurley grew fiercer, reducing Danny's second domain to shambles within moments. Zachariah returned to the chapel. Inside, only Danny remained, still standing on the altar with a smile. But now he held an old, thick book. Zachariah wielded Hurley, searching for Abdur, but finding no trace. His domain was here. Where had his teacher been hidden? Suddenly, Zachariah's pupils contracted. Behind Danny, 10 crucifixes held a man bound hand and foot. Who else could it be but Abdur? Without hesitation, Zachariah charged forward with his blade. The dark domain acted like a burning iron ball passing through foam, sizzling as it moved. Danny watched this scene with surprise. He slowly opened the thick book, resting his left hand on it. God says, draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. Zachariah's steps slowed as if blocked by an invisible force, holding him back from reaching Danny. Artifact spirit number 9 despises such deception and wishes to cleave this abomination before him. Zachariah sneered coldly and slashed with his longsword. A sharp light flashed. The 4'3" sword sliced out a 5 to 6 meter long blade, aura. It tore through all obstacles, aiming straight for Danny. Danny hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the attack, and the gentle smile on his face turned into a hint of anger. He pressed his hand on the yellowed book. God says, those who offend God shall bear the wrath of God. In an instant, white light burst forth. It was so blinding that no one could open their eyes. After the white light faded, Danny disappeared. In his place stood a towering figure as tall as the entire chapel, dressed in a white robe with a long beard, looking somewhat kind. But his eyes were filled with rage. Zachariah knew this was Danny. Artifact spirit number 9 was irritated by the other party's gaze and wanted to gouge out his eyeballs with twin blades. God said, let there be light. And there was light. Blinding light shone again as holy light tried to dispel the darkness, eroding Zachariah's domain. Before long, Zachariah's domain was reduced to a sphere less than 4 feet wide, and Zachariah's face turned deathly pale. Clearly, he had been severely injured by this attack. Artifact spirit number 9 felt the host's strength was too weak and even entertained the idea of replacing him. Zachariah spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, it's not your place to criticize my strength. If you piss me off, I'll melt you down for Hurley's meal. Artifact spirit number 9 felt offended, but also had a hint of admiration for the host. The other artifact spirits began mocking number 9, making him increasingly eager to prove himself. A series of notifications rang out, but Zachariah paid them no heed. At this moment, he only wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible before the system could no longer suppress the artifact spirit. With agile footsteps, Zachariah approached the old man. Meanwhile, Hurley manifested behind Zachariah and surged into his body. Zachariah's gaze became sharp, and his aura began to change. The long saber transformed into countless fragments, poised to strike all over the old man's body. The old man calmly glanced at the incoming fragments. God says, let there be water. And thus there was water. A water shield abruptly appeared before the old man, ready to block thousands of fragments. The moment the fragments made contact with the water shield, they vanished. Backstab activated. Zachariah's figure suddenly appeared behind the old man. The scattered fragments reformed into a long saber in an instant. Zachariah's expression now bore a resemblance to the stern Hurley. At this moment, Hurley was Zachariah, and Zachariah was Hurley. Chapter 60, Artifact Spirit, Trent. The long knife was instantly enveloped by a 5-meter-long blade aura as Zachariah split the air with an almost instinctive strike that left no room for evasion. This slash shook heaven and earth. The magnificent frescoes inside the church and the dazzling floor were all shattered by the blade aura. The Danny's expression changed drastically. God said, I am omnipresent. Zachariah's vision blurred for a moment, only to find this inescapable slash slashed into emptiness. And in an instant, the Danny flashed away to a distant spot. The Danny's face turned pale. The previously calm demeanor twisted fiercely, seemingly bent on grinding Zachariah to dust. Clearly, this move had put an immense strain on him. Artifact Spirit number 9 sensed the rampaging monster. He is trying to break through the limitations of the sword box. The system estimates it can still restrict for 10 more seconds. Please leave this place quickly, host. 10, 9, 8. The sudden notification startled Zachariah. Though he didn't know what his artifact spirit's trial would be, he knew it wasn't going to be good news. Zachariah immediately turned around and pounced toward Abdur on the cross. At this moment, rescuing Abdur was the priority. The Danny noticed Zachariah's abnormality. God said, "Everything in this world is me." Upon finishing, his complexion became even paler. But every piece of furniture and utensils around Zachariah, fallen chairs, candlesticks, broken dinnerware, seemed to come to life and took on the shape of the old man, attacking him. Taken by surprise, Zachariah couldn't dodge and was hit hard, flying away. His mouth spewed blood, staining the ground red. A heavy dizziness washed over him continuously. In his ears, the Danny's teachings began to whisper incessantly. God said, "Man is sinful. Only I can lead you to the kingdom of God." God said, "As long as you fear God, you will be protected by him. God loves humanity, as long as you also love him." The Danny's seductive voice kept tempting Zachariah, but a stream of cool energy was surging within him, countering the Danny. However, Zachariah's mind was still filled with the after-effects of the ambush-induced dizziness. The Danny, with a deathly pale face, gripped an ancient book and slowly approached Zachariah. That kind and amiable face had become damaged during the battle, exposing scaly skin underneath. As he neared, his white hands started transforming into claws. His gaze turned greedy, and a hoarse voice came out from his throat. "What a splendid believer." The countdown continued. 3, 2, 1. System failed to suppress artifact spirit number 9. S-class artifact spirit, Trent, is about to emerge. Host will soon face the trials of artifact spirit number 9, Trent. Please prepare yourself, host. In the system space, the thick chains binding the 9th sword box floating in infinite darkness began to fall off. The sword box began emitting a dense aura of loyalty and righteousness. The box split into 4 parts, opening slowly. A human-sized warsaber flew out first from the top of the box. In this boundless darkness, it carried an awe-inspiring momentum. Then, several long knives flew out simultaneously from both sides. On the left side, 5 Yinling knives proceeded one after another, bound by a long whip that connected their handles, moving forward together. On the right side, 2 Liuya knives flew out side by side, steadily heading towards the warsaber. The front cover of the sword box silently lowered. Hundreds of throwing knives shot out at once. Warsaber, Yinling knives, Liuya knives, throwing knives, long whip. All these weapons resonated in the endless darkness. The Danny's sharp claws were about to touch Zachariah's forehead. A shadow suddenly leaped out from Zachariah's body. The mighty warsaber struck straight at the approaching claws. Seeing this, the Danny hurriedly pulled back, but it was too late. His lizard-like claws were severed by the warsaber in one stroke. A stern-faced general appeared abruptly before Zachariah, his presence righteous and imposing. Clad in armor and draped in a black cloak, this general held the warsaber with one hand. On either side of his waist hung Liuya knives, and 5 Yinling knives were strapped to his back. A long whip was tucked into his rear waistband. He slammed the warsaber lightly into the ground, causing an immediate surge of airflow. The cloak fluttered with the wind, faint metallic clanking sounds echoing. A look full of killing intent swept across the Danny's face, making him feel inexplicably anxious. Trent snorted coldly. "Fiend, die." In the next moment, he darted forward. His warsaber, moving like a ghost, aimed directly at the Danny's head. Knowing there was no way to evade, the Danny held the book in his hands. God said, "I am omnipresent." In a blink, his figure vanished within the church. It seemed he feared Trent from the bottom of his heart. Trent surveyed the entire church again and snorted coldly. "Run." Zachariah flipped the broad knife with both hands, thrusting the blade tip sharply into the ground. Wave after wave of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the broad knife and shot out in all directions. Boom. Everything within sight in the church was destroyed by the explosions. The vanished Danny was blasted out from the mural on the wall. Before he could react, Trent's hands moved swiftly, grabbing the 5 Yinling knives at his back at a speed invisible to the naked eye. One after another, the Yinling knives flew out of his hands like arrows released from a bow, whistling towards the Danny. Desperate, the Danny recited once more. God said, "I am omnipresent." His figure flashed and instantly left the original spot. He reappeared above the cross. On his ghastly pale face were several cuts left by the Yinling knives due to untimely dodging. Most of his face had been ruined, revealing the devil-like face hidden under human skin. He extended his remaining sharp claws, aiming for Abdur's heart. It seemed that as long as he consumed Abdur's heart, the Danny would regain much of his strength. Trent frowned. "Monster, how dare you?" His figure moved gracefully as he violently shook the cloak on his back. Hundreds of throwing knives flew out after him, chasing the Danny. Desperate, the Danny abandoned his attempt, rolling down without any regard for his appearance. Dozens of throwing knives pierced into the walls, while the rest seemed to have eyes, continuing to pursue the Danny. Thud 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 thud. Dozens of piercing sounds echoed in the church. The Danny was barely alive. With only his remaining consciousness, he only wanted to survive. He used his one remaining hand to crawl backward, trying to distance himself from Trent, who was approaching step by step. You, this is blasphemy." His hoarse voice was extremely grating. Trent stared at him intensely, slowly pulling out the 2 Liuya knives tucked at his waist. Playing God and Ghost. Whoosh. The 2 Liuya knives shot out, one on each side. They nailed into the Danny's legs. The 2 knives quivered in the ground, and the Danny lost the ability to escape. God won't let you go." Trent scoffed coldly. "You pretend to be a god. What fear?" Although he seemed unable to form a complete sentence, even so, the Danny was still terrified to death. Trent reached behind his waist and whipped out a whip, not turning his head as he lashed it back. The whip immediately wrapped around the handles of the 5 Yinling knives, then pulled. The 5 Liuya knives, under the pull of the whip, flew straight toward the Danny's head. Thud 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 thud. 5 light sounds rang out as the Danny's head burst open into 5 pieces like a melon. Red, white, yellow scattered everywhere. The towering church turned into rubble in an instant. Ruins appeared before them once again. Already awake, Zachariah looked bewildered at this scene. By his side, Pulley was slowly helping him up. Seeming to feel Zachariah's gaze, Trent suddenly turned around. He looked at Zachariah with a complicated expression. His eyes flared up with a wild look again. Dragging the heavy broad knife, he strode towards Zachariah. The heavy broad knife scraped against the ground, sparking. His combat intent was unmasked and unrelenting. Seeing this, Hurley became serious and immediately shielded the just-recovered Zachariah behind her, gripping the long knife tightly in both hands, staring intently at Trent, who was getting closer. Chapter 61, Lord Trent. Spirit Weapon, Trent, has defeated a level 4 monster. Experience plus 1200. Spirit Weapon Garner, has defeated a level 4 monster. Experience plus 800. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 2000. Mission to defeat the level 4 monster, Danny, completed. Spirit Weapon, Trent, experience plus 4000. Spirit Weapon Garner, experience plus 1000. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 5000. Mission completed. Reward is an S-grade potion, 1 perfect overlay elixir for realms. Place any 2 spirit weapons briefly in this elixir, and their realms will achieve perfect overlay. Reward, 1 S-grade full restoration elixir. The user will be restored completely to peak condition. Reward, 1 A-grade madness elixir, which will temporarily increase all attributes by 30%. While the system notification sounds kept ringing, Trent also arrived in front of Zachariah. Garner protected Zachariah behind him, facing Trent, the 2 spirit weapons eyeing each other as if sparks were about to fly. Move. Trent's deep voice carried an authoritative tone. Garner tightened his grip on the long saber even more. The air seemed to stagnate. Zachariah gently pushed Garner aside, signaling him not to be nervous. Though he didn't understand what Trent intended to do, Zachariah had just glanced at Trent's data panel. Compatibility, 10. Though somewhat low, it shouldn't mean he would attack on impulse. Garner moved to the side. Zachariah and Trent, man and spirit weapon, locked eyes. Zachariah seemed to see complex expressions in Trent's eyes. Doubt, confusion, and a hint of fury hidden beneath the resolute gaze. He gripped the dowel with his left hand, lightly tapping the ground. A strange energy wave immediately radiated outward from the center between the two, rippling circle after circle. Zachariah vaguely felt a suction force hidden within these ripples. At this moment, Trent slowly raised his free right hand parallel to his shoulder, slightly clenched into a fist, silently held between them. Spirit Weapon, Trent, has initiated a trial for the host. Will the host accept? Success in the trial will earn recognition from Spirit Weapon, Trent. Failure in the trial could result in death for the host. Zachariah stared into Trent's eyes for a long time, lost in thought. Finally, Zachariah smiled faintly and raised his fist to bump fists with Trent. Tap. The sound of the bump was light. Zachariah gradually felt drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. His body slumped and was caught tightly by Garner before he hit the ground. Garner glared murderously at Trent, ready to fight him. But then he felt someone pulling him back. He found Zachariah looking calmly at him. It's fine. Garner was puzzled, looking between Zachariah and Trent. Trent smiled faintly. Then his form sank inch by inch into the ripples below him. When he disappeared entirely, the clear system voice sounded in Zachariah's mind. Spirit Weapon, Trent, admires the host's courage. Compatibility increased by 1. The tempering of Spirit Weapon, Trent, is about to begin. Please prepare yourself, host. Then, immense suction force came from under Zachariah, as if trying to pull his soul into it. Zachariah struggled to stay awake, looking at Garner. Leave this to you. Then he fell into a deep sleep. When Zachariah opened his eyes again, it was due to the noise around him. It seemed like he had arrived at an ancient military camp he had seen in TV dramas. Everywhere were burly men, intensely focused on a makeshift arena ahead. On the stage, a general-like figure was sparring with an ordinary soldier. Each punch and kick, both were giving their all to knock each other down. Zachariah's pupils contracted sharply. Is that Trent? The general on stage was indeed the number 9 spirit weapon, Trent. A dark-skinned man nearby heard and gently patted Zachariah on the head. Hey, kid, you should call him Lord Trent. If you weren't new here, I'd punch you. Zachariah frowned slightly but wasn't angry at the man's rudeness. Instead, he was puzzled by his words. Lord Trent? Isn't Trent just a spirit weapon? Why did it seem like he was a living person in the eyes of these people and highly respected? Zachariah observed the match thoughtfully. The Trent on stage didn't differ much from the one he knew. The only difference was that there were more expressions on his face, not as cold as before. Occasionally, he joked with the soldier and gave pointers during the spar. Occasionally, when someone managed to hit Trent, it would elicit cheers from the entire crowd. Zachariah looked at this scene with confusion and then struck up a conversation with the burly man beside him. Big brother, I just arrived. Why are you all so excited over this arena match? The man glanced at Zachariah. You're new here, right? You don't even know about Lord Trent's annual selection of his bodyguards. Zachariah chuckled and scratched his head, pretending to be embarrassed. As the man explained, Zachariah gradually understood that he was now in the Imperial Tribunal Army. The Trent on stage was the strongest demon-subduing general in this army. Though only a Trent, everyone could see his integrity and uprightness. Moreover, his generous personality and sense of justice won the hearts of the tribunal soldiers. Therefore, every year, when Lord Trent chose his bodyguards, it became one of the most important events in the army. Every year, anyone who could land 10 hits on Lord Trent in the arena could become one of his bodyguards. However, those who passed the test were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Boy, don't say I didn't warn you. As long as you gain Lord Trent's recognition in the arena, the whole tribunal army will respect you. This is the fastest way for a newcomer to establish himself in the army. Also, whenever we go out to exterminate demons, the Grand Tutor will bless you. The more Zachariah listened, the more puzzled he felt. Imperial Tribunal Army, Grand Tutor, Demon Subduing General, the court. Isn't this just a spirit weapon trial? Why does it feel like something that really happened? This spirit weapon trial is actually quite interesting. Zachariah smiled indifferently, then suddenly noticed the key point in the man's words. Gain Lord Trent's recognition. Could this be spirit weapon Trent's trial? If so, does that mean all I have to do is defeat him on the stage? At this thought, Zachariah instinctively wanted to materialize Garner. But there was no response. It seemed that their connection had been blocked by some barrier. He could sense Garner's existence but couldn't contact or use Garner in any way. System, what's going on? Currently in spirit weapon Trent's trial, the host can only conquer the spirit weapon using his own strength. Zachariah frowned slightly and began checking himself. A moment later, he sighed in relief. Good thing my abilities and martial skills are still intact, and most of the system functions are working normally. After a short while, the intense fight on the stage came to an end, and the challenging soldier was kicked off the stage by Trent. Lord Trent received 0 hits. Memphis Shanha received 13 hits. Memphis Shanha failed the challenge. Next person. People below were whispering to each other, but no one dared to step up. At this moment, the burly man beside Zachariah nudged his shoulder and grinned. Boy, want to try it yourself? I'll cheer you on. Zachariah smiled. Sure. Then he squeezed through the crowd. Move. Please move. The burly man stared dumbfounded at Zachariah's retreating back and muttered. I was just joking, and you really went up. Is this generation of young people all this eager to prove themselves? Chapter 62. The Challenge. Zachariah squeezed through the crowd and took 2 steps onto the platform. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the bustling voices of the crowd below followed closely. This guy is probably a new recruit, isn't he? He dares to challenge Lord Arlo as soon as he arrives. He really doesn't know what he's getting into. Don't underestimate young people. Maybe this guy has some real skills. I think we shouldn't rush to conclusions. What if he actually succeeds? Success? Are you giving that guy too much credit or insulting Lord Arlo? I bet he won't last 2 moves before Lord Arlo kicks him off the platform. Zachariah didn't take the voices from the crowd seriously. At this moment, his eyes were only on Zwa Arlo standing in front of him with 2 wooden swords in hand. The wooden swords were coated with white chalk above the blades to mark hits. Despite continuous battles, Zwa Arlo remained exceptionally clean. While Zachariah observed Zwa Arlo was also quietly observing him. Suddenly, he laughed. Hey, kid, a fight can get out of hand. Go down now, or else your face might end up all messed up and no one will like you. His words drew laughter from the crowd below. Zachariah didn't care at all. What? Is Lord Arlo afraid to fight me? Zwa Arlo paused. Clearly no one had ever spoken to him like that before. Then he laughed heartily. Good kid, you've got guts. What's your name? Zachariah met his gaze fearlessly. Zachariah. Artifact Spirit Arlo has taken a little interest in the host. Compatibility, +1. The clear system voice echoed in Zachariah's mind, making him more confident that this contest might be Arlo's evaluation. Zwa Arlo nodded and then said, Go choose a weapon over there. Zachariah walked to the edge of the platform, where 2 rows of weapons were placed. Swords, spears, axes, halberds, staffs, and lances. The 18 martial weapons were lined up. However, they were all made of wood. At the very edge was a bucket of prepared white chalk paste for coating the weapons. Zachariah's gaze swept over the 18 weapons and finally chose a wooden willow leaf saber. After coating it with chalk, Zachariah returned to the center of the platform. With the sound of a gong, both rushed toward each other. Zwa Arlo was faster, quickly crossing the center of the platform and swinging his twin swords at Zachariah. He's already using that move. Looks like Lord Arlo is determined to finish this quickly and not waste any time with him. Yeah, with those consecutive sword strikes, even our strongest iron ox can't withstand it. Strength is one thing, but Lord Arlo's speed is lightning fast. I lost to that very move before. There's no way to dodge it. The crowd below chattered endlessly, and within moments, Zwa Arlo had delivered several strikes. However, the expected clashing sounds did not occur. Each time Zwa Arlo's twin swords swung towards Zachariah, they only struck his afterimage. Whoosh! A powerful overhead chop came swiftly, and Zwa Arlo had to hurriedly block with his twin swords. Clang! The immense force from Zachariah's saber shook Zwa Arlo's wrists slightly. Excellent speed. Incredible strength. Taking advantage of the momentum, Zwa Arlo leaped back, unable to help but praise Zachariah. Artifact Spirit Arlo looked at the host sideways. Compatibility, +1. This simple praise set off a stir among the crowd. No, am I seeing things? That kid actually blocked Lord Arlo's twin sword strikes. Not just blocking. Lord Arlo didn't hit him at all. From Lord Arlo's expression, it seems that strike was pretty powerful. What are you talking about? Lord Arlo just let him have it because he's young. Just watch. On the platform, facing Zwa Arlo's praise, Zachariah smiled faintly. Lord Arlo, come again. With the agility provided by martial art stealth, he had never seen anyone move as nimbly as himself. Zwa Arlo nodded. Kid, you're much stronger than I imagined. I should treat you as my equal. With that, he casually threw one of the wooden swords behind him, embedding it precisely into the weapon rack. Artifact Spirit Arlo showed a hint of respect towards the host. Compatibility, +3. Then, Zwa Arlo gripped the remaining wooden sword tightly with both hands. Come again. He lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Zachariah's movements were agile, continuously circling around him. Despite his swift footwork, even when Zwa Arlo couldn't predict Zachariah's next move, he could catch up quickly. Both displayed remarkable swordsmanship, exchanging dozens of blows in a split second. The crowd below watched in astonishment, dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Lord Arlo discarded one of his swords? Isn't he reducing his own advantage? You don't understand. Lord Arlo is showing respect to his opponent. He doesn't want to take advantage in weaponry. Do you think this kid can win against Lord Arlo? Who knows? But I think just by earning Lord Arlo's respect, he should be able to join the Royal Guard steadily. On the platform, at this moment, Zachariah and Zwa Arlo were locked in a stalemate. Both of them had 7 or 8 streaks of white chalk on their bodies. At this moment, their attacks remained sharp while being extremely cautious. Everyone knew that even a slight lapse in attention could lead to defeat. Zachariah's expression was solemn, but he felt a bit delighted inside. Artifact Spirit Arlo was astonished by the host's inexplicable moves. Compatibility, +1. Artifact Spirit Arlo despised the host's low blows, deeming it dishonorable. Compatibility, -8. Artifact Spirit Arlo admired the host's willingness to exchange injuries and believed the host to be a lunatic. Compatibility, +10. Every time Zachariah made a brilliant move, he would receive recognition from Arlo, causing him to constantly think about how to maximize his compatibility points during the fight. However, ultimately experience prevailed, and Arlo deliberately exposed a weakness, leaving 2 more streaks of white chalk on Zachariah's body. At this moment, Zachariah's face was grim as numerous thoughts raced through his mind. No, if he gets another streak of white chalk, the trial will fail. It seems I can no longer hold back. With this thought, Zachariah abandoned his previous tactics of dodging and guerrilla warfare. He began to confront Arlo head-on. 2 wooden swords flew left and right in their hands, resembling 2 golden dragons fighting each other. Bang! Suddenly, Zachariah slashed horizontally with tremendous force. A gust of wind erupted between them, and people near the platform were blown so hard they couldn't open their eyes. In the next moment, Zachariah vanished from Arlo's sight instantly. Backstab. Zachariah appeared behind Arlo without warning. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several slashes, each aimed directly at Arlo's vital points. In an instant, everyone held their breath. Thud. Chapter 63. I defeated. The rapid slash of the blade brought about a fierce sound piercing through the air. After an intense battle, Zachariah and Amerigo landed one after another, and instantly, silence fell over the entire arena. Both Zachariah and Amerigo had gained additional white marks on their bodies. Zachariah's performance was truly breathtaking, surpassing everyone's expectations. As a result, the majority of people were still in a state of shock. The soldiers stationed on both sides of the arena, upon reacting, immediately went forward to check the white ashes on both of them. Zachariah was hit 10 times. Lord Maiden was hit 8 times. Zachariah failed the challenge. Next challenger. Halfway through the soldier's statement, it seemed like everyone was given a soothing pill, and the previously dead silent scene erupted with excitement once again. As I said, although this kid is good, how can he possibly be a match for Lord Maiden? You scare me to death. I almost thought I'd have to wash my hair upside down. Not to mention, even so, this kid is indeed impressive, but that's as far as it goes. They all hoped someone could defeat Amerigo, but if anyone around them really did, jealousy would arise in their hearts. Who would have thought that Amerigo stopped the 2 who were about to announce the results? In an instant, all eyes turned silent. People were puzzled as to why he stopped them. In the next moment, he looked at Zachariah with burning eyes. Spirit Maiden developed an admiration for the host. Compatibility, +1. Spirit Maiden found the host more appealing. Compatibility, +1. Spirit Maiden believed the host was a natural-born blade master. Compatibility, +1. Under the direct gaze, Zachariah felt uneasy inside. That burning gaze seemed to pierce through his clothes, looking straight into his soul. Even hearing a series of system prompts, Zachariah still struggled to adapt. Lord Maiden, can you please stop staring at me? I don't prefer such things. The disrespectful words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone knew that disrespecting a superior in the military would lead to punishment. Some began to look at Zachariah with pity. However, to everyone's surprise, Amerigo just froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Don't worry, I like women. Just as people found Amerigo's behavior strange, he signaled for everyone to quiet down. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something important to tell you. I am defeated. These simple 3 words were like thunder out of a clear sky. More and more questions arose among the crowd. Amerigo gestured for silence again. I know you're confused, but I truly did lose. Then, he turned around, slightly lowered his head, and pointed lightly at the back of his neck with his index finger. A thin white line on his bronze skin was glaringly obvious. Gentlemen, if that had been a real fight, I would already be dead. At this point, murmurs began in the crowd, and different opinions emerged. But, Lord Maiden, this was a trial, not a real fight. Yeah, that kid's chest also has your slash. And his thigh too. If it were a real fight, wouldn't he bleed to death? Amerigo remained calm until everyone expressed their doubts. Then he smiled faintly. We set up this arena to select my personal guards. You know that being my guard is riskier than being an ordinary soldier, because we often face ferocious monsters far more vicious than humans. Facing those beasts, they won't adhere to any rules like defeating the enemy within a certain number of moves. Speechless for a moment, people still wanted to argue, but Amerigo stopped them. Also, who told you that each white mark represents just one move? Looking at each other in confusion, they asked, Lord Maiden, what do you mean by that? Amerigo looked meaningfully at Zachariah. This is 3 slashes. I didn't even know how he managed to appear behind me silently every time, delivering a sudden slash. Moreover, each slash hit the exact same spot. Even if I reacted quickly, I couldn't withstand his repeated sneak attacks. Spirit Maiden was curious about the host's mysterious backstab. Compatibility, +1. Spirit Maiden was intrigued by the host's breath-holding technique breath concealment. Compatibility, +1. Zachariah shrugged without offering any explanation. After all, backstab and breath concealment were combat skills Zachariah traded his life for. As for hitting the neck accurately, if you had a teacher like Abdur who drilled the basics into you, you could do it too. Countless eyes scrutinized Zachariah, and from these gazes, he felt complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, skepticism, and admiration. Amerigo stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the center of the platform and smiled. Zachariah, congratulations, you're now a member of my personal guard. Zachariah nodded, without much joy on his face. The arena competition continued as Amerigo kept selecting more guards from the crowd. Meanwhile, Zachariah stood to the side lost in thought. Since I've already succeeded in the challenge, why am I still in this trial? Could it be that I need to max out the compatibility? Zachariah made a hypothesis, but quickly refuted it. It's impossible. If so, wouldn't we be able to brush up compatibility outside? Why go through all this trouble? Zachariah frowned deeply. Could it be that this arena competition isn't Spirit Vessel trial? Zachariah's gaze turned sharp, instinctively looking at the spirited Amerigo who was sparring with soldiers. If that's the case, then what is the real trial? Zachariah was anxious, as this concerned whether he could return to reality soon. He couldn't afford to waste too much time in this trial. However, unexpectedly, he spent 3 days in the camp with these questions, until a sturdy man came to the barracks looking for him and brought him to the main tent of the army. Zachariah faintly realized that the true trial might be approaching. In the main tent, on the main seat sat a kindly-looking mage. He wore a cross around his neck and held a book of spells. The main officers of the Judgment Army, including Amerigo, were seated beside him, chatting merrily. 30 of Amerigo's personal guards, including Zachariah, stood on one side, waiting quietly. I hope you can help with this matter of heterodoxy in the Red Lotus sect. The National Master Bronson is too modest. You pray for blessings and avoid misfortunes for the court. Helping with such small matters should be our responsibility. But who do we need to catch? National Master Bronson sighed and took out a portrait from his robe, handing it over for everyone to pass around. Everyone opened the portrait and their faces became somewhat uneasy. It's actually Bishop Andersonsu. National Master Bronson nodded. I feel ashamed. The Red Lotus sect has 3 bishops under me. I thought they were all devoted servants of God. Who would have thought one would turn into a heretic? At this moment, a general stood up to console National Master Bronson. There will always be people who don't recognize God's teachings and walk down the wrong path. That's the significance of our existence in the Judgment Army. National Master Bronson nodded and asked, who among you generals will lead the troops this time to cleanse the heresy? You should know that Andersonsu has fled to Pingnan Town, 500 miles away. Based on my estimate, he might have gained power from an evil deity. There, you may face a town full of demon beasts. Don't be careless. Upon hearing this, the officers laughed aloud. National Master, rest assured, tomorrow Amerigo will set off with his 30 personal guards. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory response. Is this the same Amerigo known as the first person in the Judgment Army? The officers didn't confirm or deny, but Amerigo had already respectfully stood up. National Master, you flatter me. Bronson slowly stood up, walked towards Amerigo, and grasped his hands genuinely. Lord Maiden, for the safety of the people, I entrust this to you. I will personally come to send you off before you depart. Amerigo felt honored. This subordinate thanks you. I assure you, National Master, I won't disappoint. Bronson smiled gently. God will be with you. All this courtesy fell into Zachariah's eyes, especially the interaction between National Master Bronson and Amerigo, making Zachariah frown. Why did Spirit Vessel always lose control when facing the monster Danny? He began to have some bold guesses. Chapter 64. Target, Pingshan Town. The next morning, in front of the Judgment Army's camp, Zachariah and 30 personal guards stood here. They were leading tall horses, wearing shiny armor, and each of them had a willow leaf saber hanging from their waist. Their combativeness far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. Even Zachariah himself was somewhat impressed. The armor and weapons of the guards were indeed much better than those of common soldiers. He looked pretty cool in it. Left Trent, fully armed, stood at the camp gate, occasionally gazing into the distance with a slightly anxious look on his face. Sir Trent, why hasn't the National Preceptor come yet? It's already half an hour later than the agreed time. A square-faced guard approached Left Trent and asked. Left Trent patted him on the shoulder. The National Preceptor has many affairs to handle. Maybe something has delayed him. The guard pursed his lips. Sir Trent, I think they just don't take us seriously. Before he finished, the rest of his words were silenced by Left Trent's angry gaze. No nonsense. The National Preceptor has been working hard for the court. Delays are quite normal. Get back in line now. The guard returned to the ranks, though not without some grievance, but didn't say anything more. Zachariah watched this scene unfold, frowning deeply. That's odd. Trent seems to respect this so-called National Preceptor a lot. Then why did he later hate the Danny so much? Hey, you're Zachariah, right? While lost in thought, a deep voice beside him addressed him quietly. Zachariah turned around to see a young man nearly 2.5 meters tall, standing next to him. His dark skin gave off the impression of having a bear as a companion. Zachariah nodded. With twinkling eyes, a bright smile soon appeared on his face. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anakin. Zachariah knew about him. 3 days ago, both of them passed the test on the platform and joined the guards. Anakin was the only other new recruit. However, unlike Zachariah's agility and adaptability, this guy relied purely on his tough skin. Once he got the chance on the platform, he grabbed onto Left Trent's leg with all his might, even when kicked several times. Eventually, Left Trent stopped for fear of injuring him. This kid took advantage and managed to get 10 hits on Left Trent. It shocked everyone present. Seemed like joining the guards could also be achieved through such cunning tactics. Left Trent was generous enough to laugh it off and accepted him. Since then, a new rule was added to the platform trial: no cheating. Zachariah, you were amazing that day. Zachariah smiled faintly. You did great too. Anakin scratched his head awkwardly. Me? Not really. Quite resistant to beating. Zachariah teased. For a moment, Anakin's dark face blushed slightly. Hee, sorry to embarrass you. He paused, then asked. Zachariah, why did you join the guard team? Is it also because you admire Left Trent? So, must one join the guard team because they admire him? Anakin shook his head. Not necessarily. But who in the whole camp doesn't take pride in joining the guards? You too? Zachariah asked curiously. Iron Ox's eyes suddenly became intense. Yes. Sir Trent is loyal and righteous. And incredibly powerful. By my age, he had already led teams to slay beasts all over. My greatest wish in life is to become someone like Sir Trent. Zachariah nodded and muttered under his breath. So, Trent is quite self-centered. Running a trial isn't enough. He also needs fanatical admirers. If I hadn't known it was a trial, I might have taken it all seriously. Just as the two were talking quietly, a group approached from afar, moving swiftly. Suddenly, horns sounded throughout the camp, and everyone wore solemn expressions. At the front of the procession, young boys and Teresis walked ahead, sprinkling holy water and petals. Big men played musical instruments, filling the air with sacred melodies. On an elegant sedan chair, a golden lotus was placed, upon which Preceptor Hiroshi sat, radiating an aura of compassion and salvation. The National Preceptor's entourage soon arrived before the Judgment Army. The young boys and Teresis didn't stop walking. They strolled lightly with pure smiles, tossing holy water and petals around Left Trent and the 30 guards. As the holy water and petals touched Zachariah, an unprecedented sense of comfort came over him. More and more holy water and petals were thrown towards Zachariah, and he gradually felt as if his body was being embraced by a warmth never felt before. Just as he was about to lose himself in this warmth, a cool sensation arose from within him. Purify Heart had taken effect once again. Zachariah's mind instantly became clear. He acutely realized the holy water and petals, combined with the peculiar steps of these young boys and Teresis, formed a moving illusion array, and he nearly fell for it. Zachariah didn't rush to react. Instead, he squinted his eyes and observed the surroundings. He wanted to see what the National Preceptor was up to. Zachariah noticed that apart from him, the other personal guards and Left Trent were all immersed in a state of relaxation, as if receiving some kind of blessing. The surrounding soldiers looked envious, as if it was an unparalleled and rare opportunity. Soon, the young boys and Teresis stopped walking and stood opposite Left Trent's group. Hiroshi's voice slowly sounded. You generals have served the court by eliminating heresies. I have nothing to repay you with, but can only pray to the Heavenly Father to send down holy water to relieve your disasters. Hiroshi's voice seemed to carry a divine quality, evoking reverence from the listeners. But to Zachariah's ears, it was full of seductive fluctuations. The crowd gradually opened their eyes, and Left Trent stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and thanking with a salute. Left here, thanks to the grace of the National Preceptor. With no choice, Zachariah mimicked the other guards, stepping forward to kneel on one knee and bowing to Hiroshi in thanks. For a moment, the entire camp erupted in waves of gratitude. Zachariah frowned, filled with doubts. It was understandable for others, but why was Left Trent being influenced by the illusion array and the seductive voice? He clearly remembered how decisively Left Trent had killed the Danny before. Logically, he shouldn't be fooled. Was there another reason? Hiroshi's sacred voice sounded again. To ensure you all return safely, I have requested ambrosia from the Heavenly Father, not for anything else, but to give you all the wisdom to discern between humans and demons, and strength to slay all evils. After speaking, the young boys and Teresis shook the red cloths in their hands, and military canteens filled with ambrosia appeared. They moved with light, lively steps, handing the canteens to Left Trent and the 30 guards. Soldiers, I assure you that the Heavenly Father is with you. You shall ascend to the divine kingdom soon. May you triumph and return victorious. Then, the National Preceptor's entourage swiftly made way. Left Trent mounted his horse. Everyone, I, Left here, also promise you. With a clang, he drew his long sword, pointing it to the sky in a vow. If I take you 30 out, I will bring you all back whole and safe. I will not abandon any brother. Left Trent's words acted like a lit fuse. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Judgment Army reached its peak. Even Zachariah, who had always viewed this as a test, couldn't help but be affected by the atmosphere. He even began to suspect that this was something that had once happened in history. The 30 guards mounted their horses. Left Trent turned his horse, sheathed his sword. Everyone, let's go. Target, Pingshan Town. Chapter 65, Night Attack. Late at night, in Victoria City, the Jasper family hotel. In a training room on the 6th floor exclusively for VIP use. A man and a woman were sparring with a long sword and twin knives, their respective auras clashing repeatedly. Fawn, too slow, your heart isn't ruthless enough. Aura isn't used like this. It's not just a tool for battle, but an extension of your will to fight. The woman was none other than Alicia. The man she was sparring with was handsome, wearing rimless glasses, and sporting an American-style slick-back haircut. His gentle eyes always revealed an undertone of melancholy. Though he appeared young, those familiar with him knew he was already a middle-aged man in his 40s. This person was none other than Alicia's mentor, Longsha Langston, the strongest captain of the Yi clan's 12-core stellar squad. Even though he was handling Alicia's attacks effortlessly, his slightly hurried breathing betrayed a hint of vulnerability. Alicia deflected Langston's long sword with her twin knives. Mentor, why don't we take a break? Langston's gaze turned cold. Don't get distracted during a fight. As he spoke, he drew a series of intricate sword moves, causing a golden dragon to emerge from the tip of his blade and rush toward Alicia. While Alicia quickly retreated, a shadowy figure appeared behind her, unleashing twin blades that shattered the golden dragon. The powerful blade force nearly caused Langston to lose his balance. Mentor. Alicia hastily retracted her blades, intending to support Langston. However, someone else arrived first. 3 figures approached from 3 different directions of the training room, like ghosts. Langston, you traitor. Today is your day to die. In an instant, they were only 2 meters away from Langston. These 3 were none other than Barkley, Avril, and Henley. Ponderous spiritual energy radiated from their bodies. 3 distinct auras unfolded instantly. The collision of auras sent the unprepared Alicia flying. Meanwhile, Langston appeared to be forcefully restrained by 3 powerful forces, unable to move an inch. Before each of the 3 attackers, their spirit weapons materialized in a blink. An alluring nurse clad in a revealing outfit, holding a large syringe, wrapped around Langston with lightning speed. Her legs pinned his head as she raised the syringe to inject it into his skull. A bare-chested man with bulging muscles and gloves on his fists rushed to Langston's left side, raising his spirit-infused fist ready to smash into his head. A general wielding a dual-bladed war axe swiftly reached Langston's right side, preparing to strike a devastating blow to his neck. Insane Nurse, Iron Fist, Giant Spirit, 3 B-rank spirit weapons gathered, with the full power of 4th stage Spirit Master level spiritual energy. The vast amount of spiritual energy made even Alicia feel suffocated from afar. Boom. A massive explosion echoed. The training room was ravaged, dust flying everywhere. A golden dragon flew out of the debris, roaring toward the sky, its dragon cry resonating throughout the entire hotel. Realizing something was amiss, the trio immediately understood. His strength hasn't declined. His spirit weapon didn't fail the refinement. We fell for it. Retreat. Langston's voice drifted out of the dust. "Wanna run?" "Huh." The golden dragon soaring overhead began to weave along the ceiling. In a moment, it transformed into countless tiny golden dragons, pouring down like rain toward the trio. 100 dragon descent. The rapid attack left them scrambling. Especially Henley and Avril. Without Barkley's timely assistance, they would have been seriously injured. Zixing. Yunyan. You two run. I'll hold them off. Brother Xingyang. Don't argue. Run. Barkley's expression was unusually serious, leaving no room for debate. Then his aura burst forth, and his spirit weapon giant spirit shone brilliantly, growing in size, shouldering the onslaught of countless golden dragons alone. Avril hesitated but was pulled away by Henley. Yunyan. Run. We're only holding Brother Xingyang back here. Langston sneered. Do you think you can escape? His figure flashed, trying to grab the two, but halfway through, he was forced back by a sudden appearance of a dual-bladed axe. Whether you can escape or not isn't up to you. Barkley engaged Langston again, fighting desperately to give the two a chance to flee. Despite Barkley's desperate struggle, the two found themselves evenly matched for a moment, and Henley and Avril finally managed to escape. With them gone, Barkley felt a weight lift off his shoulders. His eyes grew fierce. Langston, I said it. I'll make you pay today. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the air surged toward Barkley like tidal waves. At the same time, he pulled out a purple potion and drank it. Intense pain surged through his nerves. His bones and muscles cracked under the stimulation of the potion. In an instant, he advanced from rank 4, level 9, to rank 5, level 5. The spirit weapon giant spirit also unleashed unprecedented power as it was flooded with immense spiritual energy, furiously attacking the golden dragon. Langston, today you must die. Barkley's attacks became extraordinarily fierce, each move a matter of life and death. However, he gradually realized something was amiss. Despite his forced enhancement in strength, Langston remained as calm and composed as ever. How could this be? A mocking smile appeared on Langston's face. What? Do you think that by burning your essence blood and using the hallucinogenic potion, you can match me? Little Sue, why are you still as naive as you were back then? Do you really think you're giving those two fools a chance at survival? Barkley's pupils violently trembled. At this moment, they suddenly realized that everything had been a setup from the beginning. From Langston's failed refinement of his spirit weapon and severe injuries to their intense battle, it was all part of Langston's meticulously planned trap. Barkley didn't know what Langston's ultimate goal was, but he knew that now. All he could do was fight to the death. A hint of resolve flashed in Barkley's eyes. The spirit weapon giant spirit seemed to sense his intention and instantly retreated, standing behind Barkley. A similar spiritual energy began to radiate from both Barkley and giant spirit, resonating and complementing each other. A dangerous aura filled the entire training room. Alicia, hiding in the distance, immediately realized that Barkley was preparing to burn his essence blood and spiritual energy to self-detonate. She felt a surge of panic, unsure whether she should escape. Instinctively, she looked at Langston, who wore a faint smile, still appearing calm and composed. Alicia's heart instantly calmed down. Perhaps, everything was under Langston's control. Immense spiritual energy gathered within Barkley. He felt like a balloon about to burst, teetering on the edge of explosion. His face showed no trace of pain, but instead bore a satisfied smile. At least, he could cleanse the shame of the unit. Hey, little Sue, you're about to blow up, right? Chapter 66, 7th rank? Langston strolled toward Barkley with an unhurried pace, even yawning from boredom. The spiritual energy barrier guarding around Barkley was shattered effortlessly with a light flick from Langston. The giant spirit, standing behind Barkley, immediately swung its axe with all its might. Whoosh! The heavy axe came down forcefully, but there was no scene of blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Alicia looked on in shock. The giant spirit, as imposing as a small mountain, had its full force axe swing halted by Langston, who held it between two fingers. Little Sue, 8 years have passed. Your strength is still so poor. In the next instant, Langston flicked his index finger. A strange force began to spread from the axe, rising rapidly. The giant spirit, solidified from spiritual energy, turned into countless particles in the blink of an eye and dissipated into the air. Barkley instantly suffered a backlash. The spiritual energy gathered within him silently began to dissipate, and mouthfuls of fresh blood spurted out continuously. Before long, Barkley, who had just been inflated like a balloon, turned skeletal as if he were a venomous insect, emaciated to skin and bones. He lay on the broken ground, barely alive, the blood staining the ground red. You broke through to the 7th rank, long ago. Langston smiled wryly. Finally got smart once. Why did you release false information? Langston squatted down, adjusted his glasses. How else would I trick you guys into assassinating me? But why? Before he could finish his sentence, Barkley breathed his last breath. His eyes, unwilling to close, testified to the reluctance in his heart. Langston shook his head helplessly. Died just like that. How boring. Alicia approached slowly, lost in thought as she gazed at Barkley's corpse. Master, I don't understand why you let those two escape. Langston rose slowly. If I didn't, how would Demon Suppression Corps send experts to assassinate me next time? Master, why does Demon Suppression Corps want to assassinate you? Langston straightened his collar, laughing involuntarily. Why? Because I used to be part of the Demon Suppression Corps myself. Alicia looked at Langston in disbelief. Langston gave a faint smile. Unbelievable? No wonder. After I left, the Demon Suppression Corps sealed off all news. He paused for a moment, then continued. This matter is quite complicated. I'll tell you when the time comes. Alicia nodded lightly. Langston seemed to recall something and glanced at Alicia. I heard the manager of your family's precious treasure tower got beaten up? Alicia nodded again. Yeah, but I think something's odd about this incident. A few days ago, due to the manager's prolonged absence, she personally went to Precious Treasure Tower to check. After having her people break into the manager's office on the 2nd floor, she found Manager Jasper and another person locked inside, bound mouth to mouth. Both had fainted from hunger and would have likely starved to death if not for the timely discovery. What's odd about it? They said the one who handled them was my classmate Zachariah, but he's only an F-class device spirit. How could he enter Precious Treasure Tower silently? Moreover, Our shop has an anti-theft system, yet none detected Zachariah's presence. Langston did not answer Alicia's question immediately. After pondering for a moment, he cast a thoughtful look at the dual blades in Alicia's hands. Why is it impossible? Don't forget, Unrivaled disappeared from your store. And wasn't someone also sneaking into your villa on the same night? It was as if Alicia had her mind enlightened. She looked at Langston in surprise. Master, are you saying it's possible Zachariah broke into my home? But he's only an F-class device spirit. She wasn't without suspicion of Zachariah before, but every time she thought about his F-class device spirit status, it felt ridiculous. Langston shrugged. I didn't say it's definitely him, but everyone has their secrets, right? If it were me, any unstable factor, no matter how slight, I would nip it in the bud. Alicia remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, her family had already obtained Unrivaled. Zachariah probably knew that Precious Treasure Tower was related to her. Put differently, they were now enemies, just not openly confronted yet. Since they were enemies, why keep this unstable element? With this thought, she seemed to have made a decision. Master, I see. Tomorrow morning, I will report this to the patrol bureau. Langston smiled somewhat pleased. At least this student was somewhat like him. He patted Alicia on the shoulder. Remember, it's better for me to wrong the world. Then, he took out a pile of precious materials from his storage ring and handed them to Alicia. Since Greenfoot's quality has decreased, you should quickly refine it back up. A B-class device spirit does not match my student's status. Alicia thanked Langston and then pointed at Barkley's body. Minter, how should we handle his body? Langston smiled. Isn't your city Lord Amaze fond of neutrality? The member of the White Tiger camp of the Monster Suppression Corps, Barkley, intended to assassinate the captain of the Yi family mercenary corps squad, Langston. I want to see how he can remain neutral. In the ruins outside colorful Cloud City. At this moment, Zachariah was still undergoing the trial of Trent. RSD Long Ridge, less than 100 meters away from Pingnan Town. Soon, they arrived in front of a dilapidated temple. It was already late in the day. Days of traveling had taken their toll on even these excellent soldiers. Emil, Memphis who, go check this old temple. If there's nothing wrong, we will rest here tonight. Two burly men immediately dismounted and strode into the temple to inspect it. Shortly after, sounds of smashing and a female voice came from inside the temple. Let me go, let me go. Zachariah and Anakin frowned, while the others seemed accustomed to such disturbances and showed little emotion. A moment later, Emil and Memphis who dragged out a scruffy-looking Teresa. The Teresa tried to resist, but was no match for the two strong men. Lord Trent, we found this Teresa behind the statue in the temple. Upon hearing this, Trent sized up the Teresa for a while. Although she was dirty-faced, her attractive features were still visible. Underneath her tattered clothes, her pale skin was particularly alluring. What were you doing hiding inside? The Teresa scowled and shouted. This is my home. What else would I be doing here? Zachariah immediately understood. This was clearly a homeless little beggar who had nowhere else to go and so lived in the abandoned temple. Trent frowned slightly but did not get angry. If this is your home, why did you hide behind the statue? Chapter 67, The Strange Girl. The Teresa was amused by Ewan's question and pointed to her nose, shouting, What am I doing? You 31 people were riding fine horses heading this way. As a Teresa, do you think I would hide behind the deity statue for nothing? Hearing this, Ewan cupped his hands and said, Miss, I have disturbed you tonight. I hope you can be lenient. As he spoke, he fumbled out a few pieces of silver and handed them to the Teresa. A bit of loose silver, as an apology on behalf of my brothers. Night had fallen, and the campfire flickered restlessly. Ewan and his men sat in small groups around the fire, roasting their dry rations which they carried with them. Anakin looked around cautiously, seeing no one watching him. He sneaked up to Ewan and quietly passed him something. Ewan paused for a moment before gently patting Anakin on the shoulder and smiled. Then a hint of embarrassment appeared on Anakin's face too. Anakin did not return to his spot, but approached Zachariah instead. Hey, Zachariah, this is for you. In the dim light of the fire, Zachariah finally saw that he was holding a piece of beef jerky about the thickness of a finger. Seeing Zachariah didn't take it, he became a little anxious. Take it quickly. I only have a little. If someone sees it, how embarrassing it would be. Zachariah smiled, accepted the jerky, hid it in his palm, and started chewing it silently. The faint saltiness mixed with the fragrance of the jerky erupted into a taste of sunshine and breeze in his mouth. Anakin wore a silly smile. Hey, Anakin, you only have a little bit, and you still share with me? Anakin sneakily bit a small piece of the jerky. My mother said good things should be shared with good friends. Unable to hold back, Zachariah laughed. Is Master Trent also your good friend? Anakin shook his head. He isn't. He is the person I admire most. And what I gave him was the largest piece. At this moment, Zachariah vaguely felt like someone was watching him. Looking up, he saw the Teresa staring at him eagerly from the corner. Realizing Zachariah's gaze, the Teresa immediately turned away, but her constantly moving throat revealed her hunger. After a moment's thought, Zachariah got up and walked over to the Teresa. Splitting the jerky in his hand in two, he handed one half to her. Upon receiving it, a look of joy flashed across her eyes. Thank you, you're a good person. Zachariah couldn't help feeling frustrated, rarely having done a good deed, yet received a good guy card. Where could he find justice? Yet, looking at the contented expression on the Teresa's face, he couldn't help but smile. Instrument Spirit number 13 found the host's behavior unusual. Why be so kind to a stranger? The sudden notification made Zachariah pause, but he dismissed it. The moon hung high, its pure light something Zachariah hadn't seen in a long time. In colorful Cloud City, the moon was often hidden by thick fog, visible only as a blurry orb through the mist. Snoring sounds echoed from the dilapidated temple, carried away by the night wind. A barely audible set of footsteps caught Zachariah's attention. Frowning, he saw the Teresa approaching him. She signaled him to be quiet, then swiftly came to his side. Come with me. Without waiting for his agreement, she pulled Zachariah away, her delicate hand enveloping his fingers, sending a strange warmth from his fingertips to his heart. Her long hair swayed in the wind, and her dark, gem-like eyes were inviting even in the darkness. Instrument Spirit number 13 sensed a change in Zachariah's emotions, intrigued by how the host would deal with women. Not because of uncontrollable emotion, Zachariah was momentarily lost in thought. Rather, it was strange, a beggar Teresa, why would her palms feel so delicate and boneless? Most children from humble origins had tougher hands from labor, harder than those of their peers. Before long, the Teresa led Zachariah into a nearby forest. Surprisingly, during the whole process, the guards assigned to watch didn't react at all. Even more surprisingly, there was already a well-prepared horse waiting in the woods. The Teresa nimbly climbed a tree and took out a bamboo whistle. Blowing it lightly, an owl's cry echoed through the sky. Shortly after, another owl's call responded from a distance. The owl calls grew faster and closer together, indicating something urgent was happening. Zachariah frowned slightly, instantly leapt onto the tree, and grabbed the slender neck of the Teresa. Speak. What are you doing? A murderous aura spread between them. Pale-faced from the sudden change, the Teresa relaxed upon recognizing Zachariah. I thought you were different, but it turns out you're no different from those dog officials. Zachariah's gaze turned fierce. What do you mean? You guys are so-called judgment army when spoken nicely, and if spoken unkindly, nothing but lackeys of the Red Lotus sect. Besides clearing out those who refuse to believe in Bronson, what else can you do? The Teresa was very calm, as if she had long put life and death out of her mind. Such behavior instead made Zachariah curious. Based on his brief understanding of the judgment army, they only did two things. First, to clear away rampaging demon beasts in various places. Second, to eliminate organizations that were deceived by evil gods. Why did the judgment army seem like executioner's blades in her eyes? Zachariah loosened his grip on the Teresa's neck. I don't understand what you mean. The Teresa chuckled, seemingly not caring at all about Zachariah, choking her just now. Of course you wouldn't know. Looking at you, you're at most 2 years older than me. Joining the judgment army at such a young age, you must be a clueless rookie. At least you didn't die in vain after I saved you. At this moment, footsteps like waves came from afar, getting closer. Zachariah looked toward the dilapidated temple. About 40 or 50 demon beasts were charging toward it. A trumpet blast echoed through the temple, and in an instant, Yuan emerged with his men. But it was too late. They were already surrounded by these demon beasts. Everyone's faces were grim, but Zachariah's was even graver. For no other reason, Zachariah was very worried that Yuan might die at the hands of these demon beasts. If that were the case, could his trial continue? Zachariah's eyes swept over the crowd of demon beasts, and soon, his heart calmed down. These demon beasts were no stronger than third rank. He believed that Yuan could easily handle them with his strength. But soon, Zachariah fell into deep thought again. What exactly was Yuan's trial? His gaze inadvertently returned to the Teresa. Maybe I can find some clues from her. In the distance, the demon beasts confronted Yuan and his men. In the next moment, they launched an attack on Yuan. The melee erupted instantly. A victorious smile appeared on the Teresa's face. Lackeys, you're doomed. Then she leaped off the tree, landing directly on the horse's back, and called up to Zachariah. Zachariah, aren't you curious why? Come, I'll take you to Pingnan Town. There, you'll find your answer. Chapter 68 The Vajra Dharma Master. Inside a prison in Pingshan Town, Zachariah followed behind an elderly man with white hair. Beside him was the female beggar from before. Behind him were also 5 or 6 other men and women. Soon, they arrived at a heavily guarded cell. Inside the cell, a middle-aged man dressed in the Red Lotus sect's robes had his limbs bound tightly by thick iron chains. He cast a listless glance at the visitors, his eyes fixed on the old man with white hair. Sullivan, the Heavenly Father will punish you. And you too, Ashley. I never thought you would betray the Heavenly Father as well. The man locked in chains was none other than Goran, the Red Lotus sect's chief priest in Pingshan Town. And the elderly man leading Zachariah into the prison was Sullivan Fashi, one of the former major abbots of the Red Lotus sect. The female beggar was also significant. She was the sacred maiden of the Pingshan Town Red Lotus sect. As for the others, they were Sullivan's and Ashley's guards. Goran's resentment stemmed from Ashley allying with Sullivan to control him, and then using various means to make all the residents of Pingshan Town stop believing in the Red Lotus sect. Sullivan looked at Zachariah. Little brother Jiang, surely Poor Hang must have given you the so-called Jade Dew liquor? Zachariah nodded. I wonder if you could hand it over to me. I'll show you why we need to resist Poor Hang. Just last night, after Zachariah and Ashley rode a horse together to Pingshan Town and had a brief conversation, Zachariah understood why Ashley wanted him to come here. For no other reason but that they were desperately short of top-tier combat strength. As someone who came from the trial army and served as Watrent's personal guard, Zachariah was the best choice. And because he was still young, he wouldn't be entirely indoctrinated by the Red Lotus sect. According to Sullivan, Zachariah had a great potential for transformation. Without hesitation, Zachariah took out the Jade Dew liquor given by Poor Hang and handed it to Sullivan. Frankly, he had always been curious about what this thing was actually used for. But Watrent had always required them to use it only after entering Pingshan Town. Sullivan smiled slightly. Thank you, little brother Jiang. While speaking, he gave a signal with his eyes, and a robust man standing nearby took the Jade Dew liquor and opened the cell door. Roughly grabbing Goran's mouth, he poured the Jade Dew liquor into him. Then, he hastily fled the cell, his eyes full of dread, seemingly fearing something. Before long, Goran's previously weak body began to bulge with veins. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot red. Angrier than ever, he became even more frenzied. The murderous gaze he directed through the bars could send chills down anyone's spine. Then, Sullivan smiled at Ashley. Miss Liu, sprinkle some medicine now. Otherwise, we won't be able to control him soon. Ashley complied and untied her water pouch from her waist, opening the cap. A pungent smell rushed out. Without hesitation, she sprinkled the viscous green liquid onto Goran. In the next moment, the redness in Goran's eyes faded. He passed out, appearing weak. Zachariah frowned, watching everything with many questions in his mind. Seeing his confusion, Sullivan explained. Do you know the difference between those who believe in the Red Lotus sect and those who don't? Zachariah shook his head. Is there a difference? Sullivan nodded slightly. Believers in the Red Lotus sect follow Poor Hang's guidance and recite scriptures daily to the Heavenly Father. Over time, they exude an aura of fervor born from piety. Those who find themselves and no longer believe in the Red Lotus sect gradually lose this aura. Every year, A few people realize that believing in religion is not better than believing in themselves, so they leave the Red Lotus sect. To prevent this situation from spreading, these people must be eliminated in their infancy. Thus, the trial army was created. Zachariah's doubts grew stronger. I thought the trial army was supposed to deal with heretics and monsters. So, based on what you're saying, they don't spare civilians either. But I haven't heard of the trial army harming civilians during my journey. Sullivan smiled deeply, not continuing further. Ashley rolled her eyes at Zachariah. How can you be so dense? Zachariah looked at Ashley with doubt, but didn't get angry. Device Spirit number 13 saw the playful Teresa and couldn't help thinking of some past events, feeling somewhat gloomy. Otherwise, what do you think poor Hang is giving you this so-called jade do liquor for? Ashley's offhand remark, coupled with the fact that the trial army has never been rumored to kill civilians, instantly enlightened Zachariah. This jade do liquor not only enhances the user's combat power, but it also makes the users regard civilians lacking the aura of faith as monsters. To verify his guess, Zachariah asked for the jade do liquor back. He drank several mouthfuls fiercely under everyone's astonished gaze. Don't drink it. But they were too slow. Immediately, all eyes turned to Ashley. Quickly, splash him with the mind-clearing water. Ashley wore a more pitiful expression than crying. Well, it's all gone after I used it just now. The rest is at the church. Sullivan's face changed abruptly. He ran out without looking back. What are you all standing there for? Run. Who can fight off the trial army member who took that stuff? As he spoke, Sullivan had already run over 10 meters, his nimble steps hardly resembling those of an elderly man with gray hair. Seeing this, everyone fled for their lives as if Zachariah had turned into a ruthless killer. Outside the prison, after quickly locking the cell door, Sullivan and the others panted heavily, leaning against the door for a brief rest. Girl, where did you find this crazy kid? Why did he drink that stuff without saying anything? That's true. This prison won't last long before he tears it apart. Yes, ordinary people drinking it can significantly boost their combat power, not to mention being one of Trent's personal guards. Stop talking nonsense. Master Sullivan, let's hurry back for the mind-clearing water. Otherwise, if this guy breaks out of the prison, all 1,432 residents of Pingshan Town will be in danger. Sullivan nodded and, holding his old waist, replied helplessly. Old Aristide, you'll have to carry me a bit. Running too fast strained my back. Once everyone was ready, they prepared to leave the prison. Ashley suddenly stopped. Something's not right. Everyone looked puzzled. What's not right? Let's go? Or we'll end up here. Ashley remained still. Don't you notice that since he drank that stuff, there's been no noise from inside the prison? Hearing this, everyone fell silent simultaneously, straining to listen to the sounds inside the prison. Silence prevailed, only interrupted by a faint breeze. It does seem quiet inside. What happened? Did that kid die after drinking? That's strange. How is this different from the trial army members who drank the jade do liquor before? Everyone looked at Sullivan, hoping for an answer from their former Red Lotus sect senior. Sullivan frowned. You're looking at me for nothing. I don't know what happened either. They stared at each other, momentarily at a loss. Finally, Ashley spoke. How about we go back inside and check? Chapter 69 Truth. Under Ashley's insistence, everyone reluctantly followed her as they cautiously walked deeper into the dungeon once more. However, they all instinctively hid behind Ashley. Ashley was annoyed in her heart but felt helpless. After all, it was her idea. Soon, they returned to the inside of the dungeon again. Goran was curled up in the corner of the cell, his eyes constantly darting around Zachariah's body suspiciously. Zachariah kept his eyes closed the whole time, occasionally sipping on the jade dew and nectar, as if sensing something. Am I seeing things? Or is that kid drinking the jade dew and nectar like water? He seems to have no reaction at all. Isn't this stuff fake? But that can't be right. Didn't we just see Goran react so strongly just now? They looked at each other, finally focusing their gazes on Ashley. Would you go check? Meanwhile, Zachariah remained engrossed in pouring himself another serving of the liquid. It wasn't that Zachariah was a heavy drinker. He was simply embroiled in an absurd predicament. Smooth on entry, hitting the throat in a line. In terms of taste alone, this was absolutely top-tier alcohol. But Zachariah quickly realized its peculiarity. After drinking it, the spiritual power within Zachariah began to boil like boiling water, and his combat spirit started surging rapidly. However, such a state didn't last long before being neutralized by two forces within him. Clear heart, resolved the crisis of his near loss of control. Gradual healing, allowed his boiling spiritual power to gradually settle down. With no choice, Zachariah could only keep increasing his dosage. Fortunately, through the process of continually increasing the dose, Zachariah confirmed one thing. Just as he had guessed, not only would the person who drank this jade dew and nectar experience a surge in strength. Moreover, in their eyes, those who did not believe in the Red Lotus sect would turn into various monstrous creatures. No wonder Bronson always emphasizes that the heretics have gained the power of an evil deity. Zachariah finished the last sip of jade dew and nectar, not because he wanted to continue experimenting. Rather, he simply thought that since it tasted good, it shouldn't be wasted. The host's crazy behavior of continuously poisoning himself has drawn attention from the spirit artifacts. They're starting to develop a bit of interest in the host. Artifact Spirit number 13 feels puzzled by the host's self-destructive behavior, unable to understand the host's way of thinking. Artifact Spirit number 17 finds the host very much to his liking. He loves playing with these peculiar gadgets. The system's sudden notification made Zachariah speechless. After days of interaction, he was certain that these artifact spirits couldn't be understood with ordinary human logic. Zachariah. A low voice came from the corner, and Zachariah turned to look. Zane and the others were carefully hiding behind Ashley, their bodies always ready to flee. Their faces were filled with caution. At a glance, Zachariah saw through everyone's cautious thoughts. An urge for mischief arose in his heart. Wow! Zachariah suddenly roared, causing Zane and the others to scramble out in panic. My God! I told you not to come in. You insisted on coming in. Run faster, don't waste time talking. We're going to die. Everyone's faces were pale, blaming each other. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter echoed through the dungeon. Those who had barely fled turned back instinctively and saw Zachariah standing there laughing uncontrollably. Zachariah, are you okay? Ashley asked suspiciously. Zachariah shrugged. Shouldn't I be fine? Everyone's gaze continued to appraise Zachariah, full of admiration. Master Zane stepped forward, pinching Zachariah's shoulders and touching his arms, looking astonished. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. There's actually someone who can drink that stuff and not fall for it. After sighing for a while, Master Zane seemed to think of something and looked at Zachariah seriously. Zachariah, I have something for you. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed book from his robe. Do you know why I could detect the followers of the Red Lotus sect emitting a different aura? This question Zachariah had pondered over, but he hadn't found a satisfactory answer. Now, it must have something to do with this book. I used to be like most people, having strong faith in Heavenly Father and Bronson. Until I became curious about what changes would occur when people stopped believing in him and started believing in themselves. I kept thinking until one day, many things suddenly popped up in my mind. I couldn't understand it, as if someone had forcibly implanted them into my brain. Afraid of forgetting, I hurriedly wrote them down. These years, I've reviewed it countless times, gradually grasping a truth. Instead of believing in a God, one should believe in oneself. As he spoke, a proud smile appeared on his face. I spent 3 years researching and finally glimpsed a bit of the truth. My eyes can see through the aura emitted by everyone. The followers of the Red Lotus sect, beneath their devout appearance, have an insecure and frenzied heart. And this is why I decided to leave the Red Lotus sect. I hope that I can lead all people to find themselves, but I am already 83 years old, too old for this task. He patted Zachariah's shoulder with heavy emotion. Zachariah, you are different and young. Perhaps you can help us escape this predicament. While speaking, Zane handed over the book to Zachariah. Congratulations, host has completed the hidden task, gaining the recognition of Master Zane. Obtaining the book, truth, current mastery level is 0%. The system's sudden prompt echoed in Zachariah's mind, making him look at the yellowed, somewhat worn book in surprise. Tiny yet neat characters filled the pages, each stroke exuding righteousness. Every line seemed to write about Master Zane's deep-seated wishes. After handing truth to Zachariah, it seemed like a great burden had been lifted from Master Zane's heart. Let's go. It's getting late. We should rest now. Calculating the time, Corey and his men will arrive at the town tomorrow. We need to rest well and figure out how to convince them in the morning. Ashley looked at Master Zane questioningly. Master Zane, won't they be unable to come? Master Zane shook his head. Ashley, I won't hold you accountable for your unauthorized actions. But do you really think that 4 or 50 ordinary demons could pose a threat to Corey and his guards? Night fell, silence descended. Zachariah sat before his desk, flipping through the newly acquired truth. So this is what it is. After reading a dozen pages, it just keeps talking about one thing. People should seek their true selves inwardly rather than seeking help externally. Believe in oneself, not in a god. In our place, even a 10-year-old child knows this. Host reviewed truth, mastering 30% of its essence, acquiring martial skill discernment. In this world, truth and falsehood coexist, but you observe with cold eyes. A new martial skill. Before Zachariah could delve into it, a clamor suddenly erupted outside the door. Run fast. The Imperial lackeys are attacking under the cover of night. Chapter 70. The Trial Army Strikes. The cries and shouts outside the inn echoed throughout the entire town, and without hesitation, Zachariah rushed out of the inn. However, what greeted his eyes was a scene reminiscent of hell. Men, women, and children were fleeing in panic, many covered in blood. Lanterns and candlesticks overturned by accident during their escape set houses and shops of all sizes on fire. Panic was etched on everyone's face. Zachariah frowned and helped up a young Teresa who had fallen in the chaos. What's happening? The Teresa burst into tears. They've come. The Imperial forces have come. Without looking back, she fled towards the distance. Zachariah knew that direction led to the center of Pingnan Town, once the headquarters of the Red Lotus sect, now the gathering place of Daylon and others. Zachariah looked into the distance, where the flames and night enveloped fleeing civilians. At the end of the road stood a towering figure, indistinguishable as male or female, but the crimson eyes were piercingly visible in the darkness. They were charging toward him at full speed. Zachariah placed a hand on the hilt of his waist sword, his gaze sharp. Even without Hurley by his side, he could rely on his own strength to fight back. Even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat safely. Fleeing civilians passed by him, perhaps fearing the willow leaf blade at his waist. None dared to come within a meter of Zachariah. Perhaps due to the effects of the new martial skill discernment, Zachariah felt his vision was sharper than before. He could see the rapidly approaching figure clearly. Anakin. The man chasing the civilians was none other than Anakin, one of the 30 guards. Right now, he was wildly slashing with his willow leaf blade, causing a civilian to fall with each swing. Clearly, he had consumed the Jade Dew elixir given by Bronson. Zachariah frowned slightly and sprinted towards Anakin. In a swift motion, he drew his willow leaf blade from its scabbard. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Anakin was sincere and honest, often practicing with Zachariah along the journey. They had formed a deep friendship. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Zachariah didn't want to hurt him seriously. Anakin soon noticed Zachariah, but in his crimson gaze, he saw a monstrous fox demon wielding a willow leaf blade rushing towards him. A lowly monster dares to show off its skills here. He also picked up the willow leaf blade and charged at Zachariah. Infusing his spiritual energy into the blade, he grinned slightly, imagining the scene of the monster being cut down. This slash. Let's see how you dodge. I learned this move especially from Zachariah. Clang. The sound of metal clashed in the dark night, and Anakin's willow leaf blade flew away. His empty hand trembled at the tiger's mouth. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does the slash from the opposite demon look exactly like mine? Huh, Anakin? When did you learn this move from me? Anakin widened his eyes in disbelief. Zachariah? Zachariah sighed in relief. At least Anakin still retained some consciousness. It would be less troublesome explaining things. Yes, it's me. Are you king kidding me? Anakin roared and suddenly kicked Zachariah's willow leaf blade away. Then he pounced forward, delivering a flurry of punches. Zachariah was somewhat bewildered. Why? I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why do you get more riled up when you hear it's me? Anakin's punches whistled through the air, but narrowly missed Zachariah's face every time. He became angrier with each miss. "You damn beast. You ate Zachariah and imitated his voice to trick me. Don't you know he's my brother? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll change my name to yours." Zachariah immediately understood. It seems after they dealt with the monster and couldn't find me, they assumed I had been eaten by it. And there are indeed monsters that can mimic the voices of those they consume. Clearly, Anakin mistook him for one of these monsters. Thinking about this, Zachariah couldn't help but smile a little, feeling both annoyed and helpless. However, Anakin took his smile as a provocation. Damn fox demon. Now that you can only defend against me, you still dare to laugh." Next moment, Anakin's punches became even fiercer. Yet, dealing with these relentless punches was easy for Zachariah. "No, I can't waste time any longer. There must be more guards attacking Ping in town besides Anakin. I need to quickly resolve this with Anakin. Do I really have to kill him?" Zachariah hesitated, especially seeing Anakin acting as if avenging him. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Suddenly, Zachariah had a flash of inspiration. The refreshing water. That stuff seemed to be in Budong's gathering place. If he could get some for Anakin, maybe Anakin would regain his senses. With this thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Zachariah's face. His movements were swift and elusive, dodging Anakin's punch like a ghost. He leaned in close, suddenly giving him the middle finger. Then without saying anything, he turned and ran. Given Anakin's stubborn temper, he would only have eyes for Zachariah now, ignoring everyone else. You dare to mock me. Have the guts not to run." Sure enough, Anakin was enraged by Zachariah, paying no attention to the fleeing civilians along the way. His eyes were fixed on Zachariah, who was escaping into the distance. Like the other guards, although Anakin was powerful in combat, his speed left much to be desired. To prevent him from falling too far behind, Zachariah slowed down, maintaining a moderate distance as he led him on. Soon, the two arrived at a simple-looking church. At that moment, the church doors were tightly shut. There were seals on the doors, making it very difficult to break through with brute force. Even through the closed doors, Zachariah could sense dozens of spiritual energy fluctuations locking onto him. "Don't attack. Open the door quickly." Inside the church, Ashley and Daylon looked through the keyhole at the frantic Zachariah running towards them, followed closely by Anakin. They hesitated. "Lord Budong, should we open the door? It looks like Zachariah is being hunted by the Trial Army. If we let him in, we might not be able to handle the Trial Army." "Yeah, and honestly, I suspect Zachariah could be an undercover agent planted by the Trial Army among us, just waiting to trick us into opening the door so they can catch all of us." Daylon frowned deeply, lost in thought as Zachariah arrived at the door, banging on it urgently. "Why are you dawdling? Open the door quickly." Watching the rapidly approaching Anakin behind Zachariah, Budong was also torn. Not opening the door could put Zachariah in danger. Opening the door might lead to his own death along with the dozens of followers behind him. Should I open the door or not? Chapter 71, Prodigal Trinket. As he was thinking, Zachariah had already reached the church door, pounding on it heavily. And Ace was just an arm's length away from him. Listening to the urgent knocking, recalling how Zachariah remained unaffected by the Yu Lu Qiong and his past friendly attitude towards Ashley, Braun gritted his teeth. Open the door. The moment the door opened, the dozens of people inside the church gathered instantly, ready to fight to the death with the enemy. Zachariah and Ace leaped into the church interior at almost the same time. Ace scanned the area. In his eyes, he had arrived at a damp cave filled with 40 to 50 demonic beasts. "What sly demonic beasts? Leading me right to your den. But what a pity. You underestimated me. After I deal with you, I'll take care of them. Master Braun, where's the wake-up water?" While fending off Ace, Zachariah shouted loudly. Master Braun immediately understood Zachariah's plan and pointed at the altar. There. Zachariah glanced up and saw 2 large bowls placed on the altar, each covered with lids. With one leap, he landed before the altar and lifted the lids. A familiar stench hit his nose. Zachariah picked up one of the large bowls and turned around, ready to throw it. "Zachariah, be careful. There are only 2 bowls." Hearing this, Zachariah hurriedly held back, but a third of the liquid had already been splashed out. The pungent liquid splattered all over Ace's face, yet Ace continued swinging his fists towards Zachariah. Before the punch reached him, Zachariah kicked out. Pooh! Ace flew backward. The powerful force made Ace curl up on the ground, groaning for quite some time. However, the crimson red in his eyes faded. Zachariah shook his head helplessly and strode towards him. "Hey Ace, can you still stand?" Zachariah extended his hand. The familiar voice made Ace endure the pain to look up, and Zachariah's familiar face instantly appeared before his eyes. "Damn, Zachariah, did a monster kick me to death? I've even come to the underworld to be brothers with you." Zachariah rolled his eyes and pulled him up forcefully. "If you want to go to the underworld, bang your head against the wall yourself." Even though Ace was straightforward, he sensed something odd, glancing around and pinching Zachariah repeatedly. "What are you doing?" Zachariah pushed him away. Ace froze for a moment, then embraced Zachariah tightly, nearly suffocating him with his broad chest. "Zachariah, my good brother, you're not dead. You wouldn't believe it. There was a demon earlier that imitated your voice to fool me. In the end, I gave it a good thrashing, and it fled." Zachariah couldn't help rolling his eyes again. This simpleton really liked to credit himself with more than he deserved. After a brief conversation, Ace was stunned by the massive amount of information, everything far beyond his single-threaded processing capacity. Meanwhile, Zachariah learned everything that had happened after he left the Royal Guard team. In short, the Imperial teachers suddenly caught up with their convoy, intending to guide the misled citizens back onto the right path. Zwa Arlo, worried about delays leading to complications, chose to send the remaining 29 Royal Guards ahead through day and night to eliminate the heretics first. As for himself, he stayed close to protect the Imperial teacher. While they conversed, more and more civilians surged into the church. Zachariah's frown deepened. Could this be North Year's trial? Did I truly need to defeat North Year and others for Braun? If so, quickly dealing with the remaining 28 Royal Guards was a big issue. The key probably lay in this wake-up water. Just as Zachariah was contemplating, 2 massive waves of spiritual power approached. The numerous guards outside the church were struck down in an instant. Zachariah looked up and saw two familiar figures slowly walking towards them through the dark night. Emil, who would have thought these monsters would be so rampant? They even dared to build a den in Pingnan Town. Yes, Memphis who? In all these years, we've cleared out so many demons, but it's the first time seeing one set up a lair in town. It seems Braun, that heretic, has been deeply poisoned by the evil god. Don't care about that. Let's act fast. We should finish it before others arrive. Otherwise, we'll have to share the military credits. As they chatted, they dragged their blood-soaked willow leaf knives forward. Instinctively, Zachariah reached for the wake-up water. To his surprise, his hands found nothing. Brother Zhang, Brother Memphis. Don't be foolish. Don't kill randomly. I'm here to save you. Ace rushed out with a large bowl of wake-up water in his hand. Earlier, he learned from Zachariah that this greenish, foul-smelling liquid had stopped him from killing randomly, so he wanted to test it himself. Finally getting the chance, he of course charged faster than anyone else. However, besides him, everyone's heart, including Zachariah's, was in their throats. Anakin, stop. There are only 2 bowls. Anakin grinned but did not slow down at all. I know. I'll use only 2 bowls. One for each of you. As he spoke, he had already rushed out of the church. Seeing this, Zachariah was extremely anxious and hurriedly chased after him. This was crucial to whether he could complete the trial. At that moment, in Emil and Memphis whose eyes, Anakin, who no longer believed in Hiroshi, had become a big black bull carrying 2 bowls toward them. His words about saving them sounded like he was going to serve them as dishes. The two exchanged glances and immediately ran toward Anakin with their willow leaf knives drawn. Though Anakin was straightforward, his skills were not bad. Seizing the opportunity, when Memphis who exerted force and couldn't turn in time, Anakin suddenly threw the large bowl in his left hand. Clang! The long knife shattered the bowl, splashing green liquid all over Memphis who. A full can of pungent liquid covered him, its stench entering his nostrils and spreading from his skull. He felt dizzy and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Emil immediately stopped and stared intently at the remaining large bowl in Anakin's hand. Anakin grinned again, his 8 white teeth gleaming brightly in the firelight. Brother Zhang, just stand there and let me throw. The familiar voice coming from the big black bowl made Emil frown. This ox demon seems to know me. Before he could think clearly, what happened next stunned him. A fox demon suddenly appeared from nowhere and kicked the big black bull away with 1 foot. The green liquid in the black bull's hand fell steadily into the fox demon's hands. The fox demon looked aggrieved. You wasteful thing. There are only 2 bowls, and you've wasted 1. What's going on? Do demons have such a heavy taste? Even something so smelly they want to fight over? Suddenly, the fox demon's figure flickered. He vanished from Emil's sight. Not good. Years of military experience instantly raised Emil's alertness. Chapter 72. Do not return to the city. A sudden, intense sense of danger came from behind, and without turning his head, Emil slashed backward with his blade. However, he only sliced through the afterimage of the fox demon. What kind of monster is this? Why does this move feel so familiar? In the next moment, a rag soaked in thick, fetid fluid was unexpectedly wiped across his face from behind. The suffocating stench instantly made him collapse on the ground, retching continuously. Zachariah, why did you kick me just now? Lal covered his face and walked over, looking pitiful. Zachariah couldn't help but recall the scene when he had poured water on Lal earlier. A full third of the quantity, much more than what was used on Emil, yet Lal could still throw punches at him. Unlike Emil, who lost his combat ability immediately, Zachariah instinctively sniffed the rags in his hand. Indeed, it was quite smelly. This showed that Lal was not only tough, but also had high resistance. After a moment, under the wake-up service provided by Zachariah and Lyle, Emil and Memphis who sat up again. Just like Lyle, they were surprised when they saw Zachariah first. Then, under the explanation of Zachariah and Lyle, as well as the confirmation by Master Bushi, Emil and Memphis who gradually accepted everything. When they saw the burning houses around them and the civilians who didn't manage to escape, lying in pools of blood, they felt ashamed and angry at Hiroshi. Before Zachariah could speak, they voluntarily requested, Zachariah, can you give us some of that smelly stuff you have? We still have 26 brothers committing mistakes. Zachariah agreed without hesitation. This trial directly impacted whether or not he could quickly complete the Trent trial. Why would he oppose it? Moreover, Zachariah had already spent quite some time in this trial. He didn't know if the time flow in this trial was consistent with reality. If it were slower here, wasting more time might mean that by the time he got out, the campus recruitment season would be over, and he would lose the best opportunity for revenge against Alicia. As for saving the common people, Zachariah didn't care. To him, this trial was like a video game dungeon. Who would care about the life and death of NPCs? Zachariah divided the remaining green liquid in the large bowl into 4 parts. Each of the 4 received a share, and Zachariah repeatedly instructed them to use it sparingly. After all, no one knew if Left Arlo, the protector of the state preceptor, had also fallen victim to the same trick. With everything prepared, the 4 rushed off in 4 different directions, their faces filled with anxiety. Zachariah was worried about wasting too much time here, while the other 3 were concerned that if they arrived late, their comrades would kill more innocent people. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated supermarket within the ruins, since the church domain was destroyed, Abdur, who was originally tied to the crucifix, fell onto the broken floor of the supermarket. Due to the severe psychological blow from the priest, Abdur remained unconscious for 7 or 8 days before slowly opening his eyes. What he saw first was the manifested Hurley, holding a long sword made of shattered glass, silently guarding the still unconscious Zachariah. There were a few monsters lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Clearly, during his coma, Hurley had protected both Zachariah and him. He slowly crawled up, and Hurley merely glanced at him indifferently before ignoring him. However, this caused a huge shock in Abdur's heart. Even though Zachariah was still unconscious, Hurley could manifest. Apparently, it no longer needed its host's spiritual energy input. Instead, it directly absorbed spiritual energy from the outside. Furthermore, despite rushing, occasionally glancing around subconsciously, most of the time, rushing's eyes were dull and emotionless. But Abdur saw a hint of anxiety in Hurley's eyes just now. seeming to worry about any unexpected incidents targeting Zachariah. Could it be that Hurley has advanced to an A-level artifact spirit? To confirm his suspicion, he asked Hurley, tentatively, "Have you become an A-level artifact spirit now?" Hurley gave him a cold look, seemingly saying, "Asking this now, are you stupid?" In its eyes, nothing was more important than its host's safety. Nevertheless, experienced Abdur concluded that Hurley had indeed refined into an A-level artifact spirit, and one of extremely high quality and compatibility. "Damn, Zachariah, you little brat. What incredible luck have you had?" At this moment, Abdur's feelings were mixed. He had personally witnessed Zachariah's artifact spirit rise from F level to D level, then from D level to B level, and now, within just a few days, the B level artifact spirit had inexplicably ascended to A level. As a spirit artificer who had refined her artifact spirit for many years, but ultimately stopped at C level, Abdur felt envious. But as Zachariah's teacher, Abdur was genuinely happy for him. This was his student, someone who had once been looked down upon by the majority. Now, with his artifact spirit reaching A level, it meant that in the future, he would have broader horizons. In the future, he could proudly say that Zachariah had once been his student. After composing himself, Abdur said with a helpless smile, "Truly, life is unpredictable. If this kid can join the demon suppressing army, he will definitely be a good seedling." At this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Edna. "Hello, Teacher Amaze, what's wrong?" As soon as the call connected, Edna roared at Abdur as if she had eaten dynamite. "Che, what on earth is going on with you? Look at how many times I've called you. Why did you just answer now? Zachariah is with you, right?" Abdur endured the sound wave assault and briefly recounted his and Zachariah's encounter with the priest to Edna. Only then did her anger gradually subside. "Sorry, Teacher Amaze, I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Give me some time, and I'll bring Zachariah back to colorful Cloud City in a bit." Abdur apologized sincerely. After all, if he hadn't agreed to let Zachariah leave the city, they wouldn't have encountered such incidents. However, he was met with strong opposition from Edna after he finished speaking. "No way, you can't bring Zachariah back now. At least not in the short term. Don't bring him back to the city. And be careful outside the city. Don't expose your trail." Abdur was puzzled. "Teacher Amaze, is something wrong?" Edna sighed. Alicia reported to the city patrol office, suspecting that Zachariah broke into Duo Baolu and her villa, causing personal and property damage to her and her company's employees. Moreover, Langston was attacked a few days ago, and the Yi family insisted it was done by the demon suppressing army. Since Alicia was present when Langston was attacked, they suspect that Zachariah is part of the demon suppressing army. Now, the Jasper family and the Yi family are pressuring my father together. They're forcing my father to ask the White Tiger camp for an explanation. Luckily, Zachariah isn't in the city now. My father can delay things by saying we lack the key person. After hanging up the phone, Abdur looked at the still unconscious Zachariah. His breathing was steady, his complexion rosy, as if he were simply sleeping. He sighed helplessly. This is a big problem now. Zachariah can't show himself in the short term. Where should he go? After much contemplation, he finally reached a decision. It seems I can only take this kid Zachariah there. Chapter 73, Standing at Attention When Beaten. During the trial of Maiden. Inside the Pingnan Town Church, all the seats originally arranged within the church had been cleared to one side. Master Anderson stood in front of the altar, eloquently recounting everything he knew. Below, the 29 guards who had already regained consciousness, along with Zachariah, and the followers who had always accompanied Master Anderson, listened quietly. As for the civilians who had fled to this place, they were uniformly arranged in the safe area at the back of the church. Everyone, in short, most of the demonic beasts you once exterminated were actually people who no longer followed the Red Lotus sect. If you don't believe it, you can retrace your steps. Look at the corpses lying in pools of blood. Are they really demonic beasts? For a moment, the 29 guards, except for Zachariah, lowered their heads in silence. Their reason for joining the military was to protect their homeland. Now, however, they were told that they had repeatedly slaughtered unarmed civilians. How could their consciences be at ease? Especially when they saw the hatred and fear in the eyes of the refugees at the back of the church. They felt even more ashamed. Thinking about it now, every time they eradicated the so-called demonic beasts, they were essentially slaughtering innocent civilians. No wonder, after all these years, no one had appealed to the court. Emil and Memphis who stepped forward. Master Anderson, please tell us how we can make up for our wrongdoings. With these two taking the lead, the others moved forward as well. Master Anderson, what should we do? Master Anderson smiled faintly, shaking his head helplessly. I am old. Some things should be left to younger people with more courage. Then, he cast a fiery gaze at Zachariah. From showing no changes despite taking drugs in prison to remaining calm under crisis, and organizing Dumju and others to awaken the other guards, bringing the best combat forces of the Judgment Army under his command, such a capable young man was admired by Anderson more than anyone else. Everyone's gazes followed Anderson's, gradually focusing on Zachariah. Feeling uncomfortable under so many eyes, he was about to refuse, but then thought again. Perhaps this was crucial to completing the trial of Maiden. At this thought, he suddenly became particularly confident. Without waiting for Anderson to beckon, he stepped onto the altar on his own initiative, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone below. I, Zachariah, have only joined the guard squad for a few days. Some of you I have become friends with, and some I merely nod to in passing. But I want to say, when you make a mistake, you must correct it. Stand straight when beaten. The Judgment Army is not the Judgment Army of the Red Lotus sect. It is the army of the people. These simple words stirred excitement among the guards. Zachariah could feel their slightly uncontrollable spiritual fluctuations. At this moment, both the guards inside the church and the capable followers exuded intense fighting spirit. Just as Zachariah was about to continue, a late-night breeze blew into the church from outside. Despite it being summer, the wind felt bone-chilling. All eyes involuntarily turned to the door. The main street of the dark and silent town was eerily quiet. A faint jingle could be heard, mixed with some murmuring. The jingle grew louder, and the murmurs gradually became clearer. Familiar scriptures were carried into the church by the night breeze. A formation of dozens of people emerged from the darkness. Young men and women at the front each held a red lotus lantern. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the Pingnan town residents. In an instant, all the exits of the church were surrounded by this formation. Zachariah furrowed his brows, and everyone's gazes instinctively fell on him. We can only react as events unfold. Everyone followed Zachariah out of the church. Opposite them, the formation split into two columns, revealing a sedan chair and a mounted figure emerging from the middle. Two familiar figures suddenly appeared before Zachariah. It was Hiroshi and Zwatrent. Hiroshi held a scripture book in his hand, mumbling with a look of compassion. Zwatrent stood tall on horseback, holding a pike as tall as a person, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Heroes, you have worshipped evil gods and transformed into these half-human, half-demon forms, yet you still do not repent. Zwatrent's deep voice resonated in the night. People looked at each other in confusion. They exchanged heavy glances. Lord Trent seemed to regard them as non-human beings. Indeed, as they suspected, Zwatrent saw everyone as having half-human, half-demon appearances. Straightforward Dumju couldn't help shouting, Lord Trent, you have been deceived. We are not demons. Hiroshi seemed to hear a joke and silently revealed a terrifying smile. Zwatrent's cold gaze swept over everyone, and he gave a cold snort. I, Zwatrent, have spent my life exterminating demons and defending the righteous path. The number of evil creatures I have slain is countless. Do you think you can deceive me? There's no need for Lord Trent to waste words on them. Quickly kill all these followers of the Shveshin, evil gods, to avenge the people of Pingnan town. Hiroshi's voice sounded like heavenly music, yet Zachariah immediately sensed something was off. Zwatrent's eyes turned sharp and filled with murderous intent, just as his imperial preceptor said. He dismounted from his horse and strode towards Zachariah, dragging his polearm across the ground. The west wind howled fiercely. The sound of bells drifted with the wind. Whispering continued. Chanting echoed throughout Pingnan town. The overwhelming killing aura from Zwatrent enveloped Zachariah and his group. Dumju felt inexplicable fear. Zachariah, can we handle Lord Trent? Why do I feel like we 30 are surrounded by him? Zachariah shot him a glance. We still have some awakening potion left in our hands. Who told you to fight him head on? At this moment, the pressures Zwatrent exerted on Zachariah far exceeded what he had experienced on the stage before. But as the core of the group, Zachariah had to remain calm. Suddenly, Zwatrent quickened his pace and rushed towards Zachariah in an instant. His polearm swung out, aiming directly at Zachariah's head. Hidden momentum was activated. Zachariah's figure flashed and disappeared from Zwatrent's sight. Simultaneously, the other 29 guards also moved into action. They cooperated with each other. Some wielded willow leaf blades to block Zwatrent's attacks, while others stood ready with the remaining awakening potion, waiting for the right moment. Some kept vigil on Hiroshi and his men. Zachariah seized the opportunity and instantly splashed the small bowl of awakening potion. Clang! Zwatrent flicked his cloak, sending a tiny flying dagger straight out. It smashed the small bowl to pieces. Before the awakening potion could touch Zwatrent, it splattered onto the ground. However, before Zwatrent could make his next move, the small bowls held by his close guards were already flying towards him from all directions. Unorthodox tricks. Zwatrent pulled his cloak, several flying daggers shooting out. The continuous sound of shattering. The pungent awakening potion spilled all over the ground, but not a drop landed on him. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged in Zwatrent's heart. Without looking, he raised his hand and slashed to the left. Clang! His polearm struck heavily against a willow leaf blade. The clear clang of metal resonated in the night sky. Backstab activated. Zachariah suddenly appeared on his right side. He held a wet rag and pressed it firmly on Zwatrent's face before the latter could react. Then, Zachariah quickly withdrew. Zwatrent's movements clearly paused. At this moment, Zachariah and all the guards focused their attention on Zwatrent. Chapter 74. Seeing Through Illusions. Zachariah had already guessed that, with Zwatrent's skills, it would be impossible for anyone to splash the awakening water onto him. Thus, from the start, what he threw was just a small bowl filled with well water. The real awakening water had been poured on a rag earlier, only waiting for the chance to smear it on Zwatrent. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zwatrent. Whether or not this plan succeeded would determine the pressure they faced. Suddenly, chanting voices rose around them. Hiroshi slowly said, Lord Trent, why are you so merciful when facing heresy? His ethereal voice carried an unassailable authority. In the next moment, Zwatrent's crimson eyes swept over everyone, and he plunged the broad saber into the ground, then slowly drew two willow leaf knives from his waist. Apart from Zachariah and Reed, the 28 other bodyguards immediately changed color. Not good. Lord Trent is using both knives. He's serious. In the next instant, Zwatrent moved swiftly, his nimble steps paired with the agile dual knives, making him like a ghostly reaper whose every slash pushed the bodyguards to their limits. Unlike Zwatrent's relentless attacks, the 29 bodyguards were holding back, fearing they might harm Zwatrent. Thus all of them quickly fell into disadvantage. Even several bodyguards including Reed, due to less agile movements, were already wounded. Fortunately, they were tough enough to not lose their fighting capacity. Zachariah, concealed among the bodyguards, facing Zwatrent's impenetrable dual knife assault, found that his usually effective ambush had no effect. All Zachariah could do now was to timely help other bodyguards when they were at a disadvantage to protect their lives. Zachariah's frown deepened. What was going on? Why did the awakening water lose its effect on Zwatrent? Watching Zwatrent's increasingly fierce attacks, Zachariah fell into thought. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation between Hiroshi and Zwatrent. Compared to their previous conversation in the trial army camp, Hiroshi's tone seemed to carry more of a commanding edge. Could it be that Zwatrent was controlled by him? No, rather than control, it seemed Hiroshi was continuously implanting the idea of eliminating heresy in him. Recalling some religious tactics he knew in reality, brainwashing seemed to be something religions often engaged in. Zachariah cast a sidelong glance at Hiroshi. Sure enough, Hiroshi's lips were always moving. Considering he had urged Zwatrent to act quickly just now, it seemed that constantly implanting thoughts in Zwatrent was also burdensome for him. In fact, it wasn't that Hiroshi didn't want to give Zwatrent the Jade Nectar, but Zwatrent was confident in his own strength and had no intention of drinking it. Helpless, Hiroshi could only influence Zwatrent's judgment through other means. As if sensing Zachariah's gaze, Hiroshi, who had been squinting, suddenly glared at Zachariah. Just one look made Zachariah feel as though he saw an inviolable, unapproachable presence around Hiroshi. Zachariah even felt an impulse to kneel. Clear heart, silently activated, sending a faint coolness into Zachariah's heart. Zachariah's knees, which were about to bend, straightened instantly. What's happening? Zachariah stared straight at the holy illusion emanating from Hiroshi, his mind full of confusion. This looks like the move Danny used. Instinctively, he wanted to see clearly what was beneath that illusion. Discernment was activated. A warm current began to flow into his eyes, gradually heating up, scalding, burning, as if to dispel all illusions. Yet, this intense heat made Zachariah's eyes feel clearer than ever. Everything before him seemed to become more vivid. The unreachable illusion surrounding Hiroshi now seemed like a dense fog that was being dispersed. Through the mist, Zachariah saw Hiroshi under the illusion. Perhaps, he could see even more clearly. Just as this thought flashed by, the illusion around Hiroshi peeled away layer by layer under Zachariah's gaze. Zachariah saw his true form. It was an ugly giant centipede. Zachariah's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard of monsters taking human form, but actually seeing it happen right before his eyes still surprised him. Hiroshi's brows furrowed tightly. He also sensed something different about Zachariah. Heresy. How dare you look upon the Father of Heaven? An intense pressure suddenly enveloped Zachariah. Phooey. Just playing tricks. Zachariah instinctively spat at Hiroshi, the saliva, wrapped in spiritual energy, piercing through the white illusion, sticking directly onto Hiroshi's forehead. Hiroshi was stunned, and the illusory shadow around him dissipated in an instant. How dared he? This wasn't just offending the Heavenly Father. This was a grave disrespect to the Heavenly Father. It was all due to this old fellow Bond. I will grind his bones to dust. Attack. Capture Bond, and this boy alive. On command. The numerous believers who were observing coldly on the sidelines sprang into action instantly. The bodyguards and followers of Bond had been wary of them all along, so their sudden attack did not give them much advantage. Moreover, their combat strength was not too strong. Despite being many in number, they found it hard to pose an effective threat. However, their fanatical faith gave them courage without fear of death, causing considerable trouble for the bodyguards for a moment. Added to this, Zwatrent's fierce attacks gradually increased the pressure on the bodyguards. Seeing the deadlock, Hiroshi felt anger surge up. Useless. In a fit of rage, he leaped and lunged straight at Zachariah. With one grab, a huge hand appeared in the air. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in Zachariah's heart. He instinctively pushed both conceal and breath holding to the limit. Boom. Dust filled the air. Within moments, Hiroshi could no longer find Zachariah's whereabouts. Well done. The boy runs quite fast. I want to see if you can run away, whether Bond can escape or not. Saying that, he suddenly changed direction and dashed towards the church. Emil and Memphis who saw this and immediately swung their knives at him. A commoner dares to offend the Heavenly Father. With a flick of his long sleeves, the two were sent flying. He strode boldly into the church. Suddenly, Reed charged head-on, wielding a burning beam from somewhere. The burning beam's tip flamed furiously. Hiroshi, I want your life. Crack. The fiery beam smashed heavily onto Hiroshi's head and broke into two. The high temperature scorched his cheeks, and the impact spewed blood from his face. Yet, his figure didn't move an inch. Not even a trace of pain showed on his face. Reed was stunned. Doesn't it hurt? Hiroshi glanced at him emotionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. Commoner, the Heavenly Father has instructed me to punish you. Pong. Just a light slap shattered his arm. His whole body flew far away, just as he wanted to continue moving forward. Emil and Memphis, who had already gotten up. Another 7 or 8 followers of Bond rushed at him. Hiroshi's eyes twitched, burning with rage. He couldn't waste any more time on these little shrimps. First, he sensed Zwatrent's will to resist was gradually awakening, and the thought he planted to eliminate demons was gradually fading. Second, Bond had yet to be seen, and if he fled again with truth, he might cause even bigger trouble next time. Zwatrent, eliminate all monsters. Leave none alive. A gust of wind roared, whipping up clouds of dust. Hiroshi's figure transformed in the blink of an eye. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In an instant, over 30 pus hovered toward the church. Chapter 75. What is it? At this moment, Zachariah cursed that he didn't have Hurley in his hand. What difference would it make with Shui Feng in hand, no matter how many Hiroshis there were? However, in the next moment, Zachariah's expression became extremely grave. Emil, Memphis Hu, and 4 or 5 other royal guards, holding willow leaf knives, slashed at Hiroshi. As the blades cut through the Hiroshis before their eyes, Hiroshi's figure divided once again. In a blink, there were 5 or 6 more Hiroshis. They did not attack the royal guards, but moved resolutely toward the church. It's an illusion. The royal guards immediately realized something was wrong, but were unsure what to do. They were afraid that any further action would only increase the number of Hiroshis. Zachariah scanned the dozens of Hiroshis. Under the enhancement of identification, he saw that all false Hiroshis were made up of white energy. Suddenly, Zachariah's gaze turned fierce as he pointed to one of the figures in the crowd. This figure contained an unusually large centipede beneath its skin. There. In the next moment, Zachariah raised his knife and slashed at Hiroshi. Clang. Hiroshi's hands from under his long robe grabbed Zachariah's knife like iron tongs. Good boy, you can still see through my true form. I can't let you live. Raising his hand, he lunged at Zachariah's head. Zachariah, run. A familiar voice shouted beside him, belonging to Anakin. Clang. A long sword suddenly slashed down on Hiroshi's arm. The immense force snapped the sword in two. Hiroshi's outstretched hand left only a shallow white mark, but the force disrupted its direction. Taking advantage, Zachariah slipped away. The scene before him stunned Anakin, who had already lost an arm. Holy crap, Iron Man. But in the next moment, Anakin stabbed the broken sword towards Hiroshi's chest. I'm naturally born to forge iron. Hiroshi flew into a rage. Not only was his chance to kill Zachariah interrupted, but he was also taunted by Anakin again. He immediately kicked out. Overestimating yourself. Puff. Boiling blood gushed out profusely, and Anakin's body flew backward. Even the originally toughened Anakin now lay on the ground, breathing in but not out for a while. Hiroshi searched everywhere and lost track of Zachariah once more. He snorted coldly and continued toward the church. Plop plop plop. The galloping hooves sounded especially piercing in the night. Looking in the direction of the sound, Hiroshi saw two horses speeding away from the side door of the church. By their silhouettes, they were clearly Ashley and Master Anderson. Trying to run, he lifted his leg to chase after them. Whoosh. More than 10 royal guards suddenly converged from all directions, rushing straight for Hiroshi. In a blink, they surrounded him again. Hiroshi, you won't catch Master Anderson. Hiroshi's eye twitched involuntarily. Anderson and Ashley's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Losing them again this time was like letting a tiger back into the mountains. Puff. A long sword sliced through armor, and Emil collapsed on the ground. The noisy night suddenly fell quiet, leaving only the whistling wind. Behind Emil, Jasper Arlo's willow leaf knife was still dripping with blood. All the royal guards watched the scene in disbelief. Their most respected Lord Arlo had killed his longtime comrade in arms with a single slash. Jasper Arlo met the gaze of his former subordinates with cold eyes, scanning each royal guard with crimson eyes. Feeling the gazes, he instinctively looked down. In Emil's dying eyes, Jasper Arlo felt a sense of disappointment. Disappointment. Yes, killing the half-human, half-demon heretic. The remaining emotion could only be disappointment. But why did he feel a strange, indescribable feeling? Jasper Arlo snorted coldly, attributing it to a heart demon. Minister, please leave this to me. I asked the minister to personally apprehend Anderson. Remove this cancer from the imperial court. This one is grateful. As he spoke, he raised both swords in a fighting stance. A chilling smile flashed across Hiroshi's face. Then I'll leave it to Lord Arlo. In the next moment, Hiroshi's figure transformed again, with several shadows moving ghost-like toward Anderson. Even though they were walking, they were faster than galloping horses. Several royal guards instantly sprang into action. They couldn't let Hiroshi get close to Anderson. However, Jasper Arlo was even faster. His dual swords flashed, blocking all the royal guards in the blink of an eye. Everyone's faces turned grave. Everyone knew that if no one quickly went to Anderson's aid, then Anderson would surely meet a dead end. Memphis, who reacted first, roaring. Zachariah, quickly go save Master Anderson. We'll hold off Lord Arlo. Hidden in the crowd, Zachariah was momentarily caught in a dilemma. Previously, he had judged that the trial of Arlo referred to protecting Anderson by defeating Zwa Arlo. If Anderson hadn't fled, he could have protected him while defeating Zwa Arlo at the same time. However, now that Anderson had already run away and Hiroshi was acting separately from Zwa Arlo, this threw his original conjecture into disarray. If the trial of Arlo simply referred to defeating Zwa Arlo, then not going to Anderson's rescue would still mean completing the trial. But if the trial meant protecting Anderson's life, whether or not it included defeating Zwa Arlo, Anderson's death would possibly result in the failure of the trial. How was he supposed to judge this? System, give me a hint here. Yet, Zachariah's system seemed to have crashed, offering no response. Seeing that Zachariah hadn't moved yet, everyone thought he was worried about them being overwhelmed by Zwa Arlo once he left. Each one was extremely anxious. Zachariah, don't worry about us. Go save Master Anderson quickly. Zachariah, we've known Lord Arlo for many years. We understand his style. Zachariah, the life of Master Anderson is crucial. Only you can see through the illusion. Only you can save him. While fending off Zwa Arlo's furious assault, they urged Zachariah repeatedly. Zachariah frowned deeply but remained lost in thought. After all, if the mission failed, he might die. He couldn't help but be cautious. As for whose life was more important, he didn't care. Zachariah, don't waste time here. If Lord Arlo knew the real situation, he would definitely go to save Master Anderson. A familiar voice sounded. Zachariah looked over and saw Anakin, who had barely been alive moments ago, climb up again. He picked up a long sword and rushed into the battle with Zwa Arlo. Lord Arlo, wake up. Anakin, severely injured, was fighting purely on sheer determination. He kept attacking non-vital areas of Zwa Arlo, roaring continuously in an attempt to awaken him. Zachariah's gaze kept shifting between Anakin and Zwa Arlo. Then suddenly, it seemed he figured something out. He turned and chased after Hiroshi. I leave this to you all. Chapter 76, Severing Ties. Anakin's words made Zachariah see the light. Yes, since this is the trial of Trent, he should consider the problem from Trent's perspective. Recalling Trent's disgust with Danny, it can be seen that if Trent were in a clear state of mind, he would surely choose to protect Kennedy and slay Bronson. In that case, chasing after Bronson as soon as possible was indeed the right choice. As soon as Zachariah left, the pressure on everyone suddenly increased. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they were being suppressed by Trent so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Especially Anakin and the other bodyguards who fought Trent head-on. They were now covered in wounds. Puff. A willow leaf saber slashed through flesh, and one of the more slender bodyguards was the first to be killed by Trent with a single stroke. Puff, puff, puff. With several soft sounds, 3 bodyguards died because of their brief distraction. Trent's dual swords had taken their lives. Dave, Daewang, Memphis-san, Lugia. Anakin watched 4 comrades fall under Trent's blade one after another, and his eyes instantly turned red. All 24 bodyguards were momentarily stunned. They had been through many battles, but although there had occasionally been replacements among them over the years, those who died did so by the enemy's hand. No one ever thought that within the same day, 5 colleagues would fall to Trent's sword along with Emil. The straightforward Anakin had tears streaming uncontrollably down his moistened eyes. Sir Trent, I used to respect you because you were a man who valued righteousness. Now, I tell you, you no longer deserve my respect. Trent snorted coldly. A half-human, half-demon creature. Why should I need your respect? If I were you, I would long have submitted and accepted death. Anakin found it ironic that he was arguing with someone who had lost his mind. He tightened his grip on the willow leaf saber and laughed bitterly. Fine, Sir Trent, if you're so eager to kill us, then let's settle it in battle. I'll make sure to splatter blood all over you before I die. Having said that, Anakin dragged his battered body forward, gripping the willow leaf saber tightly with his remaining hand, and lunged at Trent without hesitation. Anakin, don't be stubborn. Everyone tried to stop him, but it was too late. Before Anakin's blade could land, a white light flashed. Anakin's footsteps halted abruptly as he stared blankly at Trent, sensing something had just happened, but not reacting in time. Then, the blade in his hand broke into two pieces. You overestimate yourself. Trent snorted. In the next moment, a line of blood appeared on Anakin's neck. A few drops of blood flowed from the cut, and Anakin absent-mindedly dropped the broken blade, reaching up to touch his neck. His palm was stained with fresh blood. Thud. Anakin's body crashed to the ground before Trent. His eyes, wide open like Emil's, were filled with disappointment. Trent frowned, feeling that strange sensation rising again. Why do I feel this way? Did I do something wrong? No. How could I have done anything wrong? I am cleansing the empire of heretics for the court and purging followers of false gods for the people. I did nothing wrong. It must be these rebels trying to trigger my inner demons. Hiss. As the blood slowly seeped out, air entered Anakin's punctured skin, creating pressure which caused the blood to spurt from his neck. Blood mist dyed Trent's face red. There was a faint smile on Anakin's face, as if to say, see, I told you I'd splatter you. Thump. Anakin's body finally fell. The warm blood on Trent's face felt scorching hot, as though the sun were burning him. He had once heard that loyal and righteous men's blood ran hot, and when they met their end, they would splash blood far and wide to cleanse the world. Unable to help it, he was somewhat dazed. This scene was keenly observed by the remaining 23 bodyguards. Memphis, who looked at Emil's body nearby, and then at the fallen Anakin. He laughed towards the sky. Sir Trent, whatever trick Bronson played on you really disappoints me. I began following you 10 years ago with Emil, fighting across all corners, through 653 battles big and small. 9 years ago, in Lonrua Temple, I nearly became Tree Spirit's meal due to temptation. You saved me single-handedly. 8 years ago, on the battlefield against the rebels, when I almost died, you carried me to safety through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. In all these years, you've saved me 27 times. I vowed to dedicate my life to you. If you want my life, take it. Memphis, who shouted almost, clearly nearing the brink of breaking down. But before that, I still want to give it one more try. As he spoke, he twirled his long knife into a floral pattern. Today, I sever all ties with Lord Trent. There will be no more sentiment between us. In the next moment, the long knife slashed through the robe, and a piece of dark red fabric stained with fresh blood fell to the ground. So Trent watched this scene coldly, feeling a faint discomfort in his heart, but forcibly suppressing it. What are these half-human, half-demon rebels doing? Do they really think they are my subordinates? Huh, heretics are heretics, they don't even know what they're doing. But then again, Emil and the others set out so early, why haven't they arrived yet? So Trent's confusion had yet to resolve when it deepened even further in the next moment. He saw the remaining 23 guards mimic Memphis who, slicing their robes with long knives. In unison, they shouted, today, we sever all ties with Lord Trent. There will be no more sentiment between us. These voices were like sharp needles, unexpectedly stabbing straight into the softest part of Trent's heart. What's happening? Why do I feel like I've lost something? Just as he was confused, Memphis who spoke again. Though I send my thoughts to the stars, they remain unaware. I offer my blood to honor them. He held the knife in one hand and strode forward towards Trent. A cold gleam flashed, and the long knife seemed ready to strike Trent. Without thinking, Trent swung his knife, sending Memphis whose head flying high, spewing blood all over him. The scorching hot blood seeped through the armor, wetting the fabric and burning his skin. Suddenly, Trent noticed that Memphis whose knife had merely hung above his head, never slashing down. Unwilling to harm me, yet coming here to die? What is going on with these followers of the false gods? That strange feeling welled up from within once more. He had no time to ponder, for the remaining 23 guards, each holding long knives, charged at him again. Though I send my thoughts to the stars, they remain unaware. I offer my blood to honor them. Their bodies exuded unprecedented fighting spirit, as if life and death no longer mattered at this moment. Trent's expression turned grave. Humph. A bunch of insignificant rabble. He suddenly swung his 2 willow leaf knives. But it didn't stop there. The 5 swallowtail knives on his back flew out like arrows under his command. 7 long knives scattered, charging straight at everyone. Then, with a swift leap, he picked up Memphis whose willow leaf knife, and charged directly at the 23 guards. An overwhelming aura of killing intent burst forth. A bloody battle was about to begin. Chapter 77 Awakening. The deafening cries of battle echoed through the night. In a blink, the 23 guards were engaged in combat with Ewan. They fought fearlessly and without regret. The long knives in their hands were tools to awaken Ewan from his state. Their blood washed away past mistakes. Their fighting spirit was high. At this moment, they were fighting for themselves and the deceased civilians. Even so, when faced with a fully unleashed Ewan, they stood no chance. Ewan moved like a wolf among sheep, wielding 7 long knives as if they were tamed birds of prey, dancing around skillfully in his hands. His agile movements, combined with occasional strikes from the long knives, left the 23 guards unsure of how to defend themselves. He struck mercilessly like a fierce wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Every time he swung his blade, crimson roses bloomed on this land. However, his brows furrowed deeply. There was no other reason. Somehow, whenever one of the guards fell, their scalding blood would always land on him. No matter how much he tried to evade, their blood seemed to have eyes, splattering all over him. The more it splattered, the stronger that peculiar feeling grew within him. It felt as if he was losing something very important to himself. When the last guard was struck down by him, the 7 long knives were sheathed one after another. Ewan scanned everything before him coldly. The scene was eerily quiet. He stood alone amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The night wind howled, disturbing the strands of hair that had fallen over his forehead. Suddenly, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye unprovoked. Ewan instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Huh? Why am I crying? More tears streamed uncontrollably, and an overwhelming sadness rose in his chest. This sadness came unexpectedly, and he didn't even know why he was sad. He tried to wipe away the tears, but they kept falling, washing away the bloodstains on his face. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, and the suppressed consciousness finally took over again. The sight before him froze him in place. His once familiar comrades lay sprawled before him, mangled and incomplete, their wide-open eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. It felt as if he had been hit by a heavy stick on the back of his head. His mind went blank, leaving only a lonely heart pounding fiercely. His limbs felt drained of strength, moving instinctively among the bodies. His gaze landed on Emil, whom he had shared meals with just days ago. His gaze landed on Memphis whom he had quietly criticized after he treated a female beggar roughly. His steps halted at the sight of a bear-like man lying on the ground. He remembered this straightforward youth who joined the trial army less than a month ago. He remembered the day this clever youth joined the trial army through some cunning tactics, his joyful demeanor. He remembered the day in the dilapidated temple when Lane secretly gave him a large piece of beef jerky. Lord Trent, this is for you. Lord Trent, I want to be a general like you who can command 100. Lord Trent, let's spar. Images from the past flooded his mind, and Ewan found himself overwhelmed with tears. He remembered everything. He had personally slaughtered hundreds of innocent civilians in this small town. He had personally sent his 29 guards to their deaths. Before setting out that day, he had stood before the entire army, brandishing his sword and swearing, "If I take you 30 out, I will bring all of you back safe and sound. Lord Zwabe will never abandon any of my brothers." Past words echoed in his ears, like countless needles piercing his conscience. Regret filled his mind as he helplessly held Lane in his arms. I'm sorry. Numerous words on the tip of his tongue turned into apologies in the end. His tears couldn't stop flowing. Finally, he knew what that peculiar sensation in his heart was. It was his conscience and loyalty. He had listened to Bronson, suppressing his conscience and loyalty for the so-called faith. The howling night wind seemed to mock his powerlessness. Holding Lane, his sobs gradually subsided. Regret and frustration piled up in his heart, eventually turning into hatred. Bronson. It was all Bronson's fault. It was he who caused chaos and made me kill my own brothers. He gently laid Lane's cold body down. Slowly standing up, he walked into the sea of corpses and knelt down on both knees. My brothers, Ewan, have wronged you all. I should have given my life, but the villains remain unpunished, your grievances unavenged. I swear to you all, tonight I will slay Bronson and avenge you. Then, I will bury you properly and take my own life before you to atone for my sins. After speaking, he prostrated himself 3 times toward each of the 4 directions. Rising abruptly, his eyes were now filled with hatred, replacing the regret. He drew the bow dowel that stood beside him, and, after determining a direction in the dark night, strode forward resolutely. The dark, silent night revealed the chilling gleam of the bow dowel in his hand. Outside the small town, in the wilderness. At this moment, Zachariah was once again engaged in battle with Bronson. However, his condition seemed less than favorable. His entire body was drenched in blood. Behind him stood Ashley, pale-faced, and Zane, who had sustained injuries. 5 minutes ago, due to Bronson's overwhelming speed, by the time Zachariah caught up to them, Bronson had already engaged Zane and Ashley. Fortunately, though their strength was weaker, they were not incompetent. Through their coordinated efforts, despite sustaining heavy injuries, they managed to hold on until Zachariah arrived. Yet, because he had to take care of the two and lacked Garner's assistance, Zachariah felt the discomfort of facing the enemy head-on for the first time. Under normal circumstances, he could have relied on stealth and hold breath. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. But today he could not run. Dozens of Bronsons flickered around him, and Zachariah's sharp gaze accurately identified the real Bronson among the illusions. He swung his blade. Puff! Bronson failed to evade in time, and a deep cut appeared on his shoulder, but no blood seeped out. He slapped Zachariah, sending him staggering back several steps. He looked at his wound and the fact that Zachariah only stumbled back a few steps in surprise. To think you have such strength at such a young age, capable of wounding me. Boy, this national preceptor admires your talent. I hope you reconsider and do not consort with rebels like Zane. Zachariah scoffed. You talk too much. This was a trial he could not afford to lose. How could Zachariah possibly submit to Bronson? Zachariah was unafraid of death, but he could not die meaninglessly in a trial. He still had so much left to do. He hadn't cured his mother's illness. He hadn't found Aristide. Alicia had yet to pay for her actions. Seeing Zachariah's stubbornness, Bronson's anger boiled, and he stopped holding back. His hands moved swiftly, like a torrential sea of clouds, all aiming at Zachariah. Zachariah's long knife spun continuously in his hand, but beads of sweat kept trickling down from his forehead. Damn it! Unable to use Garner. It seemed he would have to resort to that move to slay Bronson. Just as Zachariah was contemplating his strategy, a steady yet urgent footsteps came rushing from afar. Chapter 78. Take off the mask. Trent's figure suddenly appeared. Zachariah's heart leaped into his throat instantly. His arrival made Zachariah acutely aware of one thing. Shotzi and the others were completely wiped out. The pressure on himself was about to multiply geometrically. Unlike Zachariah's nervousness, Hiroshi couldn't suppress a grin as he saw Trent sprint over with a knife, eyes brimming with killing intent. Trent, cut him down for me. As he spoke, Hiroshi's offensive became even fiercer, forcing Zachariah to be unable to disengage. Trent didn't say a word, but his pace suddenly quickened. The distance between him and the two people kept shrinking. A cruel smile spread across Hiroshi's face, as if he could already see Zachariah being decapitated by a single strike. Young boy, duck down. Trent's authoritative voice rang out. The sharp patoa, carrying an overwhelming momentum, whizzed past Zachariah's head and slashed horizontally across Hiroshi's body. This sudden change caught Hiroshi off guard, and the patoa cleanly severed half of his palm. However, there was no blood where the hand fell. Hiroshi swiftly retreated, and the severed hand began wriggling, regenerating into a complete hand within the blink of an eye. He looked at Trent in surprise, noticing that his eyes had returned to normal. In their place was burning anger. He mumbled, trying to regain control over Zwitrent, but he was astonished to find it was ineffective no matter what. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Let hatred strengthen your mind, Zwitrent. You have taken the wrong path, and your inner demons will slowly devour you. Return to righteousness. Father Heaven will forgive you. As he finished speaking, he continuously chanted under his breath. Dozens of illusions reappeared, chanting in unison, strange scriptures echoing through the desolate countryside, eerily unsettling. Zachariah instinctively tried to use discern, but in the next moment, dozens of Hiroshis began merging until only 3 remained. Trying to discern which one was real left Zachariah feeling like he was peeling away layers of skin. It was confusing and difficult. Zwitrent merely frowned slightly. Young boy, quickly take Master Muhammad and leave. With that, he shook his cloak behind him. Hundreds of small throwing knives shot out suddenly, seemingly ready to tear apart the trio. An unexpected change occurred. The 3 Hiroshis turned transparent in an instant, the flying knives passing right through them. Then they vanished from Zachariah's sight. Only insects continued chirping around them, oblivious to the chaos. But a sense of danger grew rapidly in both Zachariah's and Zwitrent's hearts. Without a word, they protected Ashley and Master Muhammad in the center, guarding from all sides. Zachariah pushed discern to its limit. Having often played ambushes, he feared nothing more than being ambushed himself. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered in Zachariah's peripheral vision. Reacting almost instinctively, he swung his weapon, and Hiroshi's figure instantly disappeared. Humph! A soft hum echoed, followed by the voices of Ashley and Muhammad. Zwitrent. Zachariah turned to look and saw that Zwitrent's left arm had been cut off, blood pooling on the ground. And 2 figures of Hiroshi vanished again in an instant. Clearly, Zwitrent's presence made Hiroshi even more cautious, and he received special attention. Zwitrent, are you okay? Zwitrent shook his head, biting down on the remaining willow leaf knife, enduring the excruciating pain from his wound. Huge sweat droplets seeped from his forehead, yet he did not utter a sound. He used his one hand to tear off a piece of cloth from under his robe and swiftly bandaged his severed arm. Then he drew another Yinlin knife from his back, warily scanning the surroundings. The evening wind howled. Once again, everything fell into deathly silence. After a long time, even Zachariah began to doubt if Hiroshi had left. Zwitrent remained vigilant. Whoosh! Another flash of white light came. This time, Zachariah reacted quickly, swinging his weapon at the light. A severed hand fell before him, more like a bug leg than a hand. This time, Zachariah inflicted serious damage on Hiroshi. Yet, Zwitrent was even more valiant. Though his eyes couldn't locate Hiroshi, his combat instincts were extraordinary. Illusion. Feeling the impending danger, Zwitrent scoffed disdainfully. Then he threw the blood-drenched long knife toward the surroundings. The 2 hidden Hiroshi clones were immediately splattered with blood, revealing their positions to Zwitrent. Zwitrent flashed forward, cutting the head off one clone with his right hand, causing it to dissipate. Then using the knife in his mouth, he severely wounded the other clone. The clone turned and attempted to flee, hurling the Yinlin knife in his hand. The long knife pierced through Hiroshi's clone and passed straight through. With this strike, the last of Hiroshi's clones dissipated. This scene was etched firmly into Zachariah's mind. It wasn't a lethal martial skill or any special ability. It was an instinctive physical response to extraordinary situations. It was the instinctual combat Abdur had always insisted Zachariah learn. This chain of counterattacks gave rise to a thought in Zachariah's heart. Zwitrent and every one of his weapons had merged into one harmonious entity. With 2 clones destroyed, Hiroshi could no longer conceal himself. He appeared before everyone once more. However, compared to his previously untouchable demeanor, he now looked quite disheveled. His face was covered with wounds that wouldn't heal. Some of the characteristics of the beast had already revealed themselves. Clearly, the attacks from Zachariah and Zwitrent had inflicted considerable damage on him. Zwitrent, since even you do not know repentance, this national preceptor will subdue you today as well. Zwitrent switched the willow leaf knife from his mouth to his hand, whispering quietly to Zachariah, watch for your chance. Take Master Muhammad and the others and leave here. The future of the court still needs you all. Then he sneered at Hiroshi. You can't even act like a person. Take off the mask. Let me see what you truly are. As he spoke, he leaped forward instantly. His movements were swift beyond compare, coupled with rapid knife work. First, he severed Hiroshi's arm, then swung toward his head. In a moment, Hiroshi stood there, only his torso remaining. Is Hiroshi dead? Is it over? Muhammad and Ashley looked at the scene before them, hardly able to believe their eyes. But neither Zachariah nor Zwitrent dared to let their guard down. Zachariah moved to deliver the final blow. Zwitrent flicked his cloak, releasing hundreds more throwing knives. Just as their attacks were about to hit Hiroshi's remaining body, suddenly a burst of white light exploded. Hiroshi's remaining body shattered apart. A pure, inviolable silver-haired elder in white robes appeared before everyone. He was tall and dignified, more solemn than the golden Buddha statues in temples. Father Heaven is present. Why do you not kneel? His words carried an undeniable authority, as if intending to crush all heretics who did not adhere to the teachings. Chapter 79 Progress 30%. Zachariah has the pure heart, protective charm, so he is naturally unaffected. But Anderson and Ashley were somewhat dazed, even making motions as if they were about to prostrate in worship. This caused Zachariah to frown, really a burden. In the next moment, Zachariah swiftly delivered 2 chops with his hands at the back of their necks. The 2 promptly lost consciousness. Zachariah sighed in exasperation. It wasn't that he wanted to do this. However, without Hurley in hand, he had no other way to help others resist mind control. Zachariah suddenly felt a pang of unease. He clearly remembered that Zwitrent was previously under mind control too. If he were controlled again, this trial might end in failure. Fortunately, Corey's eyes remained clear. Yet, there seemed to be an abundance of hatred in that clarity. Could it be, as Bronson said, that Corey now holds onto his true self solely through this hatred? Corey hates. He remembers all too well. It was just a few days ago, during one evening, that Bronson used this very trick, planting in him the idea to eliminate demons and fiends. Thus, in his eyes, common folk who didn't revere the Red Lotus sect were demons, and his once loyal guards were now also demons. Everything that happened was all because of Bronson's doing. Bronson, no matter what you are, take this. He threw the willow leaf knife with his left hand, then, like pulling a spring, rapidly drew 3 more of the goose feather knives from his back. With 4 long knives connected tip to tip, they streaked directly toward Bronson. White light erupted. The 4 long knives seemed like raindrops falling into seawater, not causing even the slightest ripple. The Father's authority shall not be violated. An ethereal voice echoed in the ears of Zachariah and the others. Zachariah instinctively sensed something amiss and grabbed Corey by the arm. Lord Trent, we should retreat for now. We can settle this another day. Corey shook off Zachariah's hand, his face set with resolve. I have mistakenly trusted evil spirits and killed loyal officials and righteous men. To redeem myself today, I must fight him. Bronson suddenly unleashed a palm strike of great momentum, blocking out the sky and threatening to crush Zachariah and company into powder. Corey leaped up and slashed forward with unwavering determination. That palm strike which blocked out the sky was shattered by Corey's blade. Upon landing, he still held his single blade, rushing toward Bronson. If I don't go to hell, who will? Zachariah, run quickly. Radiant light flared around Bronson, like a blazing sun in the dark night, blinding everyone. A flicker of respect flashed across Zachariah's heart. Then he grabbed both Anderson and Ashley and sped away into the distance. At this point, he was certain the main task of this trial was to protect Anderson's safety, sacrificing himself for justice to make amends. Artifact Spirit, Trent, S trial completed 30%, reward martial skill, instinct to slaughter. All rewards will be issued upon completion of the trial. The sudden sound of the system plunged Zachariah into confusion again, having dashed and struggled for so long. The trial was only 30% complete. Was protecting Anderson not the goal? Or did the trial have multiple objectives beyond just protecting Anderson? The distant white light gradually faded, and Zachariah could no longer sense Corey's presence. At the same time, he sensed that the sacred and untouchable aura surrounding Bronson was dissipating, replaced by a sharp, brutal, and bloody presence. What's going on? As Zachariah pondered, he suddenly sensed that this new aura was rapidly approaching him. With several leaps, Zachariah jumped onto a large tree, looking in the direction of the approaching presence. He saw a giant centipede, over 7 meters long, wriggling its thousands of legs, chasing after him. In its wake, devastation. Zachariah frowned, not pretending anymore, unveiling your true form. His expression grew grave as his gaze shifted between Anderson, Ashley, and the giant centipede. Damn it, I can hide my own aura, but I can't hide theirs. With this centipede's speed, carrying them, I won't be able to escape it. What a lousy trial. Everything needs guessing. If I complete this damn trial, the first thing I'll do is get some skills that make me run super fast. Under immense pressure, Zachariah's restrained temper finally exploded. He cursed loudly, caring nothing for his appearance. Hell, failing this trial means death. Who cares about appearances at a time like this? His curses woke Anderson and Ashley. What happened? Why did we faint? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Zachariah's anger surged even more. Just as he was about to curse at them, but facing Ashley's innocent demeanor, the foul words caught in his throat. The host's contrast puzzled the number 13 artifact spirit. Why are people always different on the inside and outside? Zachariah had no time to care about the system's prompt. He gave the two a somewhat helpless look. You guys should leave quickly and try to hide. After speaking, Zachariah turned to leave. Ashley hurriedly asked, Hey, Zachariah, aren't you going to escape with us? Zachariah smiled wryly. I'm not running anymore. If I keep running, this trial might never be completed. Zachariah's words left Ashley and Anderson in confusion, but his figure had already disappeared into the depths of the forest. Ashley's gaze towards the host reminded the number 13 artifact spirit of something not very pleasant. Zachariah hid among the branches of a towering tree. Under the effects of stealth and hold breath, even a nearby night owl didn't detect Zachariah's presence. This towering tree was on the path the giant centipede would inevitably pass. Zachariah planned to ambush it here. He didn't know if he could kill the giant centipede, nor if this choice was correct. Zachariah simply felt that with his speed, carrying Ashley and Anderson, they would eventually be caught by the centipede. Running away forever was worse than taking a bold risk. Moreover, thinking from Corey's perspective, if he were still alive, continuous fleeing wasn't his style at all. So why not give it one last fight? The giant centipede gradually approached, knocking down trees big and small as it went. Countless beasts became its meal in mere seconds. Zachariah's neighboring night owl finally sensed something was wrong. It flapped its wings, trying to fly away. Zachariah suddenly grabbed its neck with one hand and applied force until the night owl suffocated. Killing it wasn't due to any particular reason. It was just that the pressure in Zachariah's heart was too great, and its flapping made him even more irritable. Zachariah tightly held the willow leaf knife, pouring all his spiritual energy into it, wishing for a one-hit kill. Boom, boom, boom. The giant centipede finally appeared before him, like a steamroller, pushing everything in its path aside. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance between them grew closer and closer. Chapter 80, Slaying Hiroshi. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into the willow leaf saber, making its blade hum. Just as the giant centipede was about to collide with a towering tree, Zachariah leaped down with his saber raised. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, he thrust downward with the force of spiritual energy and gravity. SSS-grade. The saber pierced through, emitting a sound akin to metal slicing metal. Despite Zachariah's utmost effort, the blade only penetrated 3 inches and could not advance further. Roar! The giant centipede let out a deafening roar, reared up its front half, and with a casual flick, hurled Zachariah along with his saber away. Before he could react, the centipede lunged at him with its fangs bared. Zachariah hurriedly dodged, activating the skills Concealment and Hold Breath simultaneously to hide his presence. In no time, the giant centipede lost track of Zachariah again. It roared into the sky and resumed hunting for Bond and Ashley's scent, charging after them once more. At this moment, Zachariah felt nothing but frustration. Damn it. Stop playing dirty. Why do you keep involving others when we fight? Muttering under his breath, Zachariah leaped onto the centipede's body again. He dashed swiftly on its back, then jumped up onto its head in just a few steps. Holding the saber with both hands, he plunged it into the same wound from earlier. Striking 1 point is better than attacking 100 points ineffectively. Cracking skulls was Zachariah's specialty. Zip. The willow leaf saber stabbed downward, piercing through with irresistible force. This time, the blade entered halfway. The giant centipede writhed in pain. Zachariah lost his balance and was crushed beneath the rolling behemoth. The immense weight flattened his flesh, squeezing out blood, and seemed to shatter his bones. The excruciating pain made Zachariah experience a strange delusion. It felt as if this wasn't just a trial, but had transported him to some unknown era. Fortunately, the centipede was in too much pain to control itself. In an instant, it rolled over Zachariah, turning its attention to nearby prey. Lying on the ground, Zachariah watched helplessly, barely able to move. Every attempt to shift his position failed due to the severe injuries. Gasping for air, he mustered all his strength to activate slow healing. Broken bones were mending, veins reconnecting, and wounds healing. Zachariah grew increasingly anxious, for he saw the giant centipede getting back on its feet. It appeared to have adapted to the previous blow. Its eyes glared at Zachariah with intense hostility. For the first time, Zachariah realized that the name, slow healing, was appropriately chosen. Damn, it really is slow. The two fangs in front of the centipede's head opened and closed, causing Zachariah's heart to race. He suspected that Zhu Trent's disappearance was because it had been swallowed whole. Instinctively, Zachariah focused all the effects of slow healing on his legs. He didn't want to be eaten alive. The giant centipede charged again, opening its massive mouth ready to engulf him. An overwhelming stench hit Zachariah's face. Regaining sensation in his legs, he kicked the centipede's head hard, using the recoil to propel himself away. By now, his lower body had mostly recovered, but his upper body still lacked feeling, and his arms dangled lifelessly as he ran. Zachariah quickly directed slow healing to his arms while keeping an eye on the surrounding area to locate his fallen saber. With several backward flips, he reached the saber. With a swift motion, he sent it flying upward. Then, clamping his jaws, he caught the saber between his teeth. Since his hands weren't fully functional yet, he would emulate Zhu Trent by fighting tooth and nail. The second tool spirit admired the host's resolve but appreciated his ability to apply what he learned even more. The Dianath tool spirit couldn't bear seeing the host pushed beyond limits. She tried communicating with the ninth tool spirit to reduce the trial's difficulty. Some tool spirits thought the host should escape, returning to fight another day when stronger. Other tool spirits believed in the host's extraordinary courage and the spirit of going all in. At this moment, Zachariah found the system noisy, but he had no time to silence them. Because the giant centipede attacked again, thousands of legs writhing around him, Zachariah felt the pressure mounting. Once more, he concealed himself in the darkness. Moving stealthily, he approached the centipede. Infusing spiritual energy, he twisted his neck to the right. The willow leaf saber pierced into the side of the centipede's abdomen. Just as Zachariah suspected, its belly was softer compared to its back. The stinging pain from the side of its abdomen made the giant centipede flinch in agony. Zachariah wasn't going to let it recover. Pushing off with both legs, he ran forward along the giant centipede's body while still holding the willow leaf saber with his teeth. The soft underbelly tore open into a long gash as he dragged the blade. Viscous, foul-smelling green blood drenched Zachariah's head, making him look like a mud man at that moment. Roar! The giant centipede screamed, and thousands of insect legs suddenly slammed down, forming an airtight net slashing directly at Zachariah. Helpless, Zachariah could only kick the side of the centipede's abdomen again, using the force to propel himself away once more. He didn't want to be crushed by the centipede again. The giant centipede glared fiercely at Zachariah. Zachariah could feel its intense anger and the intent to pulverize him into nothingness. At this moment, Zachariah's arms finally regained sensation. He took the knife from his mouth with his right hand, scanning the surroundings, analyzing how to engage in the most advantageous battle. In an instant, the giant centipede charged towards Zachariah again. This time, instead of rushing towards the centipede, Zachariah turned and fled backward. There was a tree over 10 meters tall behind him. Zachariah planned to use the disadvantage of the centipede's large size to jump behind it and launch an attack from there. Breathing heavily, Zachariah had less than 1/3 of his spiritual energy left. After several intense battles, an ordinary second-rank spirit master would have already run out of spiritual energy. Even so, this was the toughest battle Zachariah had fought since reaching the second rank. Zachariah was almost at the tree, but in the next moment, there was no movement from behind him. Zachariah couldn't help but look back. He saw the previously invincible giant centipede suddenly stop for some reason. Its presence was gradually fading. Slaying demons, unyielding in 100 battles, successfully killing the corrupt national preceptor Hiroshi. The trial set by Trent is 70% complete. Reward, martial skill, blood fury. All rewards will be issued after the trial ends. Zachariah frowned slightly. What's going on? Did the centipede die? My attacks could only severely injure it. How could I kill it? And why did it die when the trial is only 70% complete? Then what about the remaining 30%? Just as Zachariah was lost in thought, the giant centipede's body emitted an unusual sound. The noise was especially grating in the silent night. Listening closely, the sound came from the area near the side of the abdomen that Zachariah had slashed. Chapter 81, Battle left Arlo again. Thud, thud, thud. Muffled sounds emanated from within the giant centipede's body. There were noises akin to metal slicing through flesh, occasionally interspersed with the sound of hitting something hard. Zachariah held his breath, concealing himself in the darkness, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Thud! A sharp blade emerged from the belly of the giant centipede. Squelch! With a mighty pull, a towering figure, covered in foul-smelling blood and chunks of meat of various sizes, crawled out from the belly of the giant centipede. Zachariah's pupils constricted sharply. The person in front of him held a rolled-edge Yinling saber and was clad in armor. Who else could it be but Beckham? Zachariah instinctively took 2 steps toward him, not yet revealing himself, when Beckham abruptly looked up at him. Just that one look. Zachariah felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. The Beckham before him seemed no longer to be Beckham. His severed left arm had regrown. What he emitted was no longer the pure fighting spirit of old, replaced instead by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Zachariah had the feeling that the Beckham before him was like a Rakshasa emerging from hell, ready to slay all life before him. Monster! Kill! Beckham's once robust voice had become hoarse, as if it belonged to a demon murmuring from hell. In the next moment, he raised his saber and charged at Zachariah. Beckham arrived in the blink of an eye, and Zachariah hurriedly raised his saber to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashed echoed in the jungle, and in the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. The sparks flying around illuminated the night. Zachariah grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. Beckham's strength seemed even more formidable than before. The edge-rolled Yinling saber, infused with spirit energy, glowed with an eerie crimson hue. Despite its dullness, it kept cutting into Zachariah's blade, creating notches. Had Zachariah not been constantly infusing his own blade with spirit energy, his Jasper Yi saber would have likely broken in half long ago. But because of this, Zachariah's already dwindling spirit energy was rapidly depleting. Moreover, his usual strengths in concealment and suppressing breath seemed suppressed. He could hide, but before long, Beckham would find his approximate position. Then, under a storm of wide-ranging attacks, Zachariah was forced to reveal his location. After just 10 minutes of combat, Zachariah's recently healed body was once again covered in wounds. Worse, Zachariah could clearly sense a strange force in his wounds preventing the slow healing effects from taking place. Zachariah glanced at Beckham's edge-rolled Yinling saber, frowning slightly. This saber must be cursed. With his spirit energy nearly depleted, Zachariah's expression became unusually serious. No, if this continued, I would surely lose. Having this thought, Zachariah turned and fled. Like their first encounter, Zachariah pushed his concealment and suppressing breath to their limits. Though his speed couldn't match Beckham's, by swiftly changing directions, Beckham found it difficult to catch him for a while. Furthermore, this fight wasn't confined to a stage. Thus, Zachariah could better leverage his advantages. As Zachariah continuously changed direction, the distance between them gradually widened. Zachariah hid behind a large rock, holding his breath. The high-intensity, high-frequency battle had drained every last drop of his spirit energy. Slumped behind the rock, he frantically searched through his storage ring. Where is it? Where is it? Why can't I find it? Where's the reward from last time when I killed the Danny? Zachariah was not someone who meticulously categorized everything. Usually, it didn't matter much, but this time, Zachariah felt for the first time how important it was to keep things organized. Damn it, after this trial, if I'm still alive, I'll definitely stop being so sloppy. While searching, Zachariah cast sidelong glances at the approaching Beckham. He couldn't figure out how Beckham managed to track him down. Based on what he knew about Beckham, he shouldn't possess any martial arts skill that could see through his movements. Under the immense sense of danger, Zachariah's thoughts raced rapidly. When he finally found the S-class full recovery potion, the joy in his eyes was evident. He remembered clearly that this potion could restore a user to peak condition. The pale blue liquid slid down his throat, leaving a faint sweetness lingering between his teeth. Instantly, a surge of spirit energy flooded Zachariah's body, filling the void caused by his depleted reserves. In a flash, his originally exhausted body, nerves, and senses all returned to peak condition. At that moment, all his doubts about Beckham cleared up. The limb regeneration seemed similar to Hiroshi's recovery. And since Hiroshi's true form was a giant centipede, and Beckham had crawled out from inside it, Zachariah did not know what Beckham had experienced, but he could guess that it was something far beyond the endurance of ordinary people. It was precisely because of this experience that his severed arm had regrown. Moreover, Hiroshi had previously mentioned that Beckham clung to his hatred to maintain his sanity, and a single misstep could easily lead to him being overwhelmed by his inner demons. Recalling Beckham's state during their fight, Zachariah clearly felt that Beckham now harbored only one thought in his heart: to slay all demons and evil beings in the world. Tragically, he could no longer distinguish between humans and beasts. His battles were driven entirely by instinct. By relying on his understanding of the blade, he fought based purely on instinct. At this moment, Zachariah finally understood everything. This was the last objective of the Benin trial: defeat Beckham, who was fighting by instinct in his frenzied state. Realizing all this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Zachariah's mouth. It looks like I can't keep this potion if I want to win. With a thought, a bottle of red potion instantly appeared in his hand. Class A potion, Berserk. All attributes of the user will be temporarily increased by 30%. If Hurley were here, maybe I could have kept this potion. Originally, Zachariah planned to save both the full recovery potion and this Berserk potion. An S-class potion and an A-class potion would fetch at least 10 million credits at an auction. If there were ever a way to cure his mother's disease, selling these precious potions would be his quickest way to raise funds. However, the situation was urgent, and plans couldn't keep up with changes. To defeat Beckham, he couldn't keep this potion. He pulled out the stopper and drank it all in one go. Unlike the full recovery potion, this Berserk potion tasted slightly tart, reminiscent of grape juice mixed with lemon juice. The sweet and sour taste made him smack his lips involuntarily. In the next moment, his body began to warm up. Zachariah felt as if his blood was boiling. A surge of spirit energy flowed rapidly within him. His body craved a vigorous battle to vent this intense excitement. Beckham was already nearby. Zachariah smiled slightly and kicked out. Boom. The boulder behind him shattered. Stones of various sizes flew towards Beckham. I must survive this trial. Chapter 82, Realm Sharing. The moment Zachariah revealed his aura, Swatrentini de Chadia da Latada Wage. With a few flashes of movement, the Yinling saber in his hand sliced like a lively blood dragon, slashing through all the flying debris from the rocks. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in fierce battle, once more within the woods. The powerful force of the saber caused gusts of wind that swept up countless fallen leaves and dust. After dozens of rounds, the surrounding trees bent under the pressure of the fierce wind. Zachariah's expression grew somewhat serious again. Although the potion-induced berserker state enhanced his strength to some extent, there was still a gap between their abilities. Moreover, the boost from the berserker state was only temporary. If he couldn't end the fight quickly, he would inevitably lose as time passed. No, I can't afford to lose. This is the last target. I must not lose. Trent's trial. I should try to understand Trent's perspective to grasp every action he makes. If I want to win him, I must understand him. Right now, he relies purely on instinct in battle. If I were him, to resolve the battle quickly, I would certainly use my strongest moves to fight. Wait, a sharp light flashed in Zachariah's eyes. It seemed he realized something. While blocking Trent's attacks, he continued to think along this line. Trent's strongest move is dual saber combat. But he isn't using two sabers. Even without a second saber, picking up any branch with Trent's strength could defeat me faster. He didn't do this for sure because of instinct. What is his other instinct? Zachariah began to recall everything he experienced with Trent, eventually focusing on the scene from the day they stepped onto the arena. That day, Trent discarded one of his sabers because he respected Zachariah. He chose fair combat, unwilling to gain an advantage through weaponry. If so, does that mean fairness in combat is also one of Trent's instincts? If so, clang. Zachariah raised his saber to meet Trent's downward strike. A vast amount of spiritual energy erupted from the blade, pushing both back simultaneously. The noisy forest fell silent once more. Zachariah and Trent stared at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. Zachariah smiled slightly. Sir Trent, since you're fighting according to your instincts, let us have an instinctive fight. Finishing his sentence, he released his willow leaf saber. Clank. The willow leaf saber hit the ground, making a crisp sound. Trent glared at him coldly, while Zachariah returned the glare. He was gambling, betting that one of Trent's instincts was a pursuit of fair combat. Trent's saber skills were formidable. Zachariah was fully aware that once the effect of the berserker potion wore off, defeat would be inevitable. But if Trent discards his saber, his power will decrease significantly, and I might have a fighting chance. After all, he had been trained to rely on instinct. Seemingly understanding Zachariah's thoughts, Trent loosened his grip, and the rolled-edge Yenling saber dropped to the ground, emitting a similar soft sound. Zachariah smiled slightly and assumed a free fighting stance. This was the combat technique his father always required him to practice before awakening his spirit weapon. For the past 10 years, Zachariah never dared to slack off. Trent appeared somewhat puzzled. He had never seen such strange movements. Despite the confusion, he also adopted an ancient warrior's fighting stance. The next moment, they charged at each other in unison. Fists rained down in a tempestuous storm, mercilessly smashing towards each other. Straight punches, hooks, knee strikes, elbow hits, shoulder throws, eagle flips, rabbit kicks. Ancient martial arts collided with modern combat techniques. Experience clashed with skill. Punches and kicks from Zachariah and Trent landed on each other, echoing Minsung in the woods. Initially, Zachariah hadn't fully entered an instinctual state and kept getting beaten by Trent. However, as he endured the constant blows, Zachariah gradually slipped into an instinctive state. In this state, he seemed to forget about time and space, with only three things remaining in his mind: attack, defend, evade. Gradually, he began to keep up with Trent's rhythm. Every punch from Trent was met with a counterpunch. Every kick from Trent was intercepted midair. Just as Trent tried to perform a shoulder throw, Zachariah pushed back on his waist, disrupting the forming throw. When Trent swung a full power punch, Zachariah met it with an equally unwavering punch. Bang! The two punches collided, releasing tremendous force like waves rippling through the forest, rustling the trees loudly. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking inch by inch rose, and under the sleeves that were already torn to shreds, the exposed skin of the two began to ooze blood, more and more. Trent and Zachariah fell to their knees at the same time, as if by mutual agreement. The high-intensity, high-frequency punches had reached the limits of their physical endurance. With barely any strength left, they looked at each other, seeing defiance in each other's eyes. Several birds flapped their wings and flew through the night sky, and the forest fell silent once again. The only sounds left were their labored breaths, drawing in air but not exhaling. After a long while, Zachariah staggered to his feet, dragging his heavily injured body to stand before Trent. Zachariah smiled faintly. Sir Trent, you lost. In Trent's eyes, there was still a burning desire to kill and a deep sense of unwillingness, along with a hint of confusion. He seemed to not understand why, despite being so badly injured, Zachariah could still stand up. Of course, he didn't know that Zachariah had never mentioned the ability slow healing to anyone during this trial. Zachariah's words struck like a hammer, landing heavily on Trent's heart. The killing intent and unwillingness in his eyes gradually faded away, and Trent burst into laughter. Hiroshi is dead. Emil, Memphis who? Anakin, brothers, I slew Hiroshi with my own hands. Did you see it? I fulfilled my promise to you all. Now, I can finally meet you. Those Trent spoke with great courage. Zachariah detected an underlying sadness. He didn't know what had happened between Trent and the 29 guards, but Zachariah could guess it wasn't good. Suddenly, Trent choked up, a tear rolling down the corner of his eye. Zachariah, I'm sorry. The sudden apology caught Zachariah off guard. It seemed he was apologizing for attacking Zachariah multiple times. However, Zachariah did not blame him. After all, in his view, this was just a trial. There was no right or wrong involved. Though we didn't know each other for long, I still want to thank you, Trent said. A flash of unease crossed Zachariah's mind. No. In the next moment, Trent lifted his hand and struck his chest fiercely. Thud. Crimson blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his heart shattered by the force of his final blow. Despite the agonizing death, his face bore a smile. Zachariah understood that he was happy to find his release. But while Trent was content, a worried look spread across Zachariah's face. Come on, Trent, dying like this suddenly, I'm really panicking. In the Trent trial, Trent was a key figure. With his sudden death, Zachariah feared the trial would be deemed a failure. Just as Zachariah was lost in worry, the system's crisp prompt sounded. Defeated the lost Zwa-Trent, completing 90% of the trial for the Spirit Trent, rewarding the ability realm sharing. All rewards will be distributed after the trial ends. 90% completion means the trial hasn't failed. But what about the remaining 10%? Chapter 83, Trial completed. On a night so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, it was the darkest hour just before dawn. Tap, tap, tap. A worn-out Yinling saber was used as a cane to support a hunched figure advancing through the woods. On his back, he carried a man with a resolute face, though it lacked any color. They were bound together tightly by a tattered cloak. Zwa-Trent, although this is only a trial, seeing you exposed to the elements like this, I really can't bear it. But frankly, before my spiritual energy is fully recovered, you're really damn heavy. At this moment, Zachariah had no spiritual energy left. Any bit of recovery would be immediately used to activate slow healing. It couldn't be helped. Fighting Zwa-Trent was like overexerting his body. Suddenly, Zachariah felt a chill on his back. He turned around immediately and saw 8 or 9 pairs of eerie green eyes staring at him menacingly from behind the dense shrubs. Really unlucky, encountering a wolf pack at this time, Zachariah muttered, but there was not a trace of fear on his face. His blood-stained and muddy face bore eyes full of menace, glaring back at the wolf pack without showing any weakness. The wind rustled through the woods. They stood off like this for a long time. The lead wolf lowered its head slightly and howled softly. The wolves then slunk away quietly, tails between their legs. A smug smile spread across Zachariah's face. Beasts are beasts. You really can't show weakness in front of them. This was a lesson Zachariah had learned from countless battles with beasts. When facing seemingly ferocious creatures, you must be even fiercer to scare them off. As the first light of dawn broke, Zachariah, carrying Zwa-Trent's body, finally returned to Pingnan town. The entire town was eerily quiet. Not a single resident survived. Zachariah stared at the bodies strewn everywhere, feeling dazed. This was the first time he witnessed such carnage, bodies littering the ground, blood pooling into rivers. Even though it was only a trial, Zachariah felt it was all too real. So real that it seemed to have truly happened at some point in history unknown to him. Carrying Zwa-Trent, he finally reached the open space in front of the church. Before his eyes lay 29 guards sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Zachariah scanned over them. None of the bodies were intact. Through the remaining knife marks on their bodies and signs of battle, Zachariah could piece together the brutal fight of last night in his mind. Suddenly, Zachariah felt a tightness in his chest, as if a boulder was pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. In front of him was Craig's mutilated body. Not only was an arm missing, but there was a bloody line around his neck, and blood seeped into the soil beneath him. For some reason, Zachariah felt a pang of sorrow. What am I feeling sad about? It's just a trial after all. They're all fake. He muttered these words aloud, but flashes of the brief moments he spent with Craig flashed before his eyes. Unconsciously, he lifted Craig and laid him down on a relatively clean spot. Perhaps to move more easily, he also gently placed Zwa-Trent down. Looking at the faces of Craig and Zwa-Trent, Zachariah couldn't help but recall the first time they chatted casually. My greatest wish in life is to become someone like Lord Trent. Zachariah shook his head helplessly. He suddenly felt very sad for Craig, who admired Zwa-Trent so much but died by his blade. Yet, Zwa-Trent was also deeply sorrowful. Unable to distinguish between humans and beasts, he aimed to slay demons, only to slaughter his comrades. Was anyone wrong? Zachariah didn't know. Unable to resolve this question, all his doubts eventually turned into a long sigh. I owe this to you both. Good comrades should be buried together. Zachariah began working among the bodies, moving from one familiar face to another. By sunset, there were 30 small mounds in front of the church. Each mound had a simple wooden gravestone, bearing the person's name and a brief summary written by Zachariah. It was almost like writing epitaphs for them. However, when it came to Zwa-Trent, Zachariah hesitated. Should he write that Zwa-Trent was loyal and righteous, slaying demons? Or that he butchered civilians and killed his comrades? He pondered until the next day, when the blood-red sun rose from the horizon, but still couldn't decide. Finally, looking at the dull-edged Yinling saber in his hand, Zachariah felt somewhat melancholic. Zwa-Trent, your gravestone is too difficult to inscribe. It seems unfair whichever way I write it. With that, Zachariah pulled out Zwa-Trent's gravestone from the grave and tossed it aside. Then, he firmly planted the dull-edged Yinling saber in front of the grave. So, I'll use this knife as a monument, and let others judge your merits and demerits. As the words fell, the Yinling saber planted before the grave suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sudden anomaly made Zachariah instinctively step back several paces. He frowned, looking at the humming Yinling saber with a solemn expression. What's going on? In the next moment, waves of bloody energy erupted from the 30 graves. In an instant, 30 ethereal figures floated before the graves. The 29 guards were laughing and joking together, just as they did in life. Avon kept waving at Zachariah, as if urging him to hurry over or else he would be scolded by Zwa-Trent soon. Standing at the forefront was none other than Zwa-Trent. He exuded bold confidence, exactly as he did the first time Zachariah met him. A glance from Zwa-Trent silenced the 29 guards behind him immediately. Just as Zachariah wondered what Zwa-Trent was about to do, Zwa-Trent turned and knelt down before the 29 guards on one knee. The 29 guards looked at each other, and then a smile reappeared on their faces. They supported Zwa-Trent back up as if they had never blamed him at all. After a brief period of noise, the 29 guards, upon a nod from Zwa-Trent, suddenly knelt down on one knee. 30 pairs of eyes filled with loyalty stared straight at Zachariah. 30 loyal men thanked Zachariah deeply. At this moment, Zachariah felt an unusual sensation in his heart. It seemed that a bond connected him tightly with Zwa-Trent and the 29 guards. In the next instant, the 30 ethereal figures instantly transformed into blood shadows, rushing into the dulled Yinling saber, standing before Zwa-Trent's grave. Red light dyed the entire town red, as if vying with the rising sun for brilliance. As the red light faded, the dulled Yinling saber became incomparably sharp again, its bone-chilling gleam too intense to look at directly. Whoosh! The reborn Yenling saber flew directly into Zachariah's hand. Congratulations, host has gained the recognition of Zwa Trent and his guards. The Spirit Trent S trial is 100% completed. Successfully contracted Spirit number 9, Trent. All rewards will be granted at once after leaving the trial. A crisp system notification sounded. In the next moment, a black slit appeared in the clear blue sky, drawing endless suction force from it. Houses, shops, bodies, church, graves, everything in the town began to be swallowed by the infinite darkness, dissolving into countless particles and disappearing. Zachariah stood there, staring blankly at the scene. The trial is over? It seems I'm returning to reality. Truly, unintended actions often produce unexpected results. I wonder how many days are left until the campus recruitment, but I hope it's not too late. Alicia, please don't leave Victoria City. Chapter 84, Redleaf Inn. Supply Town number 27, Redleaf Inn. Old Melissa, are you sure you haven't seen this young man? Two burly men dressed as mercenaries, wearing sunglasses, were questioning her while holding a photo. Speak of the devil, Errol, didn't I check all the Uju information for you? How could I deceive you? The scar-faced man called Errol put away the photo and grinned lewdly. That's true, but who knows if you forgot to register him. As he spoke, his big hand sneakily landed on old Melissa's shapely buttocks. Old Melissa gave him a flirtatious look and gently swatted his hand away. You know very well that Supply Town number 27 is your turf, Errol. Would I dare lie to you? Errol laughed heartily. All right, old Melissa, I believe you. But I must remind you, this guy is someone the Jasper family is looking for. If you hear anything, be sure to tell me right away. You won't be disappointed. Old Melissa smiled coyly. If there's money in it, what did this boy do to get the Jasper family chasing after him? Errol's smile suddenly froze, and he glared at old Melissa. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Old Melissa watched them walk away with a smile, but as soon as they disappeared from sight, her expression turned grim. To even touch me, you're asking for death. She scanned the area inconspicuously to ensure no one was watching, then walked back into the inn with a sway of her graceful figure. She picked up several bottles of different medicines from under the counter and headed towards the back of the inn. At the back of the inn stood a row of single-story houses. Old Melissa pushed open the door to the second room, which was clean but empty. She walked to the bed and gently tapped on the wooden bed frame. 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones. Next moment, the bed frame slowly opened, revealing a narrow passage illuminated by dim yellow light. Old Melissa walked into it cautiously as the bed frame closed behind her. The neatly folded blanket on the bed remained untouched, as if held in place by some mechanism. After descending a few stairs, she arrived at an elaborately decorated room. Despite being underground, the room was more luxurious than many high-end hotels. In the center was a bed on which a handsome youth lay sleeping peacefully. Beside the bed, a small bottle of nutrient solution hung on a half-person high stand, dripping steadily through a soft tube into Zachariah's body. A middle-aged man sat quietly in a chair, dark circles under his eyes showing how long he had been without proper rest. Old Melissa, I'm sorry to have troubled you. These two were none other than Abdur and Zachariah. Old Melissa rolled her eyes at him. If you really felt embarrassed, you wouldn't have come to me this time, old John. Abdur scratched his head awkwardly. I can't think of anywhere outside the city that would be both safe and unnoticed by prying eyes except here. Old Melissa pouted. Indeed, remember who got chased outside the city years ago and came begging me for help? Upon hearing this, Abdur's usually stern face turned slightly red. Fate. All fate. Just as old Melissa said, a few years ago, when he was still a level 9 rank 2 fighter, he accidentally found some rare refining materials during a mercenary mission. Unfortunately, this caught the attention of some unsavory characters. Outnumbered, Abdur could only flee for his life. Fortunately, he managed to escape into Supply Town number 27 and received help from old Melissa, who hid him in this very room, saving him from disaster. Years later, he found himself hiding in this same room again. Old Melissa sighed, placing the medicines beside her. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Come to think of it, this young man has also helped me. Abdur looked puzzled. Helped you? Old Melissa immediately recounted how Zachariah had helped clear the warehouse of demonic beasts for her. Upon learning that Zachariah could already slay a level 2 demonic beast a month ago, Abdur was filled with surprise. It seemed he had underestimated Zachariah's strength. Remember to change his nutrient solution later, old Melissa reminded. Abdur nodded repeatedly. Old Melissa sat beside the bed, gazing intently at Zachariah's face for a while, with one leg crossed over the other, her thin black stockings wrapped around her pale, delicate calves. Just one glance made Abdur's face turn as red as a monkey's bottom. By the way, what did this kid do to get the Jasper family chasing after him so vigorously? Abdur recounted everything he had learned from Edna and recent news updates to old Melissa. Hearing this, old Melissa furrowed her brows. So, he took his father's spirit artifact to the Jasper family to pawn it, and now they refuse to acknowledge it? Abdur nodded. Based on the information I have, it seems to be true. Melissa smiled wryly. What kind of spirit artifact? Can it make the Jasper family risk ruining their own reputation just to seize it? Is it an S-class spirit artifact? Abdur shook his head. Not really. Last time when I visited his home, I heard from his mother that it's apparently an A-class spirit artifact named Unparalleled. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Melissa's eyes, but she quickly masked it. By the name alone, it does sound pretty impressive. Abdur shrugged. It indeed is quite impressive. The last time I glanced at it in his house, just a hint of its sword intent made me feel as if I were facing an unparalleled swordsman. It felt like any spirit artifact should bow down to it, even those above S-class. But, Melissa, you're not a spirit master, so you wouldn't understand. High-level spirit artifacts have their own temperaments. Not everyone can form a contract with them. If not recognized, attempting a forced contract could result in minor backlash at best. At worst, both the spirit artifact and the host could be destroyed. Melissa pretended to suddenly realize, taking another look at Zachariah. He looks so much like him. No wonder I feel a sense of familiarity with him. AI. Just then, Abdur couldn't help but sigh. Melissa raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Abdur looked melancholy. I feel sorry for this kid. It's not your spirit artifact being taken away. Why are you so troubled? Abdur shook his head. Spirit artifacts are one thing, but most importantly, he's my student. I've seen his progress over this period. Tomorrow is the school recruitment. With his current strength, even if he doesn't get into Yi family, he can still join other top-tier mercenary groups in the country. Just by getting in, it would be a turning point for him to change his fate. But he's been unconscious for over half a month, showing no signs of waking up yet. Melissa, do you think he will wake up? Listening to Abdur's concerned words, Melissa's gaze once again fell upon Zachariah. I don't know. Melissa had secretly checked Zachariah's body, using her spiritual energy. Everything seemed normal, so why hasn't he woken up? If he were just an ordinary person, whether he wakes up or not wouldn't matter to her. But why did it have to be his son? If there really is a miracle, please let him wake up soon, heaven. For a moment, Melissa was lost in thought, silently praying for Zachariah in her heart. Cough, cough. A slight cough came, and Melissa and Abdur instinctively lifted their heads. Chapter 85 I want to return to the city. Zachariah slowly opened his eyes and saw Abdur and Melissa's anxious gazes. Zachariah, how are you feeling? Are you better? Zachariah, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. What's the date today? The first thing Zachariah asked after opening his eyes was the date. However, due to lack of water for a long time, his vocal cords seemed to stick together, making it difficult to speak. Observant Melissa hurriedly poured water for Zachariah. After gulping down 3 large cups, he felt much better. Abdur seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens you're awake. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Zachariah chuckled, then noticed Melissa beside him and the elaborately decorated room in front of him. Melissa, why are you here, and where is this place? Melissa smiled and gave a meaningful glance at Abdur. Let Bede explain. After the explanation, not only did Zachariah understand the relationship between Abdur and Melissa, but also comprehended his current situation. His anger towards the Jasper family grew intensely. Fawn Jasper, the Jasper family. You are trading, Aristide Chuang, for your family's future and trying to kill me too. You are truly overbearing. Abdur and Melissa both acutely sensed the murderous aura emanating from Zachariah's eyes. Zachariah, don't be rash. The Jasper family is the top noble family in Tai'e City. They have no idea how many third-class experts they keep. Rashness won't help. Zachariah nodded. Teacher, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. In a few breaths, the murderous aura around Zachariah disappeared. This sudden change left Abdur and Melissa quite surprised. Does an 18-year-old teenager have such maturity? Zachariah didn't notice their surprise. Now, he was more concerned about the campus recruitment. Teacher, is it the campus recruitment now? Abdur nodded. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, all large, medium, and small enterprises that cooperate with Tai'e City will come to Tai'e Stadium for campus recruitment. Zachariah fell silent, seemingly thinking about something. A moment later, he looked earnestly at Abdur. Teacher, can you take me back to the city? Before Abdur could respond, Melissa blurted out. Zachariah, are you crazy? Returning to Tai'e City now. Abdur also opposed. Zachariah, although I really hope you can find a suitable job through the campus recruitment. But in this situation, I suggest you wait for next year's campus recruitment. Zachariah shook his head and looked at the two of them with extraordinary firmness. Melissa, I understand your worries, but I'm not afraid. Zachariah paused and seeing their serious expression still unchanged, smiled and said, and I believe that according to the temperament of our mayor, without evidence, he would not allow the Jasper family to act recklessly within the city. Abdur's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. Although Mayor Amaze had not taken sides with the demon-suppressing army, he dealt with things fairly. If the other party couldn't provide substantial evidence, they might not be able to do much to Zachariah. But it's easy to avoid direct attacks, but hard to guard against hidden arrows. Melissa reminded quickly. Zachariah shrugged. Since it's hidden arrows, if I am cautious enough, they won't hurt me, right? Abdur was still not reassured and wanted to persuade Zachariah in another way. Zachariah, it's too far from here to Tai'e City. Even if we go back at full speed, it might be too late for tomorrow's campus recruitment. Hearing this, Zachariah jumped off the bed and patted Abdur on the shoulder with a mischievous smile. Little Zhang, of course, it's a bit tight. Otherwise, why would I ask you to take me back? Abdur widened his eyes. After simple preparations, night fell, and the small town was bustling with people. Boom. A cool-looking cruiser motorcycle raced toward Tai'e City under the night sky, its engine roaring thunderously. Melissa watched as their backs gradually disappeared, remembering something and couldn't help but laugh. Zachariah, Jiang Feng. Boss, the last time I saw him, he was just a baby drinking milk from Andy's arms. In the blink of an eye, he has grown up so much. The evening breeze messed up her long hair, and on her face, which still held charm, hung sorrow. It has been 10 years, boss. Where have you been all this time? The motorcycle sped through the thick fog, with stars faintly shining through, emitting hazy light. Trees, shrubs, demons passed swiftly before Zachariah's eyes. Abdur focused on driving the motorcycle. Teacher, thank you. Abdur could have refused Zachariah or rented him a motorcycle directly in the supply town to let him go back by himself. However, he chose to personally escort Zachariah back to the city, which made Zachariah genuinely grateful to Abdur. Without turning his head, Abdur grumbled. What are you thanking for? Consider yourself unlucky having me as your teacher. I did notice that since I became your teacher, my life has been filled with a lot of trouble. For a moment, Zachariah felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that he indeed caused quite a bit of trouble for Abdur. However, the next words from Abdur put Zachariah at ease. But, surprisingly, these troubles are quite thrilling, making me feel young again. Hey, Zachariah, if you really want to thank me, consider joining the demon-suppressing army. Zachariah rolled his eyes. No deal. The strong wind howled past, and even as a spirit commander, Zachariah couldn't help but feel a bit cold. He tightened the leather jacket on his body. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Host, Zachariah. Rank, Tier 2, 2 stars. Abilities, Mutual Progress, Purify Heart, Slow Healing, Shared Realm. Martial Skills, Stealth, Backstab, Conceal Breath, Identify, Instinct of Slaughter, Blood Fury. Experience, 32%. Physique, 9:45. The experience is still stuck at 32% after killing the Danny. It seems that killing any enemy in the trial doesn't add any experience. Zachariah couldn't help but recall the heart-stopping scenes from the trial. My strength is still not enough. If each of the 17 artifact spirits goes through a trial, sooner or later I will fail in one of them. With this thought, Zachariah resolved to improve his strength as much as possible before the next trial. Then, he began to study the new martial skills and abilities he gained from this trial. Shared realm. Under the host's will, artifact spirits can exchange their realms for use. Instinct of slaughter. When rational analysis cannot defeat the enemy, it might be wise to trust your instincts. Blood fury. Burn your essence blood to greatly increase combat power, but always remember, once the essence blood is depleted, no god can save you. These are all martial skills that can significantly boost combat power, but unfortunately, none of them increases speed. However, this shared realm ability is quite useful. Swapping realms can catch the enemy off guard. With another thought, Zachariah switched to the artifact spirit panel. When the artifact spirit panel appeared, Zachariah immediately noticed the difference. There's one more? It seems Trent successfully made a pact with me. Next to Garner's panel, there was an additional translucent light blue panel. A delicate blood-red goose feather knife floated above the panel. Below it, its name was marked, Trent. Besides feeling some joy, Zachariah had more confusion. That's odd. This, Trent, looks different from before entering the trial. Chapter 86, Union and Separation. Zachariah clearly remembered that when facing the Danny, Trent had just leaped out of the sword case. It was an entire set of spirit weapons composed of a long whip, a Pu'eo, 2 willow leaf knives, 5 Yinling knives, and several throwing knives. But why did only one Yinling knife remain after emerging from the trial? System, what's going on here? The multi-weapons forming a single spirit weapon are by default in the Union form, many into one. The host can liberate it any time to let it be in the Separation form. Union form? Liberation? Separation form. It seems to imply that this entire set of spirit weapons can integrate into one. When needed, it can fully reveal itself. However, I've never heard these terms, Union and Separation. Could they be unique to this, Trent? Zachariah wasn't unfamiliar with a complete set of spirit weapons, but he had never encountered such a situation through any channel. Even the A-grade Lady Green he saw last time didn't have a fused form. It appears humans still lack knowledge about spirit weapons. He couldn't help but closely examine Trent in its Union form again. Like a blade soaked in blood, although it took the overall shape of a Yinling knife, it had some differences as if it possessed elements of a Pu'eo and willow leaf knives. The hilt was made up of finely detailed cold steel plates. On closer inspection, its shape resembled throwing knives. A short rope was tied to the tail, but more like a smaller version of a whip rather than a simple rope. So, the Union form of Trent retains characteristics of each weapon. With a sigh, Zachariah then tapped on Trent's details. He wanted to see what special effects it had. Spirit weapon, Trent. Quality S. Effect 1. Ripple. Wherever the blade passes, spiritual energy bursts forth. The separation form has greater lethality. Effect 2. Double slash. A storm-like series of strikes leaving the opponent powerless. The separation form has greater lethality. Effect 3. Whip. Binding, striking, controlling. The separation form has greater lethality. Effect 4. Meteor. Hundreds of throwing knives launched at once, like meteors crossing the night sky, aimed where the heart desires. The separation form has greater lethality. Effect 5. 5 blades. Fast attacks beyond human reaction time. Each strike, like a quintuple attack. The separation form has greater lethality. Domain. Self-sacrifice. Lo, they were once the bravest warriors, whose loyalty and righteousness guided their lives. Blood and iron battles only made them stronger. Within the domain, allies gain a 30% boost. Experience, 3%. Affinity, 23. Refinement count, 0. After briefly reviewing the various effects, Zachariah couldn't help but marvel inwardly. These effects seemed to correspond to each of Trent's weapons. Recalling the battle during the trial against the frenzied Trent, Zachariah felt relieved. Fortunately, he fought Trent barehanded. Otherwise, encountering a fully armed Trent would have meant certain death. His gaze fell on Trent's domain effect. Seems it can enhance combat power. If combined with Garner's domain effect, our strength could significantly rise while the enemy is suppressed. Even facing a 4th-tier expert wouldn't be hopeless. But who do they refer to? Zachariah fell into deep thought, unable to come up with an answer. Forget it. After returning to the city, I'll find an opportunity to activate the domain and see. Unconsciously, an image surfaced in Zachariah's mind. Marlon, the butler at Alicia's house. His strength should be around 4-star tier 4, with a constitution fluctuating around 2,000. His spirit weapon looks like it's B or a grade. Just wait until I finish dealing with Alicia tomorrow. I'll settle accounts with you for sure. Riding his motorcycle swiftly, the cold wind blowing past seemed to dispel all gloom in his heart. A faint smile curled on the corner of Zachariah's lips. This trip, although not enhancing his realm, successfully awakened Trent, boosting his confidence greatly. Plus, with some of his trump cards, he believed that in another confrontation with Marlon, he could certainly avenge the severe injuries from that night. The next day, at 5:23 p.m., in the Victoria Stadium, the autumn recruitment for martial arts schools and gyms in Victoria City was almost over. Students from various institutions had already found suitable mercenary groups or companies through contests and physique tests. In the area designated for grade 3 students at Victoria Third High School, wearing a skirt and white blouse, Edna was tiredly handling the envy of her colleagues. Teacher Amaze, congratulations. I've always been optimistic about Alicia, and I didn't expect her to perform beyond expectations this time and be admitted to the Yi family with top marks. Yes, especially Ian. I never expected him to secure 3rd place and also get into the Yi family. Teacher Amaze, don't be too upset. Although Zachariah has gone missing, we trust that the city patrol will surely find him. Besides, isn't it great that 6 students from your class have been admitted to the Yi family? Smile a bit. By the way, I heard the city lord prepared admission gifts for the top 10 in the city. Remember to remind the students to prepare. Edna finally managed to deal with the teachers around her and slumped down into her seat. Her gaze swept over each student in front of her, finally resting on Alicia. At that moment, Alicia was chatting idly with Ian from the neighboring class. Seemingly sensing Edna's gaze, she even waved at her specially. Edna nodded in acknowledgement, then looked away, but her thoughts remained fixed on Alicia. She had so many questions. Why didn't the Yi family take matters into their own hands, but instead used the Jasper family's commercial methods to tamper with Zachariah's father's relics? Alicia used to care deeply for Zachariah. What made her turn against him? In the Fong family hospital, Zachariah's mother suddenly fell critically ill. Was the Jasper family behind it? Why did they insist on linking Zachariah to the demon-suppressing army? At that moment, Memphis, who was usually close to Alicia, suddenly ran over. Teacher, my luck wasn't good. I only managed to join the Black Leopard mercenary group in our Victoria City. Her white-cheeked, sullen appearance was filled with tears. Edna quickly pulled her into an embrace, stroking her head comfortingly. It's okay. Once you improve your strength, you can switch to a higher-level mercenary company. Memphis buried her head in Edna's neck as if suffering a huge injustice. She whispered softly, audible only to the two of them. Teacher, I just overheard them say that the Jasper family has hired 70% of the mercenaries in Victoria City and is searching for Zachariah outside the city. Not only that, it seems quite a few grassroots members of the city patrol have been bribed. Once Zachariah is found, they will use the pretext of refusing to assist with investigations to execute him legally. Edna's pupils trembled, and her eyes involuntarily glanced toward Alicia. That pretty face wore a blooming smile. To Edna, it could only mean one thing, venomous and ruthless. Why did she want to put Zachariah to death? Was there some influence from the Yi family behind all this? Chapter 87. I object. In Victoria City, at Victoria Stadium. To ensure the smooth operation of the campus recruitment, for robust members of the patrol yard stood at each entrance. Street vendors on the periphery kept a respectful distance of about 2 meters from them. A motorcycle roared in from the West City gate, its roaring engine drawing curses from the crowd. Abdur made a skid stop, bringing the motorcycle to a steady halt right before the gate. Zachariah, hurry. We have half an hour left. To save time, they entered through the West City gate. Most of the guards at the West City gate were under Benicio's command, so the duo wasn't detained. The moment the motorcycle stopped, Zachariah executed a side flip and leaped off, heading straight for the south entrance of the stadium. Just as Zachariah was about to step in, a patrol guard with a crew cut blocked his path. I'm sorry, no one is allowed to enter until the admission process ends. Zachariah met the guard's stern gaze without fear. I've come to take part in the recruitment. No one can enter 30 minutes after it starts. Otherwise, we will arrest you for disrupting order. Zachariah remained unfazed, reaching out to push past the guard, ready to force his way in. His purpose wasn't truly to take the exam. Disrupting order didn't matter to him. At this moment, Abdur rushed over, flashing his teacher ID with a grin. Yehuis, thanks for your hard work. I'm Abdur, a combat teacher at number 3 high school, and this is my student. We were delayed by some matters. The campus recruitment is very important to him. Could you give us a favor? Captain Benicio and I are pretty close. As he spoke, he slipped a thick wad of cash to the crew cut guard. The guard smiled upon receiving the money. You're quite familiar with Captain Zhang, so naturally, I'll give him a favor. With that, he stepped aside. Abdur thanked him. Thanks, brother. He then turned to Zachariah. Zachariah, don't just stand there. Hurry. Time waits for no one. Wait. Just as they were about to stride in, a look from the crew cut guard had his 3 subordinates block the entrance again. Zachariah's face showed a trace of anger. Abdur was also displeased, but kept smiling. Brother, what's going on? We're short on time. The crew cut guard shoved Abdur aside, eyeing Zachariah closely. It really is you, Zachariah. Zachariah frowned slightly, guessing something. Sure enough, the guard's next words confirmed his suspicions. Zachariah, due to your involvement in the murder of the Yi clan's core team captain Langston, assaulting Jasper Corporation's manager, and breaking into a residence, please assist us in returning to the patrol yard office for investigation. Instantly, the 4 guards surrounded Zachariah and Abdur. Abdur's face darkened. Brother, arrests require a warrant. Please show me yours. The guard snorted. It's back at the station, didn't bring it. Then get the warrant before coming for my student. While speaking, Abdur shielded Zachariah behind him. Patrol yard warrants must be approved by the city lord's mansion. Knowing Benicio and Edna well, if there was any urgent need to arrest Zachariah, they would have informed them earlier. The crew cut guard seemed wary and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Attention all units, someone is causing a disturbance during campus recruitment, reinforcements needed. He then glared at Abdur and Zachariah. The suspect and accomplice refuse arrest, and plan to attack patrol yard members. According to Article 8, Clause 5, execute on the spot. Abdur raged. This is framing. I'll report slander at the city lord's mansion. Yet, the 4 patrol yards had already activated their weapon spirits and charged. Whistling white light flashed by, each strike aimed fatally at them. Zachariah and Abdur exchanged serious glances. Zachariah, leave this to your teacher. You hurry inside. The next moment, Garner and Rushing appeared in their hands. Inside Victoria Stadium, the final agenda was ongoing. The youth are the future of Daxia. To encourage young people to strive, City Lord Lucian has established the Rising Sun Award. Please come to the stage immediately if your name is called. Victoria number 3 Marshall School, Alicia, Chong Tianhe, Ian. Victoria number 1 Marshall School, Milo Ming, Ashley. Tiger Marshall Hall, Sun Jiaqing. Led by Alicia, 10 students quickly walked up to the stage. Below, students and teachers from various Marshall schools and halls looked enviously at those standing confidently on the platform. 10th place, Yang Tianqing, from Qinglong Marshall Hall, hired by the Xianggu Mercenary Group. Reward, 50,000 cash, 1 bottle of D-grade nourishing spirit pill. 9th place, Zhou Gongcheng, from Victoria City 4th Marshall School, hired by Wanfo Society. Reward, 80,000 cash, 1 bottle of D-grade nourishing spirit pill. 3rd place, Ian, from Victoria City 3rd Marshall School, hired by the Yi Family Mercenary Group. Reward, 300,000 cash, 1 bottle of B-grade clear glass blaze liquid. 2nd place, Chong Tianhe, from Victoria City 1st Marshall School, hired by Shadow Marshal Hall. Reward, 150,000 cash, 1 strip of B-grade fresh wind dew capsules. First place, Alicia, from Victoria City 3rd High School, hired by the Yi Family Mercenary Group. Reward, 200,000 cash, 1 bottle of A-grade Eternal Vitality Liquid, 3 ounces of meteoric gold refining material. Do any of you have objections to the above rewards? If so, please raise them immediately. Otherwise, the crowd buzzed with discussion, but no one raised any objections. Everyone knew that anyone who could achieve such results was someone they couldn't provoke. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. I object. All eyes turned to see a young man dashing in from the entrance. His face was streaked with blood, and the long blade in his hand, made up of shards like broken glass, dripped blood as he ran. Behind him, 7 or 8 patrol Yard members covered in injuries were chasing closely. Who was that guy? So daring. He even dared to fight the patrol Yard? Seems to be someone from the 3rd Martial School. Zachariah, wasn't it? What do you think will happen to him with all these leaders watching? On the stage, everyone frowned as Zachariah ran closer. Especially Alicia, whose face had turned dark, more sullen than anyone else's. City Lord Lucian, who was presenting awards on stage, looked grim-faced. With a single glance, the patrol Yard members maintaining order quickly surrounded Zachariah. The commotion in the stadium also caught Edna's attention. When she saw Zachariah covered in blood, dragging Garner as he rushed towards the stage, her eyes filled with confusion. How did this kid return to the city? But she didn't hesitate for a second and dashed over. Her swift footsteps stirred up gusts of wind, blowing her golden short hair wildly. Her speed was lightning fast, and in an instant, she stood protectively behind Zachariah. Zachariah, you brat, why are you back in the city? Zachariah's lips curled slightly. Teacher, there are some things I must do. Just as the two were speaking softly, Patrol Yard Captain Benicio interrupted them. Teacher Amaze, this has nothing to do with you. He disrupted the test site and injured our Patrol Yard members. You'd better step aside. In an instant, dozens of Patrol Yard members responsible for security within the venue, armed with different weapon spirits, glared menacingly at the duo. They awaited only Benicio's command to unleash a barrage of attacks. Chapter 88, Edna's Favoritism. If it were an ordinary person, they might have already quailed when facing dozens of city patrol officers. However, Edna simply smoothed her somewhat disheveled hair, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Bertrand, look at how well you're doing. In the next moment, spirit energy, pushed to its limits, burst forth, and the aura of a 4th-rank 7-star expert instantly suppressed everyone present. Edna placed her hand on her hip, pointing at Bertrand and the other city patrol officers as she scolded. I don't care if you're from the city patrol or not. Let me tell you this. He is my student. It's only natural for a teacher to protect her student. You bunch of adults bullying a child. Don't you have any shame? Teacher Amaze. So many people are watching here. He disrupted the examination order. Can't you make things easier for us? Bertrand said in a low voice with exaggerated facial expressions, setting aside his feelings for Edna. Even if he wanted to handle things officially, with his 3rd-rank 2-star strength, he and all his subordinates were no match for Edna. Edna turned to look at Zachariah. Zachariah, they say you disrupted the examination. Tell me, why did you come here? Zachariah straightened up and answered in a strong voice. Teacher, I came here for the recruitment. Edna shouted. Did you hear that? He came here for the recruitment. Instantly, Bertrand's face turned red with anger, but he still held back his fury. Teacher Amaze, have you ever seen a student coming for recruitment beat our colleagues like this? He pointed to his subordinates behind him who had bruised noses, swollen faces, and visible injuries. Edna was taken aback. What happened? Did you really hit them? Her perception of Zachariah was still from when he was at the D-grade equipment spirit level. It was hard for her to believe that Zachariah had such power now. Zachariah nodded, whispering quietly. The surveillance didn't capture it. Attacking city patrol officers within the city was a very serious matter, so Zachariah cleverly chose to act only when he passed by blind spots in the surveillance. Edna gave him a sidelong glance. This little rascal was quite smart. Who knows how they got injured? Or perhaps your men couldn't defeat a student who hasn't even graduated from a martial arts school. Amaze. You. Bertrand pointed at Edna, unable to utter a word for a long time. Edna, unwilling to let go even when right, continued to berate him. You what? Hurry up and get your people out of the way. Otherwise, I'll help you move them. My student's future, you can afford to delay it. The exam is almost over. How can I delay anything? Edna coldly snorted. Whether the exam has ended or not isn't decided by you. With that, she turned to look at the city lord, Lucian, sitting on the main platform. Bertrand also looked towards city lord Lucian. Lucian pondered for a moment, then took the microphone and laughed. My daughter loves to cause trouble, embarrassing all our guests who have traveled far. But the recruitment indeed has not ended. Since this student says he has objections, let's listen to his objections. Bertrand could only stare angrily at Zachariah before leading his people away. Edna pinched Zachariah secretly. Brat, if you don't stand up for yourself later, just wait until I deal with you. Zachariah smiled bitterly. Teacher Amaze, I hope you won't be angry with me later. At this moment, Edna had no idea that Zachariah was about to crush Alicia's pride in front of everyone. As a class advisor, Edna knew that after her student fought on stage, she would face endless blame from the high school administration. You're called Zachariah, right? What are your objections? Lucian asked calmly, years in high office lending a natural air of authority to him. Zachariah stood in front of the crowd, channeling powerful spirit energy to his throat, projecting his voice clearly and firmly across the entire stadium. She is unworthy. Zachariah pointed towards Alicia, standing in the center of the main platform, his face filled with disdain. In an instant, the entire audience erupted in commotion. Who exactly is this kid? How dare he provoke Alicia? She's a 3rd-rank 2-star expert with a device body. I heard from my friend at number 3 high school that he's an F-grade device spirit bottom feeder. It said he used to be close to Alicia, probably spurned in love and turning bitter. Possibly, there's always someone who wants their love interest to regret it. Does he think he's the protagonist in a novel? Lucian cast a thoughtful glance at Alicia behind him. Alicia slowly stepped forward, looking innocent. Zachariah, I don't understand why you say I'm unworthy. I also don't understand why you bullied our manager, nor do I understand why you slandered our shop, claiming it blacklisted your A-grade device Spirit. Is it because I rejected your advances that you want to find ways to retaliate against me? A few simple words pinned Zachariah to the pillar of shame instantly. Zachariah instantly became a petty and despicable person, bitter and vengeful due to unrequited love. See, I guessed right. Fellow citizens, who would have thought that I would encounter such a disappointing man at the recruitment fair? He, in my opinion, wanted to live off his Teresa friend but was refused and became furious out of embarrassment. I wonder how his parents raised him to be so shameless. In an instant, sighs of contempt filled the venue, all directed at Zachariah in defamation and abuse. Murmuring with a complex expression, Edna watched everything unfold on stage from below. How come I never noticed before how deep this Teresa Alicia's mind is? As the venue quieted down slightly, Alicia wore a triumphant smile. Zachariah, if I don't deserve to stand here, do you think your F-grade device Spirit qualifies? Despite Langston's hints, she still didn't believe it was Zachariah who broke into her house that night. As soon as she finished speaking, the audience burst into more sighs of contempt. The mention of the F-grade device Spirit confirmed everyone's impression of Zachariah as someone looking for easy ways out. Seemingly oblivious to others' mockery, Zachariah flashed a brilliant smile. So, I challenge you. With that said, Zachariah leaped onto one of the platforms in the middle of the stadium. In an instant, the entire stadium's atmosphere reached its peak. Wait, did I hear wrong? An F-grade device Spirit challenging our Victoria City genius. Hey, kid, are you trying to become an internet celebrity by riding on the hot topic? Fellow citizens, who understands, this disappointing man trying to gain attention in front of the goddess, really speechless. Standing on the high platform, Alicia looked directly into Zachariah's eyes, full of disdain. How could I ever develop feelings for such a delusional guy? Just as Alicia was lost in thought, Ian, standing next to her, stepped forward first and loudly berated Zachariah. Zachariah, what do you think you are? You want to challenge Fawn just like that? Do you even qualify? If you want to join the Yi family, please take the martial examination next year on time. Of course, whether you have the ability to pass is unknown. His words were full of ridicule. Zachariah had narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Ian, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had been infatuated with Alicia these past years, and it caused him no end of trouble over the past 2 years. According to the recruitment requirements, anyone has the right to challenge the top 10 in the city until the last minute. If you don't believe me, you can ask the city lord for confirmation, fool. Lucian nodded. According to the rules, it shall be so. It's just that no one has used this rule in nearly 20 years. Zachariah's gaze shifted back to Alicia, as if he hadn't taken Ian seriously from beginning to end. If you lose, the Yi family admission slot and Victoria City rewards will all go to me. If I lose, I will willingly become your slave. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted. Chapter 89, Defeating Ian. To willingly become a slave is to give up all rights as a free person. From now on, one only serves the master. Even if the master orders them to die, they can only comply. Generally, only those who are truly desperate would make such a choice. Who would have thought that Zachariah would actually swear an oath in front of so many people just to challenge Maeve? Lucian watched Zachariah with a grave expression. He had been troubled by this boy's affairs for several days. If not for his daughter's insistence on protecting him, he might have even considered handing him over to the Yi family directly. He had initially thought this boy possessed extraordinary qualities, but now it seemed the boy was mad. Maeve is currently at the strength of 3rd rank, 2 stars, one of the top geniuses in the colorful Cloud City. What does he have to fight her with? Moreover, the Yi family and the Jasper family are very close. Even if Zachariah really defeats Maeve, can he get a contract from the Yi family? At the same time, Ian behind Lucian was furious. One reason was Zachariah's disrespect towards Maeve, and the other was his disregard for himself. He pointed at Zachariah, gnashing his teeth in rage and howled. Zachariah, you waste of space. Now, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of Sheener. While roaring, he leapt off the main stage, straight toward the arena in the middle of the stadium, raising his fist and smashing it towards Zachariah. Veins bulged on his fists, bringing forth a punch wind like a wolf's howl. Fair skin gradually turned blood red. In an instant, it became iron gray. Martial art. Iron fist. This martial art was specifically collected by his father to strengthen his physical power. After activating it, his fists were as solid as steel bones. Facing the fierce attack, Zachariah did not hesitate to throw out a punch either. Except for the absence of any iron gray attachment on his fist, the start, lift, swing, and step were exactly the same as Ian's. However, his actions were more decisive. Bang. Fist against fist, flesh against flesh collision, with no flashy moves. A hint of ridicule appeared on Ian's face. Your physical strength isn't bad, but can you withstand this punch? While speaking, he prepared to swing the other fist, smashing towards Zachariah fiercely, only to see his tender white fist instantly turn iron gray, as if wearing an iron glove. Damn, Ian is fully mobilizing his martial art. He doesn't even want to use his spirit artifact. He just wants to beat Zachariah to death with his fists. But Zachariah still threw an ordinary punch, carrying no spiritual energy. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out, and Zachariah's body remained unmoved. Ian retreated over 10 steps before steadying himself. He couldn't believe what he saw. A 2nd rank 8-star spiritual master was actually pushed back by Zachariah, a 0 rank 7-star guy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Of course, he didn't know that with Zachariah's current physique, it could rival a 4th rank spiritual master, easily receiving his punches. Ian was confused. After much thought, he found the answer. Okay, Zachariah, did you take drugs? To attract Sheener's attention, you even did this. Drugs can enhance your physique, but what about the spirit artifact? An F-level spirit artifact makes you destined to be a waste. You're really like that bitch mother of yours, only relying on drugs to survive. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Zachariah's eyes. He could endure others insulting him, but he couldn't stand insults to his parents. What did you say? A mocking smile appeared on Ian's face. Didn't you know? Fong Hospital, Fong like me. Zachariah involuntarily clenched his fists. A wicked smile appeared on Ian's face. Angry? It's useless. I tell you, I will bully you, and you must accept it. A large broadsword suddenly appeared in Ian's hand. On the blade, a shadowy figure of a snake man hugging its arms and flicking its tongue faintly showed. It was his spirit artifact, the B-grade snake man. Zachariah said nothing, his eyes filled only with endless coldness. A pale blue light flashed in Zachariah's hand. A narrow-bladed long knife made of fragments, for feet 3 inches long, abruptly appeared in Zachariah's hand. The moment Hurley appeared, Ian sensed something was wrong first. Something's wrong. His spirit artifact should be a broken sword, right? Why has it changed? Did it get refined and upgraded? Ian became somewhat cautious, but his tone remained arrogant. I see. So that's why you're so cocky. Your spirit artifact has been upgraded, but so what? E-level? Or D-level? A chilling smile spread across Zachariah's lips. In the next moment, his figure vanished from Ian's sight. A sense of danger suddenly surged from Ian's heart. He almost instinctively raised the broadsword to block. Block. A clear sound echoed throughout the entire stadium. The previously noisy audience seats suddenly fell silent. The freezing and bone-chilling spiritual energy, like a killer lurking in the darkness, surged into the great saber upon contact, continuously tormenting the snake man. It was as if Ian could feel the snake man being flayed by thousands of sharp blades. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed. A mist of blood bloomed from his chest, and Ian's body, like a kite with its string cut, fell heavily off the stage. Zachariah's long knife slowly descended, while deep red blood kept sliding down the blade. Moments later, the long knife remained icy cold, without a trace of blood. The entire venue was dead silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Zachariah's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Below the main platform, people stared wide-eyed, especially the hundreds of students from No. 3 high school who knew Zachariah well. Disbelief was written all over their faces. In their impression, Zachariah should be the least useful spirit master. As Zachariah's homeroom teacher, Edna, although prepared, still felt somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes fixed on him intently. This kid seems to be more capable than I imagined. Could he have been specially trained by Abdur? On the main platform, City Lord Lucian gazed at Zachariah, filled with doubts. Is this kid so ruthless? To resolve the city's third-ranked fighter in one move? Could it be that the Yi family and the Jasper family did not frame him? Hell, if that's the case, how am I going to deal with the pressure from the Yi family and the Jasper family after the school recruitment? One question after another piled up, making Lucian unconsciously rub his head. Not far from him, Maeve, standing in the C position, also frowned deeply, no longer showing any ease. Could it really have been him who entered my room that night? She suddenly thought of something and immediately took a few steps forward, quietly pulling aside Langston, the admissions officer for the Yi family mercenary group in colorful Cloud City. Mentor. Langston glanced at Maeve beside him, then shifted his gaze to Zachariah, whispering, have confidence in yourself. You are an artifact's spirit body. He can't possibly match you. You lost that night entirely because you had just broken through, and your realm hadn't stabilized yet. And, as you said, it's still uncertain whether the person that night was him. But rest assured, no matter if he wins or loses, the Yi family won't let him in. Zachariah coldly watched Ian, who lay unconscious below the stage receiving emergency medical treatment, and calmly uttered 2 words, waste. If not for the prohibition against killing within the city, Zachariah would never have spared his life. Then he raised his eyes to look at Maeve on the main platform, his gaze as cold as ice in the polar regions. Your turn. Chapter 90. He will definitely win. Zachariah's 3 simple words once again brought the atmosphere to its peak. After a cheer, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone gazed intently at Zachariah and Alicia with eager eyes. Whether Zachariah defeated Alicia or Alicia defeated Zachariah, those who came to watch the show never complained about the drama. Edna was also closely watching the two of them. She wanted to know how much Zachariah had grown after not seeing him for almost a month. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure walking out boldly from the entrance beside her, dragging a man with a shaved head in his hand. He took 2 steps forward, then quickly retreated into the dark corridor. Moments later, a flickering red dot appeared in the corridor. Edna frowned. What is Abdur hiding over there for? She quietly left her seat and walked swiftly towards the corridor. On the main stage, for some inexplicable reason, when facing Zachariah's cold gaze, Alicia felt an inexplicable fear. He's too timid to be a spirit master. I can sense that he's only around 2nd stage strength. He beat Ian entirely because of his peculiar footwork. Since it's just footwork, do you have a reason to be afraid? The martial technique taught to you a few days ago is the official member-only footwork technique of the Yi family. Langston whispered his analysis to Alicia. After listening, the panic in Alicia's heart vanished. Indeed, relying on that technique, no matter how peculiar Zachariah's footwork is, what can he do? With this thought, she leaped onto the stage, slowly walking to Zachariah. A slender, yet sharp, longsword suddenly appeared in her hand. Zachariah, why must you be so persistent? You know, I don't like you. If you continue this way, you'll only lower your value in my eyes. Her anguished look made it seem as if Zachariah had betrayed her friendship. Zachariah rolled his eyes, not understanding how he could have ever liked someone so dramatic. You make me feel sick. If you're too scared to fight, then roll down and admit defeat. Zachariah, you, when had Alicia, always regarded as a goddess, ever been insulted like this? Especially in front of thousands of people in the stadium. Anger burned within her, and she swung her sword, stabbing towards Zachariah. The 3-foot-long sword glowed brightly under the sunset, blinding the audience behind Zachariah. Her speed was extremely fast, and her footwork agile. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Zachariah, her sword pointed at his throat. However, Zachariah didn't even glance at her, slightly sidestepping and lifting his toes. One trip, the rapidly moving Alicia nearly lost her balance and fell. Since the last time he fought Alicia, he had gained a general understanding of her moves. What? Are you going to bow to me now? Zachariah's mocking words caused the audience to burst into laughter. Alicia was furious. Zachariah, you bastard. She raised her sword, twisting her body like a rose swaying in the wind. However, halfway through her swing, not only did her sword fail to reach Zachariah, but her slim waist couldn't twist either. Unbeknownst to her, Zachariah had already approached, one hand pressing against her waist, the other holding her wrist. The intimate position instantly flushed Alicia's face. Zachariah, let go. Zachariah sneered and pulled away. Your waist is really soft. Then he suddenly furrowed his brows, cautiously sniffing his hand with disdain. But it's a bit, seductive. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire stadium erupted in laughter, especially some Teresa's who had always envied Alicia. At this moment, Alicia could no longer bear Zachariah's ridicule. She threw the sword from her right hand to her left and stabbed back at Zachariah. Zachariah raised his hand to strike the sword away, but unexpectedly, she retreated, quickly putting distance between herself and Zachariah. Zachariah was somewhat surprised, and a smile crept onto his lips. It seems the Yi family has invested a lot in you. You've improved significantly. This sarcastic comment infuriated Alicia, causing her chest to rise and fall with rage. Zachariah, you will not leave here intact today. She began channeling her spirit power to the limit, her clothes fluttering without any wind. The long sword in her hand seemed like a flute, emitting melodies that were hard to control. She moved gracefully, her figure splitting into two. She darted left and right, forward and backward. Zachariah didn't dare be careless and immediately activated stealth, using his nimble footwork to dodge. Lucian on the main stage frowned, glancing at Langston beside him. Isn't this the Yi family's internal martial technique? Mysterious shadow? How does she already know it? Langston smiled. Since she's going to be a member of the Yi family anyway, what difference does it make if it's sooner or later? Below the main stage, at the entrance, Edna watched Zachariah and Alicia on the arena with her arms crossed. Abdur was smoking nearby. Behind them, the bruised man with a buzz cut was tied up and thrown in the corner. Why did you bother kidnapping the deputy captain of the patrol corps? Abdur glanced disdainfully at the man. With his skills? Deputy captain. He slowly exhaled a puff of thick smoke and recounted to Edna what happened when he and Zachariah entered the stadium earlier. Edna frowned. If even the deputy captain is bribed by the Jasper family, this is entirely different from their previous stance of only doing business and not involving in politics. It seems that Alicia joining the Yi family has given them quite a bit of courage, expanding their ambitions. At that moment, Edna's phone rang. It was the principal of 3rd Middle School calling. Hello, principal, what's wrong? Teacher Amaze, what's going on with that Zachariah in your class? We have 2 students in the top 10. Looking at his performance now, he could easily challenge for 2nd place, or even 4th. That would give us 3 spots in the top 10. 3 spots. With these results, how much resource can we ask for from the city lord? And you never told me before that he was so strong. Edna rolled her eyes. Principal, I'm just as frustrated as you are. No calls today, or I'll get my father to cancel all resources allocated to our school this year. After hanging up, Edna noticed Abdur was intensely focused on the arena, more nervous than if he were competing himself. Nate, who do you think will win? Edna asked casually. Zachariah. Abdur answered without hesitation. Edna was puzzled. Nate, didn't you know? Alicia has already contracted her 2nd soul weapon, and she has broken through to the 3rd stage, 2 stars. Abdur met her curious gaze and smiled. So what? Zachariah will definitely win. Edna frowned. Nate, aren't you worried about Zachariah getting hurt? Abdur shook his head. A little injury? That's a man's honor. Nate, you seem very confident in Zachariah. Abdur fell silent for a while, then asked slowly. Do you know who killed the Danny? Edna stared at Abdur in disbelief. You're not telling me it was Zachariah? Abdur shook his head, looking melancholy at the arena. I don't know. I passed out then, and when I woke up, Zachariah was still unconscious, but the corpse of the Danny was lying opposite him. From beating the patrol officer, to defeating Ian in one move, and now hearing that Zachariah might have killed the Danny. Edna felt her head buzzing. The strength Zachariah displayed within half an hour had exceeded her understanding. She couldn't help but look at the arena again, noticing that although Zachariah was tussling with Alicia, there was always a teasing smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. It seems this match will crush Alicia's pride. Chapter 91. On and off the stage. Unable to make progress, Alicia grew increasingly agitated. With a tremor of her body, she once again projected another illusion. 3 figures danced back and forth. Her speed became even faster, with the clear ringing of her sword heard from time to time. At that moment, it seemed as if Zachariah was entranced, standing frozen in place. Suddenly, the 3 swords simultaneously stabbed towards Zachariah from different directions. The spectators couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Clang. Just when everyone thought Zachariah was surely dead, a light clink echoed on the platform. Zachariah's long knife flicked lightly, deflecting the sword aimed at his heart. Don't you think I can't tell which one is your true self? Equipped with the ability discern, even if Zachariah was confused by over 30 illusions of Alicia, he could still accurately identify her real self, let alone just 2 illusions. As for her prideful speed, in Zachariah's eyes, it was almost no different from slow motion. A flash of surprise appeared on Alicia's face, but she immediately pulled back and retreated at an even greater speed. She glared fiercely at Zachariah. Zachariah, you left me no choice. She suddenly hurled her sword into the center of the stage, where it stood steady. In the next moment, vines spread outwards from the sword's center, covering the entire platform within moments. One after another, bright red roses bloomed along the vines, their redness akin to fresh blood. Territory. Alicia has activated her territory. She finally activated her territory since the start of the recruitment fair. Not only that, look quickly, she's used both her spirit armament. Alicia must be really angry. On the stage, behind Alicia, 2 ghostly shadows gradually solidified. On the left stood a graceful female soldier in splendid silver armor, cradling an elegant longsword, coldly watching Zachariah. On the right stood a strikingly beautiful female warrior in simple green armor, wielding twin swords of yin and yang, sizing up Zachariah with an attitude of superiority. Zachariah looked around the rose garden as if seeing a territory for the first time. The wind stirred, carrying the faint fragrance of flowers. Countless petals flew up, clinging to the bodies of Sylvia and Astrid. In an instant, the aura of the two spirit armaments became even sharper. A faint smile appeared on Zachariah's face. Two spirit armaments, yet only one territory. If I'm not mistaken, you can't fully utilize the power of the second one. To some extent, just one sufficiently powerful spirit armament could defeat both of yours. Zachariah calmly analyzed the situation, his voice low but enough to cause astonishment among the crowd. Holy crap, who does he think he is? These are two A-grade spirit armaments. Does he seriously think his trash spirit armament can handle them? Don't say that. I have a feeling Alicia might actually suffer a setback. Just because he beat Ian, he's this arrogant. He won't really believe he's more talented than Alicia, will he? On the platform, Lucian wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed on Zachariah. Beside him, Langston smiled. City Lord Amay seems quite interested in this young man. And aren't you, Sonny? Langston smiled faintly. I'm just curious how this boy will deal with Alicia's territory. He paused, then turned to look at Lucian, tilting his head slightly. City Lord Amaze should remember my student's report, right? The guy who broke into her room had a very peculiar territory. Everywhere he went was covered in darkness. Even the roses in her territory would wither instantly upon touching this darkness. Simultaneously, countless blades would shoot out. I imagine, without any further evidence, City Lord Amaze would hand Zachariah over to the Yi family, wouldn't you? Lucian still maintained his smile. Of course. However, there was a hint of complexity in his gaze as he looked at Zachariah. These past days, he had been evasive, unable to determine the suspect's identity. But if Zachariah displayed the same territory, could he continue to evade, unaware of the silent struggle on the platform? Zachariah just wanted to force Alicia to show her full strength and defeat her decisively, as she gave her all. Zachariah flicked his long knife, severing the vines about to entangle his legs. In the next moment, Sylvia and Astrid, following Alicia's gesture, darted forward. On the right, the twin knives in hand flashed rapidly, bringing endless flower petals with each movement. On the left, the long sword moved bewilderingly fast, lethal intent evident, making the rose garden sway beneath her steps. Approaching from either side, they were about to strike Zachariah. Yet, Zachariah remained standing there, unmoved. Hurley, play with them a bit. As he spoke, a shadowy figure materialized and leaped from Zachariah. A long knife composed of fragments shattered inch by inch, and then rained down like a storm towards Sylvia and Astrid. Sylvia and Astrid exchanged glances. Then, the two figures moved closer together on either side. Sylvia's twin swords danced, blocking the relentless barrage of shattered fragments. Astrid waited for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Hurley. On the main platform, Langston watched with a half-smile at Lucian. Lord Mayor, see? Countless knife shards are being shot out. Lucian nodded. There is some suspicion. Let's continue watching. Langston wasn't upset, as if he had anticipated Lucian's attitude all along. He continued watching the fight on the platform with a chuckle. Facing the coordinated attack from two A-grade spirit armaments, even Hurley could only keep dodging while engaging. Suddenly, his steps faltered, and he looked down to find that countless vines had already wrapped around his lower legs. Suddenly, countless roses sprouted from the ground. They were like flying daggers, colliding continuously with the fragmented knife pieces. For a moment, Hurley's front was exposed, forced open by countless roses. Sylvia and Astrid seized the opportunity and lunged at Hurley. Clang. A light clang echoed across the platform. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene. Zachariah, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly appeared beside Hurley and blocked a lethal strike from Astrid with his long knife. The fragments that had been shooting out instantly reassembled into a spirit energy long knife and returned to Hurley's hand, firmly blocking Sylvia's twin swords. A struggle ensued. Just as neither side would yield, Zachariah caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a figure rapidly approaching from behind. A smirk formed on his lips, seeing the sword about to slash at his neck. Backstab. Activated. Zachariah instantly appeared behind Astrid. Astrid, unable to retract her momentum, staggered forward. At that moment, Alicia's long sword also couldn't be pulled back in time. Her face changed drastically as she desperately tried to alter its course. But it was too late. The sword still landed squarely on Astrid's arm. No blood flowed, nothing leaked out. Astrid's arm now bore a glaring gash. Simultaneously, a gash inexplicably appeared on Alicia's long sword. Before Alicia could recover, a fragment-composed long knife pierced through Astrid's back and exited her chest. Astrid's aura quickly weakened. The gash on Alicia's long sword widened even more. Clearly, this strike severely degraded Astrid's quality. She recalled the night Sylvia nearly got severed. Fury rose within her. Zachariah, you piece of trash. The next moment, the rose garden beneath their feet moved without wind, and petals began to fall one by one. Wherever petals fell, new roses grew. In mere moments, the entire platform was covered with dense roses. Zachariah and Hurley's feet were firmly locked by the roses. He felt his spiritual energy being continuously drained by the roses. However, there was no trace of panic on Zachariah's face. What? Is this all you've got? If so, I'm quite disappointed. Zachariah shook his head disappointingly, a powerful spiritual energy wave spreading outward from his feet. On the platform, Langston's face showed a smile. Lord Mayor, he's about to activate his territory. Don't be fooled. Lucian's heart raced, but maintained his calm exterior. We'll see. Chapter 92. Got you. Wave after wave of overbearing spiritual energy surged from under Zachariah's feet, dark red tides layering and surging continuously, striking the roses ahead like a sickle, cutting them down row by row from their roots. Moments later, before Zachariah appeared a path where only rose stems remained. Scattered petals and vines littered the ground. 29 armored warriors appeared on the stage, each resting one hand on their willow leaf sabers. They seemed to care for nothing else, as if they took orders only from Hurley and Zachariah. A solemn and deadly air filled their faces. Instantly, the entire stadium became quiet. On the VIP platform, the stone in Lucian's heart seemed to have lifted. He turned to Langston with a warm smile. Sonny, his field seems somewhat different from what your beloved disciple described. Langston was stunned for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. Could I have judged wrongly? Was it really not him who broke into the Jasper family that night? Then, a smile quickly spread across his face. It seems we misunderstood. Let's continue watching. Just a misunderstanding? Afraid we'll have to apologize to them. Langston felt irked deep down. Though he understood that Lucian was seizing the opportunity to make things difficult for him, all he could do was nod repeatedly. Of course. Let's continue watching. Both maintained pleasant smiles throughout, neither exposing the other's true intentions. The instant the red field appeared, Maeve sensed Hurley's difference. His aura was rapidly increasing, the icy presence seeming to mix with an unstoppable killing intent. Zachariah whispered softly, "Crush them." In the next moment, the 29 warriors uniformly drew their willow leaf sabers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The uniform sound of blades being drawn from scabbards was as startling as the Grim Reaper demanding lives. They spontaneously split into two groups, one facing the Astrid, the other facing Sylvia. As for Hurley, he took on Maeve directly. She had snuck an attack on Zachariah, which was firmly etched in his memory. The sharp blade, imbued with incomparable momentum, slashed towards Maeve. Hurley's relentless offensive left Maeve unable to lift her head. She wanted to ask Sylvia and Astrid for help, but she noticed that they were also struggling to handle themselves. Glancing at Zachariah again, he still stood there calmly, looking at her like a spectator. How infuriating. Is this his field? Why is it so powerful? 2 months ago, wasn't his spirit equipment just F-grade? Suddenly, as if realizing something, after carefully sensing Hurley's aura, an unbelievable answer emerged in her heart. Grade A. It's grade A. Zachariah's spirit equipment is grade A. At the audience entrance below, Edna frowned deeply, looking contemplatively at Abdur. Grade A spirit equipment. Bede. You seem more concerned about Zachariah than even me, even investing heavily to bring him from F-grade to A-grade. When can you share some tips with me? My spirit equipment has been stuck at A-grade for years. Abdur looked distressed. Teacher Amaze, don't mock me. Although I have some experience refining spirit equipment, you know those are all failed refinement experiences. If I were that capable, I would have improved Confucian George's quality long ago. This deepened Edna's doubts. Not taught by you? Then how did his spirit equipment quality improve so fast? Abdur shrugged. How should I know? He seems like he's cheating. In the blink of an eye, he jumped from F-grade to A-grade. I wouldn't be surprised if he someday jumps to SSS-grade, or even higher. Upon hearing this, Edna's gaze returned to Zachariah, filled with even more confusion. Does this kid have some secrets? Teacher Amaze, leave Zachariah to you. I need to rest. Playing around in the ruins with him for nearly a month has left me exhausted. Edna blinked. What? Aren't you going to see the result of Zachariah's match? Abdur turned away without looking back. What's there to see? That Teresa Maeve is definitely going to lose. Passing by the flat-headed man, Abdur gave him a kick as well. Oh right, remember to ask Joanne to investigate how many people in their team received money from the Jasper family. Supporting his waist, he grumbled. Damn, too old, got my back out of place wrestling with these young folks. Edna smiled faintly, her gaze returning to the arena. At that moment, the roses that once covered the stage had mostly vanished, leaving only a few scattered blooms. Maeve's field was on the verge of shattering. She and Sylvia, Astrid, were cornered and beaten back. They were like punching bags, the 30 men, including Hurley, continuously pummeled the spiritual energy barriers the 3 women struggled to maintain from 4 directions. When someone grew tired, another would take their place. Zachariah watched this scene with mockery. Long before the match began, he had realized that once he activated his deadly darkness field, this special domain would certainly be used by the Jasper family and Yi clan to incite controversy. So, he initially considered defeating Maeve without using his field. In the intense battle, due to her lack of combat experience, despite having 2 A-grade spirit artifacts, Maeve was still suppressed by Hurley. But suppression was one thing. Zachariah found it unexpectedly difficult to secure a win. As he debated whether to use his field, he suddenly remembered his newly acquired ability, Field Exchange. It was the perfect time to try out Arlo's field. Thus, under his will, Hurley gained control over self-sacrifice. And as the field unfolded, Zachariah finally understood that they in self-sacrifice referred to Trent's 29 personal guards. Empowered by self-sacrifice, Zachariah could have easily won the challenge much earlier. However, he didn't want Maeve to lose too easily. Hence, the dramatic scene on the stage unfolded. Alright, no more playing around. It's time to end this. Though Zachariah's voice was not loud, it caught Maeve's attention immediately. She felt a strong sense of danger. This overwhelming feeling made her ignore her pride and prepare to raise her hand and admit defeat. But the next moment, Zachariah lunged forward, delivering a heavy kick to her abdomen. The immense spiritual energy shattered the barrier and forced back the words on the tip of her tongue. Ouch! Maeve grimaced in pain. Her 2 spirit artifacts quickly retaliated, barely pushing Zachariah back, only to be intercepted by Hurley and the 29 guards again. Maeve quickly retreated. She wanted to concede, but the intense pain from her abdomen left her speechless. Zachariah pursued relentlessly, but she was too fast for him to catch up. Damn, can't catch her. Zachariah hated his own slowness again. If Maeve managed to call out her concession, he wouldn't be able to get his revenge. Suddenly, an idea struck Zachariah. With a thought, most of the 29 guards who were surrounding Sylvia and Astrid swiftly shifted to encircle Maeve from all sides. Maeve turned east, only to encounter 2 guards coming at her with knives after just 2 steps. She quickly turned, but before she could go far, 3 more guards surrounded her. She rolled to dodge the long knives, but as she got up, she saw Zachariah's face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He smiled slyly at Maeve. Got you. Chapter 93 Retaliation. Bang. A heavy kick was launched. A black shoe sole, size 40, left a glaring imprint on Maeve's face. The entire audience drew in a sharp breath. Even Edna couldn't help but touch her own face, swallowing hard with lingering fear. This kid is really ruthless. Standing on the podium, Langston gazed at the downtrodden Maeve below, frowning as well. How could this happen? I clearly sensed that this boy only had second-rank strength. Why did he beat Maeve like this? Lucian's voice rang out inappropriately. Sonny, isn't Yi family's Phantom said to be one of the best martial techniques within Daxia? From what we've seen today, is it somewhat overrated? Langston felt aggrieved but smiled slightly. Martial technique mastery cannot be achieved overnight. Maeve has only been learning it for a short time. Getting disadvantaged is normal. It's Zachariah's aura that's quite interesting. On the stage, Maeve ignored the pain in her cheek and scrambled towards the edge of the platform. At this moment, she had only one thought. Jumping off the stage would allow her to escape Zachariah. But half a dozen royal guards instantly blocked her escape route. Zachariah appeared before her again. Caught you again. Ah. Maeve collapsed emotionally, feeling like a mouse being toyed with by Zachariah. Without caring about any martial techniques, she wildly slashed at Zachariah with her long sword. Zachariah dodged her attacks a couple of times, then grabbed her wrist with one hand, smiling crookedly. You little wretch, you say I like you? Just as Maeve was about to speak. Slap. A loud slap landed on her left cheek, instantly reddening it, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Little wretch, you say I framed your family shop? Slap. Another backhand slapped her right cheek, making her lips quiver. You say I'm not qualified to challenge you? Slap, slap, slap. Consecutive slaps landed on her cheeks. Everyone in the sports field was dumbfounded. Is Maeve really the top prodigy of Kaixing City? Is Zachariah really just a good-for-nothing? On the stage. At this moment, Maeve was thoroughly dazed by the continuous slaps, and she finally realized two things. Not only was she not Zachariah's match, but also, Zachariah was gradually trampling on her dignity and crushing her past pride. Zachariah, no hurting her. Zachariah, show some restraint. Two commanding voices echoed, followed by two solid, broad figures blocking Maeve's front and back. Zachariah's raised right hand was firmly caught, and another person tightly grasped his wrist. These two were none other than Langston and Lucian. City Lord Amaze, what does this mean? Sonny, unless there's a possibility of death during their fight, no one can stop them until they admit defeat. Langston's face turned ashen. City Lord Amaze, please tell me how she can admit defeat when beaten like this? City Lord Amaze didn't respond to him, but fixed his hawk-like eyes directly on Maeve. Maeve, do you admit defeat? Completely dazed, Maeve no longer knew east from west. Hearing someone speaking to her, she instinctively begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Thud. Then, Maeve let out a sigh of relief as she knelt down weakly. Saved. A hint of post-crisis relief showed on her face. Lucian smiled. Sonny, obviously, she knows how to admit defeat. Langston remained silent, his face dark and menacing. But Lucian seemed oblivious, grabbing Zachariah's right hand and raising it high. Zachariah, you win. The next moment, the whole venue erupted in cheers. This kid is truly ruthless, torturing Maeve like that. But he still held back, I think. The kid won, but he's finished now, refusing to give face to the Jasper family and the Yi clan. They'll surely retaliate somehow. Lucian continued. As agreed, the first place reward now belongs to you. Zachariah nodded without showing joy, as he sensed an unfriendly gaze. Langston wore a cold smile. Zachariah, you're pretty good. Then, he paused and glanced back at Maeve. But the Yi family refuses to accept you. He then swept his gaze over the audience and the recruiting companies present. Furthermore, I announce that any company, organization, or individual who dares to recruit you will be blacklisted by the Yi family and will no longer enjoy services from Yi family's enterprises. Suddenly, an uproar spread across the venue. How can you do this? This is unfair. You're not credible. The Yi family has gone too far. The audience was in an uproar. It was common for big businesses to bully customers, but for someone like Langston to openly declare it was unprecedented. However, Langston merely glanced at them casually, then pointed at a few of the most agitated people in the crowd. You, and you, Yi family won't welcome you anymore from now on. In an instant, the once boiling crowd fell silent. The Yi family mercenary group was the largest trust group within Daxia's territory. For any ordinary spirit master to be blacklisted by the Yi family would be a fatal blow to their future career. Only when there was complete silence did Lucian speak up. Sonny, although your position is high, this action might not be appropriate. Langston smiled slightly. City Lord Amaze, everything I've done complies with the rules and regulations of the Yi family. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Langston took a step forward and looked meaningfully at Zachariah. I think both you and everyone here must be very boo-foo cheap, dissatisfied, wondering why you can't join the Yi family even after winning. Right. Zachariah's lips curled into a devilish smile. No, actually, I have no desire to join the Yi family at all. Zachariah spoke the truth. To ordinary people, the Yi family was a presence to look up to. But for Zachariah, with the system he possessed, he would eventually stand at the top of the world. At that time, annihilating the Yi family would be as easy as flipping his hand. Langston considered Zachariah's words mere bravado and wasn't angry. He continued to explain to the crowd. The Yi family is dedicated to nurturing core talents for Daxia. Every spirit master who enters the Yi family is an asset to Daxia. Mercenary missions are perilous. To minimize losses, reliable teammates are essential. I can responsibly state that every member of the Yi family, despite any conflicts, can fully trust each other during missions. Langston suddenly pointed at Zachariah. And he, as you all know, Maeve is his classmate. In one contest, he could brutally attack his own classmate. I have reason to suspect that if not for my timely intervention with City Lord Amaze, Jasper might have met her end. How can such a person be qualified to join the Yi family? Would you dare to trust your back to him? Today, I, Langston, would rather bear the blame for breaking a promise than let him enter the Yi family. The entire venue was deathly silent. Though some seasoned combatants saw through Langston's excuses, who dared risk being blacklisted by the Yi family to stand up for a young man. Langston stood with his hands behind his back, symbolically asking Zachariah, "Am I right, Zachariah?" Zachariah didn't even glance at him. Humph. He turned and walked away, taking a couple of steps before seeming to recall something. He looked back at Lucian. City Lord Amaze, regarding the prizes for the Sunrise Award, I hope you won't be like certain people and act unscrupulously. Lucian couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Langston before answering. Since you've won first place, the prize is yours. Zachariah remained calm, as if Langston's words hadn't affected him at all. Your Highness, you made a mistake. I didn't just win first place, I won first and third places. Lucia nodded. That was my oversight. Rest assured, the rewards for first and third places are yours. Zachariah's smile widened, his white teeth shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Thank you, Your Highness. Zachariah strode out of the stadium. At the entrance, Edna was waving eagerly at him. Zachariah knew without thinking that Edna was full of questions waiting to be answered. Chapter 94, Pseudo-Spirit Artifact. Night had fallen. In the square in front of Jasper's hotel, Carl stood respectfully beside a black Rolls-Royce with 7 or 8 guards in suits. Ian, with a bruised nose and swollen face, squatted beside a flower bed not far away, pulling out precious flowers one by one, his face filled with malice. Inside the car, Langston wore a faint smile on his face. Alicia sat at the back seat, her cheeks swollen and somewhat dazed, still with tears in her eyes. Langston gently stroked her head. How about it? Feeling defeated, Alicia looked at Langston woodenly, the scene of Zachariah humiliating her on stage flashing before her eyes again. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Teacher, I'm a Teresa. How could he? Her sobs prevented her from continuing. Langston propped up his leg, hugging his knee with both hands. You must understand that after becoming a spirit master, the phrase life and death is no longer just words. We can scheme against others, but they can also retaliate against us. I should tell you that if it hadn't been in Victoria City today, he might have beaten you to death on the stage. Alicia wore an aggrieved look. Teacher, but he's a good for nothing. Langston laughed wryly at this naive student. What? Shouldn't people be allowed to have extraordinary encounters? The secrets of the ruins are only understood up to 30%, even by all organizations worldwide combined. Even if he was a waste before, that was the past. Although Langston's tone was calm, Alicia could tell he was slightly angry. Feeling wronged, she could only mumble softly. Teacher, but whenever I close my eyes, I see him slapping me. Langston looked at her for a long time, unable to speak. Finished, Zachariah had given her a psychological shadow. Finally, he sighed. If you don't want to stay here for your whole life, the best way is to crush this nightmare with your own hands. But teacher, I can't beat him. Langston shook his head. Finished. Even her self-confidence was gone. It's not that you can't beat him. I said he only has a second stage aura. I investigated his recent movements. Basically, for these 2 months, he spent most of his time outside the city. He looked meaningfully at Alicia. Do you know what this means? The big watery eyes of Alicia were full of confusion. Clearly this defeat had even made her unwilling to think. This means that while you're drinking coffee, he's gaining real combat experience in the ruins. While you're sleeping, he's fighting beastmen. While you're sparring with training partners in the training field, he's engaging in wits and courage battles with malicious mercenaries. You didn't lose because of talent. You lost due to effort. Each word of Langston was like thunder, striking into Alicia's somewhat confused mind. Alicia's pupils trembled and contracted. But after a moment, her gaze gradually became clear. It's because I didn't adjust my attitude correctly. Langston sharply noticed her change and was quite satisfied. It's good that you understand this point. But let me tell you that the shadow in your heart hasn't been crushed. It's only temporarily suppressed by your reason. If you don't solve this shadow, in the future, you will not break through higher than 5th stage. Alicia bit her lower lip and nodded. Teacher, rest assured, I know what to do. Langston smiled faintly, took out a pendant from his pocket, and handed it to Alicia. The pendant was exquisite, entirely made of smooth white jade, with a golden cicada wing embedded on the front, lifelike. Teacher, this is a pseudo-spirit artifact. Langston nodded. Yes, golden cicada molting. Last year, the Yi family found several pieces of spirit artifact fragments in Marilynyan Tower in Jingzhou City. According to their estimate, the original spirit artifact quality is at least SS level or above. The old guys at the Yi Family Research Institute developed this pseudo-spirit artifact based on this. In terms of quality alone, it should not be weaker than an A-level spirit artifact. So-called pseudo-spirit artifacts are special items created by humans using various methods, each with different effects. The biggest difference from spirit artifacts is that they require no contract. Anyone with spirit power can use them. However, they cannot fuse with the human body like true spirit artifacts and can only be entrusted to some specific carriers. Moreover, they have no consciousness, more like handy tools. Alicia kept playing with the pendant in her hand, her eyes brimming with unrestrained joy. Teacher, are you worried that I might encounter danger while practicing outside? Pseudo-spirit artifacts are not uncommon, but most available on the market are below sea-level pseudo-spirit artifacts. Sea-level or above pseudo-spirit artifacts, due to high manufacturing difficulty and scarcity, are even more expensive than same-level spirit artifacts. Even with the Jasper family's power in Victoria City, they had not found her a suitable pseudo-spirit artifact these past few years. Langston nodded, and then added a warning. I've only taken on you as my student all these years. Naturally, I worry about you encountering danger. But I must remind you, this golden cicada molting should be used only as a last resort. Alicia was puzzled. Minter, why? Langston gave a profound smile. You wouldn't want to know. Then, Langston glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I need to go. Alicia felt reluctant. Minter, are you leaving for Fanhua City now? Can you stay for 2 more days? Langston shook his head. No, the Yi family and the town demon suppression army have been having increasing conflicts. There are many matters awaiting my handling. Alicia nodded obediently. Remember, once you've finished your business, come to Fanhua City as soon as possible. At that time, I will teach you with all my effort. Alicia was flattered and surprised. Meanwhile, a question flashed through her mind. Although she was considered an outstanding figure in this small city of Victoria, in big cities like Fanhua, she would merely be average at best. Why was Langston so kind to her? Not only did he personally come from afar to Victoria City to instruct her, but he also gifted her a pseudo-spirit artifact and promised to teach her wholeheartedly. She wanted to ask Langston, but looking into his deep-sea-like eyes, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Words on the tip of her tongue eventually turned into farewell. Minter, have a safe journey. The black Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the distance under the glow of street lamps and finally vanished at the end of the road. Ian eagerly ran to Alicia's side, wearing a puppy-like expression. Fawn, you don't know how worried I was. The first thing I did after waking up was to look for you. What did Sonny say to you? He doesn't plan to help you take revenge, does he? Alicia found him extremely annoying, but still maintained a smile. Ian, do you like me? Yes, I do. How much do you like me? A sweet smile bloomed on Alicia's face, which made Ian dumbstruck. For you, I would die willingly. Alicia gently held his hand, her soft, warm palm making Ian's blood rush, and a stream of heat surged out from his nostrils. Alicia smiled like a blooming flower and took out a handkerchief to wipe it off for him. I don't want you to die. I want you to help me. Kill Zachariah. Her bell-like voice echoed in Ian's ears, instantly waking him up. Fawn, you know, Victoria City has rules. Alicia's hand wiping his nose stopped, and her tone turned cold. What? Do you fear the rules when we two families work together? Ian seemed hesitant, and there was a hint of whining in his voice, but I can't beat him. A smile reappeared on Alicia's face as she continued to wipe his nose. Who asked you to do it yourself? Don't you have a family? Aren't there spirit masters in your family? Ian's dim eyes instantly brightened. That's right. My Fawn family is one of the powerful families in Victoria City. Why should I do it myself? Alicia casually tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside and looked at Carl. Marlon, please handle it tonight. Carl nodded. To ease Miss Worries is my duty. Alicia felt elated, turning to Ian. Meet at Zachariah's house at 11 p.m. tonight. With that, she walked straight toward the hotel interior. Ian watched her until she completely disappeared from view before picking up the bloody handkerchief eagerly, with a foolish smile on his face. It really smells good, even better than the blood smell could cover. Chapter 95, Abdur's Greed. Victoria City No. 3 Middle School, Teacher's Dormitory Building, 3rd floor. In a simple one-bedroom apartment, the living room. Abdur sat quietly on the sofa, with a complicated expression. There was a touch of madness, a hint of greed, and an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. On the coffee table in front of him lay a yellowed book. If Zachariah were here, he would recognize this as the book that Danny always carried with him. Just half a step away from a Tier 5 Demon Beast Spirit embryo. If it's cultivated into an artifact spirit, it would be at least a C-grade artifact spirit. With a bit of luck, it could even be a B-grade. If I use it to refine George, without adding any materials, will it succeed in advancing just like Zachariah did? His heart pounding with excitement and hands trembling, Abdur became increasingly convinced that this plan was feasible. With this thought, he took out a refining furnace from his storage ring and placed some spirit ores into the bottom of the furnace. Spirit ores are special products after the resurgence of spiritual energy, typically found where large numbers of demon beasts gather. The quality varies, making them an essential main energy source in this new era. Abdur's motorcycle also relies on them for power. A low-level spirit master needs a refining furnace to refine artifact spirits due to insufficient personal spirit power and must use spirit ores to assist. Higher-level spirit masters can rely on their vast spirit power to refine directly. Of course, Zachariah is an exception. After all, his refining process is entirely dependent on the system. Abdur gently placed the Danny's spirit embryo on top of the refining furnace. As he slowly infused spirit power, the spirit ores inside the furnace resonated, and the mighty spirit power swirled like flames dancing in the wind above the furnace. Abdur controlled the refining furnace with one hand, and with a thought, George appeared in his other hand. He began trying to use spirit power to divide the spirit embryo, transforming it into a pure stream of energy. However, before the spirit embryo could be divided, there was a loud explosion, and the refining furnace blew up. Abdur frowned slightly. Why did it explode? Explosions during refinement are common, but Abdur had too much experience. Explosions in the early stages were rare. He thought again and pulled out a new refining furnace from his storage ring, repeating the previous steps. Due to past failures, Abdur habitually kept several refining furnaces in his storage ring. To avoid accidents, he calmed his mind before starting again. But soon after, another loud bang echoed, and the refining furnace exploded once more. This time, the explosion was more violent, destroying not only his coffee table, but also giving him a wild hairstyle and a face covered in soot. Something's wrong. It never used to be like this. I don't believe in this nonsense. With another thought, he brought out yet another brand new refining furnace. The last furnace. This time, he was extremely cautious. To ensure success, he even burned 3 incense sticks before the portrait of a sage, praying for blessings. Everything prepared, he repeated the previous steps once more. Even when infusing spirit power, he was exceptionally cautious, fearing another mishap due to overuse. This time, the spirit embryo showed signs of division, and Abdur breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his lips. The next moment, boom, a deafening blast shook the room, powerful spirit power echoing within, destroying half the living room. Dust filled the air, and Abdur stood with wild hair, dazedly staring at the chaotic scene before him. His head buzzed. Clearly, he was stunned by the explosions. Nate, are you trying to blow up the building? It's late at night. Go die if you can't sleep. Downstairs. We need rest too. If you keep this up, I'll complain to the principal. The curses from upstairs and downstairs came through the balcony, and Abdur barely had time to wash his face before rushing out to apologize humbly. When he returned to the wrecked living room, he felt utterly depressed. What's going on? Always failing tonight. At this moment, the George, lying on the sofa, began to tremble, catching Abdur's attention. What's wrong with George? He's never acted like this. A stream of spirit power entered George, who then manifested before Abdur in the form of a scholar. Though his face was expressionless, Abdur could feel a faint trace of sadness in his heart. Don't be sad, George. This isn't our first failure. Tomorrow I'll buy more furnaces and try again. Trying to console the George, he noticed that the George's eyes started to shimmer. For some reason, he read disappointment in George's eyes. What's going on? Suddenly, George raised his hand and pointed. Following his finger, Abdur saw the 3 incense sticks before the sage's portrait, now extinguished. The disappointment in George's eyes, the sage unwilling to accept my offerings. What is going on? Since Abdur became a teacher after his career change, he had always believed in the sage most. He did not wish to be like the sage who could cultivate 72 virtuous men. He only wished to do justice to every student, hence he was stringent with each one of them. But the current scene puzzled him. After pondering, his gaze finally settled on the spirit embryo on the floor. There's also the 3 consecutive failures in refinement tonight. He picked up the spirit embryo, sat on the tattered sofa, and fell into deep thought. After some time, he suddenly realized, showing a bitter smile. That day, when he woke up, he had noticed this spirit embryo. He initially planned to return it to Zachariah once he awoke, but thinking that Zachariah's artifact spirit was already A-grade, while his own remained at C-grade filled him with a sense of failure. Recalling how Zachariah mentioned using the buffalo demon spirit embryo to successfully advance his artifact spirit intensified his sense of failure, gradually turning it into greed. This greed made him want to claim this trophy that rightfully belonged to Zachariah. To justify himself logically, he persuaded himself that since no one saw who killed the Danny, he was just picking it up. Using the picked up item for George's refinement seemed like recycling waste. Now, he found these excuses laughable. George, taking something without permission is stealing. I used something I stole to refine you, making you sad, aren't I? George nodded slightly. Abdur stood up and walked slowly towards the portrait of the sage. The sage passed by Stolen Spring, thirsty but did not drink from it because he hated its name. I wanted so badly to refine George that I took my student's trophy out of greed. Such behavior is no different from a thief. He sincerely bowed 3 times before the sage's portrait, reigniting the incense that had gone out. Great sage, I know I was wrong. I should not have taken Zachariah's spirit embryo. I will go find Zachariah now. If he is willing to part with the spirit embryo, I won't hesitate with money. If he does not want to part with it, I will return it with both hands. The fresh incense was placed back in the incense burner, emitting gentle wisps of smoke. This time, the incense did not extinguish. He glanced at the clock. It was 10 p.m. At this hour, Zachariah should not have gone to bed yet. Then he turned to look at George, smiling gently. Come on, George. Let's reclaim our conscience. A hint of vitality flashed in George's eyes, and a smile finally appeared on his usually expressionless face. His body gradually dissipated, reintegrating into the ruler. Then the ruler transformed into a streak of light, entering Abdur's hand. Abdur smiled, tidied up his appearance, and then strode out of the door. Chapter 96 Difficult Decision. At the Victoria Stadium, in a relatively upscale hotel nearby, on the 5th floor. In the suite, Zachariah sat on the sofa, involuntarily swallowing saliva. Across from him, Edna wore a white shirt and a short skirt that hugged her hips, holding a teaching whip in her hand, constantly waving it around. Teacher Amaze, wouldn't this be inappropriate? Edna arched her delicate eyebrows, her teaching whip whizzing through the air with a swish. Cut the chatter. Just tell me the truth. What kind of opportunity did you encounter? Your artifact's spirit advancing to level A is one thing, but even Maeve can't defeat you now. Zachariah pursed his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. Ever since leaving the stadium, Edna had been interrogating him. Although it wasn't forceful, it was certainly difficult to handle. This interrogation stretched for several hours. Zachariah sighed. Fine, I'll tell you the truth, but please don't tell anyone else. Edna's slender eyes blinked rapidly. Okay. In fact, I have a system that guides me in cultivating the artifact spirit. Before Zachariah could finish, the whip lashed out. Smack. It struck precisely on Zachariah's arm. Ouch. Teacher Amaze, what are you doing? For the current Zachariah, ordinary whipping actually didn't hurt at all. The redness from the whipping quickly subsided under the influence of slow healing. He cried out in pain purely to cater to Edna's emotional value. Edna pointed at Zachariah with her whip, lacking the dignity expected of a 4th-rank spirit manipulator, her thick, long lashes giving her an adolescent charm even in the moonlight. You actually have a system. Do you think I'm foolish? Why don't you just say you're a robot? If you don't confess now, I'll beat you to death. With that, she lashed Zachariah's chest again. Zachariah was speechless. Told you the truth, but you didn't believe me. What am I supposed to do? Seeing that Zachariah hadn't replied for a long time, Edna looked displeased. She plopped down on the sofa, tossing the whip aside. Forget it, forget it. You don't have to say it. The teacher won't force you anymore. Zachariah smiled awkwardly, picked up the whip, and carefully sat down on the other side of the sofa. Apparently sulking, Edna didn't speak to Zachariah for quite some time. After a while, Edna tossed Zachariah a bag from her storage ring. Your stuff. Zachariah was a little confused. The prizes for 1st and 3rd place were claimed by the mayor on your behalf. Only then did Zachariah open the bag. Inside were 4 items. A bank card with 500,000 on it, a bottle of B-level Qingli Chihua liquid, a bottle of ill-level Everlasting liquid, and 3 liang of Yujin refining material. Edna muttered. Remember to keep these things safe. Don't get them stolen, especially the potions and refining materials. They're all very valuable. Zachariah smiled faintly. Among these items, only the refining material was suitable for him. He took out the Yujin and pushed the rest towards Edna. Teacher Amaze, only the Yujin suits me. Leave the rest for the teacher as a token of my appreciation. Edna's care over the years had left a deep impression on Zachariah, and he felt he needed to do something to make her not mad at him anymore. Edna was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood Zachariah's intentions. She felt happy inside, but wouldn't let Zachariah off verbally. Want to apologize? These few things aren't enough. Zachariah helplessly apologized. Teacher Amaze, I'm sorry. There are certain things I can't explain. Artifact Spirit number 13 found the host's attitude of apologizing to Edna peculiar, wondering why the host had such contrasting attitudes towards Maeve and Edna. Edna couldn't suppress her smile any longer. She smiled brightly, making people's hearts flutter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. But you should keep these things yourself. The teacher doesn't lack them. And besides, you offended the Yi family today. Your path will only be more challenging going forward. Zachariah didn't insist further and put the potions back into his storage ring. Seeing her worried expression, Zachariah felt touched. Over the years, Edna's care for him had never faded from his mind. Teacher, don't worry about me. I promise that in the future, even the Yi family will bow their heads before me. Her understanding of his youthful ambition was merely that it came from youthful ignorance. She rolled her eyes at Zachariah. What do you know, kid? Being blacklisted by the Yi family means you can't even fall sick because 70% of the medicines on the market in Daxia are produced by them. Her eyes filled with concern. Initially, she viewed Zachariah as merely a target, but years of interaction made her genuinely concerned about him. Moreover, you offended the Fong family and the Jasper family today. Should you consider changing your mother's hospital? Zachariah remained silent. In fact, when he learned that Fong Hospital belonged to the Ian family, he had already considered changing his mother's hospital. However, in the entire Tai'e city, apart from Fong Hospital, no other hospitals had the facilities to treat his mother's illness. Teacher, it's difficult to change hospitals. He sighed and continued. Although I beat Ian, as a medical institution, aren't they supervised by the city lord's mansion? They shouldn't dare to act rashly, right? Niruang Tong shook her head helplessly. This boy was too inexperienced and believed that everything would be fine under supervision. Zachariah, do you know what a regulatory loophole is? Zachariah pondered for a moment. Niruang Tong then told Zachariah all about her findings from hacking into Fong Hospital. Zachariah's face gradually turned pale, and his eyes were as cold as the polar regions. The rule of the streets was clear: harm should not reach one's family. Even he, an unfinished student, knew this. Ian had gone too far. Triggered task. To offend the host's family cannot be tolerated. Please kill Ian. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive a random reward. Seeing his reaction, Niruang Tong hurried to soothe him. Zachariah, don't be impulsive. With your current strength, you can't provoke the Fong family or the Jasper family. The most urgent thing is to settle your mother down first. Zachariah's eyes softened again. Teacher, you're right, but both Yishur and Fong have been offended by me. There are very few hospitals left that can treat my mother. Niruang Tong pursed her lips. Why don't you try joining the Demon Suppression Army? Zachariah was confused. What does this have to do with the Demon Suppression Army? Zachariah even suspected this was a suggestion she and Abdur had discussed beforehand. Niruang Tong explained. The Demon Suppression Army has a military hospital, which offers better medical conditions than Yishur in some aspects. However, they only accept members of the Demon Suppression Army and their families. For a moment, Zachariah was overwhelmed. If he didn't change hospitals, there was no telling how Ian might harm his mother indirectly. But if he changed hospitals, it meant he must join the military, which was something his mother least wished to see happen. Time ticked by, and Zachariah remained silent. Niruang Tong understood Zachariah's predicament and did not rush him. When the time reached 10:50 p.m., Zachariah finally spoke up. Teacher, must one join the Demon Suppression Army to access the military hospital? Niruang Tong nodded. It's a necessary restriction due to the large number of members in the Demon Suppression Army. If there were no such restrictions, injured soldiers might have to wait too long before they get treated. She paused and continued. Moreover, you should know that Yishur has blacklisted you. To obtain more resources, besides the Demon Suppression Army, no other place would dare to accept you. Zachariah understood this well. Compared to Yishur, the Demon Suppression Army was like a self-sufficient closed circle where all necessary resources could be obtained internally. Once he joined the Demon Suppression Army, from a certain perspective, Yishur's blacklist would become ineffective. Despite this, Zachariah still did not give a definitive answer. Teacher, give me one night to think about it. I'll respond tomorrow, okay? Niruang Tong also understood Zachariah's pressure and decided not to push him further. It's getting late. How about staying here with me tonight? For some reason, when Niruang Tong said this, Zachariah felt his heart rate quicken, though he understood that she was worried about him being harmed by the Jasper or Fong families on his way home. But Zachariah secretly hoped to encounter them along the way. Since they dared to plot against his family, they must pay the price. Teacher, there's no need. I sleep poorly in unfamiliar beds, and Tai'e City is so big. I can take a taxi around and avoid any incidents. Alright, if anything happens, remember to call me immediately. Remember, in this Tai'e City, your teacher will always be your strongest support. The evening breeze tousled Zachariah's hair as he walked alone through the night towards the rented apartment in West Mountain Camp. Chapter 97. A teacher protecting students is only right. Near building number 128 in the northern district of Shishan Camp, several luxury sedans stopped on the way Zachariah would inevitably pass on his return home. Then, 7 or 8 men dressed all in black got out of the cars. They immediately retrieved signboards from the trunks and quickly planted them at every nearby intersection. As spirit power was infused into the boards, a streak of red light flashed beneath each signboard lining up the various intersections, forming an unusual magical array. For people came down from the lead car, with Alicia and Ian standing at the front and 2 middle-aged men behind them, one being Alicia's butler Finley, and the other a henchman of Ian's, a man with a braid and an aura that rivaled Finley's. Clearly, he was also a 4th-rank expert. Alicia's gaze roamed over these advertisement boards. You can enter but not leave, and it can even isolate the fluctuations of spirit power generated during a battle. Ian, I didn't expect your family to have such an interesting pseudo-spirit weapon. What's its name, and what quality is it? Ian displayed a fawning expression. It's B-grade, isolation space. If you like it, Fawn, I'll give it to you after we deal with Zachariah. Alicia smiled without responding. She looked at the 2 middle-aged men behind her. Finley, Rudy, you'll be troubled tonight. After this, I will certainly repay you generously. The 2 men exchanged smiles. Alleviating our master's worries is within our duties. Please move away from here now, my lords, to avoid being affected by the upcoming battle. Alicia and Ian nodded, deciding to find a good vantage point nearby to observe. The cars slowly drove away as Finley and Rudy exchanged another smile. Let's go see that sly little rat. With agile movements, they leaped onto the 3rd floor of building number 128 and slipped into Zachariah's house through the window. Moments later, the door opened again. The 2 men stepped out of the house in succession and stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Wait a bit longer. This kid hasn't returned yet. Damn it, I can't wait to crush him, and yet he still hasn't come back. A mocking smile appeared on Finley's face as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and then tossed one to Rudy. Clouds gathered above Victoria City without warning on the quiet night. The whistling wind brought drizzling raindrops. Why is it raining? Is the rain bad? It means no one will notice the commotion. His blood spilled during his torment will be washed down the sewers with the rain, and everything will be normal when dawn breaks. The two men smiled at each other and indulged in their smoke on the balcony. Suddenly, their gazes became sharp. Someone is coming this way. In the next moment, they casually tossed their cigarette butts to the ground, leaped into the air, and dashed toward the designated area marked by the advertisement boards, taking cover. Something strange happened. Their figures vanished directly. It was as if there were two separate spaces inside and outside the billboard. Not far away, a nimble figure sought shelter under a bulletin board in the rain. The rain had soaked half of the cigarette in his mouth, and his shoulders dripped with water. He sighed gloomily while looking up at the dark sky, puffing out thick smoke. Tonight sure is unlucky. First, 3 refinement furnaces exploded, and now it's raining on my way to Zachariah's place. From a metaphysical standpoint, perhaps it's karma. I really deserve it. I wonder when this rain will stop. Abdur muttered to himself, glancing at the dark residential building where Zachariah lived. I wonder if he's already resting or hasn't returned yet. Just as he hesitated about calling Zachariah first, he noticed faint flickers of fire rising from the distant residential building. Could Zachariah's place be on fire? He sighed deeply, flicked the remaining cigarette into a puddle, and wore a helpless smile. Looks like I'll be playing firefighter tonight. He stepped out into the drizzle, moving toward Zachariah's home. He hadn't gone far when he sensed something amiss around him. This narrow road seemed overcrowded with too many advertisement boards, and he vaguely detected wisps of spirit power fluctuation. His military experience told him that someone was lying in ambush. He slowed down, letting the rain soak him completely. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, then summoned Confucian George to his hand. Friend hiding in the dark, stop hiding and come out. The night was silent except for the sound of drizzling rain. Finley and Rudy, hidden in the shadows, wore solemn expressions. It wasn't that they were afraid of Abdur, they just didn't want to complicate things. To avoid being discovered by exposing their spirit power, they even turned off the isolation space, hoping Abdur would leave quickly. However, Abdur merely sneered coldly, hiding behind anonymity. I bet you set the fire in the residential building as well. If my guess is correct, you're here to get back at Zachariah? The rainy night remained eerily quiet, with only occasional sounds of nocturnal creatures braving the rain. Abdur furrowed his brow slightly and called out, a morning's pursuit of truth can justify an evening death. Confucian George immediately materialized behind Abdur, palms together. A gust of evening wind swept through, sending the rain entirely toward the hiding spots of Finley and Rudy. With quick reflexes, Abdur brandished his ruler and engaged them in combat. Clanging sounds echoed through the rainy night, and in a flash, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Sir, this matter doesn't concern you. Leave quickly, or we will be forced to act. Finley wielded his double-headed spear, parrying Abdur's attacks. Meanwhile, Rudy held 2 black axes, smirking. Why are you wasting words? Killing one is killing 2 is killing. Might as well finish both. Boom. A deafening sound. Vast spirit power surged, evaporating the raindrops mid-air before they could fall. Finley and Rudy retreated 3 or 4 steps, but quickly regained their footing. Abdur, however, was pushed back more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. Finley looked on coldly. You are no match for us. Leave now, or die. Rudy grinned mockingly. I'll give you a minute to leave, or else death. From their brief encounter, Abdur already knew that both were 4th-rank experts, a whole realm higher than him. He stood no chance. Yet, he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he felt more anticipation. If my guess is right, you're either from the Fong family or the Jasper family, right? Finley and Rudy remained silent, seemingly counting down the seconds. It makes sense, after all. How could you admit it if you belong to them? But knowing these two, losing face in the daytime, they'd certainly seek revenge at night. Otherwise, why would you be here? Finley frowned. You don't plan on leaving then? Abdur smiled faintly, brushing his wet hair back, revealing an excited yet confident smile. I intend to leave, just not alone. You two are coming with me. Rudy laughed loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you're Herschel? Finley raised an eyebrow. Why? Isn't living well enough for you? Abdur shrugged. Why? Because I'm his teacher. It's only right for a teacher to protect their students. As for whether I survive or not, that's not up to you. Sure, your skills are a bit higher, but who knows if I have some special means to deal with you. The drizzle gradually intensified, and the fire in the residential building began to grow uncontrollably. Water mixed with smoke, creating a strange scene amidst the raging storm. Rudy's lips curled into a cruel smile. Time's up. It's time to send you on your way. Chapter 98. The Divinity and Ghost Induction. In an instant, Abdur felt a subtle spiritual power fluctuation around him. Before his eyes, the interconnected advertisements formed ripple after ripple. He could still see the burning staircase not far away and the ordinary people awakened by the fire. They were attempting to extinguish the flames, but, overwhelmed by the fire, they rushed down the stairs hastily. More than 10 civilians sprinted past him as if he was invisible, hurrying past with anxiety etched on their faces. With his experience, Abdur immediately realized what was happening. The pseudo-spirit of the isolated space. It seems you truly intend to kill in Saixiang City. Baylor laughed wickedly. Scared now? Too late. In the next moment, 2 figures materialized behind them. Behind Marlin stood a scruffy man wielding a double-headed spear. Behind Baylor appeared a man bare-chested, with a dark complexion and a full beard, wielding 2-handled axes. He looked fearsome. Hubert, finish it quickly. Isaiah, destroy his spirit. The next moment, Hubert and Isaiah roared forward, engaging Abdur and George in fierce combat. Jagged blue lightning tore through the night sky, brushing past Abdur and reverberating against the barriers created by the billboards, stirring up waves. The 2 black axes merged with the darkness, slicing toward George, like gusts sweeping away fallen leaves. However, Abdur and George displayed astonishing combat skills, finding loopholes amidst the onslaught of the spirits and managing to hold their ground. White Tiger's 7 forms. You belong to the White Tiger Regiment of the Demon Suppression Army. Marlin's gaze was sharp, identifying the martial technique Abdur used instantly. Humph, could I? Leave now, or else my death will lead the demon suppression army to hunt you down. Baylor's face twisted into an even more sinister smile. To me, live ones are more dangerous. With that, both simultaneously unleashed their domains. Domain, Eternal Lightning Cage. Domain, Gale Remnant. In an instant, the isolated space split into two distinct regions. One side was shrouded in darkness, where George seemed to fall into a canyon filled with gale force winds, each gust assaulting him relentlessly. He tried to parry. Clang. Two massive axes suddenly slashed out from the wind. He dodged hurriedly, but continuous gusts followed one after another. For a moment, George was driven back steadily. On the other side, thunderclouds gathered, and thick bolts of lightning struck continuously, reinforcing Hubert. These strikes protected its exposed weaknesses and bombarded Abdur incessantly. Despite Abdur's constant dodges, he was hit several times solidly. Abdur's brows knitted together in a deep frown, his spiritual power reaching its peak. His and George's eyes became exceptionally clear, their battle intent radiating from them, as if they were solely focused on the fight. 30 years old and established, 40 and free of confusion, 50 and aware of one's destiny. Abdur and George's aura's soared. Under the influence of combat instincts, the lightning arcs, roaring gales, and relentless attacks of Hubert and Isaiah missed repeatedly. Their swift moves subdued the spirits once again. Moreover, Abdur's sharp offensive drove Hubert step by step into the gale domain. George exchanged a glance with Abdur, then faced both enemies alone. Both Marlin and Baylor showed displeasure, neither expecting Abdur and his spirit to have such formidable fighting will and skills. Suddenly, both attacked Abdur together. Raging thunder, mass slaughter. Countless lightning bolts converged on the double-headed spear in Marlin's hands, charging up. Baylor's form expanded momentarily like a small giant, yet his speed increased remarkably, dashing straight at Abdur. Instead of fear, Abdur's eyes gleamed with unceasing killing intent. Accepting fate, Abdur leaped, the ruler in his hand becoming a giant blade. Cold sweat beaded on Marlin and Baylor's foreheads. Boom. Both sides clashed violently. Sharp assaults collided, the residual energy smashing into the isolation barrier, creating waves, but the isolation space remained immobile. Spit. A mouthful of blood erupted. Unable to withstand the relentless attack, Abdur fell backward heavily. Simultaneously, George, who had been dominating, faced counterattacks from the two spirits, his form wobbling. Clearly, with his severe injuries, Abdur found it increasingly difficult to steadily channel spiritual power into George. Domain, another domain. If I had a domain too, how could you possibly be my match? Humph. You are indeed formidable, able to fight us for so long in our domains with mere martial skills. But alas, your spirit artifact is only a C-grade one, so you can never master the power of a domain. Marlin glanced at the half-dead Abdur with disdain. Able to force us into this situation, you can rest in peace now. Baylor laughed wickedly and approached Abdur with his short axe. In an instant, George transformed into a streak of light, stabilizing himself in front of Abdur. However, he flickered between visible and invisible, as if ready to dissipate back into the ruler. Baylor seemed to find something amusing and burst into laughter. Great, you and your artifact spirit have quite a bond. But this show of deep emotion is touching. How about this? Cooperate with us. Let us strip him from you. Your death isn't important. At least your artifact spirit can be saved. The money from selling it will be considered your gratitude to us. A smile appeared on Abdur's lips. Though smiling, there was a firm resolve. You didn't pay attention. If I had a domain, you would never be my match. With a thought, a vial emitting an inviting purple glow appeared in his hand. Marlin and Baylor's pupils constricted sharply. No good. It's the suppressing demon army's secret concoction, divine and ghost induction. Don't let him drink it. The two and their artifact spirits attacked instantly, their powerful assault falling like a storm. George immediately turned around, shielding Abdur with his body. The purple liquid flowed over his teeth, spreading into a strange force that quickly filled Abdur. Abdur's aura skyrocketed. Third rank, 5 stars. Third rank, 7 stars. Fourth rank, 1 star. Fourth rank, 3 stars. Finally stopping at fourth rank, 7 stars. Similarly, as Abdur's robust spiritual power continuously poured in, George's gradually fading form became solid again. He seemed to touch upon a power he had never felt before. Spreading his arms, his scholarly robe burst open, muscles like small mountains, with veins winding like dragons. The muscles in his chest continuously moved, forming the character Run, benevolence. The muscles on his back slightly trembled, forming the character De, virtue. The muscles on his shoulders resonated, veins gathering to form the character Kai, talent. Rin in chest, Do in back, Kai in shoulders. A massive aura surged out like waves. Abdur's gaze sharpened. Domain, enlighten all beings. At the entrance of Shishan camp, Zachariah, hands in pockets, holding an umbrella, kicked at pebbles by the roadside, mumbling, false alarm. Thought tonight I'd meet Alicia, or Ian's hitmen. To think they lack any sense of vengeance after such embarrassment. After all, self-defense killings were not prosecuted in Saishang City. Zachariah's experience hadn't increased in ages. He couldn't wait to find a scapegoat to test Trent's edge. Kicking away a stone in boredom, he raised his eyes, frowning slightly. Far off, flames raged fiercely, thick black smoke billowing. Not even the torrential rain could weaken the fire. Burned power lines crackled and sparked in the downpour. Such bad luck for a family to catch fire in this heavy rain. He continued walking without concern, but after 2 steps, he seemed to realize something. That direction, it feels like my home. Damn it. Alicia, Ian, I'll get you. Zachariah's figure dashed forward like a specter, leaving behind an umbrella spinning in a puddle. Chapter 99. 10 minutes. Within the isolated space, a simple academic palace appeared within it. The howling gales and violent thunderstorms seemed to be kept outside this academic palace. Abdur lightly clenched his fist. So this is the power of a domain? It's really subtle. At this moment, he felt as if he was the master of his own domain, with his strength greatly enhanced. Suddenly, he keenly sensed 2 hostile intents locking onto him. The geoshur in his hand suddenly swung to the left. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, he exchanged dozens of blows with the two people. You are truly ruthless. Using divine and ghost summon, don't you really want to leave yourself a way out? Finley said. Abdur sneered disdainfully. A dead end might also be a way out. Rudy slashed horizontally with an axe. Why waste so many words on him? Divine and ghost summon drains all his potential. His strength can last at most 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all his bones will break. His muscles will atrophy. Even if we don't kill him, he won't live long. The ruler in Abdur's hand was like a long sword. With a reverse swing, he deflected the short axe, sending Rudy flying. 10 minutes? That's enough to deal with you two. Then he performed a vertical chop. The momentum on the geoshur was akin to cleaving a mountain, making Finley dare not meet his force head-on, and quickly increase the distance between himself and Abdur. The weapon spirits, Thunder, and Black Whirlwind, were also pushed back by George. Helpless, the two weapon spirits could only retreat. Abdur sneered. Over these years, I have grasped quite a few unique effects of weapon spirits. Pity that my spiritual energy was insufficient, unable to activate them. But today is different. Finally, I can try these new effects. And you two are honored to be the first, and last, to experience them. Rudy and Finley had a vague sense of foreboding. Instinctively, they fully mobilized their spiritual energy, preparing ample defenses. Abdur's lips curled slowly upward, while George followed his steps, slowly walking toward the two men. A gentleman who does not weighty loses authority. At 60, one hears well. At 70, one follows one's whims. With each step, his aura rose dramatically. Finley and Rudy felt as if Abdur's steps were stomping on their hearts, causing deep-seated fear from within. The wise enjoy water. An overwhelming spiritual energy surged out, thick as if it could block flowing rivers. The benevolent enjoy mountains. The geoshur in Abdur's hand waved like an enormous axe, intending to split apart towering mountains before him. Facing this relentless blow, the two dared not be overconfident and likewise unleash their strongest attacks. Falling thunder, dual axe / 4 tigers. Countless lightning bolts, like flowers scattered by celestial maidens, flew towards the geoshur. The two short axes were forcefully thrown, creating a massive whirlwind, crashing mercilessly against the geoshur. Not far away, on the rooftop of a small hotel, a man and a woman wearing special glasses watched Abdur's battle with interest. The woman wore a faint smile, while the man's face was filled with flattery as he held an umbrella for her. Fawn, isn't it bad that we're doing this to Tai'e? What's it got to do with us? Why did he insist on being the hero? Yeah, this old guy's been bothering us for years. Damn it, these 3 years, he's made our lives hard. Ian's agreement brought Alicia a sense of satisfaction in dominating the male. As if she was regaining the pride she lost on Zachariah. Fawn, do you think Finley and Rudy can defeat Tai'e? It doesn't look good for them. Just as Ian said, at this moment, faced with Abdur's sharp offensive, Finley and Rudy were like boats swaying in the sea, teetering on the brink of destruction. Even they couldn't understand why Abdur, having barely broken through to the 4th rank 7 stars, should overwhelm them so thoroughly, especially since one was 6th star and the other 5th star of the 4th rank, with not much difference in realm. Alicia remained calm. Our combat class teacher, I've heard from the mentor. In the Exorcist army, he was invincible among peers, especially in martial techniques. Even 4th rank experts would find it hard to match him without using domain powers. Now that Tai'e has forced his breakthrough to the 4th rank, them being at a disadvantage is inevitable. However, as long as they hold on a little longer until the effects of divine and ghost summon pass, this fight will be over. Ian nodded as if understanding, then looked back at Abdur. Suddenly, he pointed ahead, excitedly. Fawn, look, is that person Zachariah? Alicia followed his finger and saw a figure crossing the area where the isolated space was located, hurriedly rushing towards the burning building. It really is him, but why is he rushing into the fire scene so anxiously? Fawn, Finley and Rudy are dealing with Tai'e. Should we have the subordinates who activated the isolated space go and surround and kill Zachariah? Alicia gave Ian a look as if she were looking at a fool. She really wanted to ask him if he had a pig brain on his neck. But rationality told her that at this moment, Ian still had some use. Why? Do you think Zachariah, who could easily defeat the two of us on the platform, would be killed by 5 second-rank spirit masters working together? Ian was speechless, and Alicia's words reminded him of the scene earlier in the afternoon when he was defeated by Zachariah. Shame and anger built up in his heart, and he wished he could tear Zachariah apart alive. Seeing his expression, Alicia immediately understood what he was thinking. I know you're angry, but bear with it for now. With the isolated space, Zachariah can't even sense that Tai'e is fighting nearby. Just endure for another 2 or 3 minutes, and Tai'e will fall apart on his own. Then Finley and Rudy can free their hands to deal with Zachariah. At that time, we can return to the area and finish him off ourselves. Ian's fists crackled as he regretted not bringing more 4th rank experts with him. All right, let him keep bouncing around for a while longer. Alicia smiled, her eyes fixed on the burning residential building. Look, he's coming down again. That disheveled look makes him seem like a smoked roast suckling pig. But what is he holding in his hand? On the balcony of the residential building, Zachariah braved the flames and jumped down from the balcony. A somersault allowed him to dissipate the force from his fall. He was in an extremely wretched state, not only drenched all over, but also with a handsome face red and blackened by smoke and heat. However, his face was filled with a relieved smile. Thank goodness, Dad, I brought you out. Zachariah held the memorial tablet in his arms, looking relieved. He slowly stood up and looked at the towering flames from downstairs, his smile turning somewhat bitter. Sigh, home is gone. Fortunately, Mom is hospitalized, or else she'd be upset for a long time if she knew about this. He couldn't help but think of Ian and Alicia again, and the smile on his lips vanished instantly. You guys like setting fires, huh? Fine, then let's see who's better at it. After embarrassing Alicia and Ian in the daytime, his house was set on fire at night. Zachariah refused to believe this was a coincidence. Thinking of this, he put the memorial tablet of his father into the storage ring and was about to head towards the property owned by Alicia and Ian's families. However, just as he was about to leave, several voices made him stop in his tracks. Chapter 100. The Reverence and Distance of Ghosts and Gods. In the torrential downpour, Zachariah sharply listened to a few uncles, dressed only in shorts, huddled under the eaves, chattering away. Whose electricity usage is so restless? Don't they know we all have old wiring here? We're most afraid of high-power appliances, said Woody, leaning against the wall, somewhat melancholically. Yeah, don't say nonsense. We're all old neighbors. Who doesn't know you should be careful with electricity? If I were to say, it's likely that someone has offended someone they shouldn't have. This is arson, squatted beside him, Inigo said earnestly. Isn't that true? Let me tell you. Half an hour ago, while I was watching a Japanese love movie, I suddenly heard engine sounds. When I looked out the window, wow, all luxury cars. A group of people rushed down in haste and vanished right before my eyes, said Nigel mysteriously. What kind of place is this? To put it bluntly, a slum. What would rich people come here for? Before he finished, Woody quickly covered his mouth, desperately signaling him to stop. What nonsense are you talking? Did you forget to take your medicine today? Uncle Star-Spangled Shorts, not understanding, struggled to pry Woody hand off. What are you doing? Who needs to take medicine? Inigo was also puzzled. Kevin, why did you stop old Memphis from speaking? And when did he ever need medicine? I didn't know. Woody, looking at his teammates as if they were hopeless, whispered despondently. Don't you know murderers often return to the crime scene, posing as bystanders to observe and act accordingly? As he spoke, he glanced cautiously at Zachariah, standing in the rain, listening to their conversation. In their eyes, Zachariah seemed like a strange figure, standing in the rain without seeking shelter, drenched, his dark face illuminated by the firelight, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. Though they lowered their voices, Zachariah's senses had become incomparable. Every word they said was etched deeply into his heart. Zachariah wanted to approach and ask a couple of questions, but upon seeing him walk toward them, the three uncles hastily got up and hurriedly went inside, locking the door behind them. Zachariah felt speechless. Isn't this unnecessary? Do I really look like a bad person? However, even with just snippets of their conversation, Zachariah obtained useful information. 1. The other party is wealthy. 2. They came in large numbers. His expression turned serious. It seems they intend to finish me off. But where are they now? Zachariah didn't believe so many people came here merely to start a fire. If that were the case, why bring so many people? Murderers returned to the crime scene, disguising themselves as onlookers and acting opportunistically. If they started this fire, they must want to see my reaction when I find my home burned. In that case, let's play a game of cat and mouse. The next moment, Zachariah's figure vanished into the rainy night. 2 minutes earlier, within the quarantine space, Abdur was in high spirits, pressing down both Corey and Old She, while the artifact spirits, Black Whirlwind and Thunder, were similarly being pinned down by the George Confucian. Corey and Old She looked utterly miserable, blood seeping from wounds all over their bodies. Perhaps, if given a little more time, they would die under Abdur's ruler. But when Zachariah, braving the rain, quickly moved through the quarantine space straight towards the fire, a flicker of panic flashed across Abdur's confident face. Although he quickly suppressed it, it wasn't missed by Corey and Old She. What? Panicking? Afraid you can't protect your precious student? Simple. If you back off now, we'll give you 2 intact corpses. Abdur's anxiety stemmed entirely from concern. He feared that after his downfall, this promising youth might fall victim to these 2 villains' cruel hands. In his view, Zachariah was still too young. Even though his combat skills were formidable, those were against beasts or novices like Alicia, who lacked practical experience. Against 2 seasoned experts who had been in the 4th stage for years, Zachariah was still too green. However, at this moment, he could only hide his panic, resolving to push forward to resolve this crisis. Why panic? Resolve, both of you, quickly, and everything will be fine. In the next instant, his already bulging veins twisted even more, rising visibly beneath his tanned skin, as if one could see the blood racing rapidly within. The sage says, educate all without distinction. Ghosts and gods will revere and keep their distance. In a split second, the Confucian appeared much older, his black hair turning white, tight skin becoming slack, wrinkles and spots covering his exposed skin. However, his aura became incomparably fierce. He seemed to have transformed from a naive scholar into a Confucian master who had immersed himself in Confucianism for years. It was as if all things in the world should accept his teachings. Crazy. You're really crazy. Not caring about your last few minutes of life and pouring all your strength into this attack. The 2 felt that there was no way to avoid or block this strike. Biting their teeth, they commanded their artifact spirits to stand before them at the same moment. The surging spiritual energy crashed against Black Whirlwind and Thunder like tumultuous waves. Their domains began to shatter, cracks appearing on their bodies and gradually turning them transparent. It seemed that in just a little while, this domineering spiritual energy would crush their artifact spirits and directly collide with their own bodies. Outside the quarantine space, Zachariah's figure reappeared from the darkness, and he couldn't help but mutter, something's not right? Why is there nothing here? Just now, he had quickly searched all the large and small alleys and intersections nearby. Yet, he found nothing. This damned stormy night. At this moment, Zachariah detested the rain immensely. If it weren't for this downpour, he would have at least found some traces on the road, like footprints or tire marks. Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye. He turned his head in confusion, focusing his gaze. Less than 20 meters away at the intersection, that space rippled like a water curtain, forming small ripples circle after circle, then rapidly disappeared without appearing again. Had his eyesight not improved to some extent after acquiring the ability to discern, he might not have noticed it at all. What's going on there? And why are there 5 billboards here all of a sudden? Like someone who habitually walks home, Zachariah subconsciously did not pay attention to changes around him after walking the same path so many times. However, this sudden ripple immediately made him realize that these 5 billboards were out of place. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through his mind, a sentence said by the old man in star-striped shorts. A group of people rushed down hastily and vanished right before my eyes. Vanish? Could they be hiding their figures like me? But why didn't I encounter any attacks each time I passed through this intersection? Zachariah's eyes narrowed slightly, immediately dismissing this notion. No, those ripples prove they are right there. His mind raced, forming a plausible hypothesis. Unless they have a spatial artifact spirit who opened up a new space at this intersection. Having thought this far, he instinctively activated discern. Spiritual energy flowed into his eyes, making them feel as if burning. His vision seemed obstructed by a mysterious force. However, when this force touched his burning eyes, it dissipated instantly like darkness meeting light. Finally, in front of Zachariah, a white foggy space appeared, and 5 second-stage spirit commanders hidden in the corners, supporting billboards and suits. Zachariah tried to see further into the space, but in this white mist, his vision seemed repelled. It seems I've reached the limit of discern. What exactly is inside this white fog? His gaze lingered on the 5 men, keenly noticing that they were continuously channeling spiritual energy into the billboard to maintain a delicate balance. So it's not a spatial artifact spirit, but a pseudo-artifact spirit. They must be from the Jasper family or Fong family. But why don't they attack me but maintain this pseudo-artifact spirit? Whatever, I'll open it myself to find out. Saying that, Zachariah's figure vanished again into the rainy night. Chapter 101. That demon, you can't control. The 5 black-clothed individuals each had a communicator clipped to their collars, facilitating communication among them and coordinating control over the pseudo-spirit device. Hey, who lagged behind just now? There was a small ripple outside the isolation barrier. Good thing I adjusted quickly. Otherwise, we would have been exposed. Johnny, it's me, replied a man with an honest-looking face and somewhat thick lips. He supported the billboard with one hand while pressing the communicator on his collar, answering guiltily. Ian, what's wrong with you? Thank goodness that stingy Chandler isn't here, or he'd dock your salary for 6 months. Ian asked in a lowered voice with some trepidation. I was just thinking, that kid disappeared again. Do you think we've been exposed? A clutter of voices came through the communicator. Ian, what are you thinking? Apart from inside the isolation space, this spot under the billboard is the safest. Even if we laughed at him right beside him, he wouldn't notice us. But he kept staring at us just now. Ian, you must understand that when someone is under tremendous shock, their reactions can be unpredictable. If your home burned down, you'd also stare blankly at something. Exactly. Do you think he's as perceptive as Sun RSD Kong? But, quick, stop saying but. Another wave of attack is coming. Adjust the spirit energy frequency. Don't make such elementary mistakes again. Ian immediately gripped the pillar of the billboard, holding his breath and adjusting his spirit energy to deal with the ripples emanating from the isolation space. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief as a voice came through the communicator. Did you feel the 3 auras inside the isolation space gradually weakening? Are they about to decide the winner? Who knows? The only 2 special glasses that can see through the barrier were taken by the Chandler to charm people. Speaking of which, how can Alicia, that demon, be controlled by him? Sooner or later, he'll pay the price for that woman. Fong Ding, watch what you say. If the Chandler hears you, you won't be able to live in Victoria City anymore. The man named Fong Ding seemed unconvinced. Let him hear. If he hears, I want to ask him why he didn't give us the chance to handle that Zachariah. Why does everything good always go to Rudy? If our gang took action, within 2 days, that student would vanish from Victoria City. Not like it's so troublesome now. Yehuis, let me tell you, when that kid passes by again, we shouldn't care about this isolation space. Let's directly kill him, and then go find the Chandler for the reward. What do you say? For a moment, the communicator fell silent. It seemed everyone was considering the feasibility of this proposal. How much would the reward be to make you so tempted? A faint voice sounded beside Ian, naive and straightforward. Ian thought it was from the communicator. Joking, but it's 2 ounces of refined gold and another 5 million. Midway through his sentence, he realized something was wrong. Following the sound, he saw Zachariah holding a blood-red goose feather knife, looking at him with a half-smile. Eyes wide open, he asked incredulously, Can you see me? Zachariah tilted his head, smiling gently. No, I can't. Ian, suddenly, Zachariah vanished without warning right before his eyes. He widened his eyes, trying to locate Zachariah. Puff. An excruciating pain shot through his throat as a blood-red goose feather knife unexpectedly severed his cervical vertebrae, pierced his carotid artery, and cut his trachea. He wanted to shout, but couldn't utter a word. Thud. His knees buckled, and he fell to his knees, instinctively covering his bleeding throat with hands gripping the billboard's pole. Blood poured out between his fingers, and soon Ian became still. Spirit device, Trent, has defeated a 2nd stage Spirit Master, experience plus 298. Ability, mutual growth, activated. Host experience plus 298. Spirit device, Trent, fought alongside the host, feeling trusted and appreciated, compatibility plus 1. At the same time, due to the lack of Ian's spirit energy input, the delicate balance maintained by the isolation space was instantly disrupted. Ripple after ripple appeared abruptly before ordinary people's eyes. Look, what's that? It's Spirit Masters fighting in the city. Call the city patrol. Don't look. Do you want to die? Hi. Meanwhile, the original delicate balance of the isolation space was shattered, greatly increasing the pressure on the remaining 4 black-clothed men controlling the isolation space. Ian, what are you doing? Stop spacing out and get moving. Ian, what's wrong with you? Answer quickly. Bad news. We're under attack. The communicator in the blood pool crackled with noise as Zachariah's face twisted into a mocking smile. Don't panic. My retaliation has just begun. Not far away, on the rooftop. Alicia watched the bloody scene with a serious expression. Zachariah was like a hidden death god in the darkness, every slash of his knife surely taking away the life of one of the controllers of the isolation space. No wonder my phantom charm doesn't work on him. He must have practiced some technique to enhance his eyesight. Beside her, Ian's face was deathly pale, yet his fists were clenched tightly. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Zachariah's performance made him feel fear, but also increased his hatred. Second, he saw that the battle inside the isolation space was nearing its end. Abdur still stood tall and proud, while Finley and Rudy had already fallen, their survival uncertain. Tonight, no one could help him reclaim his dignity. Alicia seemed to find it somewhat amusing, intentionally or unintentionally adding, "What? You're afraid of Zachariah?" Instantly, Ian felt ashamed. The mockery in Alicia's expression trampled on his masculine pride, yet he could do nothing about it. Alicia glanced at him with an ambiguous smile. "Don't be upset. It will soon be our turn to act, right?" Ian was somewhat puzzled. Fawn, Finley and Rudy are barely hanging on now. How can they still have the strength to deal with Zachariah? Her silver laughter echoed through the rainy night, her eyes like crescent moons in the sky, making Ian infatuated. Ian, the wisdom that comes with age isn't just talk. Finley and Rudy have ordinary talents and backgrounds. Even so, they've managed to break through to the 4th stage for many years. You don't really think they have no means to handle Abdur, do you? Ian listened half understandingly, his gaze moving hesitantly between Abdur, Finley, and Rudy. Fawn, are you saying that Finley and Rudy aren't as seriously injured as they appear? But why is that? Alicia raised her eyebrows slightly. Let's watch and see what happens next, shall we? Chapter 102. You are my best student. As the last of the black-clothed men controlling the isolation space fell before Zachariah, the 5 billboards seemed to lose all their power. The thick mist that had been blocking Zachariah's view slowly dissipated, revealing a stooped figure before him. When Zachariah saw the man's face clearly, it felt as if his heart was pierced by a sharp needle. Abdur stood there despite being hunched over, his clothes tattered and torn. Every inch of his skin oozed fresh blood. His face was withered, like a lamp whose oil had run out. The only thing unchanged was his unwavering gaze. Che! Without hesitation, Zachariah rushed over to Abdur in 2 strides. However, when he reached Abdur's side, his heart ached even more. Was Abdur really standing hunched over? His body was actually leaning entirely on a gigantic ruler behind him. Terrifying wounds seeped only a few drops of blood, as if most of his blood had already drained away. Bones were exposed directly through those horrifying wounds. Upon closer inspection, his bones were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if they could turn to powder at any moment. Abdur looked at Zachariah before him and managed a confident smile, raising his hand with difficulty and pointing towards the other direction. Jiang, Zachariah, see? Your teacher is pretty awesome, right? I took down 2 level 4 experts. Zachariah's mind went blank, and he followed Abdur's finger direction blankly, noticing for the first time among the mess, 2 middle-aged men lying motionless, their life statuses unknown. One of them was none other than Corey, whom Zachariah knew well. When Zachariah turned back to look at Abdur again, he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. At this moment, everything became clear to him. The reason why assassins from the Jasper family and Fong family hadn't bothered him was because Che had been protecting him all along. A level 3 star 5 veteran taking on 2 level 4 veterans, the hardships Zachariah couldn't even dare to imagine. Teacher, you didn't have to fight so hard for me. Zachariah's voice choked up. Abdur waved it off as nothing. Nonsense. I'm your teacher. Of course, I should protect you. Suddenly, Zachariah couldn't help but recall the scene from the first time preparing for a mission with Abdur. Outside, the teacher protects you, and we split the commission 50-50. Zachariah remembered how Abdur tirelessly taught him to survive in ruins during their first hunt. He recalled how Abdur fought fiercely with unscrupulous merchants for an extra 200,000 in commission, disregarding his dignity as a teacher. He remembered how Abdur chose to leave the city with him to ensure he could leave smoothly. He remembered how Abdur never left his side for half a month while he was unconscious due to the North Year trial. It seemed Abdur had always been putting his words into action in his own way. Zachariah also remembered the time 2 months ago when Abdur scolded him publicly. Since then, it had been a long time since Abdur had scolded him again. Looking at the severely injured Abdur whose vitality was fading away, tears welled up in Zachariah's eyes. At this moment, all he wanted was to do something for Abdur. With a thought, A-grade eternal life fluid appeared in his hands. He carefully dripped the medicinal fluid onto Abdur's severe wounds drop by drop, afraid of overdoing it and causing him pain. However, the supposedly effective eternal life fluid seemed to have lost its power, showing no effect on Abdur. Abdur gently stroked Zachariah's head. It won't work. Put the medicine away. The secret formula of the monster taming army, Spirit Ghost Attraction, commands respect when used. After using, not even gods can save. Zachariah looked at him helplessly, full of words that couldn't be spoken. Abdur fished out a pack of bloody cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and his pale face finally showed some relief. Zachariah, don't be sad. This is my fate. It's the punishment from the sages. Zachariah looked at him in confusion. Smoke filled his eyes, making it hard to open them. Perhaps due to exhaustion from spiritual power depletion, it took great effort for him to pull out a yellowed book from his storage ring. Is this Danny's spirit embryo? Only now did Zachariah remember that after North Year killed Danny, such an item indeed dropped. But he had been too focused on avenging Alicia to remember it. Abdur nodded. After you fainted, I set my sights on this spirit embryo. You know, being stuck at C-grade as a George has been my nightmare, so, after a brief recount, Zachariah understood everything. At the same time, Zachariah was filled with guilt. If it wasn't for his reckless claim that the spirit embryo could be directly refined into an artifact spirit, how would Abdur have made such a mistake? The sage passed by a spring of stolen water, thirsty but did not drink. And I wanted to claim your things as my own. Tonight's events have nothing to do with you. They are the sage's punishment for me. Even at this moment, Abdur was still excusing Zachariah, afraid he would feel guilty. Clearly, if he had pretended to see nothing, none of tonight's events would have been related to him. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Zachariah's eyes like a flood breaking its levee, streaming uncontrollably down his face. Men don't cry easily, and the last time Zachariah cried was when he was 8 years old, upon learning his father would never come back. Abdur wiped away Zachariah's tears with his bloodied hand, only for the hot tears to mix with the rain-soaked bloodstains, leaving a dirty mark on Zachariah's already darkened face. This sight amused Abdur. He laughed out loud, but soon began coughing violently. Zachariah hurriedly patted his chest. Zachariah, remember this. You're 18 now. This is the last time you cry. In the future, even if someone holds a knife to your neck, you must not cry. In Abdur's weak voice was an unprecedented seriousness. Zachariah held back his tears and nodded firmly. Seeing this, Abdur smiled with satisfaction. Zachariah, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Can you tell me the truth? Yes. Did you kill Danny? Zachariah paused, first nodding, then shaking his head, realizing neither action could accurately express what he meant. He could only look at Abdur helplessly. Teacher, I don't know how to say it. Indeed, how could he explain? Like telling Edna about the system. Should he tell Abdur he had a system with 18 remarkable artifact spirits inside? Would Abdur think he was mocking a dying man? Looking into Zachariah's sincere eyes, Abdur seemed to understand his dilemma. It's okay. Let me ask it another way. Are you involved in Danny's death? This time, Zachariah nodded heavily. Ha 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 ha. Seemingly satisfied with the answer, Abdur burst into hearty laughter. Good lad. Excellent. Teacher didn't misjudge you. You are absolutely the best student in my 8-year teaching career. He looked at Zachariah with loving eyes, filled only with regret. What a pity, what a pity. I won't live to see the day you shine brilliantly. What a pity the monster-taming army won't have the fortune to recruit you. Abdur's voice grew weaker until it finally ceased. His head tilted to one side, his body sliding off the ruler. Quickly reacting, Zachariah caught him in his arms. The ruler that had been supporting him turned to powder in an instant, dissipating into the air. At this moment, Zachariah was overwhelmed with sorrow. He sobbed silently, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Abdur was his teacher, but more importantly, his guide on the path to growth. Perhaps he would never encounter a teacher who guided him so consistently through life. Ah, such deep teacher-student bond. Damn it, it really was his last breath. Scared the crap out of me, afraid he was pretending. Two grating voices sounded. Zachariah followed the noise, and a fiery flame of vengeance flared up in his sad eyes. Chapter 103. Those who butcher my revered teacher shall be punished. Finley and Rudy slowly rose to their feet. The icy rain and howling wind battered their faces relentlessly. The spirit artifacts in their hands, whether it be thunder or a black whirlwind, were riddled with cracks and no longer emitted any luster. It was clear that the two had used all their strength to drive their spirit artifacts to shield them from Abdur's frenzied attack, severely damaging their artifacts and leaving them far from unscathed. Moreover, due to the immense pressure Abdur exerted, they feared he might have been feigning his attack and thus remained prostrate on the ground, pretending to be dead. Only after Abdur breathed his last breath and they could no longer sense his presence did they finally rise. Brat, scram if you know what's good for you. Let me reduce this corpse to mincemeat first. Maybe I'll put you out of your misery when I'm in a better mood. Rudy spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled at Zachariah furiously. Zachariah remained unmoved, giving Rudy a cold glance. Brat, you, as a tier 4 expert, Rudy had never been ignored like this before. Just as he was about to move, Finley subtly tugged him back. We need to recover our spiritual energy urgently. Earlier battles with Abdur had consumed far too much of their spiritual energy. They were no longer at their prime. Additionally, their actions in West Mountain Camp were now exposed to the public. It wouldn't be long before the city patrol would arrive. At this point, the only option was to quickly recover their spiritual energy to ensure they could exterminate Zachariah swiftly and decisively. Rudy understood Finley's implication and let out a cold snort, secretly beginning to restore his spiritual energy. Zachariah observed their movements, but had more pressing matters to attend to. With a battle imminent, he couldn't let anyone harm Abdur's body again. He gently lifted Abdur and walked over to the eaves of a safer residential building, then gently placed him down. Zachariah tore off a strip of cloth from his clothes and carefully wiped away the dirt, blood, and rain from Abdur's face. Abdur lay quietly on the ground, his pale face showing those determined features. Jay, rest here for a while. I will avenge you shortly. A mission has been triggered. Teacher, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. To slaughter one's revered teacher is an unpardonable sin. Punish them. Upon completing this task, the host will receive a random reward. The system's cold prompt sounded, but Zachariah seemed not to hear it. He gently closed Abdur's eyes, then abruptly stood up. His eyes, piercingly cold and red-rimmed, locked onto Finley and Rudy. Mysteriously, the two felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. A long sword composed of fragments gradually formed in Zachariah's hand, inch by inch. A bone-chilling cold spread, and a thin layer of ice began to form on the 3-inch deep water underfoot. Today, I must offer your head to comfort my deceased teacher's soul. In the next moment, Zachariah's figure suddenly shot forward, the long sword cleaving toward the vital points of the two men. Hurley manifested simultaneously, launching an attack along with Zachariah. Finley and Rudy revealed fierce expressions, reactivating their respective spirit artifacts. Brat, overestimating yourself. Just a mere tier 2. How dare you look down on us? In an instant, thunder and black whirlwind appeared once again before them. However, compared to before, the forms of these spirit artifacts were more translucent, appearing ragged and frail as if they were about to disintegrate. They engaged each other almost instantly, but within moments, both Zachariah and Hurley were pinned down by the opposing force. Not only were they passively defending themselves, but there were several close calls where they nearly suffered severe injuries. Is this all you got? Looks like you're only capable of bullying inexperienced newbies. It seems you haven't learned your teacher's combat techniques. Your attacks are so crude. I heard you have a mother, right? After dealing with you, I'll send her to join you. Zachariah said nothing. His gaze toward Finley and Rudy grew even colder. Hey, Finley, Rudy, spare him a breath. Let me kill him personally. An arrogant male voice came from Zachariah's left side. He glanced over with the corner of his eye. Farther down another intersection, Ian stood beside Alicia, holding an umbrella for her, with a look as if he wanted to tear Zachariah apart alive. Zachariah, when you humiliated me on the arena today, you didn't expect to suffer this fate, did you? Alicia's voice trembled, revealing a sickly smile on her usually calm face. They had been closely watching the battle here. When they saw Zachariah being suppressed by Finley and Rudy, they rushed over without delay. They had one thought in mind: to kill Zachariah with their own hands. Please wait a moment, masters. We will subdue him soon. As they spoke, the attacks between the two men and their spirit artifacts grew more fierce, with a momentum to decisively defeat Zachariah in one go. However, instead of showing any fear, Zachariah's lips curled into a chilling smile. Finally managed to lure both of you out. This will save a lot of trouble. When Zachariah was slaughtering the 5 black-clothed men, he had already deduced that they were under Ian's command. Upon seeing Finley for the first time, he knew that Alicia's influence must be behind this. Both were prideful individuals. Since they wanted revenge on him, they would not be content just waiting in the shadows for the outcome. He wasn't sure if Alicia and Ian would definitely appear, but feigning a disadvantage did not matter. Thus, there came the scene where Finley and Rudy were pressing down on Zachariah. Zachariah's cold smirk made Finley and Rudy uneasy during their fight, and it reminded Alicia and Ian of the terror they felt when dominated by Zachariah earlier that day. Alicia and Ian exchanged glances and decided to leave to observe from afar, but Zachariah wouldn't give them the chance. "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" Zachariah cast aside his previous dispirited state, kicking out lightning fast with his legs, forcing Finley and Rudy back. With Hurley thrown from his hand, it firmly planted itself ahead of Alicia and Ian's escape path. The blade trembled, its aura of killing intent repelling raindrops from touching it. Realm activated, deadly darkness. A pitch-black aura spread rapidly from the tip of the blade, swiftly enveloping Alicia and Ian in an instant. Alicia's pupils contracted sharply. The unpleasant memories of that night a month ago surged back. It's him. It's him. It really is him. The intruder who broke into her mansion and escaped successfully that night. It was really him. Alicia couldn't understand why Hurley's realm was different from what it displayed on the arena during the day, but she had no time to think about it, because right before her, Hurley, wielding a long sword composed of fragments, watched her and Ian coldly. His weathered face was filled with an indifference to life. "Hell, Fawn, this realm is evil. Not only does it make me feel powerless, but we can't get out." Ian held Snake Person, hacking at the barrier at the edge of the realm with all his might. The great saber chopped through the air without causing any ripple. But when he tried to break through, the dark veil before him acted like a cage, preventing him from taking even a step forward. The death pressure exerted by Hurley made Alicia unable to tolerate Ian's foolishness any longer. "Do you have a pig's brain on your neck? This is a realm. If we don't kill the owner of the realm, how are we going to escape?" Ian stared at Alicia in shock, his mouth open wide enough to swallow an egg whole. "Fawn, you're cursing me." Alicia ignored him completely, and a long sword appeared in her hand. Realm activated, Blood Rose Garden. With a thought, countless blood-red roses sprouted around her. Astrid and Sylvia manifested in front of her simultaneously. They took steps at the same time, running towards Hurley. Yet, Hurley's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Outside the realm, Zachariah ducked a spear thrust from Finley, then dodged a double axe slash from Rudy, avoiding several electric arcs from Thunder and evading gusts of wind from Black Whirlwind. His agile movements left Finley and Rudy in awe. "Brat, you've got some nimble moves, but you committed a big blunder, fighting on 2 fronts. Without spirit artifact assistance, how long do you think you can hold up?" Zachariah did a side flip behind Rudy, his cold eyes scanning his neck. "Who said I only have 1 spirit artifact?" Blood-red light condensed into a blade in Zachariah's palm. Boundless fighting spirit roared through the heavens and earth. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire world had become Zachariah's battlefield. Chapter 104, 1 each. The strong instinct for survival made Rudy subconsciously roll forward. Though he narrowly avoided the blade, the intensity emitted by Trent still cut through his skin. Fresh blood kept seeping from the back of his neck. "Careless. This boy has a weapon spirit body. This aura, it's at least an A-grade weapon spirit. We can't hold back anymore. Unleash our domains. Yeah, if it comes to that, we'll just buy 2 more weapon spirits later." A trace of pain flashed across the faces of Finley and Rudy. The reason they had been engaging Zachariah in a martial arts struggle was because their weapon spirits were already severely injured. Forcing the activation of their domains again could result in their dispersion into nothingness. But now they had no other choice. Once more, the domain with dense thunderclouds and howling gales unfolded, enveloping Zachariah within it. However, this time, the attacks within their domain were much weaker compared to when they faced Abdur. Zachariah activated Concealment, dodging the gusts and lightning arcs with agile steps, appearing completely nonchalant. "So this is your domain? Pretty weak. Finley, I must say, you're far weaker than during our first encounter." Finley's pupils constricted. His old eyes scrutinized Zachariah carefully, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. "It's you. You were the one who broke into the Jasper family that night." A lightning arc slashed toward Zachariah at an unbelievable angle, but he didn't even blink, merely shifting slightly to the left, causing the attack to miss. Noticing now? Isn't it a bit too late? In the next moment, Zachariah's blood chi surged. His clear eyes turned blood red, and his fighting spirit transformed into pure killing intent. Martial skill, Blood Fury. Zachariah's aura continued to intensify. At this moment, both Finley and Rudy had the illusion that the youth before them wasn't human at all. He was a Rakshasa who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Before they could react from their shock, the long knife in Zachariah's hand surged with blood chi, spreading outward from the blade. A thick scent of blood spread through the rainy night. Zachariah's voice became low and hoarse, as if scorched by charcoal. Domain activation, sacrifice for righteousness. The thick blood chi centered on Zachariah shot up into the sky in an instant, eroding everything around him. The thunder and black whirlwind domain shrank to less than 2 meters wide within a few breaths, teetering on the brink of collapse. What was even more astonishing was that Zachariah's aura continued to skyrocket. What's going on? This boy's martial skill is bizarre. So is his domain. He's only 2nd rank. Why do I feel the threat of a 4th rank? We have to stop. Retreat now. Both men turned to flee toward the edge of the domain. They poured their spirit energy into their domains, trying to break free through the clash of domains. Indeed, they were helpless. Their battle with Abdur had left them severely weakened, unable to unleash even 70% of their power, especially their weapon spirits, which were on the verge of dissipation. If they were facing an ordinary second-rank spirit handler, they might have been able to kill him despite the effort. But they had encountered Zachariah, who not only enhanced his strength with the martial skill Blood Fury, but also used the domain, Sacrifice for Righteousness, to keep boosting his power. Footsteps sounded behind Finley and Rudy. Turning around subconsciously, their already desperate faces grew even more so. Behind them stood a large encampment. At the front of the encampment were Zachariah and a man resembling a general. He held a blood-red goose feather saber identical to Zachariah's, his red eyes fixed on Finley and Rudy. Behind them were 29 fully armed soldiers, each resting a hand on the willow leaf knives at their waists, their cold gazes locking onto Finley and Rudy as if they were already dead men. Trent, one each. Remember, leave them a breath. I want to kill them myself. Trent nodded, his voice equally hoarse. Those who offend my master shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, the 29 personal guards simultaneously drew their willow leaf knives. The sound of unsheathing echoed through the bloody domain, constantly gnawing at the fragile nerves of Finley and Rudy. In the next moment, Zachariah and Trent each wielded their knives and charged toward the two. The 29 personal guards split into two groups, each following Zachariah and Trent straight toward Finley and Rudy. Panicked, Finley and Rudy hastily activated their weapon spirit effects to defend. Heavenly Thunderfall, Double Axe, /4 Tigers. Countless bolts of lightning burst forth from the double-headed spear. Two black short axes, accompanied by howling winds, flew towards Zachariah and Trent. For a moment, this overwhelmingly dense attack seemed impossible to evade. However, a scene that left both of them dumbfounded unfolded. The bodyguards threw themselves forward one after another, using their bodies to shield Zachariah and Trent from the continuous onslaught. Their defenses were no match for Zachariah and Trent's relentless advance. Finley gritted his teeth and thrust the double-headed spear at Zachariah with all his might. As long as he could take him down, everything would be over. Young boy, I'll take you down with me. Thunderbolt. Ferocious lightning enveloped the double-headed spear, with the weapon spirit, Thunder, completely merging into it. This was its last-ditch strike, a success or nothing. There was no trace of sympathy in Zachariah's eyes, only the determination to cut down the opponent. Double slash. Activate. It was just a blood-red long knife, but in Zachariah's hands, the high-frequency strikes one after another resembled two knives attacking simultaneously, leaving only blurs visible to others. Clang. A clear sound rang out as Zachariah's relentless attacks finally ceased. The blade struck precisely on the tip of the double-headed spear. In the next moment, the already cracked double-headed spear crumbled into dust, dispersing inch by inch in Finley's hands. 15 bodyguards followed, surrounding Finley layer upon layer. Finley's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It seemed even he couldn't believe that his old companion of many years had met such an end. How? You're just a poor kid at second rank. How can you possibly defeat me? Finley muttered to himself. I said today, I must avenge my late master with your heads. A flash of red light appeared, and Finley saw his body collapse to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Then, he saw a bodyguard walk over and pick up his head. Weapon Spirit, Trent, defeated a 4th rank spirit handler. Experience plus 1,400. Co-evolution activated. Host experience plus 1,400. Zachariah coldly watched the head in Bryson's hands. Bryson wore a foolish grin on his face throughout. Though silent, Zachariah could sense as if he were saying, don't be angry. Look, half of your vengeance has been achieved. Yes, the other half remains. Zachariah turned his gaze to the side. Trent had also finished the battle there. At that moment, Trent and 14 bodyguards, 15 long knives in total, were pressed against Rudy's neck. Zachariah slowly walked towards him, dragging the blood-red long knife behind him, making a chilling sound. Chapter 105 Exclusivity of Domains. Baylor looked at the bloodstains all over Zachariah's body and witnessed the outcome for Marlin. He was utterly panicked. Zachariah, you can't kill me. This is inside Victoria City. If you kill someone here, your life will be ruined. You are so young. You have a brilliant future ahead of you. You don't want to ruin your standing in Victoria City just because you killed an insignificant person like me, do you? I promise you, as long as you spare me, I'll go with you to the city patrol office as a snitch. Testify against Ian and Maeve. Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but glance sideways. Within fatal darkness, he could clearly perceive that Hurley acted like a ghostly phantom, tangling 2 people and 3 weapon spirits on his own. Despite fatal darkness suppressing their strength by 30%, Hurley was still under considerable pressure. And while Baylor took Zachariah's brief distraction as a sign of hesitation or wavering, he hurriedly pressed on. Zachariah, I swear, just spare my life. From now on, I'll follow your command without question. Zachariah came back to his senses and looked at him indifferently. Then he asked a perplexing question. I remember you mentioned earlier about turning Nate's corpse into mush, didn't you? And you also said you wanted to kill my mother, right? Baylor quickly smiled apologetically. Misunderstanding. It's all a mistake. Halfway through his words, Zachariah slashed out with his saber, cleanly severing his arm. Zachariah looked at him coldly. Everything except the head, minced into mush. 15 long sabers continuously swung down, the horrific sounds echoing throughout West Mountain Camp. Inside West Mountain Camp, every household spontaneously shut their doors and windows. Everyone was praying, hoping that the city patrol office's spiritual master would come over quickly. A moment later, Baylor's head was lifted up by Emil, while his body had turned into flesh pulp, mixing with blood and rainwater flowing into the sewers. Weapon Spirit, Trent, has killed a Tier 4 spiritual master. Experience, plus 1,200. Mutual growth activated. Host experience, plus 1,200. Mission to kill 2 Liangshire completed. Trent. Experience, plus 5,000. Mutual growth activated. Host experience, plus 5,000. Mission completed. Reward. Ability, bleeding. Vitality slowly drains away with spilled blood where the blade cuts. Let's go. Trent, let's go help Hurley. I am willing to serve you. Including Zachariah, the 31 men covered by sacrificial righteousness marched forward toward fatal darkness. Seeing the two domains about to touch each other, Zachariah immediately felt a strong repulsion. Zachariah frowned. HM? What's going on? Trent reminded. Not our land. Reject. Zachariah thought for a moment and then got the answer. Each domain is equivalent to the private world of each weapon spirit, making external spirits unable to enter easily, showing a strong exclusivity. It is precisely because of this exclusivity that there is conflict between domains. Since Hurley and Trent share the same host, they can freely enter each other's domains under Zachariah's will during ordinary times. But when he tried to bring another domain inside, he would be kept out. Even though he possessed the ability, domain sharing, it only allowed one side to use the other's domain. In essence, it still focused on a single domain. It seems that I should integrate the domains of Hurley and Trent when I have time. After a short moment of reflection, Zachariah gave a thought, and Trent understood what to do. Trent turned to look at the 29 guards behind him. Wait for my return. The 29 guards stood tall, watching as Zachariah and Trent moved forward. In the next moment, Zachariah brought Trent out from the red domain and successfully entered the black domain. At first sight, the two saw a rose garden appear within this black domain. Maeve and Ian were both huddled inside this rose garden. At the edge of the rose garden, where it met the black domain, blood-red roses constantly withered and died, yet new ones sprouted. It seemed the confrontation between domains had reached a stalemate. Hurley hid in the dark, continuously shooting countless fragmented blades at Maeve, Ian, and their weapon spirits. Zhongqing and Kira stood guard beside her. Enhanced by the rose garden, they used various effects to defend against these assaults from the darkness. Compared to the calmness of Maeve, Ian, who did not possess a domain, appeared incredibly anxious. Sheener, left. Be careful. Right. Another attack from above. Snake person, save me. If not for Maeve protecting him within the domain and the weapon spirit, Snake person manifesting to shield him, he might have already fallen under Hurley S. blade. Zachariah and Trent S. arrival went unnoticed by Maeve and Ian. Trent, Hurley, and Zachariah exchanged a glance. They immediately understood each other's intentions. Prioritize Maeve. In the next moment, Trent S. figure suddenly leaped out. The swift footsteps caught Maeve's attention. A blood-red figure swiftly approached her. That figure jumped high into the air, holding a knife in both hands and slashing down at her. Clang. Zhongqing blocked Trent with dual blades, but the opponent swung the knife so fiercely that it created afterimages, continuously hammering at Zhongqing. Zhongqing was gradually forced back. Kira stirred up the roses on the ground to support Zhongqing. However, the fragmentary blades flying from the side kept her completely occupied. She finally managed to cut through the flurry of blades only for Hurley to strike at her with the long blade made of shattered glass. She thought this time it would be like before, a missed strike followed by a retreat. But this time the opponent chose to clash head-on, although she successfully deflected every attack. The next moment, the long blade composed of fragments started changing shape, attacking her from all angles with incredible forms, leaving her overwhelmed as well. Maeve stared incredulously at the two weapon spirits before her, her eyes full of disbelief. Why does he have two weapon spirits? Could he be a weapon soul too? Impossible. Impossible. Weapon souls are 1 in 10,000. I am the only weapon soul in the entire Victorious City. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged from behind her, instinctively turning and swinging her sword. Instantly the roses before her began to grow wildly, binding Zachariah tightly, who was hiding in the dark. The thorns on the rose stems pierced his skin, trying to absorb his spiritual energy. Seeing Zachariah attempting to ambush her, jealousy and anger burned in her heart. Zachariah, in the whole Victorious City, I am the only weapon soul. On what grounds do you stand? With a thought, her slender sword transformed into dual swords representing the sun and moon. The left sword blazed hot, the right sword ice cold. Two contrasting energies constantly struck the blood-red long knife in Zachariah's hand. However, Zachariah remained unperturbed, as if Maeve's attacks and the absorption of his spiritual energy by the rose thorns could not affect him. On what grounds? You ask me. Then on what grounds did you use my family's Aristide Shuang to secure your family's future? On what grounds did you send people to kill Che? Zachariah's emotions grew more agitated. The blood-red long knife in his hand moved swiftly, parrying every deadly blow from Maeve. Seeing his goddess under pressure, Ian was consumed by rage. Zachariah, how dare you bully Sheener? I will kill you. He wielded a large knife and charged at Zachariah. Get lost. Zachariah kicked him forcefully, sending him crashing against the barrier of fatal darkness, rendering Ian unconscious. In the next moment, Zachariah deflected the double sword swung down by Maeve with a single slash. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Double slash. Release blade form. Chapter 106. To do or not to do. The blood-red long knife pressed steadily on Alicia. Then, amidst her puzzled gaze, Zachariah's left hand, which had been idle all along, swiftly grasped the hilt and pulled gently. A second blood-red long knife appeared in Zachariah's hand. Alicia's eyes widened in disbelief. Dual knives into one. How did you do it? Shouldn't you be more concerned about your safety rather than how I did this? In the next moment, both knives struck simultaneously. Attacks from left and right came continuously, each strike splitting down on the dual swords of sun and moon. To Alicia, she could not see how Zachariah was striking. All she saw were afterimages. The immense force forced her to retreat incessantly. The originally formidable dual swords gradually developed cracks. It seemed that in a moment, the dual swords would be severed by the blood-red long knives. Pooh! The surging blood inside Alicia rose up. She could no longer hold it back and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Tai'e and Kira, upon seeing this, could no longer care about their fight with Trent and Hurley. They turned around to support Alicia. Hurley, noticing this, naturally wouldn't miss such an excellent opportunity to attack. The long knife shattered inch by inch, shooting toward the Kira. The Kira caught sight of this out of the corner of her eye and swung her hand. Countless roses at her feet began to coalesce into a shield, blocking Hurley's attacks. She then took advantage of the situation to rush towards Zachariah even faster. Tai'e blocked Trent's blood-red long knife and was about to leave. Trent snorted coldly. Thief. Don't run. The blood-red long knife instantly transformed into a person-tall saber in his hand. He chased after her for 2 steps, transforming the saber into a spear with one hand and thrust forward. Tai'e's advance stopped instantly, a dark wound appearing on her chest. The dual swords of sun and moon in Alicia's hands became dim in an instant. She gritted her teeth and cursed at Zachariah. Zachariah? I'll kill you. Kira had been severely injured by Zachariah during the day's school activities, dropping from rank A to B. Tai'e, a month ago, had also been gravely injured by Zachariah, dropping from rank A to B. Half a month ago, she finally, with Langston's help, re-refined herself to rank A. But tonight, she was ruined once again by Zachariah. How could she not be furious? She attacked Zachariah frantically, disregarding defense. Zachariah seized the opportunity and kicked out forcefully. Bang! Alicia shot back like an arrow loosed from a bow. Blood spurted from her mouth without restraint. Zachariah, how dare you treat Fawn like this? Unbeknownst to them, Ian had already risen, wielding a large knife and rushing towards Zachariah again. Without looking up, Zachariah turned around and kicked. Get lost. Ian was once again kicked away by Zachariah, this time not fainting, but lying on the ground unable to get up due to the intense pain in his chest. Zachariah, holding the blood-red long knife, slowly walked toward Alicia. Alicia's legs were already limp. The courage generated by her anger had dissipated with Zachariah's kick. At this moment, she deeply realized that she was no match for Zachariah. She crawled backward on the ground, but the distance between her and Zachariah grew closer and closer. Zachariah, what are you going to do? I tell you, my Jasper family is the first family of Chaoyan City. If you touch me, you'll never make it in Chaoyan City. If you dare touch me, the Yi clan, and ugh. Before she could finish speaking, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Zachariah's eyes as he lifted her by the collar with one hand. Speak. Where is Aristai Chuang? Alicia was slightly stunned, but in the next moment, the previously frantic her revealed a smug smile. Being the daughter of a merchant, what she feared most was that the other party didn't put forth any demands. Zachariah asking about Aristai Chuang's whereabouts indirectly gave her leverage to bargain. You want to know? Fine. But first, let me down, and then have you kowtow and admit your mistake. Parade through Chaoyan City for 3 days. If I'm in a good mood. A chill appeared out of nowhere, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She then noticed that Zachariah was looking at her, as if she were an idiot. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I'll go find it myself at your place. Whoever keeps quiet, I'll kill. I don't believe everyone is as tight-lipped as you. Zachariah was no longer the naive young man who knew little of the world. Having experienced life and death multiple times, he had come to realize that in this era where strength reigns supreme, things are either not done, or done thoroughly. Zachariah's gaze gradually turned cold, his left hand slowly raising the blood-red long knife, aiming at her throat. Zachariah, no, you can't kill me. We are classmates. I used to like you. Have you forgotten our 3 years of friendship? Have you forgotten how I used to take care of you? You haven't even returned me the half eraser from the final exam 2 years ago. Alicia's mouth was like a machine gun, speaking rapidly. She continuously recounted the past, hoping that their previous bond could make Zachariah abandon his intent to kill her. However, Zachariah remained unmoved. The long knife inched closer to her throat. She closed her eyes hopelessly, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. Zachariah, you can't kill me. Woo woo woo. The siren of the city patrol approached from a distance and now echoed outside the barrier. On her previously hopeless face, Alicia wore a smile of relief from surviving a great calamity. Thank heavens, the city patrol has come. She wiped away her earlier pitiful appearance and put on an arrogant front. Zachariah, the city patrol is here. You're finished. You deliberately started a fire out of jealousy and intentionally harmed your classmates. You caused severe physical and psychological damage to Ian and me. You're waiting to be arrested by the city patrol. Prepare for a life sentence in prison. Zachariah frowned, inwardly cursing why the city patrol had chosen this moment to arrive. But the long knife in his hand did not stop. Abdur cannot die in vain. If he doesn't kill these nobles tonight, there may never be another chance. Determined, Zachariah tightened his grip on the long knife, preparing to strike Alicia with lightning speed. Alicia's eyes widened. She found it hard to believe that Zachariah was a madman. Zachariah, you can't touch Alicia and Ian. A clear and melodious female voice rang out from beyond the barrier. Zachariah paused momentarily. Why did she come? However, Alicia clung to this lifeline like a drowning person. She burst into tears. Teacher Amaze. Save me. Zachariah has gone mad. He's trying to kill his own classmates. Beside her, Ian ran straight to the edge of the barrier, repeatedly pounding on it with his fists. Teacher Amaze. Hurry up and have the city patrol break through this barrier. Zachariah is a monster. Not only did he kill Che, but he also killed all the subordinates who came with us. Hurry and save us. We don't want to die. Zachariah sneered. You aristocrats are naturally good at fabricating facts. Well, textbooks taught me to be honest and trustworthy, to treat others sincerely. But I almost forgot, those were also written by people like you. If not for that, how would you keep us commoners in line? In the next instant, the blood-red long knife in Zachariah's hand suddenly thrust toward Alicia's throat. Alicia dared not open her eyes in fear. No. A golden light erupted from Alicia's neck, dazzling enough to illuminate the entire deadly darkness. Refusing to close his eyes, Zachariah struggled fiercely to resist the blinding golden light, using discernment. 2 drops of crimson blood slowly oozed from Zachariah's pupils. Finally, the blood-red long knife in Zachariah's hand completed its deadly thrust. Chapter 107. The arrival of the city patrol team. Outside, deadly darkness. Dozens of city patrol team members had already set up a cordon. They firmly blocked the surrounding onlookers from getting close. Zaida looked anxiously at the 2 domains in front of her, one red and one black. Kit, can you hear me? Release them immediately. Don't do anything foolish. Isidro glanced at Zaida with some regret. Teacher Murome, given the urgency of the situation, give up. Let's use force. The so-called use of force meant that the city patrol team members would attack together with their spirit tools, forcibly breaking through Kit's domain. If Kit had enough spiritual energy, there would naturally be no fear. But if his spiritual energy couldn't withstand the external outburst, both he and his spirit tool would suffer severe damage. This was what Zaida did not want to see. She glared at him. Give me another try. And remember to drive all these onlookers back home. Seeing Zaida's menacing look, Isidro sighed. He understood this was her way of protecting Kit. Though displeased, he could only cooperate with her. With a single glance, his subordinates understood his meaning and quickly dispersed the crowd. He cursed himself inwardly. Damn it. Why did I tell Teacher Murong about this? When he received dozens of emergency calls from Shishan camp, he immediately thought of Kit. He instantly traced the IP addresses of those calls, and they were all from Building 128 of Shishan camp. Due to Kit's involvement, he habitually reported it to Zaida. Upon arriving hurriedly at the scene, videos provided by Ershin Shermin confirmed their guesses. Not only were the domains in front of them Kit's, but the people inside were also Zaida's students. Additionally, nearby residents informed them that they heard different people crying out more than once during the incident. All signs indicated that Kit was pressing Shauna and Steven alone. Isidro didn't know how Kit managed this, but he knew that Kit could never afford to offend these two people. One was the daughter of the president of Tai'e City's Chamber of Commerce, and she was also a reserve member of Yi Corporation's elite team. The other was the son of the chairman of Tai'e City's largest medical institution, also a reserve for Yi Corporation. Should they get hurt, Kit wouldn't just be unable to stay in Tai'e City. He might even face the entire Yi Corporation's retaliation. He sighed. Kit, why provoke the Liu family and the Feng family when you can't win? Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot out from the black domain, soaring into the sky, then flew away like a meteor. Its speed was so fast that no one could see what it was. His brows knitted tightly, and he forgot to light the cigarette in his mouth. What the hell flew out? Was it the suspect escaping? He rushed over to Zaida. Teacher Murong, what just happened? Zaida also looked puzzled, but she quickly sensed the aura within the barrier. It seems one aura is missing. Only two people remain inside. Inside, infinite darkness. Steven stared dumbfoundedly at the object in Kit's hand, Zinner's clothes. Kit's face was dark, holding Shauna's black dress. On the ground lay her intimate clothing and several exquisite pieces of jewelry. Golden cicada shedding its shell? Kit muttered to himself. Just as he thrust his long blade, it missed. After the golden light faded, only Shauna's dress remained in his hand. People often laugh when feeling helpless. Kit couldn't help but laugh when he saw the lace-trimmed intimate clothing on the ground. In a sense, Shauna is the first woman in Tai'e City to streak. Hearing Kit insult his goddess, Steven grew furious. Kit, what are you talking about? Kit glanced sideways. Oh, you're still here. I almost forgot about you. With a single glance, Qianjin and Bai Nian advanced swiftly toward Steven. At that moment, Steven regretted opening his mouth. But regret was useless. All he could do was quickly retrieve his spirit tool and channel spiritual energy into it. Snakeman, flicking its tongue, appeared beside Steven. Its sinister gaze swept across Bai Nian and Qianjin. It seemed to sense the overwhelming killing intent from Bai Nian and Qianjin. It became hesitant. Steven hopped anxiously. Snakeman, attack, or I'm dead. Under Ian's command, Snakeman reluctantly raised his large saber and moved forward. However, it was unfortunately targeted by the most demon-hating, Bai Nian. Outrageous. Bai Nian took 3 steps as if they were 2, swinging the Pooh saber down toward Snake Man. Clang. A faint sound. Snake Man's body split vertically into 2 halves and scattered in the wind, vanishing between heaven and earth. Ian was dumbfounded. The spirit of the weapon in his hand instantly turned to dust. Ow. How could this happen? Just one move. Before he finished speaking, Garner grabbed him by the collar and threw him in front of Zachariah. Facing Zachariah's cold face, the fear in Ian's heart surged again. Jiang, Zachariah, I warn you. Zinner has left. She'll bring people to save me soon. Besides, Teacher Amaze and the city patrol team are outside. You can't escape. If you dare to hurt me, your crimes will be even worse. Zachariah couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder he was so infatuated with Jasper Zinner. Turns out he's a fool. She abandoned him and fled alone, but in his eyes, she had gone to get help. Ian, you seem to really like Jasper Zinner, don't you? Ian was stunned, unsure why Zachariah brought this up now. But he naively thought this marked Zachariah's weakening resistance. Maybe next, he would start talking about classmate sentiment. Yeah, Zinner is so beautiful and such an excellent Teresa. Which man wouldn't like her? Zachariah nodded and casually tossed the black dress onto Ian's face. Ian hurriedly pulled it off, clutching it as if it were a treasure. What are you doing? Zachariah smirked. Does it smell nice? In an instant, Ian's pale face flushed red. The scent of a young Teresa seemed to have soaked into the dress. Even without her, it was sweet enough to make him dizzy. He struggled to keep his mouth from curling up and laughed involuntarily. Zachariah understood, pointing at something nearby with a single hand. There's more over there, closer ones. Ian chuckled and bent down to pick them up. Zachariah, who knew you'd turn out to be reasonable? Even though you hurt me tonight, I think we can be friends. As long as you. PFFF. A bloody saber slashed across Ian's throat. His head spun twice and a half mid-air due to inertia before dropping into a puddle on the ground. Weapon Spirit Garner has killed a 2nd-rank spiritual weapon master. Experience plus 145. Weapon Spirit Banyan has killed a 2nd-rank spiritual weapon master. Experience plus 145. Joint advancement triggered. Host experience plus 290. Lethal darkness gradually dissipated. Banyan and Garner's figures slowly retreating into the blade. The heavy rain had already stopped, with stars and the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. Zachariah looked at the guiding stars, seemingly seeing Abdur guiding him on the path of life once again. A smile slowly spread across Zachariah's lips. Che, your vengeance is done. At the same time, contrary to Zachariah's ease, the city patrol team members were tense. Especially with Ian's corpse still lying there and Zachariah smiling, they felt their scalps tingling. All units, attention. Prepare to act. Benicio's voice came through the communicators. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Zachariah. Chapter 108 Capture. Unmoved by the changes around him, Zachariah remained indifferent, as if nothing had happened at all. However, Edna panicked. She knew Zachariah was no longer what he used to be, but even he couldn't withstand an attack from nearly 100 patrol team members. In desperation, she actually pushed aside the patrol team member in front of her and walked toward Zachariah, cursing under her breath. Zachariah, you little rascal, what have you done? You're making such a big fuss. Do you think you've lived too long? Do you not want to take care of your mother anymore? Slap. The sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire western mountain camp. For a moment, the intersection crowded with hundreds of people became eerily quiet. Edna was genuinely angry. Young and impulsive people were common, but who else would do something as outrageous as Zachariah did? Something that could be considered earth-shattering in Victoria City. And it was witnessed by countless ordinary citizens. She would find it extremely difficult to cover for him. Zachariah's cheek turned red from the slap, but his eyes remained calm. He could feel deep concern in Edna's furious gaze. He smiled faintly. Teacher Amaze, I did nothing wrong. Edna was stunned. Nothing wrong. Doing this in Victoria City. And you still claim you did nothing wrong. Without defending himself, Zachariah bent down to pick up Ian's head and walked toward the Red Realm self-sacrifice. Instantly, the spirit entities of all the patrol team members appeared behind them. Edna was somewhat flustered. Don't attack. Benicio frowned slightly, but raised his hand to signal his subordinates to hold back temporarily. Standing before self-sacrifice, Zachariah focused, and the Red Realm began to dissipate. As the Red Realm opened, 29 bodyguards were exposed to everyone's view. Everyone involuntarily gasped. There was no other reason. The 29 bodyguards held the heads of 2 middle-aged men. Inside the realm, there were also 2 corpses and a pile of flesh. 2 bodyguards handed the 2 heads to Zachariah, who stood there as the Red Realm vanished in an instant. The entire process left Benicio speechless for a long time. Dual spirit entities? Dual realms? Each realm seemed more monstrous than the last. Is this really the same kid who left the city in the middle of the night just 2 months ago? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zachariah carried Ian's and the 2 old uncles' heads over to the eaves of a residential building. A corpse lay there quietly. With a thud, Zachariah knelt down and placed the 3 heads in front of Abdur. He was very calm, so calm that it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. Jay, I hope my performance wasn't too bad. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Zachariah bowed 3 times to the corpse. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Benicio and Edna's ears. They had a vague sense of foreboding, but they quickly walked over to Zachariah. When they saw Abdur lying quietly under the eaves, their minds felt as if they had been struck. Both felt dizzy and tried to speak several times, but failed to utter a single word. Their longtime friend and teammate, who had gone undercover with them in Victoria City, who they had chatted with this morning, was now separated by life and death tonight. Edna finally understood why Zachariah insisted he had done nothing wrong, taking revenge for a teacher who cared about him. How could this be considered a mistake? Seemingly content, Zachariah slowly rose and walked over to Benicio, extending both hands. Captain Zhang, I have caused you trouble. The host's actions puzzled spirit entity number 13. She saw the shadow of someone familiar on him, increasing her interest in the host. Spirit entity Trent was moved by the host's loyalty and righteousness. Compatibility plus 10. Spirit entity Garner believed only someone who persisted like the host deserved him. Compatibility plus 5. The remaining 16 spirit entities silently observed the host, each forming unique thoughts. Zachariah's sudden surrender left Benicio stunned. This seasoned patrol captain was momentarily at a loss. If Zachariah had committed a crime for others, he could arrest him without hesitation. But why was it Abdur? He had known Abdur for years, and a month ago, Abdur had risked his life to save him from the Danny, allowing him to barely survive. Caught in a dilemma, he helplessly looked at Edna. Edna was also in shock, still lost in the pain of Abdur's death. But when Benicio sought help with his gaze, her rationality took over again. After some thought, she nodded slightly. Seeing this, Benicio promptly pulled out a pair of specially designed spirit-suppressing handcuffs from his waist. Zachariah, you are suspected of being directly involved in multiple murders. Now, I arrest you in the name of the patrol office. Snap! A soft sound rang out, and Zachariah felt his whole body go limp, as if all his spiritual power had been drained away. His connection with his own artifact spirit was forcibly severed. 3 a.m. Over a dozen patrol vehicles from the patrol office drove grandly down the empty road. In the largest patrol vehicle in the middle, Zachariah sat quietly. Next to him, opposite him, Edna and Benicio were fiddling with their phones, seemingly busy with something. After a moment, Edna put down her phone first. Together with Zachariah, she looked at Benicio quietly. After another while, Benicio also put down his phone. Edna's expression was serious. Are everything ready? Benicio nodded. All set. Zachariah looked at the two somewhat bewildered. Since they got in the car, the two had been busy nonstop. But Zachariah had no idea what they were doing. Just as Zachariah was hesitating about whether to ask or not, Edna spoke first. Zachariah, you did well. I shouldn't have slapped you. If you hadn't taken action today, it wouldn't be long before Fong family's influence in Victoria City would render Che's sacrifice meaningless. The sincere apology left Zachariah unsure of how to react. After all, he understood Edna's state of mind at the time, so he had never blamed her. Edna looked at Zachariah with complicated eyes. There was pity, admiration, care, and an indescribable emotion in her gaze. That gentle look made Benicio quite envious. Moron, when will you be gentle to me? Edna rolled her eyes at Abdur. What are you waiting for? Open the handcuffs quickly. Benicio pursed his lips, but quickly untied the handcuffs for Zachariah. Zachariah, speaking officially, you were foolish. But speaking privately between me and Abdur, you've done great. I am not as good as you. The moment the handcuffs came off, Zachariah felt the vigorous flow of spiritual energy surge through his body again and reconnected with his artifact spirit. These handcuffs are truly amazing. Zachariah couldn't help but marvel inwardly. At this moment, Edna handed him a letter. I prepared this letter after you left the hotel. I thought you might need it, but I didn't expect you to use it so soon. When you left the hotel, Benicio's pupils trembled violently. He seemed to have heard a secret that left him hopeless. His eyes flickered repeatedly between Zachariah and Edna. No wonder you care so much for him. What a pair. So you've already crossed that forbidden line. For some reason, when this thought occurred to him, he oddly felt that Zachariah and Edna had a hint of couple vibes. Wait, what is wrong with me? Shouldn't I be angry, furious? Why do I have thoughts of blessing them? His flickering gaze eventually drew the attention of both Zachariah and Edna. Chapter 109. Escaping in the dead of night. Zachariah and the other person knew from Benicio's expression that he had an idea. Zachariah felt a bit awkward, not knowing how to explain it. However, Edna glared at Benicio. I walk uprightly and sit squarely. If you keep thinking nonsense, I'll dig out your brain to see if it's as smooth as a piece of tofu. Her tone was harsh, but it sounded like music to Benicio's ears. Phew, it was all my misunderstanding. As I thought, they have a 12-year age gap. How could they possibly be involved? At this thought, he even chuckled stupidly. Edna rolled her eyes again at him. Be quiet. Benicio quickly covered his mouth with both hands, afraid to make another sound. Edna then explained to Zachariah, the recruitment test for the Monster Suppression Army will be held in a month. Take this letter to Hanshui City. Find someone named Jessie at the White Tiger camp of the Monster Suppression Army, and she will arrange everything for you. Zachariah didn't take the letter. His mind was in turmoil now. He thought of his mother lying in the hospital, and he also thought of Abdur's last wish. He didn't know what choice to make. It seemed that Edna had expected this result. She immediately said, you must think clearly. Given your current situation, apart from joining the Monster Suppression Army, there is no other way out. Staying in Kaijing City would only lead to revenge from the Jasper and Fong families. Zachariah, I admit that over these 2 months, you've made great progress. I might even describe you as a genius. But I need to tell you that we don't know how many 4th-rank Spirit Masters, or even 5th-rank Spirit Masters the Jasper and Fong families have cultivated. A genius can only be called a genius if they survive. Zachariah remained silent. He understood everything Edna said, but he was worried about his mother. If he left, what would happen to her? Seemingly perceiving his concern, Edna continued. As long as you join the Monster Suppression Army, I will arrange for your mother to be sent to the Imperial Capital's General Hospital of the Monster Suppression Army right away. I promise you that she will receive the best treatment there, free from any harm. Zachariah was stunned. Teacher, you can do that. Edna gave a slight nod, her sweet smile spreading across her face. Actually, I used to be part of the Monster Suppression Army. I just retired and became a teacher here. Benicio stared wide-eyed, surprised. Amazed, did you lie to me about studying abroad years ago? You joined the army. Edna glared at him. Keep making noise, and I'll shut you up. With those words, powerful 4th-rank spiritual energy enveloped Benicio, who wisely closed his mouth. Edna waited for Zachariah's answer, glancing outside the window from time to time, seeming anxious. Zachariah, in 10 minutes, we'll pass through West City Gate. That means you have 10 minutes to consider. Zachariah understood her meaning. West City Gate was controlled by Benicio's people. After passing through it, Zachariah would lose the chance to leave the city. Streetlights flashed past the car window, and Zachariah's frown never relaxed. 8 minutes later, he turned to look at Edna, his gaze clear. Teacher, I've thought it through. I will enlist, but only for 10 years. Consider it as giving Tai'e a proper response. After 10 years, whatever happens, I will retire, as a response to my mother. Hearing Zachariah's answer, Edna was slightly taken aback. Don't you want to ask yourself what you truly desire? Zachariah shook his head. A person doesn't live just for themselves. I owe Tai'e a life, and I can only repay it with a decade of military service. Upon hearing this, both Benicio and Edna looked at Zachariah with greater admiration. In this day and age, someone who values loyalty and righteousness is rare indeed. Nian, Spirit Tool, admires the host's decision. He looks forward to the upcoming military life, compatibility +5. Upon learning the host will enter military life, Spirit Tool number 13 seems unhappy, perhaps due to some unresolved past. The car was about to pass through West City Gate. Through the window, Zachariah saw that the gate was half open, and the 4 or 5 guards on duty were yawning uncontrollably. One by one, they entered the guardhouse, closing the door and drawing the curtains, apparently eager to take a quick nap while no one was around. Edna turned her gaze to Benicio, handed over. A pained expression crossed Benicio's face. Amaze, let's call it off? Zachariah was somewhat puzzled. Teacher, what are you asking him to give? Liza's lips curled into a sweet smile. Something good. The next moment, she glared fiercely at Benicio again. Benicio, don't be a coward. We already agreed on this. You're not thinking of making him escape on foot, are you? Benicio glanced at Liza, then at Zachariah, pleading miserably. But that cost me 5 years' savings. Bang. Liza's fist grazed Benicio's cheek and struck the car door with a heavy thud. The special metal-made car door was smashed by Liza's fair hand, leaving an indentation from her fist. Will you give it or not? Benicio swallowed hard and forced a grin uglier than crying. I will. As the convoy slowly passed through West City Gate. Bang. A sudden explosion rang out. The head of the Central Patrol vehicle began to catch fire, smoke billowing up. It started losing control, swerving erratically and colliding with other vehicles in the convoy. Instantly, a chain reaction of crashes occurred. Not only were 2 or 3 vehicles overturned, but the entire convoy fell into chaos. The patrol team members inside each vehicle were tossed around like rag dolls. Before they could react, the door of the problematic vehicle was kicked open. Then came a roar. Boom. A sleek black roadster burst out from inside the vehicle. Under the illumination of streetlights, it sped towards the city gate in a blur, leaving everyone in the dust. Not good. The suspect is escaping. Quickly chase after him. Some patrol officers reacted quickly and pursued Zachariah immediately. Among them were those who had speed-enhancing martial techniques. But even so, after chasing for a couple of 100 meters, they had to admit their speed techniques were too poor to keep up with Zachariah. In just a few breaths, he had escaped through the city gate and vanished into the night. Damn, what a lousy vehicle. How can it run so fast? Hey, Captain, can you hear us? Suspect Zachariah has escaped from Victoria City. What should we do? Are you dumb? The captain was in that vehicle. Asking here uselessly. Hurry and save the people. The vehicle is about to explode. There are still many comrades trapped in the vehicle. They no longer paid attention to Zachariah and hurried back to rescue the injured. Inside the vehicle, Liza and Benicio were covered in blood. To make their performance more convincing, they even refrained from using spirit energy to resist, allowing their bodies to collide violently within the vehicle. Throughout it all, Liza's gaze never left Zachariah. She watched as he leaped out of the vehicle, speeding toward the city gate and disappearing into the night. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Run, Zachariah. Run far away. Retreating allows for a stronger counterattack. Fleeing to save your life is for better revenge in the future. Victoria City is too small for you. Perhaps, the next time we meet, you will give me more surprises. Chapter 110. I want him dead. 10 minutes later. Over 10 members of the City Patrol Corps, including Edna and Benicio who were injured in the car accident, sat by the roadside to rest. Captain, how did your car explode? Benicio had an innocent look on his face. Can this be blamed on me? It's been more than 30 years old. Isn't it pretty normal for it to blow up? Captain, that guy was wearing spirit-suppressing handcuffs, right? How did he break free? Didn't you unlock them for him? Benicio looked aggrieved. Heaven and earth as my witness. You tell me, when was the last time we sent our equipment for maintenance? Can I be blamed for temporary malfunction? Captain, but why does that motorcycle look so much like yours? Benicio opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? My motorcycle? Then he theatrically channeled his spiritual power into his storage ring for a check. Before long, he was pounding his chest and cursing. Thief. A damn thief. No matter how many calculations I made, I never thought this kid knew thievery skills. Damn it. He took advantage of me being unconscious. He stole my motorcycle. Oh, my baby. Benicio's exaggerated acting was noticed by several discerning individuals present, but they all wisely chose not to call him out. After all, who would willingly do something that has no apparent benefits and risks offending someone? Edna massaged her forehead and patted Benicio's shoulder, muttering under her breath. Enough, enough. Any more, and you'll blow your cover. Benicio gave an awkward smile. How about it? Amaze, if I were to act in movies, wouldn't I have a chance at getting a little golden statue or something? Edna rolled her eyes. More like the golden broom. Benicio didn't seem to catch the sarcasm in her voice, murmuring to himself. Golden broom. What kind of award is that? Shouldn't be too bad. At least it's an award. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, whispering to Edna. Amaze, it won't be long before the Fong and Jasper families cause trouble at the city lord's residence. Have you thought about how to deal with it? Edna folded her arms, smiling. Didn't you just figure out how to handle it for me? Huh? Benicio was utterly bewildered. Edna shrugged, explaining. Our equipment is terrible because the city lord's residence has no money. And the reason the city lord's residence has no money is because these nobles are evading taxes left and right. How can this be blamed on us? Upon hearing this, Benicio involuntarily gave Edna a thumbs up. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. You're great at deflecting blame. Edna shot him another glance, and then pulled out an equally cool, white motorcycle from her storage ring. Swinging herself onto it, and putting on her helmet, she was about to leave. Amaze, where are you going? Edna smiled. Of course, I'm taking Zachariah's mother to another hospital while the Fangs haven't yet heard about Ian's death. The white motorcycle sped off into the night, leaving Benicio staring dumbfounded. When will Amaze treat me as gently as she treats Zachariah? In the south of Victoria City, within a dark alley, by the damp path, there was a pile of stinking garbage. Occasionally, a few wet rats could be seen rummaging through it. A body smooth as lamb jade appeared in a corner. Just looking at those legs shaped like wine glasses stirred one's heart. Her delicate features, barely visible, revealed a frantic expression. Jasper Sheener cautiously peered around, confirming that no one had seen her before rushing hurriedly to the next dark intersection. At that moment, she was relieved to have survived Zachariah's clutches. But she also felt wronged, so wronged she wanted to cry. She had never imagined that the false spirit essence Langston bestowed upon her would strip away all her clothes like shedding a shell and randomly teleport her to a place devoid of danger. She tried to call her family, only to find her phone had been left behind in She Mountain Camp. Desperate, she hid from south to east in the city, trying to find anything to wear. Unfortunately, not only could she not find any clothes, but due to the rain, even the newspapers by the roadside were soaked and couldn't cover her body. Suddenly, she thought she heard some noise. Frightened, she held her breath and curled up, afraid to be seen in her disheveled state. She was Jasper Sheener, the first beauty and prodigy of Victoria City. She cherished her reputation. 3 drunk young men, dressed in bizarre outfits with hair dyed in all sorts of colors, swayed past the dim streetlight at the intersection. Moments later, the street fell silent again. Jasper Sheener breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't see me. She then activated Phantom, covering her private areas, intending to rush across the street in one go. However, as she reached the middle of the road, a sharp burst of laughter erupted from beside her. Ha, brothers. I said I saw someone hiding there just now. Didn't I tell you? Hey, little Teresa. Out running around naked in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Need something? Don't worry, just tell Big Brother, and he'll help you. Exactly, we brothers are well-known good guys in this Victoria City. We love to help people. What a generous capital. How about playing with us? The dirty words of the 3 hooligans kept drilling into Jasper Sheener's ears. Their lecherous laughter echoed at this intersection. Jasper Sheener was so angry that her whole body trembled. At that moment, she didn't care about shame anymore. With a thought, a slender long sword full of cracks appeared in her hand, and her aura suddenly soared. The 3 hooligans vaguely sensed something amiss and turned to flee. Sorry, we didn't know you were a spirit master. Please, spare us. We will never dare again. Spare our lives. We won't say anything. The 3 ran for their lives, but no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than a spirit master? After several agonized cries, under the dim streetlight, there were 3 more corpses, and an exceptionally beautiful Teresa dressed in strange clothes. However, this beautiful Teresa had an extremely vicious expression, slashing the bodies beneath her feet one sword after another. It's fine that Zachariah bullied me, but you 3 peasants also dare to bully me. Play. You don't deserve to mention this word with me. Do you know who I am? I'm Jasper Sheener, the daughter of the Jasper family, the pride of Victoria. Jasper Sheener seemed to be possessed, venting all the anger and grievances accumulated over the day on these three ordinary people. She didn't know how long she slashed. Suddenly, she sat down on the ground and began to sob. At first, it was a low cry, then the sound gradually grew louder, and finally, she wailed out loud. Crying and crying, she started laughing again. She seemed to have gone crazy. The blow from Zachariah made her fall from the peak to the valley. Not only did her pride shatter, but the incident of running around naked trampled on her dignity. Gradually, she seemed to tire. She stopped crying, stopped wailing, and stopped laughing. She just sat quietly there. For a long time. She picked up the phone she had taken from one of the men and dialed a number. After a short tone, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Dad, I killed people. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Then came a question. Address. I'll send people to clean up. South of the city, Happiness Alley. Just as the person on the other end was about to hang up, Jasper Sheener continued. Dad, I want Zachariah dead. In those eyes like black gems, there was endless hatred. Chapter 111, A Step Too Late. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Victoria City, the Lord's Manor. On this day, the Lord's Manor was unusually lively. Arguments, curses, and accusations echoed incessantly. Clang. Finally, with the sound of a cup being thrown to the ground, an aura of spirit masters distinctly divided into two camps enveloped the entire Lord's Manor. Lucian, don't tell me that it's because of tax collection failures leading to accidents. My son is dead. Do you know that? If you refuse to handle it, I'll do it myself. I tell you, even if my Fong family spends all its wealth, we will take down that boy. Lucian, what about my daughter? Last night, she went to explain things to Zhang Jia's son in good faith, hoping to clear up the misunderstanding between them. What happened? Not only was our housekeeper killed, but even teacher Abdur who protected her was murdered by Zachariah. Let's put this aside for now. But do you know, my daughter has developed a psychological disorder due to him. She is still under observation at the psychiatric hospital. I'm putting it out here today. If you refuse to handle it, no matter what cost my Jasper family pays, we will catch that boy. Ian Fan's father, Meryl, and Alicia's father, Ridge, vented their anger and dissatisfaction in the Lord's Manor. However, Lucian looked at the two men coldly, emitting an imposing air that commanded respect without needing to be angry. Meryl, Ridge, you don't need to bluff me. My position as the city lord wasn't bought. It was earned through battles and struggles, through rain and shine. You knew how to complain when your kids got hurt. Why didn't you act earlier? The escape of Zhang Jia's son is entirely your fault. How many years have you failed to pay taxes to me? Your children never spoke up when nothing happened to them. But now that something did happen, you shout louder than anyone else. Tell me, where should ordinary families cry for their children who lose their lives to accidents every year? Furthermore, whether or not Zhang Jia's son killed anyone is not determined by your word alone. Investigation, interviews, evidence gathering, none of these steps can be skipped. As for what you plan to do, outside the city, I can't control. But within the city, if any dirty tricks are used, I, Lucian, will investigate thoroughly. Bang. The sound of a table being slammed echoed in the Lord's Manor. A moment later, Meryl and Ridge walked out of the Lord's Manor in fury. Their faces darkened. They stood silently at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, saying nothing. Meryl's eyes were still slightly red-rimmed. Ridge handed him a cigar. Brother Fong, don't be upset. This Lucian is clearly protecting Zachariah. My daughter said he acted the same way during yesterday's campus recruitment. Meryl took the cigar, trying to light it with a fancy lighter from his pocket. His hands trembled, and after several unsuccessful attempts, he smashed the lighter in anger. Damn it. He protects. Let him protect. I want to see if he can really protect him. Seeing this, Ridge lit the cigar for him. Standing outside the Lord's Manor, they smoked, seemingly unwilling to leave. Brother Fong, have you thought about what to do? Meryl clenched his teeth and spat out bitterly. Spend money. Spend as much money as possible. I want every mercenary in Victoria City to find that damn boy for me. Ridge nodded and replied. It's a plan, but it might be slow, and I've already posted a bounty task this morning. When we'll get results, no one knows. Meryl frowned, displeased. Just say it. We're on the same boat now. Don't hold back. Ridge smiled meaningfully. I heard Zachariah's mother is lying in your hospital. Why don't we wait for the fish to bite instead of looking everywhere? Such excellent bait would be a waste. Meryl paused, holding the cigar, his bewildered eyes filled with newfound hope. Really, the Fong family had many businesses in Victoria City, and Meryl didn't keep track of patients in the hospital. Ridge nodded. Absolutely true. My daughter visited his mother in the hospital before. It seems your son gave her a lot of conveniences too. Meryl cursed under his breath. Little bastard. Such an ungrateful dog. After saying that, he quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Deanna, find me a patient. I don't know the name, but the relative's name is Zachariah. Once found, watch her closely. No one is allowed near her. Do as I say. Also, as Meryl arrogantly ordered his subordinate, a nanny van stopped in front of the Lord's Manor. Allie got out of the van first, followed by 4 or 5 attendants who wheeled a hospital bed out. On it lay an emaciated middle-aged woman in a coma, her face deathly pale. Excuse us, please move aside. Ridge and Meryl had an uneasy premonition. At this moment, Allie seemed to notice them. A sweet smile spread across her face. Uncle Fong, Uncle Jasper, could you please move aside? The two men stepped aside with their subordinates, clearing a path. Allie directed from the side. Carefully now. This is a patient. Take her to the back courtyard. After the patient was brought into the Lord's Manor, Ridge could no longer contain his curiosity. Nephew, who's this woman? Why are you bringing her here? Allie wore a serious expression. She is Zachariah's mother, Giselle, a criminal suspect. My father said that to capture Zachariah, we need to closely monitor his mother. I just brought her over from Fong's hospital. Meryl trembled with rage, his right hand gripping his phone tightly. We're too late. As a seasoned player, how could he not understand that this so-called surveillance was actually protection? Allie looked at Meryl with surprise. Oh dear, Uncle Fong, I know about last night's incident. As your son's teacher, I deeply sympathize with you. Don't ruin your health with anger. Uncles, I must go. My father is waiting for me. Watching Allie walk away, Meryl was consumed by fury. He smashed his phone to pieces. This is driving me mad. The Amaze family is too much. He turned to look at Ridge. Brother Jasper, how do you plan to handle this? They don't seem to take our family seriously at all. Ridge's face darkened. What to do? My daughter is with the Yi family, and so is your son. If the Amaze family won't deal with it, we'll find the Yi family. Throughout all of Daxia, I can't believe this kid can escape the Yi family's grasp. In the backyard of the Lord's Manor, Myron Yun and Ali watched the emaciated Giselle on the hospital bed, a hint of pity flashing in their eyes. It seems the Fong family has been indirectly abusing Zachariah's mother for quite some time. Let my private doctor take care of her from now on. Ali nodded. Yes, it's fortunate that Zachariah left Victoria City this morning. Otherwise, given his temper, there would have been trouble at the Fong residence today. Myron Yun shook his head helplessly, looking at his daughter. I wonder what the higher-ups in the demon-suppressing army are thinking to protect such an obscure kid. I tell you, I've done my best with Zachariah, but as for what these two families will do next, I can't interfere anymore. With that, Myron Yun walked out on his own. Ali quietly gazed at the middle-aged woman before her, still beautiful despite her emaciated state. She sighed. Aunt Sue, I know you don't want Zachariah to join the army, but he has no other way out. If you weren't ill, you probably wouldn't blame him either. Ali pulled the blanket up for her, ready to leave when she suddenly saw 2 tears slide down the corners of Giselle's eyes. Chapter 112, A Bloody Carnage. Town number 27. Under the blood-red sunset, Zachariah, wearing a cap and a face mask, strode out quickly from the Red Leaf Hotel. He straddled Knight Road and cast a glance over his shoulder with the corner of his eye. Openly and covertly, more than 10 pairs of eyes watched him from different corners. Zachariah sighed helplessly in his heart. Knight Road was indeed cool, but it also drew too much attention. Since he escaped from Victoria City in the early hours of yesterday, the Jasper family and the Fong family had moved too swiftly. Before he could even leave the territory of Victoria City, bounty missions concerning him were posted all over the mercenary market. To avoid trouble, he did not dare to rest even for a moment on the way. He rode straight towards Hansui City. It wasn't until this afternoon that, utterly exhausted, he decided to take a brief rest at the Red Leaf Hotel while passing through town number 27. To avoid trouble, he even covered his face tightly. However, he didn't expect to still be exposed. He was sure he hadn't shown his face outside, and the only explanation was that the motorcycle was just too eye-catching. Looks like I'll have to modify the car further if I get the chance, so it's less flashy. Though it was too handsome to bear parting with, even for a more low-key one, because it drew too much attention. Melissa sashayed out of the hotel with her graceful figure. She hooked her arm around Zachariah's neck right away. This guest, if you stay a few more days, I will treat you well. The inviting fragrance kept invading Zachariah's nostrils. Every smile and frown of Melissa exuded immense charm. Madam, thank you for your hospitality, but I have some matters to attend to and can't stay long. Melissa glared at him and whispered into his ear. Stupid boy, leaving now would put you in real danger. Do you understand? If you stay here, they will be uncertain whether you are really here, and with so many people watching you, no one wants to play second fiddle for others. You'll be safer. Zachariah smiled and murmured in Melissa's ear. If there is a fight, Melissa, all your hard work over the years will be destroyed. Zachariah's gaze scanned the 4 big characters of Red Leaf Hotel. Under the blue-tinted night sky, the neon lights formed these 4 large characters which had already lit up, with a few strokes broken, giving the sign a sense of age. Zachariah didn't know how long Melissa had been running this hotel, but undoubtedly, it was her masterpiece. Staying longer would only bring more trouble to her. He didn't want to owe anyone too much. Seeing his insistence, Melissa could only secretly push something into Zachariah's arms. Keep the map. The navigation app will fail in the fog. Having a map will make it easier for you. Zachariah smiled again and thanked Melissa softly. Then he revved the engine and sped off once more on his motorcycle into the distance. No sooner had he left. About 4 or 5 mercenary squads, roughly 30 people, came rushing out from their hiding spots. Except for a few who were only level 2 Nina stage warriors, most were level 3 experts. Among them, the man with the scarred face was the most agitated. He grabbed Melissa by her collar and lifted her up. Red Leaf, tell me the truth. Is that guy Zachariah? This man was none other than Errol, who previously came to town number 27 to track down Zachariah. Melissa still maintained her radiant smile. Who is Zachariah? Errol said anxiously. The kid whose photo I showed you last time. Melissa made an oh sound, and then pretended to think deeply, as if lost in memories. Everyone looked at her anxiously, hoping she'd confirm their suspicions. The offer from the Jasper family and the Fong family was just too tempting. They could choose any B-grade artifact spirit from Debela and any material worth 50 million credits, and become a lifetime member of Fong Clan Hospital, where minor illnesses and injuries would be treated for free and major ones at a 20% discount. Plus, there was another 50 million commission. Such conditions, anyone would be tempted. Looking at everyone's anxious gazes, Melissa took her time before answering. Oh, I remember now, the handsome young man in the photo, right? Errol nodded eagerly. Yes, it's him, isn't it? Melissa shook her head. I don't know. You didn't see him either, with his face completely covered. Who knows what he looks like? Errol and his team of mercenaries showed signs of displeasure. Don't know? Then why were you so intimate with him just now? Melissa acted nonchalant. You guys know me. I've always been close to handsome men, haven't I? Even though I couldn't see the kid's face, just look at his physique and posture. Even if he's not handsome, he wouldn't be bad. And his physique. She licked her lips delicately, seeming to look forward to something wonderful happening. But such behavior infuriated Errol and the enraged mercenaries. Smack. Damn bitch. You dare to play tricks on us. They had wasted time and still didn't know if the person on the motorcycle was really Zachariah. How could these mercenaries, who only cared about profit, not be enraged? The resounding slap grazed Melissa's face, still charming in its maturity, and a streak of red trickled from her lips. Errol was about to continue venting his anger when one of his men stopped him hurriedly. Boss, West and several mercenary teams have already chased after him. If that kid really is him, we're wasting time here. Errol's eyes flickered. He threw Melissa to the ground and spat. Old bitch, you better clean up and wait for us to come back. If you don't serve us well, you won't be able to stay in town number 27 anymore. Worn-out off-road motorcycles were pulled out from their storage rings by these mercenaries. With roaring engines under the dim moonlight, they sped off in the direction Zachariah had gone. Melissa slowly got up, her wavy long hair disheveled by the evening breeze. Her still attractive face was swollen and had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She had an overall disheveled, yet tragically beautiful look. She spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the departing figures with a faint smile playing on her lips. TSK, it hurts. You old thing, daring to hit me, you've made your life worthwhile. She seemed to recall something else. Cruz, your son is about to be bullied, and you don't even show up. Since you won't stand up for your son, I'll have to do it myself. After all, I can consider myself his aunt. After saying this, Melissa's aura flared up dramatically. An overbearing presence of a level 6 spirit tamer was unleashed without restraint. Instantly, strong winds swept through the entire town number 27, lifting sand and stones, as if a super typhoon was hitting the city. A gigantic, eerie-looking scythe, exuding a heavy, deathly aura, appeared in Melissa's hand. Jiawawa, let's create a bloody carnage tonight. In the next moment, she, clad in a red dress, dragged the black scythe like a bolt of lightning, chasing after the direction they left. Her speed was several times faster than those speeding motorcycles. Chapter 113, Struck It Rich. In the ruins, on a dilapidated food street, Zachariah parked his vehicle boldly at the entrance, seemingly fearing that others wouldn't notice him. He even turned on the headlights. Broken walls and shattered stones filled the scene. Occasionally, low-ranked beasts would lurk in the corners, watching Zachariah from a distance. Bored, Zachariah sat in the car seat, casually holding the long sword, Hurley. The hazy moonlight reflected off the fragmented blade, casting thousands of blurry moons. Where are those mercenaries? I've already slowed down. Can't they still catch up? Indeed, this was why Zachariah had stopped here, to wait for the group of mercenaries who were waiting to turn him in for bounty. Since the Fong family and Jasper family had made their move, he needed to respond somehow. Otherwise, if every dog and cat came after him on the way to Hansui City, he'd be too busy handling them. Besides, these were experiences delivered right to his doorstep. How could he possibly reject them? However, half an hour passed with no sign of the mercenaries. A strange feeling began to rise within Zachariah. That's odd. Experienced mercenaries shouldn't miss the tire tracks I left. They haven't shown up after so long. Has something happened? Zachariah's eyes shone like stars in the dark night. He turned around and headed back along the path he came, driving neither too fast nor too slow, alertly observing all around him. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Zachariah frowned slightly and got out of the car. Storing the motorcycle in his storage ring, he walked toward the source of the smell while activating stealth and breath holding. As the smell grew stronger, about 2 kilometers later, Zachariah witnessed a sight he'd never forget. Roughly 40 to 50 mercenaries lay scattered before him, their bodies covered in knife wounds. Yet, not a single drop of blood seeped out as if their blood had been completely drained. Zachariah emerged from the shadows, carefully sensing the lingering spiritual energy fluctuations and inspecting the wounds on the dead mercenaries' bodies. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply. A 6th-stage expert. He didn't know whether the person was friend or foe, but danger lingered in the air. If that person decided to attack him, he would be finished. Just as he was about to leave, a breeze blew by, and a clinking sound came from a nearby tree. Seemingly, something was hitting the trunk of the tree. Zachariah followed the sound and found a hanging corpse. The man had a scarred face and, except for his head, his body had been completely stripped of flesh. Examining his face more closely revealed the terror written on it, especially evident in his bulging eyes, a testament to the immense pain he must have endured before death. These poor souls were clearly seeking revenge. You old man, you must have messed with someone you shouldn't have, Zachariah muttered. But since you wanted to turn me in for bounty, you deserve what you got. Zachariah heard the noise again, the wind causing the bones to rattle against each other. The world of spirit masters is truly a place where the jungle law prevails. They thought they were hunters, but ended up being hunted by someone stronger. I need to be more careful in the future. Sighing, Zachariah's gaze swept over the dozens of corpses around him. A smile spread across his lips as he noticed the storage rings on many of them. Their spirit armors, mostly intact except for about 10 thoroughly shattered ones, lay scattered beside their owners. We're rich, we're rich. Failing to earn experience, using these remaining spirit armors for refining will be just as good. A 6th-stage expert is indeed remarkable, leaving behind so much treasure undisturbed. I owe you one big thanks. Zachariah collected all the fallen spirit armors and the storage rings from everyone in a whirlwind. 5 minutes later, he rode away on his motorcycle, heading further into the night, satisfied. A figure in a red long dress gracefully stepped out from the tree where the corpse hung. The dim moonlight cast her silhouette long under the starless night sky. She gazed into the distance at Zachariah's retreating back, leaning against the tree trunk, muttering with a smile, "Brat, you took all the spoils of my hard night's work, not even leaving me a single strand of hair." Her face showed no signs of anger. Instead, it had an expression that was half laugh, half cry. This greedy look is just like his old man, chiseled from the same mold. 2 days later, in the Fanhua City, East Flower District, Yi Clan Mercenary Tower. On the 45th floor, an entire level was converted into a huge office. The office housed treasures collected from around the world. In addition, there was a massive fighting platform. At this moment, a youth with a somewhat effeminate appearance, curly long hair, and about 26 years old, was fiercely battling Langston on the platform. Master Yi, faster, faster, even faster. Team Leader Long, don't be too smug. There's more to come. In the next instant, a long sword filled with violence, hatred, and fury suddenly appeared in his hand. Though it was called a long sword, it looked more like a Japanese katana. Team Leader Long, taste this, Kakatsu. Fernando casually swung the sword, and a spectral figure emerged above the blade. It had disheveled hair, a fierce and demonic appearance, only one arm, and was wearing tattered pieces of a kimono. Effect, Ghost Flame. In the next instant, black flames as if condensed from ghostly energy surged towards Langston. Bang! A massive burst of spiritual power created ripples, but they were quickly absorbed by the special instruments set up nearby. Langston and Fernando each retreated 5 steps and stopped. Master Yi, congratulations, you have successfully entered the 6th stage. With your talent, it may take less than 2 years for you to reach the 7th stage. However, there was no joy on Fernando's face. He placed the Kikatsu before Langston. Team Leader Long, what do you think of this S-rank spirit weapon Kikatsu, a gift from Japan's Amaterasu Society? Langston smiled. One of the 10 great spirit weapons of Japan, legend has it that this spirit once cut off the arm of the demon god Tsukumo Kozu, converting part of its power into the weapon's soul. The Amaterasu Society giving it to you shows their regard for the Yi clan. Fernando sighed. In my heart, nothing compares to Aristai Chuang. You sent him back a month ago, but no matter what I try, I can't form a contract with him. Langston nodded. Aristai Chuang has a proud spirit. If he could be contracted so easily, how would he be called peerless? Time is on your side. Take it slowly. As a spirit sword body, one of the top-tier bodies for housing spirit weapons, you will succeed eventually. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Fernando strode over and picked it up. Father-in-law, I understand. I will arrange for this. After hanging up, he cast a helpless look at Langston. Team Leader Long, my father-in-law Ridge called, saying Jasper Sheening was bullied by that Zachariah and wants me to help. Langston shrugged, still smiling. Master Yi, what are you planning to do? Chapter 114, Driving a Tiger to Devour a Wolf. Fernando laughed indifferently. How much of a storm can a second-rank spirit tamer stir up? I reckon that according to Mayor Victoria's usual conduct, he wouldn't dare to openly support him just to avoid offending our Yi family. So this kid would only have one way out in Daxiao, the Demon Quelling Army. The nearest Demon Quelling Army camp to Victoria City is the White Tiger camp in Hanshui City. We just need to send someone to wait for him on the road. Langston still had a smile on his face. Who do you plan on sending? A meaningful smile spread across Fernando's face. Why use a cleaver to kill a chicken? I don't intend to send any of our Yi family people. Sonny, do you remember Du Yiming? If I'm not mistaken, he just accepted an A-class mission nearby from us Yi family last week. Langston pondered for a moment and understood Fernando's intention. He couldn't help but clap his hands. I remember that under Du Yiming is the Wallace Mercenary Group, a genuine mercenary group composed of 8 4th-rank spirit tamers. But that's not the point. The focus should be on his brother, Franklin, the most outstanding soldier in the White Tiger camp of the Demon Quelling Army. In terms of potential, he might only be a notch below you. If Zachariah dies at the hands of Brody, so be it. But if he somehow survives, the Demon Quelling Army will not be a haven for him. On the contrary, what awaits him will be a hurricane of revenge. Great strategy to drive a tiger to devour a wolf. Fernando smiled faintly and then asked, Sonny, there's something I don't understand. Langston seemed to already know what he was going to ask. It's about Alicia, right? Yeah, I don't get why we're treating her with such importance. She's just an ordinary A-class device spirit body. Langston smiled calmly. You are a sword spirit body. Any sword-type device spirit in your hands will burst forth with greater power, but that's not enough. A sword spirit needs someone to serve it, and Alicia happens to be a sword servant body among device spirit bodies. Her presence will make you stronger, and under your leadership, she will also become stronger. You two are destined to complement each other. Fernando fell silent for a long time before finally uttering slowly. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to the Jasper family affairs from now on. Near the cracked roads by the Hankuin National Highway, dead trees stood beside an abandoned gas station that hadn't been operational for many years. Dust as thick as a finger lay on everything, rising halfway into the sky when disturbed. Zachariah didn't mind the decrepit surroundings here at all. He feasted heartily on freshly roasted demon beast meat by the fire pit, with a half-baked loaf of bread still roasting next to it. Next to him was a bottle of drink. All these supplies came from the storage rings he looted last night. Pity it's not chilled, he lamented after finishing his meal. After eating and drinking his fill, Zachariah found a clean corner to take stock of last night's haul. 43 storage rings of various sizes. Aside from some daily necessities, all kinds of materials are roughly worth 15 million. These mercenaries are so poor. Zachariah couldn't help but complain. The reason was simple. Previously, to redeem Peerless, he earned over 80 million within a month. When the Peerless was taken away by the Yi family, those 80 million stayed with him. These 43 mercenaries had assets totaling only a bit over 15 million, which indeed seemed quite poor to him. After complaining, a smile returned to Zachariah's face. But it's all right. I got quite a few device spirits. With a thought, dozens of device spirits of various designs appeared in front of him. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hammers. All types of device spirits were present. 1, 2, 3, 34, 35, 36. Not bad, 36 device spirits in total. 5 D grade, 27 C grade, for B grade. But who should I refine them for? For a moment, Zachariah was caught in a dilemma. Hurley and Arlo were both his device spirits. Refining for either of them felt unfair, but splitting them evenly would slow down their progress. With another thought, Zachariah opened the system interface. Host, Zachariah. Level, 2nd rank 2 stars. Abilities, mutual progression, purify heart, slow healing, shared domain. Martial skills, conceal, backstab, stealth breath, identify, instinct to kill, blood fury, bleeding. Experience, 43%. Physique, 945. Stuck at 2nd rank 2 stars for over a month. I must advance soon. The information on the light blue screen changed, revealing the data of the device spirits before his eyes. Device spirit, Hurley. Quality A. Effect 1, sudden coldness. Effect 2, 1000 transformations. Effect 3, shattered edge. Effect 4, disordered mind. Effect 5, tenacity. Domain, fatal darkness, low. Experience, 11%. Affinity, 97. Refinement times, 5. Device spirit, Arlo. Quality S. Effect 1, ripple. Effect 2, double slash. Effect 3, lashing. Effect 4, meteor. Effect 5, 5 blades. Domain, sacrifice for righteousness, low level. Experience, 3%. Affinity, 38. Refinement times, 0. As the data of the device spirits Arlo and Hurley appeared before Zachariah, his brows knitted together. My experience points are out of sync with Hurley's. After a brief moment of thought, Zachariah found the answer. When he acted with Arlo, Hurley was not by his side, thus it did not share in the killing or mission experience points. It seems I need to pay more attention to Hurley in the future. Zachariah's gaze lingered on Arlo's experience bar. Killing 2 4th-rank spirit tamers and completing the mission gave only 3% experience to Arlo. It looks like even if I refine all these device spirits into Arlo, the increase in experience would be negligible. Thinking this over, Zachariah decided to refine all the device spirits into Hurley. His eyes swept over the many device spirits before him. Detected multiple device spirits. Please choose whether to make a contract or refine it. Refine. In the next moment, Hurley appeared in his left hand while his right hand grabbed a silver-white spear. Executing refinement. Refining target degrade, Little Overlord. Refining into Hurley, please wait. Vast spiritual energy was channeled into Little Overlord, causing it to tremble involuntarily, as if in fear. Zachariah could almost hear its pain moans. Refinement successful. Device spirit Hurley experience plus 657. Mutual progression triggered. Host experience plus 657. Device spirit Hurley feels slightly stronger. The corners of Zachariah's mouth lifted. At this rate, I should advance before Hurley's quality improves. Excited at the prospect of increased strength, Zachariah reached for another device spirit, a ghostly saber that emitted a cold glow. Executing refinement. Refining target C-grade, blade wielder ghost. Refining into Hurley, please wait. Refinement successful. Device spirit Hurley experience plus 1374. Mutual progression triggered. Host experience plus 1374. Device spirit Hurley feels slightly stronger again. Zachariah couldn't stop his smile from spreading as he extended his hand towards 2 short knives. Executing refinement. Refining target B-grade, living Yama. Refining into Hurley, please wait. Refinement successful. Device spirit Hurley experience plus 4100. Mutual progression triggered. Host experience plus 4100. Continuous refinement makes device spirit Hurley feel the host's care. Affinity plus 1. Watching the constantly rising experience points, Zachariah excitedly grabbed the nearby Zen staff. Keep going. Chapter 115, Garner's Gift. The scorching sun hung high in the sky as Zachariah completely refined a total of 36 equipment spirits into Garner. The clear system notification sounded immediately. Experience is sufficient. Does the host wish to advance? Zachariah remained calm. It seems that Garner's level up still has a bit of a way to go. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly chose to advance. Countless streams of spiritual energy began flowing into Zachariah's body, continuously strengthening his muscles, skin, flesh, and every inch of his meridians. Zachariah could clearly sense himself growing stronger. With a light crack, Zachariah's advancement neared its conclusion. Host level upgraded from 2nd rank 2 stars to 2nd rank 6 stars, with a substantial increase in physique. So I've broken through to 2nd rank 6 stars. The data panel appeared before Zachariah once again. Host, Zachariah. Level, 2nd rank 6 stars. Abilities, mutual progress, purify mind, slow healing, domain sharing, martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control, discrimination, instinct for combat, blood rage, bleed. Experience, 1%. Physique, 1465. My physique increased directly from 945 to 1465. In terms of physique alone, even an ordinary 4th rank 2 stars or 3rd rank spirit master would not be my match. A spirit master's strength wasn't determined by physique alone. The world was vast, and many variables existed. The biggest lesson Zachariah had learned over the past 2 months was never to become arrogant. Only by remaining cautious at all times could one remain invincible. Zachariah called up Garner's data panel and focused on the experience and affinity levels. Experience, 78%. Affinity, 99. With so many equipment spirits, it has only reached 78%. It looks like I need to hunt more beasts when idle. However, an affinity of 99. This is probably extremely rare among spirit masters. It's said that when the affinity between a spirit and its host is sufficiently high, strange things will happen. Does sufficiently high mean breaking through to 100? Zachariah muttered to himself, then pulled out a lump of gold-lit object from his storage ring. It was the 3 taels of refined gold he had won against Alicia during the school competition. Detected refining material, refined gold. Would the host like to choose to refine it? This is good stuff. It's rumored that if ordinary spirit masters can add a few grams of refined gold during refinement, it can greatly increase the success rate. Using it for refinement should raise the affinity to 100, right? Having thought of this, Zachariah immediately chose yes. Vast spiritual energy flowed into Garner and the refined gold. Under Zachariah's will, the refined gold shattered under the immense spiritual impact, breaking into pieces of varying sizes. Resonating spiritual energy generated high temperatures, turning the chunky refined gold into liquid, which Zachariah guided toward Garner. The refined gold extended into fine threads thinner than silk, flowing into the connections between Garner's fragments. Soon, the originally deep blue, sharp-edged Garner now seemed adorned with golden threads, radiating a sacred glow. Refinement successful, equipment spirit, Garner. Experience plus 3,570. Mutual progress activated. Host experience plus 3,570. Equipment spirit, Garner. Awakens ability 6, ward evil. Facing life forms filled with negative energy will cause greater damage. The host's dedicated cultivation has made Garner extremely grateful. Affinity plus 5. Congratulations to the host. The equipment spirit, Garner's affinity has surpassed 100. Equipment spirit, Garner, has decided to express gratitude in its own way. Please accept it graciously. A series of question marks appeared in Zachariah's mind, but he didn't have time to think. A small green pea-sized, deep blue light with a hint of red and a streak of golden luster emerged from Garner, slowly floating towards Zachariah, quickly merging into his body. An unusual sensation stirred within Zachariah, but it vanished in an instant. Zachariah couldn't even describe what this sensation brought him. Dianath Equipment Spirit showed interest in Garner's gift and didn't believe the host deserved such a sacrifice from Garner. 7th Equipment Spirit felt it was a pity. If he could absorb Garner's gift, he would become stronger. The numerous equipment spirits became increasingly curious about the host, paying more attention than ever. A series of notifications echoed in Zachariah's mind, but he still couldn't understand the role of the green pea-sized light orb. In the next moment, a man wearing a straw hat, with weathered features, appeared atop Garner. Garner, what did you just give me? Garner gave a faint smile, just lightly patting Zachariah's shoulder to express trust in him, but there was no indication that it would tell him anything. Then, a red glow flashed, and Trent manifested opposite Zachariah, also looking at him with a smile. The gift from Equipment Spirit, Garner, has made Equipment Spirit, Trent marvel at the host's charm. Affinity +5. Huh? Even Trent's affinity has increased. What was that thing? He looked at Trent, with a puzzled gaze, hoping to learn something from Trent. But Trent only tilted its head. Good. Zachariah pouted. Fine. You all want to play this way, do you? Okay, not telling me, so be it. I'll find out eventually. By now, dusk had fallen. Zachariah recalled the things he had harvested earlier. With time still available, let's overlay the domains of Trent and Garner. And the Carlos's spirit embryo, melted for Garner, too. I need to get it up to S rank as soon as possible. After making up his mind, Zachariah prepared to act. However, a barely audible footstep caused him to pause. Shortly after, cries for help echoed through the ruins. Help! Anyone, save me. You dirty mercenaries. Aren't you afraid of the Monster Suppression Army? I belong to the White Tiger camp. The Monster Suppression Army? Of course we're afraid. But as long as we clean up, what can they do to us? Girl, if you run, don't blame us when we hurt your lover. If you know what's good for you, come back and serve us well, and we'll give you both a quick death. Curious because of the mention of the Monster Suppression Army, Zachariah looked towards the source of the cries. Under the fading sunlight, a Teresa with a handsome but extremely disheveled appearance was running for her life in panic. Her clothes were torn, as if cut open by knives. Behind her, 5 or 6 vicious-looking second-rank mercenaries were chasing her. Zachariah frowned slightly. Her? Wasn't she supposed to have left Victoria City long ago? Why is she here? Chapter 116, Why are you forcing me? The person fleeing for her life was none other than Avril, whom Zachariah and his group had rescued from the hands of the Danny before. Their assassination attempt on Langston failed, and Barkley died in battle. The Yi family took advantage of this opportunity to attack the demon-suppressing army, even linking them to Zachariah. To some extent, Zachariah could be considered to have shared hardships with them. However, faced with Avril's current predicament, Zachariah did not plan to offer help. There were 3 reasons for this. Firstly, these mercenaries weren't after him. Why should he meddle? Secondly, he and Avril were neither relatives nor acquaintances, and even if they might become comrades in arms in the future, that was a matter for later. Thirdly, Zachariah didn't particularly like her. He clearly remembered that during their pursuit by the Danny, as puppets, she had been incessantly shouting, sounding like a noisy sparrow, which was quite annoying. Let's see what happens after they leave. With this thought, Zachariah activated stealth and breath control, hiding himself completely in the dark corner of the rundown gas station. At the same time, his eyes remained fixed on Avril and her group. At this moment, Avril looked utterly disheveled, as if those 6 mercenaries were toying with her. Every time Avril tried to escape in a different direction, they would drive their device spirits toward that direction, forcing her back toward the gas station. Occasionally, several arrows would shoot out, not aimed to injure her, but to tear her clothes apart. Before long, large patches of exposed skin appeared before everyone's eyes. Hey guys, look at those legs. Hee, Jasper Ming, you're smart. Force her into the convenience store inside the gas station. Then she'll have no choice but to let us do whatever we want. Paolo, quickly block her right side. Don't let her run that way. Avril felt like a pig being driven into a cage. She tried to escape in another direction, but was forced back into the convenience store. Having no other choice, she steeled herself and moved inward, hoping there would be another exit inside. Inside the dimly lit convenience store, there was only one window facing west. In a single bound, Avril jumped onto the windowsill, just about to leave. In the next moment, a scythe hook knife whistled past her nose, slicing through the exposed bricks. Come here, give your big brother a kiss. A chubby man suddenly appeared outside the window. Clenching her teeth, Avril jumped back into the store. However, she had barely taken 2 steps back when she was grabbed by a burly man. Come here, let big brother take care of you. Behind her, an unknown hulking man with a muscular chest and carrying a dragon-patterned staff appeared, his face covered in scars. Avril managed to break free, jumping like a startled cat into the corner of the wall. A large syringe appeared in her hand. Behind her, the mad nurse, wearing a revealing nurse uniform, materialized. But the mad nurse was dim and faint, indicating she had already been severely injured in a fierce battle. Yet, Avril had no other choice but to grit her teeth and fight. Because the 6 men were now entering the store one by one, blocking all possible exits. Zachariah scanned them. They were all 2nd-rank spirit masters. His confusion deepened. What's going on? Avril is at least a 4th-rank spirit master, yet she's being chased so miserably by 2nd-rank ones. Such a spicy little pepper. I like it. I'll go first, you guys stand back. Why should you go first? I say I should be first. The 6 men laughed lecherously, seemingly in no hurry to touch Avril. To them, she was meat on a chopping board, ready for them to manipulate. Then, the man standing at the edge, holding a yellow flower bough, leered and said, Why argue? How about we make her perform a dance for us? Next, he drew the bough with his left hand and the string with his right, gathering spiritual energy into an arrow. Puffed. One after another, arrows shot out, aiming for peculiar angles and spots. Forced to dodge, Avril had to assume one embarrassing posture after another. Zachariah frowned at this sight, while the 6 men grew increasingly pleased. Hey, Jasper Ming, don't just make her pose. Try to tear more of her blouse apart. Jasper Ming nodded, and in the next moment, 2 arrows appeared in his hands. He tilted the bow slightly and adjusted his fingers. In the next instant, the 2 arrows whistled past Avril's collar. Her already tattered blouse fell away like a curtain. Large mounds of white flesh appeared before everyone's eyes. Whoa, that cleavage is deep. My hand can't cover all of it. Old Jasper, don't look down on your pierce the willow, just because it's only D rank. It's incredibly practical. Obscenities kept entering Avril's ears. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell continuously, which only made the 6 men breathe more rapidly. As a young 4th rank spirit master, how had she ever endured such humiliation? Immediately, she raised her large syringe to fight for her life. However, after taking 2 steps, she was driven back by a barrage of arrows. Hee, brothers, this is a 4th rank spirit master. If it were in the past, we wouldn't even dare to glance at her. So what if she's a 4th rank spirit master? It's just an auxiliary device spirit. Once I break through to 3rd rank, I can still deal with her. If you ask me, it's all thanks to Captain and Deputy Captain injuring her. Otherwise, how would this good thing come to us? Avril felt indescribably wronged. She wanted to fight these scoundrels desperately, but reality showed that Jasper Ming, the spirit master, kept shooting countless arrows, forcing her to flee everywhere in this narrow convenience store. Clank, clank, clank. The large syringe seemed to have some power. Each push and pull seemed to drain the spiritual energy from the incoming arrows, causing them to fall one after another. However, as time passed, her face became pale, and her breathing grew rapid. Damn it. If she hadn't been injured by Langston earlier and then betrayed, she wouldn't have been so humiliated. Henley wouldn't have been captured either. Clatter. Another light sound came as Avril deflected the arrow, which coincidentally flew towards Zachariah's hiding spot. Zachariah slightly sidestepped to avoid this stray arrow. Zachariah shot Avril a disdainful look from the dark and silently cursed. Madam, I don't want anything to do with you again. Don't drag me into this. Yet, the sudden shower of arrows abruptly stopped. Why did it stop? Just as Zachariah wondered, the 6 men spoke up. Brothers, look, there are marks of a fire burning over there. And drink bottles next to it. Breadcrumbs all over the place. Not good. There's someone hiding here. In the next moment, the 6 men scattered out, each activating their device spirits for a carpet bombing attack on the decrepit convenience store. In an instant, spiritual energy overflowed, and dust flew everywhere. Zachariah covered his nose and mouth, his long knife flickering up and down, deflecting the attacks coming his way. He was furious inside, planning to turn a blind eye, yet why did they have to trouble him? Moreover, were these people mercenaries? Acting rashly without knowing their opponent's strength. If he did something like this, Abdur would have scolded him to death long ago. A moment later, the dust gradually settled, and the chaotic spiritual energy calmed down. A streak of blood dripped from the corner of Avril's mouth, her face becoming even paler. Even though these attacks weren't aimed at her, the aftermath still shook her badly. Brothers, are you sure someone's here? How come I didn't hit anyone? Could we be scaring ourselves? With our level of attack, even a 4th rank expert couldn't remain silent, right? The 6 men looked at each other. The carpet bombing only wounded Avril without revealing an enemy. Anyone would doubt themselves. I was planning to let you go. Why are you forcing me? A deep voice echoed, everyone turning to look. They saw a figure holding a long knife composed of shattered glass-like pieces emerging slowly from the dust. Chapter 117, Shatter Them. Avril felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't recall whose it was. When the figure finally emerged from the dust, Avril's eyes widened in shock. How could it be him? What is he doing here? Is he trying to get himself killed? A flurry of questions surged in Avril's mind, but she had no time to think. Zachariah, run now? You're no match for them. To her, Zachariah might have some unique qualities. Otherwise, how could he have saved them from the hands of Danny back then? But this didn't change the fact that Zachariah was only a 2nd rank spirit master. Facing 6 half-step 3rd rank spirit masters, Zachariah would only stand a chance by turning and fleeing. Yeah, kid, if I were you, I'd turn around and run too. Why get involved in this mess? Now it's too late. You can't run even if you want to. Come over here on your own, and we'll give you a quick death. At your age, shouldn't you be at home drinking milk? Why come to the ruins? Jasper Ming and the 5 others were initially startled when they saw Zachariah. However, when Avril shouted loudly for the young man in front of her to flee, they quickly reacted. This kid might just be trying to scare them. They carefully sensed Zachariah's aura. Like them, he was also a 2nd rank spirit master. Perhaps his talent far surpassed theirs, but how could a 2nd rank spirit master be a match for 6 spirit masters? Zachariah paid no heed to their mockery. He rested the long knife made of shattered glass on his neck, and turned his head with a smile toward Avril. I'm starting to not hate you so much. Those words left Avril bewildered. What do you mean not hate me? Did I provoke you or something? You're talking nonsense. Flee for your life. As she spoke, Avril had already rushed to Zachariah's side, ready to protect him at the cost of her own life. She wanted to survive, but she couldn't use this innocent young boy as a means to save herself. As a member of the demon-subduing army, she always remembered their principles. In a moment, I'll fight with all my strength. You look for an opportunity to escape. Understand. For a moment, Zachariah seemed dazed. He had once heard similar words from that man. Hey, don't daydream. Did you hear me? Not getting a response for a long time, Avril couldn't help but nudge Zachariah with her shoulder. Hey, girlie, if you care about him so much, why don't you entertain us nicely? We'll let him go if we're happy. Exactly. Didn't expect you to be so young, but have quite a few lovers. If you don't agree, I promise this boy won't leave this room alive. Just as Avril was about to say something, she suddenly felt warmth. Looking down, she saw a black coat draped over her shoulders, covering her half-bare torso securely. You're actually kind of cute. Zachariah's voice echoed in her ear, his warm, slightly moist breath brushing against it, making her lose focus. By the time she regained her senses, Zachariah had already positioned her behind him. Garner, Trent, shatter them. Zachariah's tone was extremely calm, as if talking about something unrelated to himself. The next moment, 2 towering men, full of killing intent, appeared behind Zachariah. He's careless. This kid has a device spirit body. Don't panic. So what if he has a device spirit body? No matter how strong he is, he's still a 2nd rank spirit master. We 6 can wear him down. We must kill him today. I can sense that these two device spirits are at least B level or higher. Instantly, 6 different kinds of device spirits appeared in front of the 6 people, rushing toward Trent and Garner. Seeing this, Avril looked disappointed. Why don't you run? Having a device spirit body, so what? You only have 2 device spirits. They have 6. You're all second rank. You won't last long. She was about to order, Mad Nurse, to join the battle when Zachariah stopped her. Zachariah, what are you doing? You don't think you can handle 6 with just 2 device spirits, do you? Zachariah scratched his ear. Don't get in the way. Zachariah, you. Zachariah's words instantly extinguished the bit of goodwill Avril had started to feel towards him. Frowning, she stared ahead, and the next moment, she was stunned speechless. Trent's bloody longsword had transformed into a broadsword, striking the ground fiercely. Ring after ring of ripples radiated outward, each passing through a place exploding with spiritual energy, shaking the 6 device spirits so they couldn't stabilize. Garner moved like a ghost, each strike causing one of the device spirits to dissipate. When Jasper Ming's device spirit, Pierce Willow, attempted to attack Garner with continuous arrow showers, the long knife in Garner's hand shattered into countless pieces, striking him relentlessly. Fortunately, the other device spirits intervened in time, protecting Chuanyang. Chuanyang attempted to attack Trent again. However, in the next moment, Trent's cloak fluttered, and countless flying knives shot out. Not only did they deflect the incoming arrows, but they also severely injured the 6 device spirits. All of this happened in a flash. Jasper Ming and the others gradually realized something was wrong and immediately rushed forward to help. However, Trent was faster than them. With a flip, he swung his large broadsword down, directly engaging all 6 people. His wide and powerful swordsmanship killed 2 people in the blink of an eye. Avril watched the scene unfold with disbelief. Even though the 6 opponents were only second rank, she had to admit that even at her prime, she couldn't handle the situation so calmly like Zachariah did. Her mind involuntarily recalled the scene from the last time in the dilapidated supermarket, where the steel-clawed monkey was brutally slaughtered. Was it really unrelated to him? Zachariah, what grade are your 2 device spirits? She could sense that Zachariah's device spirits were of high quality, but she couldn't determine their exact grade. Zachariah tilted his head. Yayas. She frowned and observed Trent and Garner. Once more before asking tentatively, both are A grade? Zachariah smiled but didn't answer. His gaze remained on Trent and Garner. He couldn't afford to be careless, ready to intervene at any sign of trouble. Fortunately, the one-sided slaughter only lasted for 2.5 minutes. Looking at the mess before him, Zachariah couldn't help but sigh. Avril assumed Zachariah felt uncomfortable due to shedding blood for the first time and quickly consoled him. Zachariah, you don't have to feel guilty. We're just defending ourselves. Besides, in the world of spirit masters, sometimes 2 strangers end up fighting to the death for no reason. Zachariah nodded in agreement. Little did she know, Zachariah sighed not out of guilt, but regret. What a waste. He should have thought better before saying shatter them. These idiots. They actually shattered both the people and their device spirits. These device spirits could have been refined into experience points. Such a huge loss. Zachariah glanced at Trent and Garner with a grievous look. But the 2 device spirits seemed oblivious to his sadness, instead giving him a thumbs up as if seeking praise. See, you said shatter them, and we did it without hesitation. Zachariah slapped his forehead in frustration. Zachariah, can you do me a favor? A voice like a mosquito's buzz came from beside him, trembling slightly, as if fearing rejection. Chapter 118. Are you directionally challenged? As dusk fell, 2 figures moved swiftly through the ruins, one following closely behind the other. The dim moonlight filtered through a thick fog, casting elongated shadows of the 2 as it fell upon them. Few monsters dared to attack, seemingly sensing the danger that surrounded them. Avril had entrusted Zachariah with a simple task, accompany her to rescue Henley. Zachariah's willingness to help was not out of kindness. He simply felt that since he had already offended this mercenary group, he might as well finish them off completely. He did not want to risk being caught off guard someday. Walking listlessly behind Avril, he had one hand in his pocket and the other holding the Garner. Along the way, after hearing Avril's account, he had a rough understanding of why he had encountered her here. Perhaps to avoid trouble, she deliberately omitted mentioning her identity as a member of the monster-suppressing army when explaining to Zachariah. She only mentioned that they were ambushed halfway by some people, and Barkley sacrificed himself to protect them. Then they encountered a group of mercenaries and were captured accidentally. Henley fought to the death to cover her escape, but even so, she was chased for a long time. Where is it? Where is it? I remember it should be this way. Zachariah, trust me. It must be ahead. Avril walked along, looking around anxiously, muttering incessantly, but the dilapidated office building she remembered never appeared. From twilight until the moon rose high into the night sky, Zachariah finally confirmed something in his heart. He stopped Avril, who was still searching for direction, and looked at her seriously. Are you directionally challenged? Instantly, Avril's cheeks flushed red like a monkey's bottom. But her pride made her try to argue back. You're the one who's directionally challenged. I've been leading Henley all this way. Zachariah glanced at Avril with a complicated expression and sighed inwardly. No wonder they had been wandering near the outskirts of Victoria City for almost a month without leaving. Henley must have a good temperament. Knowing Avril was directionally challenged, he still followed her orders. If he let Avril continue leading the way, they might only find Henley's remains. With that thought, Zachariah turned back toward the direction they came from. Seeing this, Avril panicked instantly. Hey, Zachariah, where are you going? You promised to help me. Don't go back on your word. Even she didn't know why she sought Zachariah's help. Was it because he showed impressive strength? But could even his strength handle a 4th-rank expert? Zachariah glanced back at her. To rescue him. But you don't know the way. Are you trying to follow footprints? That won't work. I've mostly cleaned them up. And you don't even know where they are. Zachariah, trust me one more time. Avril sounded like an anxious old woman, constantly yelling. Zachariah ignored her and continued retracing their steps. On the way, he kept his eyes and ears open, searching for any traces left behind when Avril was being pursued. Bloodstains on every blade of grass and tree branch did not escape Zachariah's attention even in the dead of night. Zachariah would stop from time to time, asking questions, occasionally deducing possible scenarios based on the clues left at the scene. Initially, Avril was noisy, but as the scenery became increasingly familiar, she gradually fell silent. Quietly observing how Zachariah worked, she realized it looked eerily familiar. Zachariah, how do you know the internal tracking methods of the monster-suppressing army? She saw clearly now, Zachariah wasn't just familiar with these methods. He could integrate footprint tracking, bloodstain tracking, human tracking, deductive reasoning, and many others seamlessly. Though she was a veteran of nearly 2 years, she knew these theories but understood that practice differed greatly. Including herself, most soldiers of the monster-suppressing army couldn't use multiple methods as fluently as Zachariah did. Zachariah picked up a handful of bloody soil, examining it under the moonlight, seemingly judging the time the blood had dried. After checking the distance between bloodstains and the direction of splatter, he finally determined a new direction before answering without turning back. I don't know, my teacher taught me. Avril frowned. Your teacher? Abdur. Hearing this, Avril instantly recalled the middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a polo shirt. So he was part of the monster-suppressing army. We didn't thank him properly for saving us last time. Next time, I must visit him and give thanks. She decided that as a senior of the monster-suppressing army, she must present him with a generous gift next time. Zachariah's footsteps suddenly halted, and he turned back to look at her with a meaningful glance, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately leaving it unspoken. He remembered a line he had read once. The joys and sorrows between people are not mutually understood. Your sorrow may seem like mere noise to others. Now, he was alone, and he should learn to heal his own wounds. However, even this slight pause made Avril acutely aware of the sadness in his eyes. Zachariah, what's wrong? But Zachariah quickened his pace. We should be getting close. Let's hurry. When the moon was high up in the sky, Zachariah and Avril stealthily observed from amidst the ruins. Not far ahead, a dilapidated office building that was half collapsed housed a torch burning in the first-floor hall. Several men were scattered around, each entertaining themselves. 2 mercenary sentries squatted by the door, smoking and chatting idly. Do you think Jasper Ming will bring the woman back? Keeping watch is so boring, they should come back quickly. Originally, scouting was supposed to be done by second-rank mercenaries, but since Jasper Ming and others had gone after Avril, this duty fell upon them. He should be able to. A heavily injured 4th-rank spirit master. If he can't bring her back, he shouldn't be a mercenary anymore. Besides, isn't her lover still in our hands? If she doesn't come back, we'll kill him. The words of these 2 men infuriated Avril, causing her to punch the wall beside her. Lover? ing idiots. We're just comrades in arms. Zachariah frowned and made a gesture for silence. Be quiet. Realizing this, Avril quickly lowered her voice. Zachariah, there are 8 of them in total. The captain is bald and a 4th-rank 2-star. 2 deputy captains are 4th-rank 1-star. The other 5 are around 3rd-rank 5-star. We can't win in a direct fight. In a moment, I'll go out and draw their fire, and you sneak in from the side to rescue Henley. And don't linger. Barkley once said speed is crucial in military operations. Behind this office building, Avril, like a mother worried about her child, incessantly reminded Zachariah about every detail of the operation. Facing 3 4th-rank and 5 3rd-rank mercenaries, the only thing she could do was anticipate all possible scenarios and inform Zachariah on how to handle each situation. Her constant reminders frustrated Zachariah. Finally, Zachariah extended his right hand and covered her mouth. Startled by his sudden action, she instinctively pushed his right hand away. Zachariah, what did you? Before she could finish, his left hand covered her mouth again. Zachariah kept his gaze on the 8 men inside the office building. I ask, you answer. No unnecessary talk. Seeing his serious expression, though reluctant, Avril nodded subconsciously. 8 mercenaries, 3 4th-rank, 5 3rd-rank. Correct. Avril nodded. A faint smile appeared on Zachariah's lips. Wait here for me. Avril's eyes widened with confusion. Wait here for you. You're not telling me you plan to face 3 4th-ranks and 5 3rd-ranks alone. Don't joke. Zachariah, this isn't a drill. Zachariah chuckled, unwilling to explain too much. Supporting himself against the wall with one hand, he leaped out from cover. Hey, brothers, give me a cigarette. Chapter 119. More people than expected? In the quiet of the night, the moment Zachariah leaped out, he startled 8 mercenaries in the hall. The 6 people inside glanced at Zachariah from afar. Seeing that he was just a young boy, they paid him no mind and continued with their own affairs. However, the 2 guards outside turned grim. Brat, go chill wherever it's cool during this dead of night. Don't seek trouble. Get lost. Any later, and I'll make sure you won't see tomorrow's sun. Being forced to stand guard already put them on edge, and Zachariah's sudden appearance only fanned their ire. Ignoring them as if he hadn't heard, Zachariah kept grinning and walked forward. Big brothers, addiction hit me at midnight. Please help. While walking, he acted as if he were in extreme discomfort. Avril was anxious but had no idea what to do. Going out to pull Zachariah back would only expose him faster once she revealed herself. Yet watching him step towards danger filled her with guilt. What is this guy up to? Why is he even more troublesome than me? Just as she decided to risk rushing out to drag Zachariah away, the scene before her left her even more bewildered. The 2 guards turned cold seeing that Zachariah wasn't backing down. One held a tiger head saber, while the other grasped a spade for breaking soil. Brat, heaven offers a way, yet you force your way into hell. But Zachariah seemed oblivious. I said, give me a cigarette. TCH, you're courting death. The 2 guards burst out laughing with rage. In the next moment, they raised their weapons and lunged at Zachariah. Yet, Zachariah vanished right before their eyes. Stealth mode activated. Thud, thud. The sound of swords cutting through flesh echoed in the night. Both level 3 spirit masters fell. Bright red blood spurted from their necks, soaking the ground. Spirit weapon, Hurley defeated a level 3 spirit master. Experience plus 370. Mutual growth triggered. Host experience plus 370. Spirit weapon, Qian who defeated a level 3 spirit master. Experience plus 390. Mutual growth triggered. Post-experience plus 390. System notifications kept sounding, leaving Avril wide-eyed with disbelief. Two strikes. Holding twin blades, Zachariah emerged from the darkness. In his left hand was a long blade made of broken glass, icy cold. In his right hand was a long bloody blade, brimming with fighting spirit. The commotion outside startled the six inside the hall, who immediately surrounded Zachariah in an instant. Their leader was a bald man with a face full of scars, wielding a judge's pen. Why did you attack my men, boy? Zachariah smiled faintly. Give me a cigarette. His contemptuous words acted like he didn't care about the six. Captain Yahya, don't waste time with him, just strike. Captain Yahya, a level 2 kid. Why waste so much time with him? The two men beside the bald leader shouted. One tightly gripped a 3-section staff, while the other clutched a heavenly ring chain. Behind them, two shadowy figures flickered, signaling fourth-rank killing intent that tightly locked onto Zachariah. Clearly, these two were the deputy leaders of the mercenary team, waiting for the bald man's order to swiftly end Zachariah. The bald man's eyes flickered, casting ferocious glances at Zachariah. As the leader, he was more cautious than others. Killing two of his subordinates so easily, and still being calm in front of him, suggested Zachariah was far from ordinary. Could he be some noble scion from a powerful family, secretly protected by experts? Little brother, whose house do you come from? Zachariah's lips curved slightly. Yayas. The more provocative Zachariah became, the more certain he felt that Zachariah must be a rich young master, making him increasingly hesitant to act. Captain Yahya, he just killed our men. We need revenge. Captain Yahya, look at those two spirit weapons in his hands. Worth a fortune. Captain Yahya, I can handle him and cut him down. 5 subordinates constantly petitioned for battle, their gazes full of malice and disdain moving over Zachariah. The bald man's expression shifted, his greedy gaze focusing on the spirit weapons in Zachariah's hands. Finally, he gritted his teeth, clasping his hands together toward Zachariah. Young brother, forgive me for any offense. Please understand. He then pulled out 2 unopened packs of red-packaged, gold-accented cigarettes from his storage ring and tossed them to Zachariah. Ordinary Huazi brand is all we have. Don't mind it, little brother. Then he ordered his men. Step aside. Give this little brother passage. His tone allowed no questioning. Holding the 2 unexpected packs of cigarettes, Zachariah was almost amused and puzzled. He remained calm for 2 reasons. First, to have a legitimate reason, he used the excuse of asking for cigarettes. Second, he didn't take these mercenaries seriously at all. Back when he was only a second-rank 2-star, he could fight against Grandpa Fu, who was a 4th-rank 7-star, and Grandpa Shi, who was a 4th-rank 6-star, single-handedly. Now, with his significantly enhanced strength, these remaining 6 people were nothing but mere ants to Zachariah. Seeing Zachariah's slight smile, the bald man thought the matter was settled, so he clasped his hands and was about to lead his men back into the hall. Hey, give me a light. Unexpectedly, Zachariah's voice rang out again. This simple request made everyone snap. What kind of smoke do you expect to have without a lighter? Even the bald man's temper flared up, but he managed to control it with his rationality. He casually pulled out a beautifully crafted kerosene lighter from his pocket and threw it to Zachariah. It's a gift, no need to return it. This time, it was Zachariah's turn to be baffled. Wait, shouldn't you fearless bandits be fearless and attack me? How can you endure this? How am I supposed to find an excuse to act? Hey, Zachariah, run. Just as Zachariah hesitated about whether to strike first without reason, Avril's shout from a distance drew everyone's attention. In the distance, Avril was supporting the heavily injured Henley, jumping out from a collapsed wall, fleeing far away. Captain Yahya, it's that Teresa from Daytime. This kid is with them. We fell for their ploy. The bald man's face turned grim, and he immediately waved his hand. Rusty, Zephyr, you two chase after them. The rest, kill him. 2 third-rank spirit masters turned to chase after Henley and Avril. The remaining 4 surrounded Zachariah, their spirit weapons appearing in front of them simultaneously. The bald man fiercely slammed his judge's pen on the ground, writing a death character before everyone's eyes. Instantly, a chilling aura emanated from the tip of his pen, rushing towards Zachariah like surging waves. Domain unleashed, Hall of Life and Death. Zachariah had a feeling as if he were standing in a courtroom, while the bald man in front of him transformed into a court official, holding the power over life and death. Perhaps, with just a thought, Zachariah would be killed right here. At the same moment, the other 2 vice captains also unleashed their domains. All kinds of negative statuses instantly enveloped Zachariah. As for the 3rd-rank spirit master without a domain, he rushed towards Zachariah, using his martial techniques. Calm Mind was quietly activated. A cool sensation rose within Zachariah, dispelling all negative effects. Within the 3 different domains, the 4 mercenaries, including the bald man, were each using their martial techniques to assault Zachariah. Zachariah's footsteps were agile, continuously dodging between the attacks. You guys are bullying one by many, not following martial virtue. The bald man gritted his teeth and cursed. If you think it's unfair, you can call your 2 companions back to help you. I'll send all of you to the heavens in one go. After being scared by his own thoughts earlier, the bald man felt extremely frustrated. Zachariah smiled faintly, as if he had heard a joke. Want to compare numbers? Fine. The next moment, Zachariah's gaze became fierce. The long bloody blade in his hand swung fiercely, releasing immense fighting spirit. Domain unleashed, sacrifice for justice. Chapter 120 caught up. The blood-colored domain bloomed like a flower bud in full rage, vigorously expanding within the 3 domains. In an instant, it enveloped the 3 domains and the 4 mercenaries within. An ancient military camp suddenly appeared before everyone. 30 soldiers, including Arlo, emerged from the camp one by one, each holding their swords with one hand, glaring at the 4 people and their weapon spirits. In no time, they had completed the encirclement of the 4 individuals and their weapon spirits. Under the erosion of the blood-colored domain, their domains trembled constantly, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. In desperation, they could only reduce the coverage area of their domains to maintain stability. Zachariah laughed sarcastically. Hey, Baldy, still think you have more people? The bald man snorted coldly and whispered to his 3 subordinates, "Hold on. A mere second-rank kid. No matter how powerful his domain is, so what? I don't believe he has enough spiritual energy to sustain it. Once he runs out of spiritual energy, we'll kill him." Their whispers were heard clearly by Zachariah. Zachariah shrugged. "You hope I run out of spiritual energy quickly? Well, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, a shadow leaped out beside Zachariah and instantly coalesced into a man wearing a bamboo hat, his eyes cold. He held a long knife that seemed to be made of shattered glass. Just standing there, he exuded danger. "You are a weapon spirit body." Zachariah shrugged, smiling calmly. "Hurley, Arlo, pay attention this time. Try to keep the weapon spirits if possible." The next moment, Hurley and Arlo, leading 29 guards, leaped out, rushing towards the 4 people and their weapon spirits. A one-sided slaughter ensued. Not far away, Avril was enduring a bitter battle, the situation far from optimistic. On one hand, she was already severely injured. On the other hand, she had to ensure Henley's safety. The 2 of them were cornered by 2 third-rank spirit masters, forced to rely on a broken wall for cover. Relying on their weapon spirits, they bravely resisted the relentless attacks of the 2 third-rank spirit masters. "Girl, come out now if you know what's good for you, or else I'll make you both suffer worse than death." "How touching. For a paramour, you brought a kid to help. Are you stupid or crazy?" The 2 third-rank spirit masters continued to taunt her. In their view, no matter how capable Zachariah might be, how could a young boy handle 3 fourth-rank spirit masters? "Yin, if this goes on, we'll both die. You should leave now and don't worry about me." Avril shot him a look. "Brother Sue is already dead. If I leave you behind, I won't be able to return to the White Tiger camp. Besides, if you die too, what will the other battalions think of us?" Chiu Mulang. Henley's expression darkened, seemingly hit hard by these words. Sadness overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of their escape. Red light filled the sky there, filled with killing intent, and it was unknown whose domain was being unfolded. "But, Yin, even little brother Zachariah got dragged into this because of us." A trace of guilt flashed across Avril's eyes. She wanted to say something to comfort Henley but didn't know how. It had been nearly 3 minutes since Zachariah had not caught up with them, indicating he was probably in dire straits. And this incident originally had nothing to do with him. Thump. Suddenly, Henley, who was pale-faced, collapsed unexpectedly without any warning. Foam frothed from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. His weapon spirit vanished instantly, and the pressure from the mad nurse skyrocketed. Avril panicked. "Henley, what's wrong with you?" Her mind raced in confusion, and the spiritual energy she was channeling into the mad nurse instantly became chaotic. Spit. As the 2 mercenaries landed heavy blows on the mad nurse, its form dispersed instantly, and she suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The 2 third-rank mercenaries leered as they approached Avril and Henley. "Not bad. This 4th-rank spirit master is tough even when injured." "Yeah, thanks to the captain's foresight. While this kid was unconscious, he injected him with Lo-Fi, that addictive spiritual energy-blocking drug. That'll teach him." They glanced at their gathering point in the distance. "Do you think that domain earlier belonged to someone else? Only Captain Yehia and his 2 teammates can use domains in our team, but I don't remember theirs looking like that. Who knows? Maybe it's Captain Yehia's ace in the hole. Do you think it could be that kid's? Are you kidding? We 3rd rank haven't mastered domains yet. He's only 2nd rank. Even if his weapon spirit is exceptional and allowed him to master a domain prematurely, a 2nd rank spirit master can barely sustain it for 30 seconds. The 2 mercenaries argued for a moment, then turned their gaze back to the barely breathing Avril. "This Teresa seems to be on her last breath. Should we give her some medicine? Are you crazy? With her injuries, at least a B-grade recovery potion is needed. 1 bottle costs a fortune. You want to use it on her. But if we don't, isn't it a pity for such a pretty Teresa? What's there to pity? Let's get it over with." They exchanged glances, and a sinister smile spread across their faces. Avril heard every word. She wanted to resist, but even breathing was difficult for her. All she could do was look in despair at the approaching claw-like hands reaching towards her chest. "My life is over. It's such a pity that this Xingdong not only failed to clear the shame of our battalion, but also nailed the entire Komu Wolf battalion to the pillar of disgrace forever. Big brother Sue, sister Wei, I'm so useless." Tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. The smiles of the 2 mercenaries grew wider. "Look, she's crying. I love seeing women cry. The more they cry, the more I get excited." Pooh, pooh. A strangely shaped long knife pierced through one man's chest from behind, and like it had grown horns, a sharp blade extended from the side of the long knife, breaking out from the man's chest and piercing into the other man's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Weapon spirit. Hurley, killed a 3rd-rank spirit master, plus 475 experience. Progress together activated. Host gains plus 475 experience. Weapon spirit. Hurley, killed a 3rd-rank spirit master, plus 430 experience. Progress together activated. Host gains plus 430 experience. Avril felt as if she had seen her savior. Her tear-filled face showed a touch of sorrowful relief. The man before her, wearing a bamboo hat, was looking at her coldly, as if looking at a dead person. But instead of feeling afraid, she felt somewhat happy. It was his weapon spirit. He didn't die. He came to save us. Rapid footsteps approached. Before Avril completely lost consciousness, a handsome face appeared before her. He looked at the 2 dead mercenaries, sighed in relief, and smiled faintly. "Fortunately, I made it in time." Chapter 121, Zachariah's Speculation. In the silent ruins, beside a pile of flames, Avril and Henley were still unconscious, but their wounds had already healed. It was evident that someone had already administered medicine to them. The incarnated Hurley stood guard beside Zachariah with a cold expression. At this moment, Zachariah sat by the fire counting the gains from this expedition, but there was no trace of happiness on his face. Instead, he appeared restless. Only because the system's notifications wouldn't stop ringing in his mind. Device Spirit number 7 thinks the host's method of dealing with scum is too merciful. In its view, these sorts of wretches, like little devils, should be eaten right away. Device Spirit number 13 thinks the host's actions just now were somewhat excessive. Administering medicine to a Teresa, how could the host have a nosebleed? Device spirit number 3 cast a faint glance at the host, and then closed its eyes again. Zachariah rubbed his temples and commanded the system. System, I can't take it anymore. Block all these chatterboxes. System has muted the remaining 17 device spirits. The mute will automatically be lifted after 24 hours. Instantly, the world became peaceful. Zachariah's lips couldn't help but curl upward, especially when he saw the pile of loot in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. 8 storage rings, items valued at around 25 million. Except for 2 device spirits inadvertently destroyed by Trent, 1 failed separation, 5 successful separations. 2 B-level device spirits, 2 C-level device spirits, 1 D-level device spirit. After separating others' device spirits so many times, this was Zachariah's first failure, clearly due to the excessively high compatibility between the opposing device spirit and its host. Even so, Zachariah was quite satisfied. After all, just the 2 B-level device spirits could provide around 8,000 experience points to the device spirit. He turned his head to look at Hurley, unable to suppress his joy. Hurley, you're one step closer to advancing. A hint of a smile appeared on Hurley's ice-cold face. Device spirit. Hurley feels exceptionally happy about the care provided by the host. Compatibility +1. Zachariah wasn't surprised by the sudden increase in compatibility. After spending more time with the device spirits, he found that increasing interaction could lead to an unscheduled increase in compatibility. If he could cater to their preferences, the compatibility would increase even more. For example, merely expressing a desire to join the military earlier, Trent's compatibility increased directly by 5. Suddenly, a shadow quietly appeared on Zachariah's right side, sitting down by the fire. Zachariah smiled. Why are you out here, Trent? A device spirit capable of autonomously drawing external spiritual power could materialize freely unless the host required otherwise. Trent glanced at Zachariah with a resentful look, pointing at the 6 device spirits in front of Zachariah. My lord, I also deserve credit. Zachariah laughed awkwardly, unsure of what to do for a moment. Yes, these device spirits were obtained through the combined efforts of Trent and Hurley. Trent was a soldier. According to the rules of the barracks, those who made contributions should be rewarded. He had been focused on quickly enhancing his overall strength and thought of boosting Hurley's quality, neglecting Trent's feelings. But he had already spoken, planning to use all the device spirits to enhance Hurley. If he were to split them now and give half to Trent, how would he face Hurley? Zachariah was caught in a dilemma. As if sensing Zachariah's concerns, Hurley pushed all the device spirits in front of Zachariah towards Trent, making a gesture inviting him to take them. Zachariah looked at Hurley in surprise. A hint of a smile appeared on Hurley's stern face. Zachariah then looked at Trent. Strangely, it was the first time he saw a hint of shame on Trent's strong face. Trent divided the 5 device spirits into 2 portions. 1 portion containing 1 B-level device spirit, 1 C-level device spirit, and 1 D-level device spirit. The other portion contained only 1 B-level device spirit and 1 C-level device spirit. Then, Trent pushed the portion with 3 device spirits back to Hurley, 1/2 each. The 4 eyes of Hurley and Trent met, and moments later, both device spirits showed a helpless smile. Seeing this, Zachariah also smiled. This difficult problem was easily solved by Hurley's humility. How could he not be happy? With 2 device spirits, none noticed that during the push and pull between Hurley and Trent, the 2 B-level device spirits were trembling. They seemed instinctively afraid of the fate that awaited them. Taking advantage of Avril and Henley still being unconscious, Zachariah skillfully started refining once again. Moments later, the refining process ended. Zachariah separately opened the experience bars of the 2 device spirits. As expected, Hurley showed a more significant improvement. Adding the experience from killing the mercenaries, its experience increased to 93%, while Trent only rose to 4%. The only thing worth being happy about was that due to the ability, mutual progress, Zachariah's experience value soared to 10%. Perhaps it won't be long before I can break through to stage 3. At this moment, Zachariah was full of confidence about the future. He firmly believed that one day, he would not only sweep away the entire Jasper family and Fong family, but also the entire Yi family, making them return, Aristide Chuang, willingly. Zachariah suddenly thought about the extremely human-like behavior of Hurley and Trent just now. With the increase in quality and compatibility, the device spirits are increasingly acting like living people. Zachariah couldn't help but recall everything he had experienced during Trent's trial. Those things seemed as if they really happened. Zachariah boldly hypothesized. If those events were truly part of history, does it mean that Trent was once a flesh and blood general before becoming a device spirit? Zachariah was startled by his own hypothesis. 300 years after the spiritual Qi revival, public records indicate that device spirits were all generated under some power's influence in certain specific environments after the revival. If Zachariah's hypothesis was correct, it would mean that before the spiritual Qi revival, throughout the thousands of years of history lost in time, things similar to device spirits had appeared more than once. But could such an assumption be true? Even if we assume this conjecture is correct, what kind of life did the device spirit, Hurley, experience before? Zachariah couldn't help but recall the initial appearance of Hurley. Even though it was an F-level device spirit, it looked more worn out than others of its level. Only half of the blade remained, covered in bloodstains and rust. Especially when Hurley materialized, it gave off an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and indifference, like someone who had experienced an inhuman war. The deeper he thought, the more chaotic Zachariah's thoughts became, and his brows knitted tighter and tighter. Zachariah, a weak female voice interrupted Zachariah's thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Chapter 122, Despair of Avril. Zachariah looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that Avril, who had been unconscious, was now awake. Her handsome face was flushed red. The moment she woke up, she realized that her wounds, including some more sensitive areas, had healed. Present here were only Henley and Zachariah. With Henley still unconscious, it was clear who had done this. At this moment, her heart was complicated. As a Teresa, feeling someone else touch her body made her ashamed. But But as a critically injured person, she was also grateful for Zachariah's generosity to use B-grade recovery agents worth over 100,000 renminbi on her body. She didn't know how to face Zachariah at first. After calling his name, she fell silent again. Seeing her shamefaced and hesitating expression with her face turning bright red, Zachariah guessed what she was worrying about. Rest assured, I closed my eyes while applying the medicine. Unexpectedly, Avril blushed even more at these words. She could almost feel the heat rising on her cheeks. Zachariah was telling the truth. He did indeed close his eyes while applying the medicine. However, due to closing his eyes, sometimes he inevitably touched more sensitive spots accidentally. After a long while, Avril stuttered out one sentence. Thank you, Zachariah. Then, she took out 2 bottles of B-grade recovery agents from her storage ring. Zachariah, here is your medicine back. Recovery agents come in various types, but B-grade ones usually cost more than 100,000 renminbi per bottle. Zachariah had saved her life 3 times already. If he kept losing out because of her, she would feel guilty. Besides, she had secretly entered the office building to save Henley without notifying Zachariah beforehand, leading to Zachariah being surrounded. She felt even more guilty because of that. The only thing she could do now was not to let Zachariah bear any loss. To her surprise, when she put out the recovery agents, Zachariah didn't even glance at them. You keep them. They're not expensive anyway. Hearing this, Avril's small head was filled with great confusion. After all, no matter how she looked at it, Zachariah didn't seem like someone who could afford such things easily. In fact, Zachariah said they weren't expensive simply because he had never bought those medicines himself. Currently, his storage ring contained 200 or 300 bottles of various quality medications, mostly taken from other mercenaries. According to Zachariah, this was the price they paid for daring to attack him. The silent evening breeze blew intermittently, making the campfire flicker dimly. Zachariah and Avril chatted idly from time to time. Most of the time, it was Avril trying to find topics, while Zachariah responded indifferently. The reason was that Zachariah found Avril to be somewhat troublesome at the moment. He still needed to smelt the spirit embryo of Danny. He hadn't overlapped the domains of Garner and Trent yet either. And there was that old book obtained during his last trial in Trent, which he hadn't finished reading. With so many things left unattended, how could he have the leisure to chat with Avril? Avril noticed Zachariah's indifference. She decided to give Zachariah a small shock. Zachariah, you've saved us several times. I think I should be honest with you. She looked sincerely at Zachariah. Do you know our identity? And why we went to Chaoyan City? Zachariah glanced at her, holding a twig and constantly poking the flames in front of him. People from Baihu camp of the Monster Suppression Army, entering Chaoyan City to assassinate Langston of the Yi family. Avril's calm face showed a dramatic expression of widened eyes and an open mouth, clearly indicating her surprise. How did you know? Zachariah chuckled. How did he know? Of course, it was because he heard them talking about it when they passed by the ruined supermarket. But naturally, Zachariah wouldn't tell her the truth. He shrugged and lied casually. The news of you guys assassinating Langston has caused a stir throughout Daxia. How could I not know? Avril's expression darkened instantly. The failure of this mission means we might face military court trials after returning to Hanshui City. The atmosphere immediately turned deathly silent. Zachariah didn't know how to comfort the Teresa and had no intention to. To Zachariah, he and Avril were merely acquaintances, not even friends. As for whether they would become comrades in arms in Baihu camp, that depended on whether Zachariah would eventually join the Monster Suppression Army. By the way, Zachariah, why did you suddenly leave Chaoyan City? Zachariah had no intention to hide. To enlist in Hanshui City. Avril abruptly stood up. Enlist? You mean, you are going to join the Monster Suppression Army too? Zachariah nodded. Avril wore a puzzled look. That's odd. The recruitment ended in May. All new recruits are training at each camp for next month's selection. Your timing doesn't add up. Just as Zachariah was about to explain, there was another sound beside him. Both of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Henley, who had been unconscious, was now foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and his body convulsed continuously, appearing as uncomfortable as an addict. Henley, pull yourself together. Avril kept slapping Henley's face, trying to wake him up. However, Henley was in such agony that he kept twisting his body into strange positions. Avril suddenly recalled the words of those 2 mercenaries before she lost consciousness. Her eyes turned red instantly. Those bastards. How could they inject Lofi into you? Upon hearing this, Zachariah frowned slightly. He knew about Lofi. It was an addictive agent specifically targeting spirit masters. Once injected, spirit masters would feel their spiritual power being slowly drained away. During this process, if there was no specific antidote for Lofi, spirit masters would suffer just like ordinary people, relying only on their willpower to resist. If not treated in time, spirit masters injected with Lofi would suffer immense physical and mental damage. Even worse, the drug would gradually erode the spirit master's spirit weapon, leading to a decline in their abilities. Generally, these were controlled drugs and rarely appeared on the market. It was unknown where these ordinary mercenaries had obtained them from. The more Henley suffered, the more tears Avril shed. Henley, wait. I'll find the antidote. She frantically searched her storage ring, trying to find the antidote for Lofi. But she found nothing. Helpless, she forcefully opened Henley's storage ring and searched again. Still, she found nothing. She looked at Zachariah desperately, seeing him as her last hope. Zachariah, do you have the antidote for Lofi? Zachariah helplessly shook his head. He had plenty of antidotes, but Lofi, being a controlled drug, rarely appeared on the market. Therefore, few people bought the antidote for it. Avril was despondent, collapsing beside Henley, tears streaming down her face. Henley, we don't have the antidote for Lofi. Hold on, we'll make it to the next shelter city and seek help from the local demon suppression army. Yunyan, kill me, please kill me. I can't bear it anymore. The intense pain twisted Henley's features, and initially, he could only moan in agony, then became too pained even to cry out. It seemed his life force was gradually draining away along with his spiritual power. Tears poured from Avril's eyes, but she didn't know what to do. This mission had cost her not only Barkley, but also pushed Henley to consider suicide. For the first time, she felt that, in the face of such immense hardship, spirit masters were no different from ordinary people. What should I do? A strong and steady hand gently touched Avril's arm. Try this. Maybe it will work. Chapter 123. Inexpensive Elixir. A gentle evening breeze stirred, carrying a hint of coolness. Avril couldn't help but move closer to the fire. The usually noisy Henley now lay still like a child in quiet slumber. Avril's gaze on Zachariah became increasingly puzzled. Zachariah, thank you for your everlasting fluid. After we return to Hanshui City, Henley and I will find a way to repay you. Just moments ago, at Avril's most despairing point, Zachariah, in an attempt to help, had handed her the remaining half bottle of everlasting fluid. An A-grade everlasting fluid, priced at 1 million credits per bottle, was virtually priceless and hard to come by. Reputedly, as long as there was a single breath left, it could prolong life indefinitely. Not only did it suppress Henley's addiction, but it also cleared most of the toxins from his body. In the days to come, they just needed to give Henley a certain amount of everlasting fluid daily. Within half a month, Henley would be back to normal. Avril didn't know where Zachariah had acquired such a precious medicine, but she was even more perplexed about his identity. Was he really once just a poor student who could only afford to hunt in ruins? Or did he have another hidden identity? In response to Avril's gratitude, Zachariah dismissed it casually. There's no need to repay me. It's just a half bottle of useless elixir. To Zachariah, this invaluable elixir was indeed useless. Was an elixir that couldn't save Abdur considered useful? Just looking at it caused annoyance. However, this statement deepened Avril's confusion even further. Useless? Did he really consider an elixir worth 1 million credits that saved Henley to be useless? She laughed awkwardly and then asked, Zachariah, since you're also heading to Baihu camp, shall we set off together? We can watch out for each other along the way. Zachariah remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Sure, there was no other reason. Looking at the map, the dense network of routes meant that unless he was an experienced traveler, Zachariah couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get lost. Thus, having a companion familiar with directions was certainly beneficial. After all, although Avril was directionally challenged, surely Henley couldn't be too, right? From afar came a few cries of demonic beasts. Zachariah stood up and stretched lazily. Let's rest early. I'll be back after I take care of something. With that, Zachariah strode purposefully into the ruins. Of course, he wasn't really going to relieve himself. He just felt that if he stayed beside Avril, with her talkative nature, he might not find an opportunity tonight to overlay the 2 spirit weapon domains. To avoid unnecessary discovery, Zachariah made several turns, stopping only after running about 2 kilometers. During this time, to prevent any disturbance, he even dragged a first-stage bear demon out of its tree hole and gave it a new place to sleep. Once everything was ready, Zachariah focused his mind, and 2 long knives, Trent and Garner, appeared in his hands. Vast spiritual energy enveloped the 2 long knives, which slowly rose into the air. Perhaps sensing Zachariah's intent, he could clearly perceive the 2 spirit weapons attempting to resonate with each other. Azure Blade Light and Dark Red Blade Intent tried to merge under Zachariah's will. Zachariah seemed to see the 30 soldiers within the blood-red long knife, including Trent, trying to pull Garner into their realm. In the next moment, he saw Garner striving to open the boundless darkness within its domain, trying to create a path for the 30 soldiers to enter. However, regardless of their efforts, there appeared to be an unbreakable membrane between the 2 spirit weapon domains, preventing them from merging. Zachariah thought for a moment, and a bottle of thick golden elixir floated out of his storage ring. It was the S-grade perfect domain overlapping agent he had previously obtained. Opening the stopper, a gentle and accommodating aura wafted out. Under Zachariah's vast spiritual energy, the golden liquid continuously integrated into the conflicting domains of Garner and Trent. Wherever the golden liquid flowed, it seemed to break down the barriers between the domains. In a short time, the Azure Blade Light and Dark Red Blade Intent began to merge seamlessly. The bodies of Garner and Trent vibrated rhythmically, as if establishing a connection between them. Back at the resting place of Avril and Henley. After Zachariah left, Avril found a spot close to Henley, so she could look after him more easily. She didn't fall asleep right away but instead reminisced about her encounters with Zachariah. It seemed that every time she and her companions faced danger, he always appeared just in time. Lost in thought, she suddenly chuckled softly. This little brother must be my good luck charm. At only 22 years old, calling Zachariah her little brother was not inappropriate. Yin Yin, where am I? Henley's feeble voice came. Avril hurried over. Seeing that his breathing was steady and his complexion normal, she finally relaxed. At least the everlasting fluid really works. Henley was full of questions. Everlasting fluid? What everlasting fluid? Did you hit the jackpot? Avril rolled her eyes at him, and then recounted how she had encountered Zachariah and asked him to save Henley. Henley frowned deeply, looking suspiciously at Avril. Yin Yin, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? You mean to tell me that not only was Zachariah unharmed, but he also single-handedly wiped out a mercenary group with 3 4th-stage spirit controllers? Avril nodded emphatically. Yes, what's wrong with that? Big problem. He's just a 2nd-stage spirit controller. Even if he has an armament spirit body, it's impossible for him to match 3 4th-stage spirit controllers and 5 3rd-stage ones before he matures fully. Henley's firm words made Avril doubt herself as well. But there were only the 3 of us here, and he told me he's joining our demon exorcising army. How could he join without any skills? Yin Yin, did you see him defeat them with your own eyes? Avril nodded, then shook her head. I'm not sure. I went in to save you. And when I came out, we were pursued by those 2 mercenaries and nearly lost our lives. Afterward, my armament spirit suffered severe damage, and I fainted from backlash. I vaguely remember Zachariah arriving just in time to save us. Hearing this, Henley fell into deep thought. Yin Yin, although I don't know how he managed to defeat that entire mercenary group, given that he had everlasting fluid, I guess he might be some young master from a powerful family. Just look, the recruitment for the demon exorcising army ended a month ago. The new recruits are already training in the 4 major camps to prepare for their exams after a month. Yet he is still here. The only explanation is that he has connections, and they must be very high-level connections. Feeling proud of his analysis, especially seeing Avril's bewildered expression, he felt even more confident. Women love calm and thoughtful men. With this attitude, I can surely impress Yin Yin. So, to sum up, I deduce. He defeated that mercenary group because he must have some secret treasure, maybe a potion that boosts strength or some powerful quasi-armament spirits. Avril looked at Henley, feeling something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Her expression suddenly turned gloomy. A connection. I thought he was so strong, and bringing him into our Yai Mu Lang could help us wipe away past humiliations. Henley chuckled. Don't be so sad. Although his strength may not be exceptional, considering he has an armament spirit body, recruiting him into our Yai Mu Lang wouldn't be a bad deal. So on this journey, Yin, as seniors, we must take good care of him and leave a good impression of our Yai Mu Lang squadron. Avril numbly nodded, Zachariah's figure once again flashing through her mind. I wonder what kind of armament spirit body he has. Chapter 124, Luoxiao Mountain. 7 days later, Zachariah and the other two rode their motorcycles into a mountain range named Luoxiao Mountain. The enormous mountain range resembled a gigantic dragon, sprawled across the vast forest. Thick mist obscured the traveler's vision. Zachariah and the other two gradually stopped their speeding motorcycles and paused to look afar. If nothing unexpected happened, we might be lost. Henley shrugged helplessly. Zachariah sighed. What he had been most worried about had come true. However, he did not blame Henley and Avril, for there was no other reason. Unless one was an experienced traveler, anyone could get lost beneath this huge mountain range. In terms of outdoor training, Henley and Avril were clearly rookies. Zachariah unfolded the map, attempting to find their current position on it. However, due to the lack of landmarks nearby, Zachariah had no idea where they were. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Avril's face. Henley, can't we retrace our steps and take another route? Though she wasn't the one leading the way this time, as senior members of the Monster Suppression Army, she felt equally ashamed for getting lost in front of Zachariah, who was practically a newcomer. Henley shook his head helplessly. Luoxiao Mountain Range is the closest route to Hanshui City. If we don't take this road, we'll have to go around this mountain range and return to Hanshui City by water. The water route would be faster, but to go around this mountain range, we'd waste at least a month unnecessarily. By then, the new recruit assessment will be over, and if Zachariah wants to join the army, he'll have to wait until next year. Silence enveloped the three. After a long while, Zachariah broke the silence. Let's go. There must be a path when you reach the foot of the mountain, and there must be a bridge when you arrive at the river. Zachariah put away the motorcycle. In these mountains, the motorcycle had become more of a burden. He looked down at the direction the plants were growing and roughly estimated the sun's position through the dense fog before striding forward confidently. Zachariah, where are you going? Henley called out hastily. Avril pulled at Henley with a complicated look on her face. Stop standing there like a fool. Follow him quickly. Whether we can get out of the Luoxiao mountain range depends on him. Henley was full of doubts. Yin, are you joking? He has never been here. How can he know the way? Annoyed, Avril stepped hard on his foot. Don't tell me you forgot about the outdoor survival lessons from the induction course. Isn't this how you determine directions? She then chased after Zachariah without waiting for his reply. Upon hearing that, some long-sealed memories in Henley's mind seemed to stir. It seems that during the field training before the first month of enlistment, we indeed learned how to survive outdoors. But such a boring class. Not many people in Baihu Garrison took it seriously. This kid just graduated from high school, yet he acts more like a soldier than I do. He mumbled a few words only to realize that Zachariah and Avril were already far ahead. He shouted loudly, "Hey, wait for me." Along the way, he followed Zachariah, searching for direction in the jungle. Zachariah's performance made him marvel. He could judge which beasts might exist nearby from the traces on the road, swiftly eliminating the easier ones with lightning speed. For the more troublesome ones, he simply walked away, detouring around them. All he wanted was to get out of the Luoxiao mountain range as soon as possible, although occasionally they traversed steep slopes and cliffs. As spirit masters, the three leaped over these complex terrains effortlessly. Henley secretly pulled Avril aside and whispered, "Damn it, Yin, this guy is born to be a soldier. For God's sake, didn't you notice how observant he is on all sides? Efficiency first, as a second-year veteran. In front of him, I feel like I can't compare in anything besides fighting." Avril glanced at him, her eyes full of disdain. "Not even in fighting, Henley. After all, you were rescued by him from those mercenaries." Speechless, Henley wanted to defend himself, but found that he couldn't refute that fact. After running another 10 kilometers or so, Zachariah abruptly raised his hand to stop Avril and Henley. Curiously, Avril asked, "Zachariah, what's wrong?" Zachariah gestured for them to be quiet. "I think someone's here." Henley and Avril exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. As fourth-tier spirit masters, their senses should have been sharper than Zachariah's, but neither of them heard anything. Henley asked softly, "Zachariah, did you miss here?" Zachariah looked serious, making a gesture for them to follow him quietly. The three altered their route, slightly changing direction. As they moved forward, Henley and Avril's faces grew grave. At this moment, they could clearly hear the sounds. It was a wail, as if someone was experiencing immense pain. Faintly, they could also hear someone trying to comfort them. However, Henley and Avril were more concerned about something else at this moment. If Zachariah could hear voices from such a distance, did it mean that when they had whispered to each other just now, Zachariah had heard everything? He had simply spared their dignity by not mentioning it. Indeed, his physical enhancements had strengthened his 5 senses as well. But since they hadn't said anything bad about him, Zachariah let it go. Now, he was more concerned with what was happening at the source of those sounds. Soon, the three arrived at a thicket. Through the bushes, Zachariah noticed that about 200 meters away, under a tree, 7 mercenaries, 5 men and 2 women, were solemnly guarding a tall, thin man covered in blood, who was barely breathing, seemingly on the verge of death. "Zachariah, they seem to have been attacked by a beast. The tall, thin guy probably won't make it," Avril murmured quietly. Henley added in a low voice, "Zachariah, they look like local mercenaries. Do you think we should ask them for directions? With their help, we might get back to Hanshui City faster." Even Henley himself hadn't noticed that during their time together, both he and Avril had come to regard Zachariah as their leader instinctively. Zachariah didn't respond immediately, but carefully sensed the aura of the 7 people opposite. For some reason, he had an odd feeling. Those cries of pain seemed less like genuine suffering and more like bait to lure them here. Thus, he became even more cautious. After a moment, Zachariah made up his mind. Apart from the leader, a robust man who was a third-tier spirit master, the others were all second-tier. Even if they tried to attack, maybe Avril and Henley alone could handle it without his help. Therefore, he nodded. Let's go. Having a guide can only be beneficial. The moment the three stepped out of the thicket, the seven across from them reacted like startled cats, instantly manifesting their spirit entities. Who's there? They seemed ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 125, The Eccentric Mercenary Group. Zachariah saw the wary look on the other party's face and immediately stopped in his tracks, afraid to cause any unnecessary misunderstanding. Just as he was about to speak, a figure rapidly darted between the two parties. Brothers ahead. Please don't misunderstand. We accidentally got lost and wandered into here by mistake. Henley's words were courteous, yet the air of a fourth-rank four-star power recklessly radiated from him. The sharp and overbearing aura enveloped the seven individuals opposite, causing their faces to turn deathly pale. Henley found this very satisfactory. It was exactly the effect he wanted. No other reason. He merely wished to demonstrate his strength before Avril, and simultaneously exhibit the poise that a senior should have, earning goodwill from Zachariah for their team. However, unknown to him, what he did only made Zachariah frown deeply. Isn't Henley a fool? To be so ostentatious abroad, isn't he worried about drawing attention? The seven people exchanged glances, evidently intimidated by Henley's displayed power. After a brief, hushed discussion, the sturdy leading man cautiously approached, politely asking, Brother, I'm surnamedly named Ming. May I ask what you need from us? Seeing that he had achieved his intended impact, Henley promptly retracted his aura and laughed heartily. Brotherly, it's like this. We three have gotten lost. You seem to be mercenaries around these parts. We want to request your guidance through the Sunset Mountains. Upon hearing this, Ferguson and his group all showed reluctance, not quite willing to undertake this responsibility. Henley hurriedly added, Rest assured, I understand the rules. Mercenaries never travel in vain. We won't make your efforts futile. This strategy, first with force, then courtesy, made Henley feel excellent. He thought it perfectly balanced, sure to establish himself as a mature man in front of Avril. However, contrary to his imagined immediate agreement, the other party hesitated for a moment before declining Henley. Brother, I am truly sorry. Our mission deadline is almost upon us, and we really don't have time to guide you. If you aren't in a rush, wait until we complete our task, and then we can lead you out. Avril grew anxious at this. They had less than 2 weeks left, unable to afford wasting time. What grade of mission have you taken? When do you expect to complete it? A bitter smile appeared on Ferguson's face. A sea-level mission, and as for when it'll be done, I don't know either. Then he looked sorrowfully at the tall, thin man covered in blood behind him. I overestimated the strength of our mercenary group. Initially, I thought we could finish quickly, but who would have thought? This is already our second brother lost. Henley pondered for a moment and asked, Captain Lee, what if we help you with your mission, and after that, you guide us out of the Sunset Mountains? Avril felt this wasn't right. She cast a surreptitious glance at Zachariah, finding his brow furrowed, seemingly displeased. Oh no, this contact person is upset. If he joins another team later, that's secondary. If he reports to the elders in his family, Kuei Mu Lang might find itself in an even tighter spot. At this moment, Ferguson and his 7 companions wore delighted expressions, almost disbelievingly asking Henley, Are you serious? Before Henley could respond, Avril pulled him aside and whispered harshly, We're running out of time. We can't waste it here. Henley smiled gently. Yin Yin, you haven't done mercenary missions before and don't understand. A sea-level mercenary mission usually doesn't exceed 5 third-rank demons. With the 3 of us, it would take no more than an afternoon. Seeming worried they might change their minds, Ferguson quickly interjected. Yes, young miss, what this brother says is correct. For us, a sea-level mission is like climbing the heavens, but for you, it's effortless. I can assure you, once the mission is completed, with our guidance, you will be out of the Sunset Mountains within 5 days at most. Henley was pleased with Ferguson's support and turned smilingly to Zachariah. Zachariah, spending one afternoon will save considerable time. You shouldn't object, right? Zachariah didn't answer immediately. His eyes scanned over Ferguson and his companions while silently activating identification. The 7 faced Zachariah's piercing gaze with wariness and fear. They seemed no different from ordinary mercenaries. Yet, from hearing groans to witnessing the plight of the 7 mercenaries and Henley's offer to help, though everything appeared logical, Zachariah instinctively felt something off. But he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Zachariah? You have no objections, right? Seeing Zachariah hadn't responded, Henley, thinking he hadn't heard, patiently asked again. Zachariah could only withdraw his gaze and smiled, shaking his head. No. Hearing this, the 7 were instantly beaming with joy. A relieved smile spread across Ferguson's dark face. Please wait a moment, the 3 of you. We'll bury our fallen comrade first. Then we will immediately set out to complete the mission. To save time. At that moment, Zachariah felt he had realized something. A flash of inspiration struck him, making his pupils contract. That's it. The corpse. He had been so focused on observing the 7 who were alive that he completely overlooked the dead lanky man. He suddenly turned his eyes to the corpse leaning against the big tree. Just one look was enough to unravel his doubts. Although the lanky man was covered in blood, the bloodstains weren't evenly spread like they would have seeped from his body. Neither did they resemble the spatter marks that would come from intense combat. Instead, the blood on him looked as if someone had deliberately poured it on. Zachariah didn't make any noise about his discovery. Pretending to be bored, he put a dogwood grass between his lips and started wandering around. Everywhere he looked, there wasn't even a hint of battle. Even if this place wasn't the primary site of the fight, and the 7 had carried the lanky man while fleeing, why would the intervals between their footprints remain consistently uniform? When people fled for their lives, stumbling into each other was unavoidable. Some moved faster, others slower, which would cause varying intervals between footsteps. The corner of Zachariah's mouth curved into an evil grin. They're all great actors. Since they enjoy acting so much, I should give them a good performance too. Zachariah, what are you doing over there? Come here quickly. Let's go. Not far away, Avril shouted at Zachariah. Behind her, the 8 people ahead had already set off down the forest path, Henley and Ferguson chatting happily, while the other 6 engaged in sporadic conversations. Zachariah waved at her. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up after I take care of business. After saying that, Zachariah slipped into the nearby woods. Avril's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she turned to catch up with the group, muttering a low curse at Zachariah. Shameless. Once everyone was out of earshot, Zachariah slowly emerged from the woods and approached the freshly made grave. Acting for so long, you must be thirsty. Then, he unbuttoned his pants and urinated profusely onto where the lanky man's head was buried. A few moments later, looking at his masterpiece, Zachariah nodded in satisfaction, then hurriedly followed the direction where Henley's group had left. Flocks of birds flew over the trees, leaving the woods eerily silent. Suddenly, a skinny hand shot out of the grave, followed by a body springing up like a coiled spring. Covered in dirt, the lanky man looked disheveled. He sniffed the air, wrinkling his brow, seemingly smelling something unpleasant. Damn, how do these young people have such poor manners? They dare to pee on a grave. He glared in the direction the 9 had gone, cursing under his breath. Damn, Captain Wallace's bad idea. Next time, even if you pay me more money, I won't play a dead man anymore. Well, I better lure that beast over quickly. With that thought, an ancient bronze-colored steel claw appeared in his hand. Let's go, flying tiger. The steel claw shot out like a dragon, gripping the tree trunk firmly, and in the next moment, he broke through the ground, leaping onto a tall tree. In the dense jungle, his movements were agile, his center of gravity steady, effortlessly navigating the tree branches as if walking on flat ground. His speed exceeded that of an arrow leaving the bow. Chapter 126, Outlet. In the dark, damp cave, the paths were complicated and winding, as 7 or 8 flashlight beams shone into the distance. Now and then several human-faced monkeys with fur all over their bodies, yet only one hand and one foot, would suddenly dart out from the side, charging at the group. However, before they could get close, they would be struck down by a spirit weapon that consisted of a hulking figure with muscles rippling, his upper body bare, and wearing a pair of iron knuckle dusters. The strikes came with such lightning speed. Under the iron fist, these strange beasts were beaten to a pulp, brains splattering everywhere. Brother Lou, your weapon spirit is incredible. Killing these second stage, mountain scavenger, monsters is like child's play. Is this what 4th stage strength is? Brother Lou, why not consider joining us? I can even give you my squad leader position. Is this really just a B-grade weapon spirit? It feels more powerful than A-grade to me. At your pace, I reckon we'll be out of this cursed place way before midnight. Henley's weapon spirit, Iron Fist, paved the way like a steamroller, invincible on its path. The remaining 9 people didn't need to lift a finger. The 7 mercenaries watched as if it were their first time seeing a 4th stage spirit master in action, envious looks on their faces. They praised Henley extravagantly all the way through. Nowhere near. It's just my routine performance, nothing fancy. Henley, who usually behaved quite averagely in the demon suppression army, had never experienced such treatment. Despite his humble replies, he couldn't stop smiling after all the compliments. Avril walked beside him, watching Henley bask in the attention, rolling her eyes. This isn't even your mission, and you won't get any money for it. Is there any need to be so happy? During the journey, Avril learned from the 7 mercenaries about their mission. In short, there was a kind of monster called the mountain scavenger, which had boldly ventured into a nearby town under cover of darkness, stealing valuables from the wealthy households. Their mission was to retrieve the stolen items. Avril knew about mountain scavengers. They were known for theft, and were typically 2nd stage monsters. But occasionally, 3rd stage, mountain scavenger kings would appear. Looking at Henley's over-the-moon expression, Avril grew increasingly irritated. You lose all sense when someone compliments you, idiot. She instinctively looked back at Zachariah, who had been trailing behind them. Zachariah still wore his cold, indifferent expression, walking quietly at the back. It was as if everything around him was none of his concern. She couldn't help but laugh. Still, Zachariah is better, showing no emotion. Much more mature than Henley. At this moment, one of the mercenaries, a woman with heavy makeup, slowed her pace and walked alongside Zachariah. After a few minutes of casual chat, a rare warm smile appeared on Zachariah's usually cold face. They seemed to be getting along well. Seeing this, Avril felt a surge of anger. Such an ugly woman. How could you even look at her? She stomped hard on the ground and made a funny face at Zachariah. You're not much better either. This sudden funny face and nonsensical insults left Zachariah bewildered. What's wrong with this Teresa? Why is she giving me funny faces when I'm trying to get information? He's in his 20s. Shouldn't he act more mature? The woman also noticed Avril's abnormal behavior. She smiled, revealing her yellowish front teeth. Zachariah, little brother, is that your Teresa friend? She looks jealous. She must be a few years older than you, right? Older women bring golden bricks. You should cherish it. Zachariah felt embarrassed. Sister Natalie, you misunderstand. We're just ordinary friends. Natalie had an all-knowing look, then sighed. Young people should treasure time. If something unexpected happens, you might never get to say the words you keep inside. Zachariah looked puzzled. To be honest, we buried someone I love today. I never even got to tell him I loved him. Natalie seemed to become emotional, tears starting to flow. Zachariah, little brother, you don't know? We thought this mission only involved 2 mountain scavenger leaders, so we took it. Who knew there would be 4 leaders among the mountain scavengers? Because of this accident, Puduin died. The woman sobbed, leaning into Zachariah, her fair hand resting on his muscular chest. Zachariah didn't understand where the nickname Puduin came from, but he patiently comforted the woman. Sister Natalie, don't be sad. You'll get your revenge tonight. The woman nodded, wiped away her tears, and choked out to Zachariah. Sister feels destined to meet you, which is why I'm telling you this. Just make sure to seize the moment and never leave any regrets in your life. Zachariah nodded but didn't say anything more. Amidst these seemingly caring words, he sensed a different undertone. It was as if they were prompting him to confess his last will. Yin Yin, watch out. Henley's loud cry shifted Zachariah's attention. Suddenly, a much more muscular, mountain scavenger leaped out from a blind spot within everyone's sight, its blood-stained claws glistening ominously as it lunged directly at Avril's heart. Several mercenaries standing next to Avril rolled away immediately. Only Avril remained, facing the sudden attack by the mountain scavenger. Facing the imminent danger, Avril only widened her eyes but showed no reaction. It was as though she had fallen into some kind of mental control. Henley gritted his teeth and dashed towards Avril, but he was too far away, watching as the mountain scavenger was about to pounce on Avril. Clang! At this critical moment, a blood-red long knife suddenly struck down. In one stroke, it severed the attacking claw of the mountain scavenger, splashing scalding hot blood onto Avril's face. Only then did she come back to her senses. She looked dazedly at the blood-red long knife embedded in the ground, as well as the whip-like rope behind the knife, stretching for 4 or 5 meters. It was precisely the effect Scourge, under North Year status. What are you still doing there? Do you want to be bitten to death? Zachariah's roar made her instinctively raise her gaze. The clawless, mountain scavenger didn't give up its attack. It opened its mouth full of fangs and bit toward Avril. The next moment, the completely exposed, mad nurse abruptly leaped out of her body. Her slender yet meaty legs silently clamped around the mountain scavenger's head, while the giant syringe swung down sharply. With a light pull, the massive body of the mountain scavenger deflated like a punctured balloon. Zachariah and Henley arrived almost simultaneously. Yin, are you alright? Henley's voice trembled with anxiety. No one expected that in the next moment, Avril would directly throw herself into Zachariah's arms. Zachariah, it was too scary. It just suddenly jumped out. Henley was dumbfounded, his originally not-so-big eyes bulging as if they would fall out. Silence, a silence as thick as death. Avril was still immersed in her own world. Zachariah, you've saved me again. At this moment, Zachariah felt incredibly awkward, especially facing Henley's fiery glare. What smell? Avril nuzzled against Zachariah's chest, subconsciously twitching her nose. A mix of cheap perfume and a faint strange odor invaded Avril's nostrils, instantly bringing up Natalie's overly whitened face in her mind. She abruptly lifted her head, catching sight of Zachariah's awkward face. Only then did she notice everyone's attention was on her and Zachariah. With a swoosh, her face flushed red, burning hot like a monkey's buttocks. Zachariah, you stink. She wasn't sure what had gotten into her. After saying that, she quickly ran away. Zachariah awkwardly looked at Henley. Not my fault. She came on her own. Henley's fists clenched until they creaked, logic telling him this had nothing to do with Zachariah. But seeing the person he liked rushing into Zachariah's embrace, emotionally he couldn't accept it at all. He needed an outlet that could release the anger building inside him. He suddenly turned his gaze to Ferguson and the other 7, approaching them step by step, his knuckles cracking. You, just now. Why? Didn't help Yin. Chapter 127. A word is enough. Deep within the cave, in a relatively spacious and ventilated area, 2 bonfires were burning. Zachariah and his 2 companions sat by one of the bonfire clusters, while Ferguson and his 7 people sat by the other, distinctly apart. An eerie silence enveloped both groups. Just now, Henley had tried to get an explanation from Ferguson and his group, but ended up getting only a terrified response. He had wanted to vent all his anger on them. However, he was stopped by Avril, who came running back. With a sentence, "Did you forget our rules?" Henley helplessly lowered his raised hand, and the mission could only be temporarily halted. Henley really wanted to leave right away, but Zachariah told him to hold on, hinting there might be good shows to watch. He didn't understand what Zachariah meant, and tried to find support from Avril. Who would have thought Avril agreed with Zachariah? This made his already depressed heart even more depressed. The bonfires crackled, and Ferguson broke the silence first. 3 of you, please don't mind what happened just now. After this, when we leave Luoxiao Mountain, I will hold a banquet for you, and give you satisfactory compensation. Zachariah and Avril did not reply. Under such circumstances, Henley had no choice but to pout, and stood up to respond. Rest assured, since we've promised to complete the task with your help, we won't break our word. Upon hearing this, the 7 mercenaries sighed in relief as if they were relieved of a heavy burden and laughed. If so, let's take a short rest. We'll act again during the later part of the night when the beast is resting. In the cave, the atmosphere returned to the pleasantness before. The mercenaries started chatting and joking around, showing friendliness to the 3 people everywhere. Avril was too lazy to talk to them, and sat next to Zachariah to chat with him. Zachariah, the level 3, Mountain Imp King, seems capable of mental control. It felt like my thoughts slowed down. Zachariah nodded. I noticed that, but as long as we are careful, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. In fact, the moment he saw Avril become dazed, Zachariah realized that the Mountain Imp King should be able to use some form of mental control like the Danny. But just a little, otherwise, Avril wouldn't have been brought back to reality by Zachariah's roar. Zachariah, when you said something good would happen tonight, did you mean they didn't have good intentions? Avril asked, lowering her voice and leaning closer to Zachariah. Zachariah glared at her, and then looked at Ferguson and the others, signaling her not to ask this here. However, Avril leaned closer to Zachariah, speaking even softer. It can't be, right? 1 level 3 and 6 level 2 spirit masters. Henley could crush them alone. How dare they? The intoxicating scent from Avril kept entering Zachariah's nostrils, and she was getting closer to him. Zachariah quickly pushed her shoulder to keep a distance. It wasn't that Zachariah was a gentleman. It was just that although she was beautiful, she lacked the charm that mature women should have. Thus, Zachariah had no interest in her. What you see may not be true. In short, remind Henley to be careful tonight. Seeing Zachariah deliberately keeping a distance, and recalling how intimate he had been with Natalie, Avril suddenly felt wronged. What eyesight? Where am I inferior to that ugly thing? Not sure if it was psychological, or because women are generally more sensitive to scents. Avril seemed to catch a strange smell from Zachariah again. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose. Zachariah, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You stink. After saying that, she walked to a corner and sat there on her own. At first, Zachariah thought Avril was just being petty. When the same words appeared twice, even he began to doubt whether he really smelled bad. Could it be because I haven't taken a shower for these 2 days of rushing? Zachariah sniffed vigorously, smelling every part of his body. Suddenly, he caught a faint, elusive, almost unnoticeable odd smell on his chest. This smell didn't belong to any category of pungent odors. It diffused quietly, much like hormones. If not for Zachariah's keen sense of smell, it wouldn't have been detected. This is monster lure. No wonder the mountain imps ambushed us silently. They were attracted over. Zachariah had undergone training in the ruins with Abdur for many days. Abdur used monster lures multiple times to attract surrounding beasts for Zachariah's combat practice. Therefore, Zachariah was extremely familiar with monster lures. Just when did I get contaminated? Zachariah muttered to himself silently, replaying all the events that occurred this afternoon in his mind. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. Natalie, with tearful eyes, her palm lightly resting on his chest. So it was at that moment. He cast his gaze toward Natalie. This shrewd woman was chatting idly with her companion, a slender cigarette in her hand flickering intermittently. Seeming to sense Zachariah's gaze, she slowly turned her head, her alluring glance as if she wanted to devour Zachariah in the next second. And this scene was caught by Avril sitting in the corner. She puffed out her cheeks angrily. Zachariah, is there something wrong with your eyes? Which part of me is inferior to that old woman? Avril's sulking did not escape Henley's notice, who had been secretly observing him. Oh no, could Yun be falling for Zachariah? He glanced at Zachariah with a complicated look and noticed that Zachariah was exchanging glances with Natalie. Then he let out a relieved smile. Thank goodness, Zachariah isn't interested in Yun. I still have a chance. Just, this kid's taste is too peculiar. Never mind, different strokes for different folks. I should just focus on myself. Then he trotted over to Avril. Zachariah retracted his gaze, looking down at the fire before him, a half-smile playing on his lips. The world is treacherous, and I'm still not cautious enough. However, since the monster lure has been used, if nothing unexpected happens, this drama should play out until the last act. After going through all this trouble to deal with me, I'm genuinely curious what your final move will be. In the quiet hours of the night, snores echoed through the cave. Apart from one guard, everyone else had fallen asleep. A wolf's howl sounded from afar. The previously sleeping Ferguson and his 6 companions suddenly sat up. They exchanged meaningful looks, finally focusing their gazes on Zachariah and his group on the other side of the cave, sinister smiles creeping onto their faces. But in the next moment, with a signal from Ferguson, they feigned sleepiness. 3 of you, it's late in the night. It's time for us to get going. Hearing this, Avril and Henley sprang up without hesitation. As for Zachariah, he appeared not fully awake yet. Though he was seated, his eyes remained closed. Ferguson walked up to Zachariah with a smile and patted his shoulder. Brother Zachariah, wake up. After we finish the mission, I'll ensure you can sleep soundly for a long, long time. A deep sleep where no one can wake you up. Zachariah smiled brightly, like an innocent youth. It's a deal. Ferguson laughed heartily. It's a deal. Chapter 128, we can't be at a disadvantage. After everyone was prepared, they continued to delve deeper into the cave, following the trail left by the mountain imp. It seemed that Ferguson and his group of 7 were trying to make up for their earlier mistakes or to demonstrate their commitment to Zachariah and the others. This time, most of the mountain imps encountered along the way were dealt with by them. Henley would only step in if the 7 couldn't handle it. Another, mountain imp, fell at Henley's feet, and the group quickly moved past it. However, Zachariah paused. Zachariah, what's wrong? Avril turned back to look at Zachariah and saw his gaze fixed on the fallen beast corpse. She couldn't help but feel curious. It has wounds on its body. Indeed, several cuts from sharp weapons could be seen on the beast's body, clearly different from Iron Fist, S-attack style. Natalie, who was walking ahead, heard Avril's exclamation. She smiled as she walked over to Avril. This is quite common. Internal conflicts happen within any group. Mutual killings among demon beasts are not rare. Zachariah nodded, his 8 white teeth clearly visible in the dim cave light. That makes sense. Sister, you're absolutely right. Natalie was about to say something else to Zachariah, but noticed Avril's almost devouring gaze. She gave Zachariah a flirtatious wink and then left with a swaying walk. Zachariah watched her go, a slight smile playing on his lips. He didn't believe a word Natalie said. From his observations, these mountain imps seemed panicked, as if they were fleeing for their lives. But Zachariah wondered, what exactly were they hiding? Why didn't they act directly? Avril's voice sounded faintly. Zachariah, is she very beautiful? Puzzled, Zachariah's eyes returned to Natalie's retreating figure. Slim waist, large hips, tight yet fleshy thighs, and an impressive upper body. Just looking at her figure, Natalie had a devilish figure. But it was a pity that her face didn't match her body. She's okay, her figure is better than yours. Zachariah's casual comment made Avril feel like a volcano about to erupt. But her face isn't as good as yours. Zachariah's matter-of-fact statement instantly calmed Avril down. Her face flushed visibly red. So, his taste isn't too extreme after all. I still have a chance. Her thoughts raced rapidly, and after a while, she managed to say, pervert. Then she quickly caught up with the mercenaries. Zachariah looked bewildered. Wait, how did I offend you? Is stating facts now considered being a pervert? Henley glanced back just in time to see Avril jogging away from Zachariah. He felt relieved inside. Union must have lost interest in Zachariah. My chances have increased. As they went deeper into the cave, it began to widen and the path started to slope slightly downwards. The temperature dropped, forcing Avril, Natalie, and the other women to retrieve warm clothing from their storage rings. Why do I feel like we're going underground? Not underground. Remember, we entered the cave halfway up the mountain. If there's no mistake, we're now inside the mountain. I've heard that mountain imps like to pile up everything they steal in one place. And that place is usually the safest spot in their gathering area. With so many mountain imps, don't you think we might strike it rich? The mercenaries' eyes showed uncontrollable excitement. Clearly, the mountain imps' treasure trove held great allure for them. Zachariah's confusion deepened. Could they really just be mercenaries obsessed with money? Am I overthinking this? When the vast treasure trove of human civilization came into view, the 7 mercenaries couldn't contain their excitement anymore. In front of them, apart from some useless furniture and clothes from human society, there was a mountain of gold, precious materials, and valuable jewelry. There were even low-level equipment and potions suitable for spirit masters. We're rich. These things are worth no less than 500 million. This is a C-grade healing potion, a D-grade heat-resistant suit, and this, a C-grade quasi-spirit. Captain, just the value of this treasure alone far exceeds our mission reward. Instantly, the mercenaries scattered, reveling in the joys of newly rich individuals. Even Henley and Avril were stunned by the sheer amount of wealth. Even Zachariah wasn't immune. The shock of seeing such an overwhelming amount of wealth was immense. This was far beyond what a mere number on a bank card could compare to. However, unlike the others, the madness in Zachariah's eyes only lasted for 2 seconds before being immediately replaced by a wave of sobriety. His gaze swept across the treasure trove, and he noticed something, an enormous cave located behind this treasure hoard. Regaining his rationality, new questions emerged in Zachariah's mind. If this was indeed the mountain imp's treasure trove, there should be many mountain imps guarding it here. It wasn't possible that after stealing all these things, they wouldn't even bother to look at them once, right? But throughout their journey, apart from encountering a few groups of 3 or 5 mountain imps, they had barely faced any organized resistance. Moreover, weren't there 4 third-stage mountain imp kings? One was killed by Avril, but the other 3 hadn't shown up yet. And then, where did the cave behind the treasure trove lead to? Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause echoed within the treasure trove, making the frenzied mercenaries involuntarily put down the treasures in their hands. Brothers, let me say a couple of words. Henley stood on a wardrobe adorned with gold and jewels, a smile on his face. Once again enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention made him exceptionally pleased. Everyone, your task is to find what the wealthy merchant commissioned you to find. Although we haven't found it yet, I estimate it's among this pile of treasures. We've escorted you all the way through here with our support. If not for us, you would never have gotten this far. Splitting this batch of treasures 50-50 isn't too much to ask, right? A man with a mole on his face dissented. Why should we? We need you to guide us afterward. This is fair exchange. Henley snorted coldly. We agreed to help you complete the mission, but nowhere did we agree to lead you to the treasure trove. That wasn't part of our cooperation. This treasure trove is part of the mission. It comes with it. Why should we split it with you? You're just trying to raise the price now. You brat. Unreasonable. In an instant, the mercenaries started cursing Henley, as if they had forgotten how they had been flattering Henley earlier. Just as Henley was about to say something, Avril pulled him down. Henley, what are you planning? Isn't this breaking trust? And even if you do want to split it, splitting half among the 3 of us, do you think they'll agree? Zachariah, help me persuade him. Zachariah acted as if he didn't hear her. He made a fist with his right hand and mimicked an encouraging gesture. Henley, there must be a reason for you. Keep going. We can't be at a disadvantage. This sudden change moved Henley deeply. What a good person. Only Zachariah understood him. Indeed, only men truly understand the hardships of other men. Back in town, I will definitely protect him. Avril paused, then became enraged. Zachariah, you scoundrel. You greedy ghost. Zachariah smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. He found a clean spot and sat down, completely uninvolved. In reality, although Zachariah loved money, what he wanted more was to use Henley to force out the true intentions of this group of mercenaries. Seeing Avril wouldn't let go, Henley had no choice but to whisper in her ear. Yin Yin, don't you think I want to avoid this? You know our squad's current predicament. I just want to take some pressure off Sister Wei. Avril fell silent, seemingly recalling something. She slowly released Henley's hand. Henley chuckled. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. The next moment, his aura surged, exuding the might of a 4th-stage 4-star spirit master. A pair of iron gloves glinting with a chilling light formed on his fists. The weapon spirit, Iron Fist, filled with murderous intent, materialized behind him. I'm a reasonable person. Here's my point. We did the work for you. Now we want half. Who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 129, Coordinate Stone. The mercenaries, faced with Henley's unscrupulous threats, looked pale and at a loss. One by one, they turned their eyes to Ferguson. Only then did Henley notice that since arriving at the treasure vault, Captain Ferguson had not said a word, but his gaze had remained fixed on the treasures before him, never wavering. Henley was somewhat displeased. Captain Lee, I assume you have no objections to my distribution plan, right? Ferguson slowly turned around, with a sincere smile on his face. We were able to come here, all thanks to Brother Liu. Even if you take it all, it would be justified. This answer pleased Henley. He gloated at the mercenaries who had cursed him just moments ago. It's Captain Lee who understands reason, unlike some people. Mr. Liu, what are you talking about? As they were quarreling, Zachariah seemed to hear a rustling sound. However, due to the noisy chatter of everyone, Zachariah couldn't pinpoint where this sound was coming from. These guys talk too much. Zachariah couldn't help but comment. Ferguson stood before the Shan Saw's treasure vault, a faint smile on his face, looking meaningfully at Henley. But, Brother Liu, getting this vault won't be easy. Henley froze, immediately becoming wary. What do you mean? At this moment, 6 mercenaries gathered behind Ferguson, casting teasing gazes at Henley. Finally, all 7 of them focused their gazes on Zachariah. Nothing much, just asking you to fulfill your promise, to slay these beast monsters for us. In the next instant, Ferguson took out a stone from his left hand, engraved with strange patterns. With a light snap of his fingers, the 7 vanished in front of the trio's eyes. Single-use pseudo-artifact spirit. Coordinate stone. Henley blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized it was a mistake. Quick, get away from here. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted behind the 3. A huge shockwave sent the trio flying, scattering countless treasures on the ground. The entrance they came through was instantly blocked by boulders. Explosions continued incessantly, as if the entire passage leading to the entrance had collapsed. When the dust settled, the trio picked themselves up, covered in dirt and grime. First the coordinate stone, then the spirit bombs. Zachariah, just as you predicted. These guys never had good intentions. Henley spat out the dust in his mouth and cursed furiously. But what use is trapping us here? Aren't they going to take these things? And why would they turn against us? Avril asked Zachariah, in confusion. Zachariah said nothing, but wore a faint smile. Why are you smiling, Zachariah? Henley and Avril asked in unison. Zachariah smiled wryly. Despite our utmost caution, we still fell into their trap. Didn't you find it curious how they managed to plant those spirit bombs under our noses? Upon hearing this, Avril and Henley exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, ever since Zachariah had warned them, they kept watch over every move of the seven. How did they manage to plant the bombs? Don't overthink it. We only have one way out now. Should we go? Avril, who disliked pondering, didn't dwell on the question and pointed to a large opening at the back of the vault. Due to the blast, nearly a third of the opening was covered by rubble, but it was still passable. Henley nodded. We have no choice but to take this path, but before we leave, I'll pack some more stuff. With that, he began putting valuables into his storage ring. Zachariah grabbed his shoulder. What are you doing, Zachariah? Hold off on packing, something's coming. Hearing this, both Henley and Avril became serious. Although they hadn't heard any noise, both knew Zachariah's senses were sharper than an average person's. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps, like someone hopping forward, grew clearer as they approached. They're coming. Avril and Henley instinctively backed up a few steps until they were lined up with Zachariah, feeling slightly more at ease. All three activated their artifact spirits at once. Garner, Iron Fist, and Crazy Nurse stood behind them, ready for battle. Waiting felt endless. Despite the short time, Avril felt like each second stretched endlessly. When the first Shawnsaw tumbled out of the cave, Henley lunged forward immediately. Puffed. A simple straight punch shattered the Shawnsaw's head. He spat. Scared me half to death. Then, as if claiming credit, he turned to Avril and Zachariah. It's done. Let's go. But Zachariah shook his head and pointed behind him. Henley didn't understand, casting a puzzled glance into the cave. Endless darkness stretched out before him. The foul stench of beasts that had long inhabited here wafted over continuously. A strange unease crept up his spine. He faintly heard a sound like waves of footsteps approaching rapidly. Ghostly green eyes, like floating will-o'-the-wisps, appeared in the darkness. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs, 20 pairs, 50 pairs, hundreds of pairs. 3 figures far more robust and towering than the others were vaguely discernible. Holy crap! Baby beast wave! The moment Henley shouted, Zachariah and Avril shot forward. They could not retreat. Otherwise, once the Shawnsaw entered the treasure vault, the vast surroundings would put them at risk from all sides. The trio and their artifact spirits stood firm at the entrance of the large cave, engaging in a fierce battle with hundreds of Shawnsaw. In the distance, in the cave where Zachariah and company had rested earlier, a bonfire flickered on and off. A lanky figure stood nearby with folded arms. Not far away stood an egg-sized stone, inscribed with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was identical to the one Ferguson held. Centered around the stone, intricate texts and materials formed an array emitting a mysterious pulse. The array flickered intermittently, pulsating like a heart, seemingly resonating with something. Suddenly, blinding white light flashed, and 7 figures appeared in the center of the array. The instant the 7 appeared, the stones held by Ferguson and in the center of the array crumbled into dust simultaneously. The entire array's glow instantly dimmed. The moment Ferguson saw the lanky figure, his hearty laughter rang out. Rashad, thanks for your hard work. The timing of planting the bombs was just perfect. The plan went perfectly. Rashad displayed a sinister smile. Captain Wallace's arrangements are always impeccable. Natalie walked up and threw herself into Rashad's embrace. The two kissed passionately, their wandering hands and heavy breathing echoed through the cave. The other 6 people seemed used to it, quietly waiting for the couple to finish. After a moment, Natalie fixed her messy hair, panting heavily, looking thoroughly satisfied. Captain Wallace, don't you think we could have acted directly instead of putting everyone through this act? Natalie's complaint resonated with the others. Yeah, Captain Wallace, you even made me flatter that scoundrel Henley. I've never said so many sickening words in my life. Just thinking about how he boasted in front of us, I wish I had shot him dead. A mere 4th stage, 4-star punk dares to threaten me. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction, Brody's smile widened. Why? Can't you guess the reason? Everyone shook their heads. Even Rashad, who had just rejoined, looked questioningly at Brody. Brody nodded. Then let me tell you. Chapter 130, Brody's heart knot. Let me ask you, are we stronger or is the Yi family stronger? Brody scanned everyone with a glance before asking. Everyone exchanged uneasy looks but still gave an honest answer. How can our ragtag group compare to the Yi family? Then why did they not use their own people to kill Zachariah, instead of finding US outsiders? A middle-aged man with dreadlocks pondered for a moment and then answered. Didn't they say that all their people were out on missions? Brody shot him a scornful look. Only someone as reckless as you would believe that. Then he turned to Natalie. Tell them what you feel about Zachariah. Natalie nodded slightly. As you know, following Captain's instructions, I had tried to apply the demon lure on Zachariah, so I had more contact with him than others. To put it in words, Zachariah gives me a dangerous feeling. The crowd was puzzled. Why is that? It's the contrast. He has too much contrast. Throughout this journey, he was taciturn, like those silent classmates who exist like air during school days. But as you saw, when the king of Shansao attacked, his actions were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Even his reaction was much faster than ours. He seems like a killer hiding in the dark, lying in wait. When he doesn't act, you don't even notice his presence. But once he moves, you have no chance to react. On the surface, he appears to be at level 2, but I suspect he has a pseudo-spirit weapon like us, which hides his true strength. But considering his age, his strength won't exceed level 3. Everyone fell silent. They were all experienced mercenaries who might sometimes seem arrogant, but they always took their teammates' viewpoint seriously. Brody continued. Let me ask you again, what do you think of Avril and Henley? A man with a goatee grinned while folding his arms. What else? One is 4-star rank 4, the other 3-star rank 4. Their power isn't bad, but they exude an air of foolishness, probably flowers grown in a greenhouse. Nothing to worry about. Brody sneered. Anything to add? The man with the goatee frowned. Could they have secrets too? Brody glanced at him meaningfully. Why wouldn't they? Remember, not only we can hide our identities. Perplexed, the others asked, what identity are they hiding? Shaking his head helplessly, Brody seemed disappointed with his men. People may lie, but certain habits formed in daily life never deceive. If you paid attention, you'd notice how swiftly they reacted when I woke them up late at night. It's identical to soldiers from the Demon Suppression Army. And that Henley, when walking, instinctively straightens his back and legs. How could he be an ordinary spirit master? In an instant, everyone fell silent again. But someone remained skeptical. Captain, even if one hides their strength and the other two are from the demon suppression army, can 8 of us still handle them? Brody's gaze turned cold. I told you to read more books, not watch J-dramas. Our mercenary group indeed consists entirely of level 4 members. Among 8 people, the highest rank is 4-star 8, the lowest 3-star 4, averaging 4-star 5. On the surface, we're definitely superior. But remember, everyone has some desperate means when abroad. Haven't you forgotten what the demon suppression army issues to each soldier? Upon hearing this, the previously carefree mercenaries finally sucked in a sharp breath. They all thought of the same thing. The secret potion of the demon suppression army, Spirit Vessel. Brody mocked. Now you're scared? If Henley and Avril fight to the death, a few of us 8 will undoubtedly stay here forever. No one spoke anymore. Seeing his goal of warning the team achieved, Brody switched to a gentler tone. You are all my cherished friends and kin. How can I let you take risks? That's why I used a small trick. Everyone suddenly understood. They finally realized why Brody had made Clayton pretend to be severely injured, attracting Zachariah with moans. Then made Clayton fake his death, luring Zachariah and the others into helping enter the cave of the Shan Sao. Finally, collapsing the exit, forcing them to encounter hundreds of Shan Sao attacking them. By then, they could accomplish the task without taking any risk. Praising Brody for his cleverness, everyone couldn't help but speak highly of him. However, Natalie had a serious expression. Captain, their strength, those Shan Sao, even with 3 third-rank Shan Sao kings, can only make them tired at most. They can't kill them, right? Upon hearing this, Brody glanced at Clayton and they exchanged smiles but remained silent. Clayton pulled Natalie into his arms. Vinny FEI, didn't you think what the captain sent me to do? The captain just asked you to plant bombs, right? A lecherous grin spread across Clayton's face as his hands reached for Natalie's peaks. I lured the black wind bear on top of the mountain over there. Natalie's eyes widened in surprise. That nearly 5th-rank beast. She wanted to ask more, but the intense sensations from her body stopped her. The two carried on with their pleasurable actions without regard for others around them, and the rest seemed used to it and paid no attention. Everyone exclaimed, Captain, truly worthy of you. Double insurance. Zachariah and the others are dead for sure. Yeah, the treasures in the treasury, and hundreds of Shan Sao materials, plus the wounded Zachariah trio and the black wind bear, along with their storage rings and animus spirits. Captain, this is like killing 4 birds with 1 stone. All these wealth. I bet even your brother's 10 years' income couldn't match this. No one knew who suddenly said that. Just now, everyone was still grinning widely, but instantly fell into silence. They had known Brody for many years and were well aware that mentioning his brother in front of him was off limits. Brody seemed to freeze momentarily. Memories of the past he never wanted to recall surfaced in his mind. In his memory, an 18-year-old youth resembling him stood on his animus spirit, a bracelet that could materialize into a green snake. My foolish younger brother, people are divided into classes, and so are animus spirits and anima bodies, predetermined from birth. I have a divine anima body among anima bodies. Why do you think you have the qualification to challenge me? Next time, don't let this disgusting animus spirit appear in front of me again, or I won't hesitate to destroy it myself. The memory abruptly stopped. Brody came back to reality and noticed his 7 subordinates dared not speak a word. Uncharacteristically, he did not get angry this time. Instead, he laughed. Yes, this mission alone equals 10 years of his salary. And this is just the beginning. The Yi family has promised to support us generously. I believe, with our abilities, we will eventually become a top team like the Yi family's 12 stars team. After he finished speaking, everyone was clearly stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Success was within reach, and the past heartache had dissipated for Brody. Captain, with the Yi family's support and your capabilities, surpassing your brother will be effortless. Exactly. We count on you to lead us to become a top mercenary team like the Yi family's 12 stars team. Captain, our future is promising. Seeing the joyful expressions on everyone's faces, Brody felt hopeful about the future. Brother, are you watching? Not everything is predetermined by fate. As long as I seize the opportunity, even with my ordinary anima body, I can turn things around. You have the demon suppression army support. Now I have the Yi family backing me up. Today I earn money faster than you, and in the future, my strength will surpass yours. He adjusted his mindset, clapped his hands. All right, everyone calm down. In half an hour, we'll go collect Zachariah's body. Let's exchange his life for our bright future. Chapter 131 Familiar Aura. Inside the treasure vault, the thick scent of blood lingered heavily, refusing to dissipate. Hundreds of bodies of the mountain fiend lay scattered haphazardly in the corridor. Avril was drenched in sweat, having already discarded her coat. Her white t-shirt clung to her body from the perspiration, revealing the faint outline of her purple heart-shaped bra with every movement she made during the fight. It was quite a sight. With the final mountain fiend slain by her, she plopped down onto the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. Got me so damn tired. In 2 years of military service, this is the first time I've killed so many beasts in such a short time. Avril wiped the sweat that had slid down to her cheek, then grumbled as she looked at Zachariah. Zachariah, why didn't you release your other spirit artifact just now? Henley also expressed some dissatisfaction. Yeah, Zachariah, if you had released your other spirit artifact just now, our pressure would have been much less. Just now, the 3 of them fought together against hundreds of mountain fiends, and in those mere tens of minutes, waves upon waves of beast monsters created enormous pressure for Henley and Avril. They resented not being spirit artifact bodies, which would allow more spirit artifacts to share the load for them. On the contrary, despite possessing 2 spirit artifacts, Zachariah only utilized 1. Thinking back to how they both had given their all, while Zachariah seemed to hold back, they couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Zachariah glanced at the 2 of them, only saying indifferently, conserving strength. Avril's expression turned complicated. A small tide of hundreds of beast monsters should never be underestimated anywhere. To conserve strength at a time like this was almost like joking with her and Henley's lives. As for Henley, he put on an understanding face. Understood. Conserving strength for crises, right? Then, he pulled Avril aside and whispered to her. Yin, I told you before, he's just a favor case. The reason he could handle those mercenaries surnamed Yehya must have been because he had some kind of one-time use item. But now it seems that the item can no longer be used, and it probably has side effects that prevent him from activating his second spirit artifact. Avril widened her eyes. No way? Then why did he say he was conserving strength? Henley chuckled. Yin, you don't understand. Men can't admit when they can't do something. It's about saving face. Avril involuntarily glanced at Zachariah, noticing how his brows were slightly furrowed as he moved around in the sea of mountain fiend corpses, as if inspecting something. Henley, but why do I feel like he's worried about something happening? Henley crossed his arms and glanced around, somewhat puzzled. Worried about what? This is the den of the mountain fiends. Isn't there possibly another beast? As for that bunch of bastards like Ferguson, I hope I never run into them again. Otherwise, I'll let them taste the power of my iron fist. Zachariah didn't care about their murmuring at all. He didn't believe that Ferguson and company went through all that trouble to trap them here, just so a few hundred mountain fiends could deal with them. Any experienced mercenary could tell that this group of mountain fiends could only tire out 2 fourth-stage spiritualists. It posed no real threat to their lives. At this moment, he crouched next to a mountain fiend king, scanning its body with intense scrutiny, his expression grave. The mountain fiend king in front of Zachariah was covered in blood and numerous wounds, including deep slashes from long knives and heavy blows from iron fist. Beneath the dark gray fur were several large puncture wounds the size of eggs. Most of the mountain fiends have terrifying puncture wounds, more or less. These wounds look like they were caused by spears. But none of us have any gun-type spirit artifacts. Could it be? Zachariah recalled the scene of the mountain fiends charging out of the cave earlier. They seemed less intent on attacking the 3 people and more like fleeing for their lives. So this is your trump card? Not bad. Looks like Garner will be able to upgrade today. He slowly rose, allowing the originally retracted Garner to gradually condense in his left hand. Simultaneously, the surging blood aura caused Trent to appear amidst the dark red haze. To force a group of mountain fiends to flee desperately without regard, Zachariah didn't dare to be careless. He looked seriously at the pitch-black cave entrance in front of him. All that met his eye was endless darkness. Aside from occasional gusts of wind, there was no other sound. Zachariah's sudden movements drew Avril and Henley's attention. Zachariah, what's going on? While speaking, Avril shot a meaningful glance at Henley. Didn't you say he couldn't activate his second spirit artifact? What's happening now? Henley looked bewildered. That doesn't make sense. Could he really have been conserving strength? Zachariah gazed ahead, his voice cold. Big trouble is coming. Avril and Henley exchanged a glance before unhesitatingly activating their artifact spirits and rushing to Zachariah's side. Though they were puzzled, both knew that Zachariah's senses far surpassed theirs. Erring on the side of caution, neither dared to be negligent. Once again, the 3 stood before the cave entrance. However, apart from the overwhelming stench and intermittent gusts of wind, nothing else seemed amiss. After a long while, there was still no other sound. Henley frowned. Zachariah, are you sure there's trouble? Even the usually absent-minded Avril now doubted Zachariah. Zachariah, did you hear something? As if he hadn't heard them, Zachariah remained silent, still fixated on the darkness ahead. He himself was puzzled. If the mountain fiends were being hunted, why had the hunter not appeared yet? Was it a human? Or a beast? Even if the caves were complex and the hunter was busy chasing other mountain fiends through different paths, shouldn't it have shown up by now? Henley relaxed, sneering. Zachariah, are you messing with us? This joke isn't funny at all. Avril also grew displeased. Zachariah, jokes should be appropriate. We're exhausted after an entire night. How can you toy with us like this? Avril's incessant nagging fell on deaf ears, as Zachariah felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Instinctively, he activated Discern, hoping to discern something in the darkness. But his gaze revealed nothing. Just as he began to doubt his sensitivity, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind. Spirit Artifact number 7 opened its eyes wide. It seemed to have encountered an acquaintance. Spirit Artifact number 13's gaze flickered. She smelled a familiar aura amidst the wind. Spirit Artifact number 10 disliked this aura. It reminded her of unpleasant past experiences. What's happening? A strong sense of unease surged within Zachariah. Infusing his eyes with spirit energy, his jet-black pupils glowed, faintly golden. His pupils constricted instantly. His figure shot forward, placing himself between Henley and Avril. Get back! Swinging his long knife and swiftly kicking out twice, he sent the 2 flying behind him. Clang! The sound of metal resonated in the treasure vault, filled with corpses and precious gems. Ethereal and deadly. Chapter 132, The Eccentric Black Wind Bear. Zachariah suddenly kicked the 2 of them fiercely, sending them rolling several times before finally stopping when they collided with the cave wall behind them. Ouch, that hurts. What did you do that for, Zachariah? Zachariah, I did say bad things about you just now, but you didn't have to kick me, right? Avril and Henley, one holding his waist and the other supporting his back, winced in pain as they looked at Zachariah. However, in the next moment, confusion filled their faces. What is Zachariah doing? Before them, Zachariah wielded twin blades. Veins bulged like coiling dragons on his exposed forearms, and his spiritual energy surged powerfully, causing his clothes to flutter loudly in the wind he created. His entire body exerted force as if grappling with an unseen opponent. In the dim environment, Zachariah, with the help of discernment, faintly saw a swirling black wind before him, though its contents remained obscured. It wasn't particularly fast, yet its interior remained invisible, as if this black wind only existed to conceal something in the dim surroundings. Only by pushing discernment to its limits could Zachariah barely make out a pitch-black spear within the black wind. His twin blades locked with the spear, equally matched as if neither could gain an upper hand. Suddenly, Zachariah glimpsed a pair of bloodshot eyes full of malice within the black wind. These quail-egg-sized eyeballs moved incessantly, seemingly puzzled. It seemed it had never encountered anyone daring enough to confront it head-on. The black wind was gradually weakening, yet the pressure on Zachariah's blades grew increasingly intense. The opponent was abandoning its stealth, fully focusing on countering Zachariah. A mountain-like figure slowly became visible. Zachariah finally discerned the true appearance of the creature concealed within the black wind. Jet black fur gleamed, stained with droplets of mountain scourge blood. Its somewhat pointed snout displayed interlocking fangs, viscous saliva stringing between its upper and lower teeth. It clearly hadn't finished its killing spree. Holy shit. A fourth-stage black wind bear. Henley blurted out instinctively. Zachariah had seen images of the black wind bear online. It was a powerful demon beast that roamed areas where the dead gathered, feeding on death energy and using black winds as a cover to hide its form and strike without warning. Coupled with its ferocity, ordinary spirit masters might not even get a glimpse of it before falling victim to its attacks. At this moment, Zachariah couldn't help but inwardly curse Henley and Avril's families. There was no other reason. The pressure from the black wind bear was immense. This pressure far exceeded what Marlin and Baylor could muster together. It was clearly a demon beast nearing the 5th stage. Yet Henley was busy exclaiming, and Avril merely stood watching. How could he not be furious? What are you both standing around for? Help me. With a roar of anger, Zachariah abruptly pulled back his twin blades, retreating a few steps while lodging the blood-red blade into the ground. Instantly, a surge of bloody energy spread from the tip of the blade throughout the entire treasure vault. Realm activation, sacrifice for justice. The black wind bear stumbled forward unsteadily, nearly falling over. Its eyes glared fiercely at Zachariah. Roar. An enraged roar echoed through the treasure vault, after which it charged directly at Zachariah, spear in hand, as if it intended to tear Zachariah apart alive. Meanwhile, the red blood realm covered Avril and Henley, granting them unprecedented boosts in strength. They felt as if they had somehow broken through their current limits. They finally realized how perilous Zachariah's situation was. Zachariah, fall back. That's a near 5th stage demon beast. Their spirit artifacts materialized in their hands simultaneously. A pair of fist guards radiating a cold glow. A terrifying syringe nearly as tall as a person. Realm activation, fierce dragon tail strike. Realm activation, deadly surgical operation. In the blink of an eye, Avril's syringe transformed into an enlarged scalpel. Henley leaped high like a boxing champion, aiming a punch at the black wind bear's head. And Zachariah raised his twin blades, attempting to block the black wind bear's incoming spear. Clang. 1 man and 3 beings. For clashing metallic sounds rang out simultaneously. The sound of metal meeting metal resonated throughout the treasure vault strewn with riches and corpses. How can it be so hard? That's not right. Even if the black wind bear has thick skin, it shouldn't be impenetrable. Avril and Henley stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Their iron fists and surgical scalpel seemed to hit an iron curtain, leaving only shallow scratches on the black wind bear's fur. A flicker of malice flashed in the black wind bear's eyes. Zachariah sensed trouble. Quick, get out of the way. He instantly activated backstab. Zachariah's figure vanished in an instant. A violent aura exploded from the black wind bear, and the originally thrusting spear instantly swept towards Avril on the right. The massive bear paws simultaneously swiped towards Henley. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Puff! Brutal force sent them flying. Meanwhile, Zachariah appeared behind the black wind bear and swung his twin blades at its barrel-like neck. Garner. A cold gleam flashed. Trent. 5 blades. The azure blade glow resembled Arctic ice, causing the air to seem frozen. The crimson blade glow, as if 5 blades were stacked together, seemed ready to cleave through any obstacle in its path. Clang. With the enhancement of the sacrifice for justice realm, the power was even more formidable. It shook the black wind bear, making it stagger several steps to the side. All this happened in the blink of an eye. A hint of confusion flashed in Zachariah's eyes. Garner and Trent, which had always been invincible, also only left shallow marks on the black wind bear's fur. How could this be? As Zachariah was about to withdraw his blades, the black wind bear's mountain-like figure surged forward like a speeding truck. This short distance, the black wind bear moved like black lightning, leaving Zachariah in no time to evade. Boom. Zachariah's body flew like a broken kite, smashing directly into the realm behind him. The brutal impact caused his entire body to feel disoriented. An overwhelmingly dominant force accompanied this impact, recklessly invading his body and wreaking havoc. Zachariah's internal organs began to be affected, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth continuously. Trying to stand up, dizziness from excessive blood loss made it difficult for him to rise. Slow healing, quietly activated, a warm current rose from his abdomen, attempting to neutralize the dominant force inside his body and repair Zachariah's shattered body. But right now, Zachariah felt that slow healing was indeed too slow. The black wind bear growled lowly and strode toward Zachariah with large strides. It intended to completely annihilate this human who dared to offend its dignity. Zachariah gradually regained consciousness, the increasingly close footsteps tightening his nerves. At this moment, he had no strength to resist at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blades of Garner and Trent continuously vibrated. 31 shadows emerged from the blades. After materializing, Garner and Trent coldly stared at the black wind bear. Vast murderous intent enveloped the black wind bear, forcing it to halt its advancing steps. Its pitch-black eyes rolled smartly, scrutinizing the blood-red realm before it and the 31 suddenly appearing figures. Both sides stood off like this. After a few seconds, Zachariah finally recovered and barely managed to get up. He looked at Avril and Henley, both of whom were spitting blood all over the ground just like him. Their artifact spirits dimmed due to the loss of spiritual energy. Clearly, the black wind bear's attack had rendered them combat ineffective. Are all members of the demon suppression army so fragile? In reality, Zachariah understood that it wasn't that they were fragile, but rather that unlike himself, they didn't have abilities like slow healing. Zachariah's gaze returned to the black wind bear before him, his eyes full of confusion. The absurdly tough fur, and that dominant yet bizarre aura that invaded its body. This black wind bear was completely different from what he had learned online, and when it appeared, the constant alerts in his mind. This black wind bear is peculiar, Zachariah concluded. Trent glanced at the newly standing Zachariah, then looked at the black wind bear, coldly saying, Those who offend my master shall be killed. Garner similarly glanced at Zachariah, though unable to speak. Drawing his long sword clearly indicated his stance. Swish, swish, swish. 29 bodyguards simultaneously drew their willow leaf sabers from their waists. 31 figures charged at the Black Wind Bear simultaneously. The Black Wind Bear showed no fear. A human-like mocking smile even appeared on its fierce face. It seemed not to take them seriously at all. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Zachariah's mind. Chapter 133 Shoulder Armor. The black tassel spear in Black Wind Bear's hand dissipated inch by inch, swirling around it and transforming into a jet black gale. Black Wind Bear's figure, just like at the very beginning, once again concealed itself within the black whirlwind. Hurley and Arlo, along with 29 royal guards, encircled the black whirlwind. The howling wind whipped their long hair and clothes as they slashed their long sabers in unison. A scene that left Zachariah puzzled unfolded. The long sabers hacking through the black wind felt like cutting through air. There was no resistance at all. The Black Wind Bear hidden within seemed to have vanished into thin air. Vessel Spirit number 7 found the host somewhat dull-witted, attempting to combat the beast nurtured by the chi of the deceased in a conventional manner. Vessel Spirit number 13 was enraged, unable to comprehend why the presence of his aura lingered on this beast. She is now trying to trace the origin of this aura. Vessel Spirit number 10 grew impatient. They genuinely didn't wish to encounter him in some future day. The continuous system prompts made Zachariah's eyebrows form a frown. Confusion filled his mind. How should one deal with a Black Wind Bear nourished by the aura of the dead? Whose aura was this? Why did it provoke such anger from Vessel Spirit number 13? Why did Vessel Spirit number 10 refer to they? And who did they not wish to encounter? Just as Zachariah was lost in thought, he noticed movement within the black wind. Without warning, the black wind surged past the 31 men surrounding it. It hurtled towards the blood-red barrier. Zachariah's brows furrowed even deeper. This nearly 5th-tier Black Wind Bear shouldn't be that foolish, so why would it collide with the blood-red barrier? Did it think it could shatter the barrier with brute force? However, what followed left Zachariah speechless. The moment the black wind touched the blood-red barrier, it met no resistance whatsoever. Instead, it penetrated effortlessly, much like a drop of water piercing through the surface of a lake. Almost as if mocking Zachariah, the bear turned its head and gave a mocking, almost human-like grin. It simply passed through the barrier, leaving Zachariah, Hurley, Arlo, and the 29 royal guards staring at each other inside the blood-red domain. And Avril and Henley lay unconscious. Does the Black Wind Bear really just leave like this? It didn't even engage in battle within my domain. Moreover, why could it pass through the domain without hindrance? Zachariah clearly remembered never reading in any recorded documents about a Black Wind Bear being able to traverse someone else's domain freely. Pass through without hindrance. Zachariah muttered. Suddenly, a wave of unease flashed across his mind. Without hesitation, he drew his saber and swung backward. Clang. His saber deflected a black tassel spear that had stabbed out from behind. Simultaneously, Zachariah rapidly retreated, distancing himself from the Black Wind Bear. Surely a sneaky old bear, Zachariah spat disdainfully. The tiny eyes of the Black Wind Bear were filled with confusion. It couldn't understand how Zachariah saw through its tactic. What it didn't know was that Zachariah excelled in waiting for opportunities and then striking unexpectedly, delivering decisive blows. Zachariah often employed this strategy and knew well enough to guard against others doing the same. Vessel Spirit number 7 improved its view of the host after seeing him handle the semi-spirit body attack calmly. Semi-spirit body. A smile crept onto Zachariah's face. While he wasn't familiar with semi-spirit bodies, he understood spirit bodies. There are numerous types of beasts, and spirit-bodied beasts are a special category. They live like ghosts in certain specific places, feeding on ethereal things, such as soldiers who feed on death energy, nightmares that devour dreams, happy reapers who feast on joy, and furious reapers who consume rage. After entering their bodies, these elements transform into aggregations of negative energy, continuously boosting their strength. No wonder your fur has become so tough, and you can move freely through domains. I suppose you, this big dumb bear, must have encountered some extraordinary event, allowing you to exist as a semi-spirit body. But now, since that's the case, I know how to deal with you. Zachariah lifted his hand slightly, and the blood-red domain quietly dispersed. Since the domain couldn't contain it, the 30% power boost provided by the domain became ineffective. Firstly, maintaining the domain consumes spiritual energy too quickly. Secondly, hiding within the domain, letting the Black Wind Bear strike unpredictably, would put him at a disadvantage. Zachariah detested being placed at a disadvantage. As he watched the dissipating domain, the cunning eyes of the Black Wind Bear flickered with a cruel smile. Its figure shot forward suddenly. The long spear in its hand pierced toward Zachariah like a coiling dragon. Zachariah acutely sensed that a strand of the same domineering aura as before was hidden within the spear. He must not be hit by the spear. Zachariah blocked with his saber. At the moment the clashing sound of metal resounded, Zachariah activated the skills, Conceal Breath E and Backstab. He instantly flashed to the Black Wind Bear's back. The long saber in his hand, like shattered glass, was suddenly swung. A faint golden light resembling a spider web flickered momentarily on the blade. The originally rock-solid fur, at this moment, was actually sliced open by Hurley. Although shallow, it was enough to see a faint trail of blood seeping out. Vessel Spirit number 7 was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the host to injure his semi-spirit body. He began to take an interest in the host. Pained, the Black Wind Bear turned to attack Zachariah. However, there was no sign of Zachariah behind it. At this moment, the incarnated Hurley and Arlo had already rushed over. It hastily defended itself. Arlo's fierce attacks were broad and aggressive but still failed to cause any damage. In contrast, Hurley, wielding the spiritual energy illusory long saber, emitted a faint golden light from time to time, continuously creating small wounds on the Black Wind Bear's body. Small as they were, they added up. With no choice, the Black Wind Bear could only focus its defense on Hurley. Meanwhile, in the darkness, After landing a blow, Zachariah activated stealth to hide and observe the Black Wind Bear's weak points. Indeed, after Hurley refined essence gold, it gained an exorcism effect, which is highly effective against beings composed of negative energy. But perhaps due to the insufficient amount of essence gold, the exorcism has limited effect on the Black Wind Bear. Still, Zachariah watched the mountain-like body of the Black Wind Bear with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Many ants can kill an elephant. You're really a good target. Seeing the Black Wind Bear locked in stalemate with the two vessel spirits, Zachariah moved, reappearing in the blind spot of the Black Wind Bear. Activating exorcism. Activating bleeding. A thin wound opened. Unlike previous ones, blood started gushing uncontrollably. Roar. Pained, the Black Wind Bear lunged at Zachariah with its spear recklessly. But Zachariah vanished again before its eyes. Arlo attacked again. Hurley once more left a tiny cut on it. Zachariah's gaze sharpened, quickly spotting the next chance to strike. Thud, thud, thud. One man and two vessel spirits cooperated. Before long, the Black Wind Bear was covered in blood. Its entire body was riddled with tiny knife wounds. Most of them bled profusely. Aware that if this continued, it might die today. Realizing this, the Black Wind Bear's black tassel spear once again dissipated inch by inch, gradually forming a black whirlwind around it. Perhaps due to severe injuries, the black wind it generated was slower than ever. Zachariah clearly saw that its mountain-like body began transforming into black mist. In a blink, most of the Black Wind Bear had transformed into black mist, merging into the whirlwind. Capable of switching between spirit and physical forms, so this is a semi-spirit body. No wonder we couldn't hit it earlier. What's that? Zachariah clearly saw that the black mist was swirling around something resembling shoulder armor. Vessel Spirit number 7 sensed an old friend's aura on the shoulder armor. Vessel Spirit number 13 was surprised by the shoulder armor, seemingly making a difficult decision. Vessel Spirit number 10 seemed displeased. They did not want to see this shoulder armor at all. Multiple vessel spirits began focusing on the shoulder armor, causing Zachariah's brows to furrow. Why would this shoulder armor draw so much attention from the vessel spirits? Vessel Spirit number 13 decided to leave the sword case. The system attempted to calm her down. Warning. Vessel Spirit number 13's intention to leave is too strong. System calming failed. Vessel Spirit number 13 is about to leave the sword case. Please prepare, host. Instantly, Zachariah's pupils constricted. A thought flashed through his mind. It's over. Chapter 134, the Dianath Weapon Spirit. Within the system space, counted from left to right, the 13th weapon spirit's scabbard floated in midair, flickering on and off. Iron chains as thick as arms loosened from the scabbard. One circle, two circles, slowly unraveling and unbinding. Zachariah's heart leaped to his throat. No way. He must quickly deal with the Black Wind Bear. He clearly remembered that when Trent first appeared, it initiated a trial for him. Successful completion of the trial would earn recognition from the weapon spirit. Otherwise, the weapon spirit would leave him. Zachariah could not refuse the trial. After all, he had gained immensely from Trent's initial trial. But if he accepted the trial now, Zachariah was unsure if the 13th weapon spirit's trial would plunge him into unconsciousness like Trent did. Once unconscious, the barely alive Black Wind Bear would be his greatest threat. Zachariah suddenly darted out of the darkness. In his hand, Garner shattered inch by inch. Shui Foam was activated. Bixia was activated. Jasper Shui was activated. Countless blades turned into meteors, shooting from all directions toward the black fog before him. Trailing behind were countless streaks of blood. The manifested, Garner, moved simultaneously with Zachariah, performing the same action. The long saber conjured by spiritual energy also shattered into countless blades, rushing toward the Black Wind Bear like meteors. Even without Jasper Shui, his blades caused significant trouble for the Black Wind Bear. Seeing both causing substantial damage to the Black Wind Bear, Trent was equally anxious. With a flick of his cape, countless flying knives shot out. However, unlike Zachariah's and Garner's attacks, his flying knives, upon touching the black fog, failed to draw any blood, flying through as if hitting air. Clearly, his attack was ineffective against the Black Wind Bear, transformed into black fog. Furious, Trent stomped his feet. Dunlin Ru Mu. In the next moment, the blood-colored long knife in his hand transformed into a polearm. Effect ripples. He leaped, aiming for the Black Wind Bear's head, which had yet to fully transform into black fog. Bang! Vast spiritual energy transformed into waves, striking the Black Wind Bear's head. Yet, as usual, it only left a shallow mark on its body. The Black Wind Bear's eyes, filled with malevolence, glared at Zachariah. A spear made of black wind and black fog suddenly shot toward Zachariah. Zachariah's expression grew grave, hurriedly dodging. At the same time, he fully manipulated thousands of blades, intensifying his attack to wear down the Black Wind Bear. However, the Black Wind Bear's tough hide made it determined to escape even if it sustained some superficial injuries. When the Black Wind Bear's entire form turned into black fog, it hesitated not and rushed toward the cave entrance they came from. Zachariah tried to block its path with numerous blades. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind Bear directly rammed into them. Shui Foam pierced through the black wind, leaving a trail of blood along the way. The Black Wind Bear plowed through straight ahead, disappearing into the intricate cave network. Zachariah, Garner, and Trent exchanged a look and immediately gave chase. Most beast demons are vengeful. If not killed, who knows when it would return to seek revenge. If it attacked while Zachariah was unconscious, he wouldn't even know how he died. The Black Wind Bear wasn't fast, but it was faster than Zachariah. After turning a rugged corner, Zachariah saw 7 or 8 cave entrances leading in different directions. Damn, too slow, lost it. Zachariah suffered once again due to his speed disadvantage. He tried to find clues left by the Black Wind Bear nearby. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind Bear was too cunning. Using unknown methods, it left no traces, not even a drop of blood. Damn, why did I disdain the martial arts of Kaishinyang City? Zachariah slammed his fist into the wall, creating a basketball-sized hole in the rock. Previously, Zachariah realized his shortcoming was speed. He tried buying speed-type martial arts in Kaishinyang City, but found them subpar. Rather than waste money, he planned to buy better ones later. Who knew this situation would arise? Suddenly, Zachariah's gaze became blank. Garner and Trent immediately noticed his abnormality. An indescribable sadness, like the bone-chilling cold wind of winter, silently emanated from Zachariah. His blank eyes resembled a dried-up well, devoid of any luster, filled only with boundless sorrow. A graceful figure in pale green attire, holding a sword emitting a lonely aura, slowly emerged from Zachariah. Her long hair cascaded down, and her black silk wound around the hilt of her sword. A gentle breeze blew through her long hair. Just standing there made Zachariah feel a sense of loneliness. The blade had no intricate patterns, only a vivid flower was etched upon it. In this dim cave, despite the lack of any light, her sword flashed with a despairing glow. At the moment she appeared, even the whistling winds in the cave fell silent. It seemed even the wind feared to disturb this sorrowful power. The woman gave Zachariah a faint glance, showing no emotion, yet he felt an overwhelming sadness in her eyes as if she wanted to speak, but tears came first. Mysteriously, with just that one look, Zachariah felt as if he and this woman were connected by something invisible. Zachariah couldn't help but murmur, "So beautiful." This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, more so than any other woman Zachariah had ever seen. Her beauty wasn't skin deep or bone deep. It was an extreme, chaotic, resolute, and broken kind of beauty. The woman scanned the 7 or 8 cave entrances before her. Then her figure floated into one of them like a breeze. Though her movements were slow, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from Zachariah's sight. Did she go after the Blackwind Bear? Can she harm it? Wait, why didn't she initiate a trial for me? Zachariah was filled with doubts, but he merely muttered a sentence before following the direction the woman left in. The priority now was to deal with the Blackwind Bear. In just a few steps, Zachariah reached 5 or 6 forks in the path. Each fork led to several cave entrances in different directions, making it hard to choose. However, Zachariah always managed to find the correct path swiftly. He and the woman seemed connected by an indescribable thread. This connection guided him, leading him to chase after the woman. Weapon Spirit number 13 killed a 4th-tier beast demon Blackwind Bear, plus 700 experience. Weapon Spirit, Trent, assisted in killing a 4th-tier beast demon Blackwind Bear, plus 700 experience. Weapon Spirit, Garner, assisted in killing a 4th-tier beast demon Blackwind Bear, plus 700 experience. Mutual progress activated, host experience plus 2,100. A series of system prompts suddenly echoed in Zachariah's mind, causing him to halt his swift pace. The Blackwind Bear was killed so quickly? How did she do it? As Zachariah was pondering, he suddenly realized an issue. System, why didn't you mention her name when you referred to Weapon Spirit number 13 earlier? Why use number 13 instead? Zachariah remembered clearly that after Trent emerged from its scabbard, even before Zachariah had contracted with it, the system stopped calling it Weapon Spirit number 9 and referred to it by its name, Trent. But why? After Weapon Spirit number 13 emerged from its scabbard, did the system still not mention her name? Chapter 135, the Tai'e Spirit Artifacts Trial. A crisp system notification echoed in Zachariah's mind. The Tai'e Spirit Artifact does not recognize the host. Its information cannot be synchronized to the system. Huh? What's going on? Zachariah fell into thought, and with a mental command, the Spirit Artifact page appeared before his eyes within the system panel. Sure enough, only Hurley and Arlo S information is here. Before Zachariah, only the information panels for Hurley and Arlo were visible. As for the Tai'e Spirit Artifact, there was nothing at all. She left the sword box, seemingly due to that shoulder guard. It's reasonable she hasn't recognized me yet. But Zachariah recalled the faint connection between him and the Tai'e Spirit Artifact. This sensation was somewhat similar to when Arlo had just emerged from the box, but was weaker. Could it be that it's only one step away from recognizing me? Mumbling these words, Zachariah looked ahead toward the cave. Forget it. Let's deal with that later. I must find the Tai'e Spirit Artifact first. Having said that, he led Arlo and Hurley in pursuit of the Tai'e Spirit Artifact. Moments later, Zachariah arrived at a fork in the road. The Tai'e Spirit Artifact stood gazing down at the ground, not even turning her head when Zachariah approached. The corpse of the Black Wind Bear lay to one side, decapitated, dark red blood flowing everywhere. Beside it was its black feathered spear. What is she looking at? Drawing closer, Zachariah noticed that what the Tai'e Spirit Artifact focused on was a shoulder guard dyed red by bear blood. Involuntarily, Zachariah turned his gaze to the Tai'e Spirit Artifact. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like the last leaf on a tree in late autumn, trembling yet unwilling to fall. Every subtle expression on that exquisite face carried boundless sorrow. It seemed there was a trace of a tear mark at the corner of her eye. Zachariah pondered. This shoulder guard must mean a lot to you, right? The Tai'e Spirit Artifact looked at Zachariah, her beautiful eyes filled with infinite loneliness. She seemed to think of something, then bent down to pick up the shoulder guard, offering it to Zachariah. Zachariah was puzzled. He couldn't understand why she would hand him this shoulder guard, which meant so much to her. The Tai'e Spirit Artifact smiled faintly, and on her once melancholy face bloomed an expression as brilliant as peach blossoms. The Tai'e Spirit Artifact hopes the host will clean this shoulder guard for her. This shoulder guard seems very important to her. Now, Zachariah had more questions than before. Being able to easily kill the Black Wind Bear and manifest proved her quality shouldn't be inferior to Arlo. But why has she never spoken? While contemplating, Zachariah took the shoulder guard. At the moment it touched his hand, Zachariah's brows furrowed instantly. So strong a killing intent. This killing intent differed from Hurley's decisive execution intent. It also differed from Arlo's fighting to live intent. This intent was filled with a self-centered confidence and fearlessness, a readiness to go forward no matter what, burning bridges behind. Zachariah couldn't help but observe the shoulder guard before him. It was ancient and covered with slashes from various weapons, clearly marked by the trials of battle. He imagined a young man in his 20s riding a black horse, dominating the battlefield with unmatched prowess. Confident, proud, yet unrivaled under heaven. The intense killing intent permeating the ancient shoulder guard deeply affects the host. Congratulations, host, for sensing and understanding the ability, killing intent perception. Should anyone harbor killing intent towards you, you can clearly perceive it, turning passivity into initiative. The sudden system notification surprised Zachariah. Killing intent perception. Based on this description, it seems no one could sneak up on me anymore. Zachariah remembered how the black wind bear attacked him from behind. If this happened again, perhaps the bear wouldn't even get a chance to strike before being countered and killed. The corners of Zachariah's lips curled upwards. That's indeed a useful ability. He took out a large bottle of drinking water from his storage ring and began rinsing off the bloodstains from the shoulder guard. Blood slowly washed away as Zachariah traced the battle scars on the shoulder guard, filled with reflections. Just by observing this shoulder guard, the embedded killing intent granted him such valuable ability. How powerful must the owner of this shoulder guard have been? With the stains removed, Zachariah wiped the shoulder guard dry with tissues from his storage ring. This ancient, war-worn shoulder guard revealed its original appearance once more. Trembling, the Diana spirit artifact received the shoulder guard from Zachariah's hands. She held it close to her cheek, as if feeling the 1,000-year-old breath of its original owner. The host's kind behavior made the spirit artifact number 13 feel warm. Her recognition of the host has increased. Seeing how the spirit artifact number 13 was lost in Gui memory, Zachariah was very puzzled. These spirit artifacts, how are they like humans, giving me a sense that they have emotions too? If they really do have emotions, what kind of person would make spirit artifact number 13 miss him so much? Spirit artifact number 13 came back to her senses. She held the shoulder guard in her arms and looked at Zachariah with sincere eyes. Zachariah sensed a plea in those beautiful eyes. Spirit artifact number 13 has initiated a trial for the host. Would the host like to accept? Accept, and the trial will begin immediately. Reject, and the spirit artifact will leave the host. The thing Zachariah had been most worried about finally happened. At this moment, how could he dare to start the trial here? Not to mention whether there were other demon beasts in the cave. If Ferguson and the others returned, Zachariah would put himself in danger. Zachariah hesitated, and the pleading look in the spirit artifact number 13's eyes became even more intense. Spirit artifact number 13 hopes the host accepts this trial. This trial is also very important to her. Zachariah became more confused. He couldn't help but look at Arlo. He clearly remembered that when Arlo challenged him, she had an attitude as if she was the best in the world. Is each spirit artifact's trial method different? Zachariah glanced at spirit artifact number 13 again. In those beautiful eyes, not only was there pleading, but also sincerity. Regardless, fortune lies in taking risks. With that thought, he looked at Hurley and Arlo. I'll count on you guys. Zachariah didn't know what the new trial would be like. If he fell into a coma again, he could only rely on his spirit artifacts. Fortunately, both Hurley and Arlo were Class A+ spirit artifacts that could independently draw spiritual energy. For ordinary crises, the two spirit artifacts together should have no problem. The only regret was that they couldn't use their martial techniques and abilities. Otherwise, Zachariah's safety would be better guaranteed. Arlo and Hurley nodded. Go with peace of mind. Arlo looked at Zachariah seriously. Though it was well-meaning, somehow, these words gave Zachariah a strange feeling. Zachariah patted Arlo's shoulder helplessly. Arlo, I really appreciate your help. Zachariah looked at spirit artifact number 13 again and smiled. I accept. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on spirit artifact number 13's beautiful face. This smile exuded countless charms, as if all her previous loneliness and melancholy vanished. A gentle green light bloomed from her body. She transformed into a stream of light, merging into the beautifully carved long sword in her hand. In the next moment, the long sword danced twice in midair before drilling into Zachariah's palm. Spirit artifact number 13's trial. Please find spirit artifact number 13's him within 3 months. Chapter 136. Perception of killing intent. A chill sensation came from Zachariah's palm, and he looked in surprise at the slender long sword that gleamed coldly in his hand. He could more clearly feel the loneliness of number 13 artifact spirit. It seems that the trial method for each artifact spirit is not fixed. Moreover, before the trial, if one gets high approval from the artifact spirit, there might be no need for a trial. The lifelike flower on the blade caught Zachariah's attention for a long time. Yumarin poppy? Zachariah didn't know many flowers, but he happened to know the Yumarin. The reason was simple. It was his mother's favorite flower. He had heard his mother talk about the symbolic meaning of Yumarin before. Loyalty, comfort, parting, and death. Subconsciously, Zachariah tried to infuse his spiritual power into it, but his spiritual power met with strong resistance. Zachariah frowned slightly. It flew into my hand on its own, but I can't infuse any spiritual power. Then he brought up the artifact spirit page of the system. Next to Trent and Garner, there was a new page added. Artifact spirit, number 13. Quality, effect, field, experience, compatibility, refinement times. Zachariah was a bit confused. System, what's going on? Number 13 wants to follow the host to find him. Before the trial of the artifact spirit is completed, the host cannot control number 13. As soon as the words fell, number 13 started inch by inch merging into Zachariah's body. Seeing this, and recalling number 13's pitiful appearance, Zachariah thought, looks like her manifestation or disappearance before the contract is something I can't decide. But thinking that he was one step closer to contracting number 13, he couldn't help but smile. But number 13 looks quite gentle. A friendly reminder. Please complete the trial of number 13 within 3 months, otherwise, the host definitely wouldn't want to see an enraged number 13. The clear prompt tone was like a bucket of cold water splashed over Zachariah's head. Looks like she's only gentle on the surface. The black wind bear has been dealt with. I should go back and check on Avril and Henley, in case they encounter any accidents. Zachariah simply collected some useful materials from the black wind bear's body and picked up its black tassel spear. A pretty good spirit embryo. If refined into an artifact spirit, it would be at least grade B, but it can only serve as nourishment for Garner. After tidying everything up, Zachariah headed back the way he came. Fortunately, Zachariah had a good memory and successfully made his way back in this winding environment. When Zachariah saw Avril and Henley again, a worried look appeared on his face. It seems I underestimated that domineering force. Both were still unconscious, with a trace of blood remaining at the corners of their mouths. The blood around them had pooled into small puddles. This amount of blood loss would have been fatal to ordinary people, but luckily, both are spirit masters. Artifact's spirit number 7 was rather touched. He felt a very savage aura from this force, which was somewhat similar to an old friend. Artifact's spirit number 10 seemed troubled. This aura seemed stronger than ever before. Zachariah took out restorative agents from his storage ring to give to the two. However, the system's prompts kept coming up. Who exactly is it that number 13 wants me to find? Why do they seem to be wary of him? Zachariah shook his head. Forget it. No use worrying. I should quickly give them medicine. Zachariah lifted Avril's head. She looked as if she was barely clinging to life. With one hand, Zachariah uncorked the stopper of the restorative agent, preparing to feed it to Avril. Intense killing intent surrounded the host, putting the host on the brink of mortal danger. Triggered mission. Eliminate all 8 ill-intentioned mercenaries. After completing the mission, the host will receive random rewards. Just as Zachariah raised his hand, the system's sudden reminder rang out. A feeling like having a thorn pricking at his back suddenly appeared behind him. Turning around, all Zachariah saw was the entrance completely covered by rocks and dirt after Ferguson and others' explosions. This feeling, it must be the effect of killing intent perception. Zachariah held his breath, trying to hear some sounds from the direction he perceived. Whistling wind sounded from the other side of the cave entrance, occasionally with some soil and pebbles falling from the collapsed rocks. But Zachariah could not hear any sound. Just as Zachariah began to doubt whether killing intent perception wasn't as effective as he thought. Crack. He faintly heard a sound of stones cracking and earth being dug. The sound was continuous, like a pangolin burrowing through the earth, rapidly approaching his direction. A mocking smile appeared on Zachariah's face. This, killing intent perception, seems far more practical than the 5 senses. It will be much harder for anyone to assassinate me now. He bent down to look at Avril and Henley, who were still unconscious, and closed the cap of the restorative agent. I can only make you two suffer as bait for now. Hold on tightly. I'll give you the medicine after I deal with them. Recalling how they had held him back earlier, Zachariah decided to rescue them only after dealing with Ferguson and his 8 men. After speaking, he gently put Avril down, slowly rose to his feet, and walked into the dim corner. The long sword Garner began to coalesce inch by inch in his hand. In the blink of an eye, his presence vanished entirely from the entire treasure vault. In the collapsed passageway, 2 burly men were digging their way through forcefully. On the left, a man with dirty braids swung a tortoiseback pickaxe. On the right, a short and stout man wore 2 sets of pangolin claws on his hands. They cooperated seamlessly, making the tunneling progress as swift and steady as jogging. Ferguson and the other 6 men followed behind them in pairs, chatting and laughing. Daxton, Cliff, with your 2 artifact spirits working together, you 2 could start a demolition company after retirement. Huh, you're the one talking about retiring. We'll follow Leader Wallace and become top mercenaries. Why don't we just take the other passage? Why waste time and effort digging through this one? Are you stupid? If the Black Wind Bear hasn't left immediately, going the other way would be dangerous. Everyone laughed and chatted all the way. Though Brody didn't speak, a smile lingered on his lips. Captain, why aren't you saying anything? Brody waved his hand. What's there to say? I'm thinking if we can complete the Yi family's mission. Captain, are you kidding? That's a Black Wind Bear. A semi-soul body Black Wind Bear. They're dead meat. Exactly. Captain, after this mission, with the Yi family's support, your 2 artifact spirits will surely be promoted from grade B to S-grade. Your brother will have to bow to you too. You'll have to take good care of us then. Their words made Brody's blood surge with excitement. Brothers, rest assured. If we become prosperous, we won't forget each other. Let's hurry up. Upon hearing this, everyone's morale soared, and the digging speed increased even more. With the final strike of the pickaxe, the huge rock blocking their path shattered. The sight of piles of corpses and blood filled the air with a thick scent of gore, causing these mercenaries to display eerie yet manic smiles. Captain Wallace, your plan is perfect. Chapter 137, The Moment of Hunt. In the treasure chamber, the sight that met the eyes was one of countless dead beasts scattered everywhere. Brody was quite satisfied with this scene. He nodded slightly. Don't just stand there, quickly find that boy's body. Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed to search for Zachariah's corpse. Be careful not to miss the boy's body. What nonsense are you talking? Even if I lose my mother, I won't miss his body. He is our fortune god. Where is he? Where is he? This boy can't have been torn into pieces by the beast, right? The group searched thoroughly, even flipping over some of the beast corpses, yet still couldn't find Zachariah. Natalie walked alone in a corner of the treasure chamber, pinching her nose in disgust as she kicked one body after another. She held a dagger that emitted a green glow. After searching for so long, I still can't find him. Did this boy get eaten by the Black Wind Bear? If it really is like that, what a loss. But this boy is indeed charming. If only. Her face, smooth as if plastered with powder, flushed slightly. At that moment, Daxton's shout came from nearby. Hey, come over here quick. I found those 2 spirit hunters men. They're barely alive. Hearing this, Natalie was about to turn around and walk towards Daxton. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her neck. She glanced at her neck out of instinct. A long blade made of fragments was already pressed against her throat. She instinctively wanted to scream, but a familiar, deep male voice whispered in her ear. Hush, I enjoy silence. The overwhelming pressure on the brink of life and death quickly calmed Natalie down, an experienced mercenary. Lowering her voice to be flirtatious, she smiled. Good little brother, you're still alive. You heard that, sister likes you. How about this? You let me go, and leave quietly. I promise I won't betray you. When I leave this place, I will find you and properly repay your mercy. I can satisfy all the poses you desire. She tried to stabilize Zachariah using her charm. However, a cold laugh rang in her ear. I refuse. To buy more time, Natalie continued questioning. Why not? Thud, thud. Her answer was 2 extremely swift strikes from Zachariah. One cut across her throat, preventing her from calling for help. Another strike shattered her heart, cutting off her life force. Ling Garner has killed a level 4 Spirit Master, plus 1,300 experience. Mutual progress activated. Host gains plus 1,300 experience. Mission completed January 8th. Looking at Natalie's ugly devil-like face, Zachariah silently muttered, "You are too ugly." Zachariah skillfully leaned Natalie's body against the rock wall. From the back, it looked like she was mesmerized by something. Zachariah once again hid himself in the darkness, waiting for the next prey to come. Moments later, Daxton's shouts were heard nearby. He strode towards Natalie, the dreadlocks on his head bobbing with each step. "Hey Natalie, why are you still there? Everyone's waiting for you to analyze the scene." Natalie still had her back to him and ignored him. Daxton grew annoyed as he cursed under his breath while walking. "Are you ignoring me because you're now close to Rashad? Didn't you say we could remain friends after breaking up? Bitches have no feelings, huh?" As he spoke, he reached Natalie and angrily pushed her. Smack. The squatting Natalie fell flat on the ground with that push. Daxton acted unfazed, smirking lewdly. "Come on, it's only 2 months since we broke up, and you want to play wild again. Not now, Rashad's watching. Get up." He nudged Natalie lightly with his foot, but found her unmoving like a dead dog. An uneasy feeling crept over him. Natalie? Thud. Daxton felt dizziness wash over him as he saw his head being caught firmly. His body was held by a dark figure and dragged into the blind spot of the treasure chamber. He wanted to ask what was happening but felt incredibly drowsy. Ling Garner has killed a level 4 Spirit Master, plus 1,350 experience. Mutual progress activated. Host gains plus 1,350 experience. Mission completed February 8th. Zachariah glanced at the 2 bodies before him and then at the remaining 6 people nearby. He didn't stay near Natalie. Instead, he circled around and approached the 6 people from the opposite side of the treasure chamber. With 2 people missing, this group of experienced mercenaries would certainly sense something was amiss. Waiting in the same spot would only backfire. Elsewhere, 6 mercenaries surrounded Avril and Henley, their expressions complex. These rookies were clearly left here by someone. Could it be that kid Zachariah? Search or not, we can't find Zachariah. Did he just vanish? I suspect these 2 rookies were severely injured when facing the mountain devil, Swarm, and Zachariah had to sacrifice himself to lure away the Black Wind Bear. If my hypothesis is correct, this kid Zachariah is indeed much better than these 2 newbies. Brody scanned Avril and Henley coldly, analyzing carefully. But it doesn't make sense for 2 4th-rank Spirit Masters to fall while a kid like him can handle a Black Wind Bear, a beast even I dread. At this moment, Rashad, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "Why hasn't Natalie and Daxton come over? I'll go look for them." He turned to leave after saying that. Natalie and Daxton had once been intimate, and now they haven't shown up in a long time. There are many cases of old flames rekindling, and Rashad was very worried about the green meadow on his head. Wait. Past experiences from walking the razor's edge made Brody uneasy, so he hurriedly stopped Rashad. Everyone looked at Brody, puzzled. Brody took a deep breath and then roared. "Natalie, Daxton, what are you doing? Get your asses over here. Natalie, Daxton, what are you doing? Get your asses over here. Natalie, Daxton, what are you?" His powerful voice echoed in the treasure chamber, the echoes layering in everyone's ears. After a moment, the echoes dissipated. The entire treasure chamber fell into an eerie silence. They never heard any response from Natalie or Daxton. Everyone exchanged glances, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rising. Various spirit weapons instantly formed in their hands. "Let's go check together. Everyone, be careful." The 6 paired up, scanning potential dangers from side to side, with each cautious step. Zachariah crouched within the rock wall, his body shrouded by the realm of deadly darkness, allowing him to move through various mediums as freely as the Black Wind Bear. With breath concealment and stealth abilities, ordinary Spirit Masters stood no chance of detecting him. Zachariah glanced coldly at the 6, finally focusing on Brody. "No wonder you're the captain, quite cautious." A confident smile curled on his lips. But will it matter? In the next instant, he moved with a strange yet agile gait, holding the long blade composed of shattered glass, heading toward the last 2 Spirit Masters. Chapter 138, I Won't Be Careless Again. Of the 6 mercenaries, the last 2 walking were a short and chubby man who had been responsible for digging the passage earlier. He tightly held the turtleback pickaxe in his hand, looking ready for battle. The other one was none other than the tall and skinny man who had pretended to be dead to deceive Zachariah and his group of 3, Ephraim. Relying on the triple effects of hold breath, stealth, and deadly darkness, Zachariah silently approached from behind the short and chubby man. His gaze was cold, as if devoid of any emotion. Whoosh. 1,000 Changes was activated. As Hurley stabbed towards the back hearts of the 2 men, a new blade rapidly grew out from the knife body, making the long sword look like a double-headed fork. Plop. Clank. One side of the blade tip viciously pierced into the heart of the short and chubby man. The other side of the blade tip was firmly caught by the steel claw in the tall and skinny man's hand. Artifact Spirit Hurley killed a Tier 4 Spirit Controller. Experience plus 1470. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 1470. Mission completed March 8th. Not good. The clear system sound rang out, but Zachariah was only thinking about retreating quickly. Roar. Before Zachariah could let go, a white tiger with glaring eyes pounced over with the speed of lightning. Bang. The tremendous impact directly slammed Zachariah into the treasure behind. The white tiger transformed into a massive spiritual energy, directly piercing through Zachariah's chest. Rustling. Countless gold, silver, jewelry, potions, and equipment fell like a waterfall, burying Zachariah within. F***K. Scared me half to death. I thought it was a Black Wind Bear. Turns out it's you, this stinky kid. Ephraim spat disdainfully. He glanced again at the short and chubby man lying in a pool of blood. Teddy, how many times have we used the tactic of exposing our backs to lure hidden enemies? How did you mess up this time? Though saying it regretfully, there was no trace of pity on Ephraim's face. Instead, there was even a hint of joy. After all, a dead teammate meant he could share a larger portion of the benefits. Brody walked over, watching the scene unfold with a cold eye. As an experienced mercenary team, they often engaged in robbery and murder amidst ruins. At the same time, they would also be targeted by others. Faced with hidden enemies, a mere glance between them was enough to know how to respond. And intentionally exposing one's back to appear weak was their most commonly used trick. How's it going? Ephraim sneered. Captain, you know the effect of my flying tiger. Even if someone is hit head-on, they are usually severely injured. Moreover, he was caught off guard. Dead for sure. Brody frowned, looking somewhat serious. At this moment, his thoughts were racing. Why is this kid still alive? That was a half-soul black wind bear. Even in a one-on-one fight, I can't say I can definitely win. He shifted his gaze towards Henley and Avril in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, the two had already opened their eyes, though their weak appearances suggested they could pass out at any moment. Did they sacrifice themselves to protect Zachariah? Do these youngsters really have such high morals? Captain, why think so much? I'll just go and cut off his head. Ephraim said casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Brody nodded. Be careful. Ephraim shrugged. Captain, aren't you overestimating this kid? He's only 18 years old. When I was his age, I had barely just broken through to tier 2. With that, he drew the dagger from his waist and walked towards Zachariah. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a few pieces of gold and silver falling echoed from the small mountain-like pile of treasure before him. Ephraim's steps stopped. He cautiously scanned the pile of treasure before him. Zachariah's legs hung limply over the gold and silver treasures, his upper body completely buried under the fallen precious metals. Ephraim instinctively turned to look at his teammates, who were equally focused on the front. Rustling. The sound of gold and silver sliding filled the treasury. Ephraim turned sharply, only to see a figure staggeringly standing up from the treasure pile. In front of his chest, a horrifying wound continuously spurted blood. Drip drip. Falling blood stained the gold and silver beneath his feet red. Zachariah slowly walked out of the treasury, each step stirring up many jewels below. The rustling sound echoed within the treasury. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable with his tattered clothes, Zachariah violently grabbed his shirt. Rip. The blood-soaked shirt was torn apart, revealing the perfectly proportioned muscles on his upper body. His icy gaze swept over everyone, making Brody and the others feel uneasy. Didn't you say he was definitely dead? Brody asked Ephraim with a frown. At this moment, even Ephraim himself was puzzled. When he attacked just now, due to his concern that the ambushers might be black wind bears, he had exerted all his strength in that strike. He couldn't figure out how Zachariah had managed to withstand it. Could it be that he had a defensive pseudo-artifact spirit hidden on him? I was careless just now. It won't happen again. As Ephraim was pondering, Zachariah's voice echoed faintly. The chill in his tone made everyone feel as if they were facing corpses. He had indeed been careless earlier, wanting to resolve things quickly but ignoring the shift between hunter and prey, which sometimes happens in an instant. Stinking kid, still have some backbone. Zachariah's contempt made Ephraim furious. He channeled all his spirit energy into the flying tiger in his left hand, and the glaring white tiger reappeared on the steel claw. Flying tiger heart ripper. In the next moment, the materialized white tiger seemed to fuse with Ephraim. Ephraim charged at Zachariah like a wild tiger, dashing through the jungle. The steel claw glowing coldly in his hand resembled a massive tiger's paw, aiming directly at Zachariah's heart. He wanted to kill this boy with one blow and prove his strength to Brody. As they drew closer, he could almost visualize piercing through Zachariah's heart. A smile crept onto his lips, but halfway through his laugh, his expression froze. He saw Zachariah slightly sidestep, causing his perfect attack to miss, and he couldn't stop his momentum from rushing forward. Plop. Without knowing when, a long blade like shattered glass appeared in Zachariah's hand. Blue light flickered like ice, striking heavily on Ephraim's back, deep enough to see the bone. Bang. Rattle. His body fell into the pile of gold and jewels, instantly buried under countless treasures. This kid is strange. The remaining 4 people grew serious, immediately spreading out into a triangular formation, surrounding Zachariah. They didn't dare to be careless. Firstly, it was the eerie movement Zachariah had shown just now. A slight sidestep allowed him to dodge Ephraim's attack, then swiftly slash back with precision. This required extraordinary judgment and accuracy. Otherwise, a failed attempt would likely result in severe injury or death. Secondly, they noticed that the terrifying wound on Zachariah's chest had already healed significantly. His flesh was visibly regenerating and mending itself. Zachariah's cold gaze swept over the 4, settling on Brody, with a wicked smile curving his lips. I said I wouldn't be careless again. The next moment, a black mist bloomed from the blade of Hurley, rapidly spreading around. In an instant, no trace of light remained in the entire treasury. Zachariah's figure vanished before their eyes, like raindrops falling into the sea. Not good. It's a realm. Quickly activate your realms. Brody's pupils shrank. With a startled cry, a green bracelet condensed on his right hand, emitting intense green light. Chapter 139. Du Yehia Ming's Killer Move. The 4 individuals' anima avatars materialized in an instant, with distinct domains spreading outwards, clashing against the endless darkness before them. Pooh! Before the 4 could fully deploy their domains, the sound of a long blade slicing through flesh rang out, piercingly loud in the silent cave. Du Yehia Ming looked toward the source of the sound, and saw a muscular man in a leather jacket already fallen. From his chest, that distinctive long blade made of shattered glass-like fragments quickly withdrew from the back of his chest. Deng Lin. He roared furiously and dashed towards the direction the blade had withdrawn. The green bracelet on his right wrist emitted intense light. At this moment, his domain finally unfolded completely. Domain Snake Nest. Behind him, a pit as deep as an abyss abruptly appeared, emitting a foul stench. Hiss, hiss. A snake with a head comparable to that of a lion shot out from the cave like a bolt of green lightning, crashing into the place where Zachariah had just been. However, besides Deng Lin's corpse, Du Yehia Ming found nothing. The 7 to 8 meter long body of the serpent coiled around Du Yehia Ming, its emerald eyes scanning the surroundings, while its bright red tongue flickered in and out, seemingly trying to find Zachariah's presence through this method. Du Yehia Ming frowned deeply. Why can't I find his scent? Where's he hiding? Pooh, pooh. While Du Yehia Ming was pondering, two more sounds of a long blade cutting through flesh came from behind him. Looking back, he saw the remaining two companions already sprawled on the ground. Crimson blood soaked the floor. His usually composed face showed a hint of panic. A strong sense of danger came from his right side. He rolled sideways, almost instinctively. A sapphire blue blade slashed through where he had just been standing, the fierce blade force barely grazing his neck. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out. How could this be? How could he be so fast? He stared in shock at a figure enveloped in black mist, standing where he had just been. He still couldn't see Zachariah's face, only the broken glass-like long blade in his hand. However, a smug smile appeared on his stunned face in the next moment. That large snake had somehow blocked all of Zachariah's escape routes with its body. With a poisonous glare, it viciously stared at Zachariah. But what does it matter, Zachariah, encountering my green snake? You're done for. Zachariah's brows slightly furrowed. HM? Are you sure? Du Yehia Ming snorted coldly. Green snake, finish him. A fetid mouth opened wide, biting towards Zachariah. Simultaneously, Green Snake's body constricted instantly, tightly wrapping Zachariah within it. A fervent smile appeared on Du Yehia Ming's face. It seemed like Zachariah was doomed to die in Green Snake's mouth. Finally, I've finally taken him down. Though the process was winding and cost so many brothers. But the outcome is satisfying. Brothers? Well, we can always make new ones later. Click. The sharp sound of venomous fangs colliding echoed in the dark domain. The smile on Du Yehia Ming's lips froze. Without thinking, he raised his left arm, and a radiant jade-like forearm guard condensed on his arm in an instant. Clang. The azure blade struck the jade-like forearm guard, and Du Yehia Ming swung his right fist with all his might. A brilliant blue-green glow erupted from the bracelet, encasing his entire right fist. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a green snake with bared fangs, moving as fast as lightning. Bang! A punch hit Zachariah's chest. The tremendous force sent Zachariah flying several meters. My strength is suppressed. After delivering the punch, Du Yehia Ming immediately sensed something amiss. He could clearly feel that his strength had been suppressed by at least 30%. Zachariah vanished again, but the enormous green snake had returned to his side, and he no longer feared Zachariah's ambush. Looking thoughtfully around the dark domain, he realized not only was his strength suppressed, but also his vision, hearing, and senses were affected. Able to suppress an opponent's power and flash about freely in the domain. Your anima avatar's domain is quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in a level or higher anima avatar, right? Inside the dark space, Zachariah did not respond to any of his words. He knew Du Yehia Ming was trying to trick him into speaking. If he spoke, the next moment might bring a torrential assault. Seeing no response for a long time, Du Yehia Ming sneered. You're indeed formidable, able to wipe out all my subordinates in such a short time. However, you should know that there are many factors determining the strength of a spirit manipulator, such as the talent of the spirit manipulator and the quality of the artifact spirit. Among talents, apart from one's comprehension ability, the most crucial is having an artifact spirit body. Unfortunately for you, I happen to have an artifact spirit body. As he spoke, white light blazed from his white armband. Once again, a cave as deep as an abyss appeared behind him. A massive white snake, identical to the green snake, poked its head out from the cave. It played with the green snake for a moment before guarding Du Yehia Ming on either side. Their bright red tongues flickered incessantly, their eerie vertical pupils scanning every corner in 360 degrees. So what if your artifact spirit has high quality? I've got an artifact spirit body. In this world, the artifact spirit body is the strongest. Don't think that by hiding, I can't do anything. Fools like you who believe they're everything just because of a high-quality artifact spirit, I've encountered many since I became a mercenary. Yayas what? They all died at my hands. Zachariah, hidden in the dark, watched with cold eyes as Du Yehia Ming gradually fell into a frenzy. Du Yehia Ming's mockery made Zachariah sense a hidden hostility toward those with outstanding talents. But it didn't affect Zachariah at all. Artifact spirit body. Though he wasn't sure if he had one himself, he was not afraid of anyone when it came to the number of artifact spirits. Right now, he had only one thought. Seize the opportunity to kill Du Yehia Ming with one blow. Du Yehia Ming sneered contemptuously. Not coming out, huh? I was going to leave you a full corpse. But now, you're forcing me. A sinister expression flashed across his somewhat dark face, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Hands clasped together, forming a strange cross shape. Vast spiritual power surged like endless waves, constantly eroding the fatal darkness. Domain overlay. Behind him, the eyes of both snakes turned blood red, their bodies becoming more colossal, emitting green and white lights that intertwined. The two snake nests behind him rapidly merged under the influence of these lights, forming an even larger nest. A putrid wind blew out from the nest. The constant hissing of snakes made Zachariah's scalp tingle. Countless small snakes crawled out from the gigantic snake nest, spreading over the entire fatal darkness in an instant. You hide. Let's see where you can hide. Zachariah, hidden in the dark, had a serious look on his face. He moved to conceal himself midair. But the next moment, all the little snakes opened their mouths, spewing countless streams of thick, putrid venom in parabolic arcs, falling like continuous drizzle back to the ground. The venom had no effect on the snakes themselves, but it emitted corrosive bubbles and smoke upon hitting the domain covered by fatal darkness. Zachariah, with a serious expression, kept retreating to places the little snakes hadn't reached yet. Buzzing. Suddenly, the long blade trembled slightly, and Hurley's figure materialized beside Zachariah. His resolute face showed signs of weakness for the first time in nearly 3 months. Zachariah knew that the venom from the countless little snakes had indirectly harmed Hurley through the corroded domain. Looks like I have to use that move and end this quickly. Zachariah sighed, seemingly with some lingering fear. With a thought, Arlo appeared beside him. Spiritual power overflowed from Hurley and Arlo, blending and resonating in a harmonious rhythm. Aya! A piercing female scream suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of both Zachariah and Du Yehia Ming. Chapter 140. There's one thing you got wrong. At this moment, Avril was retreating backward helplessly on all fours. Before her were countless wriggling little snakes, their forked tongues flickering as they slithered toward her. She closed her eyes in fear, screaming continuously. Henley stood in front of her, guarding her, his face equally pale. Both had been severely injured by the black wind bear. The domineering force had left every part of their bodies bruised and battered, leaving them defenseless at the moment. In fact, both of them had woken up when Zachariah was assassinating the short and fat man. They watched as Zachariah was gravely injured, only to rise again. Then he instantly deployed his field. With swift and decisive actions, one after another, he cut down all the mercenaries with his blade. Throughout the entire process, besides seeing a brilliant blue long sword, they could barely see Zachariah's figure. The scenes before them left them too stunned to speak. In their understanding, deploying a field required time. If encountering an expert during that period, one might be killed even before the field could fully deploy. But Zachariah's field unfolded instantaneously. Moreover, the power of a field was tied to the strength of the Spirit Master. Normally, how could a second-rank Spirit Master possibly trap a fourth-rank Spirit Master for so long? Yet, not only did Zachariah manage to do just that, but he even forced Du Yayiming to stack his fields. It wasn't until tens of thousands of little snakes began crawling toward the two that they snapped out of their shock. Even as Spirit Masters, seeing so many snakes writhing before them, constantly flicking their tongues, made the hairs on their arms stand up. Du Yayiming sneered. Almost forgot about you too. He then pointed at them, saying, Zachariah, you wouldn't want your companions to die in the mouths of these snakes, would you? Avril and Henley's faces instantly turned deathly pale, with Henley instinctively swallowing hard. This is it. It's over. He almost instinctively wanted to call for help. But who would have thought that Avril would cry out first? Zachariah, don't worry about us. Run away. The combined power after stacking the fields far exceeds the sum of two separate fields. And they are definitely sent by Langston. This has nothing to do with you. Run away quickly. Remember to find the Quimulang squad and seek revenge for us. Henley was dumbfounded. No, Avril, I like you, but I didn't plan to die here. Tears welled up in Avril's eyes. At 22, a young woman in the bloom of her life still had so much to look forward to. Who really wanted to die? But she remembered the principle of the demon-slaying army. Sometimes, even in fear, one must face it head-on. As the snake swarm drew closer, Henley remained silent, his tear-streaked eyes gazing at her. Suddenly, he grabbed Henley's hand. Henley, Zachariah is innocent. As a man, are you scared now? Feeling Avril's delicate hand, something he hadn't dared to experience closely in the 2 years he'd known her. Looking at her pitiful appearance, the words, "Are you scared now?" felt so harsh to him. Pity and pride took over him, making his impulse surge once more. A man cannot admit weakness. He tightened his grip on Avril's hand and shouted into the darkness, Zachariah, this has nothing to do with you. They're here to settle scores from Langston. Run, save yourself if you can. Leave us behind. Then, he glared at Du Yayiming. Yuli, don't think we're fish on your cutting board, ready to be carved up. Even if I die, I'll bite a mouthful of fur off you. Zachariah frowned slightly. Though these two were somewhat holding him back, they were at least loyal. He glanced at the fluctuating spiritual energies of Garner and Trent, which were gradually stabilizing. It'll be done soon. Du Yayiming looked at Henley, a mocking smile spreading across his suntanned face. I'm curious how long you can keep being stubborn. In the next moment, the countless snakes creeping toward them suddenly stopped. Their mouths opened, spewing forth thick venom in torrents. Some of them curled up like compressed springs, their poisonous pupils fixed on the two. Rustle. Countless snakes shot forward like arrows, fangs bared, rushing at them. Avril squeezed her eyes shut, clenching Henley's arm tightly in fear. Henley drew a sharp breath, his face, already ashen, suddenly flushing red. Was it from anger or pain from the grip? It's over. I'm going to die. What a waste. I've never even hugged a Teresa before. Henley clenched his eyes, filled with endless regret. Stubborn flaw. My life is way more important than my ego. I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. In the split second when the snake swarm launched their attack, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Without a second thought, he turned and embraced Avril. The softness of her body, her warm body temperature, and the fragrance of a young Teresa enveloped him. Damn it. It's worth it. I'll be a fine man again in 18 years. Bang. A loud noise rang in his ears. The expected pain from being bitten by the snakes and corroded by their venom never came. Henley, why aren't those snakes attacking us? Avril's weak voice suddenly asked. Henley cautiously opened his eyes. Avril was still hiding in his arms, trembling with fear. He scanned the surroundings and noticed that they were protected by a red glowing barrier. Countless little snakes were being held back, continuously assaulting the barrier. A blood-colored long sword was embedded in the rock in front of them, humming faintly. Yin Yin, is this also Zachariah's spirit weapon? Henley asked, seemingly relieved. Avril cautiously opened one eye and glanced forward. An inexplicable sense of security rose within her. We are safe, but the next moment she panicked again. Zachariah, why don't you run away? Brody's brows furrowed into a knot. A new field. A hooded man dressed in tattered clothes emerged from the darkness. His long knife continuously slashed, killing countless snakes. Zachariah's familiar figure walked calmly behind him. You don't think only you have two spirit weapons, do you? Brody's expression was complicated as he subconsciously glanced at the blood-red barrier before him. 30 shadows emerged from the blood-colored long sword, rapidly taking shape. Led by a stern-faced general, they all stepped out of the blood-red domain. 30 willow leaf knives were drawn simultaneously. They massacred the countless snakes like a meat grinder, charging straight toward Brody. These successive changes reminded Brody mysteriously of his brother. Every time he thought he had control over everything, his brother would effortlessly shatter all his pride. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Even if you're also a spirit body, so what? Your two fields can't fully merge yet. You're still doomed. And you're just a second-rank spirit master. How much spirit power do you have to maintain both domains? Today, I'll show you the difference between complete and incomplete overlay of domains. Countless snakes charged towards Zachariah with even fiercer attacks. Each time a batch fell, more snakes crawled out from behind him in the snake nest. The green snake led a group of small snakes straight for Trent and his 29 guards. Meanwhile, it attacked Zachariah and Garner with another group of snakes along with a white snake. Something strange happened. During the charge, a large number of snakes began merging into the white snake, green snake, and his body. Dark red light emanated from the bodies of the white snake and the green snake, emitting an ancient and terrifying aura. Brody's body also emitted a red glow. Veins bulged on his arms, forming a pattern resembling a dragon. Zachariah, you're destined to be my stepping stone to success. The distance between Brody and Zachariah continued to shorten. Zachariah stood still, his face expressionless. Brody, you're very capable and cautious, the most powerful opponent I've encountered in the past few months. But there's one thing you got wrong. My domains perfectly overlap. Chapter 141. Brody's reluctance to accept defeat. Brody roared savagely. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? In the next moment, the crimson domain flared up with light, continuously expanding. In the blink of an eye, it completely merged with deadly darkness, forming a strange and lethal dark red. Hurley's tattered hemp clothes were stained with a hint of dark red. Bain Yin and the 29 bodyguards saw irregular black lines crawl onto their armors. The sudden change caused Brody's pupils to violently tremble. A sense of impending doom rose from the bottom of his heart. But he gritted his teeth and struck at Zachariah even faster and more fiercely. He was only a second-rank brat, and he had fought with the Black Wind Bear and the Mountain Sprite for quite some time. With the physique of a second-rank spirit tamer, maintaining the overlay of domains wouldn't last long. He was barely hanging on by a thread. I just need to break this thread. He will surely die. Avril covered her eyes, unable to bear watching. But worry for Zachariah and a subconscious trust in him made her open her eyes again, peeping forward through her fingers. A shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. Just as the white snake was about to touch Hurley's figure vanished in an instant. Just as Brody's fist was about to smash into Zachariah's face, his entire body passed right through Zachariah's. Then, Zachariah's afterimage instantly disappeared, just as the green snake and countless small snakes were about to engulf Bain Yin and the 29 bodyguards. They vanished out of thin air like magic. Brody, along with the green snake, white snake, and countless small snakes, losing their targets, seemed extremely agitated. Escaping again. Besides hiding, what can you do? Worthless. You might as well kneel down and beg for mercy. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Not far away, Henley muttered softly. Yin, is Zachariah running out of tricks? Avril shot him a glare and realized Henley was still holding her. She quickly pushed him away. Shut your stinking mouth. You're the donkey. He will be fine. She said it confidently, but wasn't sure in her heart. Zachariah was too young. Poo. Suddenly, the continuous sound of long knives slicing through flesh echoed. Countless streaks of knife light flashed through the darkness. Dozens of figures moved swiftly between the swarm of snakes and Brody like ghosts. Henley and Avril could only see flashes of afterimages. Afterimages flashed by, severing the swarm of snakes. The bulky white and green snakes, like live targets, had no intact skin left on their bodies. Even with his rich experience and swift reactions, Brody dodged back and forth, but still suffered multiple wounds all over his body. Henley widened his eyes. Holy crap. This is way too fast. Is this still a domain? He slapped himself on the face. Yin, did I see that right? Zachariah has rendered Brody defenseless. How does he maintain such high intensity within a domain? Avril looked bewildered at everything before her. Including Zachariah, 32 figures darted around in the dark red domain. They moved so fast that she couldn't determine which figure was Zachariah. Sharp blades kept slicing through. Occasionally, numerous shards and flying daggers would also shoot out. Such intense attacks. Could this really be Zachariah's domain? A second-rank spirit tamer shouldn't have enough spiritual energy to sustain such duration. And he was only 18 years old. It hasn't been long since his spirit awakened. Among people his age, almost none could achieve perfect domain overlay, right? Pooh. A cry of pain disrupted Avril's thoughts. She followed the sound and saw that tens of thousands of small snakes had all been slaughtered, while the green and white spirits lay sprawled on the ground, their forms faint. As a blood-red pu Dao sliced through, the two giant snakes turned into dust. Almost simultaneously, the massive snake nest instantly dissipated. All the corpses of small snakes on the ground vanished without a trace. Brody, missing an arm, rolled around in the treasure vault with a ghastly pale face, knocking over countless treasures. His body was riddled with unceasing knife wounds, bleeding profusely. In front of him, Zachariah held a long knife. Its surface cracked like glass, staring coldly at him. Bloodstains from cutting off the arm rapidly slid down the blade. In a moment, there was not a single drop of blood left on the long knife. The dark red domain enveloping their heads vanished in the blink of an eye. Avril and Henley exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. He won. Do we not have to die then? The two dragged themselves over, supporting each other as they walked to Zachariah's side. After hesitating for a moment, they weakly thanked Zachariah. Zachariah glanced at the two but did not speak, instead turning his gaze back to Brody before him. After a long while, perhaps from tiring of howling or gradually adapting to the pain, Brody lay on the ground, breathing heavily, tears welling up in his eyes. What is going on here? I've spent years refining this ultimate killing move, and he just broke it so easily. He's only a second-rank spirit tamer. How could I lose? Moreover, the two artifact spirits I carefully cultivated were both destroyed. It was as if he was transported back to that afternoon when he was 18. Little brother, people are divided into different classes, just like artifact spirits and their vessels. Everything is predetermined. But I worked so hard. Didn't they say that diligence leads to success? Didn't they say that effort always pays off? Why can't I even defeat an 18-year-old boy? I refuse to accept this. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye. Zachariah frowned slightly, then raised his long knife, ready to end it all with one stroke. Brody abruptly stretched out his hand. Wait, I have something to say. Zachariah was puzzled but didn't act hastily. Brody was severely injured and had lost his artifact spirits. He was now weaker than any ordinary person. Clutching his severed arm, Brody slowly sat up. I'll give you all my money and equipment. Just spare my life. Zachariah sneered. Even if I kill you, these things will still be mine. As he spoke, he raised the knife in his hand again. Panicked, Brody knelt before Zachariah, his head bowing repeatedly. I beg you, spare me. Don't you want to know who ordered us to kill you? Henley and Avril frowned, glancing at Zachariah, somewhat confused. They had originally thought these people were sent by Langston. It turned out they were coming after Zachariah for revenge. But who exactly did Zachariah offend that would make someone spend so much to hire a team of 4th-rank spirit tamers to deal with him? Hearing this, Zachariah paused mid-swing. I prefer the defiant version of you. Who sent you? Zachariah's non-committal response alarmed Brody. You must promise not to kill me first. Zachariah's eyes were cold as ancient ice as he advanced step by step. The long knife in his hand emitted a chilling aura. Brody was panic-stricken, retreating continuously. No, don't come any closer. Zachariah, I know you're about to enlist in the military, so you shouldn't kill me. Do you know who I am? I'm Brody, brother of Franklin, the commanding general of Baihu Camp in the Monster Subjugation Army. Upon hearing Franklin's name, Avril and Henley's pupils dilated sharply. Only then did they notice the resemblance between Brody and Franklin. Relieved, Brody started to speak, but found Zachariah's eyes still full of murderous intent, advancing relentlessly toward him. Avril, Henley, according to the Monster Subjugation Army Code, whenever any soldier or their family members are in danger, any other soldier has the duty to protect them. Can you really stand by and watch me die? Or did you already conspire with this brat to attack the family of your comrade? Have you forgotten the principles of the Monster Subjugation Army? Chapter 142, Who will make the move? With such a heavy accusation, Henley and Avril, who had grown up in a sheltered environment, were taken aback. Frankly speaking, both of them hoped that Zachariah would slay Brody. But as Brody pointed out, the demon-suppressing army code explicitly required that one must not ignore fellow soldiers or their families in peril. Otherwise, it was considered a serious violation and would be sent to the military tribunal. Zachariah approached step by step while Brody nearly broke down. Zachariah, do you think they can cover for you after you kill me? The first rule of the demon-suppressing army code clearly states that soldiers must not lie. If you kill me, once you enlist, during your background check, once they ask these two, not only will you be unable to enlist, from then on, you'll have to face the Yi clan's pursuit and be wanted by the demon-suppressing army. Throughout all of Xia, there will be no place for you to stand. Zachariah suddenly stopped, looking as if he had just realized something. So you are here on behalf of the Yi clan, likely having something to do with Alicia. Suddenly, a glint of coldness flashed in Zachariah's eyes. Spirit weapon effect, sudden cold edge. The spirit weapon, Garner, revealed its full sharpness. The deep blue blade flared up sharply. Zachariah, don't kill him. Zachariah, no you can't. Henley and Avril almost simultaneously pulled Zachariah back. The knife, which was initially aimed at Brody's throat, changed direction abruptly and slashed across his face. A horrifying wound instantly appeared on Brody's face. Blood spurted everywhere. The burning pain on his face made Brody roll in agony again. Zachariah's icy gaze swept over Henley and Avril standing behind him. What? You want to help him? An overwhelming killing intent enveloped the two unashamedly. For Zachariah, whether or not he killed, he had already offended the Wallace brothers. If he didn't kill Brody, more trouble might come in the future. Zachariah did not want to live constantly on guard against being tricked. Avril and Henley acutely sensed the killing intent in Zachariah's eyes. This left them bewildered. After all they had been through together, could it be that he still didn't consider them friends? In truth, this was indeed the case. To Zachariah, they were merely companions along the way. As long as their actions didn't threaten Zachariah, he wouldn't mind helping them to some extent. But if they insisted on protecting Brody, they would become Zachariah's enemies. Zachariah would not hesitate to strike. It's not like that. Zachariah, calm down first. Zachariah, please calm down. This situation is complicated. Henley and Avril quickly explained. Especially Avril, who even stepped right in front of Zachariah. Zachariah, listen to me. I also wish he was dead. But his brother is Franklin. Do you know who Franklin is? The top soldier in the White Tiger camp, potentially breaking through to the 7th rank anytime. He's this year's most promising new star to join the demon-suppressing independent brigade. Henley and I are part of the demon-suppressing army. According to the code. She was interrupted mid-sentence by Zachariah's stern shout. Enough. His icy gaze swept past Avril's big, tearful eyes. Avril felt her body shudder violently, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. In those eyes, colder than ice, Avril sensed indifference, a disregard for the rules. The manifested Garner and Trent instantly gathered behind Zachariah. Similarly cold, they fixed their lethal gazes on Avril. Seeing this, Henley panicked. Judging from Zachariah's recent behavior, he knew that even at their best, neither of them could match Zachariah. Especially now, with both of them seriously injured. Yunyan, move aside. Henley, stop trying to intervene if you're not going to help me. Henley tried to pull Avril away, but instead was pushed to the ground by Avril during the struggle. Avril timidly looked at Zachariah and the two spirit weapons behind him. Zachariah, you cannot. She started to speak, but choked back the rest of her words. Trent and Garner, glaring at her like enraged deities, seemed ready to attack without hesitation if she said another word. She cautiously glanced at Zachariah again and saw that although his eyes were still icy, he appeared calm. Deciding to try again, she opened her mouth to continue, but Zachariah's next action left her speechless. Zachariah slowly raised his hand holding the long sword. Garner turned it around and handed the hilt to her. Zachariah, what are you? Zachariah said coldly. Kill him, or I'll kill you. Zachariah's cold gaze swept over Henley sitting on the ground. And you? Henley was dumbfounded. What the hell does this have to do with me? Wasn't I trying to convince Avril not to stop you? Avril looked at Zachariah in shock, unable to understand why he was forcing her to do this. She didn't know that when Du Yehia Ming emphasized that they must abide by the demon-suppressing army code, Zachariah had become wary of the two of them. When Zachariah decided to instantly slay Du Yehia Ming, they interrupted his move, causing his fatal strike to go astray. This further deepened Zachariah's distrust towards them. Zachariah knew very well that in the 32 protective cities of Xia, there were countless organizations big and small. But the Yi clan and the demon-suppressing army were undoubtedly behemoths within the territory of Tai'e. He had already caught the attention of the Yi clan. If he were also wanted by the demon-suppressing army before he fully grew into his powers due to the system, there would be no place for him in all of Tai'e. He could choose not to join the demon-suppressing army, but he absolutely couldn't offend it. To ensure this matter wouldn't be exposed, there were only two ways out. Either let these two lie here forever, or drag them into the mess. Considering that they had shown him loyalty, Zachariah decided to give them a chance. If they refused to act against Du Yehye, Zachariah could only harden his heart and kill them both. Tears, like pearls, uncontrollably flowed down Avril's face. Zachariah, how can you treat me like this? I hate you. Zachariah remained silent, but the killing intent in his eyes was evident. Henley hurriedly pulled Avril aside. Zachariah, don't mind Yunyan. She's stubborn. He realized that Zachariah was someone who, once set on a path, would crash through any obstacle in his way. Once he made up his mind, no one could dissuade him. Moreover, Avril was equally obstinate. If she continued to argue with Zachariah, they might end up dead here. Facing a stubborn person against a stubborn mindset, he felt helpless. Henley, let me go. Avril tried to break free from Henley's grip, blocking Zachariah again. But Henley held her back firmly. Zachariah, ignore her. Take your action. You owe a debt. Pay it back. Take a life. Give yours. Even if this bastard is Du Yehye's brother, he committed the first wrongdoing. Zachariah gave him a cold look, keeping the long knife poised to strike. So, who will make the move? Zachariah paused, his icy eyes fixating on him, making the air seem to freeze. Or, shall I do it myself? Chapter 143, a conclusion? An intense feeling of weakness continuously assaulted Zachariah. Zachariah even felt an urge to sit down and take a good rest. This was the after effect of the rapid depletion of spiritual energy within his body in a short period due to the overlay of domains. Though the overlay of domains could combine the characteristics of two domains, significantly boosting the strength of both the spirit artifact's soul and its host. At the same time, the rate of spiritual energy consumption was several times that of deploying the domains separately. At this moment, Zachariah felt as if he had been completely drained. He relied on sheer perseverance to hold out against Avril and Henley. But now, he could barely hold on. He needed to quickly consume some recovery potion. Before Henley and Avril chose sides, he couldn't expose his weakened state. He must force the two of them to choose sides. Grinding his teeth, he slowly walked towards Avril and Henley. His cold, piercing gaze was like a sharp blade, making Henley and Avril feel uneasy. Zachariah, we've at least known each other for a while. Let's talk it out calmly. Don't be impulsive, there must be other ways to solve this. Yunyan, don't make a fuss, everything can be negotiated, right? At this moment, Henley felt extremely frustrated. He felt like an aggrieved party caught between stubbornness and inflexibility. He just wanted to live. Why was it so difficult? Seeing Zachariah approaching step by step, Avril was still trying to break free from his control. His nerves were on the verge of collapse. He really wanted to ask Avril, did you trade your IQ for looks? Didn't you see that Zachariah wasn't joking at all? Yunyan, stop it, he roared furiously. Avril, who was trying to escape just now, instantly fell silent. She looked at Henley blankly. This was the first time in their 2 years of acquaintance that Henley had ever shouted at her. Henley, you shouted at me. Henley didn't have time to pay attention to him. He took a deep breath and looked at Zachariah. Zachariah, I understand what you're thinking. You just want us to be involved, right? Damn it, isn't it just killing a mercenary? I'll do it for you. Brody, who had already fainted from pain, was awakened by Henley's roar. The scorching pain came from wounds all over his body, but the two cuts on his arm and face hurt the most. Heavy, hurried, and somewhat angry footsteps made him look up. Just in time, he saw Henley striding toward him, a pair of black gloves with a cold gleam gradually forming on his hands. Henley, what are you going to do? I am Brody, the younger brother of Franklin. Brody's pupils trembled violently. He screamed desperately, dragging his injured body backward. Henley caught up quickly and spat angrily. Phew, Franklin is the pride of our White Tiger camp. How could he have a thug brother like you? You must be an imposter. He grabbed Brody's hair. Isn't that right? Ferguson, like lightning, an iron fist weighing thousands of pounds suddenly struck. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The iron fist hit Brody's face, and blood splattered everywhere from his already bleeding face, like exploding fireworks. Brody felt dizzy, his vision blurred by blood. Now, he was barely breathing, but his venomous eyes stared fiercely at Henley. Henley, you are killing the relative of a colleague. My brother won't forgive you. That punch made Henley feel mentally and physically relieved, as if the troubles he encountered one after another from the demonic beasts and the resentment caused by Zachariah and Avril had all dissipated with the strike. He spat. Killing the relative of a colleague? This is self-defense. Removing a cancer from the mercenary industry. He raised his right arm, aimed at Brody's temple, and was about to deliver the final blow. Thud! A long sword like shattered glass sped toward Brody, piercing his heart through his back. Brody widened his eyes and turned his head incredulously toward the back. Not far away, inside the dim treasure vault, an 18-year-old boy coldly watched him. Those eyes seemed like an unfathomable icy pond in the depth of winter, devoid of any warmth. Artifact Soul, Garner, killed a level 4 Spirit Tamer, plus 2050 experience. Joint progress triggered, host experience, plus 2050. Task completion July 8th. Adequate experience. Would you like to refine the Artifact Soul? Continuous system prompts sounded, but Zachariah seemed oblivious to them, sitting down on the ground, gasping for breath. All the murderous aura dissipated instantly. He appeared to be just an extremely weak 18-year-old youth. Trembling, he used the last bit of spirit energy to take out 5 or 6 bottles of B-grade recovery potion from his storage ring. Like a traveler in the desert who has lacked water for a long time, he drank the recovery potions one by one. His spirit-depleted body was like land parched by drought being irrigated, slowly nourishing every part of him. The ability, Gradual Recovery, was also quietly activated at the same moment, repairing Zachariah's damaged body. Henley and Avril were stunned as they watched Zachariah's sudden transformation. What happened to him? Wasn't he fine just now? And normally, a rank 2 spirit tamer should only need 2 bottles of B-grade recovery potion, right? Why did he need so many? Henley glanced at the already dead Brody, an idea coming to him. He cautiously approached Zachariah. When he was about 3 to 5 meters away, Zachariah suddenly stood up, looking at him warily. What do you want? Henley hurriedly raised both hands. Zachariah, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to give you some recovery potions. As he spoke, he took out 2 bottles of SSS-grade recovery potion from his storage ring. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The quality is a bit low, don't mind it. Our company has been a bit poor these years. Zachariah frowned and did not take the recovery potion from Henley. He had just forced Henley to kill Brody. He didn't believe Henley would be so kind-hearted. However, when he tried to sense if Henley harbored any murderous intent sensing showed no reaction. Zachariah was puzzled. Why are you giving me this? Avril also looked at Henley with confusion, equally bewildered about why he was giving Zachariah the potions. Henley chuckled, glancing at Brody's corpse. Zachariah, I understand everything. You're actually a good person, even though you seemed a bit fierce just now. But you wanted to see our attitude, right? I know you were afraid that I would have a psychological burden because of killing the relative of a colleague, so you chose to finish him off yourself. Thank you. You're a good man. Don't worry. When we return to the White Tiger camp, if the higher-ups investigate you, I'll definitely keep it confidential. To hell with the Monster Suppression Army code. Staying alive is the most important thing. Seeing the expression on Henley's face that seemed to think of him as a good person, Zachariah was speechless but did not explain too much. Yeah, you understand well. Hearing their conversation, Avril's puffy eyes filled with doubt. Did he never intend to force me to act from the beginning? He just wanted to see our stance. From start to finish, he planned to bear everything on his own. Suddenly, tears welled up again in Avril's eyes. She felt guilty for her narrow-minded thoughts, thinking she had wronged Zachariah. They didn't know that in Zachariah's view, since Henley had taken action, they were already in the same boat regardless of who killed Brody. Moreover, Zachariah ended Brody's life solely to complete the mission. Thinking of the mission, Zachariah was a bit puzzled. Just now, the system gave many prompts, but he didn't know what the reward was. With a thought, the light blue screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. When he saw the task completion rate, task completion 7/8, he fell into deep thought. I clearly remember that I've killed all 8 of them. Why is there still one left? Thoughts flashed through Zachariah's mind. A figure appeared in his mind. By the way, what rank are you, Zachariah? Henley asked curiously. Zachariah's performance tonight made it hard for Henley to believe he was just a second-rank spirit tamer. Zachariah glanced at him. Second rank. Henley smirked. Zachariah, there's no need to lie. This matter is over, and we're practically sworn brothers who have shared life and death. Zachariah didn't want to explain too much and turned his gaze towards not far away. Who told you that this matter is over? Henley was confused and followed Zachariah's gaze forward. Not far away, amidst the scattered gold and silver jewelry, lay a tall, thin man. Chapter 144, Henley's Admiration. In the dimly lit treasure vault, Zachariah had just taken a bucket of water out of his storage ring when it was promptly received by Henley. Zachariah, take a rest. I can handle this. Henley looked as if he were a loyal subordinate with Zachariah being his leader. Zachariah nodded without adding any words. Taking over the bucket of water, Henley strode forward a few steps. Splash. A bucket of water splashed onto the lanky figure lying in front of them. The man abruptly opened his eyes and started breathing heavily. Who the hell did that? He angrily observed the surroundings. The treasure vault remained the same, but his teammates lay scattered around, lifeless and mangled. And he, too, was tied up tightly. He attempted to activate his spiritual energy to break free, only then realizing a peculiar collar encircled his neck. Henley watched him with amusement. Don't bother trying. This is the Spirit Suppression Collar from the Demon Subduing Army, an upgraded version of the Spirit Suppression handcuffs. Even a 6th-tier spirit handler would be made to behave once wearing it. Iggy's anger surged from within. Bastard. Untie me right now. Enraged, he lunged at Henley. However, the next second, he collapsed on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, blue arcs of electricity jolting incessantly from the collar. Henley proudly pulled out a small black remote control from his trouser pocket. Lie there quietly, or I'll give you a taste of continuous 200 V electric shocks for 24 hours. When the electric shock stopped, Iggy fell into despair and dared not make another move. Lying helplessly on the damp, cold floor filled with the stench of blood, despair enveloped him. He couldn't comprehend how his proud skill, Vinnying death, could have been exposed. Holy shit. Zachariah, you're amazing. I admire you more and more. How did you know this guy was faking death? Henley looked at Zachariah with full admiration. Zachariah's various performances on the journey profoundly impressed Henley, especially after all the incidents in the treasure vault one after another. This admiration escalated to worship. Though they had some unpleasant encounters before, at this moment, he deemed it was merely due to lack of understanding towards Zachariah. Zachariah cast a cold glance at the fat man sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, and calmly said, when we first encountered them, this guy used this trick to deceive us. Henley looked at Zachariah in surprise. Meaning, you figured out they were plotting against us from the very beginning? He originally believed Zachariah discerned the intentions of people like Brody through clues inside the cave. But it turned out, he sensed something amiss right from the start. Impossible. Impossible. You're just a high school graduate kid. How could you possibly have seen through it from the start? Iggy roared again like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The skill, Vinnying death, was acquired by him unexpectedly from an ancient book. Although he hadn't completely mastered it, its effectiveness was already extraordinary, even studied halfway. Back when he was a rookie, he had successfully deceived experts of the 4th, 5th, and even 6th tier using this skill, allowing him to grow until today. He didn't believe Zachariah could see through his Vinnying death. Zachariah glanced at him indifferently without answering. Keen observation was a habit taught by Abdur. Skill, insight, enhanced his vision. These capabilities allowed Zachariah to see through his disguise. He took over the remote control from Henley. A light press. Iggy's body instantly stiffened and began convulsing, stopping the shocks. Iggy's tensed body relaxed immediately, gasping for air. Before he could catch his breath, scorching, numbing, intense electrical shocks came again, making his body jerk repeatedly. Zachariah operated the remote continuously. Avril wanted to say something about Zachariah's devilish torture of Iggy, but feared misunderstanding him, so she stayed silent. Henley looked indifferent. Zachariah, why go through all this trouble? Just kill him and be done with it. Since Iggy wasn't related to the demon-subduing army, he felt no psychological pressure in executing him. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. Zachariah, don't worry. Let me do it this time. No need for you to get your hands dirty. Avril watched Zachariah and Henley blankly. For some reason, she felt like Zachariah resembled a young master from an ancient wealthy family who did as he pleased while Henley seemed like a vicious hound under his command. Zachariah gave Henley a disdainful look. If we kill him, who will lead us out of Sunset Mountain? Do you still want to return to Honshui City? Henley scratched his head, embarrassed, got carried away, and forgot about that. But if we need him as our guide, why torture him like this? Avril timidly interjected. Zachariah, the demon-subduing army forbids the torture of prisoners. Zachariah looked at both of them as if they were fools. Without instilling fear in him, how can you make him lead us? Besides, even if he does lead us, aren't you afraid he might take us deeper into Sunset Mountain? Pausing for a moment, Zachariah looked at Avril expressionlessly. You've misunderstood one thing. I haven't joined the demon-subduing army. His cold tone made Avril feel as though an unbridgeable chasm had formed between her and Zachariah. Her heart felt as if it were being sliced by a blade. After a long while, only when Iggy began foaming at the mouth, barely breathing, did Zachariah return the remote control to Henley. Let him rest for a bit, then try to wake him up so he can lead us. I'll go tidy up these things. Zachariah pointed to the scattered treasures on the ground and the corpses of monsters and mercenaries. Just as Zachariah was about to leave, Henley grabbed his shoulder, yet remained silent. Zachariah looked at Henley curiously. He appeared hesitant and uncomfortable. What's wrong? Henley, after hesitating for some time, finally spoke. Zachariah, can you give me all the stuff in this treasure vault? Don't worry, we only want what you don't need. Fearing Zachariah might misunderstand, he quickly explained. Zachariah, I'm not trying to pressure you. If you don't want to give, forget I said anything. He knew that during their trials, he and Avril hadn't been able to help much, and logically, all these spoils should belong to Zachariah. However, he also understood that if he didn't save face for the future of Keywood Wolf Squadron, they would be in even more trouble. Do you really lack money? Henley nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but it's not just me. It's the whole Keywood Wolf Squadron. Zachariah nodded. I understand. He pointed to the small mountain of gold and silver. I'll pick a few materials from these. The rest is yours. Henley's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Zachariah nodded again. Really? Henley was taken aback because Zachariah didn't even ask for a reason before agreeing. Zachariah patted his shoulder. Wake him up quickly. Henley nodded emphatically and hurried over to Iggy. As if to show his attitude to Zachariah, he slapped Iggy hard across the face. Wake up. If you want to live, get up and lead me. To this, Zachariah only smiled. For Zachariah, the loot stolen by low-level monsters like the Mountain Imp could hardly be valuable. The real treasures were the spirit devices of the mercenaries and their storage rings. As for this vault, he planned to simply skim through it. The gold and silver treasures, along with materials from monster corpses, filled Zachariah's storage rings until they were nearly full. This scene left Avril dumbfounded. Zachariah, how do you have so many storage rings? Storage rings' price was tied to their internal space size, usually 10,000 per cubic meter. Low-quality storage rings typically had only 5 or 6 cubic meters, enough for spirit handlers to store equipment and materials. However, Zachariah's storage rings, while not top-notch, were all 30 to 40 cubic meters each. Translated to cost, each ring would be 3 to 4 million. An ordinary spirit handler wouldn't spend so much on storage rings. Naturally, Zachariah wasn't going to tell her these were all looted from others. But for a moment, he couldn't think of how to explain. Deciding to ignore her question, Zachariah continued putting items into his storage rings. Avril fell silent, a sense of loss creeping over her. He indeed hates me. I deserve this. She felt as though she had lost something important. Meanwhile, Zachariah kept focusing on stowing away treasures one by one. Suddenly, Zachariah's hand paused. In his hand was a somewhat smooth piece of ragged black cloth. What's this? There's a scent of black wind bear on it. Chapter 145, A Bumper Harvest. A-grade quasi-artifact spirit, chasing wind detected. Who wouldn't want to be a man like the wind, if it were possible? Would the host like to smelt it? A-grade quasi-artifact spirit? Looks like it's a good thing for enhancing speed. If that's really the case, then my shortcoming in speed will finally be compensated. Zachariah was immensely excited. Although he still hadn't found any martial arts skills to improve his speed, with this quasi-artifact spirit, it would have a similar effect to some extent. He calmed his restive heart and carefully examined the black cloth in his hand again, sniffing the air above the cloth. It smells somewhat like a cloak, and apart from the aura of the black gale bear, there's a strong smell of bear musk as well. Zachariah narrowed his eyes slightly, looking deeply at Jaden, who was sitting listlessly by the cave entrance, out of breath. No wonder the black gale bear would burrow into the mountain Sao's lair. It turns out it's because you put this cloak in its treasure vault. Upon hearing this, Henley immediately recalled the excruciating pain of being thoroughly beaten by the black gale bear. Infuriated, he gave Jaden a hard kick. Turns out it's you who attracted the black gale bear. Damn you. Another round of slaps landed on Jaden's face, which was already skin and bones, now swelling up like a sausage stuffed with 2 eggs. Zachariah's gaze returned to the black cloak. This black gale bear sure has had quite the luck, having not only a shoulder guard that can turn it into an ethereal spirit, boosting its power, but also a core capable of being refined into a B-grade artifact spirit, and even possessing an A-grade quasi-artifact spirit. A sardonic smile curved his lips. But all these end up benefiting me. Zachariah continued sorting through the items before him. Apart from some lower-grade potions and materials, he didn't find much else. By the time he finished sorting through all the loot, he had filled 7 or 8 storage rings, with a total value of around 5 or 600 million. Next, he turned to the corpses of Brody and the other 7. Among the 8 artifact spirits, 2 had been destroyed by Trent. Of the remaining 6, stripping failed for 2, causing them to dissipate. Of the 4 remaining artifact spirits, 3 were C-grade, and only one was B-grade. This outcome puzzled Zachariah. Fortunately, the 7 people's storage rings brought him some joy. All 7 storage rings were of medium to high quality, with the largest being Brody's, holding 500 cubic meters. There were many A-grade and B-grade potions within the rings, but mostly recovery agents, along with numerous materials suitable for refining artifact spirits. Not bad for a mercenary team, all 4th rank members. Years of accumulation make a difference. Zachariah's gaze swept over the contents of each ring, and his smile never faded. This is... Zachariah paused while examining Brody's storage ring, captivated by a box of black pyramid-shaped material. Rare material, dead iron detected, useful for upgrading the domain quality of artifact spirits. Dead iron. Zachariah gasped sharply. He knew this metal to be extremely expensive. Priced at around 500,000 per tael, it was virtually unavailable for purchase. And yet, a whole box lay inside Brody's storage ring. The domains of Garner and Trent can finally be upgraded. Long ago, Zachariah noticed that the domain qualities of Garner and Trent were both low-grade. He tried searching online for ways to upgrade their domain qualities. However, the answers he received were vague. Unless it was a common artifact spirit, most required independent exploration. Still, most guides mentioned one point. Dead iron was a universal material for domain quality upgrades. If enough dead iron was available, it might even directly upgrade the domain to perfect quality. Overjoyed, Zachariah felt as though Brody hadn't come for revenge, but to bring warmth to him. Gradually, Zachariah calmed down and suddenly realized something. Brody's group, being a private mercenary team unaffiliated with any organization, was fairly decent among mercenaries, with all members at the 4th rank. But given their strength, they certainly couldn't have obtained so much dead iron. Thus, Zachariah began to scrutinize the box of dead iron. His gaze ultimately settled on the upper right corner of the box's front, where 2 square characters were printed in regular script. Ye family. Zachariah's expression grew serious. Such a huge investment doesn't match the Jasper family's financial capabilities. The only answer is, Ye RSDD has started targeting me due to Alicia. Zachariah couldn't help but sneer. To permanently occupy unparalleled city, they've gone to great lengths indeed. His gaze became cold, knowing full well that from this moment on, he was in a mortal conflict with Alicia, Ye RSDD, and the entire Ye family. One day, I will uproot the entire Ye family. Zachariah silently vowed. At this moment, Henley was dragging Ephraim along with Avril and walked over. Zachariah, are we ready to leave? Zachariah glanced at his phone. It was 4 in the morning. They had already spent 7 or 8 hours inside the mountain. He nodded. We should go now. As he spoke, he tossed 6 storage rings filled with loot to Henley. Remember to return the storage rings to me when it's time. Henley's face lit up with joy as he nodded vigorously. Zachariah, from now on, you're my boss. Whatever you say, I'll do. Though these items might be a mere drop in the bucket for the entire Quimulang detachment, they could solve quite a few problems. Zachariah shrugged indifferently. It's best if I can help you. Though Zachariah hadn't systematically studied management, he knew the theory of mixing carrot and stick. Besides, after bullying Henley earlier, it was only fair to compensate him now. However, Zachariah didn't realize that he had already established an image of a good elder brother in Henley's heart. The next morning, the red sun slowly rose from the distance. The gentle sunlight, however, couldn't penetrate the thick fog. Zachariah and his 2 companions, along with the captive Ephraim, emerged from a cave on the mountainside. Although they had fought through an entire night, the fresh air made them forget their troubles. It feels so great to be alive. Henley yelled at the top of his lungs, standing halfway up the mountain, startling countless birds and animals into fleeing. Roar! In response, a mighty roar full of authority echoed from afar. Just one roar caused Zachariah's heart to race, his blood to chill, and his limbs to feel weak. His body wanted to prostrate itself before the owner of this voice. Jingxin quietly activated, sending a wave of coolness sweeping through Zachariah's body. Zachariah's heartbeat slowed, his blood boiled again, and his limbs regained strength. Zachariah frowned slightly. What kind of beast was this, that despite being thousands of meters away, could nearly make him kneel with just one roar? 7th grade beast. Ephraim's trembling voice sounded behind Zachariah. Zachariah turned around and saw that, apart from himself, Henley, Avril, and Ephraim were all lying prostrate, shivering uncontrollably. Especially Ephraim, whose face, already pale from injury, was now even whiter. The roar gradually faded into the wind, and the forest resumed its calm. Henley and the others slowly recovered, collapsing on the ground like they had been given a new lease on life. Henley, why did you yell out randomly? You almost brought over a 7th grade beast. Avril complained. Henley pouted. How would I know there was a 7th grade beast in Loxia mountain range? Damn, such terrifying pressure. I've only felt it from the commander. He looked up at Zachariah and found that Zachariah was standing upright as if nothing had happened, eyes widening instantly. Zachariah, are you okay? The 7th grade beast's pressure didn't affect you. Avril and Ephraim, hearing this, simultaneously looked at Zachariah, disbelief filling their eyes. The roar of a 7th grade beast was filled with pressure, nearly suffocating the 3 of them. But Zachariah stood there unaffected, his back straight, leaving them astonished. Zachariah shrugged. A little bit, not much. Henley, Avril, Ephraim, standing halfway up the mountain, Zachariah gazed toward the depths of Loxia mountain where the roar originated. The thick fog acted like a veil of the gods, blocking Zachariah's sight, preventing him from seeing what secrets lay hidden within. A 7th grade beast. Perhaps it won't be long before I come looking for you. Zachariah muttered, glancing at the trio, thinking to himself. Before then, I must increase my strength as soon as possible. It seems, Garner, can evolve soon. I need to find an opportunity to upgrade its quality away from them. Chapter 146, False Armament Spirit, Chasing Wind. At the edge of the Sunset Mountain Range, there was an abandoned town. On the cracked road, there were long abandoned shops, houses, and rusted, dilapidated vehicles scattered everywhere. Not far away, 4 mercenaries dressed plainly were engaged in a fierce battle with a 2nd-rank demon beast. A few minutes later, as the demon beast collapsed weakly on the ground, Smiles of joy appeared on the faces of the 4 mercenaries. Captain Halden, the activities of demon beasts have become more frequent these past few months. Who knows when a beast flood might break out? In previous years around this time, the White Tiger Grand Camp would usually release many missions to exterminate demon beasts, right? Why has it been so quiet this year? Yeah, I chatted with a friend last night, and they said that the other 3 Grand Camps, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, have released plenty of missions. Even the Yi family has started to acquire all kinds of materials on a large scale. But the White Tiger Grand Camp has been unusually quiet. If you ask me, we should consider going to other refuge cities. The captain named Halden was a burly man. He nodded and said, I've been thinking the same thing. And haven't you noticed that the demon beasts on the outskirts have become fewer and fewer recently? The 3 men nodded vigorously and looked at Halden with puzzled expressions. That's true, Captain. Do you know what's happening? Halden nodded again. In the past couple of days, I asked someone to inquire about it. They say that starting last month, the White Tiger Grand Camp quietly drove a lot of the outer area demon beasts into the abandoned satellite city to the east. They also set up a 20,000-volt high-voltage power grid over there, seemingly trying to create a live combat training ground. The 3 men exchanged glances, their expressions becoming even more confused. A live combat training ground? What do they need something like that for? Halden sighed. You've all heard about the catastrophe at the White Tiger Grand Camp 8 years ago, right? Since then, the main forces of the White Tiger Grand Camp have lost at least 60% of their strength. As a result, during the annual joint competition between the 4 Grand Camps, the White Tiger Grand Camp has always been at the bottom. A hint of regret flashed across their faces. Halden continued. It's rumored that over the past few years, although the recruits taken in by the White Tiger Grand Camp had good talents and their armament spirits were not of low quality, they lacked the ruthlessness and courage. Once they enter real combat, they get nervous. To solve this problem, they plan to intensify the tests for new recruits this year. They say that those who cannot pass, no matter how high the quality of their armament spirit or talent is, will be rejected outright. The 3 mercenaries looked astonished. What the hell? Does that mean that the White Tiger Grand Camp plans to let a bunch of newbies fight the demon beasts directly in the test? Aren't they afraid that people will die in the evaluation? Halden shrugged. Who knows? But there's a rumor that the White Tiger Grand Camp has even set aside 1/5 of its budget as compensation funds for this exam. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Although they didn't know exactly how much 1/5 of the White Tiger Grand Camp's annual budget was, it couldn't be less than hundreds of billions. Halden laughed helplessly. Look at your amazed faces. Hundreds of billions may seem like a lot to us, but for a rank 6 or 7 armament master, it could just be the cost of refining their armament spirit a few times. Their eyes involuntarily dulled. Indeed, 300 years after the awakening of spiritual energy, the lives of ordinary people hadn't changed much. But for armament masters, money seemed almost worthless, and the wealth gap was enormous. Several 100,000 might be the life savings of an ordinary person, but for an armament master, it could only buy a low-level storage ring. Tens of millions might buy a building, but for an armament master, it could only buy a rare martial technique. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept by. Sand and debris were stirred up everywhere. Blinded by the wind, the 4 of them could not open their eyes. What the heck? Where did this wind come from? There was no sign of it coming. Protect our loot. After a while, the fierce wind moved away, leaving only a deserted street covered in chaos on the long, cracked road. The 4 men were dirty and continuously spitting out the dirt from their mouths. It's still early in the year. Why such a strong wind? Halden looked into the distance and muttered, that doesn't seem like wind. Captain, are you kidding? If not wind, then what? Halden looked bewildered and uncertain. I thought I saw a young boy's face in the wind. It must be some rich kid practicing a special martial technique, or perhaps a false armament spirit, or some kind of special armament spirit. The crowd's mood became even more depressed. Sometimes, the gap between people is greater than the gap between humans and beasts. They had gone through great efforts to kill a demon beast worth 100,000, which had to be split among the 4 of them. And here, a young boy possessed something enviable, fast as the wind. Seeing the dejected expressions of his companions, Bai Yun chuckled heartily. Do not be elated by external things, nor saddened by personal misfortunes. People start from different points and reach different ends. We just need to do our part, and eventually, we will reach the destination that is meant for us. His words seemed to inspire them, as their lethargy vanished instantly. Bai Yun waved his hand. Let's go. We have another mission to complete. Let me check. Oh, it seems the CEO of Prosperous Group in Hanshui City wants some fish now. It must be a second-rank phoenix tail fish from the upper reaches of Hanshui River, 10 in total, with a reward of 300,000. About 10 kilometers away, the fierce wind gradually slowed down, revealing the figure of a young boy draped in a black cloak amidst the swirling dust. As the dust settled, the boy stopped in front of an abandoned clock tower. Zachariah waved his hand to clear the dust from his nose. Going too fast isn't good either. It gets you a nose full of dirt. Despite his complaint, there was a hint of joy on his face. He looked up at the towering clock tower, smiled faintly, then leaped onto the outer wall with several bounds, reaching the highest point. He gazed into the distance where he had come from, and pulled out a beautifully crafted monocular from his storage ring. This was one of the spoils taken from the storage rings of Brody and his group. After a moment, Zachariah put the monocular back with a smile. He removed the black cloak. This chasing wind is indeed ridiculously fast. I can't even see Avril and the others yet. But chasing wind also has its flaws. It consumes spiritual energy way too quickly. It's impractical for long journeys. It's best used only for escape or pursuit. He put the black cloak back into his storage ring and glanced again in the direction he had come. At the speed of Avril's motorcycle, it will take them about half an hour to catch up to me. That should give Hurley enough time to advance. For days, he had been looking for opportunities to temper the spirit of Hurley. But both Avril and Henley clung to him like they were possessed, never giving him a chance to temper Hurley. So, he came up with an excuse, citing the need to test the false spirit chasing wind, which allowed him to leave them far behind. Zachariah found a relatively clean corner inside the clock tower, laid down a newspaper, and sat cross-legged. With a thought, The long sword Hurley appeared in his hands. Seemingly sensing Zachariah's intention, Hurley began to hum and vibrate with evident excitement. A translucent blue screen appeared before him. He tapped into Hurley's details page, and a line of text showed up. Experience sufficient. Proceed with the spirit tempering? Without hesitation, Zachariah chose to proceed. A formidable wave of spiritual energy, not his own, surged from deep within Zachariah, enveloping Hurley. Hurley floated slowly in the air. The immense spiritual energy pounded against the shattered glass-like blade, creating a mesmerizing wave of beauty. Unfathomable power started merging with Hurley, adhering to every fragment of the broken blade. A barely perceptible aura, one that ordinary spirit masters would find hard to notice, began to oscillate in the air, drifting into the distance. Hurley was undergoing a tempering process entirely different from before. Chapter 147 S rank. Spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and the long sword, Garner, landed in Zachariah's hands. The blade, which resembled shattered glass, now bore numerous wave-like patterns, akin to the waves whipped up by a fierce wind at sea. Refinement successful. A rank spirit arm, Garner, has successfully advanced to S rank. Compatibility +10. The spirit arm, Garner, has awakened with the effect, Gale. The shattered blade, like giant waves swept up by the gale, seeks to shred everything that dares to underestimate it. A figure wearing a bamboo hat emerged from the long sword, materializing from the void. Garner quietly looked at Zachariah, a smile on its face. A gentle breeze blew, causing the long hair beneath the bamboo hat to flutter. Zachariah slowly opened his eyes and saw the stern yet warm smiling Garner. Garner, you've grown stronger again. Zachariah could clearly feel that this, Garner, was several times more powerful than when it was at the A rank. Garner nodded. Thank you. Zachariah was momentarily stunned. Then a look of overwhelming joy appeared on his face. You can communicate with me. Garner gave a slight nod. Thank you for your hard work. This ambiguous response left Zachariah somewhat puzzled, but he quickly understood Garner's meaning. It should be read as, thank you for your hard work. Given that it wasn't fully articulated, it seemed there were still certain limitations, much like with Trent. It seems that for Garner to communicate normally with me, we need to continue improving its quality. Despite this, Zachariah was incredibly excited. After all, to him, Garner held extraordinary significance. This was his companion spirit arm, which he had watched rise from F rank all the way to today's S rank. Zachariah smiled faintly. Garner, trust me, one day I will help you break through the SSS rank and even reach even higher levels. Garner stared into Zachariah's eyes, suddenly clenching his left fist over his chest. I will devote my life to serving my master. This humane statement left Zachariah somewhat perplexed. Garner, have you always been a spirit arm, or did you become one for some reason? Garner frowned, his calm eyes now resembling turbulent waters, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly. Blank, can't remember. Zachariah wasn't surprised by this answer. He had communicated privately with Trent many times and received similarly blank responses. It was as if someone had deliberately erased the spirit arm's memories, turning them into pure killing tools. While Zachariah was deep in thought, a red light flashed, and Trent promptly appeared to the left of Garner. At the same time, a graceful silhouette surged from within Zachariah's body, the beautiful eyes of spirit arm, number 13 scanning, Garner, repeatedly. Congratulations, Trent said, a trace of envy in his eyes. All glory to my master, Garner replied loyally, looking at Zachariah. Spirit arm, Garner, is extremely grateful to the host for never considering giving up on it, even when its quality was too low. This makes Garner feel that the host is an extremely righteous person. Compatibility +20. Spirit arm, Trent, can clearly perceive Garner's significantly increased strength, and realizes this comes from the host. He starts to look forward to the day he can also advance like Garner. Thus his anticipation and compatibility with the host increase. Compatibility +5. Spirit arm number 13 feels surprised by Garner's advancement to S rank, but even more surprised by the host's commitment to not abandoning low-quality spirit arms. Her goodwill towards the host has increased. Spirit arm number 7 wonders if, once out of the case, the host could bring it to an even higher level. This question makes him ponder deeply. Spirit arm number 3 slowly opened his eyes and scanned Garner, showing surprise but not too much astonishment, as if the appearance of an S-rank spirit arm didn't faze him. The constant system prompts left Zachariah momentarily bewildered. What surprised him most was the sudden increase in compatibility between Garner and Trent, as well as the increase in number 13's goodwill towards him. I didn't expect Garner's quality upgrade to bring so many unexpected blessings. With a thought, Zachariah immediately accessed Garner's detailed information page. Spirit arm, Garner, quality S. Effect 1, cold light emerges. Effect 2, shapeshifting. Effect 3, broken edge. Effect 4, disrupting soul. Effect 5, fortitude. Effect 6, demon warding. Effect 7, gale. Domain, deadly darkness, low. Experience, 0%. Compatibility, 155. Refinement attempts, 6. The effect gale, from what I just heard, seems to be a very sharp attack method. I should try it out properly when I get the chance. Zachariah's gaze then shifted to the compatibility. Compatibility has reached 155. Apart from the 30 points added due to the success of this refinement, everyday communication and companionship with Garner have also increased it slightly. Who knows, once the compatibility increases to a certain stage, Garner might give me something like before. Zachariah couldn't help but recall the soybean-sized granule Garner had given him last time. He was really curious about what that thing could do. Then, Zachariah glanced at the detailed information pages for Trent and Spirit Arm number 13. The detailed page for number 13 remained the same as before, full of unknowns. As for Trent, apart from changes in experience and compatibility, nothing else had changed. Experience, 11%. Compatibility, 61. Through daily interactions and this recent upgrade, Trent's compatibility has risen to 61. But indeed, its experience growth is somewhat slow. While Garner has reached S rank, Trent's experience is only at 11%. It looks like after reaching S rank, upgrading spirit arms will require even more experience. Zachariah subconsciously thought about the materials piled up in his storage ring and the several spirit arms he had stripped off a few days ago in the system space. Just as he was about to use those materials and spirit arms to cultivate Garner and Trent, the roar of an approaching motorcycle interrupted his thoughts, followed by shouts. Zachariah, where are you? Henley, how can you be so sure that Zachariah is near this clock tower? Zachariah peeked down through a crack beside the clock tower and saw Avril and Henley tying Sterling. The three were riding two motorcycles and looking around beneath the clock tower. Yunyan, look. On our way here, wherever Zachariah passed, everything was spotless in the middle, but there was chaos on both sides. As we chased, the dust slowly started piling up again near this area, indicating that he stopped here waiting for us. Avril clearly wasn't convinced by Henley's analysis. Can't he just have rested and switched motorcycles? Henley shook his head with an expression that said, I know all. Zachariah isn't that kind of person. Avril was a bit puzzled. Huh? Henley grinned widely. Zachariah is a good person. Look, he not only saved both of us, but also generously gave us nearly 5 billion in assets without blinking. Mommy oh mommy, I've never seen 5 billion in my life. His tone was so firm, as if he had known Zachariah for years. Then, with some envy, he continued, but let's talk about Zachariah's quasi-spirit arm. Its speed is truly amazing. Even with our motorcycles revved up to the max, we couldn't catch up with him. Avril nodded. That speed probably rivals even Duke Franklin's martial technique, treading without trace. Their conversation annoyed Sterling, who was tied up on the back seat. Hey, now that we're in this small town, you two should recognize the way. Another 100 kilometers or so, and Hansui City will be there. According to our agreement, shouldn't you let me go? Henley slapped him, giving you face, shouting so loudly. I said I'll release you, and I won't break my promise. Stop rambling so much. While he was scolding, a tall figure leaped down from above, landing steadily in front of the trio, using the protruding and recessed ruins, not stirring up a single speck of dust. Chapter 148, Fatal Transfer. Zachariah, why didn't you answer me after I called you for so long? Avril mustered her courage and timidly started a conversation with Zachariah. Zachariah glanced at her coldly and replied, I was sleepy, took a nap. Avril bit her lower lip, just about to speak, when the pudgy man next to her, covering his swollen cheek, interjected piteously. Zachariah, I've already brought you here. Another 100 kilometers ahead is Han River City. According to our agreement, shouldn't you let me go now? Since he had been slapped in the face, the pudgy man was forced to bow his head before Zachariah, showing an extremely low posture. He clearly knew that Zachariah was far more ruthless than the noisy Henley. Damn it, let you have your fun for now, daring to hit even me. If I don't take revenge, I swear I'm not a man. Once I shake off you guys, I'll immediately contact the Yi family and Duke Wallace. Even if the Yi family does nothing, you three will be skin and bones when you return to the White Tiger camp. Ignoring him, Zachariah instead took out a map from his storage ring, carefully comparing their current location. Seeing this, Henley approached and pointed to a spot on the map. Zachariah, we are here now. This abandoned town is supply town number 109 of Han River City. 30 years ago, a major beast Tai'e destroyed this place. Then he moved his finger along a road on the map. Following this national highway for 180 kilometers, we'll reach Han River City. Zachariah nodded, put away the map, and then looked back at the pudgy man. So, your task is complete. The pudgy man laughed obsequiously. That's right. On this entire journey, I never once thought of trickery. My only intention was to lead you the shortest and safest route. And I've deeply realized my mistake. A man should value conscience over money. Rest assured, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf once I get back. Just as he planned to keep talking and use all sorts of pre-prepared lies to coax Zachariah into letting him go, Zachariah suddenly asked him a question. You're so skinny, yet not short. Why do they call you Asher? Asher was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Zachariah would ask this, but he suppressed his irritation and answered awkwardly. Well, I used to be a real fat guy, but since I became a spirit master, I've been spending money on women. So things turned out like this. His eyes flickered as he spoke, and Zachariah knew he wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't expose him immediately. Oh, that nickname doesn't fit you. I don't like it. Asher was speechless, fuming inwardly. What does my nickname have to do with you? Minding other people's business? However, he still wore a flattering smile. Yeah, I think so too. I did say I'd change, didn't I? I'll change my nickname tomorrow. Puff. Before he finished speaking, a long sword, looking like broken glass, suddenly appeared in Zachariah's hand and stabbed into Asher's heart at lightning speed, slicing through his heart in one swift motion. No need. You can change it in your next life, Zachariah said coldly. Asher's eyes widened, filled with myriad emotions, from surprise to regret, then anger, and finally resentment. Why is he killing me? Why won't he keep his word? Was I exposed? It's impossible. I acted so sincerely. No matter. As soon as this knife comes down, I'll be safe. After all, he doesn't know the secret of my skill, fake death. Once you leave, I'll tell Duke Wallace everything, making sure to add some flavor. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in that moment, but the excruciating pain prevented him from uttering a single word. Henley drew a sharp breath, and Avril involuntarily covered her mouth in shock. Before either of them could recover from their shock, Zachariah swiftly pulled the sword out and thrust it again into Asher's right chest, parallel to his heart, twisting it. Asher looked at Zachariah in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Impossible. How could he know I can shift my heart position? How could he see through all effects of fake death? He felt his life slipping away quickly, yet he could do nothing about it. 1000 Zen killed a 4th rank spirit master. Experience plus 1850. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 1850. Task complete August 8th. 1000 Zen experience plus 5000. Affinity plus 10. Mutual progress triggered. Host experience plus 5000. Reward host ability. Fatal transfer. When the host is subjected to fatal damage, it can be transferred to the device Spirit. Fat Duan fell Wali de Daozai Zhonglo Zhisha, his blood staining the cracked street red. Not far away, several beast-like creatures with greedy eyes stared at Fat Duan's body, eager to pounce. Zachariah, what are you doing? The demon-suppressing army doesn't kill captives, and we promised that as long as he guided us, we would spare his life. Avril finally came to her senses. Enraged, she impulsively pushed Zachariah without a second thought. Zachariah stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, steadied himself, and looked at her coldly. His expression was like a 1,000-year-old glacier, revealing no thoughts. Seeing this situation, Henley inwardly cursed Avril for being foolish and stirring up trouble again. He quickly ran between them, holding back Avril, who wanted to continue berating Zachariah. Yin Yin, what are you doing? Zachariah must have a reason for what he did. Avril pointed at Fat Duan's corpse. He's dead. We promised him. If he guides us, we'll give him a chance to live. The blood on the blade of Thousand Zen slid rapidly down, reflecting a chilling gleam. Zachariah squinted slightly, his icy gaze fixed on Avril. This naive woman raised in a sheltered environment had exhausted Zachariah's patience. Avril, people seek revenge. Today you let him go. Tomorrow the Yi family will come knocking, and the day after, Duke Wallace will retaliate. If you think you can handle it, I have nothing to say. What Avril didn't know was that even if Fat Duan had no intention of revenge, Zachariah wouldn't have spared him. After all, Fat Duan was crucial for Zachariah's mission rewards. Avril was somewhat bewildered. Raised in a happy family, she had always been cherished. Even after joining the demon-suppressing army, she was especially cared for by the male members of her squad. Though there were some twists on this outing, she simply considered it opposition brought about by differing positions. She, like every youth who hasn't faced societal hardships, instinctively saw everyone as honorable and trustworthy. But now, her firmly held values seemed to waver. She looked helplessly at Henley, hoping for support from him. Henley scratched his head. Yin Yin, don't look at me. You know it was I who promised to release him once he guided us. But to be honest, he was like a ticking time bomb. On the way, I was constantly torn over how to deal with him. He looked at Zachariah with admiration. I don't know if what Zachariah said would happen, but I think he's right. Brother Sue told us before, don't be too rigid. Sometimes danger must be nipped in the bud. Henley's words deepened Avril's self-doubt. Did I really do wrong? Can people sometimes break their promises? If that's true, did my actions just now make him hate me even more? Zachariah was unwilling to deal with her. For such a woman overwhelmed by saintliness, he didn't want to waste any more time. As usual, he knelt down to strip Fat Duan's device Spirit, and then took his storage ring. Henley crouched next to Zachariah, asking curiously, Zachariah, wasn't your first stab to his heart? Why another one? Zachariah wouldn't tell him the real reason, so he casually replied, some people have hearts on the right side. Just to be safe, an extra stab can avoid many troubles. Henley looked enlightened and involuntarily gave Zachariah a thumbs up. You really know what you're doing. After dealing with Fat Duan, Zachariah summoned the black nitroed motorcycle and hopped on. He put on his helmet, seemingly recalling something, and turned coldly to Avril. Avril, you promised to release him. I never did. And one last time, I haven't joined the demon-suppressing army yet. With that, he revved the engine and sped off toward Han River City. Damn, Yin Yin, what are you standing there for? Get on the bike. We still need to tell Zachariah about joining the Quimulang detachment. As he spoke, Henley jumped onto his own bike and sped after Zachariah. Avril stood motionless as if she hadn't heard. He probably hates me completely now. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face as she weakly crouched on the ground, her sobs fading into the wind. Chapter 149, Franklin. The endless Han River surged ceaselessly. Originating from the city of 3 rivers within the Great Xia Kingdom, this first longest river flows past many protected cities such as Sunlight City, Rainbow City, Bashu City, and more. Gradually, its turbulent waters calmed down, becoming the most important commercial hub for Hanshui City, connecting to Jinling City and Prosperous City, which are the most developed coastal areas downstream. The massive river trade made Hanshui City a preeminent metropolis in the southern inland region of the Great Xia. Even the protective city walls tower higher than those of Rainbow City. It looms over the plain like a majestic giant beast lying in wait, safeguarding the safety of both civilians and spirit masters within. However, people can never forget how over 100 years ago, a 7th-rank yellow dragon leaped out from beneath the Han River, its massive wings blocking out the sun, and with one breath of dragon fire, half the city was destroyed. Finally, that year's commander of the White Tiger camp of the demon-suppressing army led all his soldiers against the overwhelming odds, engaging the yellow dragon in a 3-day and 3-night battle. At the cost of losing 2/3 of his men and being gravely injured himself, he slew the yellow dragon. But not long after, the commander also succumbed to his injuries and died shortly thereafter. Yet it was precisely because of this event that an indomitable spirit has remained in the White Tiger camp ever since, leading it to be called the lunatic asylum of the demon-suppressing army, because they are the wildest daredevils among all units of the demon-suppressing army. However, as time passed, this indomitable spirit seemed to have gradually diminished. Training grounds of the White Tiger camp. Inside an advanced training room belonging to Captain Azarai's unit, a burly man, rugged-looking, with a short buzz cut, dressed in a training tank top, about 30 years old, wielded a large green sword, battling 50 training puppets. He did not use any spiritual power but relied solely on combat skills, instinctive fighting sense, and physical strength to contend with these puppets. Huge beads of sweat drenched his tank top, clearly indicating he had been training here for a long time. Behind a custom glass wall, a woman assistant in her 20s, wearing glasses, nervously watched him fight with the 50 training puppets. On the control panel in front of her, the rank of the training puppets was displayed, 4th rank 5 stars. Suddenly, the man's gaze turned fierce. With a sidestep, he dodged a tricky slash from a training puppet, then transformed into a streak of light. Thud 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 thud. Several sounds of impact rang out, and the man returned to his original spot, as the large green sword once again merged into a flash of green light, entering his body. Simultaneously, these puppets collapsed onto the ground at the same moment, seemingly malfunctioning. The woman jumped up excitedly, then rushed from behind the glass wall to the man, looking at him with admiration. Brother Wallace, you live up to being the best of our young generation in the White Tiger camp. At your age, judging by your performance just now, you're sure to break historical records for your rank. The man made a hushing gesture, and the woman immediately quieted down. Evaluating combat performance, please stand by. A clear mechanical voice sounded inside the training room after the hourglass above the projection flipped back and forth for a moment. Dear Franklin, your current realm is 6th rank 7 stars, and you've just completed a no-spirit power practical training against 50 combat puppets set at 4th rank 5 stars difficulty, taking 117 seconds. Based on data from the Demon Suppressing Army database, only 3 individuals historically have slightly surpassed your performance. Overall evaluation, perfect. We hope you continue to strive in the future. Franklin frowned. There are still 3 people who performed better than me? Pull up the database for me. Spiritless puppet practical training is a common training method used by Demon Suppressing Army soldiers. It doesn't fully represent individual combat strength, but is the preferred training method among soldiers, because it often can pinpoint someone's limit. After Franklin spoke, a holographic projection appeared in midair, and a cold, prompt tone followed. Loading data, please wait. Franklin frowned and waited silently. Soon, 3 black rectangles appeared on the holographic screen, as if retrieving data. Accessing requires permission. Please insert personal badge. Franklin was puzzled, having never encountered such a situation before. How does accessing data need permission? He took out his badge from a storage ring, raised his hand slightly, and a beam of light scanned the badge. Name: Franklin, military rank, 1st class private, permission level 1. Unlocking data corresponding to permission level. After speaking, the bottom 3rd rectangle on the holographic projection lit up. A familiar, handsome face appeared before Franklin. It's actually him. Name: Langston, belonging camp. White Tiger, spiritless puppet training duration, 108. Age: 30, record date. Revival year, 282, July 3rd, 1927. I am 9 seconds slower than him. If I work a little harder, I should be able to catch up within this year. But who are the other 2 people? Why can't I even check with level 1 permission? Does it require special permission? But in all of Great Xia, only the president and the commander have special permission. He frowned deeply, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he stared at the remaining 2 black rectangles and muttered. Commander Isidore is called the legend of the Demon Suppressing Army since its establishment. The top rank should belong to him. But who is this second one? Could it be a legendary predecessor from the past 270 years of the Demon Suppressing Army? No. If it were those legendary predecessors, so many years would have passed. The confidentiality level should have been lowered. With my level 1 permission, I should be able to access their records. Who exactly is this second person? What kind of record did he create? Why does his information need to be kept absolutely confidential? After much deliberation without results, he could only give up. He walked to the resting chair behind the glass wall to rest, and the woman hurriedly handed him a bottle of water. Adeline, have you been able to contact my brother? Adeline shook her head. Elder brother Wallace, in these 3 days, I've called him no less than 100 times, but I still can't reach him. Franklin nodded. Forget it. Over the years, we haven't contacted each other much anyway. It's normal for him not to answer my calls. But, Adeline nodded lightly, hesitating as if she had something to say. But what? Franklin frowned. Adeline took a deep breath before finally gathering the courage to respond. Elder brother Wallace, I hope you don't mind me meddling. When you suddenly asked me to help you contact your brother, I was worried you needed him for something important, so I asked a friend at Great Xia Mobile to get his location records. As she spoke, she cautiously observed Franklin, seemingly very afraid that he might suddenly get angry. Franklin remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, Nothing much, just had a nightmare a few days ago. He said he was cold and asked me to send him some clothes. You continue, what did you find? Adeline nodded. Your brother, Brody, was last located near a small town at Luoxiao Mountain. After that, estimating he entered the heavy fog, the magnetic field became chaotic and the location signal was lost. Then, I retrieved his call records for the past 2 months. Among them, there was one number he frequently contacted before entering Luoxiao Mountain. At this point, Adeline stopped speaking. Why aren't you continuing? Is there something wrong with that number? Adeline nodded seriously. It belongs to Yi Corporation. Franklin's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, with so many mercenaries under Yi Corporation, they chose to contact my foolish brother's 3rd-rate mercenary group. Did you write down the number? Adeline nodded. I save it on my phone. Call it. A hint of nervousness flashed across Adeline's face. Elder brother Wallace, aren't you afraid they might scheme against you? And we're inside the camp. What if someone finds out we're openly contacting Yi Corporation? Franklin sneered. What's there to be afraid of? They've already plotted against me by reaching out to my brother. I'd like to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. You go ahead and contact them. In the entire Demon Suppressing Army, there isn't anyone who can make me afraid yet. He paused and chuckled somewhat helplessly. Except, my foolish brother probably won't even know he's being sold out, and will still help count the money for them. Seeing his determined attitude, Adeline didn't say anything more. She connected her phone to the holographic projector and dialed a series of numbers. The call was soon answered. A young man, looking somewhat effeminate and handsome, appeared on the holographic projection. He was slumped in an opulent office chair, his legs lazily draped over a large desk made of gold-threaded rosewood. In his arms lay a stunning 18-year-old Teresa. Well, Franklin, I was wondering how to contact you, and you call me first. Franklin sneered. Fernando, stop pretending. Where's my brother? Chapter 150, Exchange of Interests. Faced with Franklin's impoliteness, Fernando did not get angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. You need to be prepared. Franklin frowned slightly, a hint of unease rising in his heart. Fernando raised his hand slightly and made a gesture in the air. Before him, a holographic projection appeared, showing a doctor in a white coat. Dev, I'm counting on you. Master Yi, just a moment. Fernando nodded, lifting his hand again and merging the projection before him into the ongoing conversation with Franklin. The entire projection split into 2 halves, one side featuring Fernando and the other side Dev. Franklin's expression turned grave. Fernando, what are you up to? Fernando gently patted the Teresa in his arms and smiled. You'll understand by following Dev's camera. Though displeased, Franklin could only endure as he looked at the other side of the projection. He followed Dev's camera out of the office, where wide corridors were filled with many family members and patients. Adeline muttered quietly, Brother Wallace, it looks like this is one of the Yi family hospitals. Franklin remained silent, frowning as he watched. Dev boarded an elevator and pressed -2 for the basement floor. The elevator descended slowly. The sense of unease within Franklin intensified, and Adeline sensed something too, no longer daring to speak. The elevator stopped, and the doors opened slowly. Following Dev's camera, Adeline and Franklin walked through a long, desolate corridor, where cold-toned lights illuminated the eerily white walls, making Adeline feel suffocated. She glanced at Franklin discreetly and saw his face was frighteningly grim. The three large characters, mortuary, appeared before them. Dev pushed open the door and switched on the lights. Inside were dozens of single mobile beds, each covered with white sheets, exposing lifeless feet with small nameplates hanging from the big toes. Dev didn't stop walking and pushed open another door, revealing a dozen large refrigerators inside. He confidently approached the farthest refrigerator and pulled open one of its drawers. Cold mist rose, blurring the camera lens. A zipper sound came as a body bag seal was opened, and a large hand wiped the lens, clarifying the view. In front of the camera, a man who bore a resemblance to Franklin but looked much more weathered and darker lay quietly in the drawer. Mr. Wallace, your brother is here. You can take a good look at him. The camera slowly moved up, revealing Brody's entire body in the projection. Adeline's pupils trembled, and her hands instinctively covered her mouth. Brody's death was horrific. His body was covered in wounds of various sizes, one arm neatly severed, his face bruised and battered beyond recognition, and his nose seemingly broken. His clouded eyes stared wide, like bells. His death was unpeaceful. The most fatal wound was the Kopa de Gonchan Shungtong de Sanko, who knew what kind of battle he had endured before his death. Adeline subconsciously glanced at Franklin again. He was still watching the projection silently, but his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, veins intertwining like entangled dragons. His recently exercised, still sweaty arms trembled uncontrollably from rage. After a long pause, Fernando clapped lightly, and Dev said, Mr. Wallace, I have business to attend to, and disconnected the projection, leaving Franklin and Fernando in a two-way conversation. Fernando, you'd better give me an explanation. Franklin growled. He did not believe his brother died due to an accidental mercenary mission. Fernando showed no fear and laughed. Killed by enemies. Satisfied. Instantly, their eyes locked across the projection, tension rising between them. Details, Franklin said coldly. Fernando adjusted his office chair and sat upright. The details are simple. We wanted to attract you through your brother by giving him a well-paid, low-risk task. We thought he would return quickly, but he lost contact. As you know, the Yi family values reputation above all. So, I sent people to find him. What exactly was the task you gave him? Franklin's tone was icy. Fernando chuckled deeply, as if he had been waiting for this question. To kill someone. A second-rank spirit master who offended my woman. He affectionately glanced at the Teresa in his arms. The Teresa looked at him with a dazed expression, as if she had already been conquered by Fernando. Right, Fawn? The Teresa blushed coyly and nodded, then lay quietly on Fernando's chest just like before. Franklin sneered. So, you're trying to tell me that my brother's mercenary group, all at rank 4, was wiped out by a second-rank punk? Do you believe that yourself? Fernando countered. A lie that even you don't believe. How could I have said it unless it really happened? They had been in open and hidden conflicts for many years, each knowing the other's temper well. Upon these words, Franklin fell silent. Fernando shrugged indifferently. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Anyway, according to the timeline, that kid should be arriving at Hanshui City soon. You can investigate it yourself then. Franklin frowned. What is he doing in Hanshui City? In Tai'e, after offending our Yi family. Where else can he go besides seeking protection from the Demon Suppression Army? Among the 4 great camps, the White Tiger camp is closest to Tai'e City. Other than going to Hanshui City, where else could he go? After a long silence, Franklin looked coldly at Fernando. Compensation. Fernando was taken aback, then laughed again. It seems the relationship between you two brothers isn't good. Anyone could see that their relationship wasn't harmonious when someone was more concerned about compensation than who killed his brother. Franklin repeated coldly, compensation. Fernando laughed loudly. Rest assured, following industry rules, 10 times the task commission as compensation. His task commission was 5 million. 10 times that is 50 million. Since we're old acquaintances, I'll double it and pay you 100 million. How does that sound? Franklin stared at him coldly. That's my younger brother. Add more. Fernando paused slightly, then laughed again. All right, for your face. 1 billion. I'll transfer it to your card shortly. But aren't you curious about who killed your brother? Franklin asked coldly. Who did it? There was no warmth in his tone. Fernando lifted his hand and made another gesture in the air, revealing a half-body photo of a young man with sharp brows and sparkling eyes on the projection. Zachariah, 18 years old, graduated from Tai'e City 3rd High School. According to the last record left in the school, his equipment spirit is F-grade, at 03rd realm. But based on information we obtained, he might have had an extraordinary encounter during the fog, jumping directly to the 2nd realm. His original equipment spirit also upgraded from F-grade to A-grade, and he gained at least one more A-grade equipment spirit. Before Fernando finished speaking, Franklin interrupted him. Less chatter, what's in it for me? Fernando paused slightly but quickly understood Franklin's meaning. Franklin, you want revenge for your brother. How can you ask for benefits from me? Franklin remained expressionless. I seek revenge, but I'm also solving your problems, am I not? The firmness in his tone allowed no argument. Fernando tapped his finger on the desk, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. What do you want, and what can I get? I have a possibility of entering the Independent Demon Suppression Corps this year. I want to turn this possibility into a certainty. Franklin answered with folded arms. As for what you can get, besides Zachariah's life, it depends on how much power I hold. Fernando pondered slightly, a smile creeping across his face. From now on, Whenever there's conflict between the Yi family and the Demon Suppression Army, the Yi family will yield as long as you handle it. Franklin smiled contentedly. Deal. I promise, Zachariah must die. Chapter 151. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. The call ended. Franklin seemed to be hollowed out, slouching in his chair, utterly drained. A tear fell to the floor. This was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, a man who would not yield an inch and was solely driven by profit. Adeline stared at him in shock. She couldn't understand why Franklin suddenly seemed like a completely different person. She hurriedly fished out a pack of tissues from her pocket and handed them to him. Adeline, did you think I was a bastard just now? My brother died, yet all I cared about was money. I knew they were using my brother to force me into dealing with that kid, but for the sake of interests, I jumped right into it. Adeline shook her head. Brother Wallace, no, I didn't. Although I don't understand why you agreed to work with them, I believe Brother Wallace would never do anything wrong. A bitter smile appeared on Franklin's face. Brody, that foolish boy, he is my brother. At that time, I was young and hot-headed, thinking that if I was stricter with him, he would find ways to surpass me. But I didn't expect him to resent me so much, not contacting me for years. I'm also prideful. Since he didn't contact me, I didn't contact him either. Over time, this lack of contact became a habit. But he's my brother, one of the last remaining family members I have in this world. Do you think I didn't know that Zachariah killing my brother was the result, and the Yi clan pushing my brother into it was the cause? But what could I do? I had no evidence to prove the Yi clan was directly involved in my brother's death. Even if I asked the Demon Suppression Army to intervene, the Yi clan could easily deny everything, saying it was just an ordinary mission accident. Would the Demon Suppression Army really risk a conflict with the Yi clan over me? Even worse, I can't get the Demon Suppression Army to take revenge on Zachariah, because I have no evidence proving he's involved in my brother's death. The Yi clan belongs to Fernando, but the Demon Suppression Army does not belong to me, Franklin. I hate these rules that always demand so-called evidence. They let those with power choke anyone who has grievances. But what can I do? Without the Demon Suppression Army, I'm just an ordinary 6th-rank spirit master. The only thing I can do is climb higher in this environment. So these so-called rules can no longer bind me. Franklin clenched his teeth. To outsiders, he was the top-ranked soldier in the White Tiger camp, but only he knew how many eyes were constantly watching him. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. You just haven't climbed high enough yet. Adeline had never seen such helplessness in Franklin before. Her heart was touched in its most tender spot. To her, Franklin had always been confident, almost arrogant. He was extremely self-assured, choosing to defeat his enemies openly even when they played dirty behind his back. He possessed the rare divine attribute God Vessel body among the vessel spirits and 4 S-rank spirit vessels. His talent alone allowed him to look down on others, yet he worked harder than most people. Deep down, Adeline truly believed that calling Franklin the number 1 in the Demon Suppression Army wouldn't be an exaggeration. But today, he unexpectedly cooperated with the Yi clan and acted as if he only cared about interests. It was clear how great a blow his brother's death must have been to him. At this moment, Franklin wasn't the unapproachable figure she once knew. She felt that Franklin, like his surname suggested, was lonely and helpless. Maybe I should help share some of Brother Wallace's burdens. Silence, dead silence. Franklin wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and abruptly stood up. Adeline, I need to be alone for a while. If you don't mind, please start the training with the non-elemental puppets, and then leave. With that, he focused, and the green sword materialized in his hand. On the broad blade, the ancient characters for earth, water, fire, and wind were inscribed. Then, he strode back into the training room in front of the glass wall. Adeline watched this scene in shock and quickly operated the control panel in front of her. As she operated, the 50 combat puppets, which had malfunctioned earlier, began visibly healing from their damage. Moments later, they rushed towards Franklin once more. Franklin fought them as he had before, but his strikes were more forceful this time. It was as if only by doing this could he release all his pent-up resentment. Adeline quietly left, seemingly absent-minded as she passed by teammates who greeted her along the way. How can I help share some of Brother Wallace's burden? Brother Wallace has always been upright, but now he is forced to do things he once despised the most. His heart must be hurting. As her thoughts were swirling, a commotion arose from not far away. I've told you countless times. He is our friend. I want to take him to see Sister Way. Can't you understand human speech? Kevin, how can you treat people like this? Isn't it just because I reported you for peeping at Teresa's bathing half a year ago? Hasn't that been long enough? Is it necessary to make things so difficult for us? I said no means no. Outsiders are not allowed into the camp. If you continue to act recklessly, I'll call the political department right away. Then both of you will be sent to solitary confinement. The sudden noise pulled Adeline's attention back to reality. She realized that without noticing, she had already walked from the training ground to the main gate of the White Tiger camp. Following the sound, she saw 2 familiar figures arguing with the duty soldiers in front of the huge main gate of the White Tiger camp. Avril and Henley, they actually dare to come back? Don't they know that due to their misdeeds last month, the Demon Suppression Army and the Yi clan have been quarreling for more than half a month? Indeed, the guys from the Kvimu Wolf team can only drag the White Tiger camp down. They do nothing else. They really don't deserve the sharp blade designation of Kvimu Wolf. Adeline cursed disdainfully. Who's that person? Adeline noticed that next to Avril and Henley stood a young man. The youth stood upright with his head held high, an imposing posture hard to ignore, with a handsome face that caught everyone's eye. Why does he look so familiar? She murmured. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her pupils twitched violently, and she quickly covered her mouth, hiding behind a bulletin board nearby, observing carefully. It's him. It's really him. I didn't expect him to reach Hanshui City so soon. His half-body photo floated in her mind, which she had seen not long ago. But compared to the photo, Zachariah now looked somewhat weather-beaten. His disheveled hair and travel-worn appearance clearly showed he had been on a long journey. What remained unchanged was his pitch-black, steadfast eyes like black gems. Instinctively, she took out her phone and wanted to call Franklin. But before the call could connect, she hung up immediately. No way. I just said I would share Brother Wallace's worries. How can I bother him now? Let me observe a bit more. She put her phone down again, took a few steps forward, and hid behind a military jeep to secretly watch Zachariah and the other two. After failing to get through with the soldiers, Henley helplessly gave them the middle finger and then turned to Zachariah, slightly embarrassed. Zachariah, you've seen. The new recruit training is a sensitive period, and outsiders are not allowed to enter the White Tiger camp. How about this? Give us the letter, and we'll pass it on to Sister Wei. Don't worry, Sister Wei is the captain of our Kvimu Wolf squad. We will definitely hand it over to her. Zachariah nodded and retrieved the letter given to him by Edna from his storage ring, handing it over to Henley. Then I leave it to you. Beside him, Avril looked a bit gloomy. He said you instead of we. He still hasn't forgiven me. Henley laughed awkwardly. What are you talking about? I told you that the moment you gave those things to me, you became my boss. It's natural for a junior to handle tasks for the boss. Besides, Sister Wei is our squad leader. Both emotionally and logically, I should help you with this. Henley blushed a little. Just to let you know in advance, Sister Wei is very busy. Sometimes even we don't get to see her for 2 or 3 months. After I hand the letter to her, I don't know when she will read it. But rest assured, I'll keep an eye on it. As soon as there's news, I'll notify you right away. Until then, you'll have to stay at a hotel. Zachariah nodded. For now, that's all we can do. If there's nothing else, let's part here. The three of them bid farewell briefly at the camp gate and went their separate ways. Watching everything unfold, Adeline muttered to herself. It seems this guy knows Pearl. Could he be connected through family ties? If he really is, we should deal with him before he joins the demon suppression army. Otherwise, it will cause more trouble for Brother Wallace. Seeing Zachariah about to disappear at the end of the road, she hurriedly quickened her pace to follow him. Chapter 152, Ancient Books. The White Tiger Camp, due to its vast size, was located in the western suburbs of Hansui City. Although it was a suburb, because of the huge influx of people associated with the demon-suppressing army, the surrounding area had developed into a suburban commercial center dominated by the demon-suppressing army and migrant workers from several urban villages. Adeline followed Zachariah at a distance, relying on the stealth techniques that every soldier of the demon-suppressing army must master to trail him silently. Even though Zachariah was usually vigilant, he failed to notice Adeline on the bustling streets. He moved, and she followed. He stopped, and so did she. Zachariah strolled around, causing Adeline, who trailed behind him all along, to mutter impatiently. This brat, why does he love shopping so much? Little did she know, Zachariah simply wanted to understand the city as quickly as possible. At 4 in the afternoon, Zachariah, carrying a bag of local specialties, walked into the best 5-star hotel in the west part of the city, having a fruitful trip. Now holding a large sum of money, Zachariah naturally indulged himself in a luxurious experience. Standing at the entrance were receptionists with standard 1.73-meter-tall, slender figures. Their well-defined physiques were even more eye-catching in their tight kipeos. Curves where they should be. The moment Zachariah stepped through the door, they greeted him with polite smiles, one of them, an especially attractive woman, offering to take his shopping bag. Sir, let me take it for you. Zachariah, having grown up in an urban village, felt out of place with such service. But after a moment, seeing the receptionist's movie star-like beauty and flattering smile, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Damn, being rich feels so great. Others goddesses can only smile humbly at you. Suddenly, Zachariah felt something and turned sharply toward the hotel entrance. His expression turned serious as he scanned the surroundings. Just then, Zachariah clearly sensed a sharp, spine-chilling killing intent. However, except for a luxury car preparing to leave the hotel plaza, he saw nothing. Did I misinterpret it? Impossible. The killing intent perception can't fail. But I just arrived in Hansui City. Who wants to kill me? The Yi family? No, this is the headquarters of the White Tiger Camp. The Yi family wouldn't dare to act rashly here. Moreover, I just entered the city. How could they have tracked my movements so quickly? Sir, is there anything else you need? A gentle female voice broke his thoughts, prompting him to turn back. The receptionist still smiled and held out her hand, which remained suspended in the air. Finding no target, Zachariah had to give up reluctantly. No, it's not heavy. I'll carry it myself. Just show me to room 8607. The receptionist nodded. Sir, please follow me. As Zachariah disappeared down the hall with the receptionist, Adeline emerged from a nearby inconspicuous alley. The Bonrue Hotel, this kid sure has money. This global chain of 5-star luxury hotels dedicated to spirit handlers was beyond Adeline's, a 4th-rank spirit handler, casual reach. But his perception is really off the charts. He almost caught me just now. Having found Zachariah's temporary residence, Adeline began to contemplate how to deal with Zachariah to minimize the impact of killing a spirit handler in the city. Yet, the moment she had this thought, Zachariah turned his head sharply, staring precisely at her hiding spot. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been exposed just then. In the city, neither Brother Wallace nor I can make a move, or we'll end up in military court. Her face turned grave, as if the demon-suppressing army's military court was a terrifying place. But with his strong perception, ordinary spirit handlers may struggle to get close to him. She racked her brains, thinking about how to handle Zachariah. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. No matter how strong his perception is, it must have a range limit, if far enough away. With this thought, she pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found a number. However, when she saw that number, her face showed some displeasure. For Brother Wallace's sake, I'll do it. She dialed the number, and a gravelly voice came from the other end. Miss Eleanor, what a surprise. After chasing you for 3 years, you finally contact me first. What can I do for you? Adeline inwardly disdained but kept smiling. How could I? Big Brother Muhammad. Things have been busy lately, but I've encountered some trouble recently. A few minutes later, Adeline hung up the phone with a smile, humming a tune as she walked towards the direction of the White Tiger Camp, her mood incredibly light. Bonrue Hotel, room 8607. After finally managing to politely dismiss the Yingbin Xiaojia, enthusiastic receptionist, Zachariah casually tossed the local specialties he bought onto the table and plopped down on the perfectly ergonomic, soft sofa. He couldn't help but bounce a bit while sitting, enjoying the unparalleled comfort of the sofa that he had never experienced before. The giant floor-to-ceiling windows framed the surrounding scenery. Below, wealthy people were playing in the swimming pool. However, just 2 streets away, street vendors from the urban village hustled for their living. The stark contrast in wealth appeared before Zachariah's eyes, subconsciously reminding him of life in the urban village. Being rich is really great. Zachariah couldn't help but sigh again. After a brief moment of spacing out, Zachariah sat cross-legged on the sofa, propping his chin with his hand, lost in deep thought. This Jessie, I wonder if she's reliable. From what Henley said, it seems quite difficult to find her. There are only 5 days left until the demon-suppressing army evaluation. If I still haven't heard from her in 5 days, then I'll leave Hanshui City. Zachariah seemed indifferent. From interacting with Avril, he felt that the demon-suppressing army had too many rules. He wasn't the type who enjoyed being constrained by regulations. Rules were merely established by one group of people to manage another more conveniently. Having gone through nearly 3 months of life and death trials, Zachariah understood that his path as a spirit handler was different from others. For others, their growth journey was unpredictable, thus steadiness was what they pursued. However, Zachariah's path as a spirit handler was clear. Clear enough that he must compete, fight, and kill to snatch more resources, and struggle in battles of blood and iron. Only in this way could he regain a Ristide Chuang in the shortest time. Enhancing strength is more important. Oh right, I haven't checked what's inside Puduin's storage ring yet. With a thought, a slightly dented storage ring appeared in Zachariah's hand. Injecting spiritual energy into the ring, all its contents came into view. The space wasn't large, less than 30 cubic meters. Apart from food and water, there were also daily necessities, mid to low quality equipment, potions, materials from beast spirits, and cash totaling 70 or 80,000 yuan. It looks like this Puduin doesn't have anything particularly valuable, Zachariah muttered, just as he planned to take out the potions, materials, and some valuable equipment to transfer them into his own storage ring. Suddenly, a small box caught his eye. The box was not large, with an unremarkable exterior, tucked away in the corner of a box containing potions. It attracted his attention because, although placed in the potion box, it was specially isolated using 2 wooden boards. Seems Puduin cares about this item. With a thought, the box was taken out by Zachariah. Zachariah slowly opened the box, and the puzzled look on his face deepened. An ancient book? Chapter 153, The Vinayane Death Technique. Zachariah picked up the ancient book from the box with suspicion, scrutinizing it carefully. The yellowed and damaged pages were bound by a thin rope. The edges of each page seemed to have been battered by time, tattered and worn out. The fragile paper gave Zachariah a feeling that even a slight force might ruin this ancient book. On the cover, in an unknown calligraphy style, 3 large characters were written as if by a dragon's hand. Zachariah couldn't recognize them at all. Fortunately, there were small red notes next to them. Judging by the ink, they had been annotated for a long time, but the font was the Daxia script, which Zachariah could recognize. The Vinayane Death Technique. Zachariah glanced at the 3 small characters, and involuntarily thought of Louis again. Congratulations, host has obtained the martial technique Vinayane Death Technique. Current progress 0%. The system notification rang out. It seems Louis' feigning death skill comes from this ancient book, Zachariah mused. Involuntarily, scenes of Louis' 2 instances of feigning death surfaced in Zachariah's mind. The first time, if not for his teammate foolishly drenching him in blood, Zachariah would have hardly detected that he was faking death. The second time, in the treasure vault of the Mountain Imp, despite receiving what should have been a fatal stab from Zachariah, he was still alive. If the system hadn't notified him otherwise, Zachariah would have almost been deceived. Zachariah opened the ancient book, and rows of vertical characters he didn't recognize appeared on the page, just like the large characters on the cover. None of them made any sense to him. Fortunately, similar to the cover, modern translations followed each character, and particularly difficult terms even had red lines drawn next to them for explanation. Some places even had annotations added by learners. Looking at the circles and scribbles on the pages, Zachariah murmured, "These annotations must be the result of Louis' years of dedicated research. He is indeed an admirable person." Though he was a defeated foe, Zachariah genuinely admired him. There was no other reason. Ordinary people have limited energy. Louis was clearly an 18-year-old mercenary who went straight into society after high school graduation. Most ordinary mercenaries were often preoccupied with earning a living and securing resources, leaving little time to focus on studying other matters. Even when they did have free time, laziness usually got the better of them, leading them to think of relaxing instead. However, Louis didn't waste his time. Instead, he used all his downtime to study this ancient text. To keep the secret of this book, he wouldn't have sought help from others. The only explanation was that he looked up information himself, searching through countless documents to find clues about these texts, much like finding a needle in a haystack. Then, he had to experiment and correct continuously until he formed the annotated version Zachariah saw. During this process, how many nights he spent reading alone in his room, only he knew. There are no shortage of people who fight for their lives. Most lack only some luck. Zachariah sighed. Compared to Louis, he considered himself lucky. After all, the fruits of Louis' years of translation ended up directly in his hands. Next, Zachariah began reading the ancient book. Where there are people, there will always be conflicts in the world of martial arts. I entered society at 10, became a spirit master at 13. My master once said, "Victory brings glory, defeat brings shame. It's better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like pottery." 5 years later, my master passed away at 32. My talent was extraordinary. Through 37 years of turmoil, I experienced 2,793 battles by the age of 50. Among these, I won outright in 1532 battles, barely won 427 times, fought to a draw 211 times, and lost the remaining 623 times. In those losses, I escaped without pressure 503 times, survived by chance 78 times, my opponents showed mercy and spared me 39 times, and narrowly escaped death thrice. These 623 defeats made me deeply feel the fragility of life. Each time I nearly died, I managed to survive by feigning death. From then on, I realized, defeat isn't shameful, but death brings dishonor. Only those who live can seek revenge. I secluded myself for years, focusing on mastering the art of feigned death. 10 years later, I achieved mastery. At 60, I emerged from seclusion and fought heroes around the world. Although there were still defeats, I always used feigned death to mix up my enemies. When they let their guard down, I struck suddenly and defeated them. By 75, I had no rivals in the world. Clearly, the first page was the autobiography of the founder of this martial technique. A few dozen words summed up his entire life. His early life was hard to evaluate, but his later life reminded Zachariah of one word: crafty. However, Zachariah had no contempt for him. On the contrary, he felt a rare kindred spirit. After all, while Zachariah preferred to strike from the shadows for a sure kill, this man favored confusing his enemies with feigned death and striking when the opportunity arose. Emerging from seclusion at 60, though I still faced defeat at times, I always confused my enemies with feigned death. By 75, I had no rivals in the world. Zachariah recited this sentence with interest, a slight smile curling on his lips. He couldn't help but recall what Edna had said to him. Only those who can grow up smoothly are truly exceptional. And what Zachariah needed most now was time. Looking at this worn-out, ancient book of unknown origin, Zachariah's mind was filled with doubts. He became a spirit master at 13, while we do so after 18. Why is there a 5-year gap? Moreover, judging from the meaning of these words, spirit masters appeared many years ago, which proves that the revival of spiritual energy has happened more than once. But why has it never been mentioned in any existing records? Was it lost, or did someone not want to record it in history books? One question after another popped up in Zachariah's mind, yet he found no answers. Forget it, let's continue reading. Initially, Zachariah was only casually skimming through the second page, but as he read further, he became more serious, eventually scrutinizing each word of the ancient book carefully, fearing he might miss any crucial information. Holy shit, this is a windfall. This martial technique is incredible. The second page provided an overview of the entire martial technique. The Vinyane death technique can be roughly divided into 3 stages. Pretending to be true, Vinyaning is truth, and Vinyane becomes true. In the first stage, pretending to be true, practitioners gradually learn to communicate with every organ in their body, slowly gaining control over each one's function. Using their willpower, they put various organs into a state of dormancy, while faking signs of spirit energy dissipation, waning vitality, and spirit dispersal. Due to different constitutions, each person's limit for how long they can remain in feigned death varies. The spirit master who created this martial technique had a maximum limit of 7 days. Whether anyone could surpass this limit was not recorded in the book. The flaw in the first stage is evident. If the practitioner lacks aptitude, they may not be able to determine when they will wake up. There are 2 solutions. One is to give oneself a psychological suggestion beforehand, setting a time for waking up. The other is to be subjected to strong external stimuli, such as being doused with cold water or stabbed, to wake up. Otherwise, they must wait until the limit time is reached. If faced with a cautious opponent who likes to finish off enemies, it would mean giving up resistance and allowing oneself to be killed. To be at the mercy of others is indeed like this. In the second stage, Vinyaning is truth. Chapter 154, Martial Art Technique, Vinyane Death. Second stage, false becomes true. During this stage, the cultivator's body gradually harmonizes internally and begins attempting to communicate with external spiritual energy, aligning it to deceive opponents. Internally, the cultivator can freely move organ positions, such as shifting the heart to the other side of the chest or concealing kidneys within the arms, to prevent vital areas from being injured. Externally, they can utilize external spiritual energy to create illusions of spurting blood, severed limbs, severe injuries, or even the total destruction of a spirit artifact. Only those with special spirit artifacts can detect the truth. However, there is a drawback. The cultivation difficulty is extremely high. Misunderstanding the essence could result in irreparable damage to the body. As for the third stage, false turns into true. In this stage, the cultivator starts to attempt merging with external spiritual energy, gradually achieving a state of internal and external unity. Not only can feigned injuries, severed limbs, and bleeding be effortlessly performed, but also a puppet identical to the cultivator can be created to fulfill their will. If the cultivator possesses methods to conceal their presence, combined use can lead to unexpected results. At this stage, the martial art technique is perfected, free of any defects. However, only those with exceptionally high talent can achieve false turns into true. Upon reading all this, Zachariah felt his heartbeat involuntarily quicken. He keenly realized that this was not merely a guide on how to pretend to die. It was a strategic masterpiece for surprising victories. Creating illusions of severed limbs and serious injuries can make an opponent completely unprepared. Especially the point about generating a substitute puppet. If combined with stealth and breath holding, the resulting effect can often turn the tide. Imagine being pursued by several experts when suddenly a substitute puppet appears ahead, drawing their attention. Whether the puppet is severely injured or dead, it will cause them to lower their guard, and they would never know that a pair of eyes watches them from the dark. Or when countless enemies chase you, the substitute puppet can serve as a diversion. Instantly, Zachariah became more intensely interested in this Vinyane death technique. No wonder the system didn't notify me when I stabbed Rashad's heart the first time. He must have just reached the false becomes true realm and moved his heart to the right early on. Damn, I really thought his heart was on the right. Pity for him, meeting someone like me who has this system. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been fooled, with unimaginable consequences. Zachariah smiled slightly, then turned to the next page. He began to consciously perceive the functioning of every organ in his body and tentatively communicated with them. Initially, he couldn't calm down, and during the process, he even made himself frustrated. But as time passed, he seemed to touch the threshold, starting to feel the operations of each organ within his body. First was the rise and fall of the liver, then the inhale and exhale of the kidneys, followed by the contraction of the intestines, and finally, the heartbeat. Eventually, he could even feel the breathing pattern of individual cells. The host has started studying Vinyane death technique and attempting to communicate with every part inside the body. Progress in Vinyane death technique, 0%. The host has never felt the heartbeat, liver function, intestinal contractions, and even cellular respiration so clearly before. The host now understands the description in Vinyane Death Technique more deeply. Progress in Vinyane Death Technique, 1%. They are parts of the host's body, yet they seem independent. The host follows the operation rules of Vinyane Death Technique, trying to explore if there is a way to make different parts function independently under certain circumstances without affecting the host. Progress in Vinyane Death Technique, 5%. In endless exploration within the body, the host seems to touch something elusive. Progress in Vinyane Death Technique, 10%. The sun set, and the crescent moon climbed up, soft moonlight blocked by dense fog, hazy like an uncertain direction in life. Zachariah's actions caught the attention of the spirit artifacts. First was Garner's manifestation, then Trent's, and finally number 13 spirit artifacts. They all gazed with puzzled looks, but soon sat cross-legged, slowly closing their eyes as if sensing a rhythm. Soon, their chest movements synchronized with Zachariah's. The spirit artifacts Garner, Trent, and number 13 sensed a strange force emanating from the host. They clearly perceived that under this force, every organ and cell of the host began to synchronize, compelling them to harmonize with the host. Garner's compatibility increased by 10 points. Trent's compatibility increased by 10 points. Number 13 spirit artifacts' favorability towards the host significantly improved. The extraordinary synchronization between the host and the 3 spirit artifacts caught the attention of all 16 spirit artifacts. Spirit artifact number 7, out of curiosity, started to imitate the host's breathing. Spirit artifact number 10 despised the host's behavior, but couldn't help but mimic the host. Spirit artifact number 3 found the host's behavior boring. Spirit artifact number 15 was puzzled. He sensed a familiar force from this indescribable power, but he seemed unwilling to face it. More and more spirit artifacts began to notice Zachariah and were influenced by him. In the vast system space, all 16 spirit artifacts, except for numbers 1, 3, and 5, began moving thick iron chains in the air with surprising consistency. The moon set, and the sun rose. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. When Zachariah opened his eyes again, it was noon 3 days later. He noticed Garner and the other 2 spirit artifacts sitting in front of him. The host's talent is admirable. In just 3 days of continuous study, you have grasped 30% of the essence of Vinyane Death Technique. Congratulations on mastering martial art technique, Vinyane Death. Huh, I've mastered the first stage already? I wonder how effective it is. With a thought, he activated Vinyane Death. The figures of the 3 spirit artifacts gradually faded away, disappearing into the surroundings within the blink of an eye. If not for Zachariah's awareness of his connection to the spirit artifacts, even he would doubt whether his spirit artifacts had really vanished. Next, with a thud, Zachariah collapsed onto the ground. His breathing stopped abruptly, his chest ceased rising and falling, the circulating spiritual energy halted within him, and his complexion turned pale, as if he were dead. However, Zachariah's consciousness remained intact, allowing him to perceive everything around him clearly. It felt like one thought could instantly wake him up. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Zachariah, in his feigned death state, tensed up immediately. He didn't know anyone here. He had chosen the hotel randomly, so no one in this city should be looking for him. Chapter 155 The Man with the Red Bandage. Mr. Jiang, are you still inside? You haven't renewed your payment for 2 days. If you don't respond, I will come in, and I hope you won't mind. The hotel attendant's voice rang outside the door. Zachariah did not wake up immediately. He wanted to test the effect of pretend death on ordinary people's eyes. Tick. With the main card unlocking the room door, a beautiful and slender attendant walked into the room. Mr. Jiang, are you here? The click-clack of high heels accompanied by her gentle voice echoed. As the attendant entered the living room, she noticed Zachariah lying on the floor. Mr. Jiang, our carpet is indeed comfortable, but taking an afternoon nap on the floor can easily lead to a cold. She smiled and approached Zachariah. However, as she got closer to him, that standard business smile with 8 teeth froze on her face. Ah! After a scream, her legs went weak, and she could no longer stand up. Before her eyes, Zachariah had his eyes wide open, pale complexion, stiff limbs, a scene that looked like he had been dead for many days. At this moment, 2 more attendants came running over. Beatrix, what happened? The 2 just ran into the living room and were frightened by the sight, their shrill screams echoing through the otherwise tranquil 5-star hotel corridor. Is he dead? I don't know. Why don't you confirm it, Beatrix? The 2 new arrivals clung together, too afraid to take another step forward. Helpless, the attendant named Beatrix took a deep breath and slowly crawled closer to Zachariah. She was too scared to stand up. Carefully, she extended her index finger, trembling towards Zachariah's nose, then quickly withdrew it. She shook her head helplessly at the 2 colleagues behind her. There was no breathing. Hurry, call the city patrol office. Beatrix nodded and tried to reach for the in-room phone on the coffee table while dragging her paralyzed body. However, before she could move, she felt a large hand firmly grab her arm. Oh, ghost. 3 different female voices screamed simultaneously, the piercing sounds echoing in the suite. The 2 attendants behind Beatrix scrambled out, leaving only her screaming alone in the room. Don't scream like that. You'll rupture my eardrums. Zachariah's voice sounded faintly, and Beatrix cautiously turned to look. She saw that the guest who had been lying on the ground had sat up, one hand grabbing her arm, the other covering his ear near her. He looked rosy-cheeked and was breathing steadily. Nothing like a corpse. You're not dead? She asked instinctively. Do you want me to be dead? Zachariah laughed. Not because Zachariah had decided to get up, but if he didn't, bringing in the Han Water City Patrol office would cause him unnecessary trouble. Mr. Jiang, I didn't mean it. Beatrix realized her mistake instantly. Zachariah waved his hand. It's okay, I understand. Saying that, Zachariah pulled out a bank card and handed it to Beatrix. Repay the previous day's room fees and renew for 2 more days. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard, and 8 hotel managers, dressed in suits, rushed into Zachariah's room. Where's the dead person? Keep quiet. Don't disturb the guest. This affects our reputation. The body needs to be handled silently. Call mercenaries if you can't handle it. Zachariah. Silence filled the room, and no one knew how to break the awkward atmosphere. Finally, a middle-aged man with graying hair came forward, looking embarrassed, and apologized to Zachariah. Not only did he waive the past 3 days' expenses, but also promised Zachariah that all expenses until his departure from the hotel would be free, and he would enjoy the highest standard of treatment. Additionally, he gave Zachariah 100,000 yuan as compensation for emotional distress, or perhaps as a gag fee. After all, talking about handling guests in front of them sounded quite damaging to the hotel's image. After everyone left, Zachariah looked at the SMS notification showing 100,000 yuan credited to his account and wore a helpless smile. Damn, why is it so hard to spend money? After staying in the hotel for several days, not only had he not spent a single penny, but he also made 100,000 yuan out of nowhere. But this pretend death really works. The attendant confirmed I was dead with just one glance. Zachariah sighed. Yayargle. After 3 days without food, Zachariah's stomach began to complain. Zachariah sat down on the sofa and picked up the phone beside the coffee table, ordering room service from the hotel. Half an hour later, whether it was to appease Zachariah or to buy him off, in any case, an extremely luxurious lunch was delivered to his room. The exquisite presentation and superior taste made Zachariah enjoy the meal immensely. An hour later, Zachariah gave a satisfied belch. Compared to Clayton, I must have better natural endowments. After all, he couldn't wake up any time during the pretended death process, while I can not only wake up at will, but also consciously perceive changes around me. Perhaps, I can fully master this fake death technique within these few days. With that thought, he once again took out the ancient book from his storage ring and studied the fake death technique. But after just half an hour, he chuckled. Next to a complicated sentence, there was a red line leading to a note that read, "Damn, the translation was wrong. My body even changed shape. I'll never do anything as stupid as translating and practicing martial arts at the same time. My lovely paunch." Zachariah laughed heartily. So, Clayton used to be a short and chubby guy, but due to some mistranslation in the second phase, he ended up practicing incorrectly and eventually turned into a tall, skinny pole. After reading for a while longer, Zachariah helplessly closed the ancient book. The second phase content is only partially translated by Clayton. It seems the further cultivation of pretend death can only go this far. Zachariah didn't continue studying for 2 reasons. Firstly, he truly couldn't understand those words. Secondly, even though part of the second phase was translated, Zachariah feared Clayton might make another mistake. If something went wrong during cultivation, it would be a huge loss for Zachariah. I can only wait until I get the entire book translated completely to refine the pretend death technique further. As for now, Zachariah glanced outside the window. The sun was setting, spreading its light across the horizon. There are many unused materials in my storage ring and spirit cores and spirit embryos stripped from the system space. With some spare time, let's refine them all for Hurley and Trent at once. At this thought, Zachariah felt excited again. After all, feeding so many materials and spirit embryos might allow Hurley and Trent to both level up. Thinking of this, Zachariah took out mountains of various materials. Then, Hurley and Trent appeared in his hands. So let's start. Surrounded by overwhelming spiritual energy, countless materials were melted one by one into Hurley and Trent. Their experience and compatibility were visibly rising slowly. The evening breeze blew gently as clouds obscured the moonlight, making the areas of Hanshui City without illumination darker. In a commercial building 5 kilometers away from the Ban Rue Hotel, a muscular figure pushed open the iron gate on the rooftop terrace and walked directly to the edge, looking towards the direction of Ban Rue Hotel. The evening wind tousled his somewhat long hair, and a red bandage was tied around his forehead. The cigarette butt in his mouth flickered on and off as he sucked on it. From such a distance, it seemed like he could see something with just his eyes, and a cruel smile spread across his face. Buzzing. His phone vibrated. He glanced at the illuminated screen and then answered the call. "Hey, Miss Eleanor, I'm in position. Yeah, I found him. He's sitting in the living room of room 8607 in Ban Rue Hotel." Chapter 156. Nikki, the Divine Yayiner. On the rooftop, the man was chatting on the phone with Adeline. "How's it going? I'm fast, right? You made one call, and I dropped everything to come up from Jinling City by boat. Hee. In less than half an hour, you'll get good news. After all, I am the Divine Yayiner. Although I'm only at stage 3, just talking about assassination skills, how many stage 5 or even stage 6 experts have fallen under my gun? Don't you know that? Alright, let's talk about your payment. Are you waiting for me at the hotel later? Not enough. Don't get snippy with me either. This is in Hanshui City. After killing him, how long do you think I need to hide to avoid suspicion? I want another 100 million. I don't care. Since you came to me, whether or not you end up hiring me, I want the money. You don't have enough? I don't care. Borrow it, steal it, lie for it. Missing a single penny, and I won't let you off." The Divine Yayiner had a stern look on his face, but soon a smile appeared. "Of course I like you. What? You were just testing me before? Wanted to see if I was sincere? Of course I knew. But liking you is one thing, business is another. 2 different matters. Ms. Beautiful Eleanor, you are truly kind-hearted. Alright, no more talking, I have work to do." The Divine Yayiner hung up the phone, his expression turning grim instantly. "TCH, now you're trying to talk feelings with me? Why didn't you earlier? Trying to use me as a free tool? Just a second-hand item, playing purity with me. Play the hell away." Then, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Still, money is the best. With enough money, I can find as many like you as I want." He casually threw the cigarette butt at his feet, making sure to extinguish it with his foot. His black combat boots shifted subtly, and his entire figure merged completely into the darkness. With a thought, a large sniper rifle gleaming silver appeared in his hand. At the same time, a shadowy figure wearing a beret and camouflage uniform appeared beside him. "Nikki, we have work to do. The target is that guy." The Divine Yayiner pointed casually toward Hotel Bonrue, room 8607. Nikki nodded, then lay down at the edge of the balcony, its sharp gaze piercing through the thin fog high above the city, observing Zachariah's every move 5 kilometers away. The divine Yainer set the sniper rifle against the edge of the rooftop, tilting his head and peering through the scope with one eye, looking towards where Zachariah was located. A moment later, he slowly lifted his head, frowning slightly. What is this kid doing? It looks like he's refining a spirit artifact, but why isn't he using a refinement furnace? Because of the spirit artifact, Nikki, the divine Yainer, had far better eyesight than ordinary people. But from 5 kilometers away, he could only vaguely make out the outline with the naked eye. However, when he looked through the scope via the spirit artifact, everything became crystal clear. He clearly saw Zachariah tossing materials as big as a small mountain one by one into the massive spiritual energy in front of him. Once the materials entered the spiritual energy, they quickly transformed into pure liquid, being absorbed into 2 suspended long swords. Spiritual body artifact? Seems like his talent isn't bad. But even if his talent is heaven-defying, only spirit masters at stage 5 or above can refine spirit artifacts without a furnace. Moreover, his spiritual energy doesn't seem enhanced by any exotic fire. How can he melt all these materials so quickly? The mountain of materials was visibly decreasing at a rapid rate, deepening the divine Yainer's confusion. Refining materials consumes spiritual energy. He didn't use a refinement furnace, nor did he stop to take medicine. Does this kid have so much spiritual energy? He had no idea that Zachariah's actions, whether refining materials or spirit artifacts, were all operated by the system, while he merely acted as a bridge and guide. In the end, the divine Yainer came to a serious conclusion. This kid must be extraordinary, can't be careless. Thinking this, he took out a white handkerchief from his shirt pocket, which fluttered in the wind. It's now 10:27 p.m., wind direction southwest, speed 4.4 meters per second. Then he removed his gloves and felt carefully. Humidity 40%, temperature 23 degrees Celsius. Direct distance to the target, 5322.45 m. With a serious expression, he rapidly performed a series of complex calculations in his mind. Following the results, he began adjusting the sniper rifle in his hand. Then, with a thought, 3 differently styled bullets appeared in his hand. Armor-piercing, bone-shattering, and toxic. These are things used against stage 6 spirit masters. You're not losing out, brat. He looked at the 3 bullets and muttered again. This kid is strange. I need to block all his escape routes. Then 6 more bullets appeared in his hand, making a total of 9 bullets in 3 different types. With everything prepared, he instructed Nikki beside him. Help me control things. Suppress the gunshot to the lowest volume and maximize the bullet speed. Also, remember to feel his life force through the bullets. If he's not completely dead, remind me to shoot another round. Nikki nodded and placed his hand on the sniper rifle. A subtle force immediately attached itself to the rifle. The divine Yainer smiled and said, Thanks, Nikki. He peered through the scope with one eye, loading the bullets into the magazine one by one, his lips curling into an eerie smile. Yes, just like that. Sit still and don't move. He slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! A soft sound, like a balloon bursting, echoed on the rooftop, causing no disturbance. Down below, people and vehicles continued their busy movements. The moment the bullet flew out of the barrel, Nikki became extremely serious, his gaze following the speeding bullet as if sensing something. Let the bullet fly for a while. Bonruet Hotel, room 8607. Zachariah was melting materials before him while listening to the system voice echoing in his mind, unable to stop smiling. Congratulations, host has successfully melted fiery silk. Spirit Garner plus 270 EXP. Spirit Trent plus 270 EXP. Common progress triggered. Host plus 540 EXP. Congratulations, host has successfully melted Raging Tin. Spirit Garner plus 305 EXP. Spirit Trent plus 305 EXP. Common progress triggered. Host plus 610 EXP. Continuous improvement has made Garner and Trent very grateful. Compatibility with host. Garner plus 5, Trent plus 10. Sufficient EXP. Does the host wish to level up? Huh, Garner and Trent haven't leveled up yet. But it's me who should advance first. Zachariah laughed helplessly. Just as he planned to glance at how much more the 2 spirits needed to reach SS level, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart. Zachariah almost instinctively lunged forward without thinking. Bang! The sound of a hard object piercing through the tempered glass rang out. Instantly, a hole appeared where Zachariah had been sitting. Zachariah hadn't even hit the ground. Bang, 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 bang. 8 speeding bullets came from all angles toward Zachariah. 4 of them aimed at his head, neck, heart, and spine. The other 4 were to cut off his retreat. Zachariah's pupils constricted sharply. He had no way out. Chapter 157. Almost met Yama. 4 deadly bullets whistled toward Zachariah, piercing through his head, heart, spine, and next major artery. Bright red blood splattered all over the room. The bullets' force undiminished as they passed through Zachariah's body and then penetrated the wall behind him. Thud! Zachariah's body fell lifelessly onto the remaining materials, scattering them across the floor. The entire room was instantly in disarray. In the distance, Muhammad slowly raised his head, his expression serious, turning to look at Nikki beside him. Dead. Nikki nodded. Only then did a hint of a smile appear on Muhammad's face. He looked at the 9 holes in the Simrae Hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows. Nikki, thanks to you controlling the bullets so their power didn't spread out. Otherwise, such a large piece of glass breaking would certainly have alerted the hotel staff. When the city patrol corps comes, we wouldn't be able to blend in. Nikki still nodded woodenly, like an ordinary B-level device spirit, without much expression. Muhammad seemed already accustomed to this, shrugging. Nikki, let's go. We need to take some evidence to hand in. Nikki, and the large sniper rifle transformed into a stream of light and vanished from his hand. He strode down the corridor. 10 minutes later, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the Simrae Hotel. Wearing sunglasses, Muhammad walked into the Simrae Hotel with large strides, politely declining the receptionist's offer for service. He took the elevator alone and arrived at room 8607. He hummed a tune, looking extremely at ease as if he were returning home. Walking down the hallway, he occasionally twirled around, feeling quite cheerful. 8607, 8607. Found it. Aha, here it is. He stopped at the door, nonchalantly whistling to a passing female, maid with a flirtatious tone, even throwing her a wink. Miss, leave your number? Seeing his thug-like demeanor, the maid quickly walked away without looking back. He showed a smug smile. No one will disturb me while I pick the lock now. From his storage ring, he pulled out a sophisticated device, skillfully attaching 2 wires to the lock, and began operating it. That kid's device spirits look pretty good. Hope I can extract them successfully. That would mean money. After several failed attempts, there was a soft click, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The door opened. He entered the room as casually as if he were going home, making sure to lock the door behind him. Looking at Zachariah lying in a pool of blood, still wearing an expression of disbelief, he smiled with satisfaction. Armor-piercing rounds breached the defense, bone-shattering rounds dealt massive damage, and a poison round as insurance. Even a normal 6th-rank spirit master might die if they don't react in time. Let alone you, a barely grown punk. Taking 4 bullets, you got what you deserved. He squatted next to Zachariah, scanning the scattered materials on the ground. All good stuff. Wonder what this kid's family does. How did he get so many materials? Suddenly, his brows furrowed. Where are the device spirits? They were clearly with him just now. He looked around, but saw no device spirits. Did he store them away? He reached out to touch Zachariah's shoulder, a thread of spirit energy like a small snake worming its way into Zachariah's body. Spirit energy dispersed, organs stagnant. He's definitely dead. After a moment, he withdrew his hand helplessly. No device spirits found inside him either. Did they dissipate? But it's only been a few minutes. How could they dissipate so fast? Could it be this kid never cared for them, leading to low affinity? As he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. He checked it. Such an impatient woman, said half an hour, yet she can't wait 28 minutes. I waited 3 years for you. He answered the call with a casual tone. Hey, Miss Eleanor, what's up? Oh, got it done. We'll send you photos shortly. My money? A few days grace period? Not impossible, but you can't expect me to do it for free. Okay, go book a room downtown and wait for me. Once the room is ready, send me the room number. The call ended, and a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Muhammad's mouth. 3 years ago, you ignored me. 3 years later, you're reduced to this. Wait until tonight, when I'll have my way with you. While speaking, he held his phone high, taking a selfie at a 45-degree angle, including himself and the bloodied Zachariah, not forgetting to throw a peace sign. Yay. Having sent the photo, he zoomed in on it repeatedly to admire his handsome features closely, just like most handsome young men do. My expression should have been more relaxed. When I smile, I should open my mouth wider. I really need to shave more often. I'm only in my 30s, yet I look a bit haggard. This kid looks good, eyes wide open in shock, just before death. When Adeline sees this, she'll surely be even more impressed by me. Muhammad admired his own rugged face and Zachariah's shocked expression just before death with great satisfaction. What if she begs me to be with her? Should I consider it? Although she's a bitch, she's indeed very pretty, especially those legs, firm and shapely. His gaze lingered on the photo he had just taken, indulging in flights of fancy. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as if he had noticed something. The hole in his head in this photo is gone. He shifted his gaze to Zachariah beside him. Before he could see clearly, PFF, a long knife made of shattered glass fragments pierced through his jaw and up into his brain. Pain. So much pain. It was excruciating, piercing to the bone. Blood gushed out from his head like water from a crumbling dam, soaking the already blood-stained carpet. He felt his life force slipping away, yet he could do nothing about it. His eyelids felt so heavy, as if he wanted to close them and sleep forever. Just as he was about to close his eyes for good, he faintly saw a figure sitting up. How could he still be alive? Zachariah slowly sat up, rubbing his recently pierced head. Damn. Thanks to fatal transfer and Vinny ain't death fooling you, and slow healing, clearing the toxins. Otherwise, I'd really have to meet Yama down there. Zachariah didn't notice that when he said this, the number 10 device spirit in his system space stirred slightly, then returned to its previous calmness. Damn, getting hit by bullets is really painful. At the moment of being shot, fatal transfer activated, transferring all 4 fatal bullet wounds to Garner and Trent. That's how he managed to survive. Zachariah didn't know who wanted to kill him, but he remembered hearing from those uncles in Victoria City that criminals often return to the scene of the crime for various reasons. So, he used Vinny ain't death to pretend to be dead. Luckily, the killer did come back. From his phone call, it seems someone paid him to deal with me. Who could it be? Could it be the Yi family again? As he spoke, he stripped Muhammad's device spirit and took his storage ring. Then he picked up Muhammad's phone. The screen was still lit, stuck on his chat window with Adeline. Adeline? I don't know her. He opened Adeline's photo album, filled with many pictures. It was a young woman in her 20s. Pretty enough, but why did she want to kill me? Woo woo woo. Just as Zachariah was deep in thought, the siren of the City Patrol Corps rang out. Zachariah's heart leaped. Damn, why are the City Patrol Corps here? This guy is lying here. There will be no explanation for this mess. Chapter 158. The City Patrol Bureau disregards human rights. Zachariah's perception far exceeded that of ordinary people, and at this moment, the siren had already reached the building downstairs. He estimated that in no more than 2 or 3 minutes, they would be knocking on his door. At this moment, Zachariah was in a state of turmoil. He didn't know how to deal with the upcoming trouble. Logically speaking, his actions fell under self-defense. Even if he were detained by the City Patrol Bureau, he would likely only have to cooperate with the investigation for a while before being released. However, Zachariah worried about one thing. What if this person was sent by the Yi family? Given the scale of the Yi family, once he was caught by the City Patrol Bureau, he might never see daylight again. Could he escape? Yes, he could. With the characteristics of his domains, deadly darkness, concealment, and suppressed breath, even if the City Patrol Bureau stormed in right now, he could calmly walk away right under their noses. But escaping would mean being presumed guilty and going into hiding. His information was still registered at the hotel. Once the City Patrol Bureau determined him guilty, Zachariah would forever live in the shadows. But what else could he do? This wasn't Victoria City, where he had Abdur, Bertrand, or Edna. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Jiang, are you inside? We found suspicious individuals entering your room, so we specially brought over the West District team of the City Patrol Bureau for an investigation. Could you please cooperate? The urgent knocking sounded, but Zachariah didn't immediately respond. He was still thinking about how to break out of this situation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zachariah's phone suddenly rang. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he glanced at the screen. Henley. He did stay in Hansui City for several years, and the White Tiger Camp is the largest organization here. Perhaps he has a way to solve this. Right now, Zachariah was holding on to a faint hope. If Henley couldn't help, then he would temporarily cooperate with the City Patrol Bureau investigation, but firmly refuse to wear the spirit-suppressing handcuffs. He would escape immediately if anything went wrong. With this thought, Zachariah answered the call. Hello, Zachariah, good news. Big news. Zachariah curled his lips. Hold off on your good news for a second. I have some bad news. Did you get into trouble again? Zachariah replied calmly. You're spot on. Outside the door, the graceful hotel manager held the master keycard, trying to unlock the door. Beside her stood Captain Liam of the West District City Patrol Bureau in a deep blue uniform, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with thick brows and piercing eyes, looking like someone who wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. Behind him followed 4 young officers from the City Patrol Bureau. Jacqueline, stop trying. It looks like the door has been tampered with by the suspect. You're just wasting time. As he spoke, Liam reached out to pull Jacqueline aside. Jacqueline, step back. We need to use force to break in. Jacqueline looked troubled. Captain Chu, I don't oppose breaking in, but I'm just an employee. Since you are from the City Patrol Bureau, my boss won't dare say much even if you break the door. But he'll put the cost on me. Liam frowned slightly. He had been with the City Patrol Bureau for many years and had seen such incidents frequently. Shifting the loss onto employees was a common tactic used by bosses to squeeze their staff, especially in smaller companies. However, he didn't want to waste time. Ever since he took office 25 years ago, the West District under his jurisdiction had always maintained the best security in Hansui City. He wouldn't allow anyone to ruin his long-term achievements. Jacqueline, the West District will cover the damage. Please step aside. Hearing this, Jacqueline's worry vanished instantly, and she quickly moved aside. Captain Chu, I feel reassured with those words. Please go ahead. Liam gave a signal, and a burly officer stepped forward. A hammer, nearly half a person's height, appeared in his hand. Swinging his arm wide, the dark hammer sparkled with lightning, stirring up a fierce wind, and a faint wolf's howl could be heard. Bang! The elaborately decorated door shattered into pieces. Jacqueline watched the broken door with some regret. 80. Liam glanced at her and said to the burly officer, Milo, it's not much money. You can compensate her yourself. Saying this, he led his team into the guest room. Milo looked at Jacqueline disdainfully. An $80 door made you act like that? Show me your QR code. Young master will pay you. Jacqueline crossed her arms and gave him a glance. I meant 800,000. Milo's face froze in an expression worse than crying. Captain. Inside the guest room. Just as Captain Chu led everyone into the room, they heard trickling water sounds and a strong smell of blood. Their expressions turned grim, and instantly their spirit constructs materialized in their hands. Walking into the living room, they saw a body lying there. Judging by the attire, it was likely another spirit master. The materials on the floor were in disarray. A late breeze blew in their faces, and everyone looked up to see 9 large-caliber bullet holes in the giant hoodie chong. Jacqueline came in last. Seeing the bullet holes, her face immediately fell. It's over. My year-end bonus this year is down the drain. She looked down again and saw a corpse lying in the living room with blood flowing all around, its eyes wide open like bells. Ugh. She had high professional ethics and crawled out while covering her mouth with her freshly done manicure. She was just an ordinary person. Although she often served spirit masters, she had never seen such a bloody scene before. Her departure did not attract much attention from everyone else. Because at that moment, everyone's attention was drawn by the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. They followed the sound to the bathroom. Through the frosted glass clouded by steam, the reflection of a muscular figure taking a shower could be seen. By the physique, it seemed to be a robust young man. Who are you? Come out. The West District team of the City Patrol Bureau is investigating here. Please cooperate with us immediately. The person in the bathroom seemed not to hear, still washing leisurely, even humming a little tune. The City Patrol Bureau team felt ignored instantly, and Liam's face darkened. Sir, please come out now. Otherwise, we will have to use force against you. The sound of running water continued. The members of the City Patrol Bureau exchanged glances and decided to take action. However, just as everyone was about to move, the water suddenly stopped. Can't even finish a bath properly. Your City Patrol Bureau of Hansui City really doesn't respect human rights. Sir, please come out now and assist us in the investigation. Alright, at least wait for me to put on my pants? Or do you want to see me naked? The 2 Teresa's in the team blushed instantly. Helpless, they left Milo guarding at the bathroom door, while the others returned to the living room to wait and investigate. Captain Chu, judging from the bullet holes in the floor-to-ceiling window in the wall, it seems to be caused by a firearm-type spirit tool. The bullets disappeared due to the dissipation of spirit power, and it is preliminarily determined that this spirit tool is of B-grade quality. Captain Chu, the deceased is not a hotel guest. From the build, it should be the suspicious person Jacqueline mentioned. Furthermore, the deceased's phone, storage ring, and spirit tool have all disappeared. We cannot find more useful information. Captain, doesn't this guy look familiar? He kind of looks like the sharpshooter Denny, the one who left our entire City Patrol Bureau helpless 2 years ago. I remember now, wasn't it the incident in the eastern part of the city? I heard that these past 2 years, his Korean backers haven't spared him much support. He has been thriving in Jinling City. Why would he suddenly come back to our Hansui City? Liam listened and squatted down to examine the deceased carefully. After a long time, he muttered, it's really him, the sharpshooter Denny. Instantly, the case that left him very unhappy resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 159, Spirit Beast, Qingwan. 2 years ago, within the eastern jurisdiction of Hansui City, a series of serial shootings occurred. 4 fifth-rank spirit masters from a mid-sized organization were killed one after another. All clues pointed to Denny, but due to lack of substantial evidence and witnesses, the City Patrol had to let him go. On the day he walked out of the City Patrol office building, his middle finger raised high was like a harsh slap in the face to the Hansui City Patrol. The City Patrol never gave up on investigating because this case seemed to be closely related to Korea's Tai'e society. But Denny left Hansui City that day. This became a significant unresolved issue for the Hansui City Patrol. Xinxiang Denny entering the guest room proves that he believes there's no threat or that any threat has been dealt with. But who killed him? That guy in the bathroom. The information he registered at the front desk clearly stated he was just a second-rank spirit master. How could he possibly kill Denny? Is he hiding his true strength? Why did Denny target him? Numerous questions flooded Liam's mind. He desperately wanted to ask Zachariah for useful information. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Denny is close to those Koreans. This kid is also hiding his strength, and Denny wanted to kill him. If Denny and he didn't have a conflict, it means that a behind-the-scenes organization is involved. He felt as if he had caught a vital piece of information, and his gaze sharpened. Over these 2 years, Korea's Tai'e society and Japan's Amaterasu Association have been constantly infiltrating Dacia. They seem to be searching for something within Dacia territory. As a result, conflicts often erupt between the two organizations. He slowly stood up, his eyes heavy as he looked towards the bathroom. Is he Japanese? To successfully counterkill someone as cautious as Xinxiang, either he has an extremely powerful spirit weapon, or he must be at least a 5th-rank spirit master. If he really is Japanese, following Japan's despicable tactics, staying in the bathroom for so long must mean he's preparing a final blow. His pupils trembled violently, as if thinking of something terrifying. While he was deep in thought, Milo, standing guard at the door, couldn't contain his impatience anymore. He pounded on the glass door loudly. Are you done yet? It takes so long to get dressed. Click. The bathroom lock moved. Liam's expression changed dramatically. He roared, stupid. There's danger. Everyone take cover. At the same time, he sprinted over to Milo in 3 quick steps, dragging him into a corner of the living room. As the bathroom door opened, Zachariah emerged in a white bathrobe, holding a towel and wiping his wet hair, looking annoyed. Why are you rushing me? I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Let me dry my hair first. However, upon exiting the bathroom, Zachariah froze. Silence reigned absolutely. He saw 5 men in City Patrol uniforms scattered around the living room corners, huddled in defensive postures. Especially the 2 closest to him, crouching behind a flower pot, looking wary. What are you guys doing? Zachariah wore a puzzled expression. Suddenly, the 5 men felt extremely awkward. Milo muttered quietly. Captain Chu, where's the danger? The usually stern-faced Liam felt his cheeks burn hot. Did I guess wrong? Does this kid have nothing to do with Japan? But he still glared at Milo. Better safe than sorry. Liam slowly stood up and pointed at Denny's corpse. Did you kill him? Zachariah shrugged indifferently, self-defense. Zachariah's attitude infuriated Liam. This was a murder case. Why was he acting so nonchalant? What were you doing in the bathroom? Zachariah bypassed the body and sat on the sofa, continuing to dry his hair. Of course, I needed to shower after being splattered with blood. Otherwise, I'd be sticky all night. Should I sleep like you guys, huddled in the corners? Zachariah's sarcasm made Liam's fading embarrassment return. At the same time, he felt a strange sensation about the youth in front of him. But what exactly it was, he couldn't put into words. You're Zachariah, right? Come with us to the City Patrol for questioning. Zachariah nodded. Sure, but I need to wait. Milo looked unhappy. We've already waited so long for you. Now you want us to wait again. What do you even want? Zachariah crossed his leg. You can't seriously expect me to wear this bathrobe and stay at your City Patrol overnight, can you? Liam frowned. Don't waste time talking. Take him away. Execute him on the spot if he resists. He vaguely sensed that Zachariah was stalling for time. Just as everyone was about to move forward, Zachariah slowly rose to his feet, smiling as he replied. Captain, please get your facts straight. I'm not a suspect. I'm the victim. If this is how your Hansui City Patrol treats law-abiding citizens, then once I walk out of the City Patrol office, I will exaggerate tonight's events and report them to the Dacia Daily. I think no media or social media platforms would let go of such dirt on the City Patrol, right? The 4 City Patrol officers looked at each other, unsure of how to proceed for a moment. Liam countered sharply. Mr. Jiang, whether you are a law-abiding citizen isn't up to you to decide. We have to wait for the investigation results. Then he barked at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Take him away. Even if the sky falls, I'll take responsibility. At this moment, he finally understood what kind of feeling Zachariah had given him. It was an eerie feeling. Every word he said sounded righteous, but only he knew the true reason behind it. From the moment they entered, he had been trying to control the situation. A normal person who caused trouble in the city would not calmly take a shower, nor would they dare to mock the City Patrol. This kid showed no fear, or rather, he hid his fear very well. He couldn't waste any more time. He had to be taken away immediately. Fine, I'll cooperate with you. Zachariah watched as the people approached him step by step, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, old Ginger is still spicier. His attempt to buy time had been seen through. Henley really wasn't reliable. It should take no more than 10 kilometers from Baihu Camp to this hotel. Such a short distance, yet he hadn't arrived after so long. Now he could only go with them to the City Patrol. The group led Zachariah downstairs. In front of the hotel, 2 City Patrol vehicles were parked on the square. Liam led Zachariah to the side of one of the patrol cars. Mr. Jiang, I must remind you that you are now a suspect, not a victim. We don't know if you knew the deceased or had any grievances with him. When we arrive at the City Patrol office, you can remain silent, but everything you say can and will be used against you. Clang. A clear, piercing phoenix cry rang out from the sky. Liam, Zachariah, and the others looked up. Under the night sky, a layer of mist enveloped the air. A streak of azure light was rapidly approaching the hotel. Its wings were as blue as the dawn sky, glowing softly under the dim streetlights, like rising flames. Its graceful, exquisite tail feathers trailed behind, leaving several trails in the night sky, like flowing water sleeves. Liam watched the approaching azure light with a serious expression. A spirit beast Qingwan? Why is she here? Then he looked at Zachariah with a complicated expression. Could she be here for this kid? Chapter 160 Mysterious Call. Upon hearing this, Zachariah couldn't help but fix his gaze on the swiftly approaching flying creature. He knew about spirit beasts, but he had never seen one before, because they were exceedingly rare, even more scarce than the bodies of artifact spirits. From an outward appearance, a spirit beast looked no different from a demon beast, and indeed, that was the case. Some special artifact spirits were inherently linked with certain demon beasts in a subtle way. When they encountered each other, this subtle connection would be amplified, forming a bond. This bond transformed the demon beast into a spirit beast and firmly tied the spirit beast to the artifact spirit. And as the host of the artifact spirit, due to this bond, one would possess the spirit beast. The Chilwan gracefully soared through the night sky, finally allowing everyone to see clearly. Beneath the sacredly glowing Chilwan, a lithe figure was gripping the sharp talons of the Chilwan with one hand. The flapping wings stirred up strong gusts of wind, causing everyone to squint their eyes. Ultimately, the Chilwan hovered about 4 or 5 meters above everyone's heads. That figure leaped down, walked a few steps, and steadily stood in front of Liam and others. Yet, no one paid attention to him. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the Chilwan. After circling twice in the air, the Chilwan gradually reduced the flapping of its wings and finally landed not far from 2 patrol cars in a parking spot. Chirp! The Chilwan let out a soft cry, its delicate head twisting nimbly as it occasionally groomed its feathers. The arrival of the Chilwan caused quite a commotion in the hotel. Many people, even wearing just large shorts, rushed to the windows or balconies to take photos. Last year, I heard Jesse obtained a 7th-rank spirit beast at Kunlun Mountain. I thought it was a rumor, but it turns out it's true, and it's even the legendary Chilwan. Open your eyes wide. This Chilwan, excluding its 7 to 8 meter long tail, has a body length of no more than 5 meters. In other words, it should still be in its juvenile stage, with its strength at most being 5th rank. My goodness, what a day! I saw a Chilwan today. Like everyone else, Zachariah's eyes stayed on the Chilwan. The reason was simple. The Chilwan was simply too beautiful. As a type of phoenix, it exuded a divine glow that made one want to get close to it. Moreover, unlike the violent and aggressive aura of demon beasts of the same rank, the Chilwan had retracted all its aura and sat obediently in the car parking space, as if it were an oddly styled car. Such a human understanding spirit beast left Zachariah captivated. If only he could have one someday. Just wondered whether Garner and Trent, or the other artifact spirits within the system space, had any connection with certain demon beasts. Uncle Chu, working late tonight. A familiar voice broke through, and Zachariah turned around. Henley wore a tailored gray-blue military uniform, a visor cap adorned with a silver circular dragon emblem on top, and a silver silk hat cord on the brim edge. Though not conventionally handsome, Henley appeared sharp and upright in the demon exterminating army's uniform, adding a touch of firmness. Liam remained expressionless. You've got some pull, borrowing Jesse's Chilwan. Henley scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, Uncle Chu. Wasis is very nice. Zachariah felt relieved. It seemed Liam and Henley knew each other for a long time, so he might not have to go to the patrol office. Xiaolu, you're here for this kid? If so, go back. You know my temper. Before the matter is investigated clearly, even if the commander of the White Tiger garrison comes personally, I won't let him go. Zachariah frowned slightly. It seemed that neither Henley nor the demon extermination army carried much weight with Liam. Henley became anxious. Uncle Chu, you might be misunderstanding. Zachariah is part of our unit, and today he's on a secret mission. While speaking, he pulled out a red-headed document from his pocket. At the bottom was the seal of the demon extermination army, Tai'e Malong unit. Liam took it and scanned through it. The content was simple, merely stating that Zachariah was a soldier of the demon extermination army and was currently on duty, hoping for some convenience from various departments. Seeming worried Liam wouldn't believe him, Henley added, Uncle Chu, you know, besides dealing with demon beasts, we also handle infiltrations by enemy organizations. Liam snorted coldly, giving Zachariah a meaningful look. He says you're in the demon extermination army? Show me your unit badge. Zachariah didn't have such a thing, and he didn't even know what the emblem of the demon extermination army's Tai'e Malong unit looked like. He could only remain silent. Henley hurriedly interjected. Uncle Chu, he was on a mission. How could he carry those things with him? They're all at our camp. Liam sneered disdainfully. At your camp? Fine. Give Jesse a call, and ask your comrade to bring the badge over. If you can't find the badge, some other proof would also work. As soon as I see it, I'll let him go. Though Liam spoke with a smile, his eyes were full of sarcasm. He crumpled up the red-headed document in his hand into a ball and forcefully threw it on the ground. Brat, have you forgotten who I am? I'm the captain of the West District Patrol Office, Iron Face Liam. You dare to fool me. In the past, I heard that other units of the White Tiger garrison were alienating your unit, Tai'e Malong, and I thought they were unreasonable. Couldn't empathize. But now, I just think that your Tai'e Malong deserve it. Everything is your own doing. How many years has it been? Your Tai'e Malong used to be an elite team. Now look at you, even engaging in fraud. Led by Jesse. Do you deserve the name, Tai'e Malong? You might as well surrender the name. Don't sully Tai'e Malong. Liam glared fiercely, scolding Henley continuously. Henley stood like a child who had made a mistake, bowing his head before Liam without saying a word. Zachariah's eyes showed some confusion. What happened to this Tai'e Malong unit? Why did Liam look so disappointed? From what Liam said, it seemed that after experiencing something, the status of Tai'e Malong fell from peak to bottom. After scolding Henley, Liam abruptly turned to Zachariah. I don't know who you are, but to have Jesse help forge evidence for you means you have an unusual background. But what I hate most is nepotism. You'd better pray you're innocent. Otherwise, if you leave the patrol office, I'll change my name. Take him away, Liam barked, getting into the car himself. Zachariah stood by the car door, motionless and silent. Despite the 4 officers constantly urging and pushing him, the situation seemed worse because of Henley's appearance. Do I really have to go to the patrol office? Zachariah, what do you mean? Are you making me move? Liam saw Zachariah's non-cooperation and glared at him, his eyes bulging like large bells. His presence erupted. The overbearing aura of a 5th-rank spirit master instantly enveloped Zachariah. The tyrannical presence caused the 4 officers and Henley to turn pale immediately. It was as if Zachariah would unleash his wrath if he didn't comply right away. However, Zachariah remained fearless, raising his eyes to meet his gaze. His eyes held only endless calm. So what if you're 5th rank? Even if I can't beat you, with the speed of Zhuefeng, what can you do? The tension between the two parties was palpable. Even Henley rushed to mediate, whispering to Zachariah, "Boss, don't be impulsive. This is Iron-Face Liam, whom even the city lord of Hanshui City wouldn't treat with respect. Can you go with him first? I'll figure out a way to get you out. The distant horizon is where my love resides. Under the endless green mountains flowers bloom." A loud ringtone suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone involuntarily looked at Liam. He sighed, taking out his phone and answering the call. "Yes, on duty. How do you know? Can't you understand me? Stop being troublesome, okay?" Suddenly, Liam fell silent, his puzzled gaze sizing up Zachariah. After a long while, he finally spoke again. "What does this kid have to do with you? What do you mean I don't need to worry? Who talks to me like this?" It seemed he relented. Okay, I got it. Goodbye. Remember to call me more often." He hung up, giving Zachariah a complicated look, then put the phone back in his pocket, taking a deep breath with a helpless expression. "Release him. Stand down." Chapter 161, Lofty Ambitions. The 4 officers of the city patrol department didn't understand, but they could only obey orders. As the 2 patrol cars' engines roared to life and were about to depart, Liam, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Zachariah with a complicated expression. Zachariah's hand suddenly rested on the passenger side window. He first looked at Henley, then turned his head towards Liam. "Captain Chu, you seem to look down on Tai'e Mulang quite a bit." Liam snorted coldly, giving Henley a disdainful look. "Huh? Do they deserve it?" Zachariah's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that Liam said they instead of you. In other words, he had already seen through that Zachariah was not part of the demon suppression army, but had merely struck a deal with someone. Therefore, he did not continue to press Zachariah. Facing Liam's contemptuous attitude, Henley did not argue back. Instead, he lowered his head. For some reason, this made Zachariah very uncomfortable. Liza's letter suggested that he joined the White Tiger Camp's Tai'e Mulang squadron. Of course, Zachariah could freely choose any other squadron. She just gave a suggestion. He didn't know why Liza did this, but he owed her too much. Even before joining the Tai'e Mulang squadron, he had already incurred a favor from them. First was Qing Wan, representing the captain of Tai'e Mulang, and then the red-headed document stamped with the official seal of the Tai'e Mulang squadron. Though Liam didn't acknowledge it, Zachariah truly owed them a debt. Zachariah didn't like owing people favors. Receiving another person's kindness, he would repay it with all his might. Suffering another person's enmity, he would destroy them at the cost of his own life. This was Zachariah's unwavering principle. He took a step sideways, blocking Liam's dagger-like gaze from Henley. Liam's brows knitted tightly together. What does this guy want? "Captain Chu, whatever the past is with Tai'e Mulang, it's just that, the past. Please remember, today is the last day for Tai'e Mulang at the bottom of the valley. In the future, Tai'e Mulang will return to its original heights. In no time, you'll witness the greatness of Tai'e Mulang once again, even greater than its most glorious days." Zachariah gazed intently at Liam, his tone unusually calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Liam laughed contemptuously. "Why? You're not going to tell me it's all because of you, are you?" He glanced dismissively at Zachariah, yet that glance made him pause momentarily. On Zachariah's unperturbed face were deep, dark, gemstone-like eyes. Like an ancient well, immeasurably deep. He was too calm, as if stating something that had already happened. "Just because of me, Tai'e Mulang will be great once again." Liam couldn't figure out where Zachariah's confidence came from, but in his previously dismissive heart, a wave of uncertainty stirred. He stared deeply at Zachariah and, to save face, finally said, "Young men don't know their limits." The 2 patrol cars carried Denny's corpse away, and Henley looked at Zachariah, clearly excited. "Boss, did you just say you're going to join our Tai'e Mulang squadron?" Previously, Henley had tried to recruit Zachariah, but Zachariah had always told him he would observe after entering the camp before making a decision. Now, with Zachariah's sudden change of attitude, he found it hard to believe. Zachariah nodded. "Yes. Great, boss. With your potential, we, Tai'e Mulang, will stand tall again one day." During the journey, Zachariah's various actions had already convinced Henley, even calling him boss without realizing it. Even though he was a few years older than Zachariah, it felt perfectly natural. Zachariah looked at him curiously. "What exactly happened to your Tai'e Mulang squadron?" Henley's originally excited expression instantly turned somewhat gloomy. "It's hard to explain in a short while. If you really join Tai'e Mulang, you'll gradually find out." Zachariah nodded, then asked, "Did you know about that call earlier?" Henley shook his head. "I thought you found help." Zachariah frowned. "You really didn't know?" "I don't know. What's going on?" Zachariah shook his head. "Did you notice Liam's expression after he took the call? He looked extremely displeased, like I had stolen something precious from him." Henley scratched his head. "Was there? Maybe you're overthinking it." Zachariah looked in the direction Liam had departed, muttering, "Strange, if it wasn't you, then who helped me?" Liam, who wouldn't even give the demon suppression army any respect, left abruptly after receiving a call. At this moment, Zachariah was filled with doubts. Henley bumped Zachariah's shoulder. "Boss, stop overthinking it. You've got quite the pull." "I have pull." Zachariah was a bit puzzled. Henley nodded. "You don't know how difficult it is for us to leave the camp in the middle of the night for personal reasons. We need to submit reports level by level. Finally, I called Sister Wei because I was afraid it wouldn't be in time. She directly sent Qing Wan with that document to find me, so I could arrive on time." Qing Wan. Zachariah was somewhat confused. "That's the name Wei gave to the Qing Wan bird." Henley smiled at the Qing Wan beside them. "Chirp." As if responding, the Qing Wan let out a soft call. Henley put an arm around Zachariah's shoulders. "Boss, if it weren't for you, I'd never get to experience having a spirit beast like this. This is a Qing Wan, capable of breaking through to 7th rank after adulthood. By the way, what's your relationship with Sister Wei?" Zachariah shook his head helplessly. "I don't know her." "Really?" Henley looked shocked. If she didn't know him, how could she forge a certificate for him, and even lend him the Qing Wan that represented her identity? At this moment, Zachariah himself wondered why Jesse went to such lengths to help him. Was it merely because of Teacher Amei's letter? Initially, Zachariah didn't know Jesse's background. He thought Edna used her past military service benefits to recommend him, and Jesse was just the person in charge of recruitment for the Demon Suppression Army. But now, he gradually learned that Jesse was the captain of the Yai-Mu Lang Brigade. This made things a bit sensitive. Edna was only at the 4th rank now. Calculating by time, she was probably only 3rd rank during her service, making her just an ordinary soldier without much chance of entering the special brigades, let alone meeting the captains of these brigades. Yet, one letter from Edna made Jesse go all out to help him. Zachariah seemed to grasp the key point, his gaze becoming sharp. Could Teacher Amei's have another identity? Zachariah, what are you thinking about? Henley waved his hand in front of Zachariah's eyes. Zachariah shrugged. Nothing, just spacing out. Right? You mentioned on the phone that you had good news for me. What's up? Henley grinned. Sister Wei has arranged everything. Tomorrow, come to the White Tiger camp by 9 for the last 2 days of training. Training? Zachariah frowned slightly. Henley nodded. Not just training. I also heard that after 2 days, you'll do a live combat test in the abandoned satellite city in the eastern part of the city. He paused, looking at Zachariah with a serious expression. Zachariah, I know you're strong in real combat. But you should know, this is the first time the White Tiger camp has selected new recruits through live combat tests. This test doesn't consider the quality of spirit artifacts or personal talent. Only those who pass can join the Demon Suppression Army. Otherwise, they're out. And this test could be deadly. Be careful. With a high-pitched chirp, the Qing Yuan soared into the sky, Henley riding on its claws, speeding towards the White Tiger camp under the night sky. Zachariah muttered, training? Live combat test? Sounds interesting. It's still 7 or 8 hours until dawn. I should take the chance to finish smelting the remaining materials. Right, the system hinted that I can advance. Looking forward to the live combat test in 2 days. Zachariah, in his bathrobe, turned back to the hotel, humming a tune as he walked. It seemed that everything that happened tonight had no effect on him. Chapter 162, 3rd stage. About 1 kilometer from the Bonrue Hotel, at the entrance of a convenience store, a Teresa in military uniform was sitting on a rest chair, quite bored. From time to time, she would look into the distance as if waiting for someone. Soon, a streak of green light appeared in the sky. Before long, the streak of light landed in front of the Teresa. Henley, how is Zachariah? The Teresa asked anxiously. Yin, look at you so worried. Let me drink some water first. Henley picked up the water on the table and drank it without caring whether the Teresa had drunk from it before. He drank more than half in one breath, then smiled as if he had just tasted ambrosia. He's fine now. Uncle Chu let him go. Avril seemed relieved. That's good. That's good. Yin, since you were worried about him just like me, why didn't you meet him with me? Avril's expression turned gloomy. I think he might not want to see me. In fact, because it involved Zachariah, Henley had informed Avril when he received Zachariah's call. The two rode out of the White Tiger camp on Qingwan, but when they neared the Bonrue Hotel, Avril suddenly got off the Qingwan for some reason. Henley looked at Avril thoughtfully. Yin, did you make that phone call just now? Avril nodded. The confusion on Henley's face deepened. That's strange. Yin, I know your father's temper. Once he decides something, even the Son of Heaven can't change his mind. Tonight, I even pulled out our demon-suppressing army. Yet not only did he not give any face, he also scolded me harshly. How did you persuade him? Avril seemed absent-minded. I didn't persuade him, I threatened him. Threatened? I told him that if he dared to arrest Zachariah today, I would jump off the building. Henley looked at Avril in surprise. Her calm demeanor didn't seem like she was joking. Somehow, he felt like he had lost something. He should have been angry, but now he felt somewhat conflicted. If it were him, perhaps. Bonrue Hotel, room 8503. Since room 8607 was in disarray, at Zachariah's request, the hotel changed his room for free. At this moment, Zachariah sat upright on the sofa in the living room. The refinement process was nearing its end. The spirit embryo of Danny has been refined into Garner, and the effect confusion of the weapon spirit has become delusion. From the description, it can not only directly attack the opponent's mind as before, but also turn weak-willed targets into puppets, just like the puppets in Danny's church. However, it specifically emphasized weak-willed, which means this effect might not be 100% effective. Facing the new weapon spirit effect, Zachariah analyzed it. Then his gaze fell on Trent. The spirit embryo of Black Wind Bear has been refined into Trent, adding the savage charge effect. Zachariah couldn't help but recall the sudden short-range charge during his battle with Black Wind Bear, which felt like being hit by a bulldozer, causing his blood to churn. This weapon spirit effect combined with the saber form of Trent should create an overwhelming force. If paired with backstab, it could catch opponents completely off guard. Confronted with these two new weapon spirit effects, Zachariah brainstormed many ways to maximize their potential. He sighed and laughed helplessly. Unfortunately, almost all the materials in my storage ring have been refined, but Garner's experience has only increased to 31%. Trent is slightly better at 38%. It seems that no matter how many low-level materials there are, the experience they provide is always limited. With a thought, Zachariah summoned the box of dead iron found in Brody's storage ring. All that's left is this box of dead iron, which can enhance the quality of the domain. But I wonder who it would be best for. Detected enhancement material, dead iron. Weapon spirit, Garner, has higher compatibility. Do you wish to begin refining dead iron for Garner to comprehend fatal darkness? Huh? The system can determine who is more suitable for what materials. Zachariah muttered to himself and then chose yes, without hesitation. In the next moment, a pitch-black aura began to emit from the tip of Garner, quickly enveloping the entire living room. Zachariah watched in puzzlement as the domain unfolded on its own, looking somewhat lost. Why did the domain unfold on its own? As he spoke, Garner's figure materialized within the domain, right between him and the box of dead iron. Garner pointed at the dead iron and nodded slightly. Rise. The box of dead iron floated in midair. Disperse. The dead iron began to tremble as an enormous spiritual force was infused into it. Then it turned into particles and dispersed throughout the domain. Fall. Countless dead iron particles, under the command of Garner, fell downward like droplets of rain on a stormy day, creating ripples upon ripples on the black ground of the domain. Congratulations, host. The domain of Garner has been upgraded to intermediate. Garner waved his hand, and the longsword, which resembled ordinary broken glass, flew toward Zachariah. Upon holding the longsword, Zachariah felt an unprecedented surge of power. Almost instinctively, he plunged the longsword into the ground forcefully. In the next moment, numerous longswords shot up from the black ground like bamboo sprouts after the rain, emerging instantly. The entire domain became a dense sea of swords, impenetrable. The cold gleam flashing on the blades was truly terrifying. So this is the intermediate form of fatal darkness? It's truly frightening. Zachariah couldn't help but exclaim. He had a feeling that this sea of swords in front of him would extend out like his arms, striking wherever he pointed. Due to the host's careful nurturing, the weapon spirit, Garner, has grown more grateful towards the host. Compatibility increased by 10. The domain gradually faded, and Garner returned to the longsword once again. A slight smile curved at the corners of Zachariah's mouth. Busy all night. Now it's time for me to upgrade myself. With a thought, Zachariah brought up his system panel. Adequate experience. Does the host wish to choose advancement? Yes. An overwhelming spiritual force surged into Zachariah's body, circulating through his torso, flesh, and meridians, constantly enhancing his physical condition. Congratulations, host advanced successfully from 2-star 6th rank to 3-star 1st rank, with a significant increase in physique. Congratulations, host awakened ability, Dimensional Pact. It is said that during certain periods, some spirit beast merchants developed this spatial ability to facilitate the sale of spirit beasts. Regardless of where the spirit beast is, with a single thought, it will instantly come to your side. Current contract number is 1. The new ability made Zachariah's eyes light up. Spirit beasts are great, but sometimes they can be troublesome to carry around, especially during operations that require stealth. A spirit beast's large size can easily alert enemies. But it must be admitted that in most situations, spirit beasts provide excellent assistance. Take Qingwan, for example. If I need to escape from danger, few can catch up with it. Moreover, raising a spirit beast can also be a considerable expense. Now with this ability, in other words, I can bring the spirit beast to my side anytime. And when there's nothing special going on, let it find its own food. It gains freedom while saving me costs. This ability is simply amazing. I wonder which genius came up with it. Zachariah couldn't help but marvel, but he quickly regained his composure. What am I thinking? No matter how powerful this ability is, I still need a spirit beast. My weapon spirits may not even have spirit beasts. If there's no spirit beast, this ability is just a decoration. A hint of helplessness flashed across Zachariah's mind, but he soon adjusted his attitude. He brought up his attribute panel to check his current attributes. Host, Zachariah. Rank, 3-star 1st rank. Abilities, joint progress, calm mind, slow healing, shared domain, killing intent perception, dimensional pact, martial skills, concealment, backstab, breath control, identification, slaughter instinct, blood rage, bleeding, Viniane death. Experience, 0%. Physique, 2,350. Zachariah smiled faintly. My current physique is equivalent to a 4-star 5th rank spirit tamer. If I add the characteristics of the combined domains of Garner and Trent. At this moment, Zachariah was filled with anticipation for his future. Buzzing. A vibration came, and Zachariah took out Shun Du's phone from his storage ring. The screen displayed 2 words, Adeline. Should he answer the call or not? He was in a dilemma. Chapter 163. First entry into the White Tiger camp. In the living room of the hotel suite, Zachariah sat cross-legged on the sofa, his chin propped up by one hand. Denny's phone lay in front of him. It buzzed continuously. His expression was solemn, as if he were deep in thought. This was the 3rd call from Adeline in a row, and he hadn't answered any of them. I can't answer it. If I do, my survival will be exposed. Once that happens, I might never find where this Adeline is. But if I don't answer, will she become suspicious? For a moment, Zachariah felt overwhelmed. Never mind all this. Tomorrow is really about attending the training camp. Time to sleep. Zachariah powered off the phone and stuffed it into his storage ring before turning his head and walking into the bedroom. Moments later, faint snores began, but Zachariah's furrowed brows remained tense, indicating a light sleep. A faint greenish shadow slowly emerged from his body, gently rising and taking a slow stroll around the hotel room, eyes filled with confusion. The elegant robe from the Warring States period accentuated her slender figure perfectly. Finally, she returned to Zachariah's bedroom and sat quietly beside his bed. She gently stretched out her hand, the long sleeves brushing over Zachariah's face. The snoring ceased, and the frown on Zachariah's face smoothed out. She watched Zachariah's sleeping face silently, and for some reason, a smile appeared on her usually cold expression. Her smile was as beautiful as a blooming flower. In the west of the city, inside a middle-range hotel on the 3rd floor, under dim lighting, on a pure white bed, Adeline leaned against the headboard, staring at her phone with both hands. The phone screen still displayed her chat interface with Denny. Her slender fingers occasionally swiped the screen, searching for clues in their past conversations. How could he just not pick up? Is something wrong? Did something unexpected happen? She swiped the screen again, enlarging the last picture Denny sent her, scrutinizing it carefully. In the photo, Zachariah lay in a pool of blood, his heart area stained dark red. His wide-open eyes indicated an accident. There were still many stains of blood on the ground. Beside him, Denny posed with a V sign, his face radiating with joy. From this photo, it looks like that guy is really dead. But why doesn't Denny pick up the phone? He said he wanted me to accompany him. As she spoke, a blush briefly flashed across her handsome face. But this blush quickly faded, suppressed by her rationality. The same thing happened before. Last time it was because they were chased by the City Patrol Corps 2 years ago. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and a smile crept onto her lips. It seems he did alert the City Patrol Corps. Well then, by the time he contacts me next, he should have already left Hansui City. That's great. This way, I won't betray Brother Wallace. Seemingly recalling something, Her smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Brother Wallace is such a wooden block, he still doesn't know my feelings. Speaking of which, she got up from the bed. Back to camp. Tomorrow, I'll go see the new recruit training. On her alabaster-like body, she wore a seductive lace lingerie set. Picking up the military uniform at the foot of the bed, she quickly put it on. Stepping lightly, she walked out of the hotel. Her ponytail swung back and forth, reflecting her excellent mood. Early the next morning, a taxi stopped steadily at the entrance of the White Tiger camp. A black boot extended from the car door, followed by a pair of long legs stepping out with steady strides. Soon, a tall and upright figure stood at the gate. Zachariah stared at the gate wide enough for 8 cars to enter side by side, momentarily stunned. Here is where I will be staying for the next 10 years? Impressive indeed. Zachariah. A voice came from the side, and Zachariah turned to see Henley emerging from the nearby guardhouse, waving at him frantically. Behind him, Avril hesitated but followed closely. Zachariah noticed that the moment they appeared, the soldier in front of the guardhouse frowned noticeably. Why are you guys here? Zachariah asked. Henley laughed. To take you to complete the procedures. Otherwise, how would you know what to do? Avril took a deep breath and added, there are quite a few procedures for new recruits. With our guidance, things will be much smoother for you. Zachariah nodded. All right. Led by the two, Zachariah entered through the gate. As they passed the guard on duty, they simultaneously gave him the middle finger. Kevin, I told you they're ours. You insisted on stopping us. What now? Try blocking us again. Kevin, weren't you very tough a few days ago? Try blocking someone today. I told you, we'll eventually be one of us. You still act tough with us. Come on, try stopping us today and see if Sister Wei has to talk to your superior. Zachariah found the two of them somewhat childish, and he turned his head to look at the duty soldier called Kevin. His eyes were wide open in anger, yet he had nothing to say. Kevin wanted to find Henley and Avril for an explanation, but he had to stand guard. He was utterly helpless. Zachariah followed the two as they walked toward the military affairs building in the White Tiger camp. Along the way, the two kept telling Zachariah many things about the White Tiger camp, from ranks to the functions of various buildings, to some unwritten rules. Zachariah listened while looking around curiously. The White Tiger camp exuded a rough and wild style. Except for some necessary plants and bulletin boards, there were basically no decorations inside the camp. Even the roadside trash cans were entirely gray-blue without any patterns. The two led Zachariah to the military affairs building, filled out a stack of forms, received a set of simple training uniforms, and then went downstairs. Zachariah, don't complain. That's how it is during training camp. You only get a simple training uniform and temporary accommodation. After you officially pass the live combat test, your military uniforms, insignia, and other items will be issued. Zachariah nodded. So where are we going now? To the testing room at the training ground. We'll check the quality of your spirit device and personal qualifications. Then they'll assign you to a squad for training, Avril interjected. Zachariah nodded but did not respond. This behavior left Avril feeling a bit bitter. He still wouldn't talk to me. Henley patted Zachariah's shoulder forcefully. Zachariah, with your strength, a device body, 2 spirit devices, and such strong combat ability, you're sure to shock everyone in a bit. Zachariah only nodded again without saying anything. At this moment, even he felt a bit nervous. It was true that he had 2 spirit devices, but whether he was a device body, he wasn't sure. Firstly, when he started high school, he underwent a physical examination, and at that time, he indeed didn't show up as a device body. Secondly, although he now had 2 spirit devices, he always felt that it was due to the system. Apart from Hurley, Arlo and number 13 just used his body as a transit station. When needed, the system transferred them through his body to Zachariah. Soon, the 3 arrived at the training ground of the White Tiger camp. What looked like a training ground was more akin to a super large stadium. The 2 led Zachariah into it, turned 2 corners, and came to a glass door. In regular script, 3 large characters were written on the glass door. Testing room. We're here. Zachariah, good luck. Zachariah, give that old thing responsible for testing a little surprise with your qualifications. Chapter 164, Division Commander Ilias. Zachariah followed the 2 men into the testing room. A glass curtain wall greeted them, dividing the testing room into 2 parts. Behind the curtain wall, the testing room was as large as a whole basketball court, containing several precision instruments. At the very center was the main control console of the entire testing room. Zachariah, besides measuring current physical strength and realm, our Baihu Division's testing room can also measure the number and quality of spirit artifacts, as well as provide an initial classification for spirit artifact bodies. Henley explained in a lowered voice about the functions of the testing room. Zachariah looked somewhat puzzled. Initial classification of spirit artifact bodies? What does that mean? The content Henley described was something Zachariah had never heard during his years at school. Avril mustered her courage to interject. It means that spirit artifact bodies are also divided into different grades like spirit artifacts, generally low, medium, and high levels. The higher the level, the stronger the overall capability among peer spirit handlers. Under normal circumstances, only medium and high-level spirit artifact bodies receive extra attention and resource allocation within the Demon Control Army, because low-level spirit artifact bodies are not much different from non-spirit artifact bodies. And only after detecting medium or high-level spirit artifact bodies will the division send you to the headquarters in the capital for more detailed detection to identify what type of spirit artifact body you have. At this point, Avril paused, glanced at Zachariah quietly, saw no annoyance on his face, and instantly felt relieved, so she continued. But this doesn't mean that medium and high-level spirit handlers are invincible at their rank. I've heard some retired veterans talk about a senior before, who had a non-spirit artifact body but a single spirit artifact, yet he defeated all the geniuses from 4 major camps. It was just incredible. Zachariah frowned slightly. His curiosity was piqued. So powerful. Who is he? Is he still in the Demon Control Army? Avril shook her head. I don't know. It's been passed down from one generation of veterans to the next. No one can say anything deeper. It's as if this person's information has been deliberately locked away. Zachariah furrowed his brows. Locked away. He wanted to ask more about the subclassification of spirit artifact bodies, when from inside the testing room, behind the glass curtain wall, came a strong voice. Who is it? entering without even greeting. Upon hearing this voice, Avril and Henley's faces turned somewhat solemn immediately. Zachariah asked curiously, "What's going on?" The two hurriedly winked at him, lowering their voices and speaking quickly. "Our camp commander, Ilias." At this moment, a middle-aged man of about 40, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing a short buzz cut, walked out, sleeves rolled up, holding a dirty cloth, looking like he had just finished cleaning. Seeing this, Avril and Henley quickly stood at attention, saluting standardly. "Greetings, Commander." The middle-aged man looked at their shoulder insignias, waved his hand indicating they could lower their hands. "No need to be so formal, we're not outside. Which brigade are you from? Why are you here?" Henley and the others slowly lowered their hands and said in unison, "Commander, we are third-class soldiers Henley, Avril, from the Yai Lang Brigade. We're here to bring the new recruit for aptitude testing." Ilias nodded upon hearing this, put the dirty cloth aside, eyed Zachariah for a while, then smiled. "So you're the young man Xiao Shuang insisted I sign off for last night, demanding special treatment for you." Ilias spoke casually, but Zachariah felt embarrassed. "I suppose that would be me. Though I took advantage of connections, couldn't you have said it less bluntly? And why did Jesse force you? Aren't you the top leader of the Baihu division? Who can force you?" Henley asked a bit confusedly. "Commander, where's Uncle Yayan? Why isn't he in the testing room? And why were you cleaning?" Ilias laughed heartily. "Uncle Yayan? A few days ago, one of the instructors fell ill, so I arranged for him to take over the classes temporarily. I happened to have nothing to do, so I came here to help him look after things for a few days. As for cleaning, I saw some dust on the equipment, so I just wiped it down. Although I am a division commander, at the end of the day, I'm also human. Doing some cleaning is part of the responsibility. However, once the new recruit's training ends, I should criticize Aaron. How can he not be attentive when in charge of the testing room?" Then he beckoned to Zachariah. "You're Zachariah, right? Come on over for testing. You'll need to take the test results to report to the instructor at the training ground afterward." Zachariah promptly followed behind Ilias into the testing room and began busying himself. Soon enough, nearly all the instruments in the testing room started operating almost simultaneously. Henley and Avril exchanged a puzzled glance, their eyes full of confusion. How did Commander Cheen suddenly show up? Even if Aaron went to substitute for a class, it shouldn't require the commander to come personally, right? Let's wait and see. Who can fathom what these leaders are thinking? Hey, Yunyan, do you think what level Zachariah's spirit artifact body is? I remember he has 2 spirit artifacts. His companion spirit artifact is at least a level, and his second spirit artifact contracted later feels at least a level 2. Being able to contract dual A-level spirit artifacts, he should have at least a mid-level spirit artifact body, right? Why don't we just follow him in and see? The two made up their minds and quickly walked towards the central control console in the testing room. At this moment, by the console, Zachariah was inside a cylindrical glass dial, connected to various lines of different sizes. Occasionally, a purple light would sweep across. In front of the console, Ilias stood with folded arms, gazing intently at the large screen on the console. Analyzing this spirit handler's aptitude. Current progress 90%, please wait. Seeing the two approach, Ilias merely glanced at them indifferently, without saying anything. The two stood behind Ilias, watching anxiously as the progress bar advanced on the screen. A moment later, as a clear prompt sound rang out, Zachariah's test results appeared line by line on the screen. Name, Zachariah. Age, 18. Realm, 3rd rank 1 star. Physical strength, 2,350. Number of spirit artifacts, 1. Quality of spirit artifact, S. Is spirit artifact body, no? Ilias's gaze swept from top to bottom, his expression changing from calm to somewhat pleased, then turning into a slight disappointment, as if recalling something unpleasant. Before he could speak, Henley and Avril's voices of disbelief broke through. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Zachariah also stepped out of the glass dial, looking at the data on the screen, sighing inwardly. Indeed, I'm not a spirit artifact body. Ilias turned to look at Avril and Henley. Why is it impossible? Avril explained anxiously. Commander, Zachariah has 2 spirit artifacts. We saw it with our own eyes. And look at his physical strength. Normal 3rd rank 1 star spirit handlers usually have around 500. Zachariah has 2,350, higher than many spirit artifact bodies. How can he not be a spirit artifact body? Henley added, yes. And his second spirit artifact quality doesn't fall short of his companion spirit artifact. Commander, is the testing equipment broken? Upon hearing this, Ilias frowned slightly, a flash of pity crossing his gaze as he looked at Zachariah. Could it really be that type of constitution? Chapter 165, Pseudo-Spirit Armature? Ilias's gaze towards Zachariah carried a trace of pity. Display both of your spirit armatures for me to see. Ilias seemed completely unsurprised that Zachariah possessed dual spirit armatures, which differed from the testing device's results. It was as if he had known all along. Zachariah nodded. With a thought, a blood-red long saber and a shard-like long saber coalesced before him, floating midair. The sharp aura radiating from the sabers unfurled, continually pressing against the 3 people in front of him. Avril and Henley exchanged uneasy glances. This was their first time facing Zachariah's spirit armatures so closely, making it hard to catch their breaths. This was the unique pressure of advanced spirit armatures. Could it be that Zachariah's spirit armatures were more than just A-grade? Ilias remained unaffected, raising an eyebrow. Dual S-grade spirit armatures. Upon hearing this, Avril and Henley widened their eyes, pupils trembling violently. An S-grade spirit armature was 1 in 10,000. Dual S-grades were even rarer. After all, even the current White Tiger Camp's young generation number 1, Franklin, at merely 18 years old, only had 1 S-grade spirit armature. But instead of shock, their confusion grew stronger. Why would someone with such excellent aptitude like Zachariah be detected as not having a spirit armature body? Zachariah nodded, confirming Ilias's speculation. Yeah, dual S. Ilias sighed deeply, almost as if struggling in vain, pointing to a machine not far behind him. That is a specialized instrument for testing spirit armature quality. Place both spirit armatures on it. Let's confirm again. Following his instructions, Zachariah moved to the rear device and placed Garner and Trent on the tester. With Ilias operating the console, details of the two spirit armatures appeared on the large screen shortly after. Companion spirit armature, Garner. Grade S. Second spirit armature, Trent. Grade S. The test results on the screen made Avril and Henley breathe rapidly. S-grade. And dual S-grade. The future of Yai Mu Lang lies in Zachariah. The instrument must have been broken. That's why it couldn't detect Zachariah's spirit armature body. However, while the two were agitated, only endless regret remained in Ilias's eyes. Sigh, what a pity. With a whirring sound from the printer, a sheet detailing Zachariah's test results slowly emerged from beside the console. Ilias handed over the test results to Zachariah. Later, take this to the training field and give it to Instructor Aaron of New Recruit, Class 100. Receiving the test results, Zachariah didn't move. Commander, I don't understand. Though prepared to accept not being a spirit armature body, even without one, given the quality of these two spirit armatures displayed, logically, Ilias shouldn't look so pitiful. Ilias looked into Zachariah's eager eyes and then at Avril and Henley's equally curious gazes, pausing before saying, Zachariah, if my guess is correct, your companion spirit armature's quality isn't high. After some thought, he added firmly, not exceeding E-grade, right? Zachariah stared at Ilias in surprise. How do you know? Ilias continued, I know more than that. I know that in refining your companion spirit armature to S-grade, you barely used any special materials, simply using whatever materials you had, correct? Henley and Avril were stunned. According to their understanding, each specific spirit armature required different materials for upgrading, depending entirely on one's understanding of their spirit armature. They had never heard of anyone using whatever they had yet successfully upgrading. Zachariah hesitantly nodded. Although Ilias's description was somewhat different from his situation, it made sense when viewed this way. Looking at Zachariah with some pity, Ilias explained, what a pity. If it were just a companion spirit armature, it would be fine, but why did you bind a second spirit armature? If I'm not mistaken, you're one of less than 10 cases globally in the last 300 years of a pseudo-spirit armature body. Zachariah frowned slightly. Pseudo-spirit armature body. Ilias nodded. Know about pseudo-spirit armatures? A pseudo-spirit armature body is similar. Can you understand that? Zachariah thought for a moment, gradually comprehending. Yet, Avril frowned. Commander, could you explain? I really don't get it. Ilias smiled lightly. A pseudo-spirit armature, as you know, is mostly created by people using various methods. They take spirit armature fragments found in ancient tombs, abandoned temples, ruins, and process them into something usable. Normally, a pseudo-spirit armature can only exhibit some of the original spirit armature's effects. If one were to deduce the quality of the original spirit armature from these fragments, it would usually be 2 to 3 grades higher than the manufactured pseudo-spirit armature. In other words, we sacrifice the quality of these spirit armature fragments to ensure that certain functions work normally. Apply this logic to a pseudo-spirit armature body, and you should understand. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Henley frowned and asked, does that mean it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul? Ilias nodded. You can also put it that way. Zachariah was somewhat confused. Commander Chin, if that's the case, what wall did my pseudo-spirit armature body rob? Ilias patted Zachariah on the shoulder with a look of regret. The spirit armature is a part of a spirit manipulator's body. Generally, people associate the initial quality of a companion spirit armature with the spirit manipulator's talent. Human talent includes various aspects such as comprehension, understanding, perception, observation, and affinity with spirit armatures. Talent cannot be measured by instruments like the quality of a spirit armature. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, people have generally seen that those with higher initial spirit armature quality achieve greater success. This has gradually led to a misconception that the higher the spirit armature quality, the greater the achievements of the spirit manipulator. At this point, he sighed, Victoria City is a small city with limited educational resources. Some teachers may inevitably go astray during cultivation. It's truly a pity for you. For 270 years since the establishment of the Spirit Suppression Army, there have been 87 high-ranking spirit manipulators who initially had low-quality spirit armatures but achieved remarkable success later on. In other words, given enough time, even with low-quality spirit armatures, they could still surpass their peers. Henley and Avril exchanged bitter looks, already having an inkling of the bad news. They had thought Zachariah would be the hope for the entire Yai Mu Lang detachment, but now it seemed all their efforts would be in vain. After a moment's thought, Zachariah said slowly, Commander Chin, according to what you're saying, it means that I am using my own talent to boost the quality of my spirit armature. In the short term, because my spirit armature quality improved rapidly and I bound a second spirit armature, my overall strength will exceed others of the same rank. But in the long run, I'm killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Because both the improvement of my companion spirit armature's quality and binding a second spirit armature consume my own talent. That is, the faster my spirit armature quality improves, or the more spirit armatures I bind, the more it consumes my own talent. Not only will I not become a high-ranking spirit manipulator, but I might even become a fool in the future. Is that right? Ilias looked regretful. To be precise, based on the available data, given your current situation, whether you can break through to the 4th rank in the future is questionable. Even if you stand out from ordinary soldiers and enter any detachment in the Spirit Suppression Army, you'll likely only stop at Private 3rd class. If you bind another spirit armature, you might not even maintain that rank. Ilias's confirmation further disappointed Avril and Henley, who were already feeling let down. There would be no resurgence for Yai Mu Lang, after all. However, unlike their dejection, Zachariah showed a confident smile. Commander Chin, nothing is set in stone. Maybe I'm the exception? Zachariah didn't know the true nature of a pseudo-spirit armature body, but he knew he definitely wasn't one. After all, his spirit armature came from the system. Moreover, his talent seemed never to have diminished, evident from his comprehension of techniques like Vinyane death and truth. He hadn't refuted earlier because he needed a plausible excuse for binding more spirit armatures in the future. But Ilias assumed Zachariah was merely being young and overconfident, so he didn't refute him due to professionalism. Let's hope so. Time is almost up. I have something else to attend to. Go to the training ground and find instructor Aaron quickly. The second class is about to end. Then he turned to Avril and Henley. If you have nothing else, help me clean the testing room to camp standards. If I come back and find it substandard, I'll make you run 100 laps carrying 500 pounds. With that, he walked briskly out of the testing room. Zachariah checked the time and turned to ask the two to lead him to the training field. However, as he turned his head, he noticed Avril and the other person seemingly indifferent to the additional task. Their attention was on Zachariah, looking at him with pity, regret, and sympathy. This gaze made Zachariah feel uncomfortable, but he understood their good intentions. Zachariah tilted his head and laughed heartily. Hey, don't look at me like that. Don't forget, I said I want to make Yaya Mulang great again. You two quickly take me to the training ground first, then come back to clean up. The two exchanged glances, filled only with self-reproach. Was the responsibility of making Yaya Mulang great again too heavy for him? Chapter 166, Privileged Relations? The White Tiger Barracks track field. Located at the heart of the training grounds, its size could be summed up with one word: massive. At a glance, it spanned nearly 3 soccer fields in area. Its top was open, separated by huge transparent glass panels that would be retracted on good weather days, making it similar to an open-air stadium. And today, coincidentally, was a rare sunny day, with the scorching sun at 11 o'clock relentlessly shining down on the entire track field. There were many spectator stands on both sides, sparsely occupied by veterans who had come to watch the commotion. The vast track field evoked a sense of a Roman Colosseum. In the center of the grass field, there stood a formation of about 40 people, sweating profusely, but standing motionless in military posture. This was one of the numerous groups of new recruits in the White Tiger Barracks. Opposite them, a middle-aged man with graying hair hid in the shade where the sun couldn't reach him, his gaze moving like an eagle's, searching for any recruit daring enough to move. To be able to enter the White Tiger Barracks for training proves that you are not without talent among the 8 protected cities on the western side of Daxia. Today is my first day as your instructor. I don't know what your previous instructors taught you, nor do I know what I should teach you, but I know one thing. In the barracks, soldiers must first learn to obey orders. The first lesson I will teach you is that without my order, whoever dares to move won't eat today. Time flew swiftly, and the sun slowly moved toward the west, almost reaching the man. He took a step back slightly, retreating into the shadow once more. This scene infuriated the recruits, yet they were powerless against it. Seemingly tired of standing, the man shifted from his upright stance to a parade rest, taking out a pocket watch from his vest to check the time. Then he fished a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket and lit one nonchalantly. He puffed away as if enjoying every moment, causing some of the nicotine-addicted recruits to swallow their saliva eagerly. Watching all this, the man muttered under his breath, F***, these damn privileged relations, learning nothing good, already smoking at 18. This man was none other than Aaron, who was originally in charge of the testing room. Known for his straightforward personality and explosive temper, thus assigned to manage the testing room to avoid offending others. He was content with such a life. However, Ilias had him take over the new recruits' classes early this morning for some reason, much to his frustration. Aaron's eyes scanned the recruits continuously, his anger intensifying. I wonder what's wrong with Commander Chin's brain, actually letting me be an instructor. Doesn't he know I hate privileged relations the most? In a class of 45, at least a third are privileged relations. Among these, 2/3 are relatives of low-ranking soldiers, and the remaining 1/3 are distant relatives of the 7 battalions. Damn it, why can't the White Tiger Barracks match other camps? Isn't it because of this rotten policy? The other 3 camps all pretend to follow it, while secretly defying it. Bored, he glanced around the track field, then suddenly noticed something and narrowed his eyes. Why isn't she glued to Dugaba today, instead following the other Teresa's from her battalion here for fun? Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught someone moving in the ranks. He turned abruptly, roaring fiercely, You there, step forward. No dinner for you tonight. Far away, Adeline sat with her comrades from the Lu Jinggu team, laughing as they watched the new recruits training on the grass field. Who knew old man Yayan would still be an instructor this year? Those new recruits are really unlucky. How bad can it be? Didn't we all go through this? That's true, but did you bring me here just to watch the recruits train? We could have gone shopping instead. Zachariah's dead photo put Adeline in a great mood. She had been waiting for Franklin to come out of the training room to share the secret joy with him, but she was pulled away early in the morning by other members of her battalion to watch the new recruits train. A Teresa beside her with a ponytail and round face smiled. Adeline, I thought Wallace brother being stuck in the training room all day would leave no one to keep you company, so I brought you here for some fun. Adeline looked at her skeptically, then she nudged Adeline. I have inside info. Old man Yayan plans to make these recruits suffer today. You know what old man Yayan is capable of. Let's just enjoy the show. Aren't those Avril and Henley from Yaye Malong? Why are they bringing a new recruit here? The round-faced Teresa looked towards the southwestern entrance of the track field with some confusion, muttering. Adeline followed her gaze and saw them at a glance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? Wasn't he dead? In the photo, he was clearly lying in a pool of blood. His pupils were already dilated. Why is he still alive? Could Denny have lied to me with him? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Zachariah followed Henley and Avril and soon came beside Aaron. Aaron frowned. Henley, Avril, you two are veterans. Don't you know that new recruits are not to be disturbed during their training period? Henley smiled awkwardly. Uncle Yayan, we're really not causing trouble. We're here to bring this new recruit for you. This is Commander Chin's order. As he spoke, he handed Zachariah's testing information to Aaron. Aaron took the paper but did not look at it immediately. Instead, he sized up Zachariah with disdain. Today is the last day of training. Tomorrow is a rest day, and the day after tomorrow, there's a practical test. What's the point of joining now? Is this another young master coming to our camp just for show? There was no attempt to hide his disgust, leaving Avril and Henley unsure of how to respond. Zachariah replied calmly. Coach Yayan, I'm not a privileged relation. Aaron snorted coldly. Fall in, stand at the back row. He didn't believe for a second that Zachariah wasn't a relation when he showed up so late. With visible disdain, Aaron opened Zachariah's test information and scanned it briefly. Initially, he was calm, then somewhat surprised as he glanced at Zachariah's rank, physique, and device spirit quality. Then his pupils trembled violently. But when he saw the number of device spirits, his shock was tinged with confusion. A single S-grade device spirit. How could it have such high physical attributes? When he reached the final line of the test conclusion, his shock turned into derision. So it's a pseudo-device spirit body. Yet you dared to lie to me about not being a relation. He raised his eyes to look at Zachariah, who had just squeezed into the rear of the formation, and a smirk of contempt flashed across his lips. Damn it, all relations. White Tiger Camp has been ruined by your ilk. Watch how I deal with you. Rest on the spot for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I have a gift for you. As he spoke, he took out a pocket watch from his vest. The pocket watch fell from his palm, swinging like a pendulum. Zachariah frowned slightly. He felt a trace of hostility from Aaron's eyes. What's wrong with this old guy? I didn't provoke him. Why is he so hostile? Suddenly, Zachariah sensed an uncomfortable gaze. He turned his head in the direction of the gaze and saw a rather handsome face. The next moment, he became extremely serious. I found you. Chapter 167. Game begins. Zachariah quietly and swiftly retracted his gaze, as if he had just twisted his neck casually due to stiffness. Since the other party is from the White Tiger Camp, he couldn't alert them prematurely. As long as he remained inside the camp, she also wouldn't dare to make a move against him. Otherwise, why would she hire mercenaries? Zachariah sat cross-legged on the grass, pondering how to ingeniously eliminate this instability. Even though in the camp she couldn't harm him, being under constant surveillance made him very uneasy. Moreover, the reasons behind her actions and any connections with the Yi family were something he needed to consider. During this time, a few chatty peers tried to strike up conversations with Zachariah, but he brushed them off with just a few words. He disliked being interrupted when deep in thought. Not far away, a boy with slightly sun-kissed dark skin and a prominent nose watched Zachariah with interest, fiddling with a coin in his hand. Beside him, a rotund boy who resembled a Michelin man plopped down on the grass, breathing heavily. Standing guard all morning was torture for someone of his size. Brother Hal, that guy acts cooler than you. The fatty looked at Zachariah, instinctively remarking. Ilias frowned, grabbing the coin he was playing with, making it crunch audibly. He glared at the fatty unhappily. Jim, who are you talking about? Stevie quickly covered his mouth with a forced smile. I'm acting cool, I am. His chubby body trembled, showing he's no stranger to Ilias's bullying. Ilias crossed his arms, muttering quietly. Jim, training is almost over, and this guy just shows up. Whose son is he to pull strings so openly? Jim shook his head. How would I know? But honestly, who cares who his dad is? Anyway, in this White Tiger Camp, your dad still tops. Ilias gave Stevie a sharp glance, pressing his palm hard on the latter's shoulder, fingers sinking into the meat. He lowered his voice. Jim, let me tell you again, I'm from an ordinary family. If you mention my dad again, don't blame me for not considering our 10 years of friendship and beating you up. Stevie winced in pain. Okay, boss, let go, you're killing me. Ilias finally released Stevie's shoulder. Time ticked by second by second. The ticking sound of a small pocket watch could be heard clearly by everyone. As the 5-minute mark approached, most people became increasingly uneasy. They didn't know what kind of new instructor they would meet, but today's events indicated whatever he prepared wouldn't be pleasant. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out, followed by Aaron's voice. Rest period over. Everyone, are you ready? Everyone nervously glanced at each other, no one daring to respond. Aaron didn't seem surprised by this reaction. He took out a black remote from his storage ring and pressed it. Beside the track field, several stone walls blocking entrances below the stands retracted like sliding doors, revealing 7 or 8 passages wide enough for 3 abreast. The entrances were locked by specially made iron gates. Whistling winds carried a foul odor from the numerous entrances. Some Teresis involuntarily covered their noses. Next, loud footsteps and barking dog sounds came rapidly toward the iron gates. Soon, hundreds of canine demon beasts wearing special collars around their necks appeared before everyone. Their greenish, vicious gazes swept across the 40-odd trainees, some bearing old wounds, looking even more ferocious. They started ramming into the iron gates, but retreated after several got electrocuted. However, their gaze towards the crowd became fiercer. Like spotting delicious crab patty burgers, some young spirit handlers, raised in comfortable conditions with little combat experience, went pale and weak in the knees. Seeing this scene, Aaron felt extremely satisfied. Damn it, I scared the crap out of you privileged brats. I want to show you. Demon hunters take risks. It's not here for you to gain clout. Everyone, these are second-rank ironbone hounds. As their name suggests, they have very strong resistance to strikes, but weak attacking power. Therefore, in the past, they've always been used as sparring monsters for new recruits to practice on in our camp. You don't need to be afraid because, in 2 days, you will all know that you have to undergo a live combat test. I can clearly tell you that in the live combat test, second-rank creatures will be just daily fare. You might even encounter 3rd or 4th-rank beasts. And this is the daily life of demon hunters. These words cast silence over the entire scene. The few timider individuals who were already trembling saw their legs go limp. Had their companions not caught them in time, it would have been an embarrassing scene. Aaron's gaze swept across the faces of each newcomer, looking for those new soldiers who could face the demonic beast calmly. This Teresa is good. Though she's a bit scared, her eyes are resolute. She's a promising seedling. This fatty is also good, though I wonder if the trembling on his chubby face is excitement or fear. This guy seems to be called Stevie. What a nice name. Why did he end up with such a fatty? The guy beside him named Ilias is quite excellent. Since this morning, he has looked full of confidence. Why is this relation protege so calm? His gaze suddenly stopped at Zachariah, scrutinizing him sharply. He keenly sensed that Zachariah's calmness was entirely different from others. His calmness stemmed from someone accustomed to life and death, walking between iron and blood. But no, he is only 18 years old. How many life and death experiences can he have had? Could it be that he constantly fights to the death with demons? It seemed Zachariah felt his gaze, turning to look back at him. In an instant, their eyes met. He could clearly sense that there was no instinctive fear in Zachariah's eyes toward an instructor. This made his brows furrow deeply. He retracted his gaze, starting to explain the rules of the game. Everyone, let me tell you that during the test day after tomorrow, a slight misstep might cost you your lives. For your safety, you must learn one thing. He paused, sweeping a serious look around everyone before slowly uttering 2 words, escape. The rule of this game is simple. The necks of iron-bone hounds were timed spirit-suppressing collars set for 5 minutes. Soon, the iron gates will open. Everyone, including me, should run for our lives with all our strength. During this period, whether you cooperate or not is up to you. However, attacking teammates or beasts is forbidden. You can only rely on your own skills to escape. Saying this, he pointed towards the north, the farthest distance. Those who survive for more than 5 minutes win, and there will be extra food in the cafeteria tonight. Those who don't survive. Here, he suddenly grinned wickedly. Let me remind you, iron-bone hounds are also known as scoop-ass dogs. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned white, and several people involuntarily protected their buttocks. Aaron raised the remote control in his hand high and smiled. Then, the game begins. Chapter 168, Aaron's mischievous idea. The moment the words were spoken, the iron bars descended immediately. Aaron moved like a blur and shot out in an instant. At the same time, from behind those 7 or 8 bars, the pack of iron-bone dogs darted out in an instant, their dark swarm numbering at least 400 to 500 at a glance. Damn, instructor, how can you run first? Hey, wait for me. I don't want to be eaten by these beasts. Not really. Instructor, why can't we fight back? Why do we only have to run for our lives? Aaron jogged leisurely at the front, even taking interested glances back at everyone scrambling to save themselves, which delighted him greatly. The first lesson in escaping. Always observe everything around you at all times. If the situation turns bad, be the first to run. As for fighting back, I already said, today you will learn to escape. How to adjust your steps, regulate your breathing, and control the use of spirit energy are what you must master. The monster-suppressing army never encourages fleeing, but if there is nothing or no one you must protect behind you, preserving your own life is most important. In terms of speed, among demon beasts, iron-bone dogs are just average. If you can't last 5 minutes under their pursuit, for your own good, I advise you to give up tomorrow's test. In a certain sense, advising people to quit is also a way of doing good deeds. Letting these well-connected recruits back off would indirectly ensure the quality of new soldiers in the White Tiger camp, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Aaron felt he was being quite benevolent. What he didn't tell the others was that, in fact, in the spectator stands, there were about a dozen veterans he had briefed in advance. They would intervene immediately if any recruit faced life-threatening danger. Aaron wasn't particularly fast, but his veteran experience, ability to observe and listen carefully, and the subtle use of every bit of spirit energy allowed him to determine the best escape route in the shortest time when faced with the dog's encirclement. He even had time to evaluate each recruit's performance while fleeing. Amira is smart. She figured out so quickly how to use the chaotic crowd to create distance between herself and the demons. Jim, the fatty, has a defensive quasi-soul weapon and cowers inside a barrier. Though iron-bone dogs keep attacking, as long as he holds on for 5 minutes, he'll be fine. Ilias's soul weapon is impressive. It allows him to dodge effortlessly through short-range, high-frequency teleports during a pack attack. I remember it's an S-level 1. Moreover, from his performance, it seems he's practiced a high-quality body technique. But his smug face really needs a smack. Why is this kid still so calm? As Aaron's gaze swept over Zachariah, he noticed that Zachariah was different from the rest. Unlike some who were panic-stricken, or those who were either serious or confidently defiant, Zachariah was unnaturally calm, as if being chased by hundreds of second-stage iron-bone dogs was nothing. Indeed, it was not a big deal for him. During his training with Abdur in the ruins, Zachariah had been hunted by demon Danny beasts and attacked by hundreds of mountain imps led by an imp king inside a mountain imp's cave. This pursuit by iron-bone dogs was just another day for Zachariah. Plus, he had the quasi-soul weapon, Chase Wind, a perfect tool for fleeing. Quite agile. This kid has something. Aaron couldn't help but admire while observing Zachariah. Because he saw 3 iron-backed dogs coming from 3 different directions almost simultaneously, yet Zachariah swayed left and right like a resilient bamboo in the wind during his run, causing the 3 dogs to miss and land baffled. Then, before the 3 iron-backed dogs could react, Zachariah kicked them swiftly, sending them flying into the pack behind him. Clattering sounds followed as the 3 iron-backed dogs bowled over their companions like bowling pins. Aaron cursed inwardly. Damn brat, I clearly said no fighting back, yet he dared to kick. He didn't stop Zachariah because he noticed the kicks didn't involve spirit energy and were controlled enough to only cause superficial injuries to the highly resistant iron-backed dogs. Looks like I need to increase the difficulty for you. A mischievous idea flashed in Aaron's mind. In the next moment, he suddenly turned and ran towards the dog pack. You see that? What's old Yayan up to? Why is he running into the middle of the dog pack? No idea, but based on my understanding of old Yayan, this guy surely has no good intentions. This guy is pulling the enmity of demon beasts. Look, more and more iron-backed dogs are chasing him. Holy crap, I know what old Yayan's up to now. This guy isn't playing fair. He's increasing the difficulty for the new recruits. They're doomed. In the spectator stands, the veterans arranged by Aaron watched in surprise at the scene on the track field. Aaron seemed to have gone crazy. He had directly surpassed the new recruits who were fleeing for their lives and charged into the pack of dogs, taunting one iron-backed dog after another. Before long, at least 2/3 of the iron-backed dogs had gathered behind him. Some of the new recruits, who were panting from exhaustion, felt a sudden relief and could catch their breath. Captain Yayan, you're actually quite nice. I almost couldn't keep running. Yes, Captain Yayan, thank you. Aaron chuckled. No need to thank me. Now, let's move on to the second lesson in escaping. Escaping doesn't require you to be super fast. You just need to remember, never be the last one. As soon as the words were spoken, the new recruits who were still jogging and catching their breath in front looked stunned. The very next moment, Aaron sped up abruptly and overtook them. Now it was these few new recruits who were jogging and catching their breath who faced the pack of dogs head-on. Captain Yayan, you're not playing fair. Yayan, Go to hell. Mommy, I can't run anymore. The curses behind him continued, but Aaron paid no attention. Right now, his eyes were only focused on Zachariah, who was calmly running ahead to the right, constantly pulling away from 2 or 3 ironback dogs that suddenly attacked from the grassland. Aaron glanced back at the majority of ironback dogs still hot on his heels, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Soon, it will be your turn. To avoid the accusation that he was targeting a specific recruit, Aaron deliberately led the pack of dogs past several new recruits who were handling the ironback dogs with ease. Instantly, their pressure multiplied. Captain Yayan, how can you betray your teammates like this? Aaron turned his head and smiled. Who said we're teammates? I'm a team of one. Then he strode briskly toward Zachariah. Connected relation. I'll see you being so calm. If I can't scare you to death, I'll tire you to death. Chapter 169, Ilias, the Card King. In the spectator stance. Adeline, look, isn't old Yayan having a hard time with that guy? When old Yayan passed by others, he only paused for a moment. But when he passed by that guy, it's as if he wanted to stick to him. Adeline. The round-faced Teresa with a ponytail saw no reply, so she turned her head to look beside her. She noticed that the seat where Adeline had been sitting was now empty. When did she leave? How could she leave without saying anything? She muttered, then shifted her gaze back to the track field. Sure enough, old Yayan led the pack of dogs behind that guy and ran away like a puff of smoke. That guy is going to have a rough day today. In the track field, Aaron ran to the front again like a puff of smoke. Brats, third lesson in survival. Keep your distance from everyone before you know who's on your team. I will stress this again. No attacking these beasts. They are all government property. Whoever attacks them will be guilty of intentional damage to government property. After shouting, he continued running at a leisurely pace, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it as he ran. In this group of new recruits, a few can't be said to be slower than me. Based on their respective equipment spirit characteristics, they should have been able to leave the pack of dogs behind. Unfortunately, they don't know how to control the frequency of dog attacks, using the gaps between their coordinated assaults, and ultimately ended up being surrounded by the pack. He took out his pocket watch to check the time again. 3 more minutes. He looked back at the crowd. Though several were under attack by the pack, most were chasing Zachariah, making their pressure much less. Zachariah still looked calm despite the beads of sweat on his forehead. It seems I underestimated them, but it's not surprising. Most of them are above the 3rd rank, and the weakest is 2nd rank, 7-star. Although they cannot attack the ironback dogs, they've been working together for nearly a month, so enduring for 5 minutes shouldn't be too difficult. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. Looks like I need to increase the difficulty a bit more for you. He took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button lightly. The spirit-suppressing collars worn by the pack began operating silently. Several tiny arcs of electricity were instantly released, shocking the necks of the ironback dogs. The current was just right to anger the pack, but not harm them. In the next moment, the eyes of the pack, which were already fierce, showed another streak of anger. They started to besiege the new recruits with more ferocity. Zachariah's pressure multiplied. His previously calm face suddenly turned serious, and the sweat on his forehead kept seeping out. Aaron smiled in satisfaction. That's right. Recruits should look like they're having a hard time. Far away, Stevie, who had been hiding in a spherical shield attacked by over 10 ironback dogs, looked grim and shouted loudly for help from Ilias. Boss Cheen, come and save me quick. If they keep bumping into this diamond protection, my spirit power will run out. About 10 meters from Stevie, Ilias dodged an attack from an ironback dog and was about to rush to Stevie. Suddenly, 4 or 5 ironback dogs came dashing from in front of him, blocking his path to rescue Stevie. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, you damn pups. If I could hit you, I'd chop all of you up for drinking. He casually fished out 3 playing cards from his chest. With one flick of his hand, the cards shot out like flying daggers. Just as they were about to pierce through the passing ironback dog, the 3 playing cards passed through the dog like air and landed at Stevie's feet. It was vaguely visible that they were 3 threes. Ilias murmured, equipment spirit effect, card skill flash. In the next moment, Ilias vanished out of thin air and reappeared next to Stevie. The moment he appeared, Stevie's protective shield shattered instantly. Over 10 ironback dogs pounced fiercely at Stevie and Ilias. Stevie cried out in panic. Boss Cheen, run fast. Ilias, with a serious face, ordered, hold on to me tightly. His hands moved swiftly, grabbing 2 6s out of thin air. Equipment spirit effect, card skill move. At the moment the ironback dogs pounced, both of them instantly reappeared a couple of meters away from their original position. The dozen or so ironback dogs, missing their target, stared blankly at the empty spot beneath them. Suddenly, they noticed that the 2 people who were just in front of them had somehow appeared behind them. They immediately turned their heads and pounced again, very quickly. However, Ilias moved even faster. He grabbed into the air. 2 playing cards appeared in his hands, both of them showing eerie grins, the big and small jokers. Equipment spirit effect, card skill escape. In the next moment, he brought Stevie and directly appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the large track field, about 300 to 400 meters away from the pack of ironback dogs. Ilias's face was deathly pale, and he staggered, almost falling down. Fortunately, Stevie quickly supported him. Boss Cheen, are you okay? Ilias paused for a while before gently speaking. I'm fine, just that the move just now consumed too much spirit energy, my body hasn't adjusted yet. Seeing Ilias was alright, Stevie finally sat on the ground with relief. Phew, Boss Cheen, it's a good thing you came to save me. Otherwise those damn dogs would have bitten off a piece of my flesh. He peered into the distance with lingering fear. At this moment, Aaron no longer had any ironback dogs chasing him. He casually found a corner, sitting there smoking, looking smug. This made Stevie stamp his feet in anger. You old pervert. Calcium deficient as a kid. Love deprived as an adult. Now taking it out on the next generation. Who doesn't let someone counterattack when facing a beast? And he even has the nerve to look so amused by our troubles. I wish someone could take care of him. Ilias lightly patted his shoulder. Don't talk nonsense. Even all of us combined wouldn't be a match for Aaron. Don't underestimate him. He's a genuine 5th rank expert. Besides, compared to that kid, we're pretty lucky. Stevie was somewhat puzzled. Following Ilias's gaze, he saw Zachariah about 300 to 400 meters away, being surrounded by nearly half of the ironback dogs. A dense crowd of ironback dogs was relentlessly trying to encircle him, but Zachariah managed to break through their circle every time, evading their attacks with agile movements. Wow, Boss Chin, didn't realize this kid's movement is so nimble. Seems better than you. Ilias gave Stevie a disdainful glance. Bu fu chi de soidao. Fang ni nangda go cho feet. Yao bushrini zhiga toyo ping. Lao zi yiger run. Zhichin go dongshi, yijin bulao lao zi de sun. Note, this sentence has been translated considering the context and colloquial natured. Stevie seemed accustomed to Ilias and didn't argue back. Yeah. With your equipment spirit body plus S-grade equipment spirit, Card King, no one in this entire White Tiger camp can match you. But I heard there's a guy named Shiloh in new recruits class 87 who has talent comparable to yours. Word is, he declared he wants to be the top in the new recruit test, making all 7 battalions fight for him. Ilias scoffed. Puffed, you mean that lanky guy? Skinny and tall, with tiny eyes darker than coal. At first glance, I thought it was something from his crotch coming to life. And he wants to be first? Did he ask me? Forget that ugly guy. What interests me more now is this kid. He seems to be called Zachariah, right? Ilias took 2 steps forward, observing Zachariah more closely. With his dark but sunny complexion, he wore a brilliant smile. Jim, I've decided. This kid has some skills. If he can last 5 minutes under so many ironback dogs attack, I'll take him as a junior brother. From now on, I'll protect him. Stevie pursed his lips, muttering softly. You protecting him? Whether he acknowledges it or not is another story. Ilias frowned. What were you mumbling just now? Stevie immediately put on a smile. Boss Chin, I said how lucky he is to have you protecting him. He'll practically be able to walk sideways in the demon-subduing army from now on. Then he shifted his gaze back to Zachariah and quickly changed the subject. Boss, what quality is this kid's equipment spirit? He hasn't even used it since the start. How should I know? We can ask him later when we get closer. Ilias replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Stevie's chubby face squinted, seeming to have noticed something. Boss Chin, something's off. What is it? This Zachariah, while constantly engaged with the beasts, seems to be approaching Instructor Yayan in a clumsy manner, as if intentionally trying to distract Instructor Yayan. Hearing this, Ilias couldn't help but look at Zachariah again. Soon enough, he spotted Zachariah's strategy. Comparing their agility, he admitted his own wasn't inferior to Zachariah's. Thus, he could clearly see, several times, Zachariah could have easily dodged the ironback dog's sudden attacks. But instead, he pretended to have no way out, narrowly avoiding the attacks in a disheveled manner. But each time he did so, he got a bit closer to Aaron ahead. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously asking the same question. What's he up to? Then, an impossible answer flashed through their minds simultaneously. No way. Could this kid be planning to get back at Instructor Yayan? Chapter 170. This is your own military order. Just as Ilias and the other had predicted, Zachariah indeed intended to retaliate against Aaron. Initially, Zachariah sensed a hint of hostility in Aaron's eyes. He thought he might have inadvertently offended him somewhere. Zachariah did not take it seriously. However, as Aaron led most of the ironback dogs deliberately behind Zachariah, suspicion filled Zachariah's heart. He suspected that Aaron was in cahoots with Adeline, trying to use the guise of training to sacrifice him to hundreds of ironback dogs. He even prepared to fight Aaron to the death if he came close. But as Aaron got closer, Zachariah did not sense any murderous intent from him. After leading the monsters to Zachariah, Aaron quickly ran to the front. This made Zachariah puzzled, but did not make him lower his guard. On one hand, he relied on the agility brought by Conceal, and constantly engaged with the several hundred ironback dogs trying to surround him. On the other hand, he pondered why Aaron was acting this way. After much deliberation, Zachariah found only one answer. Aaron disliked him. As for the reason why he disliked him, Zachariah had no idea. However, Zachariah had never been someone who allowed others to bully him. Being targeted for no reason without any resistance was not his style, even if this instigator was his superior. Zachariah considered catching up and asking for clarification using the speed characteristic of Chase Wind. But upon reflection, it wasn't necessary. After all, the other party had a great excuse, toughening up new soldiers. If he went directly to ask, he would really be at a disadvantage. So, after some thought, he decided to turn the tables. Considering that the other party was a veteran and who knows what special methods he might have to deal with him, Zachariah decided to feign weakness to lull the other party into a false sense of security, then wait for an opportunity. This was the greatest lesson he learned from Brody and Denny. At this moment, Aaron was sitting idly on the crossbar of the soccer goal post to Zachariah's left on the green field. The straight line distance was less than 10 meters. More than 10 ironback dogs closest to Zachariah pounced at him like a string of cannonballs. Zachariah dodged clumsily and accidentally tripped over his own feet, stumbling several meters to the left. Aaron laughed heartily. Kid, you're so scared that you can't even stand steady? Shout, I'm scared, and I'll come save you right away. TSK, being this scared won't do. There's a practical test the day after tomorrow. If you're really scared, go ahead and petition to leave the White Tiger camp. He lectured Zachariah as if he were an old mother hen. Meanwhile, he openly released the strong pressure of a 5th-grade spirit master, preventing the pack of dogs from getting any closer to Zachariah. Zachariah acutely perceived the hidden message in his words. Why does he want me to quit the demon suppression army? Although confused, Zachariah did not stop moving his hands secretly. He silently took out a small bottle of colorless liquid from his storage ring, hiding it in his palm and quietly opening the lid. Pretending to be very afraid, Zachariah hurriedly crawled to hide behind the goalpost, which was at Aaron's right rear. Aaron leaped down from the goalpost crossbar, cast a contemptuous glance at Zachariah. Anyone dares join the demon suppression army nowadays, regardless of their strength. Pseudo-weapon spirit body, a physique with no future, shouldn't you find a little mercenary group to stay in instead of coming to the White Tiger camp? As he took a step forward, the dogs backed off. Zachariah activated breath control, combining it with conceal, and silently approached within a few steps behind Aaron. With a flick of his wrist, the colorless liquid hidden in his palm was flung onto Aaron's back, soaking his thin training uniform. Upon feeling the wetness on his back, Aaron abruptly turned to look at Zachariah. "What are you doing?" However, Zachariah just gave a faint smile. "Good luck, Instructor Yaya." In the next moment, Zachariah sprinted away, swiftly reaching a distance. He frowned, a bad premonition rising in his mind. A series of low growls from the dogs pulled his attention back. Only then did he notice that the pack of dogs originally scared away by his pressure was now cautiously approaching him again. The originally fierce gaze seemed to have gained an unusual glint. It seemed desire? The summer morning wind blew fiercely. The previously noisy tract suddenly fell silent for no apparent reason. Aaron keenly noticed that part of the ironback dogs that were previously Juchan, engaged, with other new recruits had stopped. They were all looking at him with complex expressions. An unwelcome guess flashed across his mind. He instinctively reached out to touch the damp spot on his back, bringing it close to his nose for a careful sniff. The smell was faint, but with careful sniffing, he could detect a light, complex, and multifaceted Jingwei, gamey odor. This gamey odor was like a flamboyantly dressed woman in the marketplace, half exposing her delicate skin, enticing every young and eager male around. In an instant, rage surged from within him. "Brat, what the hell are you doing? Who taught you to splash a whole bottle of pheromone lure on someone?" Pheromone lure. When Zachariah was still in colorful Cloud City, Abdur used this kind of drug, taking him into the ruins to find monster beasts for training. The scent of this lure lingered in the air for a long time after being dispersed by the wind. Usually, just a few drops were enough to attract dozens of monster beasts. That's why Sue Vinny, when she schemed against Zachariah in the Mountain Sprite Cave, only used her nails to leave a few faint drops. Who would have thought that Zachariah would splash a whole bottle? At this moment, he felt humiliated and furious, wishing to teach Zachariah a severe lesson. Because he saw in the eyes of these ironback dogs that he had become a two-legged, alluring female ironback dog. His roar echoed like thunder in the quiet track field. However, instead of instilling fear, it was like pressing a start button. No one knew which ironback dog made the first move. In an instant, 400 or 500 ironback dogs sprang toward Aaron, their eyes filled with unbridled desire. Even Aaron's oppressive aura no longer worked on them. As a 5th-grade spirit master, when had Aaron ever been treated like this? Not only ignored by monster beasts, but also treated as a target for release. He was enraged beyond control, aura flaring around him. He prepared to crush these beasts that dared challenge his authority. Immortal smoke pipe. A 50-centimeter-long brass pipe instantly materialized in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, a distant voice called out, "Hey, Instructor Yayan, you're not allowed to attack the monster beasts. Military orders are absolute, especially your own orders. Or do you think orders in the White Tiger camp can be changed at will?" Chapter 171. Let's give old Yayan a hard time. Aaron looked up and saw Zachariah standing before the crowd like a new recruit leader, hands behind his back, chest out, head held high, with a faint smile on his face. A gentle breeze brushed against him, making his somewhat long hair sway in the wind. Not a trace of the disarray from when he was surrounded by the demonic beasts remained. Damn it, I got tricked by this greenhorn. He wanted to confront Zachariah, but he had no time for that, because the 200 or so ironback dogs nearest to him were already pouncing at him. Shit. To maintain the authority of the military order, he could only abandon the idea of fighting back and turn to run. However, he was never good at running. Before, he could remain relaxed at the front thanks to his seasoned experience and the distraction provided by the new recruits. But this time, driven by their instincts, the pack of dogs abandoned the new recruits entirely and all charged toward him. As the saying goes, even the most experienced can be brought down by chaos. Facing 400 to 500 ironback dogs swarming from all directions, his proud experience began to lose its effectiveness bit by bit. The distance between him and the pack kept shrinking. Far away, Ilias and Stevie watched the scene unfold, dumbfounded, just like the 40-odd new recruits in the middle of the track field. "Boss Chin, why don't you give it a try? I didn't miss C, did I?" That guy really retaliated against Instructor Yayan. Smack. A sudden kick landed hard on Jim's plump buttocks, sending him sprawling. "Ouch. Boss Chin, what was that for?" Jim rubbed his sore bottom, grimacing with dissatisfaction. Ilias shrugged. "Didn't you ask me to give it a try? In all my years, I've never heard such an outrageous request." "Stevie." Their gazes kept drifting between Zachariah and Aaron. Jim muttered, "That doesn't seem right." Even I noticed Zachariah getting closer to Instructor Yayan. With Yayan being a veteran of over 20 years, how did he end up being tricked? After a moment of contemplation, Ilias replied, "Those who excel in swimming often drown. Those skilled in riding may fall. Besides, there's truth to the saying that the involved are often blinded while bystanders see clearly." Ilias's expression turned solemn as he looked at Zachariah with newfound intrigue. This guy is something. Then, he flashed his usual confident grin. "Perfect material for a junior under me." Jim cautiously glanced at Ilias, and then quietly took a few steps back before hesitantly speaking. "Boss Chin, you're indeed daring. But comparing him to you, it seems like you might still be lacking. Also, this guy seems kinda twisted. Who would dare to mess with an instructor on their first day in camp? Maybe let it go. I'm afraid your plan to take on a junior might end up with you becoming someone else's junior." "Jim, who do you think you're talking down to? Me becoming his junior?" As he spoke, he instinctively reached out to slap beside him, but his hand missed. He realized Stevie had already retreated to the side. Instead of getting angry, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You've gotten quite smart." He crossed his arms, eyes fixed on Zachariah in the distance, brimming with confidence. "But I'm determined to take him on as a junior." Back in the track field, unlike Ilias's confidence, Aaron now felt every second drag on endlessly. Due to his lack of running skills and the inability to fight back, he could only push forward with sheer willpower not to be devoured by the dogs. Whenever he slowed down, he would feel several warm, moist breaths from behind desperately trying to catch up, aiming to pin him down. "Damn it, Zachariah, you little brat." He gritted his teeth and tried once more to gain some distance. But his stamina was limited, and soon he slowed again. The dog's breath was back on his tail. Once more, he clenched his teeth and sped up. And so it continued, round after round. Desperately, he shouted at the new recruits, "Hey, just standing there watching your instructor being chased by demonic beasts? Aren't you going to help?" The new recruits exchanged glances, but no one moved. None wanted to risk another chase by the pack. Before Zachariah could speak, one of the new recruits responded. "Instructor Yayan, don't you remember? You said we weren't teammates." "Instructor Yayan, cheer up. More dogs are catching up to you." "Instructor, run. Nonstop run." The new recruits jeered and mocked, yet none stepped forward to relieve the pressure on Aaron. Aaron fumed inside, his dislike for Zachariah deepening. He looked towards the spectators, hoping those veterans he had communicated with last night would lend a hand. Yet, nothing happened. He inwardly cursed, even extending his curses to the ancestors of those involved and Zachariah. In fact, at this moment, even the veterans in the stands were stunned. Damn, what a rare sight. This is the first time I've seen a new recruit dare to prank an instructor. In previous years, whenever new recruits met us for the first time, weren't they all trembling with fear? Who isn't? For the first time, I saw a dog day being so vividly illustrated. Alas, old Yayan really had bad luck, lifting a stone only to drop it on his own feet. Uffed. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I can't hold it in. Stop laughing, shouldn't we help old Yayan? Why should we? Last night, didn't he only ask us to help the new recruits? Besides, you know old Yayan's temper, right? Can't he handle a little trouble? If we step in, thinking we're helping, he might think we're embarrassing him in front of the new recruits, causing more problems. The veterans whispered and exchanged opinions among themselves, eventually reaching a consensus. Anyway, time was almost up. Let's just make things a bit harder for old Yayan. When the final second of the countdown ended, the 400 to 500 ironback dogs, as if struck by electricity, suddenly stiffened, frozen mid-run like waves crashing into the ground, then abruptly collapsing forward, sliding several meters. After a while, their limbs regained their softness, but without exception, every one of them foamed at the mouth and had unfocused eyes. Clearly, the spirit-suppressing collars had reached their set time limit, and the powerful electric shocks rendered the dogs temporarily immobile. Aaron's clothes were tattered, courtesy of these ironback dogs. Exhausted, he supported himself with both hands on his knees, bent over, drenched in sweat that soaked through his pants. Sweat beads the size of soybeans dripped from his face into the green grass below. Huff, huff, huff. He panted heavily, his gaze fixed intently on Zachariah nearby. Today was absolutely the most humiliating day since he joined the military. He almost got dogged. And all of this was thanks to this damn kid in front of him. The noisy crowd fell silent all at once. At this moment, whether it was the veterans in the stands or the new recruits on the field, their gazes were all focused on Zachariah. But compared to Aaron's anger, their eyes were filled with more admiration, praise, and curiosity. They admired this new recruit who dared to challenge the authority of the veterans. They praised Zachariah's tit-for-tat tactics. But they were even more curious about how Aaron would deal with Zachariah. If he retaliated directly, wouldn't that be a bit unjustified? After all, Zachariah's pranks on him were almost identical to what he had done to Zachariah. Even Sarah and Ilias, hiding far away, rejoined the crowd out of curiosity. After a long pause, Aaron, having caught his breath, finally spoke. Chapter 172. I'll protect you from now on. You little punk, you've got guts, even daring to mess with me. Aaron straightened his back, involuntarily giving Zachariah a thumbs up, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Zachariah smiled. Mutual. Their gazes clashed again like needles and straw, neither willing to yield. Aaron once more read an unusual meaning in Zachariah's calm, water-like eyes. There was still no trace of the awe a new recruit should feel for a drill master in his gaze. Suddenly, Aaron's brows furrowed into a knot. Something wasn't right. He abruptly realized that it wasn't that Zachariah showed no fear towards drill masters. It was rather a disregard for rules, authority figures, and anyone or anything blocking his path. In other words, his gaze wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it treated every obstacle equally. How could an 18-year-old youth possibly have such an expression? Unconsciously, he withdrew his gaze. This scene caught the attention of most people present. Coach Yayan's presence has been suppressed by him. How dare he? I heard that there are always several well-connected recruits in each class. They're either distant relatives of camp leaders or sons of major conglomerates. Could this guy really be someone's young master? After all, he arrived so late for the training and dared to take revenge on the coach without any fear. Who cares if he's a master or not? Either way, I hereby declare, Zachariah is my idol. Yeah, damn it. Coach Yayan messed with us all morning. If it weren't for Zachariah, we might have been chased by dogs. I announce, from today on, Zachariah is also my idol. The murmurings of the crowd reached Ilias and Myling's ears word for word. They exchanged a complex glance, but said nothing. Likewise, these words were overheard by Zachariah and Aaron. Zachariah continued to pay them no mind. Aaron then realized that his unintentional retraction of his gaze made himself look like a stepping stone for Zachariah. Damn it. No good. Men can lose, but they mustn't lose face. He squinted his eyes again, pointing at Zachariah in mock ferocity. You'd better pray you don't pass the field test. Otherwise, once you officially join the ranks, there will be plenty for you to endure. Zachariah didn't show much emotion, only a faint smile. Looking forward to your guidance then, Coach Yayan. Coach Yayan is getting worked up. Coach Yayan is getting worked up. It's over. Over. The backbone of our new recruits won't have it easy from now on. What do you know? This is what you call impotent rage. When I play games, I often meet such people who talk big. In the end, they just get crushed. Although I don't know Zachariah well, see how calm he is? Clearly, he doesn't consider Coach Yayan a threat. Maybe he has some serious backing. The whispers from the crowd left Aaron at a loss. Why does throwing out a threat turn into impotent rage? Why are the younger generation's minds so different from mine? His gaze swept past Zachariah, scrutinizing the group of teens behind him. At that moment, they appraised Aaron closely, whispering among themselves about something regarding him. He was furious, indignant. He redirected his gaze back to Zachariah, finding him as calm as before, untroubled. This ignited an uncontrollable fury inside him. His hands shook with anger. He wished he could deal with these disrespectful new recruits who knew not to respect veterans severely. However, this thought barely arose before he stifled it. No, If I do this, they will think I'm even more anxious. Even angrier. Forget it. I'll wait a few days. Once the recruits' tests are over, I'll deal with them. He took a deep breath, glanced over the 40-odd recruits before him, then operated the remote in his hand. Dozens of black training automatons emerged from behind the iron gates, marching swiftly to the center of the track, lifting one ironback dog after another and carrying them back into the dark corridors beyond the iron gates. Moments later, only the 40-odd recruits and Aaron remained on the track. Aaron shot Zachariah a meaningful glance, then turned silently and walked out of the training ground. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, unsure what to do. Myling rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Coach Yion, where are you going?" Aaron seemed not to hear, continuing to walk out. Myling persisted, yelling again, "Coach Yion, are we training tomorrow?" Aaron lost his patience, bellowing without turning around, "Train your damn head off." The more than 40 recruits burst into laughter, leaving Myling feeling extremely embarrassed. Why involve me? I was just asking for peace of mind. After the farce, Zachariah intended to leave. Unexpectedly, his fellow trainees surrounded him all at once. "Your name is Zachariah, right? You're amazing. You wouldn't believe it. He tormented us all morning. You've really avenged us all." I'm Memphis Chen. Why did you only show up at the end of the training? Can you leave me your contact info? I can help you catch up on what you missed this month." "Brother, where did you get that agility move? How much did it cost?" "It should have cost a couple of small fortunes." "Damn, so agile. If I had your moves, I wouldn't have been bitten by those dogs today." "You haven't been assigned a dorm yet, right? Come join us in Building C, room 629. The crowd gathered around Zachariah, warmly trying to befriend him. At this age, most young people admired both strong individuals and rebels. Zachariah embodied both, naturally becoming their idol. However, facing such enthusiasm, Zachariah found it somewhat noisy. But he couldn't ignore their smiles, so he had to respond perfunctorily. "Everyone, step aside." A lazy yet full of confidence, unequivocal voice suddenly sounded. The originally chaotic crowd instantly fell silent and spontaneously made way. Two figures appeared before Zachariah, one fat and one thin, both smiling as they walked towards him slowly. The fatter one looked like a Michelin man, while the thinner one was quite handsome, but with a slightly tanned complexion. Zachariah frowned slightly, unsure of their intentions. From others' reactions, he could tell that these two were somewhat intimidating to the others. It reminded him of how ordinary students felt intimidated by rich and powerful young masters or school bullies in elementary and middle school. Ilias led Myling to Zachariah and showed a bright smile on his tanned face. He was satisfied with the crowd's reaction. At least, he had demonstrated his influence among the recruits to Zachariah indirectly. He extended his hand. "Zachariah, nice to meet you. This is my best buddy, Myling." Zachariah did not extend his hand, merely asking indifferently, "What's up?" Despite his amiable smile, Zachariah felt Ilias was trying to intimidate him. Otherwise, why wait until now to say, "Everyone step aside"? Isn't this just a classic case of making a scene? Seeing Zachariah wasn't interested in shaking hands, Ilias laughed nonchalantly. "You've got character. I like it." Zachariah's brows furrowed deeply, puzzled about Ilias's intentions. Ilias, still smiling, said, "Zachariah, you seem pretty capable. Join me. From now on, I'll protect you." Chapter 173. I'll beat him until he concedes. As these words left his mouth, the majority of people shot envious glances at Zachariah, though they were currently undergoing training together as fellow new recruits. After the practical test, people would be divided into different classes. In a class of about 40 people, some would fail and be persuaded to leave, re-entering society to find a job that suits them. Some, while qualified to remain in the army, would likely stay in the lower ranks for life, as ordinary privates. Only a select few could become members of one of the 7 battalions of the White Tiger Camp. During this joint training period, it was one of their few opportunities to network openly and equally. Everyone knew Ilias was strong. He was one of the strongest among the 4,000 or so new recruits in this batch. There was no doubt he had a bright future. He might even become a sergeant or battalion commander. To get on his good side meant, at the very least, safety during the upcoming practical test. Didn't everyone just see how when things got dangerous with the dogs attacking, Ilias immediately saved Jimpanzi because of their close relationship? They had also tried befriending Ilias, but he hadn't paid them any attention. Now, seeing Ilias taking the initiative to throw an olive branch, albeit hinting at servitude, still filled everyone with envy. After all, those close to power often benefit. Being a follower of a future powerhouse wasn't bad. It was like investing in a potential stock. It could lead to unexpected success before long. However, to everyone's surprise, Zachariah only gave him a casual glance, then spat out 2 simple words. "Idiot." To Zachariah, Ilias's behavior did seem somewhat stupid. This was the military, not a mercenary group or a gang. The scenario where someone offered to let others follow him sounded more like something from an old movie from centuries ago, something called Young and Dangerous. In it, a gang leader asked people to follow him, only to end up getting hacked to death. Zachariah then pushed through the crowd and strode out of the training ground quickly. He had many things to do. He needed to find temporary accommodation and learn what these new recruits had covered in the month he was absent. He also needed information on the upcoming practical test. Soon, Zachariah disappeared into the distance. Ilias remained stunned on the spot until Stevie gently patted him, snapping him back. "Leader Chin, are you alright?" Ilias shook his head. "I'm fine." "Yeah, right, did he just curse at me?" After observing Ilias for a moment, Stevie hesitantly nodded. Others might not know Ilias's temper, but as a childhood friend, he knew it well. Although loyal to friends, Ilias was essentially a chaotic demon. He'd fight anyone who insulted him and had never met his match in fistfights. Family-wise, few in the whole of Daxia openly surpassed his. "What did he call me?" Ilias asked, seemingly forgetting what had happened. Stevie carefully observed Ilias again, confirming there was no sign of anger on his face, before answering slowly. "Idiot." Ilias couldn't help but pause. Stevie's heart raced. That kid with the surname Jiang was dead. In the White Tiger Camp, you could even curse the camp commander. But, how could you curse someone like Ilias, a true chaotic demon? He had just promised to mend his ways. No way. If Ilias really sought revenge, not only would the Jiang kid be doomed, but Ilias himself could suffer too. An image of a tall, thick-browed, stern-faced middle-aged man appeared in Stevie's mind. Respect for this man made him swallow involuntarily. Just as his thoughts were swirling, a hearty laugh broke the silence. Stevie frowned and turned his head, finding Ilias laughing uncontrollably, having moments ago been dazed. Seeing him laugh like that made the other new recruits uneasy, prompting them to quickly leave the track field. Soon, only Stevie and Ilias remained. Looking worriedly at Ilias, Stevie asked, "Are you alright? Had Team Leader been angered into stupidity?" Ilias waved his hands repeatedly, explaining between laughs, Fine, just give me a moment. That guy is just too amusing." Eventually, Ilias stopped laughing. "Jim, when I was in 3rd grade, my father, worried I might bully others with our family's influence, sent me to Yalong City for elementary school. In my class, there was a guy, the son of Yalong City's richest man. Once, he called me an idiot, and we got into a fight. There were 5 of them, and only one of me. In the end, they all ended up on the ground, and that guy had his teeth knocked out by me, brick by brick. I wanted him never to be able to say those words again. I still remember, on that evening, it rained heavily. The thick blood from his mouth froze as soon as it dripped out. When I was halfway through, he cried and begged me to stop. I'm no Buddha. Why should I forgive him? I smashed each of his 28 teeth out one by one." Ilias spoke as if recounting a trivial matter, calmly and with a smile. However, Stevie broke into a cold sweat. "My God, Boss Chin, you're not thinking of knocking out Zachariah's teeth, are you? Don't even think about it. This is White Tiger Camp. Serious misconduct goes straight to the military tribunal." Ilias laughed heartily. "Look at you getting worked up. I'm not a kid anymore. I can't do things like that now. Besides, didn't I just promise my old man that I'd keep out of trouble here?" Stevie immediately relaxed. Good. I really feared you'd get into trouble again." Ilias slung his arm around Stevie's neck and grinned mischievously. "Jim, I'm getting more and more interested in Zachariah." Stevie looked at Ilias in confusion. "Interested? Yeah, think about it. How long has it been since someone insulted me? It felt oddly thrilling when it happened out of the blue." Stevie shot Ilias, who was grinning ear to ear, a complicated look. "I suspect you have some serious masochistic tendencies." As he spoke, he hurriedly pushed Ilias's hand away. "Stay away from me. I only like women." Ilias wasn't upset. Instead, he burst into laughter. After giving it some thought, "The reason Zachariah called me an idiot must be because I didn't show him my true strength back then. Think about it. If someone you don't even know suddenly comes up to you and demands you follow them, wouldn't you call them an idiot?" Stevie felt a creeping unease. "Boss Chin, what are you planning?" Ilias shrugged. "What could I do? Since he doesn't know my strength, I'll just prove it to him. I'm going to wait until the practical test day in Satellite City. Beat him so thoroughly that he willingly calls me boss. I've decided to take Zachariah as my follower." Chapter 174 Adeline's Machinations. Baihu Square. This was where the soldiers of Baihu Camp usually loitered during their leisure time. In the center, 2 flags fluttered in the wind. One was the red national flag of the Great Xia, and the other was the dragon head flag of the Monster Suppression Army. On the vast square, besides a dozen or so soldiers who were walking around idly, there were also some veterans who had set up small stalls selling demon beast materials or rare items. The Monster Suppression Army had its own internal system. In addition to various trading channels provided by the military, it also encouraged trades among soldiers. It could be said that even if contact with the outside world was cut off, the Monster Suppression Army would still operate efficiently. Adeline found a corner out of the sunlight and sat quietly by herself. A gentle breeze tousled her shoulder-length hair. Her brows furrowed slightly, worry etched on her delicate face. Why is he still alive? Did Denny fail his mission? She took out her phone again, trying to call Denny. However, just like every previous attempt, all she heard was an automated female voice on the other end. "The user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." She put away her phone irritably, resting her chin on one hand. "Still can't get through." It looks ominous. Though troubled, no trace of sorrow appeared on her face. Instead, there was a hint of satisfaction. Clearly, she detested Denny. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. If Denny is really dead, how did he manage to kill him? After pondering, she only came up with an unreasonable answer. Could I have underestimated his perception ability? But Denny's Nikki has a range of 5 kilometers. If he can sense that, heavens, how strong is his perception ability? She couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. An ordinary spirit master's perception ability improves with realm advancement, but only to a limited extent. For spirit masters below 5th rank, their perception range usually wouldn't exceed 100 meters around them. Those with mental type artifact spirits might have stronger perception, generally up to 1 or 2 kilometers. No wonder she was astonished. If his perception ability is truly that strong, once he successfully joins the Monster Suppression Army, he will likely receive focused cultivation in camp. Then it will be tough for Brother Wallace to deal with him. Thinking of Franklin, his burly figure reappeared in her mind, his thick beard not appearing messy at all but exuding masculine charm. A blush appeared on her face once more. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Franklin. "Adeline, I've gone to Zhejiang City on a mission. A large Emmanuelist temple dating back thousands of years was recently discovered near Longhu Mountain. We may find high-quality artifact spirits or more valuable things inside. Time is pressing. Going late might let other organizations beat us to it. Also, this mission might be dangerous, so I can't bring you along this time. When I come back, I'll bring you the navel oranges you love most, as well as osmanthus pastries from Zhejiang City. Adeline looked at this tender-hearted message and grumbled Bumanda Dunang Dal. Dagra, yo budai wa yi chi chuchir. Yet, her face was filled with a happy smile. 10 slender fingers rapidly tapped on the screen. "Brother Wallace, be careful with everything. Come back soon. She put away her phone, but the joy on her face lingered. It seemed that the morning gloom vanished instantly when she received Franklin's message. After a long while, her gaze became resolute again. No, Wallace has a bright future ahead. His hands must not be stained with blood. If someone must do it, then let me be your white glove. I must solve Zachariah before he officially becomes part of the Monster Suppression Army. The best opportunity currently is the live combat test in 2 days, but we veterans can only guard the outskirts of the satellite city. Her face showed signs of worry again. I have no chance to make a move. It seems I can only ask for help, but from whom? His perception ability is so strong. She thought about each person she knew one by one, but each one was reluctantly excluded. The reason was simple. They all couldn't escape Zachariah's perception ability. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed a number. After a brief ring, a sharp, eunuch-like voice sounded. Hey, Sister Lin, we only met half a month ago. Never thought you'd call me today. Adeline smiled gently. Shiloh, I have something to ask you. Do you want to join our Lu Jingu? On the other end of the phone, a carefree laugh sounded. Sister Lin, I admit that your Lu Jingu is currently the strongest squad in Baihu camp, but given my strength, I could choose from any of the 7 squads. Adeline smiled again. That's true. With 3 unique artifact spirits and a physique that rivals a 4th-rank spirit master, indeed you can choose from any of the 7 squads. However, being able to choose is one thing. Whether you can receive Qingxie join Qingxie from the squad is another. Moreover, I've heard that among this year's new recruits, there are several with excellent talent and effort, especially one called Ilias, who seems to be slightly stronger than you. Each year, the Monster Suppression Army allocates resources to the 4 major camps. These resources are then distributed among the 28 squads within the 4 major camps and the grassroots soldiers. The amount of resources each squad receives varies due to their differing strengths, leading to disparities in the annual allocation. As the strongest squad in Baihu camp, Lu Jingu receives far more resources than other squads. There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if Shiloh was thinking about something. After a long pause, he spoke again. Sister Lin, as far as I know, you're just a 3rd-class soldier in Lu Jingu, right? You don't control resource allocation, do you? Besides, who knows if Ilias is really stronger than me? After all, we haven't faced each other yet. Adeline smiled gently once more. The fish has taken the bait. I don't, but my boyfriend does. Who's your boyfriend? Franklin. As she said these words, Adeline's heart rate sped up slightly. She wished Franklin were her boyfriend, but between them, there was always an invisible barrier they couldn't break through. Sister Lin, I never expected that your boyfriend is actually the top new generation member of Baihu camp. The tone on the other end of the phone now had a touch of respect. Tell me, Sister Lin, what do you need me to do? I don't believe in such good luck falling from the sky. A sweet smile appeared on Adeline's face. It's very simple. On the day of the live combat test, I want you to take care of someone from your new recruit camp in the satellite city. A little while later, Adeline skipped back toward her dormitory. The warm breeze blew against her face, tousling her waterfall-like hair. Her face, like a bud about to bloom, showed a sweet smile. Chapter 175. Old Man Isidore and Captain Jesse. The bloody sunset dyed the entire Hanjue city red. It was a rare beauty, but the busy work pressed ordinary people so hard that they only cared about making a living. Few people would raise their heads to admire the sunset again. In a simple office on the 6th floor of the administrative building in the White Tiger camp, Commander Ilias, now in his military uniform, frowned as he signed off on the last document in his hand. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was almost an hour past his official working hours. I should go talk to Jesse about Zachariah. He slowly stood up, put on his coat from behind, tidied up his appearance in front of the dressing mirror, and then strolled out of the office. 15 minutes later, Ilias stood before a courtyard. There were 4 or 5 buildings in the yard, but right at the center stood a 3-story gray building. A small board half as tall as a person was set beside the main gate, reading Spiritual Armament Research Lab of the White Tiger camp. Just as he lifted his leg to step in, he hesitated and dropped his leg, seeming unsure whether to enter or not. Creak, creak. An old janitor with half-gray hair and disheveled mid-length hair pushed a fully loaded trash cart out of the courtyard. Ilias, who was somewhat hesitant, instantly straightened up when he saw the old man, raised his right hand sharply to salute. Just as he was about to call out, the scruffy old man laughed first. Commander Chin, you're here to inspect Captain Wei's work? His clothes were shabby, yet his teeth were perfectly aligned and dazzlingly white. Ilias seemed to realize something, and his raised hand gradually lowered. He nodded slightly. Yes, it's been a long time since I came here. Pushing the groaning garbage cart, the scruffy old man slowly approached Ilias while smiling. Commander Chin, you should advise Captain Wei to rest. She has been holed up in this lab for years now. Her health doesn't matter much, but she is increasing my workload. My body can't endure such treatment. He pointed at the trash cart piled high like a small mountain. Look, I cleaned yesterday, and today it's filled up again. As the evening breeze blew, a half-eaten box lunch fell off the mountain-like trash cart, scattering grains of rice and broth everywhere. The scruffy old man frowned. Bad luck. As he spoke, he picked up some tools to clean up. Ilias quickly stepped forward to take over the broom and dustpan from him. Old Master Isidore, what are you doing? The old janitor just shifted his feet slightly and managed to avoid Ilias's reaching hand. In just a few swift motions, he swept all the spilled food into the dustpan. Frowning at the spilled soup on the ground, he turned around and grabbed a large sprinkler, washing away the soup and oil stains before skillfully sweeping the water into the nearby drain. Only after ensuring no trace of water remained did a satisfied smile appear on his face. Here there's no old Master Isidore, only a cleaning man named Old Isidore. As he spoke, he placed the tools back and pushed the trash cart forward. So unlucky, it's already 7 o'clock, and I still have to clean the administrative building without overtime pay. Sigh. Ilias watched helplessly as Old Isidore disappeared into the dim twilight, shaking his head. What's wrong with Old Master Isidore? Cleaning our White Tiger camp for 5 years. Turning to look at the dark 3-story building in front of him, only one laboratory on the 2nd floor was brightly lit. Captain Jesse is really obsessed. He muttered helplessly. Then, he strode towards the bright laboratory on the 2nd floor of the gray building. 2 minutes later, Ilias quietly observed everything before him. Inside the spotlessly white laboratory, various precision instruments hummed with activity, and glass containers of all sizes held different liquids, solids, and gases. Not far away, a 5-layered shelf stretching several meters contained numerous sealed samples collected from all over the world, just a small fraction of the camp's inventory. At the workbench, a woman in her 30s, wearing rimless glasses, blue rubber gloves, and a lab coat, carefully added materials to a spherical flask. Her fair skin, prominent nose bridge, short hair, and bloodshot eyes indicated her exhaustion. Still, she persistently monitored the fluctuating data on the instruments and recorded the reactions inside the flask on her notebook. Densely packed, filled with all kinds of data. 3 grams of the pulp extract from the ghost-faced person, plus 1 gram of werewolf's nail powder. The white rabbit blood sample will fully coagulate within 5 seconds, which could potentially be used as a new type of coagulant. Side effects unknown for now. Add another 0.3 grams of blood rose thorn extract, 0.2 grams of spectre zinc, and potassium permanganate as a catalyst. Then conduct experiments under high-temperature conditions to try to amplify the effect of the coagulant. Suddenly, the solution inside the originally quiet flask began to boil vigorously. Bang! A soft sound followed by the shattering of the flask. But the glass fragments and residue did not scatter everywhere. A pale yellow spherical barrier formed by spiritual energy enveloped the entire flask before it exploded, confining the explosion within the barrier. After ensuring that the reaction had completely ended, the woman sighed, withdrew her spiritual power, and discarded the shattered flask along with its contents into a specially designed trash bin at her feet. Then she helplessly wrote in her notebook. Formula for C1425 healing agent. Attempt number 106 failed to restore successfully. Reason: incorrect material selection. She seemed quite frustrated. After writing this, she tossed the pen aside and slumped back in her office chair. Commander Chin, if there's nothing urgent, please don't come find me. Look, whenever you come, my experiments go wrong. She looked up at the ceiling and murmured weakly. For her blame shifting, Ilias was not angry. Instead, his face showed a flash of sympathy. Little Wei, why do you have to push yourself so hard? Fundamentally, the incident 8 years ago has nothing to do with you. Jessie shook her head woodenly, her short hair just reaching her chin, lightly tapping her face, as if to wake herself up a bit. Commander Chin, how can it have nothing to do with me? Those were the various data, documents, and materials accumulated over 270 years by the forebears of the White Tiger Camp regarding the revival of spirit energy. Not only did he take them all at once, but he also destroyed the original files. If he were a member of any other squadron, it would be one thing, but he happens to be our Quimulang captain, and he is also my. Her bloodshot eyes shimmered with unshed tears. It seemed as if she was recalling something that caused her immense guilt and regret. Commander Chin, tell me, how could that event have nothing to do with me? Chapter 176, Sisters. Ilias sighed with a heavy heart. But you have been doing your best to make up for it these past few years. Jessie shook her head. The White Tiger Camp has been established for 270 years. Our predecessors worked tirelessly and strived unceasingly, achieving only a slight success in various aspects such as equipment, medicine, device spirits, pseudo-device spirits, martial techniques, demonic beasts, ruins, and spirit energy. In one night, he destroyed all 57,983 related documents. Over the years, I've been trying my hardest to restore those data. So far, I've managed to restore only 189 of them, and they are mostly simple equipment and potions. It's not enough, far from enough. Seeing her almost obsessed state, Ilias felt a pang of pity. If only she hadn't gotten so close to him back then. However, despite feeling sympathetic, he did not know what to say. He waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. I came today to discuss Zachariah with you. Jessie remained silent, as if she hadn't heard him. Ilias continued speaking on his own. After you insisted on having him arranged here a few days ago, I became curious about him. So this morning, I specifically tested his qualifications. He is quite powerful, and he has dual S-grade device spirits. Unfortunately, though, he has a pseudo-device spirit body. As Ilias spoke, he observed Jessie. Such conflicting news would normally cause some reaction in anyone. Moreover, he was someone that Jessie had specifically requested to be brought in. What puzzled Ilias was that Jessie still showed no reaction. She simply leaned her head against the office chair, her eyes slowly closing as if she were taking a brief rest. You seem indifferent about this kid called Zachariah? Should I care? Jessie answered without opening her eyes. Frowning, Ilias asked, then why did you insist on arranging him here? Jessie slowly opened her eyes, a bitter smile flashing across her face. She moved her office chair over to an adjacent desk and rummaged through some papers. After a moment, she handed a letter to Ilias. Ilias opened the envelope curiously, scanning its contents quickly. It merely described Zachariah's situation and hoped he could join the demon suppression army. His gaze finally stopped at the signature. It read, "Best wishes, Edna." In an instant, Ilias understood everything. No wonder Jessie had gone all out to help this boy, and even forced me to bring him in, yet afterward acted like it didn't matter to her at all. Turns out he was Edna's student. Jessie said faintly, "You know, we used to be good sisters." Emotionally speaking, since Zachariah is her student, helping him isn't a big deal. But logically speaking, she left the White Tiger Camp without a word when I needed her support the most. Giving her student a break is already showing her considerable respect. What more can you expect from me? Ilias smiled bitterly. The relationship between women really is hard to understand. Once upon a time, Jessie and Edna were the closest sisters in the White Tiger Camp's Ghost Wolf Squadron. 8 years ago, after that incident, not only did the White Tiger Camp lose significant power, but Jessie also fell into a period of decline. Until Edna joined the army and became part of the Ghost Wolf Squadron, due to their compatible personalities, Jessie gradually regained her motivation with Edna by her side. During those 3 years, Edna stayed with Jessie, either immersing themselves in the laboratory to restore stolen documents or moving around with members of the Ghost Wolf Squadron. Everyone thought things were heading in a positive direction. But who could have guessed that Edna would suddenly submit her retirement application? Before Ilias could figure out what happened, the procedures at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters were completed. After Edna left, Jessie repeatedly tried to get an explanation from her, but only received "missing home" as a reply. Since then, the two lost contact. Jessie, suffering another emotional setback, seemed shaken and thereafter completely withdrew from the Ghost Wolf, burying herself in the laboratory. Ilias refolded the letter with a complex expression and returned it to Jesse. Jesse casually tossed it onto the workbench. You should attend the live combat test the day after tomorrow, right? And while you're there, look for some new talent for the Ghost Wolf. Jesse shook her head. I don't have time. Just pick any member from our squadron. Ilias frowned slightly. A few days ago, the captain of Lu Jin Dog, Victor, once again approached me. He hopes to swap designations. They want your Ghost Wolf designation. Jesse appeared unconcerned. Give it to them if they want it. Not surprised by her attitude, Ilias seemed to have anticipated this response. Except for you. Everyone else in your squadron resists this idea. After her words, Jesse fell silent. But soon she appeared indifferent again. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. The Quinhulang Brigade will comply with all organizational arrangements. Ilias shook his head regretfully. As you wish. But I have to remind you. This time I didn't hold Avril and Henley accountable for their unauthorized actions, which has left the other brigades very unhappy. Moreover, your Quinhulang Brigade hasn't met its task indicators these past few years. It won't be long before the other brigades seize the opportunity to challenge you. At that time, when your brigade's resources are seized, it will be difficult for you to continue with your experiments. After saying this, he turned around and left, leaving the entire laboratory eerily quiet. Jessie lay weakly on the workbench, her bloodshot eyes staring quietly at the separating funnel in front of her. Inside the funnel, the inviting purple liquid dripped into the beaker below, exuding a dangerous aura drop by drop. If all the resources are taken away, that might be for the best. The Quinhulang might no longer need to exist. They might be dispersed to other brigades, free from bearing the stigma. A bitter smile flashed across her face. Then, she walked over to the nearby sink and splashed cold water on her face. She then resumed her work in the lab. When the moon was high in the sky, the White Tiger camp was bustling with activity. The resting hours turned the entire camp into a small society. Training grounds, dining halls, gardens, squares, basketball courts, classrooms. People could be seen everywhere. In a simply decorated Shandong restaurant within the dining hall, Zachariah was having dinner with Henley and Avril. A recruit Teresa wearing a yellow hair clip left dejectedly with a pink envelope in hand. Not far away, several new recruits were watching. Their gazes occasionally flicked toward Zachariah. Just now, Zachariah had invited them to have dinner together. However, during the meal, 5 Teresas had already approached Zachariah to express interest in him. This made Avril quite uncomfortable. She wanted to slam the table and tell those Teresas to stay away from Zachariah, as she had known him first. But her reason told her that if she really did that, Zachariah would probably dislike her even more. Their relationship had only just begun to show signs of easing. Beside her, Henley couldn't help but applaud. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Zachariah, I always thought Teresas wouldn't take the initiative. But today I discovered they can be so proactive. How do you manage it? Teach me. I think I'm pretty handsome myself. Zachariah shrugged. Stop making fun of me. Let's get serious. What exactly is the live combat test after 2 days? Chapter 177. Male dormitory, no entry for females. Henley put away his joking attitude and became serious. In previous years, during the selection of new recruits, most were fresh graduates from schools. A large portion of them hadn't experienced real battles. Therefore, they only used monster beasts confined within the camps, as these beasts had far less ferocity and wildness. However, this created a problem where many seemingly capable newcomers would crumble under actual combat conditions, performing only half of their potential. Initially, this didn't significantly impact anything since each camp had enough core members to give new recruits time to grow. But 8 years ago, an incident at the White Tiger camp caused a nearly complete disruption of its core strength, especially our unit. Henley paused here. Zachariah was puzzled. Why did you stop? Henley chuckled and glanced at Avril. Avril explained. Zachariah, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but strictly speaking, you're not yet officially part of the 7th Battalion of the Demon Suppressing Army. Only those in the battalion are qualified to know this. Zachariah felt helpless but could see the difficulty on their faces, knowing that even if he pressed, it would be futile. At this moment, the server brought up the dishes they ordered. Twice-cooked intestines, fried shrimps with oil, sweet and sour pork ribs, and a bowl of vegetable soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Quite a balanced meal. Zachariah took a bite and found it delicious. It wasn't pre-packaged food, indicating that the demon-suppressing army treated its soldiers well. As Zachariah ate, he continued to ask, so how will the practical test the day after tomorrow be conducted? Henley peeled a shrimp while answering. I heard it will be done through a points system, with a passing score set. At least half of the people will be eliminated. And apparently, to test the cooperation of new recruits, aside from low-grade 4th-level beast monsters, there's also a nearly 5th-level behemoth inside. You have to be careful, Zachariah. Zachariah frowned slightly, grouping 2nd and 3rd-level rookies to deal with a nearly 5th-level monster. It seemed the White Tiger camp was determined to weed out the weakest. He couldn't help but think about the black wind bear he encountered in the mountain cave. If converted into a spirit master's level, it would probably be around 4th level, 7-star strength. Without the unique effect of his artifact spirit and the sudden appearance of artifact spirit number 13, even if he could handle it, it would require significant effort. The 3 of them chatted while eating, and soon, Zachariah had a basic understanding of the practical test. In summary, different grades of beast monsters were assigned points, with a final score line set. Those who reached the line stayed, while those who didn't left. At 10 o'clock that night, Zachariah walked toward the temporary dormitory. I need to ask my roommates tonight what they've been training this month. Since they're supposed to face 4th-level beast monsters, they must have learned some special methods. The temporary dormitory consisted of 3 7-story buildings. Zachariah's room was in Building C, room 403. Each room housed 4 new recruits. In Zachariah's case, with him included, there were only 3. According to his roommate, before he came, there were 4. However, 2 of them withdrew from the new recruit training upon learning the risks involved in the practical test. The reason it was called a temporary dormitory was that these 3 buildings were only used during new recruit training. After the training, successful recruits would be allocated new dormitories. Junior soldiers received 30 square meter double rooms. Members of the 7th Battalion got individual rooms. Just as Zachariah approached the temporary dormitory area, he sensed something odd. Looking up, he saw heads poking out of windows and balconies from all 3 buildings. Come quick. Zachariah is back. Who? Is it the guy who almost made the old soldier lose it? No, I mean the guy who nearly got the old soldier in trouble. I also heard that the commander personally tested his qualifications. Do you know what this means? He might be from a hidden family. Soon, in the dark night sky, hundreds of heads emerged from the windows of the 3 buildings, watching Zachariah like surveillance cameras in the darkness. Zachariah frowned, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. What's wrong with these people? Not sleeping late at night, and staring at me for no reason? Just as he was about to walk towards Building C, a Teresa in a purple dress with a deep décolletage suddenly darted out from a dark corner. Blushing, she shoved a box into Zachariah's arms. Zachariah, please go out with me. Then she quickly ran back to Building A, the Teresa's dormitory. Zachariah looked at her disappearing figure, dumbfounded. Purple really has a certain charm. The ancients did not deceive me. He glanced at the box in his arms and realized it was a beautifully packaged box of chocolates. On top of the chocolates was a note with a message. I only wish your heart is like mine. Lorelei, 185XXXXXXX. Zachariah frowned. Boring, who likes kids? To Zachariah, Teresa's like her, full of youthful vigor but lacking in wisdom and experience, were just beautiful appearances. He wasn't interested. Then, he casually crumpled the paper and threw it into the trash can by the door. As for the chocolate, just as he was about to open it and taste it, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Looking in the direction of the sound, he noticed that dozens of heavily made-up Teresas had emerged from the Teresa's dormitory, holding flowers, snacks, potions, equipment, and various gifts. Zachariah, wait, I have something to tell you. Just give me a minute. Just 1 minute. One after another, they rushed crazily towards Zachariah, afraid of being slower than anyone else. While running, they still took care of their makeup, afraid that one wrong move might ruin their image in boys' hearts. The boys watching from the upper floors of the building were filled with envy and jealousy. But aren't Teresas usually passive? My goddess told me yesterday that she needs to test my sincerity. Why are these Teresas so proactive? A bunch of shameless Teresas. My Teresa friend is better. She was just video chatting with me, and after she finishes her shower, we will continue chatting. Big head, stop gloating. Look, isn't the Teresa in the floral dress, holding flowers and ponytail, your Teresa friend? What the hell? It really is my Teresa friend. Get out of the way. I'm going to fight with him. Calm down. Didn't you hear that Ilias from class 100 wants to protect him? Can you provoke Ilias? Unaware of the argument among the boys in the dormitory, all Zachariah wanted was to escape. He had never imagined that having dozens of Teresas chase after him could be so overwhelming. Women are tigers below the mountain. That's an absolute truth. With a thought, he pushed his stealth to the extreme, merging directly into the shadows and taking ghostly steps toward Building C. The dozens of Teresas arrived instantly, staring bewilderedly at where Zachariah had been standing moments ago, eyes wide open. Where did he go? He was just here. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? He's really amazing. Look, he's at the entrance of Building C. The moment Zachariah's figure appeared under the streetlight in front of Building C, the dozens of Teresas spotted him again. They sped up once more, chasing after Zachariah even faster. Zachariah smiled and waved at them. Goodbye then. Then he strode swiftly into the dormitory. But at that moment, more than 10 attractive Teresas suddenly darted out from the shadows on either side of the dormitory. They all ran towards Zachariah. Zachariah, do you believe in love at first sight? It's okay if you don't. We can cultivate our feelings slowly. Zachariah, go out with me. Sweeter than first love. Zachariah was taken aback. What the hell? Too soon to celebrate. He turned to run. Come on, surrounded by wolves and tigers. Even he would fear if he faced hundreds. However, the two groups of Teresas seemed to share a silent agreement and formed a tight circle around Zachariah without any discussion. Seeing dozens of fierce Teresas closing in on him step by step, Zachariah felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Damn, would he end up like Jiang Jinfu tonight, breaking through this crowd of women? Zachariah, catch! While Zachariah was lost in thought, a deep voice came from overhead. Lifting his eyes, Zachariah felt overjoyed. On the balcony of the 4th floor corridor, a muscular man with a strong face appeared. A thick rope coiled instantly in his hands, like a snake, straight towards Zachariah, wrapping around his waist. Next, he planted one foot on the balcony railing, his muscular calf covered in hair. His powerful arms exerted force, and Zachariah felt a force pulling from his waist. Following the rope, Zachariah's body kept rising. The Teresas looked at Zachariah's rising figure, furious and yet helpless. Zachariah smiled. Good night, ladies. The night breeze brushed past Zachariah's cheeks. As he ascended, boys from other floors greeted him one after another. After exchanging a few casual words, Zachariah used the wall's reaction force to climb up rapidly. Moments later, with the help of the muscular man, he leaped into the 4th floor corridor. Just as Zachariah was about to thank the muscular man, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from downstairs. Zachariah looked in the direction of the voice. He saw that Auntie, who had been sleeping in the duty room, had already rushed out. She pointed at the dozens of Teresas and scolded them. Boys' dormitory. Girls are not allowed. Are you newbies trying to rebel? A mischievous smile spread across Zachariah's lips. He raised his right hand high and waved it teasingly at the dozens of frustrated Teresas. Bye-bye, get some rest early. To Zachariah, a qualified man should be like the wind, never weighed down by any woman. Then Zachariah hooked his arm around the muscular man's shoulder and laughed. Denim, thanks. Why aren't you resting in the dorm? This person was none other than Zachariah's temporary roommate. Zachariah had asked him for his name, but alas, he said he had been called Denim since childhood because of his overly thick leg hair. And that rope was the spirit equipment of Denim. Denim gave a bitter smile. I wish I could go back to the dorm. But, anyway, Zachariah, you'd better prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 178, The Recruit's Advances. Zachariah furrowed his brow and walked shoulder to shoulder with Denim toward room 403. Along the way, people would occasionally strike up conversations with him, all of which Zachariah perfunctorily responded to. He still couldn't figure out why. Wasn't it just a prank on an old soldier? How did he become famous in the recruit camp in less than an afternoon? And why were so many Teresis actively making advances toward him? Just as he neared the dormitory, Zachariah's originally furrowed brows tightened even further. Room 403, which should have been quiet, was now bustling with noise. Pushing open the dormitory door, Zachariah was stunned. Smoke filled the air, and the strong smell of tobacco lingered in the room. It turned out that the originally 20-square-meter dormitory for 4 people was now crowded with unfamiliar faces, all male recruits. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Stefan from Recruit Class 88. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. I'm Oren from Recruit Class 15. Do you like playing ball? We can play together if you're free. Here's a little gift for meeting. I hope you'll accept it. And me, I'm Drew from Recruit Class 36. Zachariah, you're amazing. At first, I didn't believe they said you pranked Instructor Yayan until someone showed me the video. You're such a tough guy. I admire you. A group of vibrant young men surrounded Zachariah, each chiming in eagerly. Each person also thoughtfully presented Zachariah with a gift. Mostly general materials used for refining spirit armaments, and some not too expensive potions suitable as gifts. Zachariah responded politely, but found himself increasingly puzzled. While pranking the instructor had certainly vented some frustration for the recruits, from another perspective, Zachariah had also offended the higher-ups. One would think these recruits, no matter how much they admired Zachariah, wouldn't get so close to him. The pile of gifts in Zachariah's hands grew larger, but so did his confusion. After an hour, Zachariah finally managed to fake a smile and send off the last recruit, closing the door behind them, leaning against it, exhausted. Looking at the various gifts piled on the table, Zachariah felt somewhat annoyed. Damn, socializing is exhausting. Zachariah, now you know why I didn't return to the dorm. Denham patted Zachariah's shoulder, smiling bitterly. Zachariah smiled awkwardly. Sorry about that. Denham shook his head. You're saying sorry too soon. Zachariah was puzzled. Too soon. Denham nodded and pointed to Zachariah's bed. In the typical design of the recruit dorms, beds were above tables. Having been busy with fellow recruits earlier, Zachariah hadn't noticed any abnormalities on his bed. Now following Denham's finger, Zachariah was once again dumbfounded. His bed was piled high with bouquets of flowers, envelopes, exquisitely packaged gifts, and bags upon bags of snacks. All this was put on the drying rack until it overflowed, so I tossed them onto your bed, Denham explained, pointing to the drying rack. Zachariah looked in the direction indicated, his mouth wide enough to fit an entire egg. On the drying rack, there were mountains of flowers and gifts. You don't know how many people came to our dorm after you left this afternoon. Normally, I'd be napping, but since today afternoon, the dorm door hasn't stopped. People either brought gifts or wanted to meet you. When I told them you weren't here, they wouldn't leave and insisted on waiting for you, chattering nonstop. I had no choice but to wait outside for you. Zachariah felt incredibly embarrassed, so much so that he just wanted to change the subject. Sorry. By the way, where's Holden? Holden was Zachariah's other roommate, whom Zachariah hadn't seen since entering the dorm. Denham sighed, giving Zachariah a slightly resentful look, changed rooms. Zachariah, 40 minutes later. Zachariah and Denham munched happily on chips, possibly from a Teresa who sent them. Useful items like potions and materials were stored away by Zachariah. As for the useless flowers and love letters, they were discarded into the trash bin under the cover of night. Zachariah, those flowers were beautiful, and those love letters were heartfelt. Why did you throw them away? Zachariah shrugged. If you like them, next time when they bring more, you can keep them. Denham. For Zachariah, these useless things only hindered his speed when drawing his blade. Zachariah leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself. It doesn't make sense. I just got back at the instructor. Why are so many people trying to be nice to me? Denham's eyes widened. You can't be serious? You don't know why? Zachariah looked at Denham with confusion. What should I know? Denham stared into Zachariah's eyes for a long time, confirming that he really didn't know, before giving a helpless smile. No wonder. If you had known, you probably wouldn't have gone after Instructor Yayan. He picked up the water cup next to him, took a big gulp, washing down all the chips crumbs in his mouth, then continued. Traditionally, demon-taming army instructors find various ways to toughen up new recruits, aiming to weed out those who can't handle the pressure. I overheard a few veterans in their 40s talking in the cafeteria today. They said you're the second person in nearly 2 decades of White Tiger Camp who dared to retaliate against an instructor during new recruit training. Zachariah frowned. I'm the second one, and it's been 20 years? Were previous recruits all cowards? Denham rolled his eyes at Zachariah. Can they afford not to be? Every instructor is either a 4th rank or 5th rank expert. Who dares to offend them? Only you and that guy from 20 years ago managed to get back at an instructor without giving them a reason to retaliate on the spot. Zachariah chuckled. But even so, it doesn't explain why so many people are trying to be nice to me. Denham shook his head. They're not being nice to you. They're trying to get close to Ilias. Everyone who came to you today, male or female, is nothing short of sharp individuals. Especially those Teresa's pretending to want to date you. They're the sharpest of the bunch. Zachariah's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling the somewhat arrogant young man from this morning. Ilias? Is he very powerful? Or does he have some background? Chapter 179 The Reason for Showing Goodwill. I don't know if he has any background, but he is indeed quite formidable, Denham said with admiration. Among the 4573 new recruits in our batch, divided into 100 squads. Most of them are just 2nd rank 3 stars or barely made it as 2nd rank 4 stars. The better ones would be around 2nd rank 7 stars. For those with better talent and some family support, they might be 3rd rank 2 stars or 3rd rank 3 stars. But for most people, their physique is only slightly above the standard of their rank. But Ilias is different. He's 3rd rank 8 stars. A spirit device body. He now has 2 S-grade spirit devices. And his physique has reached 2,600. That's equivalent to 5th rank 5 stars. Zachariah frowned. How do you know this so clearly? In theory, these are personal matters. Even in battles, one can only roughly judge based on the opponent's aura and experience. It's rare for anyone to be so precise in stating a bunch of data. Denham's face, originally filled with envy, now showed anger. Damn. Talking about this pisses me off. On the first day Ilias arrived, he set up an arena, saying something like making friends through the arena. You know, we're all young people here. Who's afraid of whom? As Denham recounted, Zachariah gradually understood the whole story. In summary, during the first week, Ilias had almost half of the new recruits beaten on the arena. Among that half, none could last 10 moves against him. Denham was even kicked off the arena by him. It wasn't until no one dared to challenge him anymore that he dismantled the arena. Initially, this wasn't a big deal, but on the day he dismantled the arena, he arrogantly declared, "A bunch of weaklings. I'm third rank 8 stars with 2 S-grade spirit devices. My physique is at 2,600. It's surprising if you beat me." At this point, Denham angrily slapped his thigh. Damn, isn't that infuriating? It's soul-crushing. But then Denham sighed. Honestly speaking, although he's arrogant, he has the capital for it. Normally, a third rank 8 stars physique should only be around 850. This freak of nature is at 2,600. If I knew how strong he was, I wouldn't have challenged him even if I was beaten to death. Zachariah nodded. Now he had a deeper understanding of Ilias, a fairly capable, brash fool. It seems he is indeed very arrogant. Denham curled his lip. Not just arrogant, but completely over the top. After that, some people realized his limitless potential and wanted to establish good relations with him. But guess what? He ignored everyone and spent all his time with the fat guy. You're the first person in a month who approached and showed goodwill towards him. Zachariah frowned slightly, sensing that Ilias's identity was probably not simple. He gave Zachariah the impression of a noble in a novel who considers himself too high class to associate with commoners. Denham gave Zachariah a meaningful look. Now you understand why those people want to be on good terms with you, right? They couldn't get close to Ilias, but Ilias took the initiative to be friendly towards you. For them, you're a stepping stone to approach Ilias. In the future, if there's a chance to meet Ilias through you, they'll benefit. Even if they don't, they won't lose much. Zachariah felt speechless. How did he become a stepping stone so easily? So, from what you say, Ilias is the strongest in the entire camp. Denham shook his head. I don't know. The other half haven't challenged him yet. Although most of them aren't as strong as him, there might be some hidden talents. As far as I know, Class 87 has someone named Shiloh. Though I don't know his strength, there are his high school classmates in the camp. They say Shiloh has always been the strongest among his peers in their protected city, having 3 spirit devices already, 1 S-grade and 2 A-grade. I estimate that he might be even stronger than Ilias. Zachariah nodded, remembering this name. Before leaving Colorful Cloud City, with the system, he believed he was pretty strong among his peers. However, upon arriving at the camp, he discovered that the world was full of outstanding talents. Just among the downtrodden White Tiger camp's new recruits, there were at least 2 extraordinary individuals, let alone in Tai'e, a country with a large population base. If it were his past self, perhaps he could only look up to them. But now, he stood in the same camp as them. Not only that, but now Zachariah even felt a surge of Chugdong, an urge to challenge all the elites and crush them under his feet. Zachariah firmly believed that he would have this capability. This was his confidence, the confidence born from his relentless efforts. At midnight, the lights in the dormitory were already off. The entire dormitory building was silent as Zachariah chatted casually with Bob late into the night. Zachariah, since you can be appreciated by Ilias, your strength must be pretty good. You should be able to pass the practical test. Have you thought about which brigade to join? Zachariah replied softly, Tai'e Mu Wolf. Bob, who had been lying in bed, suddenly sat up, looking incredulous. You've got to be kidding? Not really? Tai'e Mu Wolf, that trash brigade. Zachariah frowned slightly. Although he knew Tai'e Mu Wolf was declining, he didn't know just how dire its situation was. So Zachariah asked knowingly, isn't Tai'e Mu Wolf the elite brigade of White Tiger Camp? What do you mean it's terrible? Bob seemed agitated. Elite brigade? That's ancient history. Tai'e Mu Wolf is now the disgrace of White Tiger Camp. I don't know exactly what happened, but in the past month, I've noticed that Tai'e Mu Wolf's people are shunned wherever they go by veterans from other brigades. And I heard their overall strength is concerning. Many stronger ones have jumped ship to other brigades. Now, there are only 2 5th-rank Spirit Masters left, and 1 6th-rank Spirit Master, who is the commander. The rest are 4th-rank Spirit Masters. They haven't met the camp's annual targets for 3 consecutive years. Geniuses like Ilias and Shiloh. They all want to join the hottest brigade right now, Lu Jean Dog. Are you sure you want to join Tai'e Mu Wolf? Zachariah sighed inwardly. It seems Tai'e Mu Wolf's situation is worse than I imagined. However, Zachariah maintained a calm demeanor. I'm sure, and maybe things will get better for Tai'e Mu Wolf after I join. Interested in joining with me? Bob stared into Zachariah's eyes. In the dark room, Zachariah's eyes sparkled like black gems, conveying determination and seriousness. He finally confirmed that Zachariah wasn't joking. He sighed. Suit yourself, but if you're strong enough, it's best to choose another brigade. Even if you can't join Lu Jean Dog, choosing Wei Tu Pheasant or Kinshui Ape would be much better than Tai'e Mu Wolf. As for me, I'm only at 2nd rank 5 stars. I just hope to survive the practical test. If I can become a basic soldier, I'll be content. As for entering Brigade 7, something like that, I wouldn't dare to dream. Zachariah smiled. One must have dreams. What if they come true? Bob had previously helped him escape the women's ambush and stayed behind instead of leaving with another roommate. Zachariah had seen this in his actions. Moreover, Zachariah could sense that since they met, Bob never treated him differently because of his strength. He treated Zachariah as a new friend despite knowing he was powerful. For such a genuine person, if possible, Zachariah didn't mind helping him during the practical test. Bob laughed. Good luck to you. I should get some sleep. I still need to train hard tomorrow morning. Zachariah nodded. Get some rest. Although there was no training the next day, most people with average strength dared not relax. Back when Zachariah didn't have the system, during his 3 years of high school, he never dared slack off. However, while diligence is crucial, sometimes talent outweighs effort. Suddenly, Zachariah felt something and abruptly sat up, jumping out of bed. He rushed to the balcony, gazing out the window. Under the dim moonlight, a faint mist hung in the air. Through the mist, he saw a lush tree opposite. A pair of red eyes peered through the mist, locking onto Zachariah. A small head twitched occasionally. A pair of black wings flapped intermittently. Caw caw caw. A hoarse cry echoed through the silent night. Just an ordinary crow? Must have been my imagination. Just then, As Zachariah was about to close his eyes and rest, he suddenly sensed a gaze watching from the window, so he came down to check. Zachariah, what's wrong? Bob, wearing only shorts, had joined Zachariah. Rope-like muscles bulged behind him, ready to fight alongside Zachariah. Zachariah chuckled and patted his shoulder. Nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination. Bob mumbled. You scared me to death just now. I thought Instructor Yayan was coming to get us in the middle of the night. The two of them climbed back into bed, and soon Bob's snoring could be heard. But Zachariah tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He sat up once again, gazing out the window. The crow had long flown away. Was that feeling of being watched just now really an illusion? Chapter 180, The Big Day. Late at night, in the main square of the White Tiger camp, a somewhat slim and tall figure with oblique bangs stood alone on the square, gazing up at the red national flag and the dragon-headed military flag fluttering in the wind. That sharp face had two eyes like slashes made by a razor blade, paired with an incredibly large nose, making him look exceedingly shrewd and sinister. Caw! A black crow descended from the sky and landed on his arm. Caw, caw, caw. The crow gently called a few times, as if conversing with him. After a moment, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Extremely strong perception? Even able to sense animals watching him? TSK. It seems that Lynn Eleanor's mission is quite challenging. But I do enjoy handling thorny issues. A red command stick materialized in his hand. He lightly tapped the crow's head. The red in its eyes gradually faded, turning back to normal black. Then, it tilted its head to look at Shiloh again before spreading its wings and flying away into the night. He then took out a whistle and blew it softly. No sound came from the whistle, but a wave radiated outwards. Moments later, a well-fed stray yellow dog came bounding towards him, tongue lolling, steps light. Once again using the red command stick, he gently tapped the big yellow dog, which originally looked honest and adorable. A flash of red appeared in its eyes, and it suddenly became highly aggressive, even displaying a hint of human intelligence in its gaze. Go on. Tomorrow help me observe him carefully without alarming him. I want to know his approximate strength and what tool spirits he has. If possible, test the effects of his tool spirits for me. The demon-suppressing army kept personal records extremely confidential. Without proper authorization, it was difficult for anyone to access other people's files. The yellow dog nodded slightly, then ran off into the night. The next morning, at the entrance of the training ground in White Tiger Camp, a group of new recruits gathered around, feeding a yellow dog lying by the roadside, most of them young Teresa's brimming with youthful energy. The yellow dog lay there contentedly, tongue lolling out. Zachariah and Bob walked out of the training ground, their simple training t-shirts soaked with sweat, hair matted together. Along the way, many new recruits nodded respectfully at Zachariah, their eyes filled with gratitude. Zachariah, you're amazing. You only arrived yesterday. We spent a month practicing basic combat skills, efficient use of spirit power, and various outdoor tracking and anti-tracking courses. After you glanced once, you knew everything and even taught me. Do you still let others live? Did you see the admiration in those dozen new recruits' eyes when they learned techniques from you? Bob slapped Zachariah on the shoulder, face full of admiration. No. Zachariah wiped the sweat off his face and smiled. My teacher taught me a bit before. My teacher taught you? Yes, our practical combat class teacher. Your teacher is really awesome. Much more detailed than our instructors. Some points our instructors didn't mention, I only realized after you explained it. Bob couldn't help but give Zachariah a thumbs up. Today, Zachariah tried to catch up on the lessons he missed over the past month with Bob. However, what Zachariah found was that most of the knowledge came directly or indirectly from Abdur, and it was more detailed and focused on practical application than what Bob had taught. This tutoring session intended to be guided by Bob ultimately turned into a review for Zachariah and supplementary instruction for Bob. As Zachariah explained, other new recruits practicing nearby gradually gathered around out of curiosity. Zachariah, a mere recruit, unexpectedly became a temporary instructor for more than 10 people. In response to Bob's praise for Abdur, Zachariah paused slightly and then smiled. He's pretty good, very responsible. Let's go to the cafeteria. This afternoon you can tell me about the demons we'll encounter in the field test. The two headed toward the cafeteria. They didn't notice that the yellow dog, while enjoying the affection from passersby, would glance at them from time to time. In an inconspicuous small garden in the White Tiger Camp, the slender Shiloh sat on a bench, smiling. Interesting, he managed to grasp what we learned in a month on his first day. No wonder the brute Ilias took him as a junior brother. His strength must be decent. But a look of disdain flashed across his face. No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than Ilias? Humph. I need to go to the library and find the old maps of the satellite city, then plan carefully. He slowly stood up and walked toward the White Tiger Camp's library. The next morning, the Demon Suppression Army was unusually bustling. As the stirring announcements blared out, the entire Demon Suppression Army White Tiger Camp operated like a well-oiled machine, instantly springing into action, gathering at the White Tiger Square. Ilias and the 6 battalion commanders stood proudly in their immaculately pressed uniforms, looking dashing. The gold and silk headbands on their caps symbolized their supreme status within the camp. However, among the top brass, only the Wolf of Ghostwood, Battalion Commander Jesse, was absent. As the stirring music ceased, an eerie silence fell over the square. Even the new recruits who had only been trained for a month now stood solemnly at the edge of the formation. Today, they too wore the gray-blue military uniform. Unlike the regular soldiers, their uniforms lacked ranks, emblems, and the honor symbolizing headbands. Their uniforms were plain and undecorated. Today is a big day. It's the live-action test day for the White Tiger Camp's new recruits. Ilias's voice rang out, full of vigor. His gaze swept over the thousands of soldiers before him, most of whom were enlisted soldiers and new recruits. The remainder were second-class and first-class soldiers. Finally, his eyes settled on the largest group, the new recruits. Their immaculately pressed uniforms accentuated the unique vitality of these 18 or 19-year-old youths, adding a touch of youthful defiance. Ilias looked at them as if seeing his younger self. Excellent. Today is your big day, and also a big day for the Demon Suppression Army White Tiger Camp. This year, the Demon Suppression Army White Tiger Camp recruited 4,573 qualified new recruits from 8 major protector cities and several satellite cities in western Daxia. After a month of training, 678 new recruits have voluntarily withdrawn for various reasons. The remaining 3,895 new recruits. You all have done well. Orange sunlight filtered through the mist, casting warm rays on everyone's faces. Ilias's electrifying gaze, towering presence, and resonant voice echoed across the Demon Suppression Army White Tiger Camp. Today, only some of you will remain here. The rest will leave. You may leave because of inadequate strength, lack of talent, poor performance, or any other reason. Please remember, your departure is not because you are cowards. It is because other areas of Daxia also need you to shine. Despite the square remaining silent, each new recruit's face revealed different emotions: excitement, tension, confidence, or indifference. Ilias scanned everyone's expressions, noting all this in his eyes. He wasn't surprised. He had seen similar expressions countless times over the years. But compared to previous years, this year's new recruits showed an additional layer of fear. No wonder, considering that this year's live-action test could result in fatalities. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. He noticed Zachariah, standing at the back of the new recruit formation. Unlike others, his chiseled face remained extremely calm. It was as if he had seen battles too many times. This ability to keep emotions in check was commendable, but it was a pity that he was a false spirit body with 2 contracted tool spirits. At 3rd stage 1-star, with a physique rating of 2350, he was considered above average among new recruits. Yet, his potential was capped there. Even if he passed this exam and became a reserve soldier in the 7th Battalion, it wouldn't be long before he was surpassed by other soldiers, eventually dropping back to become an enlisted soldier. What a waste. Why sacrifice his innate talent to enhance the quality of the tool spirits and contract a second one? Otherwise, he could at least break through to the 4th stage, and with a bit of luck, even reach the 5th stage. Ilias felt deep regret for Zachariah internally. Externally, his face remained stern and unmoved. New recruits live action test. Best of luck to you all. All hands on deck. Fallen. Objective. Jiangxia City. Chapter 181. Patrol Corps Records. 8 military jeeps drove out of the White Tiger Barracks gate one after another in a single file. The passengers were some of the senior officers from the White Tiger Barracks. Following them were 20 luxury military buses, arranged in 5 rows with 4 buses abreast, carrying some members of the 7th Brigade responsible for assisting with this test. Finally, 78 military transport trucks drove out successively, carrying 3,895 new recruits and the drill masters of each new recruit squad. As for the rest of the personnel at the White Tiger Barracks, after attending the morning meeting, they returned to their respective posts for daily training or work. In the last military truck that trailed behind, voices chattered incessantly. This was the truck for Squad 100 of the new recruits. Compared to 2 days ago, the number of soldiers in this squad had dwindled from over 40 to just over 30. There was no other reason. Fear, tension, and excitement were visibly etched on everyone's faces, except for 3 individuals. Dressed in gray-blue military uniform with a corporal rank insignia on his shoulder, Drill Master Aaron was closing his eyes either to rest or simply not to look at these new recruits who had given him quite a hard time. Ilias was chatting casually with the fat man Sarah, as if no one else mattered. Zachariah sat by the side of the truck, quietly gazing outside. Along the way, many civilians going to work stopped to watch, casting admiring glances at the people inside the military trucks. Spirit Tamer status was already higher than ordinary people. Not to mention the requirement for demon hunters was much stricter than that of an ordinary mercenary group. Even if only half of these new recruits eventually failed to enter the Demon Hunter Corps, they would still be figures that ordinary people could only dream of. Zachariah, look, this military uniform is so cool. Excitement burst out of the voice of Bob next to him. Sitting beside Zachariah, Bob kept tidying up his collar and pulling down his trouser legs, fearing nothing more than creases in the military uniform. Zachariah nodded. It's pretty cool. The military uniforms were issued temporarily last night. The reason why new recruits received uniforms was to avoid unnecessary casualties. The military uniforms of the Demon Hunter Corps were a special type of combat gear supplied internally by the military, far superior in quality to any brand available on the market. They could effectively mitigate some damage inflicted upon spirit tamers during combat, providing a certain level of defense. Moreover, they had adaptive capabilities for extreme environments and were incredibly resilient and comfortable. Even the cheapest set of combat uniforms on the market cost over $1 million each. However, the defensive capability they offered was negligible compared to the military uniforms of the Demon Hunter Corps. Therefore, some financially strapped mercenaries chose less comfortable leather armor, or purchased some defensive equipment. Only large organizations like the Demon Hunter Corps could provide military uniforms to each soldier. Bob sighed. I really hope we can pass the live-action test, so I can wear it all the time. Zachariah understood Bob. Strictly speaking, the uniforms worn by the new recruits were only borrowed from the White Tiger Barracks. Those who didn't pass the test would have to return the uniforms to the barracks and leave dejectedly. Zachariah patted him on the shoulder, smiled wryly, and whispered, if you want to pass the test so badly, why don't we team up when we enter the satellite city? I'll ensure you get to keep wearing this uniform. Bob's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? Although they had only spent 2 days together, he had learned much from Zachariah. Many critical points never mentioned by Drill Master Aaron in class. He also realized that Zachariah wasn't just bold, but perhaps even more capable than he appeared. However, his joy quickly turned into disappointment. Zachariah, I really want to team up with you, but you came too late. Before you arrived, I had already teamed up with a few good friends. Zachariah nodded, about to say something. Then Bob added, why don't you join us? With your skills, I don't think my companions will refuse. Zachariah shook his head. No thanks, I'm not familiar with them. Might be awkward. It wasn't that Zachariah was truly afraid of awkwardness. It was just that, for him, teaming up with Bob was due to their rapport, and because Zachariah had indeed helped him before. With the two of them working together, Zachariah was confident they could maximize efficiency without affecting progress. However, once others joined, Zachariah was concerned they might hold him back. People always emphasize that teamwork was definitely stronger than individual effort. But Zachariah believed it depended on the situation. If their strength levels were not too different and they could communicate effectively, then team cooperation would definitely be better than individual effort. But if only a few individuals stand out in a team, the roles others can play are limited. If communication fails, their only role will be to share the results. It's like having so many people in a department, but those who can truly accomplish things are always just a few. Others will always try to muddle through. You can communicate with others, but the cost of communication is enormous. Given this, Zachariah prefers to be a lone wolf. Approaching the West City Gate, the 106 vehicles from the White Tiger camp slowly came to a stop. Zachariah looked up and saw a second-class private getting off the first jeep, handing over a document to the city gate patrol officers. Then, over 10 patrol officers quickly walked out from the city gate guards, and the city gate slowly opened. The Demon Hunter Corps' convoy started again, heading towards the fog-dense outskirts. However, Zachariah's brows furrowed, becoming more solemn. Thanks to the boost from discernment, his vision was excellent. Despite the distance, he still noticed a familiar figure among the patrol officers, iron-faced Liam. As the convoy advanced, Liam soon noticed Zachariah as well. But he merely glanced at Zachariah for a moment before busying himself with arranging his subordinates and reviewing other mercenaries waiting to leave the city. Only after the entire Demon Hunter Corps convoy left did the towering city gate close again, leaving only a small gate for mercenaries to pass through. Captain Chu, that guy surnamed Jiang seemed to be on that last vehicle. Frank Milo reminded Liam. Liam nodded. I saw him. Milo sighed. Captain Chu, not to say anything, you usually can't tolerate any sand in your eyes. But when it comes to your daughter, you seem like a different person. Liam shot him a glance, coldly cursing. If you dare mock me one more time, I'll dock your bonus this month. You believe me? Milo hurriedly begged for mercy. No, Captain Chu. I'm wrong, okay? Liam watched the convoy disappearing into the thick fog, his face heavy. Besides, I genuinely care about my daughter, but I let that boy go entirely because Denny died. I've always felt that extraordinary methods should be used for extraordinary people. If not for this uniform, I'd have taken action myself. For that boy, although I don't like him, I do thank him for solving my troubles. Milo stared wide-eyed, surprised at Liam, finding it hard to imagine that rule-abiding Liam sometimes had thoughts of using violence against violence. By the way, didn't I ask you to contact the patrol corps in Victoria City to retrieve Zachariah's file? How did it go? Milo pouted, clearly annoyed. Damn it. They said their mayor values citizens' information security above all else, and won't allow the transmission of citizen information unless the citizen voluntarily transfers their registration to our shelter city. Information security, indeed. It's just an excuse. Damn, I can't understand why a small Victoria City dares to speak so firmly to us Hanshui City. The patrol corps of Daxia belong to a relatively special department. Although every city has a patrol corps, they don't have direct relations with each other. They're more like the private troops of the mayor's office, taking orders only from the mayor. In daily life, they maintain the delicate balance between spirit tamers and spirit tamers and demons, spirit tamers and civilians, civilians and civilians, and various organizations. There is cooperation between patrol corps, depending on the relationship between shelter cities. That's why sometimes someone can commit offenses in one shelter city, but evade justice in another. Upon hearing this, Liam lightly nodded, stroking his chin stubble, eyes slightly narrowed. I remember that Victoria City and our Hanshui City had a good relationship, even working together to catch several offending spirit tamers before. Why is it being so uncooperative this time? Chapter 182. Keep an eye on him. Milo muttered. Who knows? I think it's likely that Mayor Victoria has gone crazy. Then he paused for a moment and continued. However, Captain Chu, although the city patrol of Victoria City is uncooperative, I managed to ask some mercenaries who just arrived here from Victoria City. When I mentioned Zachariah, they all got extremely excited. Liam keenly sensed something was off. What did they say? Milo lowered his voice. They said the first and second families of Victoria City put a large bounty on Zachariah, apparently because he killed someone in Victoria City. Killed someone? It looks like this guy isn't easy to handle. Wait, why did those two families issue the bounty? Didn't the mayor's office issue a warrant? Liam was a bit confused. Milo nodded. They said there wasn't one, as if the incident never happened. Liam's brows furrowed into a knot, his experienced old face revealing a sharp gaze. Escaping after killing someone? And the city's lord did nothing about it. Not long after arriving in Hanshui City, a similar murder case occurred, even attracting Jessie, that crazy woman, to intervene on his behalf. Even my daughter threatened me by saying she would jump from a building for him. Could it be that he has some hidden identity? Is he the son of some big shot, or from a secluded influential family? He made a decisive order. Send people to secretly keep an eye on him. From now on, I want to know every move he makes once he leaves the White Tiger camp. Milo looked surprised. Captain Chu, you're going to catch him? Aren't you afraid your daughter will get mad? Liam shook his head, involuntarily recalling that night when Zachariah boasted about bringing the Black Wolf back to its glory days. Suddenly, he felt that Zachariah wasn't just boasting. He really seemed capable of doing it. This guy is too unconventional. Future Hanshui City might not be free of trouble because of him. Milo hesitated. Captain Chu, aren't you overestimating him? He's only 18 years old. At his age, I hadn't even held a Teresa's hand yet. Liam remained serious. It's better to be cautious. But he'd better not cause any trouble on my turf. Otherwise, regardless of whether he is part of the monster suppression army or not, I'll personally drag him out of the camp. After leaving Hanshui City, the convoy of Baihu camp sped eastward along the cracked national highway. It must be said that the unconscious release of power from thousands of spirit masters, accompanying these 106 steel beasts on their journey, caused the demons lurking in the thick fog along the way to flee, only daring to hide and watch from within the dense mist. As the convoy moved forward, the scenery changed from scattered withered trees to gradually showing ruins and broken walls, then more and more abandoned residential buildings, and finally a mess of desolate shops. After driving for about an hour, a deserted satellite city appeared before Zachariah and the others. In sight were high-voltage electric grids tens of meters tall, stretching for miles in a square shape, surrounding the entire satellite city. Every meter of the grid had several blackened corpses of demons that had tried to escape, killed by the electricity days ago. Behind the electric grid, the 7 to 8 meter high grayish-black city walls had mostly collapsed, and the precision steel gates were also half-rusted due to the ravages of time. Looking inside from the gate, a few demons could be seen lurking in the distance, warily watching these unexpected visitors. The vehicle stopped at a gathering place of tents, and everyone disembarked one after another. Camp leaders like Ilias directly entered the largest tent in the middle. The members of the 7th Squad who were on the 20 military buses gathered together in small groups according to their squad divisions, chatting and laughing. Their job here was straightforward. Once someone calls for help, enter the satellite city as quickly as possible to rescue them. As for the new recruits, under the organization of their instructors, they occupied different areas and began explaining the rules of this trial. Those who finished quickly had already dispersed and entered the satellite city. Even those who hadn't yet entered were waiting for other team members to form teams together. Aaron was the last one to jump out of the truck, looking at the new recruits of Squad 100 with a complicated expression. Especially when he looked at Zachariah, it infuriated him to no end. The reason was simple. He had almost become a joke in the camp in recent days. Previously, acquaintances would call him Old Yayan to his face and Dead Old Yayan, behind his back at most. Now, while they still called him Old Yayan to his face, behind his back, they called him Damn Old Yayan. Though not particularly harmful, it was highly insulting. With a stern face, he walked up to the group of new recruits from Squad 100. Quiet down, let me explain the rules of this trial. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. This gave Aaron some comfort. At least he still commanded some respect. He pointed to the satellite city not far behind him. The satellite city behind me was once called Jiangxia City and served as an outpost for Hanshui City. At its peak, it housed 500,000 people. 30 years ago, a massive beast tide destroyed this place. That was the first time I truly felt what it means when black clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. Almost 10 million monsters were there, nothing but monsters as far as the eye could see. He looked at everyone with deep meaning. You unfortunate little bastards. Based on our calculations, a similarly large-scale beast tide will break out within 1 to 2 years. When that happens, you will be the ones facing the beasts head-on. That's why we chose Jiangxia City for live combat training. We want you to truly feel how desperate a beast tide can be. Everyone's faces turned pale, which made Aaron quite satisfied. Recruits are still recruits. A few words could make them nervous. However, when he glanced at Zachariah, his fleeting sense of pride vanished without a trace. Damn it, why is this guy still so calm? What he didn't know was that Zachariah didn't spend all day inside the shelter city like others. Most of the time, he followed Abdur, running around in the ruins. Seeing numerous towns destroyed by beasts had left him rather numb. Aaron cursed inwardly, but had to continue explaining. The beasts in Jiangxia City are mostly from the area near Hanshui City. They range from unranked to 4th ranked, with numbers decreasing as the rank increases. The entire evaluation uses a point system. After killing a beast, you can cut off its left ear and store it in your storage ring. Upon return, there will be staff to tally your score. For unranked beasts, each is worth 1 point. 1st ranked, 10 points. 2nd ranked, 50 points. 3rd ranked, 100 points. And 4th ranked, 1,000 points. A score of 1,800 points is required for regular soldiers, while 2,500 points for 7th Squad reservists. The duration is 24 hours. If someone fears danger but wants to stay in the beast suppression army, they can patiently hunt 1,800 unranked beasts. Of course, that's assuming you can kill 1,800 in 24 hours. Those who pass the test can use their points to exchange items on the internal network mall of the beast suppression army. The top 3 also get additional rewards. At this point, he paused deliberately, scanning everyone. Don't say I didn't warn you. The items in the internal mall won't disappoint. If I were you, I'd try to earn as many points as possible. By the way, there's a specially placed 4th ranked beast in the city, worth 5,000 points. Instantly, everyone exchanged glances. None of them were fools. A 4th ranked beast usually only earned 1,000 points, yet this one was worth 5,000, indicating its extreme danger. Aaron checked his watch and smirked at everyone. The countdown starts at 10 o'clock. There are 10 minutes left. Remember, the bracelet on your wrist assists in scoring and provides a special one-time protective barrier. It can withstand a full attack from a 3rd ranked beast. If you encounter a crisis you can't handle, pressing the button will bring immediate rescue from 7th Squad members. However, if you press it, you automatically fail, regardless of your score. Also, you're free to do whatever you want as long as you don't harm each other. If everything is clear, you can prepare yourselves and then enter Jiangxia City. Zachariah frowned slightly. He felt these words seemed like both a warning and a hint. Zachariah, good luck. 2 voices came from the side. Turning to look, Zachariah saw Henley and Avril standing nearby, cheering for him. After exchanging a few words, Zachariah started checking his equipment. The counting bracelet, storage ring, all seemed fine. Zachariah, good job. You've even got the senior sister charmed. Bob bumped Zachariah's shoulder enviously. Zachariah shrugged. Just friends. At this moment, 3 men waved at Bob, who responded with a wave and then patted Zachariah's shoulder. Zachariah, I can't talk now. They're urging me. I'm leaving. Good luck. Good luck to you too. Zachariah checked the supplies in his storage ring again. During this time, he declined several last-minute team-up requests from companions before striding toward the city gate of Jiangxia City. Zachariah, come join me. I'm super strong. I can guarantee your entry into Squad 7. Even someone like Luo Jingu can get in. A familiar arrogant voice came from the side, causing Zachariah to frown deeply. Chapter 183. I'm the fastest. The moment Zachariah heard the voice, he started moving. Stealth activated. Breath control activated. Zachariah moved with ghostly steps, dashing towards the city of Jiangxia. He really didn't want to deal with this incredibly arrogant guy. Zachariah, don't you dare run. I'm talking to you. Ilias yelled immediately. To thoroughly win over Zachariah, he had been planning for several days. Finally, he reached a conclusion. Though Jiangxia City was a satellite city, it was quite large on a personal scale. Once Zachariah entered the city, it might be very hard to find him until the next day. The best approach was to have Zachariah follow him from the beginning. This way, there were two advantages. Firstly, when hunting beasts, he could showcase his prowess to Zachariah and surely conquer him. Secondly, if that still failed, it would be easier to find opportunities to conquer him by force. But he never expected that upon hearing his voice, Zachariah's first reaction was to run away as fast as possible. Escaping in front of me. You're just showing off before an expert. Ilias gave a low shout and took steps as well. At the same time, he made a grabbing gesture in the air. Two cards appeared in his hands. A pair of fours. Card skill, teleport. In an instant, he vanished from the spot and reappeared where Zachariah had just stood. Now, he was about 15 meters away from Zachariah, who was 5 meters from the city gate. He grabbed at the air again, and another 2 threes appeared in his hands. Card skill, teleport. He disappeared once more, blinking into existence only 9 meters away from Zachariah. And Zachariah was 1 meter from the entrance. Damn, he's not slow at all. Ilias cursed and decided not to hold back anymore. With a grab, 3 twos appeared in his hand. Card skill, flash. His figure flickered as though something disturbed the air, and he appeared inside the city gate. From his original position, the straight line distance covered was 15 meters. Zachariah, I told you there's no escaping me. I'm super fast, he said smugly, then turned around. According to his calculations, Zachariah should be no more than 2 or 3 meters behind, and even that short distance could be easily closed by physical speed. However, when he turned to look behind, he froze in shock. Where's he? How did he vanish? He looked left and right, but couldn't find even a trace of Zachariah. Boss Chin, wait for me. Stevie, dragging his Michelin Man physique, huffed and puffed as he ran over. Arriving breathlessly beside Ilias, he complained. Can you consider the feelings of a fatty? Can I catch up with you? Ilias shot him a glance. Anyway, you've got plenty of good stuff. If you tried, you might catch up. Stevie chuckled and glanced back mischievously. Though the instructor didn't say we can't use equipment, it feels a bit out of place if everyone else doesn't use it, and only I do. Finishing his sentence, he looked around and asked Ilias curiously. Boss Chin, where's Zachariah? How did he disappear? Ilias frowned, annoyed. Ask me? Who do I ask? Stevie was surprised. What the heck? That kid's faster than you. Ilias reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, slapping Stevie's arm hard. The rings of fat on Stevie's arm wobbled like waves. Bullshit. In this world, I'm the fastest man. He must be hiding somewhere. Watch me find him. Saying that, he held his breath, trying to detect any lingering spiritual energy fluctuations from Zachariah. Soon, his confident expression faltered, his brow furrowing deeper. He remained silent for a long time. Found him? Stevie asked anxiously. Ilias scoffed. Too troublesome. Wasting my spirit energy. Anyway, he has to leave the city tomorrow. I'll just catch him early. Stevie mocked. Troublesome? Seems like you can't find him. Well, after knowing you for so many years, it's rare to see someone make you eat humble pie. Ilias glared at him. Clayton, looks like you're asking for a beating. He raised his fist to strike. Stevie hurriedly waved his hands, smiling apologetically. No, just joking. Ilias ignored him, mumbling to himself. Why can't I find his spiritual energy fluctuations? Did he not use spirit energy just now? For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of defeat, a feeling he had never experienced in his 18 years. Stevie stepped forward and slung an arm around his shoulders. Stop thinking about it. We still have 24 hours. At worst, we finish our points early and wait for him at the city gate. Anyway, he has to come out sooner or later. You can reclaim your pride then. Ilias nodded, and the defeated look on his face once again gave way to his usual confident smile. Jim, let's go big after a while. Stevie seemed to guess what was coming. His previously flushed face from running turned deathly pale in an instant. Damn, you're not thinking of hunting that nearly 5th stage monster beast, are you? A bright smile appeared on Ilias's handsome face as he hooked Stevie's shoulders with one hand. You know me, Jim. Think about it, who am I? I'm destined to be the genius who will shock the White Tiger camp. Of course, I have to be the best at everything. If I hunted those regular monster beasts like others, wouldn't I be no different from them? And consider this, 5,000 points for one monster beast. Don't you think that's odd? Maybe there's something valuable on that beast. Stevie looked at Ilias with a mix of grievance. True, but I suspect there must be something valuable on that beast. But knowing you, that's not the point. What you really want is to surpass all other geniuses in the camp, especially Shiloh. Ilias chuckled. You really get me. Stevie slapped his forehead helplessly. Being brothers with you means a lifetime of misfortune. Ilias didn't argue, dragging Stevie down the cracked, debris-strewn concrete road deeper into Jiangxia City. Enough talk. Let's hurry up and find that beast. I'm afraid it'll be taken by teaming players. Stevie hurriedly pulled Ilias back. Hey, don't waste that beast yet. Beast? Ilias was puzzled. Stevie nudged his head toward the left. Just a dozen meters away, under the first-floor window of a dilapidated residential building, a rankless, sharp-toothed rabbit stood upright on its hind legs, red light flashing in its eyes as it stared at the two of them. Ilias was speechless, pulling Stevie's arm even tighter. Only one point. Why bother with it? Don't waste time. Their figures gradually faded into the distance. Beside the city gate, in the shadow of a half-collapsed wall, a robust figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He watched Ilias's disappearing back with a smile. Iron idiot. You'd never guess I was right behind you all along. Chapter 184. Each has their own agenda. 2 days ago, during the intensive training with the new recruits of Class 100, Zachariah witnessed Ilias's rather unusual equipment spirit effect while evading the pursuit of iron-backed dogs. Thus, he had no intention of outrunning him by speed from the beginning. Instead, he planned to hide behind him, relying on the characteristics of stealth and hold breath. Zachariah couldn't help but marvel. His equipment spirit effect is quite powerful. Short-distance teleportation, medium-distance flashes, and long-distance escape on the track field last time. If I really competed in speed with him, I would probably need the quasi-equipment spirit, chasing wind, to barely surpass him. I wonder if his equipment spirit has any other effects. TSK, I still need to figure out a way to get a martial art to enhance my speed. With the boost from chasing wind, my speed will only be faster then. Zachariah suddenly looked toward the left side of the residential building, where the fanged rabbit was still standing upright, staring blankly in the direction of Zachariah. Zachariah smiled wryly. This unranked monster is truly stupid. With a thought, a small blood-red throwing knife appeared in his hand, and he threw it with all his might. The throwing knife darted like lightning, racing forward. The fanged rabbit tried to run, but it was too late. A flash of blood-colored light flashed past, and the head of the fanged rabbit flew off due to inertia, then dropped to the ground. The red light in its eyes flickered once and disappeared without a trace. Equipment Spirit, Trent, killed an unranked beast, experience, +1. Mutual progress triggered, host experience, +1. Days of military life make, Trent, feel like coming home, compatibility +5. This effect was precisely the throwing knife effect, meteor, of Trent. Trent's compatibility increased again. Zachariah was a bit surprised and opened Trent's system page immediately. His gaze quickly focused on the compatibility. Compatibility, 82. After the crazy refining in the hotel last time and this sudden improvement, the compatibility has risen to 82. Maybe it won't take long for Trent to also reach 100. Who knows, maybe it will give me something like Garner. Then I can experience what that thing can do. He strolled over to the head of the fanged rabbit, and the red throwing knife reappeared in his hand. In one swift movement, he cut off the fanged rabbit's left ear and tossed it into an empty storage ring he had prepared. Next, Zachariah pressed the orange bracelet on his left wrist, and 2 lines of text appeared on its screen. Name, Zachariah. Points, 1. The bracelet did not have data synchronization functionality. It only served as a simple counter, so new recruits could easily check their current points. After the test, specialists would verify the number of left ears captured with the numbers on the bracelet. The bracelet's main function was for emergency avoidance and sending distress signals to the members of the 7th Brigade promptly. Looking at the points on the bracelet, Zachariah smiled faintly. It seems I need to earn more points. Maybe later I can check the online mall of the Demon Suppression Army for suitable speed-type martial arts or other good things. That 5,000-point beast might be worth considering. He had discussed with Henley and learned that the Demon Suppression Army had an internal online mall. Items there could be exchanged with points. This included various rare equipment, martial arts, various precious materials for refining equipment spirits, and many good things that could improve a spirit handler's physical condition. In short, as long as you had enough points, you could exchange for most of the good things you wanted from the Demon Suppression Army mall. Just as Zachariah was about to leave, he suddenly felt a strong sense of being watched from above. He looked up and saw a huge eye appear in the sky above Jiangxia City, which was shrouded in mist. The perfectly round eyeball moved up and down occasionally. It took in everything happening in Jiangxia City. Zachariah frowned. Someone is watching all of our moves. Given such a large commotion, it must be the work of the Demon Suppression Army. Without much thought, Zachariah directly jumped into the nearby residential building. That intense sense of being watched instantly disappeared. As expected, it can only see open areas without cover. He didn't like the feeling of being watched. Muttering under his breath, Zachariah's gaze shifted to the narrow and dark alleyway behind him. He smelled a strong scent of monsters in this alleyway. In the darkness, he could vaguely see several pairs of ghostly green eyes watching him. Time to get to work. With a thought, a blood-red long knife materialized in his hand. Under a bridge spanning a river in Jiangxia City, there were 7 or 8 rusted cars that had been flipped off the bridge by beasts. Time had corroded them, and occasional collisions with various monsters left dents all over their bodies. A lean figure sat atop a red Cadillac, its hood missing. Before him, hundreds of birds and beasts lay prostrate. All were unranked, first stage or second stage beasts. He muttered to himself as if he had realized something. Throwing knife equipment spirit? And it can hide from Eleanor's sight? Seems I underestimated him a bit. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. A huge eye appeared in the sky above Jiangxia City without warning. The perfectly round eyeball moved left and right, like an independently living eyeball. An A-class quasi-equipment spirit, Tianyan. Looks like the leaders of the White Tiger camp really care about this practical test. Seems I can't act recklessly. I need to find an opportunity. Callahan's narrow eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the hundreds of beasts before him instantly split into 2 groups. One group rushed towards the bridge and disappeared in all directions. The other remained prostrate, like loyal servants awaiting Callahan's orders. Callahan stood on the roof of the car, watching the vanished half of the beasts and murmured, "You must find that kid for me." Then he looked at the remaining beasts and a sinister smile curled his lips. "As for you." A purple-tinged, eerie narrow blade materialized in his hand. As the long knife appeared, a ghostly skull shadow flickered as if wailing. The beasts prostrate on the ground showed instinctive fear upon seeing the blade. They seemed to want to escape but were restrained by some unknown force, trembling on the spot. Callahan approached a second-stage shadow cat and sneered, "Being fertilizer for, wailing, is your best end." As the long knife slashed through, dark red blood splattered, staining Callahan's face and the other beasts nearby. The beasts' terror deepened, yet none attempted to flee. Callahan felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight, his sinister smile growing more terrifying. "You're not dying, just changing form to survive." The long knife continued to slash, and the already damp underbridge area was now dyed red with blood. After a moment, Callahan stood among the corpses, the narrow blade planted in the head of a second-stage unicorn's pig. Mysterious energy rose from the corpses and converged on the blade, accompanied by intermittent wails. Callahan yanked the blade out forcefully, gripping the handle tightly, feeling something. Wailing isn't full yet. Dealing with that kid can't be careless. I need more beasts. With a thought, the whistle reappeared in his hand, and he blew gently. An imperceptible wave spread out. After a moment, he frowned. It seems there are no more beasts around here. I need to find another place. He suddenly remembered something, a glint flashing in his eyes. Through the fanged rabbit, I heard that Ilias, that brute, plans to deal with a certain beast. Maybe I can intercept him and then take care of Zachariah. A victorious smile spread across his face, thinking he could achieve 2 goals with one action. Chapter 185 Face-to-Face Provocation. 5 minutes ago, outside Jiangxia City, Aaron watched the last member of the new recruit class 100 walk into the satellite city, feeling somewhat complicated. Although he did not particularly like these new recruits, human emotions are complex. These greenhorns were, after all, nominally his students. It seemed as if an invisible bond had formed between them. He muttered to himself, "You must come out alive." After speaking, he intended to go rest in the main tent for a moment. Halfway there, an unpleasant voice interrupted him. "Old Yayan, where are you going? You're not thinking of entering the main tent, are you?" Aaron frowned and followed the sound with his eyes. Under a bus, he saw another second-class private, a middle-aged man with messy hair wearing black-framed glasses, squatting and smoking with a crew-cut male. Yeah, it's none of your damn business where I'm going." Mickey took a deep drag on his cigarette, tilted his head back to exhale slowly, then stood up gradually. "True enough, but as you know, this isn't the main camp. There are numerous beastmen around here, and I'm worried you'll attract the ironback dogs." "You bastard Yehia instructor." "Mickey, what the hell do you mean?" Aaron's temper flared up instantly and moved forward to grab Mickey by the collar. In the past 2 days, many people had been whispering about him behind his back, but he could do nothing against these hidden taunts even though it infuriated him. Little did he expect that someone would openly provoke him today. This can be endured. How much more so? The crew-cut man quickly stepped between them. "Old Yayan, calm down. Old Yehia is just kidding around with you." Mickey nodded with a mocking smile. "Old Aristide, don't get me wrong. I'm not joking. Everything I said is true. After all, no one has ever messed with an instructor as thoroughly as this batch of new recruits messed with old Yayan. It's the first time in our camp's 20 years. Then Mickey raised his hands with a smug expression and continued. "Unlike my class 87, they never mess with their instructor. They only care about their instructor." As he spoke, he removed the half-smoked cigarette from his mouth and proudly added, "See, old Yayan, these cigarettes were given to me by my students, classic yellow crane tower." With a gentle tap, he knocked off Aaron's hand gripping his collar. He seemed like a weak person whose soft spot was hit. Furious, yet as if all strength had been sucked out of him. He stared blankly for a while before finally squeezing out, "My students dare to mess with me, proving they have capabilities. Unlike your spineless students who only obey." A hint of ridicule showed on Mickey's face. "I admit, Ilias from your 100 class is indeed quite strong, but we also have Shiloh in class 87 who is not bad either. Besides, most of your class are second rank. With such strength, how dare you say this? You should know, most of my class are third rank." Looking at Aaron with pride almost overflowing in his eyes, Mickey seemed like a neighbor whose child got full marks today, and the mother couldn't wait for everyone to know. Although Aaron knew it was true, his inner displeasure made him subconsciously want to retort. F***KU. Who told you that higher rank means stronger power? If that were true, why did we come here? We could directly test ranks in the main camp. Mickey responded indifferently. "Defiant till death. If you're not convinced, you can compete to see which class has the highest overall score tomorrow." Without hesitation, almost roaring out loud, Aaron said, "Fine, let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What's the racket about? Do you look like soldiers?" A calm yet authoritative voice came from the side. Aaron and the other two turned and saw Ilias leading 6 battalion commanders and 7 or 8 first-class privates walking out of the main camp. If Zachariah were here, he might be surprised to find Henley, a third-class private, among those first-class privates. Aaron and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Commander." Ilias's sharp gaze, like an eagle's eyes, swept over the three of them. "What's going on?" The three exchanged glances and recounted the events, mentioning the newly established wager between new recruit classes 187. Aaron and the others thought they were surely in for a scolding, but surprisingly, after listening, a smile appeared on Ilias's previously stern face. "Interesting, who will take bets? I'll play too." Upon hearing this, everyone from the White Tiger Camp leadership to the 7th Battalion soldiers assisting in the test, as well as the instructors of each new recruit class, perked up and started clamoring to place bets. Just then, a cold voice rose above the crowd. "Commander Chin, according to the anti-demon army regulations, we are not allowed to gamble." In an instant, the crowd that had been extremely noisy just moments ago fell silent. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Ilias's side, where a man wearing rimless glasses stood. His hair was neatly combed in a 7-to-3 parting, and he wore white gloves. He also held a meticulously bound book in his arms. This man was none other than Captain Hutch, who was usually in charge of disciplinary inspection at the White Tiger Camp. Ilias gave him a meaningful look. "Old you. Do you mean to say that I'm not following the rules?" Hutch gently adjusted his glasses with his middle finger and smiled. "Commander Chin, you misunderstood." Then, he scanned the crowd. "What I mean is, gambling is deeply detested at the White Tiger Camp, and we will never cross the boundaries set by the anti-demon army regulations. To strengthen comradeship, we've specially organized this intellectual game today to liven up the atmosphere. The game involves predicting the outcome of the competition between 2 recruit classes, with rewards funded collectively by everyone. It's purely for entertainment and has nothing to do with gambling." Upon hearing this, everyone showed an expression of understanding. It didn't matter that it was the same thing under a different name. Sometimes people just wanted a legitimate excuse. Ilias lightly patted Hutch on the shoulder and smiled. Then he looked back at the 3 men. "Who's going to be the bookie among you 3? Aaron's face showed hesitation. This bet was something he reluctantly agreed to because of his pride. Some people might not know the strength of recruit class 100, but he knew it all too well. 2 days ago, apart from a few individuals who could remain calm when surrounded by ironback dogs, most were chased around clumsily. If he were to be the bookie, he would lose everything. Mickey seemed to see through him, grabbing his shoulder with mockery in his smile. "Old Yayan, since you're so hesitant, let me be the bookie." Then, he stepped forward and scanned the surrounding comrades, confidently saying, "Everyone, most of you should know the strength of my class 87. Crushing class 100 is a piece of cake. We'll bet using our points. 87 class versus 100 class, which class will have higher overall points? No one can say I'm bullying him. The odds are 110. I'm just afraid some people don't dare to bet." His words were sharp, giving no room for Aaron to save face. Enraged, Aaron's cheeks flushed red, blood surging through his veins. After 20 years in the military, when had he ever faced such humiliation? In a fit of anger, he shouted loudly, Bet. I'll bet with you. Who chickens out is a damn coward. All my accumulated points over the years, 33,278. I bet everything on class 100 winning. You son of a bitch. I'm afraid you won't take the bet. Chapter 186, Betting Frenzy. After Aaron finished speaking, everyone fell silent once again. Firstly, Aaron had always been straightforward, but no one expected him to swear in front of Ilias today. Secondly, the GFIN, integral points, of the demon-suppressing army were incredibly expensive, with only 2 ways to obtain them. First, completing camp missions, where points were awarded based on the impact of the mission, typically ranging from dozens to thousands. Second, slaying demon beasts, where beast materials were valued at 10,000 yuan per point. The live combat test was purely a welfare for new recruits provided by the White Tiger camp, assigning each type of demon beast a certain value in points. By throwing out over 30,000 points in one go, Aaron was undoubtedly using all his savings accumulated over the years, possibly to exchange for something valuable. Mickey clapped his hands. Of course I'll take it. Why wouldn't I accept points someone is offering me? The verbal sparring between the two made others exchange bewildered glances, and they all looked toward Ilias unconsciously. However, Ilias seemed like he was encouraging the spectacle. Why are you all looking at me? It's just a game, meant to be competitive. Otherwise, what fun would it be? Finishing, he pointed at the crew cut man. Hey you, get a table from the main tent quickly. How else will we place bets? The crew cut man hurriedly nodded, ducked into the main tent, and soon emerged carrying 2 temporary office desks, one in each hand. He put them together and laid a white cloth over them, writing Recruit Class 100 on one side and Recruit Class 87 on the other. Thus, a makeshift game table, 3 meters long and 4 meters wide, was formed. Mickey didn't hesitate to stand right in the middle. Class 87, odds 1 to 1. Class 100, odds 1 to 10. Bet now while you can. Bet big, win big. As soon as he spoke, soldiers crowded around. But surprisingly, none paid attention to Mickey's last remark. Nearly everyone bet on Class 87 winning. Even those who hesitated due to their relationship with Aaron and chose Class 100 eventually entrusted others to place large bets on Class 87. Seeing this scene, Ilias furrowed his brow slightly. Why are so many not optimistic about Class 100? Major Dion of Tai'e, with his exaggerated goatee. Commander, it's not that they don't favor Class 100, but Class 87 has performed exceptionally well during training. Major Chester of Maori Chicken, a bald man with golden bells in his ears. Indeed, Commander. Without discussing class strength, just consider remaining numbers. Class 87 started with 47 participants in training, and 44 are still here for live combat testing. Class 100 has only 32 left. How can they win in comprehensive points? Major Callan of Zihuaho, tall and slender with dark skin and thick lips wearing sunglasses. Exactly. Plus, I heard that a few days ago, Class 100 was chased all over the track field by a second-stage ironback dog. With such lack of courage, who would bet on them? Ilias listened to their words, nodding lightly before turning to the rest. You also bet on Class 87 winning? Major Victor of Jasper Jean Go, a rough man with a scarred face and a square jaw, said smugly. Gentlemen, I'm really conflicted. People looked curiously at him. Conflicted? Victor feigned difficulty but couldn't hide the smile on his face. Honestly, this batch has 2 geniuses, Shiloh from Class 87 and Ilias from Class 100. Both expressed interest in joining us in Jasper Jean Go. Plus, some talented students from other classes want to join us too. He shrugged. Both palms are flesh. I can't decide whom to bet on. Callan crossed his arms and shot him a look. Stop boasting and save time. If you're not betting, keep quiet. Victor laughed harder. But since Mickey is part of our brigade, I should support him. So, I'll bet on Class 87. Ilias nodded and turned to Anthony, the captain of Wei Tu-ji, a man with a prominent nose, sharp features, and a taciturn demeanor who hadn't spoken throughout. You? Anthony shook his head. You know, I have no interest in these things. No one commented further. They knew Anthony's aloof nature. He was indifferent and never vied for anything, focusing solely on his own tasks. Ilias then focused on Henley, the lone third-class private among them. Lou, you're representing Jesse. At least give some input. Henley appeared nervous. Am I allowed? He cautiously scanned the area, noticing that the other 6 captains had varying expressions in their eyes. Some were indifferent, others filled with disdain, and a few didn't even want to look at him. Ilias laughed heartily. It's just a game. What are you afraid of? Henley's eyes flickered as he pondered. Frankly speaking, he hoped Class 100 would win because Zachariah was there. However, logic told him that Class 87 had a better chance of winning. After all, they had more people and more third-rank recruits. The Kuei Mulang battalion was in dire need of money and resources. If he bet on Class 87, he could secure more resources for the battalion. But he couldn't easily come to a decision, because his subconscious was telling him to trust Zachariah. After all, from Victoria City to Hanshui City, Zachariah had dealt with 4th-rank beast demons before. For a moment, he was torn. Is it necessary to think so long? Victor's teasing voice sounded beside him. Kuei Mulang and Jasper Jean Go had always been at odds, and Victor naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to mock Kuei Mulang. Henley coldly hummed and ignored him. After all, from the perspective of the demon-suppressing army, Victor was his superior. He took a deep breath as if making a firm decision. I bet on Class 100. I'll stake 8,000 points. Clearly, instinct had won over logic, and he chose to believe that Zachariah would create another miracle. Victor seemed to hear a joke and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Tisk TSK. Can't tell such an obvious outcome? Your Kuei Mulang really does foolish things top to bottom. Jesse, you, and that Barkley are all fools. Who knows where he got the nerve to assassinate Langston? Revisiting old matters, his words dripped with mockery, causing Henley to erupt in anger. Forgetting any hierarchical boundaries, he pointed at Victor and began yelling. Mr. Yen, what the hell are you talking about? Henley could endure ridicule from others, but not for Barkley, who tried to cleanse the entire Kuei Mulang battalion's disgrace by attempting to assassinate Langston. He failed, but he deserved respect from everyone. Victor snorted coldly, his military uniform moving as if by wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. The pressure of a 6th-rank spirit master bore down on Henley mercilessly. Thud. Henley, who had been seething with anger moments ago, was instantly pressed to his knees, unable to stand. Henley, seeing the scene, Avril rushed over, trying to help Henley up. But as soon as she approached, she too was forced to her knees by Victor's pressure. Victor sneered, "No discipline. Who taught you to speak to your superiors like this? Barkley secretly brought you two to assassinate Langston. Do you feel great, moved by yourselves? Did you almost become heroes of the entire White Tiger camp? Do you know that your antics almost triggered a full-scale war between the Yi family and the demon-suppressing army? Do you know? If it weren't for the president's mediation, once a war broke out between the demon-suppressing army and the Yi family, Japan, Korea, Athens, Nordic Union, America, India, how many countries outside are watching to see? The conflict between large organizations is no child's play. You two, including Barkley, and the entire Kuei Mu Lang, are all idiots." Henley's eyes bulged, his face turning red under the immense pressure. His neck veins bulged like twisted earthworms as he struggled for breath. "Victor, go to hell." His scream was like a loud slap across Victor's face. In that moment, the temporary encampment of the White Tiger camp became tense and hostile. Chapter 187, Aaron's Regret. Adeline, who had been standing behind Victor all along, was about to step forward to deal with Henley. "Henley, who do you think you are? How dare you curse at our captain like that? Even if Jesse were here, he would still have to call our captain a senior." Unexpectedly, Victor stretched out his hand to stop her directly. "Adeline, step back. This kind of guy who doesn't respect his superiors. I'll teach him a lesson myself." After saying this, he glared, and the pressure on Henley and Avril became even more intense. Originally kneeling, Henley and Avril were pressed flat to the ground by this ruthless pressure. Shiomu Wolf really is not doing well. For the new soldier test, other battalions sent at least 20 people. Shiomu Wolf only sent 2 third-class soldiers. You're right. People from Shiomu Wolf have been bullied like this, and no one from other battalions has spoken up for them. Truly, they fail to live up to the reputation of Shiomu Wolf. Forget other battalions. Haven't you seen that even the army commander hasn't said anything? Maybe the army commander is also thoroughly disappointed in Shiomu Wolf. The onlookers whispered among themselves, but no one stood up for Henley and Avril. Seeing Victor approaching step by step, Henley was immobilized by his oppressive pressure. They seemed like travelers about to drown in water, breathing heavily. The gap between 4th rank and 6th rank was like the entire Mariana Trench. Huge and insurmountable. Damn it. Do you deserve the name of Shiomu Wolf? A bunch of useless people living off past glories. If Jesse doesn't teach you well, I'll do it. I'll make up for your lost childhood. Victor cursed and rolled up his sleeves, ready to severely punish Henley. Enough, old yen. A calm yet authoritative voice rang out gently. Snap. This voice seemed to carry a subtle power, and the tyrannical pressure holding down Henley was immediately dispelled. Henley and Avril collapsed helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath. Victor's stepping motion froze as he angrily turned to look at Ilias beside him. "Commander, I am also the captain of Lijingu. Shouldn't we just let him curse us?" Ilias smiled. "Just teach him a lesson. When we were young, who didn't do impulsive things? Why should we hold grudges with the juniors? Moreover, fortunately, the new recruits are testing in Jiangxia City. Otherwise, if they saw us old soldiers quarreling, wouldn't it be embarrassing in front of the new ones?" Victor couldn't bear it and wanted to argue further. But Ilias's smile instantly vanished, replaced by seriousness. "There's no but. Who in our camp hasn't been scolded? Even I get cursed behind my back. Should I lock everyone in solitary confinement?" Then, Ilias glanced at the third-class soldiers watching from the sidelines, signaling them to help Avril and Henley up. Ilias looked at Henley somewhat helplessly. "No rules observed. Go write a self-examination report and submit it to me the day after tomorrow, no less than 1,000 words." Henley nodded hesitantly. Seeing this, Victor could only stop and return to his position, sulking. He could see that Ilias's suggestion to write a report was completely in favor of Henley. But why did Ilias wait until the last moment to speak up? He couldn't quite figure it out. Ilias then asked, "Little Lou, can you tell me why you bet on Class 100 winning?" This point filled even Aaron, standing nearby, with curiosity. After all, from the perspective of betting, Henley was one of his few allies. Henley replied listlessly, "Because Zachariah is in Class 100. Upon hearing this, all the senior officers present showed puzzled looks. "Zachariah, who is this guy? There doesn't seem to be anyone with that name among the talented new recruits." Aaron and Ilias frowned deeply. Others might not know, but these two were clear about the fact that Zachariah was a false spirit armament body. Someone quickly explained to the other high-ranking officials of Baihu camp, briefly recounting how Zachariah transferred in and caused trouble for Aaron on the first day, especially emphasizing how he almost became an outlet for the Ironback Dog's anger. For a moment, the gazes of Baihu camp's higher-ups and many veterans newly aware of Zachariah once again fell on Aaron. These gazes contained confusion, disdain, mockery, and pity, making Aaron both ashamed and angry. F***CK. That damn kid, Zachariah. From now on, I'm ruined in this camp. Ilias looked at Henley with some puzzlement. "Just because you're close friends?" Henley shook his head. "Not because we're close friends, but because he always creates miracles." Beside him, Victor seemed to have heard a joke and laughed again. "Miracles? You can't possibly think that a guy who's only been in training for 2 days can single-handedly make the entire Class 100 win against Class 87, right? Why don't you ask Aaron and see what he thinks as their drill master?" In fact, even Aaron himself was somewhat puzzled. Although Zachariah was a pseudo-spirit armament body with limited future prospects, his physique, at this point, was second to very few among the new recruits. But Class 87 had overwhelming overall strength. According to his knowledge, Class 87 had 13 third-rank new recruits, and many more on the verge of entering third rank, far more than in Class 100. No matter how strong he was, even if including Ilias, his Class 100 could not possibly beat Class 87. Thinking of this, he felt like slapping himself hard. Damn, look at what your temper has done to you. All the points you've accumulated over several years are lost in one fell swoop. However, despite these thoughts, straightforward and face-conscious Aaron gave Henley a thumbs up. Good judgment. We're bound to win this time. One must never lose heart in front of the enemy. Aaron was determined to keep morale high before the results were announced. Mickey sneered. Don't try to wriggle out of it when you lose. Ilias glared at both of them, then looked at Henley and smiled. You're too young, always pinning hopes on those elusive miracles. Captain Hutch of the Bayou RSD team asked with a smile and some confusion. Commander, which class do you plan to bet on? Hearing this, Ilias glanced around. All eyes were on him. At present, most people are betting on Class 87 to win, which makes sense given the odds. But I feel like this lacks some entertainment value. So, I'm betting on Class 100. The stake is 5,000 points, just to buy everyone some fun. Then he turned to look at Hutch. Old you, which class are you betting on? Hutch adjusted his glasses with his middle finger. Based on the information I have, Class 87 currently has 44 people, with 31 above second rank and 13 above third rank. The lowest second rank level is 6 stars, and the highest third rank level is 8 stars. Average strength is second rank 8 stars. Class 100 currently has 32 people, with 27 above second rank and 5 above third rank. The lowest second rank level is 5 stars, and the highest third rank level is 8 stars. Average strength is second rank 6 stars. Ilias was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I didn't expect you to know so much about these two classes. So, you're also betting on Class 87 winning. Hutch shook his head. Since it's a game, why focus on winning? It should be about having fun. He then glanced at Mickey with a faint smile. Besides, if everyone bets on Class 87, I'm afraid he won't have enough points to pay out. So, I'm betting on Class 100, with a stake of 2,000 points. As everyone placed their bets, soon a stack of signed betting slips was piled up in front of Mickey. The points would be redeemed back at the camp. Mickey happily calculated in his mind. Big win. Just from the commission, I can earn tens of thousands. Class 87 is truly my lucky star. Across from him, Aaron watched this scene with some envy. At that moment, he felt extremely foolish for trying to prove a point. Realizing this, he slapped himself hard. Then he looked at Henley again. What a stupid young man, just like me. However, he suddenly noticed that Henley did not show any regret on his face. Instead, there was determination in his eyes. Does he really believe that Class 100 can win because of Zachariah? Can that pseudo-spirit armament body really create miracles? Chapter 188, The Parking Lot Incident. With the bet settled, Ilias looked at Hutch behind him. Don't just stand there foolishly. Hurry up and bring out the heavenly eye. I can't wait to see how the new recruits perform. Hutch nodded. Right away. With a thought, a pair of golden pupils appeared in his hands. As Hutch infused them with spiritual energy, these pupils gradually floated into the air. However, one remained before everyone while the other flew toward the sky above Jiangxia City, then flashed with a golden light and magnified hundreds of times. In the next moment, a giant eyeball appeared in midair. The eyeball hovering before everyone projected a massive screen of light. On the screen, the entire situation of Jiangxia City was clearly displayed. Hutch manipulated the screen, zooming in on local details or switching to scenes involving beast creatures, giving everyone a feeling like they were watching a movie. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Who would have thought the new recruit test would be more interesting than our drills back at the base with the beast creatures? Yeah, that 3-man team we saw just now, they all seemed to be around second stage, 6-star level, yet got chased to the point of running for their lives by a group of unicorns. How stupid, not even knowing that unicorns have too much inertia and aren't good at turning corners. Pity, the heavenly eye can only show what's outdoors, it can't see inside buildings. Otherwise, it would surely be even more exciting. Many of those beast creature leaders we caught love hiding indoors. Look, top left, at 10 o'clock direction, next to that large supermarket's parking lot. You captain, could you do us a favor? Hutch nodded and swiped a hand over the golden pupil floating in the air. In an instant, the parking lot scene was magnified. They saw a sturdy boy who looked like a bear dart out of an abandoned toll booth. He trampled a sweet-looking Teresa with 2 braids underfoot and started assaulting her fiercely. Only when the Teresa begged for mercy and handed over all the beast ears in her storage ring did he smile contentedly. Holy crap, is this some hidden gameplay? Which instructor taught this recruit? This is crazy. Who is this guy? Such a cute Teresa. How could he be so brutal? I know. This boy is Armand from Class 87, 3rd stage, 3-star strength. The commotion drew Aaron's attention, who was smoking silently in a corner. His eyes widened as he spotted the Teresa being beaten in the parking lot. Amira, whom he had somewhat appreciated earlier. He instantly lost control. This wasn't beating one of his new recruits. It was humiliating him, Aaron, personally. Without thinking, he rushed to Mickey and, pointing at the screen, demanded, how do you train these new recruits? Attacking their own comrades. Instead of any remorse, Mickey laughed. Hey, old Yayan, are you letting your anger cloud your judgment? You forgot the guidelines for this test? Mickey sneered. As long as they don't kill each other, anything goes. Aaron visibly froze, speechless. Indeed, to increase the difficulty and select truly formidable soldiers, they had decided on this guideline after setting up the practical test, but it was never explicitly stated, more of an unspoken rule. Thus, before the test, he had also mentioned this to the new recruits of Class 100, though in his fury, he momentarily forgot. Now, based on the heavenly eye's projection, it seemed his recruits hadn't grasped the implication of this guideline, whereas someone in Class 87 had understood it first. Mickey gloated at Aaron, mouthing silently, you're going to lose. Look, at 7 o'clock, on Isidore Rishin Road, Ronnie from Class 75 is robbing Memphis Fujian from Class 68. Wow, 2 boys from Class 31 barely managed to kill a 3rd-stage beast creature together, only to be preempted by Memphis Yuching, the prodigy from Class 46. Someone applied to quit after being robbed. Who's free to go pick them up at Wanda Cinema? Suddenly, the whole of Jiangxia City felt like Pandora's box had been opened, with constant scenes of robbery, as well as heartbreak leading to voluntary withdrawal from the test. Quick, look at the parking lot. What's Armand from Class 87 doing? A startled cry drew everyone's attention back. On the parking lot, Armand covered Amira's mouth with one hand and pulled her long hair with the other, dragging her into the nearby toll booth. Damn, isn't this guy planning something else? Can this really be shown? This is outrageous. No, I mean, this is despicable. Shouldn't we go in and stop him immediately? Wait, look, someone's coming out of the supermarket and heading toward the parking lot. That Armand. He's planning to strike again. Aaron's usually silent face suddenly creased with a frown. Zachariah? The person walking out of the supermarket was none other than Zachariah, who had just been clearing out the beast creatures inside. In an instant, Aaron seemed to understand Armand's plan. He was going to ambush Zachariah, just like he did Amira. Mickey nodded with sudden realization, then smiled smugly. So this is the Zachariah who messed with you. Old Yayan. Relax, my student will take revenge for you. Just wait and enjoy the show. At that moment, Aaron's feelings were mixed. To be honest, he hoped Zachariah would get a good beating. But seeing Mickey's gloating face, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Humph. Who beats whom is still uncertain. My student is known for his audacity. Though he spoke confidently, he secretly prayed. Jiang kid, please turn around. Don't go any further. I beg you. After all, he clearly remembered Zachariah's realm. Only at stage 3, 1 star. Plus, lacking systematic training, Aaron didn't think Zachariah could handle Armand. While Zachariah might have decent agility, how could agility alone defeat an opponent? However, as if deliberately defying him, Zachariah headed straight for the parking lot. At that moment, Aaron felt utterly dejected. It's over. If this kid gets beaten by Mickey's student, who knows how that old guy will talk behind my back at the base? Who knows if he'll say I can't even beat a recruit and needed a student to stand up for me? Outside Carrefour Supermarket in Jiangxia City, beside the parking lot, in the toll booth, Amira had already been tied up by Armand, her mouth stuffed with some rags he found somewhere. She looked terrified, wanting to struggle but not daring to move an inch. After all, Armand's large hand was still clamped around her neck. If you don't want to die, stay quiet. After saying that, he released his grip and glanced outside through the dusty glass window. About 400 or 500 meters away, a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, his clothes stained with beast creature blood, walked leisurely toward the parking lot, humming a tune. His light steps suggested he had just made a good haul in the supermarket. He seemed completely unaware of the danger nearby. A sneer spread across Armand's face. Come closer, just a little more, closer. He began to covertly gather spiritual energy, and in an instant, a huge two-handed sword materialized in his hands. A-grade artifact spirit, blazing flame. Chapter 189, Why didn't I think of that? Unaware of the impending crisis, Zachariah walked along, secretly pleased with his recent harvest. Indeed, there are more beastmen inside than outside, and most of them are 2nd or 3rd rank. At this rate, I should be able to gather 2,500 points before sunset. Zachariah adjusted the score on his bracelet as he walked, 485 points. His footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked around, and a hint of gloom replaced his joy. Strange, why aren't there any beastmen around here? In the dilapidated parking lot, abandoned cars piled with thick layers of dust stood everywhere, but not a single beastman was in sight. Zachariah's melancholy lasted only a moment before he had an answer. I guess it's because this is the territory of that group of beastmen from the supermarket. No other beastmen dare to come here. He muttered to himself, then wondered aloud. Strange, where is that almost 5th-ranked beastman? Since entering Jiangxia City, Zachariah had been looking for the whereabouts of the nearly 5th-ranked beastman. After all, 5,000 points were too tempting for him. However, what he encountered most on his way were 2nd and 3rd-ranked beastmen. He finally saw a 4th-ranked beastman from a distance and was about to sneak up on it. Unexpectedly, over a dozen new soldiers were also eyeing the same 4th-ranked beastman. Unfortunately, their skills were too clumsy. The stealth tactics taught by the beast-subduing army became something awkward and furtive when executed by them. The 4th-ranked beastman soon spotted the surrounding new soldiers and sensed the danger. Without turning back, it fled. Zachariah cursed the dozen new soldiers and their families inwardly. As he continued walking, searching for the next direction, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and his gaze sharpened. He noticed some traces of battle just a few meters ahead. Based on his previous ability to reconstruct scenes logically, he thought, it looks like one-sided, overwhelming force, and it's unusually. Bang! A dented burglar-proof door was kicked open, flying towards Zachariah with a howling wind, much like a speeding truck on a highway. Without hesitation, Garner condensed in his hand, and he slashed forward. What used to be a solid burglar-proof door now split apart, like paper under Zachariah's blow. But before he could relax, a huge double-handed sword, gleaming with cold light, emerged from the split door, descending from above with great force. Zachariah had no time to change his stance. He could only lift his blade horizontally to block. Clang! The sudden, powerful, and swift attack pushed Zachariah's entire body downwards, making him sink slightly. Not bad. Armand was somewhat surprised. This blow carried 80% of his strength. Bear in mind, his physique had a strength rating of 2,550, and in the entire beast-subduing army, only Shiloh and Ilias could match him in strength. With one hand resisting the heavy, double-handed sword, Zachariah's eyes turned icy cold. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? At this moment, Zachariah felt puzzled. He didn't understand why the killing intent perception didn't warn him this time. Armand smirked. Kid, you seem capable. Hand over all the beastmen ears you've collected if you know what's good for you. Zachariah raised an eyebrow. So you're robbing me? Armand's rough face showed a grim smile. What else do you think? Zachariah glanced at the large eye in midair. The veterans are watching. Won't you be punished after the test if you openly rob me? Armand laughed as if hearing a joke. Which class are you from? Did your instructor forget to remind you? A phrase, as long as you don't kill each other, anything goes. Suddenly, Zachariah seemed to understand everything. No wonder this guy used the flat side of the sword instead of the edge. No wonder that killing intent perception didn't give an early warning. No wonder Aaron seemed to subtly hint at something before they entered Jiangxia City. It was evident now that White Tiger Camp had indeed been strict this year. Not only did they want new soldiers to face the dangers of beastmen during the live combat test, but they also had to beware of attacks from former companions. Such selection would only choose 3 types of people, either exceptionally strong, extremely cautious, or indomitable. No matter which category they fall into, in the end, they will all become the new backbone of White Tiger Camp. Zachariah nodded as if he had suddenly understood. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Robbing others is much faster than killing beastmen myself. Then, Zachariah looked at Armand, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your loot, and save me the trouble. Armand felt this remark eerily familiar. Then, anger surged within him. Brat, you're asking for it. Weapon spirit effect, blazing fire. Armand swung his two-handed sword again, the flat side coming down towards Zachariah once more. Fiery heat, like a coiling dragon emerging from its den, surged violently from the sword, as if to turn Zachariah into ashes. Zachariah raised his saber to block again. Do you think you can still stop me? Armand roared. The two-handed sword, blazing flame, howled down. Unbeknownst to him, a cunning smile spread across Zachariah's face. Garner merely brushed lightly against blazing flame. Backstab, activated. Zachariah's figure vanished from Armand's sight instantly, and due to losing his force target, Armand lunged forward several steps, almost falling. Before he could regain his balance, Zachariah's long saber struck from behind. Armand's expression changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. In desperation, he turned his two-handed sword into a pole, barely avoiding Zachariah's stab by using it for leverage. While dodging, flames flowed along the two-handed sword. Weapon spirit effect, burning snake. The flames abruptly transformed into 4 fiery serpents, surging towards Zachariah, who held his saber behind him. Brat, let's see how you deal with this. If you dodge, wait until I recover, and you're done for. If you don't dodge, you'll be severely injured at least. However, to Armand's surprise, facing these sudden 4 fiery serpents, Zachariah neither dodged nor moved. Was this kid not afraid of death? Or did this kid have some defensive means? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Armand's mind. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the faint blue light on Zachariah's saber, which was breaking into pieces rapidly. But those shattered blade fragments encircled Zachariah, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Weapon spirit effect, wild wind. Chapter 190, it's all your fault. Countless shattered blades instantly began to spin at high speed with Zachariah as the eye of the storm. This formed a powerful hurricane. The broken blades continuously howled in this hurricane, akin to the turbulent waves stirred up by fierce winds in the sea. As soon as the 4 fire snakes approached Zachariah, they were torn apart by the blades within the whirlwind. The hurricane created by the blades caused Armand's military uniform to flap loudly, and his face looked as though it would be blown off his skull at any moment. After several consecutive failed attacks, Armand felt that his pride was being challenged. All show and no go. I'll see how long you can hold out. Chill effect, blazing wrath. He spun his two-handed sword to form a blade flower, followed by a 3-meter-high wall of fire that swept towards Zachariah. Upon seeing this, Zachariah clearly flinched. Armand assumed that Zachariah had been frightened by this move. Now you know fear? Too late. You'll have to pay for your arrogance. Zachariah only coolly muttered 2 words. Moron. In the next moment, with a single push from Zachariah's hand, the hurricane that had been circling around him suddenly surged forward. That overwhelming wall of fire coming towards Zachariah was instantly carried away by the hurricane. Its direction abruptly changed and headed straight for Armand. Instantly, Armand's complexion drastically altered. He wanted to run, but it was too late. The hurricane, carrying the raging flames, enveloped Armand like a flaming vortex. Helpless, Armand could only muster all his spirit energy to resist. He was like a tiny boat on an ocean, liable to capsize at any moment in the midst of this raging wind and fire. Due to the lack of sustained infusion of spirit energy, the massive flames quickly subsided. But the scorching heat turned Armand's hair into curls, combined with his originally tall and rugged appearance. At this moment, he looked like a woolly gorilla struggling fiercely in the hurricane. Zachariah frowned slightly, inwardly marveling at the quality of the demon-suppressing army uniform. Amidst the hurricane composed of countless shattered blades, although Armand was extremely disheveled, the demon-suppressing army uniform remained unscathed. Brother, stop fighting. The veterans are watching. You don't want to be dealt with after we get out, do you? Zachariah coldly replied. Didn't you tell me that as long as it's not mutual killing, anything goes? In the next moment, a hint of sharpness flashed in Zachariah's eyes, and a faint blood-red hue surged into them. He began to infuse more spirit energy into Garner. Blood Rager. Activated. The originally howling hurricane became even more ferocious. Even some rocks within several meters were swept up. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The once intact military uniform gradually developed one tear after another under the continuous attack of the countless blades. Facing such intense onslaught, Armand's spirit energy rapidly depleted. Thud. As Armand's spirit energy ran out, he helplessly knelt on the ground, collapsing and panting heavily. The hurricane dissipated, and those countless shattered blades returned to Zachariah's hands, reforming into a sapphire blue saber. Then, they vanished in his hand. In the toll booth, Amira, bound and gagged with a rag stuffed in her mouth, had somehow crawled to the door and stared in surprise at the scene before her. She saw that Armand's once new military uniform had become nothing more than tattered strips hanging on his body. Moreover, under Zachariah's precise control, there were only minor abrasions on Armand's exposed skin. What kind of precision control over the Qilin must this require? Initially, she had worried that Zachariah would end up being tricked by Armand just like she was. Now, it seemed her concerns were unfounded. She had thought he was merely skilled in movements, but never imagined that he could hold his own in a fight. No wonder Ilias took the initiative to ally with him. A sense of inferiority flashed through her heart. It was the feeling of insignificance when standing before a towering mountain. Zachariah turned back and saw Teresa staring at him with stunned eyes. From class 100? Zachariah didn't know her name, but recognized her. Amira hurriedly nodded. 3 crimson flying daggers coalesced in Zachariah's hands. A flash of lightning, and the 3 daggers precisely sliced through the ropes binding Amira's hands and feet and removed the rag from her mouth, without harming her at all. Amira, dazed, examined her newly freed limbs and pinched her mouth. Then she swiftly ran behind Zachariah. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of security beside him. Zachariah glanced at her briefly, saying nothing, then walked to the prostrate Armand and nudged him with his foot. Then he squatted down and quickly stripped Armand of his storage ring. Breathing heavily, Armand tried to struggle. This is mine. Zachariah shot him a look. It's mine now. Zachariah then glanced at Armand's counting bracelet. 378 points. So you only earned 378 points after all that time. Rubbish. Then he obligingly reset it to 0 for him. Next, Zachariah transferred all the demon beast ears from Armand's storage ring into his own, before tossing the now empty storage ring back to Armand. Just as Zachariah was about to add these 378 points to his own total, Amira's voice sounded. Zachariah. Zachariah looked at her questioningly. What is it? Amira whispered softly. 137 of those points are mine. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was somewhat afraid of Zachariah. Zachariah watched her timid and sweet appearance, coupled with her wavy bob and clear eyes that showed a mixture of clarity and naivety. He couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, then they're mine now. How can you do this? Amira felt wronged. It had taken her 2 hours to earn those points. Zachariah smiled faintly. I could give them back, but I'd have to learn from him and rob you again. Amira froze, images of being pushed around by Armand flashing through her mind. How could he be so mean? She swallowed involuntarily. Zachariah shook his head helplessly and then strode quickly towards the road outside the supermarket. He needed to get more points soon. Amira glanced at the prone Armand on the ground, a surge of grievance rising in her heart. It's all your fault. With a swift kick, she aimed precisely for Armand's sensitive area. There was even an audible sound of something cracking. The intense pain made Armand curl up like a shrimp, his face contorted in agony, yet unable to scream. Amira smiled with satisfaction and hurriedly chased after Zachariah. Despite Zachariah's domineering manner, she oddly felt safe with him and somehow liked it. Most importantly, she feared being robbed again if she went alone. At least Zachariah wouldn't beat her. In the vast parking lot of the supermarket, a gentle breeze suddenly stirred, lifting a trail of dust. Armand, ragged and tattered, gazed bitterly at the direction Amira and Zachariah had left, a venomous gleam flashing in his eyes. A tear slowly slid down his cheek. Pain. Too much pain. Outside Jiangxia City, in front of the light screen, Mickey stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what he was seeing. He rubbed his eyes multiple times. His mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an entire egg. Beside him, Aaron was equally dumbfounded. A thought flashed through his mind. I might have underestimated this kid. All the veterans watching the screen directly, save for those busy nearby, were thoroughly stunned. Chapter 191, A Certain Pig. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter of Aaron echoed across the front of the tent. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool, but he didn't care. On the contrary, he laughed even harder. How refreshing. So damn refreshing. Especially seeing that bastard Mickey's crestfallen expression made it all the more satisfying. Aaron patted Mickey on the shoulder, laughing so hard he was nearly out of breath. Yeah. Mickey, seems like your student can't help me take down Zachariah. No wonder, I told you long ago, the new recruits under me are capable, yet you wouldn't believe me. Now you've seen it. The new recruits under me aren't like certain people's new recruits, who only know how to obey. At this moment, Mickey had no interest in bantering with Aaron. He was full of questions, unable to understand why Armand from class 87, with a physique score of 2,550, would lose so easily to Zachariah. But Aaron's smug appearance was really getting on his nerves. With bulging eyes, he glared at Aaron and cursed through gritted teeth. Don't get too cocky. You'd better pray. If he hadn't met our classmate Shiloh, there would be plenty for him to cry about. Aaron shot back defiantly. Shiloh? Don't say he didn't meet. Even if they did meet, Zachariah from our class wouldn't be intimidated by him. Though he spoke boldly, Aaron mumbled to himself. Damn it, Shiloh's strength is comparable to Ilya's, perhaps even not weaker than the once dominant Franklin. Zachariah, kid, just don't have such bad luck to run into him. He glanced again at the holographic screen showing Zachariah. At this moment, Zachariah and Amira had just climbed into a dilapidated office building one after the other. The city of Jiangxia is so large, Zachariah shouldn't encounter him, right? Even he didn't realize that he was starting to worry about this new recruit who had once pranked him. Beside them, many veteran soldiers were amazed by Zachariah's performance. They gathered around Henley and Avril, constantly asking about Zachariah's information. Even several squadron leaders of the 7th Brigade showed interest in Zachariah. Little Lou, no wonder you have such confidence in Class 100. Turns out this guy is indeed strong, Squadron Leader Dion of the Kinshui Yuan Squad teased. Yes, I can see now that this guy has a much deeper understanding of combat compared to other new recruits. I think he fits us, the Ong Ri Ji Squad. Another Dion from the Ong Ri Ji Squad smiled. Don't even try? This guy suits my personality. Let me tell you, he's perfect for us, the Zihua Ho Squad. Anyone who tries to snatch him will have a fight on their hands. Always outspoken, Squadron Leader Callan of the Zihua Ho Squad glared at Dion as if fending off a thief. Henley and Avril exchanged glances and smiled. Zachariah's performance made them feel a rare sense of acceptance. An acceptance of their own team, the Yai Mu Lang. Callan patted Henley on the shoulder and, enjoying the spectacle, glanced at the disgruntled squadron leader Victor of the Lu Jingo squad standing nearby. Sometimes, the young one's judgment isn't so bad either. Who knows, maybe someone else is the one confused. Victor's face darkened further upon hearing this. Old Ghost Sidhu, you don't need to talk to me like this. Don't forget you also bet on Class 87. Callan shrugged. I don't mind. After all, I only put up 1,000 points. As the brigade commander said, it's just a game. But some people bet heavily, 5,000 points in one go. Losing that would hurt a lot. Victor looked at Callan, then at Henley and Avril beside him. Though they didn't speak, they stood tall and proud, giving an air of defiance and pride that seemed like a direct challenge to him. As if saying, who says we Yai Mu Lang don't have good judgment? You're the blind one who can't recognize a pearl. Victor huffed coldly. Are you celebrating victory before halftime? There's no need to gloat. We're comparing overall class scores. Sure, he's good, but only SOSO. Do you seriously think he can close the gap with Class 87 by himself? Callan, along with Henley and Avril, who were initially smiling, were instantly speechless. Because they all saw on the holographic screens that while Zachariah was confronting Armand, In other areas, scenes of robbing and being robbed were playing out. And the majority of these scenes involved new recruits from Class 87, either alone or in groups, robbing new recruits from other classes. It was clear that each member of Class 87 already had a significant lead in points over others. Ilias and squadron leader Hutch of the Bayou Aristide squad did not join in the discussions. Instead, they silently observed Zachariah's actions on the holographic screen. Zachariah moved along the cracked asphalt road, frequently ducking into one skyscraper after another, only to emerge from these buildings after a short while. During this time, he would stop and squat down to observe the surrounding environment from time to time or listen carefully to various sounds. Commander-in-Chief, look at this kid's performance. We seem to have a chance to win points. If I had known earlier, I should have placed a bigger bet, Hutch said calmly in Ilias's ear. Ilias glanced at him and habitually raised his right hand to push his glasses up with his middle finger. Ilias slapped his hand halfway up. Every time you adjust your glasses, you use your middle finger. I suspect you are mocking me. Hutch smiled awkwardly, as if his little secret had been discovered. My commander, how could I mock you? As he spoke, he raised his left middle finger to push up his glasses. It's just a habit of mine. Ilias rolled his eyes at him. Stop talking nonsense. You discipline officers always like to mess around with trivialities. Tell me, what did you discover? Hutch put on a serious face and answered formally. From the moment he walked out of Carrefour supermarket, he started unconsciously observing the surroundings. When he faced the new recruit from Class 87, despite being ambushed, there was no sign of panic on his face, as if he's accustomed to fighting. After leaving the parking lot, he kept searching for clues to find beast demons to fight or other new recruits to rob. At the same time, he never forgot to cover his own tracks. His expression suddenly turned very serious. He seems to be using our anti-demon corps' internal tracking and anti-tracking methods. But in the month we trained these new recruits, we only taught them 2 tracking methods. We haven't covered anti-tracking yet. After a pause, Hutch continued. And from the time he left the parking lot until now, I don't know how many beast demons he killed indoors, but outdoors, he has encountered 7 stray beast demons. His attacks are quick, accurate, and lethal. Dealing with any beast demon took no more than 3 moves. The way he attacks has a subtle resemblance to the basic martial arts technique, White Tiger 7 forms, used in our White Tiger camp. But upon closer inspection, it's slightly different, as if no one taught him, and he learned by watching others, emulating and refining it himself. If I didn't know he's a new recruit, and considering his age, I'd even suspect he's an old soldier from our camp. But the issue is, our anti-demon corps has strict rules. Any martial art learned within the camp must not be shared outside. Where did he learn this from? Ilias nodded and added. Also, he has only been in our camp for 2 days at most. These 2 days, the instructors were on leave. Even if another new recruit helped him catch up, it wouldn't be possible for him to master everything taught this month. A deep sense of doubt flashed in both their eyes, especially in Ilias's. At that moment, he felt that he might have underestimated Zachariah from the start. Strangely, he remembered the last words Zachariah said after his assessment 2 days ago. Maybe, I am the exception? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Ilias's face. He looked at Hutch. You won't believe who recommended him. Hutch was curious. A relation? Who recommended him? Ignoring the question, Ilias murmured to himself. I'm starting to get interested in this young man. The senior officers in the White Tiger camp had varied expressions, but none of them noticed the complex looks on Adeline from Luo Jeandog and Anthony, captain of Weituji, which quickly returned to normal. Look fast. 5 o'clock direction. In the air, it looks like there's a pig flying in the sky. Someone suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention back to the holographic screen. Chapter 192, A Pig Flying in the Sky. Inside the fallen Wanda Plaza in Jiangxia City. In the first floor hall, more than 20 second-stage demon-tailed foxes were confronting a man and a woman. Moreover, from upstairs, there were constant stomping sounds, with an increasing number of demon-tailed foxes rushing down from the stairs, terraces, pillars, and various corners, bearing their fangs at Zachariah and Amira. With a loud boom, a third-stage demon-tailed fox leader, much larger than the others, leaped down from a high place, raising dust everywhere. At this moment, facing Zachariah and Amira were over 100 demon-tailed foxes and their leader. Amira timidly hid behind Zachariah, holding his arm tightly with both hands, her face pale as chalk. Zachariah, can we leave now? There are over 100 demon-tailed foxes here. Although most are first stage, quite a few are second stage, and that leader is even third stage. I know you're strong, but even the best fighters can be overwhelmed by numbers. We still have plenty of time. We don't need to risk it for these points. Amira swallowed hard. The pressure she felt from these demon-tailed foxes far exceeded what she had experienced 2 days ago when facing hundreds of ironback dogs at the White Tiger camp. This was the difference between wild demon beasts and those raised in captivity. Not to mention, there were at least 22nd stage demon-tailed foxes here. Even seasoned third stage spirit masters would find them challenging, let alone they were just rookies, without anyone to team up with. Perhaps only geniuses like Ilias and Shiloh, who possessed multiple spirit weapons, would have the courage to face such a situation. Zachariah was speechless. He frowned and glanced at Amira behind him. If you're really scared, you don't have to follow me. Then he looked at her tightly gripping hands. Also, could you loosen up a bit? You're hurting me. Only then did Amira realize she had subconsciously tightened her grip out of tension. I'm sorry. She apologized, but though she eased her grip somewhat, she showed no intention of letting go. Zachariah pursed his lips, about to say something, when the demon-tailed fox leader let out a high-pitched howl, and the foxes charged at Zachariah and Amira. Over 100 demon-tailed foxes came from all directions. Amira's hand, which had just relaxed, clung tightly to Zachariah again, with even greater force. Seeing her increasingly pale face, Zachariah felt helpless. He could only throw a brief order. Stay close. In the next moment, Garner materialized instantly in his hand. Spirit weapon effect, Hurricane. The glass-like blade crumbled inch by inch, swirling rapidly around Zachariah and Amira. In an instant, it formed a hurricane enveloping thousands of blades. The demon-tailed foxes were startled, but most couldn't stop in time. Even those in front that managed to halt were knocked forward by those behind them. Immediately, chaos erupted among the demon-tailed foxes. Meanwhile, Zachariah had already started moving, charging straight into the crowd of foxes. Stealth activated. Agile steps, combined with swift, sharp blades. To Amira, hiding behind Zachariah, it felt like being on a high-frequency reaper. And the hurricane of blades provided a sense of security, like a protective barrier. Everywhere the blades passed, one demon-tailed fox after another fell under their might. In no time, only the third-stage demon-tailed fox leader remained standing. Still, its body was covered in cuts of various sizes, bleeding profusely. Realizing the danger, the leader bolted toward the plaza's exit. But Zachariah had already anticipated its move. Spirit weapon effect, shattered blade. In an instant, the countless blades swirling around them halted momentarily, then accelerated fiercely, like a swarm of enraged bees. They whistled after the fleeing demon-tailed fox leader. Buffed. Countless shattered blades pierced through the entire body of the demon-tailed fox, leaving a large hole in its chest before collapsing, sending dust flying, and staining the ground red with blood. The dragon-like shattered blades instantly returned to Zachariah's hand, reforming into a long sword, then vanished into thin air. Amira's eyes widened. Zachariah, you're so fast. Though she had seen Zachariah's abilities before, she hadn't expected him to handle over 100 demon beasts, including a leader, on his own. She hadn't thought that from the gathering of the demon-tailed foxes to their complete annihilation, the entire process took less than 2 minutes. Zachariah gave her a withering look. You can say I'm strong, but don't say I'm fast. Amira was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood what Zachariah implied. Her sweet face instantly turned scarlet as she blushed in embarrassment and playfully scolded him. Pervert. Zachariah glanced at her. Whether I'm a pervert or not is another matter. Can you get off me now? Only then did Amira realize that at some point, she had jumped onto Zachariah, with both hands wrapped around his neck and her legs circling his waist. It was as if she were a pendant hanging on his back. She hurriedly jumped down, her face still flushed, continuously apologizing to Zachariah. Zachariah didn't pay attention to her, but snapped his fingers, causing dozens of red-lit flying daggers to hover behind him. Spirit armament effect meteor. In an instant, these dozens of North Year knives in their separated forms flew like a rain of red meteors toward the fallen demon-tailed fox corpses on the ground. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of blades cutting through flesh echoed as one demon-tailed fox ear after another fell to the ground. The flying daggers returned to Zachariah's hand, and he smiled faintly as he began collecting the spoils from this hunt. 10 points, 20 points, 40 points, 2350 points, 2,450 points. As Zachariah placed the last demon-tailed fox ear into his storage ring, the number on his scoring bracelet reached 3,513 points. Amira looked at the number on Zachariah's bracelet in shock. Jiang, Zachariah, you've already accumulated enough points? Zachariah nodded. Yeah, lucky. Who would have thought there'd be such a large pack of demons here in the commercial square? Ordinary packs consisted of 7 or 8, maybe 10 demons, maxing out at about 30. This group of over 100 demon-tailed foxes was indeed a large pack. Amira looked at Zachariah with a complicated expression, managing only 2 words after much deliberation. Freak. To Amira, Zachariah was undoubtedly a freak. Handling such a large pack of over 100 demons should logically require at least 7 or 8 third-stage spirit masters working together just to complete it safely. After which, the points would be divided, leaving each person with at most 300 points. Yet, Zachariah took care of it alone, effortlessly, in just a few minutes. How could someone like Amira, who steadily advanced, accept this? After all, the test had only started 4 hours ago. Zachariah frowned. What did I do to you? Why are you cursing at me? Amira looked at him with the air of a wronged concubine. Yes, you did something. You messed with me. Can you return my 137 points? At that moment, Amira felt her face burn with shame. Zachariah was almost guaranteed a spot in Team 7, while she couldn't even match his leftovers. Zachariah looked at her as if she were an idiot, saying coolly, I got those points by skill. Why should I return them? Besides, I robbed that big fool just now, not you. Find the one who took your points, not me. With that, Zachariah strode briskly toward the mall entrance. Amira clenched her teeth in anger and hurried after him. Zachariah, how can you be like this? You're damaging our solid combat friendship. If you keep doing this, I'll tell Yayan. Just as Amira saw Zachariah about to walk out of the mall, he suddenly stepped back. Confused, she looked toward the entrance. What's wrong? Zachariah furrowed his brows, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Look, isn't there a pig flying in the sky? Chapter 193. Who is the last hidden winner? Inside the rundown Wanda Plaza's main gate, Amira followed Zachariah's gaze, looking toward the sky. Apart from a thin layer of mist and occasionally flying bird-like demons, there was nothing else. She looked at Zachariah with confusion. There are no pigs flying in the sky. Are you tricking me? Zachariah was taken aback. Then he remembered his vision had been enhanced by the identification skill, making it stronger than most ordinary spirit masters. Oh, seems like your eyesight isn't good enough. Just wait, you'll see soon. Zachariah, you're saying whose eyesight is bad? I have a perfect 5.3 vision in both eyes. Amira felt insulted. As someone who still maintained 5.3 vision well into her 18th year, this was always a source of pride for her. After all, clear big eyes were a beauty enhancement that no cosmetics could match. How could Zachariah understand what she was upset about? He shrugged and continued staring at the distant object emerging from the mist, a flying pig. Amira felt like her punches were landing on cotton. Seeing Zachariah still gazing into the distance made her doubt herself. Could my eyesight really be worse than his? Driven by curiosity and competitiveness, she once again tried to follow his line of sight. The sky was eerily quiet, as dead as the Dead Sea. Suddenly, she vaguely saw a spherical object with wings slowly flying through the sky behind the mist. As the spherical object came closer, she could faintly see that there seemed to be someone hanging beneath it. When the object finally entered Amira's visible range, she finally realized what it was. Chimpanzee. Flying slowly in midair was none other than Stevie. At this moment, Stevie had 2 pairs of golden, glowing wings sprouting from his back, appearing extremely sacred. But paired with his already obese body, it looked incredibly awkward. Moreover, for some reason, his Michelin man-like physique seemed like an inflated balloon, with layers of fat stretching outward. This made him look less like the usual 200 gene for 100-pound man, and more like a 700 gene, 1,400-pound hawk. Looking down from Stevie's body, a familiar face appeared before her eyes. Ilias. Ilias seemed like a hot air balloon observer, holding a monocular telescope and scanning the area, apparently searching for something. Amira muttered to herself, "Why aren't they hunting demons? What are they doing up there?" However, Zachariah, beside her, had a flash of insight in his eyes. These two guys, quite smart. Seeing the two gradually fly away, Zachariah turned to Amira with a smile. "Here's some advice. If you don't want to get eliminated by the demon-suppressing army, it's best not to follow me in the coming time. Otherwise, you might not earn any points at all." Amira was somewhat dissatisfied. "Zachariah, we can work together. Two people working together would definitely be faster than one." Before she could finish, Zachariah shook his head helplessly. Women only slowed him down when he needed to draw his blade. In the next moment, Zachariah activated concealment and chased after Jim Pongzi and Ilias. "Hey Zachariah, wait for me." Amira tried to catch up with Zachariah. At first, she could still find his trail, but Zachariah seemed to avoid being discovered by Stevie and Ilias, using various cover to hide his movements. Moments later, Amira completely lost track of Zachariah. She stomped her feet in frustration. "If you don't want me around, fine. There are still over 20 hours left. I don't believe I can't score 2,500 points on my own." 2 kilometers away from the Wanda Plaza, Stevie carried Ilias, flying slowly in the air. "Boss Cheen, are you sure we'll find that 5,000-point demon this way?" Ilias used the monocular telescope to search the skies above the ruined city while replying. "Relax. You know I'm never wrong about these things." Stevie muttered under his breath. "Not always." Ilias frowned and glanced at him. "Jim, did you just say something bad about me?" Stevie hurriedly defended himself. No. I was just thinking, don't you want to be the top new recruit? We're wasting time looking for a demon we don't know anything about." A confident smile spread across Ilias's sunny face. "Jim, what's there to worry about? There are indeed a few capable people in the new recruit camp. But you see, let alone us two. I have 3,123 points, and you have 2,764. In the whole camp, who can find 3 large beast herds just like we did using low-altitude flight? Rest assured, even Shiloh won't surpass us." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "And think about it this way. With my skills, capturing that monster is a piece of cake once I find it. That's 5,000 points right there. When that happens, we'll catch some more monsters together. We'll definitely bag first and second place in the recruit camp. Aren't you always into Amira from our class? When I get first place and you get second, she'll idolize you to death. At that point, it'll only take you a moment to win her over. The story of the second place hero winning the beauty will become a legend in the camp." Ilias's grand promises were painted so vividly and appealingly, but Stevie was willing to eat that pie in the sky. He could already imagine himself walking hand in hand with Amira under the moonlight, whispering sweet nothings in the grove at White Tiger Camp. His chubby face flushed red as he envisioned it. But soon, he came back to his senses and grumbled reluctantly, "Winning the beauty. If she sees me using this fake soul weapon, she probably won't even acknowledge me in the future." For no apparent reason, a wave of embarrassment swept across Stevie's face. Ilias chuckled, patting his arm. "What's embarrassing? This rare flying A-rank pseudo-soul weapon, the flying pig, can't be bought by ordinary people. It symbolizes your wealth and status." Stevie gave him a scornful look. "Then how about I give you this flying pig, and you fly instead?" Ilias replied without hesitation. "No thanks." Without any second thought, the two bantered as they slowly flew through the air, searching everywhere for the 5,000-point monster. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Zachariah followed behind them like a ghost, moving silently from one dilapidated building to another. Along the way, whenever any monster leaped out, Zachariah swiftly killed them without causing any commotion. However, what Zachariah didn't know was that less than 500 meters away, on a street, another figure was trailing Ilias and Stevie. Unlike Zachariah, every monster this person encountered bowed their heads submissively, presenting their necks to his narrow-bladed knife. The long sword sliced through, leaving trails of blood. Outside Jinxia City, in front of the light screen, Ilias crossed his arms, smiling as he looked at Hutch beside him. It's getting more and more interesting. As the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Who do you think will be the final Oriole among these three? Chapter 194. Artifact Spirit, Versatile. I personally think there is still a gap between Zachariah, Shiloh, and Ilias. Oh, what do you mean? Shiloh has a physique of 2,603 with 3 artifact spirits, 1 S and 2 A ranks. Ilias's physique is 2,600 with dual S rank artifact spirits. Even an ordinary 4th stage spirit commander would probably not be their match. Although I don't know Zachariah's exact data, his recent performance shows that his combat ability surpasses many new recruits. But both Ilias and Shiloh also have rich combat experience. So, I predict that the one who can finally defeat the Steel Dragon Ape will either be Ilias or Shiloh. Ilias nodded. That's what I think too. Zachariah is indeed powerful, but he still falls short compared to them. Plus, Ilias has an ally, giving him an even greater advantage. The two continued observing the movements of Zachariah and the others in the projection screen. They seemed to be close to finding that Steel Dragon Ape. In the projection, the four had now arrived at the outskirts of Jiangxia City, in a former industrial area. Ilias and Meiling were flying ahead, searching from the air. Meanwhile, Zachariah and Shiloh hung back several hundred meters behind, hiding in 2 different alleys dozens of meters apart. Suddenly, it seemed Ilias and Meiling had discovered something. They rapidly accelerated, gliding for some distance before slowly landing on the rooftop of a giant factory building. A glance revealed dense clusters of abandoned large machinery around the factory. And below these machines, many low-level demonic beasts lounged lazily, seeking shade from the heat. Ilias made a gesture for silence, then crouched down, pressing his ear against the roof as if listening intently. He moved around quietly like a cat, while Myling hunched over, following closely behind. Soon, the two stopped at a corner of the huge factory. Ilias and Myling exchanged a look, and suddenly, a dragon staff shimmering with starlight materialized in Ilias's hand. As the starlight flickered on the staff, its tip transformed into a cone shape and began spinning at high speed. After whispering something, Ilias smiled faintly and gently pressed the dragon staff against the roof. In moments, a hole wide enough for a person appeared without alarming any demonic beasts. Myling measured the hole in his waist, frowning as he spoke to Ilias. Ilias sighed, continuing to modify the dragon staff until the hole expanded large enough for both of them to pass through simultaneously. Next, Ilias placed the dragon staff near the edge of the hole. The lower part of the staff extended and gently touched an iron staircase covered in rust and cobwebs, while the upper part curved into a hook embedded in the concrete roof. Within moments, the dragon staff formed a sturdy connection between the roof and the factory floor. Ilias made another sign for silence, leaped lightly into the hole, without relying on the dragon staff. Myling adjusted his belt, rubbed his belly, and cautiously started climbing down the staff. Soon after, the curved end of the dragon staff straightened and shortened, disappearing from the projection. Ilias's second S-rank artifact Spirit Versatile. I didn't expect it to be used this way. Yes, it seems designed for close combat, complementing his card king. One far, one close, truly making for an excellent offensive and defensive combination. Ilias conversed briefly with Hutch, then focused his gaze outside the factory. Zachariah and Shiloh, like phantoms, silently entered the factory from a broken wall on the east side and an iron gate on the northeast side. Using various cover, they quickly headed towards the giant factory. Soon, the two disappeared from the projection. Ilias, who had been closely watching the screen, frowned deeply. If nothing goes wrong, we probably won't see the fight scene next. Hutch nodded. Yes, steel dragon apes prefer to nest within large structures. Our sky eye can't see through walls, so unless they come out of the factory, we won't know what happens inside. Ilias seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Who brought this steel dragon ape here? Hutch glanced towards the rear where Callan stood. Callan shrugged, adopting an indifferent manner. Commander, this is not my fault. I asked you what kind of demonic beast we should find for the prize. You told me not to bother you, and just to find one with considerable strength and a special function. I spent 3 days and 3 nights in the ruins to find this guy who has a hint of dragon blood, and whose spine can be used as tempering material. If you don't reward me, are you going to criticize me instead? Ilias rolled his eyes at him. Then his gaze shifted back to the projection screen. Let's leave a marker here, and then see if anything interesting happens elsewhere. Hutch nodded and continued to operate the Shenfu Bankung de Huangjintung, gold pupil floating in midair. The panoramic view of Jiangxia City reappeared before the veteran's eyes, as everyone's gaze scanned the projection, searching for interesting things. Not far away, a group of soldiers walked out from the city gate of Jiangxia City. 2 new recruits with red-rimmed eyes were escorted by 7 veterans, slowly walking out of the city. At the same time, among these 7 veterans, 3 carried 3 other new recruits on their backs. It seemed they had already lost their lives. Ilias frowned. How many new recruits have quit the test now? Hutch glanced casually. Since the start of the test, nearly 6 hours have passed. A total of 481 people have withdrawn from the test, including 32 deaths, 346 scared off by fearsome demonic beasts, and 103 who exited due to psychological breakdowns after losing points. Ilias looked at the 2 surviving new recruits with a complex expression, sighing after a long pause. Notify finance. Make sure the compensation is provided as required. Hutch had a serious look. Commander, you don't need to feel sad. Survival of the fittest is the destiny of spirit commanders. We did give them opportunities to withdraw and seek help, but some always misjudge their own abilities. Ilias shook his head, staring at the city gate of Jiangxia City with a complicated expression. He remained silent for a long time. There, another group of new recruits, escorted by veterans, withdrew from the test. Chapter 195 Steel Dragon Ape. In the factory that was as large as 2 football fields, Ilias and Stevie were hiding behind a large piece of equipment at a high place, secretly observing the inside of the factory. What met their eyes were ruins and abandoned equipment from many years ago, with thick spider webs hanging above. Amidst the rubble, heavy dust, there were only dozens of demonic beasts sitting, standing, or lazily lying down. However, the weakest among these dozen demonic beasts was a 3rd-stage demon beast. If one looked carefully, they would find that the location where this group of demonic beasts resided seemed to be divided according to their strength. The outermost circle was occupied by low-level 3rd-stage demonic beasts. The middle part was for medium-level 3rd-stage demonic beasts, and the inner circle contained nearly 4th-stage demonic beasts. At the very center was a round platform. Surrounding this platform was a circle formed by 5 4th-stage demonic beasts. The large equipment that was supposed to be on the round platform had been moved to some unknown place. Instead, it was replaced by a makeshift bed piled up from several old mattresses and spring beds with holes, found who knows where. Sitting atop this makeshift bed was a nearly 2-meter-tall steel dragon ape, whose muscles bulged like small mountains. As its name implied, most of its body was covered in all kinds of strange metals, while the exposed parts of its body were covered in fur-like silver threads. Most eye-catching were the 2 slightly raised bumps on its head. At this moment, the steel giant ape was playing interestingly with dozens of metal blocks of different materials in front of it. It kept stacking them higher and then gently knocking them down. Its savage face soon showed a smile of joy. It seemed like this satisfied its pleasure for destruction. Stevie watched the scene before him and swallowed unconsciously. Blood spider, stonebone man, poison spine pig, gold swallowing toad. No wonder we haven't encountered many 4th-stage demonic beasts on the way here. Turns out they've all been gathered by this steel dragon ape. He looked at Ilias with some trepidation. Boss Chin, shall we just give up and leave quickly? That steel dragon ape looks to be at least 7th level 4th stage. Add to that, hundreds of 2nd dash, 3rd dash, and 4th stage demonic beasts inside and outside the factory. We can do without those 5,000 points. However, it seemed as if Ilias hadn't heard anything. His eyes gleamed as he stared fixedly at the steel dragon ape, Big profit. Big profit. He suddenly turned his head, shaking Stevie violently with both hands. The violent shaking made Stevie's flesh jiggling like water balloons. Jim, this is a rare steel dragon ape. I see now why it's worth 5,000 points. Its spine, dragon blood, all are valuable treasures. Even letting such a demonic beast in here. My father really cares for me too much. Stevie rolled his eyes in despair. It seemed like Ilias hadn't heard a word he said. Not that. Boss Chin, calm down. Haven't you seen that all demonic beasts inside the factory are 3rd stage and above? And that pile of 2nd stage demonic beasts outside? Ilias was agitated, nodding repeatedly. I saw. All our points. This move will net us tens of thousands of points. Jim, quickly take out your spirit gathering cannon. Let's bombard it. Sweep them all away. Even 5th stage demonic beasts can't withstand it. Stevie pouted. I didn't bring it. Hearing this, Ilias was stunned for a few seconds, the enthusiasm in his eyes gradually fading. Not that. Isn't that thing always with you? Why didn't you bring it this time? How unreliable are you? Stevie shot Ilias a look. Last month, when my father knew I planned to join the army with you, he confiscated it. Confiscated? What? Despite Ilias trying to keep his voice down, his tone was still somewhat excited. Stevie shrugged his shoulders. My father said you're too impulsive. Although we're going to White Tiger Camp, he worried you might get carried away one day and bomb the camp. In that case, my family wouldn't escape responsibility either. Ilias slumped as if all his strength had been drained, helplessly squatting behind a large piece of equipment. His brows were knitted tightly, but his gaze remained fixed through the rusty railings, watching the steel dragon ape at the center of the factory. Stevie scanned the entire factory, then squatted down too, whispering into Ilias's ear. Boss Chin, since we can't do anything about them, let's leave quickly. Ilias shook his head, his tone firm. No, this is a subdragon species. Who knows when we'll encounter another one? Stevie was incredulous. You don't plan to take care of this steel dragon ape? Do you have any ideas? Ilias simply sat down, ignoring the accumulated dust on the iron platform. Wait until nightfall. Most of the demonic beasts here are nocturnal, so their vision will be significantly impaired during the night, especially the steel dragon ape. By then, with my skills, I should be able to deal with them with some effort. But it will trouble you to lure those hundreds of demonic beasts outside the factory. Stevie immediately looked dumbfounded. Being brothers with you means a lifetime of suffering. Unbeknownst to the two, as they discussed how to handle the dozens of demonic beasts inside the factory, Zachariah was hiding in an inconspicuous corner, quietly observing them. They haven't made a move after such a long time. Looks like they plan to act at night. No wonder, with at least 23rd stage demonic beasts in this factory alone, plus 5 4th stage ones, and 1 nearly 5th stage steel dragon ape. Even for me, it would be difficult to swiftly eliminate all of them. Zachariah's gaze rested on the steel dragon ape in the center of the factory, which was amusing itself. A pleasant smile curved his lips. Steel dragon ape. I remember Legmao mentioned that this subdragon species carries a trace of dragon blood. Absolutely great material. For 300 years since the demonic beasts began wreaking havoc, all kinds of bizarre and powerful demonic beasts have emerged one after another. However, dragon-type demonic beasts were undoubtedly the most powerful and rarest category. Over 100 years ago, a yellow dragon leaped out from the Han River, destroying half of Han River City with a single breath of dragon fire. The White Tiger Great Camp had to sacrifice 2/3 of its soldiers' lives to slay it. This sufficiently demonstrated the formidable nature of dragon-type demonic beasts. Although the steel dragon ape was only a subdragon species, its strength far exceeded that of most demonic beasts of the same rank. Most importantly, for spirit tamers, the steel dragon ape's inherent love for eating various metals resulted in its spinal bone being one of the best materials for refining spirit arms. The trace of dragon blood within its body was also one of the best supplements to enhance a spirit tamer's constitution. For this reason, what was originally not a rare subdragon species became a scarce demonic beast over 300 years due to countless spirit tamers. This was also why Zachariah and Ilias were so excited. At this moment, Zachariah made up his mind. 5,000 points. Spine. Dragon blood. I must get this steel dragon ape. In an inconspicuous control room within the vast factory, Shiloh's narrow, slit-like eyes kept darting back and forth between Ilias up high and the steel dragon ape in the center of the factory. If it weren't for Ilias's foolishness, I might not have found this steel dragon ape. Once I get this steel dragon ape's spine, and with the support of Lu Jinggu, maybe it won't be long before I can possess a 3S spirit arm. Ilias, just be the stepping stone for my success. There is only one genius in the White Tiger Great Camp's new recruit camp, and that's me, Shiloh. Chapter 196 Abnormality of Number 7. Jiangxia City Night. The thin mist of daytime had thickened, and the moonlight seemed to be covered by a thick layer of gauze, reducing visibility drastically. Even the once towering heaven's eye had descended significantly, as if only then could it see more clearly. Within the vast city of Jiangxia, an increasing number of beast demons began to roam about. The entire city seemed to have turned into an Eden for these beasts. Most of the new recruits had given up on the idea of nocturnal activities and found a safe corner within the city to rest. Night belonged to the majority of the beast demons. However, these nocturnal beast demons kept their distance from a huge abandoned factory in unison. Moreover, inside this deserted factory was utterly silent. AOA. Uninterrupted howls of beast demons sounded from afar, but it did not affect the loud snoring of steel dragon apes and other beast demons inside the factory. Number 7 Artifact Spirit was gradually becoming restless. He felt an urge to explode all the beast demons in front of him to accompany his drink. The system is attempting to soothe him. Number 7 Artifact Spirit gradually calmed down, but he began to wonder if admitting the host would enable him to enhance his quality rapidly like the host's Artifact Spirit. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Zachariah's mind, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Whenever he was in ruins, there were always occasional system notifications in his mind, especially when Number 7 Artifact Spirit faced certain types of beast demons. He often showed an impatient demeanor. Zachariah had become accustomed to this. Howl. Just as Zachariah held his breath to observe the commotion ahead, an elusive wail sounded. This wail seemed audible at first, but became inaudible upon closer listening, like an illusion. The wail vanished in an instant. Did I hallucinate? Zachariah muttered. Suddenly, the steel dragon ape in front of him, along with 5 4th rank and several 3rd rank beast demons around it, awakened from their semi-sleep state and scanned the surroundings warily. Number 7 artifact spirit seemed to hear a sorrowful wail, making him increasingly irritable. He despised such hateful sounds the most, and the system is trying to soothe him. Became more irritable. This familiar scene reminded Zachariah of Trent. He instinctively opened the system space and gazed at number 7 artifact spirit. Among the remaining 16 artifact spirits, number 7's sword case, dragging thick iron chains, floated up and down in the ethereal space before gradually calming down. Zachariah exited the system space and scanned the area again. The beast demons that had suddenly awakened had lain down once more, their eyes slowly closing, and snores resumed. What just happened? That voice didn't sound like a beast demon's. Zachariah's pupils, dark like black gems, suddenly looked upwards towards where Ilias and Myling were. It shouldn't be them. I've been watching their every move since the start. Could it be someone else nearby? As this thought flashed across his mind, a green figure suddenly leaped out from Zachariah's body. Diana, clad in a green Warring States robe, Diana cast a sharp gaze over everything in the darkness, her long eyelashes fluttering occasionally like butterflies flapping their wings in the night. Graceful and elegant. Artifact spirit Diana is trying to find the source of that wailing. This desolate and despair-filled aura made her feel uneasy. It reminded her of that demoralizing night. Soon, Diana withdrew her gaze disappointingly, and her form flickered back into Zachariah's body. However, Zachariah's frown did not ease. The abnormal behavior of Seven and Diana made him even more cautious. And why did that wailing make Diana feel uneasy? What kind of night was that demoralizing night? Inside the factory control room, Shiloh's face was deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeping out and constantly sliding down. In front of him, he held a narrow-bladed knife with his left hand in reverse, with bizarre purple energy blobs overflowing from its surface, writhing like tentacles. His right hand hung above the narrow blade, clenched into a fist, blood trickling through his fingers, dripping onto the blade, and then gradually disappearing. The wailing seemed satisfied, and the writhing tentacles gradually retreated, returning into the blade. The entire narrow-bladed knife regained its calmness, appearing like an ordinary long knife. Shiloh relaxed all at once, his whole body sinking weakly into the dusty floor. With a thought, he withdrew a bottle of grade B restorative from his storage ring and guzzled it down in one breath. The long knife in his hand trembled slightly. He looked helplessly at the wailing. All right, I know you're still hungry, just bear with it for a little longer, just a bit more. Wailing made no further sound. Damn, nearly exposed myself. Shiloh muttered under his breath, his sharp eyes focusing again on Ilias and Myling, who were hidden behind a large piece of equipment on an elevated platform in the distance. A sly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. On the elevated platform, Myling watched the multitude of beast demons below with lingering fear, involuntarily swallowing a lump in his throat. Boss Chin, maybe we should forget this? You heard that noise just now. I'm worried there might be danger. Ilias gave him a disdainful look. Look at your cowardly face. So what if there's danger? Do you know what they say about seeking wealth and honor? People even die while going to the bathroom. How do you still use the restroom? Myling was speechless. Ilias continued somewhat exasperatedly. Besides, that voice vanished as soon as it appeared. Most likely some beast demon wandered too close to this factory, realized something was wrong, and hurried away. What are you afraid of? Myling narrowed his eyes slightly. Really? Ilias grabbed him by the neck and pointed to the dozens of beast demons below. Think about it another way. These aren't just beast demons. They're worth tens of thousands of points. These will be our brother's foundation, our stepping stones to fame in the White Tiger camp. All this is worth risking our lives for. Myling pursed his lips, shoving Ilias's hand off his neck and grumbling. Being brothers with you means suffering for life. He then glanced at his wristwatch. 8:47 p.m. Let's move at 9 o'clock. Ilias's face lit up with delight, nodding vigorously. You're not just nodding. Quickly bring out Versatile and get me up there. Myling hit Ilias angrily. What could he do except support the brother he had chosen? Ilias blinked. I'll treat you to Sichuan cuisine after this is done. Versatile materialized in Ilias's hand, extending outward just like when they arrived, reaching through the hole in the factory roof. Despite being fat, Myling climbed onto the roof as nimbly as a monkey. Before leaving, he peered back through the opening and gave Ilias an okay gesture. Ilias's gaze shifted forward again, his breathing quickened involuntarily. Facing these dozens of 3rd rank and above beast demons, including one nearing 5th rank, even he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. A thought passed through his mind, and 2 figures materialized beside him. On his left stood a rugged man in a brown leather jacket, wielding a long staff, emitting an aura of ferocity. On his right stood a dapper man in a tuxedo, holding a top hat, deftly flicking his hand to produce 4 cards, all aces. Versatile, Card King, I'm counting on you. Versatile nodded slightly, while Card King elegantly bowed to Ilias. 1 man and 2 artifact spirits, 3 pairs of eyes locked tightly onto the multitude of beast demons ahead. Time ticked away. Soon, as both the minute and second hand stopped at 12, the hour hand also rested on 9. In unison, the man and the 2 artifact spirits moved. At the same moment, a series of explosions resounded outside the factory. Chapter 197. What is Ilias up to? Inside Jiangxia City, outside the factory, flames soared into the sky, and the deafening explosions echoed incessantly. Hundreds of 1st and 2nd tier demons darted back and forth in the midst of these continuous explosions. At this moment, the plump Stevie, under the effect of the pseudo-weapon spirit, Flying Pig, was inflated with a pair of wings sprouting from his back, floating in midair. Only, compared to before, his speed had significantly increased. Little brats, taste your fat grandpa's might. He was like a human-shaped bomber, continuously retrieving several 10,000 yuan each spirit bombs from his storage ring, one after another, as if they were inexhaustible, bombarding the demons trying to seek shelter inside the factory. In between, some demons retaliated by conjuring wind blades, leaping high, spitting fire, or picking up rocks to hurl at Stevie. But Stevie neither dodged nor flinched. A golden barrier encased him tightly. Hee, this time I brought plenty of recovery potions. With you little brats alone, how could you possibly break through this Vajra shield? Consider me defeated if you do. Since the last time he suffered at the hands of the Ironback dog, Stevie vowed not to repeat such a mistake. With a wave of his hand, he bought stacks of recovery potions, cramming them into his storage ring, which already held various valuable items totaling 800 cubic meters. Additionally, inside the storage ring were a few more rings filled with necessities for emergencies, each packed full. Simply put, money talks, and he was indulgent. At this moment, chaos reigned outside the factory. Inside the factory, blood flowed freely. Chameleon's long stick morphed into a crescent blade, wielding it with formidable power to fend off the oncoming demons. At other times, it turned into a long whip, wrapping around various fixtures within the factory, allowing him to move swiftly among the structures, evading the numerous demons attempting to surround him. Meanwhile, Cardmaster dashed alongside Ilias, heading straight for the steel dragon ape. Each dealt with demons coming from both sides, their hands moving rapidly as they threw card after card like deadly daggers. Card skill, Spade Burst. Card skill, Heart. Ice Spike. Card skill, Plum Blossom, Corrosion. Card skill, Diamond Blade. Different suits had different effects, and different numbers carried varying levels of destructive power. Coupled with card skill, Flash, and card skill, Shift, which provided exceptional evasion skills, they navigated seamlessly through dozens of 3rd and 4th tier demons, continually depleting their strength. As Ilias and Cardmaster, along with Chameleon, neared the steel dragon ape, the ape calmly rose from its makeshift bed, tossing several cube-shaped metal pieces in its hands. With a fierce gaze, it glanced once at the explosive scene outside the factory, then cast a meaningful look at Stevie who floated mid-air, relentlessly throwing spirit bombs. Then, slowly turning its head, it looked at Cardmaster, and Ilias rushing toward it. Just as it was about to make a move, a crescent blade sliced through the air behind it, aiming directly for its neck. Simultaneously, Ilias, who had been racing alongside Cardmaster, flipped his hand, revealing 3/4 of Diamond's cards. Card skill, Flash. Ilias's figure vanished from the spot, leaving Cardmaster to face the relentless swarm of demons alone. In the next moment, Ilias reappeared with a crescent blade identical to Chameleon's, aiming it at the steel dragon ape's neck. Clang! The two large blades struck the steel dragon ape's neck almost simultaneously from either side. A crisp metallic clang reverberated within the factory, sparks flying. Ilias and Chameleon widened their eyes, seeing that the steel dragon ape's neck, originally covered only in fur, now bore a layer of sharp, chaotic metal. A human-like sneer emerged from the steel dragon ape's mouth unexpectedly. A cruel smile appeared on its face. Bang! Two fists covered in thick metal swung out rapidly. Ilias and Chameleon were both sent flying at the same instant. Cardmaster instantly rushed forward, catching Ilias around the waist with one hand. He snatched a whole deck of playing cards out of thin air, bending his palms slightly, as if preparing to launch. The cards flew from his hand like a Gatling gun, attacking the steel dragon ape with different weapon spirit effects. Unflustered, the steel dragon ape watched the metal covering its neck flow back into its hands, reconstituting the original cube-shaped metals. In an instant, these cubes gathered to form a large round shield, blocking the steel dragon ape's body behind it. Bang bang bang. Dozens of playing cards struck the large shield entirely, but they did not affect the steel dragon ape at all. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As the assault dissipated, the large shield transformed back into several cubes. The steel dragon ape slowly walked down from the round platform, heading towards Ilias and Cardmaster. Chameleon. The beast horde, mostly injured, dragged their bleeding bodies towards Ilias and company as long as they could still move. Roar. Accompanied by the steel dragon ape's skyward howl, it began to violently pound its metal-covered chest. Clank clank. The sound of metal interwoven with sparks stood out particularly in the pitch-black factory. The beast horde and the steel dragon ape charged towards Ilias and company simultaneously. For a moment, Ilias and the two weapon spirits looked grave. Damn it. I originally wanted to save some spirit energy. Looks like we can only use overlapping fields. Ilias's spirit energy erupted abruptly, while Cardmaster and Chameleon emitted mysterious and wild powers respectively. These two forces began to intertwine, resonating with each other, gradually forming a bizarre force. A huge stage with a spotlight appeared in the dilapidated factory. Ilias, dressed in a suit and hat, elegantly bowed to the steel dragon ape. The spotlight vanished without warning. At the same time, Ilias's figure also disappeared. Sensing something was wrong, the steel dragon ape pounded the ground hard with both fists. Instantly, a massive cage rose from the surroundings. In no time, it enveloped the entire stage. Clearly, this was the steel dragon ape's unique field, steel cage. However, before the steel dragon ape could laugh, the entire stage vanished right before his eyes. Boom! A sound like fireworks exploding rang out. Inside the steel cage, only a few feathers were left drifting. Zachariah, hiding in the shadows of a corner, observed everything with keen attention. No wonder Ilias is so arrogant. His weapon spirit's field abilities seem quite formidable. Zachariah's gaze roamed around, trying to find Ilias's position. Tap! A faint sound. The residual light of the spotlight drew Zachariah's attention. He looked up and saw, not far ahead, a towering boiler covered in dust, cobwebs, and rust. Ilias, dressed in a suit and hat, was standing on top of it, inexplicably holding a short stick. He took off his hat again and bowed to the steel dragon ape and the beast horde, as if they were not his enemies but his loyal audience. Zachariah furrowed his brow slightly. What is this guy up to? Roar. The steel dragon ape let out an ape cry. It, along with the beast horde, rushed towards Ilias. Not only was Ilias not nervous at all, but he even wore a smile. He shouted loudly, "Showtime." Next, it will be the moment for miracles. In the next moment, Zachariah, who had been watching coldly, involuntarily held his breath. Chapter 198, The Hidden Threat. Ilias flicked his wrist lightly, and the top hat on his hand floated up gracefully. Spinning, swaying, it finally hovered above the steel dragon ape's head. Snap! Ilias snapped his fingers slightly. The top hat floating in midair split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, dozens of top hats were hovering in the air. Ilias gripped the short stick tightly in his hand, waving it like a conductor, and the dozens of top hats immediately scattered, hovering above each galloping demon beast's head. The initial top hat still floated above the steel dragon ape's head. A strong sense of danger welled up in the steel dragon ape's heart, making it quicken its pace towards Ilias. Using all limbs with full force, the over 2 meters tall, muscle-bound body of the steel dragon ape leaped abruptly. The few cubic objects in its hands instantly transformed into 2 pairs of gleaming gauntlets. Roar! Like a speeding cannonball, the steel dragon ape clenched its fists, waiting to land on the boiler and strike down upon Ilias with its ironclad fists. Facing the approaching steel dragon ape, Ilias neither dodged nor evaded. The conducting baton in his hand suddenly swung downward. Hat trap, descend. Dozens of top hats fell rapidly, growing larger as they descended. They completely covered the steel dragon ape still in mid-leap, as well as the other charging demon beasts. Boom! Suddenly covered, the steel dragon ape plummeted to the ground from midair, causing dust to rise everywhere. The other dozen demon beasts were also covered within seconds. They tried tearing through the large top hats, but even the strongest steel dragon ape found it futile. For a moment, all the demon beasts resembled animals trapped in sacks, thrashing inside the hats without any hope of escape. Ilias grabbed the empty space with his free right hand. A deck of playing cards appeared in his hand, opening them with one hand. All 54 cards were diamonds. Card skill, Diamond Blade. With a wave of his hand, the 54 playing cards, flashing sharp cold glints, shot toward the dozens of top hats in front of him. While the cards were still racing through the air, he grabbed again. Another deck of all diamond cards appeared in his hands. He threw the entire deck once more, over and over again, at lightning speed. This action repeated for a full 8 times. Ilias's hand was trembling involuntarily, his face pale, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Clearly, such an assault consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. Thud thud thud. As the first card-like blade penetrated a top hat, more cards followed closely, raining down like piercing rainwater through the forest. The sound of slicing flesh, mixed with the agonized howls of the demon beasts, echoed throughout the dilapidated factory. Slowly, the ground, already dusty, turned crimson with blood. But, listening closely, one could hear, amidst the Tanjirangwan sounds, there seemed to be metallic clinking sounds intermixed. Gradually, all the hats became silent. Zachariah, who had been observing from the shadows, frowned slightly. The steel dragon ape shouldn't be that easy to kill. Seemingly responding to Zachariah's speculation, a pair of rough, metal-covered hands ripped through a slit in the top hat with great force. Ryup! The tearing sound suddenly rose. The massive figure of the steel dragon ape burst out from the middle top hat. Compared to before, its metallic sheen was much duller. Areas not covered by metal were now drenched in blood. Roar! An ear-piercing scream echoed through the entire factory. It once again hurled itself, drenched in blood, toward Ilias on the boiler. Ilias sighed. I just wanted to conserve some spiritual energy. Why won't you let me keep even a drop? In the next moment, the baton in his hand extended to human height, and its head transformed, turning into a long hammer shimmering with starlight. Metamorphosis, vast sky. He leaped into the air, diving straight at the steel dragon ape below. Gripping the long hammer tightly with both hands, it tore through the air, leaving trails of sparkling light. Clang! The collision between the long hammer and iron fist produced a deafening sound, causing ripples to spread across the bloody ground. Slightly pausing midair, the steel dragon ape plummeted due to lack of momentum. A flash of sharpness crossed Ilias's eyes. He drew 2 6s with one hand. Card skill flash. His figure blurred as he landed on the ground first. He tilted his head slightly, estimating the distance between the steel dragon ape and himself. 5, 4, 3. He took 2 steps to the side and swung the long hammer with all his might. When the countdown reached 1, the long hammer was fiercely swung out. Clang! Sparks flew, deafening the ears. The steel dragon ape shot toward the western side of the factory like a baseball. Along its path, the areas where the long hammer struck began to crack, metal fragments scattering on the ground. The brute force also made the steel dragon ape spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just as it seemed that the steel dragon ape would crash into the towering equipment in the west, Ilias's figure flashed, appearing behind it just before impact. The long hammer was swung out once again. The steel dragon ape, now spitting blood and dropping metal fragments, became a giant baseball for Ilias to strike back and forth within the factory. In an inconspicuous corner shadow within the factory, Zachariah quietly watched this scene. Sharp weapons do minimal damage to the steel dragon ape. Therefore, transforming the spirit artifact into a blunt weapon to inflict powerful blows is a wise choice. Even if the metal covering the entire body of the steel dragon ape doesn't shatter, repeated attacks from the long hammer will cause internal injuries. By leveraging the high-frequency flash effect of the spirit artifact, continuous bombardment makes it hard for the steel dragon ape, even if made of iron, to endure. This Ilias truly deserves to be called a genius of the Baihu camp. At this moment, Zachariah's impression of Ilias improved. Although Ilias was arrogant, he indeed had the skills to justify it. Those who have talent deserve respect. Suddenly, Zachariah's expression turned somewhat solemn. He suddenly realized something very serious. If he were to face the steel dragon ape, even with better skills than Ilias, he might find it difficult to kill it. Even if he managed to kill it, the energy he would expend would be several times more than Ilias's. The reason was simple. None of the spirit artifacts Zachariah currently possessed were blunt weapons. Among sharp weapons, there wasn't one that could easily penetrate the steel dragon ape's armor. How I wish I could have a spirit artifact that is a blunt weapon or can break through armor. Zachariah muttered under his breath. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is it about to end? He saw that when Ilias delivered the final blow, the steel dragon ape, like a deflated ball, flew a short distance before heavily crashing onto the ground, rolling over a few times, knocking down the corpses of other demon beasts, bricks, and dilapidated equipment along the way. It was still breathing out, but not taking in air. And Ilias himself, after a moment of relief, relied on the long hammer with both hands to prevent falling. But he too looked completely out of breath. Clearly, he was exhausted. Zachariah's expression turned extremely serious. There's going to be a show. His gaze swept the surroundings, wanting to know who made number 13 and number 7 behave abnormally. Ilias turned his head towards the outside of the factory. The continuous explosions had become fainter. Apparently, Stevie had already driven away all the remaining demon beasts surrounding the area. A smile appeared on Ilias's lips. After catching his breath, he dragged his tired body towards the barely alive steel dragon ape lying on the ground. As he walked, the long hammer dragged on the ground, creating a rustling sound, as if telling the steel dragon ape that its death was near. Reaching the head of the steel dragon ape, Ilias's face showed satisfaction. Damn, almost died trying to get these 5,000 points for you. Rest in peace. I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. He aimed at the steel dragon ape's head, swinging the long hammer round and round, with a whistling sound breaking the air. It was as if the scene of blood splattering everywhere from the steel dragon ape's head was right in front of him. Clank. A piece of gravel, imbued with thick spiritual energy, suddenly struck the long hammer Ilias had swung out. The gravel turned to powder, but the long hammer lost its accuracy, smashing heavily onto the ground. Ilias, already extremely exhausted, stumbled, nearly falling. Who is it? Ilias opened his eyes wide, angrily glaring around. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to snatch his prize. Chapter 199, The Gluttonous Number 7. Inside the dilapidated factory, a figure vaulted out of the window of the control room. Tap tap tap. The sound of military boots hitting the ground was not loud, but it was somewhat grating. Ilias frowned. He was not very familiar with the person before him, but they did know each other. What do you want, Shiloh? Ilias had an uneasy premonition. An unwelcome visitor indeed. Otherwise, why would he appear now and not earlier, just when Ilias was about to reap his rewards? Shiloh grinned nastily. Ilias, your great name has been well known to me ever since I heard it in the camp. Usually, because of training, we never had a chance to spar properly. Today, finally, we have this opportunity. Let's practice here for a bit. Of course, friendship comes first. He paused, glancing at the steel dragon ape that could only exhale, his eyes flashing with greed. Since it's a sparring match, there must be a stake. I think this monkey is pretty good. Whoever wins gets the monkey. What do you say? Zachariah, hiding in the dark observing this scene, couldn't help but mutter. So, this is Shiloh, truly a hypocrite. Anyone could see that Ilias was already exhausted, both physically and spiritually. At this moment, proposing a spar and using his hard-earned rewards as stakes was pure bullying. For some reason, Zachariah felt a little sympathetic toward Ilias. Though Ilias might be a little arrogant, he always acted straightforwardly. Though not a gentleman, his nature wasn't bad. Unlike Shiloh, who wanted to act like a saint while being a scoundrel, truly embodying the saying of being both and neither. It seems appearance reflects personality. No wonder Shiloh looked so sly. Ilias is really going to be in trouble this time. As Zachariah said, their appearances were worlds apart. Ilias looked like a sunny boy, not exactly handsome, but people generally felt inexplicably good towards him as long as he didn't speak. Shiloh, on the other hand, was tall and lanky at 1.9 meters, with black skin and slits for eyes and an oversized nose, a rather unpleasant sight. However, despite feeling some sympathy for Ilias, Zachariah's gaze remained fixed on the barely breathing steel dragon ape. I need to find a way to get the steel dragon ape away. Dragon blood, spine, 5,000 points. The temptation was too great. Zachariah continued silently observing everything, waiting for the right moment. Upon hearing Shiloh's words, Ilias instantly flared up. You're fucking playing me for a fool. Let me tell you, don't mess with this steel dragon ape. Otherwise, I'll go all out against you today. Ilias had been a spoiled rich kid for years, used to taking advantage of others. Who would have thought someone would try to snatch his prize? His temper rose. If he weren't in such poor condition, he would have already attacked. Shiloh smiled meaningfully. Then with a thought, a narrow-bladed knife exuding purple aura condensed in his hand. Do you think you can protect this monkey? His tone was calm, yet full of provocation. The instant the narrow-bladed knife appeared, alarms went off in Zachariah's mind repeatedly. Number 7's device, Spirit, smelled the scent of delicious food. It has been a long time since it tasted such pure cuisine. Number 7's device, Spirit, yearns for this nostalgic flavor, especially fried, paired with the woman's fine wine from the river Lethe. Truly, irresistible. Number 10's device, Spirit, despises Number 7's behavior, thinking it disgraces them all. Zachariah's brows furrowed slightly. What's going on? Food. Smell? River Lethe? Fine wine. Fried? Where did the food come from? This Number 7's device, Spirit, seemed a bit off. Ilias felt immense pressure. If he were at full strength, he wouldn't fear Shiloh. But now, he felt like a battered ship in the ocean. One small wave could capsize him. Yet his words remained defiant. So what? Do you think you can kill me? If you really do this, I'm afraid you'll eventually be investigated by the White Tiger camp. Shiloh smiled craftily. How could I do something like that? After all, we are comrades in arms. Stabbing comrades in the back is not my style. He paused, his small eyes instantly narrowing into slits, revealing a smile he deemed friendly. But you know, the city of Jiangxia is filled with demons. Since the practical test began, many have died. With that, a silver whistle materialized in his hand. He put it to his lips and blew gently. No sound emerged from the whistle, as if it were a silent one. But Ilias did not dare to relax. On the contrary, his brows knitted into a tight knot, and a strong sense of unease welled up from within him. He knew too little about Shiloh. He didn't even know what artifact spirits Shiloh had, or what their effects were. This lanky man was truly a cunning devil. He couldn't let him continue blowing that whistle. Otherwise, who knew what might happen next? With this thought, he took a deep breath and summoned the remaining bit of spirit energy. The long hammer in his hand instantly transformed. Versatile Dragonheart. In an instant, the long hammer turned into a bright silver spear. The spearhead sparkled with specks of starlight. He stepped forward nimbly. Card skill shift. Ilias appeared right before Shiloh in the blink of an eye. Cold light flashed first. Shadows flickered. His fierce attack seemed to aim to defeat Shiloh with the swiftest and most brutal means. However, Shiloh parried with wailing in one hand, retreating while calmly dealing with each move, still whistling as if he didn't intend to counterattack. After blocking for a while, he slowly put down the whistle and produced another dark red short stick, about chopstick length. Ilias, if I were you, I wouldn't waste my spirit energy now, but focus on restoring more. Ilias didn't understand his meaning and growled. Do you think I'm easily scared? Beat it, or else don't blame my spear. A mocking smile appeared on Shiloh's face. Idiot. He forcefully blocked the spear with wailing. Wailing grievance. 2 streams of purple mist overflowed from the blade, like King, firmly grasping the storm-like spear thrusts in front of him. Instantly, the shadow of the spear vanished, intertwined with the sword and spear. Their fierce fight seemed to enter a deadlock. That short stick, like a chopstick, was thrown into the center of the factory. Immediately, ripples of subtle, indescribable spirit energy waves spread out in all directions, like waves rippling out in dark red circles. Device Spirit 7 saw delicious food beckoning him, feeling hungry and impatient. He yearned for the food, craving all kinds of fried, stir-fried, steamed, roasted, braised, simmered, stewed delicacies. His craving after years of restraint was awakened once again. A series of system prompts suddenly rang out, and a ridiculous idea flashed through Zachariah's mind. Could the food, this device Spirit 7 mentioned, be Shiloh's artifact spirit? Chapter 200 Despicable Bastard. Outside Jiangxia City, in a temporary large tent, dozens of military kerosene lamps stood around everywhere, ensuring the lighting for the temporary encampment. In front of the giant screen, hundreds of soldiers sat watching, divided into groups here and there. In front of them were bonfires roasting all sorts of monster meats that looked quite fresh by their color. Beside them were even chilled drinks, with frost on them, including various sodas. Clearly, this trial for the new recruits felt more like a picnic to the veterans. The only regret was that due to the need for sobriety, not a single bottle of cold beer could be found in the entire camp. Ilias sat on a small folding chair, holding a beast leg in one hand and a bottle of hot tea beside him, laughing heartily as he joked with a few other high-ranking officials, occasionally glancing at the screen. Really, ever since I took this position, it's been years since I've tasted the flavor of the blue-eyed cattle. I miss it. Not to mention, with its marbled texture and natural milky fragrance, it's truly savory. If you had told me earlier, I would have brought my secret seasoning. The taste could have been raised by a couple of degrees. Captain Dion of the Striped Water Ape Brigade laughed. Halstenelherm of the Short-Tempered Beak Fire Monkey Brigade bit into a juicy piece of meat, then gulped down a mouthful of chilled soda. This picnic is great, but shouldn't we change the scene? Watching this chubby kid blowing up monsters. What's the point? Even if we found some unlucky fellows being chased by monsters, it would be more interesting than just watching him. Guillermo glanced at the screen with disdain. On the screen, Stevie, swollen like a hot air balloon, was about 2 kilometers away from the factory, continuously throwing spirit bombs. He was driving away the monsters originally inside the factory. The monsters bared their teeth at him, but they could do nothing, retreating sullenly while glaring at Stevie floating in the air. But each time, they received another wave of spirit bombs from Stevie. Hearing this, Ilias chuckled. Captain C2, you're just too impatient. Wait a little longer, and there will be good drama soon. Hutch seemed to dislike the greasiness of roasted meat and the lack of elegance in eating it. Unlike the others who held pieces of beast meat, he only had a bottle of red cola in his hand. With a gentle smile, he said, C2, please bear with it a little longer. Guillermo helplessly vented his frustration on the beast leg in his hand, biting into it so hard that juice filled his mouth. Next time, I should add more chili peppers. As he was about to finish the beast leg, Ilias's somewhat surprised voice sounded. This chubby kid seems to be in big trouble. Guillermo frowned, having forgotten to bite into the beast leg in his mouth, instinctively turning his head toward the screen. Inside Jiangxia City, 2 kilometers east of the dilapidated factory, Stevie floated in the air, throwing out the last spirit bomb from his hand, panting heavily from exhaustion. He wiped the sweat off his face. The evening breeze brought a sense of comfort. Phew, I'm dead tired. But damn, I'm pretty awesome. Ancient Elliot drank until Longband Bridge broke. Now I, Jim, can blow up a bunch of monsters. Hee. If Amira saw me like this, she would definitely fall for me. His lips curled involuntarily, but he quickly suppressed the smile. Stevie squeezed his swollen belly, which resembled a ball. Forget it. Thank goodness she didn't see me like this, or she would despise me. He shook his head and looked back at the distance, where the dilapidated factory stood. Amidst the darkness, occasional sparks appeared. Stevie muttered, how come Boss Chin hasn't taken care of the steel dragon ape yet? Suddenly, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart without warning. Instinctively, he slowly turned his head. In the distant night, numerous pairs of eyes appeared. Venomous red, eerie green, creepy blue, soul-piercing yellow. Why are there so many again? Not only were the monsters he had driven away present, but also many others from elsewhere. Stevie drew in a sharp breath, instinctively retrieving another pile of spirit bombs from his storage ring, ready to throw them. But when his hand was halfway up, a sudden chill enveloped him from all sides. He cautiously glanced to the left of the factory. Dense clusters of various colored eyes stared eerily at the direction of the factory and gradually approached. Then he looked to the right. Similarly, nearly 100 pairs of eyes, big and small, were closing in on the right side of the factory. He swallowed and looked behind him, the other side of the factory. Nearly 100 pairs of fierce eyes moved slowly towards the factory like floating ghostly fires in the night. Oh! Suddenly, one of the beasts howled loudly. The next moment, this howl seemed to act as a signal. Howls arose one after another, overlapping and intensifying, wave after wave. Stevie felt his scalp tingle. A terrifying term flashed through his mind. Small beast tide. He no longer tried to drive away the monsters with spirit bombs. Instead, He stuffed them all back into his storage ring in a hurry. Forget it. If the beasts were all from one direction, he could have driven them off. But these nearly 400 or 500 beasts came from all directions, surrounding the factory. Even if he wanted a bomb, he couldn't keep up. At this moment, he had only one thought. He had to go back to the factory and get Ilias out. Otherwise, Ilias would be in great danger. He flapped his wings, turned around, and flew towards the factory. Damn it. I need to hurry. Boss Chin's spirit power must be almost gone. He had flown only a short distance when the howling suddenly stopped. The area around the entire factory was eerily quiet. Suddenly, these hundreds of various beasts gradually quickened their pace, speeding up continuously. Rumble. Hundreds of paws trampling the ground caused a slight earthquake. Hundreds of beasts were rapidly closing in on the factory. Inside the factory, bang. The eastern wall of the factory shattered abruptly. Ilias and Shiloh jumped out one after another and fought fiercely outside the factory. However, compared to before, Ilias looked disheveled, his spear having lost its former sharpness and appearing thoroughly weak, barely able to defend himself. In contrast, Shiloh's attacks were relentless, overwhelming Ilias so much that he couldn't catch his breath. TSK, Ilias, with your level, how can you dare to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Why don't you attack? Is constantly defending any fun? Half a month ago, weren't you acting cool on the arena? Why are you so useless today? Could it be that you bought off all your opponents with money? Shiloh acted smugly, knowing he could easily crush Ilias, but chose to torment him slowly, for sport. Ilias felt extremely frustrated. If not for his depleted spirit power and exhaustion, he wouldn't have been put in this position. Jasper, if you've got the guts, just cut me down. Your constant rambling is getting on my nerves. Shiloh swung his blade heavily, striking the spear shaft and making Ilias's legs give way, almost falling over. Just cutting you down? That would be too boring. He glanced at the large eyeball overhead and laughed mockingly. You can't possibly think that forcing you out of the factory was just an accident, can you? In an instant, Ilias's pupils constricted. His already enraged heart boiled with anger and humiliation. You despicable bastard. He immediately understood Shiloh's plan. Not only did he want to humiliate and defeat him in front of many veteran soldiers of the White Tiger camp, but he also wanted to prove to all the veterans and higher-ups present, he was far more valuable than Ilias. His strength surpassed Ilias by a huge margin. What deep scheming. What vicious plotting. So what? Are you angry? What good does being angry do? Can you defeat me? Shiloh sneered, swinging several cuts that drove Ilias back step by step. Ilias, let me tell you, if you don't run now, you really will die. Ilias was about to curse him when a series of beast howls echoed from the distance. Ilias's heart leaped. A strong sense of danger surged in his chest. Small beast tied. Chapter 201. Hostilities rise. Outside Jiangxia City, in front of the screen, a group of veterans and the new recruits who had withdrawn from the test were watching the images on the screen intently. What's up with Ilias? He's only been here for half a month, and he's already so bad. Tell me about it. Last time, I even challenged him on the platform. The bastard kicked me off the stage in 3 moves, aiming right for my butt. I had to sleep face down that night. Have you guys considered that it's not that Ilias is bad, but Shiloh is just too strong? He beats Ilias like a dog. The chatter of the new recruits reached the ears of the veterans. It made Mickey, who already felt quite proud, even happier. He teased Aaron. Old Yehia, looks like there's a significant gap between your class's Ilias and our class's Shiloh. Aaron's face darkened, his expression heavy as he watched Ilias being dominated by Shiloh on the screen. He snorted coldly. Mr. Yehia, you don't need to gloat here. Those newbies can't see through this, but you can tell too, right? Shiloh is clearly taking advantage of someone in trouble. Mickey shrugged, acting like a scoundrel. Really? Did you see that? Aaron was momentarily speechless. You. Mickey smirked disdainfully. Old Yehia, don't accuse people without evidence, you know. Even if we're comrades in arms, if someone sues you for defamation, I can't do anything about it. As he spoke, he patted Aaron on the shoulder. Aaron seethed inwardly, but couldn't do anything. No one knew what exactly happened inside the factory. All they saw was that after Stevie drove the monsters away from the factory, Ilias and Shiloh started fighting inside and eventually moved outside. Even though he could deduce from clues that Ilias must have exhausted his spirit energy battling the steel dragon ape, leading to his current disadvantage, he had no proof. Helplessly, he slapped away Mickey's hand from his shoulder and said no more. Mickey laughed even brighter, seemingly recovering the dignity lost when Armand let him down in front of Zachariah. Old Yehia, don't frown like that. After all, soon, you'll have something even more infuriating. That steel dragon ape is worth 5,000 points alone. Once Shiloh gets it, our class 87 will be 5,000 points ahead of your class 100. Not to mention, there are other 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stage monsters at the scene. Old Yehia, didn't you say your class has a kid named Zachariah who is bold and reckless? Where is he? Maybe he quietly escaped long ago. I'm telling you, you're definitely going to lose this bet. Aaron trembled with anger. You're better off worrying if those two can escape the beast tide instead of engaging in verbal sparring here. Mickey spread his hands. Whether Ilias can escape or not, I don't know, but Shiloh shouldn't have much trouble leaving. While the two argued, not far away, Ilias and others sat around a campfire. The high-ranking officials of the White Tiger encampment watched the screen with various expressions. Hutch smiled calmly. Shouldn't we arrange a rescue team for this sudden mini-beast tide? Dion poked the fire casually with a fire stick. Shiloh doesn't seem to need rescuing. As for Ilias, wasn't that chubby kid going back to save him? With all the good stuff in his bag, we probably don't need to worry, right? Hutch adjusted his glasses and looked at Ilias. Commander, what do you think? Everyone turned their eyes toward Ilias, who was watching the screen solemnly without a word. After a moment, he gave a firm order. Prepare the rescue team, just in case. His tone left no room for argument. This serious demeanor left everyone puzzled, but none dared to ask why. A dead silence ensued. Perhaps feeling the silence was unbearable, Anthony, who usually remained silent, spoke up. Have you noticed Zachariah hasn't appeared since the start? Everyone exchanged glances upon hearing this. Previously, due to the continuous fight between Ilias and Shiloh, everyone had temporarily forgotten about Zachariah. Henley, sitting at the edge, thought of it, but couldn't do much since he lacked influence. Callan, the captain of Zuehuaho, mumbled while eating a freshly roasted beast leg. Yeah, where did this kid go? Haven't seen him all day. Victor, the captain of Lu Jin Go, sneered. Isn't it obvious? While we were watching others, he likely found the steel dragon ape too dangerous and left. Pursuing benefits and avoiding harm, letting go at the right time, this kid is indeed wise, unlike some people who only do things that move themselves. Though these words seemed to praise Zachariah, everyone knew they were insinuating someone else. After saying this, Victor cast a meaningful glance at Henley. Henley felt a surge of anger, though he constantly warned himself not to conflict with Victor again, for it would only hurt him in the end. But when faced with Victor's contemptuous eyes, he couldn't help but retort, bullshit. Zachariah did not run. Victor sneered, pointing at the screen and asked, he didn't run? Come on, tell me where he is. Do you want to say he's still waiting for an opportunity? Ha, don't joke. The mini beast Tai'e is coming soon. If he keeps waiting, even if he doesn't die, he'll be badly injured. Henley was speechless. This place wasn't the mountain Sasquatch cave in Luoxiao Mountain with its long narrow cave. There was no place for him to hold off a crowd single-handedly here. Here, it was a desolate city where beasts could appear from any direction. Seeing the mini beast Tai'e approaching, to avoid being surrounded, he should have escaped long ago. After all, a wise man does not stay under a crumbling wall. Zachariah had no need to risk his life here. Seeing Henley flustered, Victor showed a victorious smile. However, Callan wasn't going to let him get away with it. Tell me, old Yen, why are you playing the villain? Are you some eunuch or what? Enjoy bullying young ones, huh? Victor rolled his eyes. I talked to myself. What's it to you? Oh, I forgot. There was someone just now saying I'm confused and lack vision. He scoffed. Huh? Who's really confused and lacks vision? Victor's smug look annoyed Callan, who immediately tossed the beast leg in front of him into a large plate with a clatter. Then he abruptly stood up. Old Yen, if you're itching for a fight, let's settle this somewhere else. I'll scratch until you're not itchy anymore. Victor slowly rose, a smirk on his lips that tugged at his scar, making him look extremely sinister. I'll let you use one hand. In an instant, veterans from both squads rushed to support their captains, glaring daggers at each other. Among them were those who were still good friends a moment ago. The new recruits watched this tense standoff, dumbfounded. What's going on? Aren't they all from the White Tiger encampment? Why would they suddenly come to blows? Little did they know that every year, each squad fought bitterly over resource distribution. Skirmishes were common. It was like departments within a company, polite on the surface, but always causing trouble behind the scenes. Even if they had friends in other departments, once departmental interests were involved, loyalties were clear. The only thing they could do was put on a show of fighting. Sit down. A stern voice rang out, and everyone turned to see Ilias sitting in the main seat, his face ashen, clearly troubled by something. Weren't my orders clear enough? Sit down. Reluctantly, everyone looked to their respective captains. Callan and Victor exchanged glances. Though neither trusted the other, they waved their men back and slowly sat down. Callan picked up his half-eaten beast leg again. Victor's gaze flickered, lost in thought. Veterans from both squads returned to their seats, but the atmosphere was noticeably colder than before. Commander, look, behind the broken wall in the factory, there seems to be a human figure. Hutch adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. His quiet voice drew everyone's attention back to the screen, searching curiously. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead as if remembering something. Oh right, your class has that kid who teased you, Zachariah, right? He and Shiloh, followed by